The day I awakened to a D-class profession, the entire world abandoned me. The campus belle girlfriend threw herself into the enemy's arms right in front of me, while my former brothers sneered and mocked me. They thought I was a worthless loser at their mercy, but little did they know my profession held a terrifying secret. It can evolve through killing. Every time I slay an ant, my power surges dramatically. Once I evolve it to its ultimate limit, under my blade, both gods and demons can be slain. My name is Lín Yìchén, a genius who just awakened his profession, but fate played a huge joke on me. At the awakening platform of Jiāngběi High School, all eyes were fixed on me. They were expecting my astonishing talent. After all, I was the top student who scored perfect marks in both arts and sciences. However, when the teacher in charge of awakening announced my profession, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Lín Yìchén, awakened with a D-grade profession, butcher. Butcher, the lowest tier among livelihood professions. In an instant, waves of mockery rose and fell. The perpetually second-place Su Xiaofeng, whom I had always suppressed, laughed the most arrogantly. My usual sycophant Jose also quickly turned against me, and even my proud campus belle girlfriend Lu Ruyan immediately showed nothing but disgust for me, mercilessly throwing herself into Su Xiaofeng's embrace. They humiliated me wantonly, as if venting all the pent-up frustration from the past 3 years. I paid no attention to these clamorous voices. My focus was entirely on the bizarre lottery mechanism before me. My profession panel clearly displayed, profession, butcher, rating, D, along with a thoroughly disappointing talent, mastery of dissection. Your dissection speed for deceased animals increases by 50%. This made me feel utterly powerless. Had I traveled through time only to continue being an office drone? After the awakening ceremony concluded, I walked home alone under the merciless gazes of the crowd. Suddenly, a notification popped up before my eyes, kill count, 3. I froze for a moment, then took another step forward. The number changed again, kill count 6. I immediately stopped and noticed a cluster of ants beneath my feet. I tentatively stepped down, and the kill count instantly skyrocketed. I've discovered something incredible. My profession as a butcher seems to be related to the number of killings. I immediately bought a bottle of insecticide and a syringe, found a massive ant nest, and injected the diluted insecticide solution into it. In less than 10 minutes, the kill count surpassed 1,000. My profession panel instantly turned blood red, indicating that the profession was about to evolve. Profession, butcher, D-grade, blood butcher, C-grade, new talent unlocked, mastery of slaughter. Looking at this new talent, my heart swelled with ecstasy. My butcher profession could actually evolve. That evening, I returned to the rented room carrying the empty basin, and the panel already displayed the kill count. 10,000, the profession has successfully evolved into blood butcher, rating, C. I checked the new talent mastery of slaughter, and its effect was even more astonishing. The first attack on each prey is guaranteed to be a critical hit, with critical damage reaching up to 400%. This is twice the normal critical hit damage, enough for me to instantly kill an opponent with a single strike, even without any equipment. I couldn't wait to check out the talent evolution feature. I used my only evolution opportunity on anatomical mastery, which evolved into the chance of obtaining high-level loot after you slaughter prey increases by 100%. With this, my early development will be exceptionally smooth. My future looks bright. The next day, the awakening trial officially began. A massive magic array teleported us to a semi-virtual space, White Wolf Forest. The points from this trial will be counted towards the college entrance exam, making it extremely crucial. I stood in the crowd, watching Su Xiaofeng, Lu Ruyan, and Jose walk over as if they were the center of attention, intimately close to each other, mocking me without restraint. I didn't care at all in my heart. No S-class profession could compare to my evolving one. With just one slash, I could shatter their pride. The trial began, and I chose the initial long blade. The moment I grasped the long blade, the crimson panel popped up again. Another new talent is born, Executioner, evolvable talent. When wielding a bladed weapon, 10% of the damage you deal is converted to true damage. This is the noble true damage. It perfectly aligns with the mastery of killing, making my blade unstoppable. I made my way through the White Wolf Forest and soon encountered Su Xiaofeng and the other two. They were discussing how to deal with the one-eyed giant wolf not far away. Su Xiaofeng saw me, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes, wanting to drag me into his team as cannon fodder to deplete the Cyclops wolf's health before kick me away again. As I looked at his smug, self-satisfied expression, I mercilessly called him a fucking idiot. A single sentence ignited the anger of everyone. Lu Ruyan and Jose jumped out to accuse me, and I sneered in response. What amuses me is that I've undercounted by 2 people in my scolding. You 3 are all idiots. Su Xiaofeng's face immediately darkened. He gripped his greatsword tightly, wielding the S-class profession Death Knight's innate skill Frostmourne, and swung it toward me with a mighty slash. He wanted to humiliate me within the bounds of the rules, even to the point of killing me. Yet he had no idea what kind of power I possessed. Facing his attack, I didn't hesitate to strike with a single slash. Bang! With a crisp sound, Su Xiaofeng's initial greatsword snapped in two. Immediately, his head soared into the sky, his body collapsed with a thunderous crash, and then disintegrated into flying ashes. 113. I gazed at the damage numbers floating before me, feeling satisfied. With my attack power combined with the longsword and the synergy of two talents, I dealt quadruple damage in a single strike. Enough to kill him with one strike, his initial health being only 100. 1/shatters your dream of turning the tables. I watched coldly as he dissipated, a sense of disdain in my heart. Beside me, Jose and Lu Ruyan were utterly stunned. Jose blustered with outward ferocity but inner cowardice as he threatened me, invoking the background of Su Xiaofeng's family, before scurrying away in disgrace. Only Lu Ruyan remained, her face filled with terror and resentment, yet she still refused to leave. She shamelessly demanded that I fight monsters for her so she could last hit them and gain experience. I laughed, this woman's audacity was thicker than a city wall. I didn't chase her away, but instead walked straight toward the wolf pack. The one-eyed giant wolf was startled awake, letting out a roar, and the surrounding wild wolves all stood up. I pretended to be frightened, turned, and ran in the direction of Liu Ruyan, leading the wolf pack straight to her. Save me! Liu Ruyan's health points plummeted rapidly, and in a panic, she cried out to me for help. I'm a healer, how am I supposed to fight? She cried out. Figure it out yourself. I coldly responded while tangled in combat with the one-eyed giant wolf. Eventually, her health points hit 0, and with a face full of hatred, she turned to ashes and vanished. Finally dead, what a nuisance. I watched the spot where she disappeared and grinned. Now, it's these wolves' turn. Chapter 4, Talent Evolution Count. He swung his long sword, ignoring the one-eyed giant wolf entirely, and charged straight at the other beasts. 1 swing, 2 swings, 3 swings. 111. 117. Killing count, 1. Kill count 1. With each swing of his blade, Lín Yìchén claimed the life of a giant wolf. Each of these giant wolves possessed 50 HP, and Lín Yìchén's blade instantly obliterated them. After eliminating these minions, Lín Yìchén engaged the one-eyed wolf. After a few more strikes, the mighty elite monster, a one-eyed giant wolf that would normally take half a day for ordinary students to defeat, was instantly killed. Kill count, 2. Congratulations on leveling up. Level 13. For base attributes enhanced. Free attribute points gained, 2. Acquired high-grade loot, rotten wolf eyeball can be used to craft potions. Lín Yìchén was in high spirits. He'd leveled up twice right at the start of the trial and even scored materials. This efficiency was unmatched. Moreover, he noticed something. After slaying the elite giant wolf, the kill count added was double that of a regular giant wolf. So, it seems the kill count is determined by the level of the creature I slay? Answer: too weak, hence no points added, while elite giant wolves are relatively powerful, so they grant 2 points. Lín Yìchén nodded to himself, convinced this must be the rule. Once the rules were clear, things would be straightforward. Then there were the attribute points gained from leveling up. 2 attribute points all go into strength. He had already made up his mind. Since his 2 talents were so powerful, he would focus on strength for his remaining attributes. Strength directly determines attack power. The best defense is a good offense. Just as Lín Yìchén prepared to allocate his points, his crimson interface reappeared. A new talent instantly manifested. Upon first slaying an elite tier demon beast, new talent acquired, Crimson Reaper. Scarlet Reaper evolvable talent, your attacks deal 10 damage as lifesteal, and the EXP gained from slaying monsters increases to 200. Double experience? Plus lifesteal? Lín Yìchén froze in shock. This talent was ridiculously overpowered. Not only does it passively grant attack lifesteal, but it also doubles your leveling speed. Critical hits plus critical damage, with lifesteal and doubled experience gain. No skill required, just raw stats. Being a stat-focused build is truly satisfying. Lín Yìchén sighed, then raised his long sword once more and pressed deeper into the forest. With double XP and not grinding levels? He'd have to slap himself. Lín Yìchén fought his way deep into the White Wolf Forest. His level had risen from 3 to 8. He opened the interface. Lín Yìchén silently recited in his mind. Lín Yìchén. Class, Blood Slaughter rating, C. Level, 8. Health, 450 mana, 170. Attack, 134 defense, 19. Strength, 17 constitution, 10 spirit, 10 agility, 10. Skills, none. With all attribute points allocated to strength. Combined with the 10 attack bonus from his starting longsword, Lín Yìchén's attack now reached a staggering 134. Combined with his innate talent for mastery of slaughter, his first strike against any target ignoring defense can deal a massive 536 damage. Only bosses or higher tier enemies could withstand it. The guide mentioned a monster spawn point in White Wolf Forest, let's check it out. Lín Yìchén followed the route etched in his memory, heading in one direction. After some time, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Not far away, Jose was locked in fierce combat with 3 massive wolves. His chosen starting weapon was a dagger, now radiating a crimson glow as he thrust the dagger rapidly at the 3 beasts. Evidently, he had activated the first talent of the A-rank Berserker class, Blood Rage. Upon activation, it granted a temporary 50% attack speed boost and inflicted bleeding on hits. The side effect, however, was that upon the effect's conclusion, he would lose half of his current health. After only a moment, the three giant wolves were already struggling to hold their ground. Fate brought us together, let me spice things up a bit. Lín Yìchén's lips curved into a faint smile. He immediately turned and headed in another direction. Phew! Watching the three giant wolves collapse before him, Jose exhaled deeply. Level 12. Attribute points gained 1. Glancing at his stats panel, Jose's eyes brimmed with pride, reaching level 2 right after entering. Who else could match that pace besides those S-rank monsters? As he finished speaking, a flash of resentment crossed Jose's eyes. If it weren't for that madman Lín Yìchén teaming up with brother Xiaofeng, I could have reached level 3 by now. Damn it! After cursing under his breath, he began allocating his attribute points. Huh? What's that noise? The moment he opened the attribute panel, a commotion erupted behind him. Curiosity piqued, he turned around to see, only to find Lín Yìchén charging toward him with a pack of giant wolves in tow. Damn it, don't bring me here. Jose's expression instantly turned priceless, and without a second thought, he took off running. Having just finished battling a wave of minor monsters, combined with the side effects of bloodlust, Jose's health was nearly depleted, with only 30 HP remaining. With such a thin sliver of health, if these wolves closed in, he'd likely be devoured whole. But things didn't go as he expected. Lín Yìchén and the giant wolf were far faster than him. In just a few breaths, they had already closed in behind him. Brother, run! Why are you moving so slow? Lín Yìchén shouted to Jose, whom he had already overtaken, as he sprinted forward. I'm running my ass off. Jose was so furious he cursed like a sailor. His eyes burned even redder than when he'd been in a bloodthirsty rage earlier. Realizing escape was impossible, his gaze shifted toward the depths of the White Wolf Forest. You think you can screw me over? I'll tear you apart. Jose immediately sprinted deep into the forest. Lín Yìchén watched the direction of his escape, his eyes narrowing slightly. He knew what lay in that direction. The White Wolf King, the final boss of the White Wolf Forest trial. Cornered in trying to take me down, huh? Well, I'm eager to test just how sharp my blade is now. Lín Yìchén grinned, not pursuing further. He turned and slashed several times, slaughtering the entire pack of giant wolves behind him. Once Jose stepped into that area, there was no turning back. Luring this pack to the boss chamber would only make things harder. The final boss of White Wolf Forest, the White Wolf King, was formidable. It possessed a skill called Howl of the Wolf King. This is an area of effect buff, boosting the attack speed of all surrounding wolves by 100 for 1 minute. Exactly. The trickiest part of fighting the White Wolf King isn't the boss itself, but the pack of wolves surrounding it. But for Lín Yìchén, whose every strike landed as a critical hit, what difference did it make? It was practically like handing out experience points. Soon, Lín Yìchén spotted a conspicuous clearing not far away. Dozens of giant wolves rested there. But one silver white wolf, twice the size of the others, was patrolling its territory. White Wolf King Demon King Tier Boss. HP, 2000 Attack, 80. Skill, Wolf King's Howl enrages surrounding wolves, doubling their attack speed. Danger level, Red. At that moment, the White Wolf King seemed to sense something and turned its head toward Lín Yìchén's location. Of course, it wasn't Lín Yìchén it was staring at, but Jose sprinting ahead of him. Oh whoa! The White Wolf King let out a piercing howl to the heavens. The giant wolves resting nearby heard the sound and all stood up. Each giant wolf's eyes instantly turned blood red. Facing a pack of blood-eyed wolves head-on, Jose's legs trembled uncontrollably. If he hadn't known death was impossible during the trial, he might have peed himself in terror. But Jose didn't wallow in fear for long. The rage in his eyes had already overpowered his fear. He turned to look behind him and saw that Lín Yìchén had indeed followed. Come on, come chase me. I'll make you die with me. Jose sneered coldly, his face twisted with madness. At that moment, the White Wolf King and the pack were already charging toward them. In mere moments, the pack swarmed in. Several massive wolves lunged directly at Jose, the closest target. Lín Yìchén, once we get out of here, don't you dare beg us on your knees to spare you. He pointed at Lín Yìchén and shouted angrily. He was torn apart and devoured, his body vanishing completely. Having disposed of one prey, dozens of blood-red eyes turned toward Lín Yìchén. Immediately, all the giant wolves lunged directly at him. Yet Lín Yìchén showed no sign of panic. Gripping his long blade, his eyes blazing with battle intent. Come on, let me show you what my stats are far above yours. A single slash. 528. The giant wolf charging at the forefront was instantly slain. Next, Lín Yìchén's blade whirled so fast it became a blur. With each damage number flashing, another giant wolf fell. With the pack so vast, occasionally a giant wolf would break through and sink its teeth into Lín Yìchén. But 52. 53. Killing count 1. Killing count 1. With every slash Lín Yìchén delivered, dozens of drops of blood carried healing. How could he possibly lose? 3 minutes passed. Only the White Wolf King remained standing in the clearing. Lín Yìchén flicked the wolf's blood from his blade, his gaze shifting to the White Wolf King. Having just slain dozens of giant wolves. With the double experience bonus, his level had soared from 8 to 18. His 4 core attributes now stood at Health 850, Mana 270, Attack 268, Defense 39. My current level is entirely due to my own hard work. Panel, max out my strength. Strength 1727. Attack 268,308. Watch closely, this strike will take your life. A silver-white blade flashes through the air. 1202. A massive damage number instantly appeared. Oh whoa! The White Wolf King let out an agonized howl. Lín Yìchén pressed his advantage, parrying the White Wolf King's attacks while landing 3 consecutive strikes. The White Wolf King collapsed completely. Kill count 10. Level 1820. Detected first-time slaughter of a Demon King tier boss. Obtained 1 talent evolution attempt. Level breakthrough plus 20. Obtained 1 talent evolution chance. Talent evolution attempts 2. Select the talent to evolve. Chapter 5, Demanding Accountability. Canceling college entrance exam eligibility? 2 talent evolution opportunities? Lín Yìchén stared at the pop-up prompts, his eyes lighting up. Last time he gained an evolution opportunity, he had transformed his useless talent, anatomical expertise, into something utterly monstrous. What could it be this time? Just as he was about to test it out, he suddenly noticed a faint glow emanating from a specific spot on the White Wolf King's corpse. Upon discovering this, Lín Yìchén stepped forward and used his weapon to scrape away the luminous area, revealing an irregularly shaped pale purple crystal before his eyes. Crystal core of the White Wolf King, Demon King grade. A Demon King tier crystal core? Seeing this object, Lín Yìchén's entire demeanor sharpened. Only demon beasts of the leader rank or higher could drop crystal cores. This item is an absolutely crucial material, whether for forging weapons or crafting consumables like magic potions. Specialized research has shown that. And the probability of a Demon King tier beast dropping a crystal core approaches 8%. With the boost from his talent in anatomy mastery, he managed to obtain one on his very first attempt. A valuable find. Lín Yìchén tucked it away, placing it inside the inner pocket of his clothing. When he had previously reviewed the guide for the White Wolf Forest Secret Realm, he vaguely recalled that the crystal core of this White Wolf King could be used to craft a battle shield of platinum rarity. Though its equipment level was only 30, it possessed an exceptionally useful skill. Wolf King's Roar. When activated, it boosts nearby allies' attack speed by 50%, making it practically a signature piece for support-type tanks. The price of the White Wolf King's crystal core remains sky-high as a result, fetching a staggering 150,000 star coins per piece. Add another 100,000 or so, and you could buy a small apartment outside the 4th Ring Road in Jiāngběi City. After securing the crystal core, he opened the interface. Lín Yìchén silently recited in his mind. The crimson interface unfolded before his eyes. He lightly tapped the plus sign next to Anatomy Mastery. Evolve Talent, Anatomy Mastery? Evolved effect, increases your chance of obtaining high-tier loot after slaughtering prey by 150%. Seeing the effect after evolving Anatomy Mastery, Lín Yìchén felt a slight surprise in his heart. He hadn't expected it to also increase the drop rate of high-tier loot. This effect was quite powerful. But Lín Yìchén ultimately pressed the decline button. He felt that what he needed most right now was the speed of leveling up. The college entrance exams were just a month after the trials ended. And whether he could secure better resources in the future hinged entirely on this critical phase. Therefore, Lín Yìchén silently clicked the plus sign next to the talent Crimson Reaper. Evolve Talent, Crimson Reaper? Scarlet Reaper evolvable talent, your attacks deal 20 additional damage as lifesteal, and the EXP gained from defeating monsters increases to 250. Seeing the upgraded effects, Lín Yìchén immediately selected Confirm. Talent evolution successful. For the remaining evolution attempt, Lín Yìchén did not choose to use it on the Executioner. True damage only truly shines in the late game. Since everyone's defenses are low early on, so Bloodlust remains the optimal choice. Talent evolution successful. Killing Mastery, your first 2 attacks against each target always crit, and your critical damage becomes 600. With stats like mine, shouldn't I be slaughtering opponents of the same level? Lín Yìchén's lips curved into a faint smile. He did the math. With the enhanced Killing Mastery, his first 2 strikes against a single target could now deal a staggering 1848 damage. One strike like that. Even a professional player a dozen or 20 levels higher than him wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? The trial had half an hour left. Lín Yìchén glanced at the time, and decided to grind for more experience in the White Wolf Forest during this final stretch. After all, The awakening trial was different from the secret realms outside. Even if he died, it wouldn't affect his physical body. Outside secret realms were different. Death meant permanent demise. With just 1 minute left before the trial ended, Lín Yìchén finally slew the last giant wolf before him. He flicked the wolf's blood from his blade's edge and silently commanded, "Open the interface." Lín Yìchén. Class, Blood Slaughterer rating, C. Level, 22. Health, 1150 mana, 310. Attack, 352 defense, 52. Strength, 31 constitution, 10 spirit, 10 agility, 10. Skills, none. Talents, Anatomy Mastery Evolvable Talent, increases your chance to obtain high-tier loot after slaughtering prey by 100%. Slaughter Expertise Evolvable Talent, your first 2 attacks against each prey always land critical hits, and your critical damage becomes 600. Executioner Evolvable Talent, when wielding a longsword-type weapon, 10% of your damage dealt becomes true damage. Crimson Reaper Evolvable Talent, your attacks grant 20 damage over time lifesteal, and the experience gained from slaying monsters becomes 250. As a C-tier class barely past level 20, I already have 4 talents. Staring at his stats, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but exclaim, "This is insane." Even S-tier classes at level 20 usually only have 2 talents at most. And they're mostly non-evolvable. Time is almost up. Lín Yìchén silently repeated to himself. Sure enough, the next second, a blinding white light erupted across the entire sky of the trial realm. After the light faded, Lín Yìchén opened his eyes to find himself back on the awakening platform. Many other students had also been teleported out. Upon realizing they were back in reality, they began chattering excitedly. "Old Jean, I leveled up 6 times in the trial. That's fast, right? Damn, no wonder it's a B rank profession. I'm so jealous I only leveled up 4 times. Hey, what level do you think those geniuses who awaken S rank professions at our school are now?" "I'd say level 10. Only 10? You're underestimating S rank talent. I'd say they're at 12 or 13. Just as they were heatedly discussing, a furious roar erupted nearby. "Lín Yìchén, you finally showed up." Hearing the voice, everyone turned to look. There stood Su Xiaofeng, flanked by Zhou Zhe and Lu Ruyan, with Jiāngběi First High School's vice principal Ma Mingrui trailing behind. The 4 of them charged straight toward Lín Yìchén. "Lín Yìchén, you're finished." Su Xiaofeng strode right up to Lín Yìchén, glaring at him coldly. He then turned to vice principal Ma Mingrui and declared, "Principal, it's him. He killed me without warning in the secret realm, leaving me stuck at level 1. At these words, the surrounding students were instantly stunned into silence. What the hell? The esteemed S-rank genius Su Xiaofeng was actually killed in the secret realm by Lín Yìchén, a mere D-rank professional? Unheard of. Vice Principal Ma Mingrui's eyes blazed with fury. Su Xiaofeng was one of the few geniuses at Jiāngběi No. 1 High School to awaken S-class talent. And he was counting on Su Xiaofeng to score high on the college entrance exams and bring glory to Jiāngběi No. 1 High School. Yet you, Lín Yìchén, with your D-rank talent, dared to strip Su Xiaofeng of his trial qualification, leaving him stuck at level 1 to this day? Unforgivable. Ma Mingrui glared coldly at Lín Yìchén. "Lín Yìchén, you have disappointed me beyond measure. How dare you harm a fellow student during the awakening trial? I had such high hopes for you before. Who knew you'd turn out to be such a morally bankrupt scoundrel? You are hereby disqualified from taking the college entrance exam." Chapter 6, The Teacher Steps In. It was self-defense. Hearing this, Lín Yìchén remained unflinching. "On what grounds? Because you killed someone during the trial run. What else?" Ma Mingrui, seeing Lín Yìchén still daring to argue, instantly flew into a rage, cutting him off. "Now. Immediately. Get your things and get out of Jiāngběi No. 1 High School. Jiāngběi No. 1 High School has no place for someone of your character." Lín Yìchén stood his ground, showing no intention of leaving. He met the furious Principal Ma's gaze without flinching. "Principal Ma, have you reviewed the surveillance footage? It was clearly Su Xiaofeng who attacked me first. I only fought back in self-defense." "Self-defense?" Ma Mingrui sneered coldly. "As a mere D-rank life-type practitioner, you managed to kill Su Xiaofeng in the secret realm. You must have used some underhanded trick to ambush him. You had no chance in a fair fight. How could it be self-defense?" Of course he hadn't watched the footage. Because he was watching the live stream. Right at the start of the awakening trial, their group of instructors had locked onto Su Xiaofeng as an S-class prospect. They had also witnessed Su Xiaofeng being instantly slain by Lín Yìchén's single strike. Though the teachers were all somewhat shocked at the time, he was convinced Lín Yìchén must have been using some hidden equipment or item that boosted his attributes. He had also instructed all the teachers watching the live feed through the observation devices earlier that when he came out to assist Su Xiaofeng in identifying Lín Yìchén, every teacher had to keep their mouths shut. Anyone who dared to speak up for Lín Yìchén, he would immediately expel them and blacklist them across the entire Jiāngběi city. Make sure that person can't survive in Jiāngběi city. Hearing this, Lín Yìchén finally realized that Ma Mingrui must have known the truth all along. But he was just sucking up to Su Xiaofeng's family, so he played along with Su Xiaofeng's little charade. Watching him put on that righteous, noble act, Lín Yìchén found it utterly laughable. He had once thought Ma Mingrui was a good principal. But it turned out he was just as snobbish as ever. He'd simply hidden it well enough to avoid detection. Whether it was self-defense isn't for me to decide, nor is it for you to decide. I demand the trial footage be played now. Whether Su Xiaofeng struck first, everyone will see for themselves. Lín Yìchén stood tall, his voice not loud but clear enough to carry. This stance actually drew agreement from some students. That's right, Principal Ma. Show the full trial footage. That's the only way to know if Lín Yìchén is telling the truth. What are you all clamoring about? But when Ma Mingrui heard these voices, he merely shot them a cold glance. The students immediately fell silent. Lín Yìchén killed someone during the trial, that's an indisputable fact. What need is there for a replay? Ma Mingrui then pointed to Lu Ruyan and Zhou Zhe standing nearby. Students Lu and Zhou, they are eyewitnesses. They saw Lín Yìchén kill student Su during the trial. You lot making a fuss, are you all Lín Yìchén's accomplices? At these words, the students who had been defending Lín Yìchén grew even more timid, backing away slightly. The accusation was too heavy for anyone to bear. Seeing the surrounding silence, Ma Mingrui felt deeply smug. Are you kidding me? Do you really think I'd let you see that video? Wouldn't that blow the whole thing wide open? The principal of Jiāngběi No. 1 High School was as elusive as a dragon seen only in glimpses. So even though Ma Mingrui was only the vice principal, his authority was immense. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lín Yìchén will have to carry this unjust blame for the rest of his life. Since there are no objections, I hereby announce, student Lín Yìchén, for violating school regulations and the laws of Kanglan Kingdom, is hereby expelled from the school. Ma Mingrui cleared his throat and began announcing the disciplinary decision. But at that moment, a shadow the size of a mung bean suddenly appeared in the sky not far away. Simultaneously, a weathered voice echoed from the distance. What's all the commotion about? As the voice echoed, the mung bean-sized figure gradually grew larger in everyone's eyes, until it reached the air above the awakening platform. After landing gently, the crowd could finally make out its features. An elegantly dressed, white-haired elder. Ma Mingrui, how did the awakening trials turn out for you students from Jiāngběi First High School? The old man descended and addressed Ma Mingrui in a tone as authoritative as a superior giving orders to a subordinate. The moment Ma Mingrui saw the old man, his earlier arrogance vanished instantly, replaced by shock and alarm. He smiled obsequiously. Old Bai, the trial was completed successfully, but there was a minor incident. Please allow me to resolve it before reporting the results. What minor incident? Bai Chuanqing furrowed his brow slightly. Master Bai, it's merely a minor matter, hardly worth disturbing you. I'll handle it perfectly. You should return to the association first and wait for my report. Ma Mingrui hurriedly interjected, his heart pounding wildly. Bai Chuanqing was the newly appointed head of the Jiāngběi Professional Association, a level 200, 4th transformation S-rank professional known as the Thousand-Handed Arhat. His strength placed him firmly among the absolute elite here in Jiāngběi City. His integrity was beyond reproach. Ma Mingrui had repeatedly tried to curry favor with him, only to be rebuffed each time. If he got involved in this matter, his and Su Xiaofeng's plan would be ruined. But the more Bai Chuanqing saw his state, the deeper his frown grew. Ma Mingrui, answer my questions. I won't ask twice. At these words, beads of cold sweat instantly formed on Ma Mingrui's forehead. He dared not withhold the truth. Yes, during the awakening trial just now, someone committed murder. We have witnesses and irrefutable evidence. I'm currently dealing with the killer. Though he had revealed the truth, his skillful use of literary license had effectively pinned the crime on Lín Yìchén. Who? Bai Chuanqing pressed again. Ma Mingrui hastily pointed at Lín Yìchén. It was him. Old Bai, the person he killed was Su Xiaofeng, one of our few S-level prodigies at Jiāngběi No. 1 High School. Rest assured, I will punish the killer severely and won't let him off the hook. Upon hearing this, Bai Chuanqing turned to face Lín Yìchén, his expression stern. Why did you kill? Bai Chuanqing asked coldly. As if Lín Yìchén failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, he would plunge Lín Yìchén into eternal damnation at any moment. I was merely acting in self-defense. How can you call that murder? Lín Yìchén took a deep breath before answering. He had heard of Bai Chuanqing facing this powerhouse over level 200. It would be a lie to say he felt no pressure. Yet his back remained straight as an arrow. He hadn't broken any rules to begin with. And showing fear now would only play right into certain people's hands. Self-defense? At those 4 words, Bai Chuanqing's brow furrowed, his gaze turning sharp. I'm giving you one chance to prove yourself. If you're still lying now, I won't let you off. Ma Mingrui, have someone retrieve the surveillance footage from the entire venue. This. Ma Mingrui hesitated. If he really fetched the footage, everything would be exposed. He shot a pleading glance at Su Xiaofeng beside him. At that moment, Su Xiaofeng's expression was equally telling. He quickly stepped forward. Old bye, I think we can skip viewing the footage. Lín Yìchén killed my virtual body in the secret realm, that's a fact. Besides, we have Ruyan and Jose as witnesses. There's no need to go through all that trouble. His family had dealt with Bai Chuanqing before, and knew this old man was stubborn as a mule, intolerant of even a speck of sand in his eye, and he held the laws of Kanglan Kingdom in the highest regard. Earlier in the trial, he had indeed initiated the attack first. But if we present the surveillance footage, Lín Yìchén would undoubtedly be found innocent by Bai Chuanqing. But he wasn't about to pass up such a golden opportunity to crush Lín Yìchén. Su Xiaofeng turned to Bai Chuanqing. Old Bai, Lín Yichén's atrocities in the secret realm weren't limited to killing me alone. He also indirectly caused the deaths of Lu Ruyan and Jose. All three of us are witnesses. So there's no need to retrieve the surveillance footage, right? As Su Xiaofeng finished speaking, Lu Ruyan quickly stepped forward. That's right, Elder Bai. Lín Yìchén is utterly vicious. He killed 3 people right after awakening his profession. I can't even imagine what he'll do next. Jose immediately added, Master Bai, you must punish Lín Yìchén severely. These words sent shockwaves through the surrounding students. What had they just heard? Lín Yìchén not only killed Su Xiaofeng, but also caused the deaths of Lu Ruyan and Jose? Though they didn't know how Lín Yìchén managed it. It didn't matter. Because the outcome was utterly mind-blowing. Upon hearing Su Xiaofeng's words, Bai Chuanqing's expression grew increasingly grave. He fixed his gaze back on Lín Yìchén and said coolly, now that all 3 have come forward to identify you, what more do you have to say? Su Xiaofeng saw the slight change in his expression and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. That's right, this is it. Why bother reviewing the surveillance footage? All 3 witnesses are right here, just announce Lín Yichén's punishment now. Lín Yìchén noticed it too. Su Xiaofeng clearly didn't want Bai Chuanqing to see the surveillance footage. He was about to speak when suddenly, a figure clad in a bodycon skirt and black stockings stepped forward first. Mr. Bai, I was observing Lín the entire time. He was acting in legitimate self-defense. Chapter 7, Why didn't you leave when Lín told you to? Teacher Chang? Seeing this figure stepping forward to defend him, Lín Yìchén felt a slight stir in his heart. Chang Siming was their senior year class 1 teacher for demon beast behavior theory, and one of the teachers who cared most about him in daily life. Yet after he awoke as a D-rank professional, none of the other teachers who had cared for him showed him any kindness. And he never expected Chang Siming would step up to defend him in such a situation. Miss Chang, what nonsense are you spouting? Seeing someone come forward to defend Lín Yìchén, Ma Mingrui immediately stepped forward to rebuke. Students Su, Lu, and Zhou are all outstanding students with excellent character and academic performance at Jiāngběi No. 1 High School. How could they possibly lie? Besides, Lín Yìchén is merely a D-class life arts major. If he were to defeat Su and the others in self-defense, don't you think this is something no sane person would believe? Ma Mingrui's words were unequivocal and indeed made perfect sense. A D-rank profession taking down 3 people at once? Especially when one of them is S rank, another is A rank, and they've got B rank Lu Ruyan tagging along as a healer. If he could win that, it'd be bloody hell. But Chang Siming knew. That was precisely what had happened. Principal Ma, Lín Yìchén truly. Chang Siming tried to defend Lín Yìchén, but Ma Mingrui cut her off without mercy. Enough. No more. Ma Mingrui shot her a chillingly icy glare. Teacher Chang, if you continue defending Lín Yìchén a murderer, I'll have to question whether you possess the moral character required to be a teacher. After speaking, Ma Mingrui turned to Bai Chuanqing and said with flattery, Mr. Bai, what punishment do you think is appropriate for Lín Yìchén, a student who killed during the awakening trial? His words implicitly branded Lín Yìchén as a criminal. Had he faced someone unwilling to pursue the matter to its conclusion, they might well have followed his lead. But alas, he was facing Bai Chuanqing. Principal Ma, please bring over the observation footage. Unfazed by Ma Mingrui's words, Bai Chuanqing responded with a single, matter-of-fact sentence. His tone was perfectly ordinary, as if engaging in a casual conversation. But Ma Mingrui was already drenched in cold sweat. Gritting his teeth as he replied, yes, I'll have someone bring it immediately. Ma Mingrui truly hadn't expected Bai Chuanqing, the newly appointed head of the trial, to personally visit the awakening trial site. Previously, it was always the principals like themselves who would report to the association with the materials after the trials concluded. With Bai Chuanqing having spoken, Su Xiaofeng dared not say another word. 2 teachers quickly retrieved the observation footage and brought it to the awakening platform. Though called a recording, it was actually a projector-like device. The 2 teachers activated it and an incredibly clear image projected onto the sky. Next, everyone present witnessed the moment Lín Yìchén entered the trial and encountered Su Xiaofeng and his 2 companions. Especially when they witnessed Su Xiaofeng being slain by Lín Yìchén with a single stroke. All the students present were stunned into silence. The teachers, however, frowned one after another, seemingly baffled by the outcome. Su Xiaofeng hung his head, his face flushed with shame, fists clenched tightly, feeling utterly humiliated. Lu Ruyan wasn't faring much better, her face equally flushed with embarrassment. Especially when the footage showed her collaborating with Su Xiaofeng to set Lín Yìchén up, calling him brother phone repeatedly. She instantly felt countless strange gazes piercing her. She didn't even need anyone to speak, she could guess exactly what they were thinking. After all, before today's awakening ceremony, she had called Lín Yìchén ego countless times in front of everyone. Ma Mingrui, what else do you have to say? After watching the footage, Bai Chuanqing, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. Old Bai, it was my carelessness, my lack of thoroughness, it was my fault. Ma Mingrui bowed his head, admitting his mistake with sincere humility. During the awakening trial, I failed to review the footage from Su and Lin's perspectives. I nearly wrongly accused Lin. Ignoring Su Xiaofeng's threatening glare beside him, he kept apologizing. I'm not the one you should be apologizing to. Bai Chuanqing remained unmoved. He pointed to Lín Yìchén beside him. Apologizing to this student is what you should be doing right now. Ma Mingrui gritted his teeth, turned, and walked to Lín Yìchén. He bowed deeply again. Lin, it was my mistake earlier. I was momentarily confused and nearly accused you unfairly. I'm truly sorry. Deep down, he felt utterly humiliated having to grovel before a D-grade loser destined for the bottom rung in front of so many people. But he understood that the hat on his head was still more important than his pride. Lín Yìchén watched Ma Mingrui's complete about face, his expression remaining cold and indifferent. Such a phony apology didn't warrant a response. He turned to Bai Chuanqing and gave a slight bow. Thank you, Elder Bai, for clearing my name. You're welcome. Bai Chuanqing nodded. It was simply the right thing to do. Ma Mingrui, seeing this, assumed Bai Chuanqing would pursue the matter no further. But Bai Chuanqing shifted his tone. Today's events still don't constitute a proper resolution for you. He looked at Ma Mingrui, as the principal, you nearly wronged your own student and almost prevented this young man from taking the most crucial exam of his life, the college entrance exam. I will report this matter truthfully. Ma Mingrui's newly relaxed mood instantly tightened again. He immediately pleaded, Mr. Bai, please give me another chance. I promise this will never happen again. Ma Mingrui knew full well. If this incident were truly reported by Bai Chuanqing and brought to light, he would lose his position as principal for good. Go make your assurances to the association. I'm just addressing the matter at hand. Bai Chuanqing paid no heed to Ma Mingrui's defense. Just as Ma Mingrui had ignored Lín Yìchén's defense earlier. But their positions were different. Seeing that the situation was beyond salvaging, Ma Mingrui's heart was filled with resentment. At that moment, Su Xiaofeng, his face dark and sullen, exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Ruyan and Jose. The two immediately understood. And Lu Ruyan stepped forward, addressing Bai Chuanqing, Mr. Bai, setting aside the fact that Lín Yìchén acted in self-defense, does that mean he bears no fault whatsoever? Witnessing this scene, the students present, who had thought the matter was settled and were growing bored, suddenly perked up with expressions of keen interest. Bai Chuanqing's brow furrowed involuntarily. What else is there? Lu Ruyan continued, earlier in the secret realm, Lín Yìchén deliberately lured monsters to kill me. Isn't that premeditated murder? After Lu Ruyan spoke, Jose immediately followed up, Senior Bai, I was also deliberately lured to my death by monsters because of Lín Yìchén. After hearing both accounts, Bai Chuanqing spoke calmly, retrieved the surveillance footage. The two teachers monitoring the footage immediately adjusted the camera angles. The footage then showed Lín Yìchén deliberately luring a pack of one-eyed giant wolves toward Lu Ruyan. After watching, Bai Chuanqing's brow furrowed involuntarily. He turned to Lín Yìchén and asked, why did you deliberately lure monsters to kill your classmate? Lín Yìchén remained completely unflustered. How did I deliberately harm her? Before I went to fight that one-eyed giant wolf, I clearly told Lu Ruyan to leave, but she insisted on staying. What could I do? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan immediately grew agitated. She stepped forward, pointing at Lín Yìchén and shouted, you deliberately tried to kill me, and now you're making excuses. A real man takes responsibility for his actions. You're lying here, are you even a man? Watching her flustered state, Lín Yìchén merely chuckled lightly, didn't I tell you to leave? Forget everything else. Based on what you just said, Su Xiaofeng, who insisted I attacked first, should be stripped of his manhood, shouldn't he? You. Lu Ruyan was rendered speechless by his retort. Standing behind her, Su Xiaofeng now felt the strange stares around him, his expression darkening. At that moment, Bai Chuanqing interrupted the group. He instructed the two teachers monitoring the footage, rewind the tape a bit. The two teachers immediately complied, rewinding the footage to the scene where Lín Yìchén told Lu Ruyan to get lost. Though Lín Yìchén's choice of words was crude, the meaning remained clear. He had indeed told Lu Ruyan to leave. Moreover, he had kindly warned her. When the fight breaks out, I might not be able to look out for others. After watching the entire sequence, Bai Chuanqing narrowed his eyes and looked at Lu Ruyan. Mr. Lin told you to leave, yet you refused. Why are you still framing him? Do you think you can get away with falsely accusing others without consequences? Feeling Bai Chuanqing's piercing gaze, Lu Ruyan's face instantly drained of color. Chapter 8, an 80-point lead. The entire school was shocked. I didn't. Lu Ruyan tried to argue. But Bai Chuanqing had already seen through it. This woman was spouting nothing but lies. Not only had she come forward earlier to falsely testify for Su Xiaofeng, but now she was even trying to kindly warn her about Lín Yìchén, who had left. Hopeless. Enough. Bai Chuanqing snorted coldly, glaring at the trembling Lu Ruyan. You've slandered Lín Yìchén time and again. How utterly depraved your morals are. A person like you has no place in any university in Kanglin Kingdom. Your college entrance exam eligibility is revoked. With this verdict delivered, Lu Ruyan's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the floor. Old Bai, you can't punish me like this. I'm a girl. Please give me another chance. Even if you were an animal, it wouldn't matter. Wrongdoing must be punished. My decision stands. Unless you can obtain forgiveness from Lin himself. Bai Chuanqing's face remained cold as he ignored Lu Ruyan's desperate pleas. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan abandoned all dignity. She immediately crawled to Lín Yìchén's feet, clutching his legs and sobbing, "Brothery, I was wrong. I'll never do anything like this again. Please forgive me?" Lín Yìchén watched this scene unfold, feeling not a shred of pity. Though Lu Ruyan had been his girlfriend just hours ago, he wasn't some pathetic sucker who would forgive a woman like her. Seeing Lín Yìchén remain utterly unmoved by her pleas, Lu Ruyan grew desperate. Tears streamed down her face like rain. "Ego, please forgive me this once. We can still be boyfriend and girlfriend. I'll do whatever you want, okay?" At these words, all the male students present shot Lín Yìchén envious glances. This was Lu Ruyan, the top school beauty of Jiāngběi First High. Regardless of her character, her beauty undoubtedly placed her in the top tier. Seeing Lu Ruyan weeping so bitterly, so pitifully, most people actually felt a twinge of sympathy. But Lín Yìchén showed no mercy, kicking her away with a single blow. Lu Ruyan hadn't given up yet, struggling to grab Lín Yìchén's leg. This time, Lín Yìchén shoved her backward. Not only did she fail to grab hold, but she nearly took a tumble face first onto the ground. Lu Ruyan was utterly devastated. Unlike Su Xiaofeng, whose family ran the elite guild Zhongfeng Pavilion, she had been counting on the resources provided by her university to build her future after enrollment. But now, everything was ruined. "Mr. Lin, are you certain you won't forgive her?" Bai Chuanqing, seeing the situation, asked one last time. "Yes." Lín Yìchén nodded. "Alright, then the punishment takes effect." Bai Chuanqing wasted no words and immediately announced the outcome. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan's body went completely limp. After Bai Chuanqing announced the verdict, he wasn't finished. His gaze shifted to Zhou Zhe, who had come forward with Lu Ruyan to report Lín Yìchén. "Did you just say that Lin also killed you?" Zhou Zirin froze. He shook his head hastily. "No, I was just helping Lu report Lín Yìchén." "Is that so?" Bai Chuanqing narrowed his eyes slightly. "That's exactly right." Zhou Zhe nodded like a chick pecking at grain, afraid Bai Chuanqing might misunderstand. He certainly didn't want to end up like Lu Ruyan. Because he remembered. When Lín Yìchén lured those giant wolves toward him, he'd been yelling for him to run. What a jerk. Moreover, in the end, it wasn't the wolves Lín Yìchén brought that killed him, but the fact that he walked into the boss room himself and got killed by the White Wolf King. If this incident were to be made public, he'd probably end up like Lu Ruyan, disqualified from the college entrance exam by Bai Chuanqing. Seeing Zhou Zhe give up, Su Xiaofeng knew he couldn't possibly get the better of Lín Yìchén today. Though their family ran a top-tier guild in Jiāngběi City, Bai Chuanqing was not someone they could afford to provoke. The Zhongfeng Pavilion's strongest fighter was his father, a level 195, 3rd transformation S-class Shadow Knight. Still slightly inferior to Bai Chuanqing. After Zhou Zhe conceded defeat, the students present thought the matter was settled. But Bai Chuanqing turned his gaze towards Su Xiaofeng instead. "As the mastermind behind this incident, you too will be disqualified from the college entrance exams. Any objections?" "I have no objection." Su Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. He dared not object. For the man before him was a big shot even his father respected. Even without college, his family's resources would ensure a smooth path forward. There was no need to antagonize Bai Chuanqing over this. "Very well. Since you have no objections, this matter is settled," Bai Chuanqing declared formally. The once bustling plaza now fell into complete silence. Bai Chuanqing broke the silence once more. "Ma Mingrui, bring me the data from Jiāngběi No. 1 High School's awakening trial this time." "Yes." Ma Mingrui dared not delay, immediately dispatching someone to retrieve the data. "Finally, the results are coming out. I wonder who took first place this time. Who else could it be? Our school only produced 2S rank or higher professions. Now that Su Xiaofeng has been eliminated by Lín Yìchén, that leaves only." "You mean Mo Shui?" "Yeah, he's always been quiet and unremarkable, with average grades. Besides being good-looking, he had nothing going for him. Who would have thought he'd awaken an SS class profession? Well, even though I'm the most handsome guy in Jiāngběi, I have to admit Mo Shui is pretty good-looking too." "Shut up." Amidst the surrounding commotion, Lín Yìchén also turned his gaze to a corner of the square. A slender, silver-haired boy stood there. A sparrow eating a cricket. There's no denying that. But Lín Yìchén felt that Imo Shui leaned more toward the delicate side. When it came to the kind of rugged handsomeness expected of a man, Lín Yìchén still believed he had the edge. I recall the first place prize this time was 100,000 star coins and a golden great weapon exchange voucher. Perfect, I could exchange it for a level 30 longsword to get me through the beginner phase. Lín Yìchén silently calculated in his mind. Ma Mingrui arrived at that moment, carrying the trial data. He handed the data to Bai Chuanqing, who glanced at it before a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes. All eyes instantly focused on Bai Chuanqing. Finally, Bai Chuanqing cleared his throat and announced in a clear voice, the top 3 in this Jiāngběi No. 1 high school awakening trial are Lín Yìchén, Qin Xinian, and Imo Shui. Third place goes to Qin Xinian. Second place goes to Imo Shui. First place goes to Lín Yìchén. Boom! The moment the rankings were announced, the entire plaza erupted in chaos. Lín Yìchén? Why Lín Yìchén? First place? A D-class profession? Good heavens, is this even fair? A D-class profession actually outranked an SS-class profession to take first place? Was there a glitch in the awakening results? But when the final scores were revealed, every skeptic fell silent. Qin Xinian, 52 points. Imo Shui, 89 points. Lín Yìchén, 162 points. A staggering lead of nearly 80 points. Delivered a crushing blow to the hearts of every student present. Chapter 9, Life or Death Showdown. The unruly Lín Yìchén. Bai Chuanqing was also deeply shocked by this point gap. In the awakening trial, slaying an ordinary demon beast earned 1 point, an elite level beast 2 points, and a boss level beast 5 points. Demon King level beasts were slightly higher, worth 20 points. Lín Yìchén's staggering score of 162 indicated he had slain at least over 100 demon beasts in the trial. Such terrifying strength was truly unprecedented. Bai Chuanqing took a silver card from Ma Mingrui and approached Lín Yìchén. Student Lin, congratulations on securing first place in the trial. Thank you, Elder Bai. Lín Yìchén accepted the card and politely expressed his gratitude. You're welcome. You earned it. Bai Chuanqing nodded. Generally speaking, he preferred not to pry into his students' private affairs. But today was too special. A D-rank practitioner achieving such a high score in the awakening trial. A feat unmatched by many across the entire Kanglin kingdom. Driven by curiosity, Bai Chuanqing continued, Student Lin, would you be willing to accompany me back to the professional association? Of course, if you're not comfortable, that's perfectly fine, I won't insist. Inviting me to the professional association? Lín Yìchén studied Bai Chuanqing's kindly smile, his mind racing. He could guess Bai Chuanqing wanted to know how he'd achieved such a high score. Perhaps he had awakened a hidden profession, or some other reason. But regardless, this was a good thing. The Professional Guild was an official organization of Kanglin Kingdom and the supreme authority over all guilds within its borders. If he could seize this chance to join and make the professional association his guild, then petty thugs like Su Xiaofeng wouldn't dare to mess with him so easily. Agreed. Lín Yìchén nodded in agreement. Alright, then wait here for a moment. I'll finish up this matter and come back for you. Bai Chuanqing beamed with delight, a rare smile finally breaking through his stern expression. Without lingering, he proceeded to award prizes to Imo Shui, the second-place finisher, and Qin Xinian, the third-place finisher, of this trial. The prizes for second and third place were considerably less impressive than the one awarded to the first-place winner. Second place only gets 10,000 star coins and a bronze equipment voucher. Third place was even worse, just 10,000 star coins and nothing else. Lín Yìchén watched from the sidelines when a figure suddenly burst into his line of sight. Lín Yìchén. It was Su Xiaofeng, arms crossed over his chest, head held high in arrogance as he looked down at Lín Yìchén. What the hell trick did you use? How did you manage to kill me with a single strike? Asshole, get lost. Lín Yìchén shot him a cold glance. Uing. Su Xiaofeng nearly flushed crimson again. Considering the public setting and Bai Chuanqing's presence, he forced himself to suppress his rage. He sneered, finally voicing the words he'd been brewing since earlier, you worthless piece of trash. You think getting first place in the trial through dirty tricks means you've made it? Let me tell you something, in this game, it's all about who you know. What's stuck between your ears, a lucky charm? I told you to get lost, can't you understand plain speech? Lín Yìchén sneered again. You dare insult me? You worthless piece of trash. Arguing with you is like watching someone whine. Shut up. You disgust me. Su Xiaofeng's face flushed crimson with rage. Lín Yìchén, I challenge you to a life or death duel. Do you dare accept? What? Tired of living? Lín Yìchén crossed his arms, a playful smirk flickering across his face. Just say whether you dare. The day before the college entrance exams at the Linjiang Arena. Heh, I thought you'd gone mad, challenging me to a duel now. Lín Yìchén's lips curled slightly. But it doesn't matter. Su Xiaofeng, remember this. No matter what, you'll end up crawling at my feet, bowing down as my subject. Seeing Lín Yìchén's gaze, which was as contemptuous as if he were looking at a dog, Su Xiaofeng's anger flared even more intensely. He immediately summoned his data panel and sent Lín Yìchén a duel invitation. You have received a duel invitation. Inviter, Su Xiaofeng. Duel type, life or death duel. Duel time, June 5, 2058. Location, Linjiang Professional Arena, Jiāngběi City. Accept? Note, once accepted, you may withdraw up to 7 days before the duel begins. After 7 days, the duel will proceed automatically. Lín Yìchén stared at the duel invitation before him and immediately pressed the accept button. Life or death duel established. Time remaining, 30 days. You've got some guts. Su Xiaofeng couldn't help but let a cruel smile spread across his face. His provocation had worked. With his family's support, he could easily reach level 40 within this month. By then, his class, the Undead Knight, would awaken its second innate talent and 2 exclusive skills. And Lín Yìchén? With his measly D-class profession, he'd barely reach level 30 by then, right? Of course. Su Xiaofeng hadn't overlooked the possibility that Lín Yìchén's class might be some kind of mutated profession. So he kept an eye out. Earlier, Bai Chuanqing invited Lín Yìchén to visit the professional association, didn't he? That was undoubtedly a veiled invitation for Lín Yìchén to join the association. Their family just happened to know a high-ranking member within the Jiāngběi City Professional Association. Once Lín Yìchén joined, they could have that contact investigate the association's inner workings. If Lín Yìchén really was just an ordinary butcher and his high score in today's trial was only achieved through some underhanded means, then the duel would officially begin. If Lín Yìchén truly possessed a special profession, then he must voluntarily withdraw from the duel 7 days prior. Lín Yìchén, you'd better be a special profession. Otherwise, on the day of the duel, I'll show you what a brutal slaughter feels like. Su Xiaofeng sneered inwardly. Su Xiaofeng quickly walked away. Damn it, I never thought Lín Yìchén would actually dare accept Su Xiaofeng's life or death duel. Isn't that just courting death? Yeah, I admit Lín Yìchén scored high in the trials, he's got some skill. But the gap in class levels isn't something you can bridge with tricks. Heh, good choice accepting. I just want to see rivers of blood. The students who had gathered to watch the spectacle murmured among themselves before gradually dispersing. Lín Yìchén watched Su Xiaofeng walk away, his eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. Before awakening his profession, Su Xiaofeng was a completely different person. The fact he could endure so many years by his side shows just how dark Su Xiaofeng truly is. An enemy like this must not be spared. The sooner he was eliminated, the better. Even if Su Xiaofeng hadn't issued this life or death duel, Lín Yìchén would have found another opportunity to deal with him. Xiao Chen, you're being too impulsive. At that moment, Chang Siming, who had just stood up for Lín Yìchén, strided over with her long legs, her tone tinged with reproach. Ms. Chang, I'm not being impulsive. Lín Yìchén shrugged it off with a carefree smile. You, Sai, I really don't know what to say to you. Chang Siming sighed. Su Xiaofeng comes from the Hidden Blade Pavilion, one of Jiāngběi City's top guilds. Plus, he's awakened an S-tier talent. Give him a month, and he'll easily climb 40 levels. Even if you beat him now, once the level gap widens and the class disparity kicks in, how do you plan to fight him then? Xiao Chen, listen to your teacher call off this duel now. Chang Siming pleaded earnestly. Lín Yìchén shook his head slightly. Teacher Chang, I have my own reasons for this. Please don't worry. You? Chang Siming couldn't help but look slightly helpless. Among all the classes she had taught, Lín Yìchén was her favorite student. He was attentive in class, excelled academically, and was quite handsome. Every day when she taught class 1, she felt genuinely happy. But why was this kid so stubborn? Agreeing to a duel he couldn't possibly win, wasn't that just courting death? Chapter 10, received an invitation from a top guild. Xiao Chen, I'm begging you as your teacher, please withdraw from the duel. You're still young, with your whole future ahead of you. Chang Siming pleaded, clinging to her last shred of hope. Teacher, please don't say any more. I truly have my own plans. Seeing Chang Siming's stubbornness, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but smile helplessly. Sigh, fine. I really can't win with you. How come I never noticed you were this stubborn before? Seeing this, Chang Siming realized she couldn't change Lín Yìchén's mind. She then retrieved a small vial containing green liquid from her storage space. Xiao Chen, take this. Consider it your teacher's final token of goodwill. Chang Siming reluctantly handed the small green vial to Lín Yìchén. Is this an intermediate strength potion? Lín Yìchén stared at the small green vial, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Intermediate strength potion. Consumable 11. Enhances strength by 5 points upon use. Ineffective on users above level 100. Limited to 1 use per individual. This stuff sells for a whopping 30,000 star coins per bottle on the market, a true luxury item. And Teacher Chang just gave it to me? Oh my, take it quickly. Otherwise, I'll be too reluctant to part with it later. Seeing Lín Yìchén standing there dumbfounded, Chang Siming sighed and shoved the potion into his arms. Xiao Chun, I know you have your own mind, but please think about what I just said when you get back. It's normal for young people to be ambitious and proud, but don't try to prove yourself when things get tough. With that, she didn't linger. After bidding Lín Yìchén farewell, she left. Lín Yìchén stared at the bottle of strength potion in his hand, feeling a surge of emotion. He silently placed the potion into his storage space. Mr. Lin, let's go. At that moment, Bai Chuanqing had just finished presenting an award and was walking over this way. Alright, Mr. Bai. Lín Yìchén nodded and followed Bai Chuanqing as they left the school together. The Jiāngběi City Professional Association was located in the city center, a tower-like ancient-style building that stood out starkly from the surrounding architecture. It was also known as the professional building by Jiāngběi City's practitioners. It housed all the essential facilities practitioners frequently needed: training realms, pawnshops and auction houses, ability testing centers, mission halls, and more. Suddenly, two figures descended from the sky above the professional building, drawing the attention of passers-by at the entrance. Who's that old man? He can actually fly. Must be over level 100, right? You don't recognize him? He's the new head of the professional association. Whoa, so he's the new head. But who's that handsome young guy beside him? Lín Yìchén's ears were first assaulted by the relentless whistling of air currents. Upon landing, a cacophony of voices flooded his senses, leaving his head spinning. Fortunately, Bai Chuanqing didn't linger after landing. He grabbed Lín Yìchén and pulled him into the professional building, gradually drowning out the surrounding murmurs. Lín Yìchén finally regained his bearings. Watching Bai Chuanqing, who looked completely unfazed, he couldn't help but say, "Old Bai, next time, you should fly alone." His current level was still too low, and his constitution wasn't strong enough to handle the demands of flight, which was why this had happened. Once his attributes improved later on, such negative reactions would cease. Bai Chuanqing looked puzzled at first, then realized his oversight. My apologies. I didn't consider you. As he spoke, a small vial of crimson magic potion appeared in his hand. Consider this my compensation. Lín Yìchén accepted the crimson potion. Basic Constitution Potion. Consumable 11. Increases Constitution by 1 point upon use. Ineffective on characters above level 50. Lín Yìchén unscrewed the cap without hesitation and downed the entire contents in one gulp. Constitution +1. A notification instantly popped up. After pondering for a moment, Lín Yìchén added, "Old Bai, it wouldn't hurt to take me flying a few more times." Bai Chuanqing pretended not to hear the remark. When they reached the 9th floor, Bai Chuanqing led Lín Yìchén into a lavishly decorated reception room, its interior exquisitely refined and elegant. Please have a seat, Mr. Lin. Despite being the head of the Professional Practitioners Association, Bai Chuanqing showed Lín Yìchén, a recent high school graduate, no airs whatsoever. He even pulled out a chair for him personally. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Lín Yìchén thanked him and sat down. Bai Chuanqing then took a seat across from him. Once seated, Bai Chuanqing got straight to the point. Mr. Lin, I invited you here because I'd like to see your profession panel. Of course, if you're unwilling, that's perfectly fine. I won't force you. After speaking, Bai Chuanqing waited silently for a response. He couldn't believe for the life of him that someone with a mere D-rank profession could score so high in the trials. If Lín Yìchén truly possessed a hidden profession, he would formally invite Lín Yìchén to join their professional association as a guild, offering exceptionally generous terms. If Lín Yìchén refused, that would be fine too, he'd just feel a bit disappointed. As for the possibility that Lín Yìchén was truly just an ordinary butcher profession, Bai Chuanqing hadn't even considered it. Because it was utterly impossible. As a level 209 player who had undergone 4 class advancements, he knew very well that only special classes could achieve such feats. After hearing Bai Chuanqing's explanation, Lín Yìchén didn't react strongly. After all, he'd anticipated Bai Chuanqing bringing him here for this very matter. As for showing Bai Chuanqing his profession panel, Lín Yìchén wouldn't have followed him in the first place if he hadn't been willing. Showing one's class panel to others was a common practice. And besides, if you want someone to invest in you, demands demonstrating your true capabilities. Lín Yìchén summoned his profession panel. After Bai Chuanqing studied it carefully, the corners of his mouth curled upward slightly. He rose with a smile and extended his right hand toward Lín Yìchén. Mr. Lin, on behalf of the Jiāngběi City Professional Association, I formally invite you to become a senior member of our association. Are you willing? Senior member? When Lín Yìchén heard those 4 words, his heart stirred. The professional association was an immensely large guild. Its membership requirements weren't particularly difficult, especially compared to the prestige of its top-tier status. But senior membership in the guild was an entirely different matter. Much like the distinction between contract workers and full-time employees in the company Lín Yìchén had worked for in his previous life, senior members were the true insiders. Certain events hosted by the professional association are exclusively open to senior members. And the perks are even more exclusive. Therefore, upon hearing Bai Chuanqing's invitation to join as a senior member, Lín Yìchén hesitated only briefly before sealing the deal. I accept. Excellent. Then, Mr. Lin, you are now a member of our professional association. Bai Chuanqing watched this unfold, his eyes brimming with unmistakable delight. A prodigy like Lín Yìchén, possessing an evolvable profession, was bound to achieve great things in the future. In other words, Admitting Lín Yìchén into the professional association was a significant show of favor. After all, a genius of this caliber would be courted by countless guilds if he were outside. Mr. Lin, I've sent you an invitation. Please accept it. Bai Chuanqing manipulated his interface to send Lín Yìchén a membership invitation. And Lín Yìchén immediately received an email notification. Jiāngběi City Professional Association Administrator Bai Chuanqing invites you to join the guild senior member. Accept? Lín Yìchén pressed the accept button. Membership successful. Guild buffs activated. HP plus 50 MP plus 50 attack plus 20 defense plus 20. A flurry of dazzling attribute boost notifications popped up. Lín Yìchén examined them closely and discovered over a dozen new buffs had appeared in his personal information panel. Beyond the base stats, attributes like health regeneration rate, mana regeneration rate, and luck had all received massive boosts. As for Lín Yìchén, he had merely accepted Bai Chuanqing's invitation to join the guild. This feeling was absolutely exhilarating. Chapter 11, Accepting the Quest, Rotten Ruins. Seeing the new professional association emblem added to his personal information panel, Lín Yìchén felt incredibly satisfied. With his new status as a senior member of the professional association, he could freely access certain features unlocked by the guild, which would significantly accelerate his growth. Mr. Lin, I've already arranged for your membership card to be made. Be sure to pick it up at the first floor membership desk in half an hour. After giving Lín Yìchén a few final instructions, Bai Chuanqing left the meeting room alone. After all, as the association's chief administrator, today being the day of the awakening trial, he had numerous matters to attend to. Seeing him leave, Lín Yìchén didn't linger in the reception room. Instead, he wandered aimlessly through the professional building. The building housed every imaginable functional room, most of which were open to all association members, with only a few higher-level functional rooms restricted to senior members. After wandering through 3 floors, half an hour had passed. He took the elevator down to the first floor's membership registration desk and soon obtained his own association member information card. This card is crucial, it serves as your pass. Whether you're accepting quests within the guild or accessing various features, you'll need this card. After obtaining his membership information card, Lín Yìchén's first task was to redeem his top-ranked trial reward. The redemption location was also within the professional building. Lín Yìchén took the elevator to the 5th floor. Upon locating the redemption counter, he handed the voucher Bai Chuanqing had given him to the staff member. Upon realizing Lín Yìchén was redeeming the top trial reward, the staff member gave him several surprised glances before. Please fill in your bank account details. Lín Yìchén filled it out in no time. The funds have already been transferred. Please also accept this weapon exchange voucher. The weapon exchange counter is next door. Lín Yìchén accepted the weapon voucher. The next moment, his phone buzzed with a notification. Your Kanglin bank account ending in 0908 has received 100,000 star coins. Current balance, 101,131 star coins. Beware of scams. The funds had arrived. Lín Yìchén felt a surge of joy. Having entered Jiāngběi No. 1 high school through the welfare institution's entrance exam, yet managed financial independence through daily part-time work. And this lump sum of 100,000 star coins was a fortune to him. After the funds arrived, Lín Yìchén wasted no time. He headed straight to the equipment exchange counter on the same floor. The staff member at the exchange counter was a young man wearing glasses. After handing over the exchange voucher, he led Lín Yìchén to a room labeled Gold Grade Weapons. Inside are all gold grade weapons. Just pick one you like and bring it back to the front desk. The bespectacled young man said cheerfully. Thanks. Lín Yìchén stepped inside, surveying the dazzling array of weapons lining the walls before heading straight for one section. Blades. Upon entering this section, Lín Yìchén wasn't overwhelmed by the variety of long blades. His target was clear, a golden grade longsword named Shoe Cypress Slaughterer, requiring a level 30 user. Found it. Lín Yìchén's gaze swept briefly over the display before settling on a Tang-style broadsword. Its hilt was a deep crimson, and its scabbard was engraved with eerie red patterns. He reached out and lifted it from the weapon rack. The weapon's information immediately appeared before his eyes. Shoe Cypress Slaughter Blade level 30. Grade, Gold. Attack, 135. Power, 20. Critical damage, 50. Weapon trait, if an attack triggers a critical hit, it restores 10% of that damage. A weapon whose base stats and unique properties are exceptionally well suited to Lín Yìchén. This Shu Hui Slaughter Blade was looted from the final boss, the Slaughter Demon Shu Hui, within the secret realm dungeon known as the Crimson Village. Its drop rate is extremely low, around 10%. On the open market, this blade typically sells for around 150,000 star coins, whereas a standard gold tier weapon typically sells for 100,000 star coins. The primary reason Shu Hui's killing blade commands such a premium price is primarily due to its base attribute, critical damage. In other words, among warrior class weapons, any attribute tied to critical strikes commands a premium price. A fine blade. Lín Yìchén drew the blade from its sheath, examining it closely with great satisfaction. This blade would easily carry him through the beginner phase until level 50. As for weapons beyond level 50, he had his own plans. Sheathing the blade, Lín Yìchén carried it to the front counter. Under the guidance of the bespectacled young man, the Shuhui killing blade finally changed hands. Congratulations on obtaining the gold tier weapon, Shuhui's killing blade. Required level, 30 level insufficient. Seeing the red warning prompt, Lín Yìchén silently stowed Shuhui's killing blade back into his backpack. He must reach level 30 before the college entrance exams. Lín Yìchén murmured softly. He now had two goals. First, to achieve scores high enough to get into a top-tier university. Second, he needed to earn money quickly to buy his own place. His current residence was still the student dormitory provided by Jiāngběi First High School. Before today's awakening ceremony began, the school had already notified them to vacate the dorms within a week. If he couldn't earn enough money to buy a house by that day, he'd be sleeping on the streets. He hadn't exactly been a stranger to that life before. Lín Yìchén had no desire to experience that feeling of homelessness again. To buy a house in Jiāngběi City, he'd need at least 300,000 star coins. The 100,000 star coins that had just arrived in his bank account, plus the crystal core looted from the White Wolf King. He was still short at least 50,000 star coins. Right, the mission hall. Lín Yìchén suddenly remembered that he was now a member of the association. And the professional association's mission hall was now accessible to him. Perfect, he could check if any suitable missions were available, not only to level up but also to earn some cash on the side. Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén immediately took the elevator to the third floor. As the elevator doors slowly opened upon reaching the third floor, revealing an intensely digitalized lobby before his eyes. The lobby was bustling with people, each quest posting area crowded with individuals. Among them were small groups of professional teens and lone wolves operating solo. I suppose I'm a lone wolf too? Lín Yìchén gave a self-deprecating smile. He didn't dislike this feeling. Teamwork had its pros and cons. If you got lucky with good teammates, everyone was happy. But if you got stuck with deadweight, you wouldn't even know how you died. Stepping out of the elevator, he approached a larger mission board and scanned its listings. Help collect 20 rotten corpse mud. Reward, 20,000 star coins. The reward was too low. Lín Yìchén decisively moved on to the next one. Level up with me, 515. Reward, 30,000 star coins. Still a bit low. Lín Yìchén frowned slightly and continued scanning the quest board. Finally, after skipping 5 or 6 tasks, his gaze locked onto a corner of the board. Escort me through the rotten ruins 3 times. Any broken necklaces dropped by the rotten ones during the journey are mine. Reward, 100,000 star coins. Rotten ruins, huh? Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes. He knew this dungeon well. The Rotten Ruins was one of the more challenging level 30 dungeons. The monsters inside possessed a unique trait. When hit by their attacks, victims would be afflicted with a debuff that simultaneously slowed their attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. Especially the final boss of the Rotten Ruins, the Rotten Corpse King. The Rotten Corpse King possessed absurdly high health and carried a particularly nasty passive ability, Rotten Touch. Simply being hit by the Rotten Corpse King would inflict the rot status, draining 1% of your maximum health every second. It is precisely because of this passive ability that the difficulty of the Rotten Ruins remains high among all level 30 dungeons. However, the special equipment dropped by the Rotten Corpse King, the Rotten One's broken necklace, possesses the skill Rotten Touch. Thus, despite the Ruined Ruins' extreme difficulty, many adventurers still venture in specifically for the necklace. Those who attempt the challenge are generally no lower than level 35, as attempting it otherwise would likely end in disaster. But for Lín Yìchén, it's no big deal at all. Even if he gets hit by Rot Touch, the health drain is probably less than what he heals with each auto attack. The troublesome minor enemies in the Rotten Ruins were even less of a problem. Each one fell with a single strike. Accepted. Lín Yìchén didn't hesitate, immediately accepting the mission. Accepted successfully. You and the quest poster have been added to a temporary chat group. Temporary chat group created successfully. Chapter 12, One-Shot Kill. What's there to say? Several notifications flashed across the screen, and a new 4-person group appeared in Lín Yìchén's chat window. Almost immediately, a message arrived in the group. Mountain Agile Dog, smooth sailing, bro? Daybreak, got it covered. Mountain Agile Dog, got it. We're heading to the professional building now. Hold on. Daybreak, hold on. We've got it covered, but I've got a request, see if you're up for it. Mountain Agile Dog, as long as it's a sure thing, we'll do whatever you ask. Daybreak, good. I need you to turn off all experience gain for a bit. Mountain Agile Dog, no problem. Daybreak, alright, come over here. Closing the chat window, Lín Yìchén also accepted the previous quest to find Rotten Corpse Sludge. Both quests could be completed in the Rotten Ruins, might as well grab them while they're available. After accepting the quests, Lín Yìchén headed to the rest area in the quest hall and found a chair to sit down. After about 10 minutes, a 3-person squad entered the rest area. The squad consisted of 2 males and 1 female. Leading the group was a short-haired guy wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking about 20 years old, roughly the same age as Lín Yìchén. Another was a long-haired male with small eyes. And the final member was a woman dressed in a beige priest's robe, with rather cute features. Daybreak Brothers. Where are the Daybreak Brothers? As soon as they entered, the short-haired leader called out across the rest area. Lín Yìchén saw this and waved them over. The 3 immediately approached. Daybreak Brothers, let me introduce you. The short-haired boy smiled at Lín Yìchén and continued, my name is Huang Hui, a level 30 warrior. This reserved guy is Wang Chang, a level 28 water mage. He pointed to the girl in the priest's robes, this is He Xiao, a level 25 priest. After introducing them, Huang Hui turned to Lín Yìchén with a smile. Lín Yìchén understood his meaning and replied, my name is Lín Yìchén, a level 22 warrior. Level 22? Hearing that number, all 3 of them widened their eyes in shock. Especially Huang Hui. He stared at Lín Yìchén in utter disbelief. Bro, you're not pulling our leg, are you? We're heading to the rotten ruins. How are you gonna get us through with only level 22? Wang Chang and He Xiao couldn't help but frown. Others only dare to tackle the rotten ruins at level 35. What are you doing here at level 22? And you took a lead mission? This is just messing with us. Cancel the quest, Captain. Wang Chang sighed and said to Huang Hui. Huang Hui's face darkened considerably as he glared at Lín Yìchén. Glaring at Lín Yìchén with pent-up fury. When he'd asked if they could pass earlier, Lín Yìchén had assured him it was a sure thing. Level 22? How could you possibly pass with certainty? He was clearly toying with him. Fine, I'll cancel it immediately. Huang Hui finally suppressed his urge to curse and prepared to cancel the mission. At that moment, Lín Yìchén pulled a card from his pocket. The card was exquisitely crafted, with faint purple patterns engraved around its edges. On the surface were Lín Yìchén's membership details. Is this enough? Lín Yìchén waved his membership card in front of Huang Hui and the other 2. Huang Hui, who had been glaring at Lín Yìchén with eyes nearly spitting fire, suddenly froze in shock. Wang Chang and He Xiao beside him were equally stunned, their eyes fixed on the card in disbelief. A high-level membership card? Huang Hui asked in disbelief. You're a high-level member? Once he processed the information, Huang Hui's gaze toward Lín Yìchén instantly changed. His earlier anger vanished completely, replaced by respect. Wang Chang and He Xiao's gazes toward Lín Yìchén also changed instantly. Well, so now you think I can get you through? Lín Yìchén nodded, tucking the card back into his storage space. A flicker of hesitation crossed Huang Hui's face. If Lín Yìchén were a level 30 professional and presented a high-level member card, he wouldn't have doubted it. But Lín Yìchén was only level 22. That level was far too low. While those who could become senior members of the professional association were undoubtedly among the very best practitioners. But no matter how elite you are, challenging the rotten ruins at level 22 is just absurd. Mr. Lin, are you sure you can lead us through this? This is the rotten ruins, after all. Before Huang Hui could speak, He Xiao beside him couldn't hold back. Relax, no charge. Lín Yìchén replied earnestly. He Xiao looked conflicted. Even though players can voluntarily teleport out before entering the boss room when challenging a secret realm that's already been cleared. But the bulk of the rotten ruins difficulty lies with the Rotten Corpse King. If they entered the boss room and Lín Yìchén couldn't defeat the Rotten Corpse King, they'd all meet their end there. Seeming to sense He Xiao's hesitation, Lín Yìchén spoke again, I'll take on the boss alone. You guys just wait outside. Really? At this, all 3 lit up with hope. If that's the case, their risk would be minimized. Worth a shot. Mr. Lin, shall we depart now? Huang Hui asked. Let's go. Lín Yìchén nodded. In a lush forest, leaves swayed in the breeze, rustling softly. At the forest's center stood a cluster of buildings, abandoned for who knows how long. Ruined walls and shattered structures lay scattered everywhere, a scene of utter devastation. Suddenly, a blue teleportation array materialized at the entrance of the ruins. And in the next instant, 4 figures were transported to this location. Lín Yìchén among them. The moment he touched down, the stench of decaying corpses assaulted Lín Yìchén's nostrils, causing him to instinctively wrinkle his nose. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself amidst the ruins of ancient structures, the most conspicuous being a battered city gate. Looking up, the sky was a dull gray, and chilling winds blew intermittently, sending shivers down one's spine. This was the rotten ruins. The 3 others who had arrived with Lín Yìchén quickly adjusted to the environment. Huang Hui, the leader, spoke first. Mr. Lin, according to the guide, 2 rotting corpses guarding the gate will ambush us as soon as we enter. Hey, Mr. Lin, don't walk so fast. Before he could finish, he saw a long blade materialize in Lín Yìchén's hand. With the sword raised, Lin stepped through the city gate. Huang Hui recognized the blade. It was the starter long sword awarded during the awakening trial. Could he really pull this off? The question surfaced unconsciously in all 3 minds. Quick, follow him. Though their thoughts raced, the trio swiftly ran toward Lín Yìchén. At that moment, Lín Yìchén had already completely crossed the city gate, entering the decaying ruins. The instant he stepped inside, two rotting corpses, their bodies covered in decaying flesh, their eye sockets pitch black, suddenly emerged from both sides of the gate. The moment they appeared, they lunged at the lone figure of Lín Yìchén with clawed hands. "Mr. Lin, watch your back." Huang Hui couldn't help but bellow at the sight. The team's healer, Yi Xiaoxiao, immediately raised her staff, preparing to cast a healing spell on Lín Yìchén. But the next second, Yi Xiaoxiao and Huang Hui froze in place. A flash of silver light streaked past, and a number instantly appeared above one of the rotting corpses' heads. 2109. The corpse's health bar vanished instantly. Before the three could react, Lín Yìchén swung his long sword, turning to strike at the other rotting corpse. 2098. Another terrifying number appeared, and the other rotting corpse was also declared dead. Is this level 22? Huang Hui and the others exchanged bewildered glances, each face frozen in disbelief. Other players' rotting corpses only had around 500 HP bars. Yet Lín Yìchén's single strike dealt 4 times the damage of a rot corpse's health bar. Even a level 30 plus assassin class specializing in critical hits wouldn't be this absurd, right? Huang Hui and the others couldn't help but swallow hard, utterly stunned. Chapter 13, Chang Siming shocked. Sudden change in the speedrun rankings. Experience gained, 781. Kills, 2. 2 rotten corpse mud. After Lín Yìchén dispatched the 2 rotting corpses, he glanced back at his 3 teammates, only to find them frozen in place, showing no intention of moving. He couldn't help but speak up. "What are you standing there for? Let's go." "Oh, sorry. Coming right up." The 3 finally snapped out of it and hurried to catch up. "Mr. Lin, those 2 strikes you just made, were they skills?" Huang Hui couldn't help asking. Lín Yìchén shook his head. "No, just a regular auto attack." "Just a basic attack?" Huang Hui and the others nearly froze again. "You're telling me that 2000 points of damage was a basic attack? No way, man, that one swing hurt worse than a level 30 plus pro skill." The scene fell silent. Lín Yìchén led the way ahead, dispatching every decaying corpse they encountered with a single slash. Huang Hui and the others, who had initially wanted to help whenever a rotting corpse appeared, now felt numb. Is this the power of a high-ranking guild member? The trio couldn't help but wonder. As they ventured deeper into the ruins, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up. Mr. Lin, be careful at the entrance of that shop up ahead. The guide says there's a high chance an elite rotting corpse will jump out and ambush us when we pass by." Lín Yìchén halted his steps and scanned ahead. Sure enough, less than 50 meters ahead stood a dilapidated structure slightly taller than the surrounding buildings. A signboard hung above its door, bearing several faded characters. Yet Lín Yìchén could still make out the faint characters. "Treasure Pavilion?" Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes. He had read the guide for the rotten ruins, which indeed mentioned an elite-level rotten corpse ambushing near a shop called Treasure Pavilion. Steeling himself, Lín Yìchén approached the Treasure Pavilion at a measured pace. Huang Hui and the other 2 followed closely behind him. When they reached the Treasure Pavilion's entrance, a hoarse roar suddenly erupted. Woo! A massive rotting corpse, a full size larger than the ordinary ones they'd encountered on the road, suddenly appeared, wielding a long sword in its hand. Rotten Swordsman Elite. HP, 3000, attack, 154. The moment the rotten swordsman materialized, it thrust its blade toward Lín Yìchén's heart with its bone-exposed arm. Lín Yìchén, already mentally prepared, immediately stepped back, narrowly evading the strike. After dodging the attack, Lín Yìchén's eyes flashed with intensity. He lunged forward, closing the distance to the rotten swordsman in a single stride, and swung his blade at him. 1978. The rotten swordsman's health bar plummeted by more than half. "Xiao He, prepare the buff. Wen Chang, follow me." Huang Hui refused to stand idly by. With a loud shout, he charged forward, shield in his left hand and sword in his right. Wang Chang followed closely behind, while Xiao He picked up her staff and began chanting. But before they could act, Lín Yìchén swung his second strike at the rotten swordsman. 1989. A terrifying damage number flashed. The rotten swordsman's health bar plummeted to 0. Experience gained, 5317. Rotten Corpse Slime X3. Congratulations on leveling up. Level, 2324. Attribute points gained, 1. One elite monster got me to level up? This high-level dungeon really delivers. Seeing the frequent pop-up notifications, Lín Yìchén felt a surge of joy. The rotten corpse minions he'd just slain had already boosted him from level 22 to 23. And now, a single elite monster had granted him another level. This pace was terrifying. By the time college entrance exams rolled around, he might even have completed his first-class advancement. Instant kill? Huang Hui and the other 2, who had been preparing to join Lín Yìchén in battle, were utterly dumbfounded. This was an elite-level monster. Both its HP and defense far surpassed those of ordinary monsters. Even so, it only took Lín Yìchén 2 swings to finish it off? "Mr. Lin, are you really only level 22? Wang Qiang couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up, asking Lín Yìchén. Huang Hui and He Xiaoxiao also fixed their gaze on Lín Yìchén, waiting for his answer. Well, that's not it. Lín Yìchén shook his head upon hearing this. See? I knew it. You must have been holding back. How else could your damage be so high? Hearing this, Wang Qiang let out a sigh of relief. Smiles returned to Huang Hui and He Xiaoxiao's faces. Yeah, Lín Yìchén really did hold back. Otherwise, how could a level 22 professional possibly deal such absurd damage? But before their celebration could fully unfold, Lín Yìchén spoke again. I was indeed level 22 just now, but I'm already level 24 now. Wait, don't leave us hanging like that. Don't you realize you're driving people crazy? 3 resentful blares shot at Lín Yìchén simultaneously. But Lín Yìchén ignored them completely, continuing on his way. Let's hurry up. Don't waste time here. Alright. Huang Hui and the others immediately responded and followed. Meanwhile, on the 11th floor of the professional building, within the Secret Realm teleportation zone, at the entrance of the level 30 Secret Realm instance teleportation array, Cheng Siming had already changed out of her pencil skirt and black stockings, donning a blue mage robe and holding a magic wand in her hand. Beside her stood 2 women and 1 man, each clad in their respective class-specific attire. These 3 were Cheng Siming's regular party members. Today, they planned to challenge the Rotten Ruins, hoping to get lucky and farm the Rottener's broken necklace. Simo, you seem down today. Did something happen? Her best friend Qin Yanran suddenly nudged Cheng Siming's side and asked curiously. Ouch. Yanran, what are you doing? Cheng Siming flinched at the poke and shot Qin Yan in a playful glare. Hey, don't change the subject. Come on, tell me what happened today? Why are you so down? Qin Yanran pressed her lips together. Nothing much. Just being a student, sigh. Cheng Siming shook her head. The thought of Lín Yìchén's duel made her sigh involuntarily. What? Is that student being uncooperative again? Qin Yanran grew even more curious. Oh right. I heard that during today's awakening trial at Jiāngběi First High, some incredible genius scored over 100 points. I'm talking about him. Cheng Siming shrugged helplessly, then recounted today's events to the 3 of them. Whoa, this kid Lín Yìchén is stubborn as hell. Why did he insist on going? After hearing Cheng Siming's account, Qin Yanran couldn't help but frown. Yeah, what a waste of your good intentions, Siming. He wouldn't listen to any of our advice. Another girl chimed in. Oh, don't be so hard on him. He's still young, it's normal for him to have a fiery temper. It's just a shame. Cheng Siming trailed off. Alright, let's not talk about him anymore. Let's go grind some dungeons. Qin Yanran feared that continuing the conversation would only make Cheng Siming feel worse, so she quickly changed the subject. MHM. Cheng Siming nodded, and the 4 of them arrived at the entrance of the Rotten Ruins teleportation array. Hey, Siming, check out the speedrun leaderboard for the Rotten Ruins. Just as they were about to step into the portal, they noticed a digital screen hanging from the ceiling. On it, a team name called Mountain Agile Dog was rapidly climbing the speedrun leaderboard. Another top player challenging the Rotten Ruins speedrun? Seeing this, Cheng Siming couldn't help but raise her beautiful eyebrow. Siming, look! They reached the boss room in just 10 minutes, holy cow! Qin Yanran pointed at the screen and couldn't help but exclaim. The boss room in 10 minutes? You've got to be kidding me! Her exclamation instantly drew the attention of everyone else in the teleportation hall, all eyes turning their way. After all, teams challenging the speedrun leaderboard must have an average level no more than 10 levels below the dungeon's level. And because the Rotten Ruins was so incredibly difficult, even a team with an average level of 40 would take nearly an hour to clear it. A 10-minute boss room clear? Unheard of. Could this be an SS-tier genius forming a 4-man team to take it on? Cheng Siming also saw that terrifying, rapidly fluctuating number sequence, a flash of disbelief crossing her eyes. Chapter 14, Dungeon Cleared. New mutation talent? Simon, how about we hold off on entering the dungeon for now and wait for this team to exit? Qin Yanran couldn't help but suggest from the side. That speed was simply too insane, making her eager to see just who was in this team. Sure, I'm curious too. Cheng Siming nodded vigorously in agreement. Her own curiosity was now bubbling up inside her. The other 2 teammates raised no objections, so the quartet halted in place, silently waiting for the team with the peculiar name Mountain-Dwelling Agile Dog to emerge. Others within the Secret Realm's teleportation area also halted their steps, waiting in the hall alongside the quartet. Meanwhile, inside the instance, with Lín Yìchén, the top-tier warrior who could take down 1 kid with a single swing, leading the way, the group of 4 swiftly made their way to the boss room of the Rotten Ruins. The boss room of the Rotten Ruins was easily recognizable, a large courtyard guarded by 2 stone lions at the entrance. Stay right here, Lín Yìchén instructed. I'll take care of the boss and call you in once it's done. Lín Yìchén stood at the courtyard entrance, turning back to address Huang Hui and the others. No, Mr. Lin, we should go in with you. Huang Hui suddenly changed his mind. Alright then, follow me. Lín Yìchén didn't refuse. Though he could solo the Rotten Corpse King alone, having teammates would be better for speed. With that, he strode into the courtyard entrance without looking back. The other three quickly followed. Entering the courtyard and passing through several corridors littered with ordinary rotting corpses, the four finally reached an open area. The clearing was laid out like a martial arts training ground, with weapon racks lining the perimeter. A large drum stood in the northern corner, though its skin was now cracked and torn. Is this the boss room of the rotten ruins? Huang Hui and the others curiously surveyed their surroundings. Though they'd seen photos in the guide, this was their first time experiencing the sight firsthand. Boom! Just as they were marveling at the scene, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the center of the training ground with a thunderous roar. As the dust settled, Lín Yìchén's vision was filled with a rotting corpse clad in chainmail, its head completely decayed, exposing vast patches of white bone. Rotten Corpse King Demon King Tier Boss. HP, 20,000 Attack, 239. Skill 1, Putrid Breath spews decaying matter forward, dealing massive putrid damage and slowing the target's attack speed, movement speed, health regeneration, and mana regeneration. Skill 2, Putrid Grasp inflicts putrid status upon hit, draining 1% of maximum HP per second. Danger level, red. An extremely exaggerated attribute panel appeared before the four of them. But Lín Yìchén's focus wasn't here. The moment the Rot King appeared, his own class panel had somehow activated as well. Detected, Special Boss. Upon defeat, choose between talent evolution counts or the Corrupted Blade special talent. Corrupted Blade? Lín Yìchén mulled over the name in his mind, feeling like he'd heard it somewhere before. Mr. Lin, are you sure about this? Huang Hui stared at the rotting corpse king before him, his heart trembling uncontrollably. Though he'd witnessed Lín Yìchén's power earlier, the terrifying numbers displayed by the decaying corpse king before him made him waver. Don't worry. Lín Yìchén said nothing more, uttering only two indifferent words before slowly striding toward the center of the training ground. The rotten corpse king, seeing this weak human not only unafraid of him but daring to approach alone, was instantly enraged. Ha! It roared to the heavens, its 2 to 3 meter tall frame erupting with explosive force. In mere moments, the rotten corpse king charged before Lín Yìchén. Clenching its hammer like fistbear, bone-exposed knuckles gleaming, and smashed it toward Lín Yìchén's position. Xiao He, quick! Quickly buff Mr. Lin. Apply them all. Huang Hui watched the scene unfold and immediately panicked, urgently barking orders. Yes. He Xiao wasted no time, immediately raising her staff and beginning her incantation. The next second, green and yellow blows began to shimmer around Lín Yìchén's body, swirling ceaselessly around him. Simultaneously, 3 buffs appeared in his status bar. Life regeneration, 50 per second. Attack power plus 20, defense plus 20. Duration, 3 minutes. These buffs weren't particularly high, but they were sufficient. And with the buffs active, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but let a smile curve his lips. Gripping his starting longsword tightly, he didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he swung his blade directly at the rotting corpse king's incoming punch. Bam! The clash of fist and blade produced a metallic clang. 2,491. Simultaneously, a string of red numbers appeared above the rotten corpse king's head. The rotten corpse king's full 20,000 health points instantly dropped by 1 bar. Woo! The rotten corpse king staggered backward from the blow, retreating over a dozen steps before finally halting. Then, a flicker of humiliated rage flashed across its fleshless, hideous face. It roared defiantly once more, charging furiously toward Lín Yìchén. Its massive 3-meter frame caused the ground to tremble with every step, nearly unbalancing Huang Hui and the other 2 spectators watching from behind. Wang Chang, let's go. We need to help Mr. Lin. Seeing the enraged rotten corpse king, Huang Hui immediately called out to Wang Chang. All right. Wang Chang nodded, and the 2 grabbed their weapons, sprinting toward the center of the stage. At that very moment, the rotten corpse king had already returned before Lín Yìchén. This time, however, it did not resort to brute force. Instead, it halted 5 meters from Lín Yìchén, its chest muscles pulsing violently. Rotten breath. Seeing its posture, Lín Yìchén instantly understood what the rotten corpse king intended to do. Though each of his strikes benefited from the Crimson Reaper's blood-sucking effect, the damage from this rotten breath was absurdly high, and it came with all sorts of disgusting negative buffs. He certainly didn't want to get hit by it. Sure enough, the rotten corpse king's chest heaved a few times before it instantly opened its gaping maw. A torrent of deep green putrid substance erupted from its mouth. Lín Yìchén, who had already braced himself, took a step back just in time. The rotten corpse king's attack missed its mark. The entire mass of green rot splattered onto the training ground's floor, sizzling loudly. In an instant, the floor where the substance landed caved in. Simultaneously, Lín Yìchén flashed to the rotten corpse king's side in the blink of an eye, delivering another slash. 2,517. As the damage number popped up, the rotten corpse king's health dropped another bar. Wang Chang, let's go together. Help brother Lin draw fire. Huang Hui, who had just run over, saw that Lín Yìchén had reduced the rotten corpse king's health to just a quarter with only 2 strikes. He immediately changed his tone. Wang Chang, hearing Huang Hui's command, charged alongside him toward the rotten Corpse King, instantly drawing the Corpse King's attention. Fists rained down relentlessly on Huang Hui and Wang Chang. At the same time, the rotten Corpse King's back was fully exposed to Lín Yìchén's view. Gripping his primal long sword, he drove it deep into the rotting Corpse King's back with a series of strikes. 470. 461. Without the talent's guarantee of critical hits from the first two strikes, Lín Yìchén could now only chip away nearly 500 HP per strike. However, this damage output is already impressive for a level 22 professional. This was all thanks to Lín Yìchén's skill point allocation. After several minutes of such fierce combat, though Yi Xiaoxiao continuously cast healing spells on the two from the rear, Huang Hui and Wang Chang's health had already dropped below half. They were on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, under Lín Yìchén's relentless assault, the rotten Corpse King's health had dropped to 5,000 points. You two stand down. I've got this. After landing a decisive blow on the rotten Corpse King, Lín Yìchén addressed Huang Hui and Wang Chang beside him. Brother Lin, I still have health left. I can hold out a little longer. Huang Hui gritted his teeth. Don't worry, I have bloodsuck. You two retreat first. Lín Yìchén continued, when the rotten Corpse King drops to 3000 HP, it'll enter a berserk state. If you're still here then, you might get one shot. Got it. Seeing Lín Yìchén so determined, the two didn't hesitate. They immediately retreated. The rotten Corpse King's aggro shifted back to Lín Yìchén. Seizing the moment when the Corpse King's aggro wavered, Lín Yìchén landed several swift strikes. 463. 465. The rotten Corpse King's health plummeted below the 3000 mark. Simultaneously, two crimson beams shot from the rotten Corpse King's eyes. Its chest swelled once more as it aimed its mouth at its own hands, unleashing a torrent of putrid matter that drenched its iron fists. The rotten Corpse King, now in its second phase, turned its blood-red eyes toward Lín Yìchén and immediately launched an attack as fierce as a sudden storm. Lín Yìchén didn't retreat an inch, withstanding the rotten Corpse King's assault while launching his own counterattack. After several tens of seconds, as Lín Yìchén delivered his final strike, the rotten Corpse King's massive form crashed to the ground. Kill count, 100. Experience gained, 27891. Congratulations on leveling up. Level, 2426. For base attributes enhanced. Free attribute points gained, 2. Please choose one of the following 2 additional rewards. I. Talent evolution count +1. 2. Corrupted blade mutable talent. Your attacks inflict crimson corruption on enemies, draining 3% of their maximum HP per second for 60 seconds. Chapter 15, A Necklace Drops. Top of the speedrun leaderboard. Corrupted blade? Mutable talent? Lín Yìchén's pupils contracted slightly as he read these unfamiliar terms. He knew why the name Corrupted Blade sounded so familiar. Turns out it's a skill related to that red-haired Valkyrie. Deducts 3% of maximum HP per second. Scanning the skill's description, Lín Yìchén selected Corrupted Blade without hesitation. This was pure percentage-based damage, a must-have. Selection successful. New talent, Corrupted Blade. As Lín Yìchén pressed the selection key, the Corrupted Blade talent appeared in his talent panel. After selecting the talent, Lín Yìchén began pondering again. What did the hint behind Corrupted Blade mean? What was a mutation talent? Could it mean there was some way to mutate Corrupted Blade? Even before mutation, the Corrupted Blade dealt 3% damage per second. He dared not imagine how absurdly powerful it would become after mutation. Brother Lin, look at the neck of that rotten Corpse King. Huang Hui's startled cry interrupted Lín Yìchén's thoughts. He turned to look and saw that the once bare, skeletal neck of the rotten Corpse King now suddenly bore a tattered necklace. The necklace was of a very simple design, crafted from a circle of bronze chain with a scarlet gemstone as its pendant. Lín Yìchén stepped forward and snatched the necklace right off the Corpse King's neck. Rotten One's broken necklace level 30. Grade, Platinum. Strength, 30. Defense, 50. Critical hit rate, 10. Touch of Decay. Attacks have a high chance to inflict the decay status on enemies, draining 1% of their maximum HP per second for 60 seconds. Holy crap, it dropped on the first try? Huang Hui couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment upon seeing the necklace. Wang Chang and Yi Xiaoxiao beside him also wore expressions of astonishment. After all, the drop rate for this broken necklace of the Rotten One is only around 10%. It's purely random. If your luck's a bit off, you might not get it even after a dozen or 20 tries. When they posted this quest, they were actually prepared for it not to drop even after 3 attempts. But after meeting Lín Yìchén, not only did their path through the dungeon become smooth sailing, but boss fights became effortless and stress-free. They cleared the entire instance in under 20 minutes. They even got the necklace on their very first attempt. Huang Hui and the other two stared wide-eyed at each other, seeing nothing but utter shock in each other's eyes. Here, take it. Lín Yìchén, oblivious to their expressions, briefly examined the necklace's stats before handing it to Huang Hui, the team leader. Oh, thanks. Huang Hui, still reeling from the shock, took the necklace with a blank expression. What are you thanking me for? This was your own quest, wasn't it? Lín Yìchén shot him a puzzled glance. Aha, I guess so. Huang Hui scratched his head, then immediately gave Lín Yìchén a thumbs up. Bro Lin, you're a god. You're only in your 20s, yet your strength is insane. Clearing the rotten ruins in just 20 minutes? That pace would easily land you on the speedrun leaderboard. No sooner had Huang Hui finished speaking. He Xiao beside them gasped again, speedrun leaderboard. Brother Hui, doesn't our team meet the requirements to participate in speedruns? Huang Hui's eyes widened at the suggestion. Whoa, you're right. Neither Brother Lin nor any of us are even level 40 yet. Wang Cheng's face lit up with excitement. So does that mean our team would automatically be number 1 on the speedrun leaderboard? Holy crap, Brother Lin is awesome. Huang Hui and the others immediately cheered. Lín Yìchén finally remembered that the level cap for speedruns in the Rotten Ruins was 40. And since none of their team members were above level 40, combined with his terrifying monster killing speed, they'd cleared the entire Rotten Ruins in just over 19 minutes. Remember, the speedrun leaderboard wasn't just a list for honor. It comes with rewards. Making it onto the speedrun leaderboard meant the entire team could claim a deluxe gift package from the professional guild. Especially for the top 3 spots, the rewards were so lavish, extravagant wouldn't even begin to describe them. Brother Lin, let's head out. Huang Hui exclaimed excitedly, the speed ranking? This is my first time making it. I wonder what the rewards are. He Xiao, the cute little girl, also looked full of anticipation. Yeah, Brother Lin, let's hurry out and claim our rewards. Hearing this, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but ask, aren't you guys going to fight the last 2 bosses? No way. The necklace dropped already, why bother? Huang Hui laughed. Brother Lin, hold on a sec. I'll wrap up this quest right now. With that, he opened his interface. After a few taps, Lín Yìchén immediately received an email. Congratulations on completing quest commission number 0641. Reward, 100,000 star coins. Funds have been deposited into your account. Please check your balance. Sure enough. The very next moment after the email arrived, Lín Yìchén's bank account showed a transaction notification for 100,000 star coins. Brother Lin, I've settled the task. Let's go. Huang Hui closed his interface and said to Lín Yìchén with a smile. No, you guys go ahead. I'll run the dungeon a bit longer. Lín Yìchén shook his head, declining the invitation. He wanted to run the Rotten Ruins dungeon twice more, hoping to snag a Rottener's necklace for himself. Combined with his corrupted blade talent, his percentage-based DPS would reach 4. Don't underestimate this 1% increase. The actual combat effectiveness boost is substantial. Besides, he didn't have any accessory equipment yet, and the Rottener's necklace was a god-tier necklace accessory for the early game. Ha! Brother Lin, you want to farm it again? Huang Hui's eyes flickered with disappointment at the news. Yes, you guys go ahead. Lín Yìchén nodded. Seeing this, the 3 exchanged glances and didn't try to persuade him further. Bye, Brother Lin. They waved to Lín Yìchén before promptly exiting the instance. Lín Yìchén didn't hesitate either, choosing to continue the challenge. The moment he pressed the button, he was teleported back to the entrance of the decaying ruins. A faint smile touched the corners of his lips as he gazed upon the familiar, dilapidated city gate. Having just cleared the Rotten Ruins once, his level had already risen to 26. Combined with the newly acquired corrupted blade talent, he could now not only slaughter minor enemies at an absurdly fast pace, but his boss killing speed would also reach a whole new level. Panel, stat points. Lín Yìchén once again went all in on strength, then stepped through the dilapidated city gate, his initial longsword in hand. His purpose for staying this time was not merely to farm the decayed one's broken necklace, but to grind here until he reached level 30 until he could equip the Shu Hui's killing blade. By then, his combat prowess will undergo a transcendent leap. Chapter 16, Chang Siming was stunned. Lín Yìchén at the top? In the teleportation hall. On the Rotten Ruins speedrun leaderboard, the team named Mountain Dog Agility had secured the top spot. Every professional's gaze in the hall fixated on the clear time column. Every face wore utter shock. 19 minutes and 41 seconds. This team had cleared the Rotten Ruins in just 19 minutes. Not even 20 minutes. This miraculous speed was etched into the minds of every professional in the hall. Chang Siming and her 3 companions were no exception. Qin Yanran stared at the string of numbers starting with 19, her cherry red lips parting slightly. Her almond-shaped eyes, enhanced by colored contacts, widened in disbelief. Chang Siming maintained slightly better composure, covering her mouth as she stared at the numbers in disbelief or shock no less than Qin Yanran's. At that moment, the teleportation array in the Rotten Ruins teleportation zone suddenly flashed with a blue light. They were about to emerge. Someone shouted out. And instantly, hundreds of eyes in the teleportation hall turned toward the array. In the next instant, the blue glow of the portal gradually dimmed, revealing 2 men and 1 woman clad in professional gear, suddenly appearing before everyone's eyes. Only 3 people? 3 people? Could they really be the top speedrunners with just 3 members? Masterful. Truly masterful. The crowd gasped in unison upon seeing only 3 figures emerge from the teleportation array. They had thought 4 people reaching the top of the speedrun leaderboard in 19 minutes was already incredibly impressive. But who would have guessed they weren't even a 4-person squad, just 3 people? Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Brother Hui, why do I feel like everyone's staring at us strangely? He Xiao, suddenly feeling a bit self-conscious under all those admiring gazes, lowered her head and asked Huang Hui. Heh, probably because we made it onto the speedrun leaderboard. Huang Hui also felt uneasy under the stares. He'd never been the center of so much attention before. Wang Chang couldn't help but add from the side, most importantly, our clear time is ridiculously fast. Hearing this, the trio's eyes instinctively lifted toward the speedrun leaderboard. Besides their team occupying the top spot, the second-place team, named Punishment, had cleared the rotten ruins in 47 minutes. A full 28 minutes slower than them. That gap was absolutely insane. Pro, take me under your wing. Pro, is your team still looking for members? Think I'd be a good fit? Don't listen to him, boss. He's just a crappy little tank. Look at me. I'm a top-tier tank. I just charge right in and smash everything. Just as the 3 stood dumbfounded, the professionals in the lobby had already swarmed around them. Their eyes gleamed greedily at Huang Hui and his companions, as if they'd stumbled upon some rare treasure. Chang Simon was also pulled by Qin Yanran to the teleportation array. Qin Yanran called out to Huang Hui and the others, "Big shot, look at my bestie. She's a high school teacher with an amazing figure and a gorgeous face. Such a cute girl, you'd totally benefit from adding her to your team." "Yanran, what are you saying?" Chang Ximing's face flushed crimson at Qin Yanran's outburst. She shot her best friend a fierce glare. Qin Yanran chuckled, "I'm just looking out for you. Look at the others, they cleared the rotten ruins in 19 minutes. Their team has 2 guys and 1 girl. They're missing a female member. If you join, you could hook up with those 2 big shots inside and become their boyfriend or girlfriend. That would seriously boost Mengming's future prospects." "Oh, come on. I don't want a boyfriend right now." Chang Simeng shot Qin Yanan a playful glare. Huang Hui and the others were a bit overwhelmed by everyone's enthusiasm, as faces practically pressed against theirs. Huang Hui quickly explained, "We didn't climb that speedrun leaderboard ourselves, a top player carried us up." "Ha?" Everyone present froze upon hearing this. A bald-headed man pressed further, "Aren't you a 3-person team?" Huang Hui shook his head. "No, definitely not." He Xiao chimed in from the side, "There's this guy named Lin. He's the one who got us through." Wang Chang nodded in agreement. "Yeah, brother Lin was crazy strong. He took out one kid after another with a single slash. We basically didn't have to lift a finger following behind him." Silence. The entire scene fell silent. Hearing this explanation, everyone present exchanged wide-eyed glances, at a loss for words to express their current emotions. The bald man who had asked the question couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Then, as if unable to believe what he'd heard, he repeated his question, "What did you just say? Brother Lin led the 3 of you through the dungeon?" "Yes." Huang Hui and the other 2 nodded in unison. "Holy crap." The bald man immediately clutched his shiny, bald forehead, while the others couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What kind of godly player is this? One person took down the entire team to claim first place on the speed ranking? And he did it in less than half the time of the second-place finisher. The lobby erupted once more. If you told them 4 geniuses teamed up to take the top spot on the speed ranking, they could accept that. If you said 3 top-tier geniuses teamed up, they could accept that too. But you're telling me a single person shattered the speed run records of the rotten ruins? Is this even human? Who on earth is this brother Lin? Well then, my friend, I'd like to ask, where exactly is this brother Lin you speak of? The bald man took a deep breath, seemingly trying to steady his nerves. Hearing this question, everyone present couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Huang Hui and his 2 companions. Brother Lin said he wanted to take on the challenge alone, so he asked us to leave first. He Xiao stepped in to explain. Challenge alone? The bald man's expression instantly turned grave. Could it be that this brother Lin intends to challenge the solo speed race? At this remark, everyone present nodded in unison. It must be so. Brother Lin surely intends to dominate both the solo speedrun leaderboard and the team speedrun leaderboard, to become the undisputed champion of both. Holy crap, the solo speedrun leaderboard isn't something just any genius can challenge. To solo rotten ruins before level 40 requires at least S-tier top-tier talent. Plus, you'd need a terrifyingly massive stockpile of consumables. Dude, if brother Lin can lead a full team to speedrun the rotten ruins in 19 minutes, do you really think he's anything less than S-tier? Oh, and buddy, what's your buddy Lin's name? At that moment, the bald man turned to Huang Hui and asked, "Brother Lin? I think his name is Daybreak." "Yeah, that's it, Daybreak." Huang Hui pondered for a moment before giving his answer. "Bai Shou." Everyone present silently committed that name to memory. Now we'll see if that name appears on the solo speed ranking board later. By Zhou, what a lovely name. Qin Yanran savored the two characters, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She nudged Cheng Siming with her elbow. Meng, do you think this brother Lin might be a total hottie? With skills like that, if he's good looking too, he'd be the perfect guy. But after she finished speaking, Cheng Siming didn't respond. Qin Yanran looked at her best friend curiously, only to find Cheng Siming frozen in place. Her beautiful eyes wide open, her pink-lipped, moist mouth slightly agape. In disbelief, she murmured, his name is Bai Zhou, and his surname is Lin? Could this brother Lin be Lín Yìchén? Chapter 17, Level Breakthrough. New Weapon. Meng, what did you just say? What about Lín Yìchén? Qin Yanran couldn't help but ask curiously as she saw Cheng Siming muttering to herself. Nothing. Cheng Siming shook her head. As far as she knew, Lín Yìchén's star network alias was Bai Zhou. And the guy who just mentioned guiding them through the speedrun also went by Bai Zhou. Combining these two factors, she couldn't help but think it was Lín Yìchén. However, she didn't believe this Mr. Daylight was Lín Yìchén, because that was absolutely impossible. Lín Yìchén was a D-class professional. She had witnessed his awakening ceremony with her own eyes. Even if Lín Yìchén had placed first in the awakening trials, the monsters within the trial were mostly only level 15. Perhaps Lín Yìchén used some method to achieve such an exaggerated score. It wouldn't be surprising. She knew her student while he was clever, and coming up with some odd ideas wasn't beyond him. But this Rotten Ruins dungeon was a different story entirely. This was a level 30 instance, the highest difficulty tier. Lín Yìchén couldn't possibly have leveled up that fast. And as a D-tier class, he couldn't possibly be strong enough to solo 3 bosses in a speedrun, let alone dominate the speedrun leaderboard. Only an SS-tier prodigy could pull off something like that. Fine. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. Seeing Cheng Siming shake her head, Qin Yanran couldn't help but let a bored expression flicker across her face. Yanran, Meng, what should we do now? Should we wait for that Bai Zhou to show up? At that moment, Cheng Siming's other female teammate whispered the question. Well, how about we wait here a bit longer? Qin Yanran tapped her finger lightly against her lips, pondering. After all, geniuses of this caliber aren't something you get to see every day. It's a chance for us to broaden our horizons, right? All right. Cheng Siming nodded lightly in agreement. She was now desperately eager to know just who exactly was this Bai Zhou? Though she didn't believe it was Lín Yìchén, she still harbored a glimmer of hope. If this Bai Zhou truly was Lín Yìchén, then wouldn't he have the upper hand in his life or death duel with Su Xiaofeng? Both Su Xiaofeng and Lín Yìchén were her students. But she favored Lín Yìchén more. Over these past 3 years, Su Xiaofeng had only ever groveled before Lín Yìchén, while acting like an arrogant, self-important rich kid to everyone else. Alright, it's settled then. I've got no objections. The sole male member of Cheng Siming's team nodded in agreement, grinning widely. Within the decaying ruins, with the experience of their first successful team run under their belts, Lín Yìchén's solo run this time was a breeze. Last time, it took him 10 minutes just to reach the boss room. But this time, he did it in just 7 minutes. Since I couldn't test the corrupted blade's effects on those minions, I'll use you as my test subject. Lín Yìchén stood before the familiar boss chamber, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, he stepped into the grand courtyard. Upon reaching the familiar training ground, the Rotten Corpse King descended from the sky once more, landing not far before Lín Yìchén and smashing a large crater into the ground. As the surrounding dust began to settle, the Rotten Corpse King saw only a flash of white light piercing through the haze, slashing toward him. 2319. A crimson critical hit number instantly appeared above its head. Before it could react, the white light struck again. 2372. 2 strikes later, the Rotten Corpse King's health plummeted by a quarter. But it wasn't over yet. After the 2 strikes landed, a crimson number began flashing every second. 600. 600. This is the effect of the corrupted blade. This per second damage was higher than my base auto attack without a single critical hit. Lín Yìchén stared at the staggering 600% damage figure before him and couldn't help but let out a gasp. Even more absurdly, after the corrupted blade's damage number popped up, a string of green healing numbers popped up on Lín Yìchén's forehead. 120. 120. Could the passive ability actually heal him? Lín Yìchén's pupils suddenly contracted upon seeing these numbers. This Crimson Reaper's talent was simply too overpowered. If that's the case, when facing top-tier dungeon bosses in the future, wouldn't he be unkillable as long as the boss couldn't one-shot him? Wow. Overpowered. Way too overpowered. Congratulations on leveling up. Level 2830. For core attributes enhanced. Free attribute points gained, 2. Empowered by the corrupted blade. This time, Lín Yìchén took less than 2 minutes to eliminate the Rotten Corpse King. His completion time was recorded at 8 minutes and 11 seconds. The minor monsters he had slain along the way had already boosted Lín Yìchén from level 26 to level 28. Now, with the Rotten Corpse King defeated, his level surged directly to 30. Perfect timing. Xu Hui's killing blade could finally be equipped. Lín Yichén's eyes lit up. The starting longsword he currently wielded had been holding back his combat power considerably. Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén immediately swapped it for the Tang-style broadsword engraved with eerie crimson patterns. Xu Hui's killing blade equipped. Attack power, 440,575. Strength, 3,555. Critical damage, 600,650. Seeing the surge in stats before him, Lín Yìchén felt a surge of exhilaration. Now, even tackling a level 40 dungeon would be a breeze. Lín Yìchén sighed inwardly. It's just a shame that this time, the necklace didn't drop. His gaze fell upon the neck of the Rotten Corpse King, where nothing remained but the creature's stark white collarbone. He didn't feel particularly bothered by this outcome. After all, the drop rate for a decayed Corpse King's broken necklace was around 10%. His anatomy mastery merely doubled that chance to 20%. That it dropped on the first try was simply a double blessing of luck and talent. No problem. Might as well try again and see how fast I can clear the stage with this blade. Lín Yìchén smiled faintly. Glancing at the Crimson Tang broadsword strapped to his waist, he chose to re-challenge without hesitation. In the teleportation hall, every single professional present stared in stunned silence at the speedrun leaderboard for the Rotten Ruins. In the solo speedrun column for the Rotten Ruins, a name Daylight suddenly appeared at the top. And the number following that name was truly staggering. 8 minutes and 11 seconds. It was an unimaginable fraction of the time compared to the second place finish of 71 minutes and 42 seconds. The professionals who had come to farm the instance today felt their spirits being crushed by repeated hammer blows. Just what kind of monster is this Bai Zhou? Quick! Quick! Contact the guild leader. We have an unparalleled genius here. We absolutely must recruit them into our White Dove Guild. Boss, alert the guild leader immediately. An unparalleled genius has emerged in the Adventurer's Tower. If we recruit him to our Celestial Dragon Guild, we could challenge the world's top guilds. Guild leader, it's Xiaoqi. Listen to me in the professional tower. Countless professionals from other guilds are simultaneously contacting their guild leaders. Among them are top-tier guilds from Jiāngběi City, including the Celestial Dragon Guild, a name that stands shoulder to shoulder with the Hidden Blade Pavilion. Of course, the Zhongfeng Pavilion members weren't left behind either. A hooded man immediately called Su Zhentian, the guild leader of the Hidden Blade Pavilion. President, send people to the professional building's teleportation hall immediately. At that moment, inside the Zhongfeng Pavilion headquarters, Su Zhentian, who had been sipping tea with his son Su Xiaofeng in the tea room, suddenly stiffened. Such a prodigy? Excellent! 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 Su Zhentian laughed heartily, then turned to Su Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, hurry. Today is your moment to shine as the young master of our Zhongfeng Pavilion. A top-tier prodigy has emerged at the professional tower. Go represent our Zhongfeng Pavilion and invite him to join our ranks. If you can bring this person in, our Zhongfeng Pavilion may no longer be just the top guild in Jiāngběi City, we could become a world-class top guild. This crucial mission is entrusted to you. Su Xiaofeng's entire body trembled involuntarily at these words. He sprang to his feet. Father, I will not fail you. I will definitely recruit this genius into our Zhongfeng Pavilion. With that, Su Xiaofeng departed with lightning speed. Chapter 18, Renowned across Jiāngběi. Major guilds vie for talent. Such scenes unfolded simultaneously across Jiāngběi City's top-tier guilds. Within mere minutes, the teleportation hall, which had been less than half full, was instantly packed to capacity. The most eye-catching figures were Su Xiaofeng, representing the Hidden Blade Pavilion, and Shang Wanyan, representing the Celestial Dragon Guild. Shang Wanyan, that prodigy art Zhongfeng Pavilion has him locked in. Your Tianlong Guild can forget about him. Standing before the Rotten Ruins teleportation array, Su Xiaofeng crossed his arms and coldly addressed Shang Wanyan. Shang Wanyan, dressed in luxurious attire, wore a look of disdain. Su Xiaofeng, I might concede on other matters, but this genius belongs to our Tianlong Guild. Your Zhongfeng Pavilion would do well to step aside. Oomph. Su Xiaofeng sneered coldly. The terms our Zhongfeng Pavilion offers are far more generous than anything your Tianlong Guild can muster. Just watch when this genius appears, he'll undoubtedly choose our Zhongfeng Pavilion. Oomph, don't speak too soon. Shang Wanyan also sneered coldly, then immediately turned his gaze toward the teleportation array, refusing to argue further with Su Xiaofeng. At that moment, Jose and Lu Ruyan, who had accompanied Su Xiaofeng, couldn't help but approach. Lu Ruyan's face clouded with concern as she said, Brother Feng, I just inquired, this genius named Bai Zhou also has the surname Lin. Do you think he could be Lín Yìchén? Jose also seemed doubtful, and Brother Feng, I asked those three if Bai Zhou's real name was Lín Yìchén, but they all refused to mention it, saying it would reveal Brother Lin's private matters. And when I asked that, they all gave me this weird look. Could I have hit the nail on the head? Listening to Jose's speculation, Su Xiaofeng scoffed dismissively, impossible. Jose, if you'd studied properly all this time, where did all that knowledge go? Clearing the rotten ruins solo in 8 minutes, that's the caliber to hit the speedrun leaderboards. This guy's talent is definitely SS grade or higher. Honestly, I suspect he might even be an SSS grade super genius. That kid Lín Yìchén is just a D-rank professional waste. How could it possibly be him? Jose still couldn't quite let it go, but what if it really is him? Su Xiaofeng snorted coldly, if it really is Lín Yìchén, I'll go eat 3 tons of toilet paper right now. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan and Jose fell silent. Chang Siming had observed Su Xiaofeng and the others' arrival. She watched Su Xiaofeng, standing shoulder to shoulder with Shang Guanyan, his imposing presence commanding attention. Her beautiful brows furrowed involuntarily. If this genius really got recruited by the Hidden Blade Pavilion, wouldn't that make things even tougher for Lín Yìchén? Oh dear, Lín Yìchén, why did you have to make that life or death wager with Su Xiaofeng? People with vast fortunes and influence aren't the kind of folks ordinary folks like us should mess with. Sigh. Chang Siming sighed inwardly. Suddenly, she recalled Qin Yanran's earlier words. If this Bai Zhou really is Lín Yìchén, how wonderful that would be. At that thought, Chang Siming couldn't help but shake her head again. What kind of wild fantasy was she entertaining? How could such a thing possibly be true? At the same time, amidst the rotting ruins, Lín Yìchén once again stood before the boss door of the Rotten Corpse King. She glanced at her virtual watch, where a terrifying number blazed brightly. 5 minutes and 13 seconds. Empowered by Shu Hui's killing blade, he now dispatched minor foes with a single strike. Even the elite monsters of the rotten ruins fell to his blade. 1 slash for tetanus, 2 slashes to meet their ancestors. His speed in reaching the boss chamber had once again broken the 5-minute mark. Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén immediately entered the boss room and stepped onto the familiar stage. The Rotten Corpse King plummeted from the sky once more. And Lín Yìchén copied the move, striking twice before the dust had even settled. 3,712. 3,731. 2 even more outrageous critical hit numbers appeared. Nearly half of the Rotten Corpse King's 20,000 HP bar vanished in an instant. Woo woo. Enraged by these 2 blows, the Rotten Corpse King's eyes turned bloodshot as it charged at Lín Yìchén with frenzied ferocity. But Lín Yìchén showed no fear. Empowered by the corrupted blade's dual bonuses of instant damage and health regeneration, Lín Yìchén braced against the Rotten Corpse King's onslaught, wildly swinging his blade at it. 557. 551. 3,718. Occasionally, he even landed a critical hit. Before long, the Rotten Corpse King's health bar was completely depleted. Gazing at the victory prompt before him, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but glance at the virtual watch on his wrist. 6 minutes and 7 seconds. In the end, Lín Yìchén's completion time for this run was frozen at 6 minutes and 7 seconds. Terrifying figures. The necklace appeared as well. Lín Yìchén glanced again at the neck of the Rotting Corpse King and discovered a bronze necklace slowly emerging from its neck. Without hesitation, he immediately stepped forward, snatched the necklace, and promptly equipped it himself. Rotten One's broken necklace equipped. Strength, 5,585. Defense, 60,110. Critical hit rate, 1020. New equipment effect, attacks with the touch of decay have a high chance to inflict the decay status on enemies, draining 1 maximum HP per second for 60 seconds. My strength is about to hit 100. This rate of stat growth I doubt anyone before or after me could match it. Lín Yìchén examined his 85 strength points, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Don't underestimate strength just because it only adds 2 attack points per point. But it also carries hidden effects. For instance, damage amplification data scientists have determined each strength point increases damage by roughly 0.3. Another widely known effect is that when strength breaks through the 100, 300, 500, and 1000 thresholds, it directly doubles the base attack power. Therefore, strength is an essential stat for classes that rely on burst damage. After just leveling up, I still have 4 free attribute points. I'll boost Constitution and Agility a bit. Lín Yìchén summoned his attribute panel. After some thought, he raised Constitution and Agility to 13 and 12 respectively. Constitution goes without saying, it directly impacts health and defense. As long as Lín Yìchén wasn't instantly killed, he could stand a chance against any opponent. Thus, maximizing maximum health and defense was paramount. Agility, however, is an easily overlooked attribute. Typically only prioritized by assassins in certain ranged classes, though never as their primary stat. Agility affects movement speed, skill cast speed, and a crucial yet often overlooked attribute, attack hit rate. For Lín Yìchén, this is absolutely a critical attribute. He certainly didn't want to face monsters with high evasion rates later on, only to swing his blade repeatedly without even grazing their cloaks. High damage output is useless if you can't land the hits. With everything settled, Lín Yìchén summoned his interface to exit the instance. But the moment he pressed the exit button, a prompt popped up before his eyes. Detected, teleportation hall capacity exceeded. Would you like to teleport to another area? Available areas, all zones within the professional building. The teleportation hall is full? Holy crap. Lín Yìchén frowned. This was the first time he'd ever heard of such a thing. Could it be because of me? A complex expression flashed across Lín Yìchén's face. Upon closer thought, it was indeed possible. After all, his performance today had been utterly terrifying. If he went out now, he'd likely be stuck in a crowd for ages. Forget it, he'd just head straight to claim his speed reward. After weighing his options, Lín Yìchén teleported to the 5th floor. Little did Lín Yìchén know that his decision, reminiscent of old Six tactics, would cause no end of trouble for the group waiting in the teleportation hall. Inside the teleportation hall, Su Xiaofeng and the others had been standing in place for ages without seeing the slightest movement from the teleportation array before them. Why aren't they out yet? It's been over 2 minutes, they should have emerged by now. Yeah, why isn't the teleportation array responding? By now, the surrounding area was filled with murmurs of discontent. Su Xiaofeng and Shang Guanyan felt their own frustration rising. Both men frowned deeply, yet the teleportation array showed no signs of activity. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look at the speed rankings. They've changed again." Everyone present looked up in unison. Behind the name by Zhou, the time had dramatically changed from 8 minutes 11 seconds to 6 minutes 7 seconds. Holy! That's insane. This guy is the real deal. The already noisy teleportation hall erupted like a boiling pot. Su Xiaofeng and Shang Guanyan's eyes also flashed with excitement. So that's why they wondered why Bai Zhou hadn't emerged for so long. Turns out he wasn't satisfied with his own results and went back to grind it all over again. This genius might Songfeng Pavilion absolutely must recruit him. Su Xiaofeng clenched his jaw, his entire body trembling slightly from sheer excitement. He dared not imagine what heights this prodigy could lead Songfeng Pavilion to if he joined them. Shang Guanyan's face flushed crimson with excitement as he silently resolved, whatever conditions this genius named by Zhou demanded, he would agree to them. Even if he couldn't afford it himself, he'd have his father take out a loan. At that moment, the teleportation array, silent for so long, suddenly lit up. Out! Everyone present perked up, their eyes darting toward the array. But when the light faded, the array remained utterly empty. What was going on? Some were immediately perplexed. But Su Xiaofeng's expression turned grave. This is bad. The teleportation hall must have been too crowded. That genius was sent to another part of the professional building. Shang Guanyan, standing nearby, reacted swiftly. He barked at his men behind him, "Go to the 5th floor. Hurry!" Su Xiaofeng realized the same thing. There was only one place Bai Shu could have gone, the 5th floor, where rewards were specifically exchanged. "Let's go! Follow me to the 5th floor." He shoved aside several people blocking his path and sprinted toward the 5th floor alongside Shang Guanyan. Chapter 19, Identity Exposed? Su Xiaofeng's killing intent. When Lín Yìchén opened his eyes again, he found himself back on the familiar 5th floor. After landing, Lín Yìchén headed straight for the reward exchange counter. The bespectacled young man at the counter, seeing Lín Yìchén return, assumed he wanted to exchange the weapon he'd just claimed. With a hint of apology, he smiled and said, "Friend, once rewards are exchanged here, they can't be returned or exchanged afterward." "I know." Lín Yìchén found the question odd, as he had no intention of exchanging anything. "Then why are you here?" The young man tilted his head. "Oh, I have 2 more rewards to claim." Lín Yìchén smiled. Earlier, he'd accidentally made it onto the speedrun leaderboard for the Rotten Ruins. Speedrun leaderboard? Hearing this, the bespectacled young man scrutinized Lín Yìchén closely before summoning a virtual screen mid-air to search for something. Since Lín Yìchén had visited once before, the clerk knew his star network alias was Daybreak. When he saw that both the solo and team speedrun leaderboards for the Rotten Ruins were topped by the name Daybreak, the guy in glasses was completely dumbfounded. Especially when he saw Lín Yìchén's completion time, he was utterly stunned. "Mr. Daylight, you're number 1 on both leaderboards?" He stared at Lín Yìchén in disbelief. "Yes. Is there a problem?" Lín Yìchén frowned slightly. No. Congratulations on topping the speed ranking. I'll process your rewards immediately." The bespectacled young man shook his head repeatedly before diving under the exchange counter. After rummaging around, he finally pulled out 2 golden cards. He handed the cards to Lín Yìchén. "These are the top speed run reward redemption cards for the level 30 dungeon. Inside are 300,000 star coins and a platinum grade equipment voucher for any piece below level 50. Please keep them safe." Lín Yìchén accepted the cards, his gaze falling upon the back where a redemption code was engraved. "Simply input this code into your Star Network Rewards exchange to claim the rewards. It's incredibly convenient. 1 card grants 300,000 star coins and a platinum grade equipment voucher. Could this mean I could climb the speedrun leaderboards for every level 30 dungeon?" Lín Yìchén silently pondered. As if sensing his thoughts, the bespectacled young man quickly interjected with a smile. "Sir, regarding our guild's 2 speedrun leaderboards, each player can only claim 1 reward per dungeon tier." "Oh, I see." Lín Yìchén raised an eyebrow. This wasn't something they taught in textbooks. But no big deal. Since he couldn't get the level 31, he just grabbed the level 40, level 50, and everything beyond. That should be fine, right? Thanks. Lín Yìchén gave him a smile before tucking away the 2 exchange cards and preparing to leave. The 600,000 star coins was a godsend for his current situation. With this sum, he could afford a decent apartment in Jiāngběi city. This meant he could finally move out of the dormitory. As for the 2 platinum-grade equipment exchange vouchers for items below level 50, he planned to save them for later, to be used once he reached level 50. With his expertise in dissection boosting his chances, he was certain to loot 1 or 2 platinum-grade items during his upcoming leveling. Using them now risked duplicating equipment slots later, which would be awkward. After finally turning in that rotten corpse sludge quest, he'd go check out his new home today. A faint smile touched Lín Yìchén's lips as he turned toward the elevator. But before he could take a few steps, a group of people suddenly burst around the corner ahead. Led by none other than Su Xiaofeng and Shang Wanyan. Lín Yìchén? Su Xiaofeng spotted Lín Yìchén instantly, his eyes widening in shock. Pointing at Lín Yìchén, he exclaimed in disbelief, You're here? At that moment, Zhou Zai's earlier words echoed in his mind. Could it be that the genius known as Bai Zhou was actually Lín Yìchén? Do I need your permission to do things? Hearing this question, Lín Yìchén merely shot him a dismissive glance before preparing to push through the crowd and leave. Stop right there. Su Xiaofeng and his group instantly blocked Lín Yìchén's path, preventing him from leaving. Move aside. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén's narrowed eyes crinkled slightly, a cold glint flashing in his gaze. Lín Yìchén, why the hell are you here? Su Xiaofeng paid no heed to the warning, his gaze fixed intently on Lín Yìchén as he demanded. He needed confirmation. Was this Bai Zhou, the top-tier genius whose profile matched Lín Yìchén's to an uncanny degree, actually Lín Yìchén himself? If so, then he would order his men to kill Lín Yìchén right now. Such a top-tier genius who bore a grudge against them absolutely could not be spared. Even if it meant going to prison, it was far better than allowing Lín Yìchén to grow stronger. Get lost. But Lín Yìchén still didn't answer, only uttering a single word indifferently. Su Xiaofeng's gaze turned icy cold to the extreme, while Zhou Zai and Lu Ruyan beside him grew increasingly grim. Just then, a voice from the back of the crowd cut through the tense atmosphere. Xiao Chen. What are you doing on the 5th floor? Cheng Simeng and her group of 4 pushed their way through the crowd, calling out as they approached. Teacher Cheng? Lín Yìchén's icy gaze softened considerably upon seeing Cheng Simeng. Xiao Chen, what brings you to the 5th floor? Did you come to claim your reward for topping the trials? After struggling to reach Lín Yìchén's side, Cheng Simeng completely ignored Su Xiaofeng beside them and addressed Lín Yìchén directly. Yeah, sort of. Lín Yìchén frowned slightly. Oh, I see. Guess I was overthinking it. Cheng Simeng felt a wave of relief wash over her, though a hint of disappointment lingered in her eyes. She continued to Lín Yìchén, Xiao Chen, did you know? Things were crazy in the dungeon teleportation hall earlier. Some genius with the same name as you completely shattered the speedrun record for the Rotten Ruins. Cheng Simeng gave Lín Yìchén a rough summary of what had just happened. And now he understood why Su Xiaofeng had glared at him with such murderous intent earlier. It turned out he feared Lín Yìchén might be the real Bai Zhou. Given that, he absolutely couldn't let Su Xiaofeng find out. Knowing Su Xiaofeng, if that kid discovered he was the real Daybreak, Su Xiaofeng would instantly order his men to eliminate him. Even if the assassination failed this time, Su Xiaofeng would undoubtedly cancel their life or death duel immediately. The former was manageable with his monstrously gifted abilities, he could hold out until the Professional Association's Enforcement Division arrived. But the latter was a different story. He was counting on eliminating that menace Su Xiaofeng on the life or death arena stage with complete justification. How could he let Su Xiaofeng call it off just like that? Xiao Chen, hey, I've got to ask, when you went to claim your reward earlier, did you happen to see someone else redeeming the top speed ranking prize? After confirming Lín Yìchén wasn't that Bai Zhou, Cheng Simeng turned to him with gossipy curiosity. Lín Yìchén adopted a pensive expression. Well, I did see a man in a black robe, but I didn't catch his face. Before Lín Yìchén could finish, Xin Yanran beside him couldn't help but interrupt. What about his profile? Did you see his profile? Was he handsome? His train of thought interrupted. Lín Yìchén shot her a displeased glance but still answered, handsome. That guy's profile is easily the most handsome face I've ever seen, no contest. My goodness, he really is a hottie. Xin Yanran instantly adopted a starstruck expression. Where is he now? Where is he? Just then, Su Xiaofeng's voice cut in, interrupting the trio's conversation. Lín Yìchén shot him a cold glance. Why should I tell you? Su Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes, a flash of murderous intent flickering in them. If you don't explain yourself clearly, you'll regret it. He had perfectly inherited his father Su Zhentian's ruthlessness. And if Lín Yìchén didn't clearly state the man's whereabouts, if he kept evading the question, Su Xiaofeng would have every reason to suspect Lín Yìchén was lying. In that case, it would be better to kill Lín Yìchén outright, better to kill the wrong person than let the guilty go free. Seeing the look in Su Xiaofeng's eyes, a frosty chill settled on Lín Yìchén's face. But just then, 3 more people pushed their way through the crowd. Make way! Make way! Huang Hui emerged from the crowd, flanked by Wang Chang and He Xiao. Where's brother Lin? Where's my brother Lin? Once the trio reached Lín Yìchén's group, Huang Hui pretended to ignore Lín Yìchén, his gaze shifting forward. Not seeing him, Huang Hui couldn't help but grumble. Didn't they say brother Lin came to the 5th floor? Why can't I find him? Wang Chang beside him also looked disappointed. Sigh, I really wanted to thank brother Lin properly, but... The cute girl He Xiao nodded vigorously too. Huang Hui then turned his gaze towards Su Xiaofeng and Lín Yìchén. He first addressed Su Xiaofeng. Brother, you guys were leading the way, did you see my brother Lin? Su Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes, offering no reply. Seeing Su Xiaofeng's silence, Huang Hui's face flashed with displeasure. Fine, don't say anything. What are you trying to act all aloof for? If my big brother Lin were here, I'd see if you could still play it cool. Hearing this, the suspicion in Su Xiaofeng's eyes gradually faded. He shot a cold glare at Lín Yìchén and Huang Hui before turning to Zhou Zhe and the others behind him. Let's go. We're going to find him. With that, Su Xiaofeng and his group stormed off. Don't just stand there. Let's go too. Seeing this, Shang Wanyan and his group dropped their gawking expressions and followed them deeper inside. Watching Su Xiaofeng and his group disappear into the distance, Lín Yìchén felt a surge of murderous intent welling up inside him. Su Xiaofeng was far too cunning. He made up his mind. He wouldn't wait for the life or death duel. The moment he found an opportunity, he would eliminate this man. Chapter 20, The Shadow Emperor Squad. Hidden Dungeon emerges. Ah, I thought this kid was the real deal, but it was just a mix-up. Come on, let's follow them and see what's going on. After Su Xiaofeng and the others had walked for a while, the onlookers behind them couldn't help but sigh and followed suit. Huang Hui and his 2 companions also joined the crowd, trailing behind Su Xiaofeng and the others as they departed. Without even sparing Lín Yìchén a second glance, the once crowded long corridor instantly emptied, leaving only Lín Yìchén and Chang Ximing's group behind. Yanran, you guys go check out the commotion. I'll stay here and chat with my student for a bit. Chang Ximing had no intention of following them anymore, determined to plead with Lín Yìchén to cancel his life or death duel with Su Xiaofeng. Oh my, what are you saying? Don't want us to hear? Xin Yanran instantly adopted a gossipy expression. Meng, you never mentioned to me that your class has such a handsome little guy. As she spoke, Xin Yanran's almond-shaped eyes couldn't help but linger on Lín Yìchén, as if glued to him. Earlier, I was so preoccupied with asking about Bai Zhou's whereabouts that I completely missed how good-looking Lín Yìchén is. Hey, he's my student. What are you saying? Chang Ximing shot her best friend a flustered glare. I'm talking about serious business here. As for you, if you don't hurry up and follow him, you might not even get to see Bai Zhou's face. Whatever. Even if Bai Zhou is gorgeous, he's not mine. But this little hottie here. Xin Yanran shot Lín Yìchén a teasing glance. Do you have a girlfriend? Yanran. Seeing this, Chang Ximing's fair face flushed crimson. She glared fiercely at Xin Yanran. He's my student. What are you doing? Xin Yanran quickly apologized. Oops, Mingming's upset. Alright, sorry, okay? I won't tease him anymore. Another girl in the group couldn't hold back. Yanran, you guys chat here. I'll go with Zhuangge to see what's going on. Xin Yanran shot her a look. Hui, you're not bringing me to see the handsome guy, are you? Trying to hog the fun all to yourself? But didn't you just say? Hui couldn't help but glance at Lín Yìchén. Xin Yanran grinned mischievously. Hee, I was just joking. Let's hurry over, or we'll be too late to even catch a glimpse. Alright. Hui nodded, and the man beside her, named Dazhuan, didn't object either. The 3 quickly joined the main group. Before leaving, Xin Yanran gave Chang Ximing a sly grin. Don't worry, Meng, I'll snap a few photos and send them to you. Who wants those kinds of photos? Under Chang Ximing's furious gaze, the trio vanished completely around the corner. Xiao Chen, tell your teacher what your plans are going forward. After watching them depart, Chang Ximing's gaze returned to Lín Yìchén. Plans? Lín Yìchén scratched his head, adopting a thoughtful expression. After a moment, a serious look returned to his face. I plan to become the strongest man in the world. That's not what I asked. Chang Ximing, who had been staring intently at Lín Yìchén, was instantly speechless. She rolled her eyes at Lín Yìchén. The teacher asked about Su Xiaofeng, the life or death duel. Xiao Chun, this isn't something to joke about. You saw it yourself just now. Su Xiaofeng only stepped outside, and he had several level 70-80 bodyguards following him. Sangfeng Pavilion sent these guys to level up Su Xiaofeng. Even with the experience loss buff from high to low level play, his leveling speed is way beyond what us ordinary folks can match. So, you still have time to back out now, you hear me? Chang Ximing pleaded earnestly. Lín Yìchén couldn't help but feel a bit speechless upon hearing this. His teacher was wonderful in every way, beautiful, dedicated to teaching, and considerate toward her students. But she was a bit of a nag. It reminded him of his mother's affection from his past life. Miss Chang, rest assured. I don't even consider Su Xiaofeng a threat. Lín Yìchén said earnestly. No, that's exactly what I want to discuss with you. Chang Ximing was about to launch into another lecture. But Lín Yìchén cut her off completely. Teacher Chang, my house seems to be on fire. I gotta go. See ya. After tossing out that line, Lín Yìchén headed straight for the elevator. Ha? Your house is on fire? Then you better hurry, little Chen. Chang Simeng, hearing it was such a serious matter, didn't try to stop him. But she immediately snapped, wait, you live in the dorms. There's a dorm supervisor there, how could it possibly catch fire? But it was already too late. The elevator Lín Yìchén was riding in had already begun its slow descent. That kid. Chang Simeng's pale cheeks puffed out slightly in frustration and she stamped her foot. Only when the elevator reached the first floor did she finally withdraw her gaze. After standing there in a daze for a moment, she couldn't help but sigh, he never lets me rest easy. Just as she was about to leave. Suddenly, the HR department of Jiāngběi First High School called her. Chang Simeng hurriedly answered, hello? Ms. Chang, the school has determined you are unsuitable to continue teaching. You have been dismissed. You may come to collect your belongings at your convenience. A cold, emotionless voice rang in her ear. Me? Fired? Why? Chang Simeng froze in place as if struck by lightning upon hearing the voice. The specific reasons have already been communicated to you. We'll kindly store your belongings for 1 week. After that, they'll be discarded. Please arrange a time to collect them. With that, the call ended abruptly. Chang Simeng quickly realized it must be because she stood up for Lín Yìchén during the trial. Vice Principal Ma Mingrui probably couldn't hold on to his position anymore, so he was settling scores before stepping down. Chang Simeng hurried to the 7th floor administration office and approached the receptionist handling appointments. Excuse me, she asked, is Director Bai available right now? I have urgent business to discuss with him. I'm afraid Mr. Bai has an urgent matter today and has already left for headquarters. Your timing couldn't be worse, the receptionist replied with an apologetic smile. How could this happen? Chang Simeng felt so wrong she was on the verge of tears. Then, is there any way I can contact Mr. Bai? I'm afraid not. Perhaps you could wait until Mr. Bai returns? Or see if anyone nearby has him as a Star Network friend and ask them to connect you. The receptionist shook her head again. All right. Chang Simeng left in despair. Where on earth was she supposed to find someone who was friends with Bai Chuanqing? There were probably only a handful of such people in the entire city of Jiāngběi. After completing the rotten corpse sludge task and leaving the professional building, Lín Yìchén swiftly located a real estate agency in Jiāngběi City. Armed with the 600,000 star coins from the speed ranking, the 100,000 from completing Huang Hui's mission, and the 100,000 for winning the trial, Lín Yìchén promptly splurged 770,000 star coins to purchase a high-end apartment within the city's 3rd ring road. The 1-bedroom, 2-living-room unit spanned approximately 90 square meters. Once the contract was signed and the developer transferred the door lock access to Lín Yìchén, a sense of security finally settled in his heart. After all, he now had a place to call his own. The first thing he did upon moving into his new home, Lín Yìchén headed straight for the bathroom. He filled the bathtub with hot water, shed his clothes, and submerged himself in the warm water. Glancing to his left, he was rewarded with a breathtaking night view as beautiful as a painting. And the fatigue of his day instantly melted away. Lying in the tub, he summoned the Star Network panel and opened the temporary chat group he'd set up with Huang Hui and the others. Thanks, everyone. Lín Yìchén typed the 4 words and clicked send. Before long, the nimble dog from the mountains replied, no need to be so polite, Brother Lin. Then, another user named Grain, whose profile smelled sweeter the more you sniffed it, chimed in, go for it, Brother Lin. You're so awesome, give yourself some time to level up, and that Su Xiaofeng guy won't even be able to catch your exhaust fumes. Immediately, a cute girl avatar named Not Playing with Freaks chimed in, Big Brother Lin, you're the fattest. Fatter than underwear. Lín Yìchén stared at this overly dramatic chat group, resisting the urge to close it. He quickly typed, if you need anything, just call me. Then he promptly closed the chat window. He feared that looking any longer would pollute his mind. 3 major outer gods gathered together? That's terrifying. Ha? What's that noise? An earthquake? Just as Lín Yìchén was about to get up to dry off and get dressed, he felt a tremor ripple through the surroundings. The intensity was so strong that even the water in the bathtub rippled violently. Suddenly, the sky above Jiāngběi City, once as dark as ink, was suddenly illuminated by a burst of white light. To be precise, it wasn't a sudden flash, but rather it radiated outward from the southwest direction of Jiāngběi City. Was a new hidden instance appearing in the southwest? Lín Yìchén immediately realized what was happening. Whenever a hidden instance emerged, such an anomaly would occur. And this instance glowed with white light. White, blue, yellow, orange, red, purple, green, cyan, black. These 9 colors represent each class transition for adventurers, with a 50-level gap between each advancement. Meaning this hidden dungeon is below level 50. With my current strength, I could easily slaughter my way through a level 50 dungeon. Lín Yìchén immediately snapped to attention, quickly gathered his things, and dashed off toward the southwest wearing his newly purchased outfit. The rewards from a new hidden dungeon are nothing like those from dungeons already cleared by others. Moreover, the first person to clear a hidden instance receives a mysterious reward, one that's incredibly generous. Some even called this reward the favor of the gods. Chapter 21, Su Xiaofeng appears. Opportunity knocks. Outside Jiāngběi city, near the Wuyin Mountains. The fog-hidden mountains were an extremely dangerous region situated southwest of Jiāngběi city, a 2-hour drive from the city center. By the time Lín Yìchén arrived at the outskirts of the Wuyin Mountains, the area was already teeming with people. Lín Yìchén took a quick glance. All the professionals displaying their level titles were within the 40-50 level range, though a few high-level professionals in their 70s and 80s had also come to join the commotion. "Excuse me, please make way." "Thank you." Lín Yìchén pushed his way through the crowd, slowly advancing toward the white light. Only after walking for 3 or 4 minutes did he finally see the source of the glow. Not far ahead, on a patch of grass, a square object resembling a Rubik's Cube floated mid-air. Dungeon core. Upon seeing this object, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but mutter a name. Unlike other dungeons that truly manifested in the real world, hidden instances that manifested instance cores could be repeatedly challenged after being cleared, with the rotten ruins serving as a prime example. He had only ever seen this thing in textbooks. This was his first encounter with it in reality. "Is that someone from the association?" Lín Yìchén frowned slightly, his gaze fixed on the area in front of the dungeon core. 2 professionals clad in the association's standard white robes stood beside the dungeon core. One of them, a middle-aged man with a full beard, glanced up briefly to examine the core before withdrawing his gaze and turning his attention to the assembled crowd. The recommended level for this hidden instance is 40. With 2 hours remaining until the instance officially opens, those below level 40 are advised to proceed with caution. The middle-aged man paused briefly before addressing the crowd in a loud voice. Upon hearing his words, several under-leveled adventurers in the crowd visibly flinched. This was no joke. Unlike the dungeons already cleared and displayed in the Adventurers Guild building, before the first clear of a new hidden instance, all participants would be forcibly locked inside, no escape by any means. This meant the dungeon's danger level would skyrocket. The middle-aged man's words immediately deterred many. The crowd around Lín Yìchén, which had been packed tight, instantly thinned out considerably. Lín Yìchén, however, showed no intention of leaving. Though his current level was only 30, his actual combat strength likely already matched that of a level 60 player. If this hidden instance proved rewarding, Lín Yìchén could potentially see another substantial boost to his combat power. 1.5 hours left. Lín Yìchén glanced at the time. Half an hour had passed since the middle-aged man had spoken up earlier. The crowd gathered around the outskirts of the fog-hidden mountains had dwindled by nearly half since his arrival. Even so, as far as the eye could see, the area remained densely packed. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted not far behind Lín Yìchén. The people from the Hidden Blade Pavilion had arrived. And the Celestial Dragon Guild. The surrounding professionals, drawn by the commotion, gasped in surprise upon recognizing the arrivals. Hearing the commotion, Lín Yìchén also turned his gaze toward the noise, and saw that the previously chaotic crowd had parted to form a wide, clear path. Su Xiaofeng, an old acquaintance of Lín Yìchén, strode confidently down this path. He wore a knight's armor that radiated unparalleled nobility, followed by 2 men clad in the Zhongfeng Pavilion Guild's uniform. Walking alongside Su Xiaofeng and his 2 men was Shang Guanyan, the young master of the Celestial Dragon Guild whom Lín Yìchén had also encountered earlier that day. He too was accompanied by 2 attendants. TSK, truly befitting the young master of a major guild. Even when running dungeons, he brings 2 attendants along. Sigh, this first clear will probably be another showdown between those 2 guilds. It's got nothing to do with us commoners. Why? Isn't anyone from the professional association coming? Heh, you're naive. The professional guild is an official organization, not some private family. Why would they send people just to level up geniuses? True enough. Envious murmurs rose from all around. Su Xiaofeng and Shang Guanyan heard the waves of envy and couldn't help but let the corners of their mouths curve upward. Especially Su Xiaofeng, his grin practically stretched to the sky. This hidden dungeon appearing couldn't have come at a better time. He was about to face off against that kid Lín Yìchén in a life or death battle soon, and he'd been fretting over where to level up when this hidden instance appeared. It must be noted that, while hidden dungeons didn't allow teammates to disable experience gain like regular dungeons, letting him monopolize all the XP. However, the negative EXP debuff caused by high-level players in a low-level dungeon is the lowest possible. Therefore, he specifically had his family prepare 2 level 60 professionals to help him grind levels. Level 60 perfectly falls into the second tier of the negative buff, and it also allows them to breeze through the dungeon with him. He calculated that this push would easily get him to level 30. At this pace, Lín Yìchén probably couldn't catch up even if he stayed up all night grinding in those low-level dungeons, right? Lín Yìchén stood in the shadows, silently observing the 2 figures behind Su Xiaofeng. The moment had arrived. A barely perceptible glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Though the 2 behind Su Xiaofeng hadn't chosen to display their levels publicly, Lín Yìchén could roughly guess Su Xiaofeng's intentions. He would definitely seek out adventurers between levels 60 and 80 to carry him through the grind. Lín Yìchén had already mapped out his plan in his mind. Once inside the dungeon, he would first locate the hidden treasure chests within. If luck favored him and he encountered Su Xiaofeng's group inside, he'd lurk in the shadows to observe for a while. If Su Xiaofeng was a greedy bastard who only brought 2 level 60 followers, he'd be dead meat today. But if those 2 were level 70 or even 80, he'd quietly slip away to attempt the first clear of the dungeon himself. Lín Yìchén cast a silent glance at Su Xiaofeng before quickly averting his eyes. He weaved through the crowd to a sparsely populated clearing, positioning himself a considerable distance away from Su Xiaofeng's group. To avoid alerting the enemy, it was best not to let Su Xiaofeng know he was present. One word. Steady. As Lín Yìchén approached the clearing, intending to find a rock to sit on for a moment, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Mo Shui? Lín Yìchén glanced toward Mo Shui, seated on a large rock not far from the one he'd chosen. His eyebrows arched slightly. What a coincidence, the 2 most handsome guys in Jiāngběi No. 1 high school had crossed paths today. Just as Lín Yìchén was about to go over and say hello, Mo Shui also spotted Lín Yìchén. So he silently turned his body to the side, leaving only his back facing Lín Yìchén. Oh well. Forgot his classmate here has social anxiety. Lín Yìchén abandoned the idea of greeting anyone and silently sat down on his own rock. When the clock struck midnight, the dungeon course suspended mid-air suddenly erupted in a blinding white light. Immediately afterward, a dense white mist began to spread from a nearby forest at the foot of the fog-hidden mountains. After enveloping the entire forest, the mist seemed unsatisfied, swiftly surging toward the crowd. Chapter 22, The Mist Forest. Hidden talents? The mist moved with astonishing speed. And in an instant, Lín Yìchén felt as though he had been transported to another realm. Lín Yìchén remained unflustered, standing silently in place without moving. As the fog's density gradually thinned, Lín Yìchén finally saw the surroundings. A forest. Countless towering trees stood around him. Lín Yìchén instinctively looked up, but could only see a pitch-black expanse of leafy silhouettes, with no glimpse of the sky. Only faint moonlight filtered through the leaves, quietly spilling across the forest floor, providing barely perceptible visibility. This is bad. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He hadn't expected this to be a dungeon with a special environment. In this thick fog, his visibility was less than 5 meters. If monsters lurking in the fog launched surprise attacks, even the slightest delay in reaction would leave him vulnerable. Detected, enveloped in fog environment. Hidden talent awakening. Awakening successful. New talent, piercing gaze. Piercing gaze, your eyes can see through all obstacles. As these sudden crimson notifications faded away, Lín Yìchén felt an instant clarity wash over him. In the forest where visibility had been less than 5 meters, he could now see absolutely no mist at all. All that met his gaze now were rows of trees, nearly identical in shape and size, and patches of shrubbery lining the path. It was as if he'd activated X-ray vision. Why was this happening? Although the visibility issue was resolved, Lín Yìchén's brow remained furrowed. He had merely entered a mist-shrouded environment. Why had this triggered his latent talent? How many more secrets did his profession hold? Lín Yìchén suppressed the questions swirling in his mind. Now was not the time to dwell on such matters. With this barrier-piercing eye, this hidden dungeon posed absolutely no challenge to him. Moreover, a flash of excitement flickered in Lín Yìchén's eyes. No one else possessed his barrier-piercing eye. This meant that if he encountered Su Xiaofeng in this instance, he could kill him right in front of those 2 attendants without batting an eye. After all, Su Xiaofeng was nothing more than a single slash away from death now. He could simply slash Su Xiaofeng down when the 2 attendants weren't looking, then vanish into the mist afterward. That way, no one would ever know he was the killer. Fine. Don't let me catch you, kid. Or I'll make your head fly. Lín Yìchén's lips curled into a faint smile. He didn't linger long at the scene, immediately choosing a direction and moving forward. Now that he possessed the barrier-piercing eye, he was determined to uncover every hidden treasure chest in this dungeon. After traveling some distance, Lín Yìchén suddenly spotted a savage-looking creature perched on a tree ahead, waiting to ambush him. Was this the dungeon's monster? A species he'd never seen before. Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the creature. It resembled a squirrel, yet its body was many times larger, with limbs as long as a monkey's. Mist Ape. Level, 40. HP, 3000 attack, 147. Regardless, I'll test my blade on you first. Lín Yìchén pretended not to notice it, walking straight ahead. Until he reached the tree the Mist Ape was clinging to, then it lunged at him in an instant. The Mist Ape's speed was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, its sharp claws were less than a meter away from Lín Yìchén. The next moment, Lín Yìchén instantly drew the Tang Hangdao from his waist and swung it upward, striking at the Mist Ape. 3912. The Mist Ape stared with eyes filled with terror as its entire body was cleaved in 2. As its corpse hit the ground. Experience gained, 4172. A string of experience points instantly appeared above Lín Yìchén's head. Truly befitting a level 40 dungeon, even a minor monster yielded such high experience. Lín Yìchén murmured in admiration before sheathing his blade and continuing forward. Along the way, numerous mist apes attempted to ambush him, but each was swiftly dealt with by Lín Yìchén. Soon, he spotted a clearing not far ahead. He quickened his pace, swiftly traversing the forest until he reached the clearing. There, in the center of the clearing, he saw a black bear lying sprawled out. Its body stretched 5 or 6 meters long, and it appeared to be sleeping. Beside this massive black bear lay a treasure chest of remarkably ancient design. A hidden treasure chest. The moment Lín Yìchén saw the treasure chest, his eyes lit up. Moreover, this chest belonged to the most bountiful category of hidden treasure chests. It bore a name, the boss chest. This massive black bear guarding the chest must be the boss-level enemy of this hidden dungeon. Below the Demon King rank lies the boss tier. Below that rank were the elite and common enemies. I'll claim this instance as first boss chest. Lín Yìchén smiled faintly and stepped forward toward the black bear without hesitation. The massive black bear seemed to sense the movement. Its tightly closed eyes snapped open, revealing 2 piercing brown orbs. Upon spotting the unexpected intruder before it, the bear immediately braced itself on all fours and rose to its feet, followed by a blood-curdling roar. Roar! Forest Guardian Black Bear Boss Class. HP, 25,000 Attack, 307. Skill, Black Bear Stomp charges forward, dealing massive area of effect damage to enemies in its path. Holy crap, those stats! Lín Yìchén's eyes narrowed. This black bear's stats even surpassed those of the Rotten Corpse King. Moreover, this skill called Black Bear Stomp was an incredibly powerful area of effect attack. To put it bluntly, if a level 30 party dared challenge this Guardian Black Bear Stomp alone could wipe them out instantly. These stats were absurd. What happened to the promised level 40 dungeon? Lín Yìchén furrowed his brow slightly. Normally, a level 40 dungeon wouldn't have such ridiculously high stats. Before Lín Yìchén could dwell on it further, the Guardian Black Bear could no longer contain itself, planting its forepaws on the ground before charging wildly toward Lín Yìchén. Due to its massive size, with every step the black bear took, Lín Yìchén felt the ground beneath his feet tremble. Bring it on! The black bear charged fiercely, but Lín Yìchén showed no sign of retreat. He instantly drew the Tang Hung Dao from his waist, its blade pointing straight at the bear. In the next instant, the bear was already upon Lín Yìchén. It raised its massive paw, as large as a door, and brought it down toward him. Lín Yìchén's eyes narrowed sharply. He instantly sidestepped to the left, narrowly evading the blow. Then, he raised his long blade and swung it straight at the black bear's back. 3,829. Before the first strike finished, another followed. 3,921. 2 strikes later, the black bear's health bar instantly dropped by 2 bars. Simultaneously, the corrupted blade effect instantly applied to the black bear. Roar! Enraged by the 2 blows, the bear roared, its entire body erupting in bursts of white light. After a 2-second delay, the Guardian Black Bear charged toward Lín Yìchén. Bear Stomp? Judging by the bear's appearance, Lín Yìchén guessed it had unleashed this skill that looked utterly insane. This must be dodged, otherwise, my frame might not withstand it. A look of gravity flashed in Lín Yìchén's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the massive black bear charging toward him. Just as the bear was about to reach him, Lín Yìchén's feet moved like the wind, and he darted sideways in a flash. Sure enough, the bear lunged into thin air, brushing past Lín Yìchén. Close call. Lín Yìchén wiped the sweat from his brow. Just as he prepared to seize the opening and deliver a couple of finishing blows to the bear, the black bear unexpectedly circled around and charged toward him once more. How could it turn corners? Lín Yìchén's pupils contracted slightly. Chapter 23, Mist Boots. Platinum Grade Equipment. The Guardian Black Bear closed in on Lín Yìchén at breakneck speed. Lín Yìchén's eyes narrowed fiercely as he gripped his broadsword tightly, preparing to strike the bear the moment it collided with him. He wanted to dodge, but there was simply no time left for evasion. If this strike connected, combined with the corrupted blade's constant blood drain, even if the bear's charge left him barely clinging to life, he could rapidly regain his health. This was the best decision he could make right now. Here it comes. The black bear charged to Lín Yìchén's front, its massive paw poised to crush him in the next instant. Lín Yìchén had already prepared his slashing stance. The instant the black bear collided with him, he would strike first, leaving a wound on its body before being knocked back. Roar! The forest guardian bear was enraged. Not only did this human refuse to dodge, but a hint of excitement even flickered in its pitch-black eyes. How dare he look down on it like that? The bear raised its 2 massive forepaws and slammed them down toward Lín Yìchén's position. Boom! A pale blue light barrier suddenly materialized before Lín Yìchén, deflecting the blow. The Guardian Black Bear's stomping attack slammed squarely into the blue shield, sending the entire bear reeling backward. Who? Lín Yìchén frowned, immediately turning his head to look behind him. Not far away, a girl clad in a pale blue mage's robe stood silently behind him. Moonlight bathed her exquisite face, casting a sacred glow upon it. What are you standing there for? It's getting up. The girl suddenly spoke, her voice clear and familiar. Mo Shui? Only then did Lín Yìchén realize this wasn't some random girl at all, it was Mo Shui, whom he'd encountered outside earlier. Damn it, I must be losing my mind even mistaking a man for a woman. Lín Yìchén couldn't help but feel exasperated with himself. He didn't dwell on it for long. Instead, shifting his gaze back to the forest guarding black bear. By now, the bear had regained its footing. Apparently because his carefully prepared strike not only failed to hit that cocky brat, but couldn't even break that crappy magic shield. Roar! The guardian black bear let out a defiant roar of indignation. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén's lips curved into a faint smile. His feet shifted, and he charged swiftly toward the black bear. Without its devastating stomp ability, this guardian black bear was no different from a low-level mob in his eyes. With its clumsy attack speed, by the time it finished one basic attack and before it could land the next, Lín Yìchén's health had already regenerated. What were you barking about just now? Lín Yìchén flashed to the bear's side and swung his blade down with a single strike. 551. 1000. 1000. With each of Lín Yìchén's attacks, beyond the damage from his basic strikes, the percentage-based damage from corrupted blade and rotten touch kept popping up every second. The guardian bear's health bar plummeted like a waterfall. Furious, it repeatedly swiped at Lín Yìchén with its massive paws. Yet the attacks were either dodged by Lín Yìchén, or if they landed, his health would fully regenerate within 2 or 3 seconds. 417. 449. Mo Shui, standing nearby, wasn't standing idly by either. Several crescent-shaped magic missiles kept striking the black bear, dealing relatively low damage. Of course, low was only relative to Lín Yìchén. For other adventurers, it would be considered extremely high. Soon, under their relentless assault, the guardian black bear let out its final pitiful whimper before collapsing stiffly, its body turning to ash. Kills, 100. Experience gained, 31887. Congratulations on leveling up. Level, 3032. For basic attributes enhanced. Free attribute points gained, 2. A boss drop with the same kill count as a rotten corpse king? Lín Yìchén watched the pop-up notifications appear one after another, a flicker of delight in his heart. He quickly summoned his interface and scanned the killing count column. Kill count, 172,910,000. Still 8,000 short. Lín Yìchén pondered briefly. Just the rotten ruins alone had provided him with over 1,000 killing count points today. And in this forest instance alone, that single mist ape was worth 20 kill count points. He had slain countless mist apes along the way. At this rate, his next class upgrade wouldn't be far off. Loot dropped. Just as Lín Yìchén was deep in thought, Mo Shui suddenly spoke up. Lín Yìchén snapped back to attention, glancing toward where the forest guardian bear had vanished. An ivory-like object lay quietly on the ground. He stepped forward to pick it up, and an item description immediately appeared. Forest guardian bear's tusk platinum grade material. Usage, crafting mist forest series equipment. Reading these 2 lines, Lín Yìchén felt a flicker of interest. So this instance was called the Misty Forest? It was indeed a fitting name. What he hadn't anticipated was that the tusks of this forest guarding black bear were actually platinum grade material. Meaning that any equipment crafted from them would be platinum grade. When a new dungeon appears, the blueprints for its exclusive gear are usually hidden inside treasure chests within the dungeon. Lín Yìchén desperately wanted to stash it in his storage space. But instead, he held the fangs and turned to Mo Shui. Can I have this? I'll repay you with an equivalent amount of star coins once we're out. No need. Keep it yourself. Mo Shui shook her head after hearing this. I only blocked an attack for you earlier. You took the brunt of the damage, it's yours. Alright then. I'll take it. Thanks. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén stopped fussing and promptly stored the fong in his storage space. Mo Shui was right, the guardian black bear's health bar had been depleted almost entirely by his own damage. But without Mo Shui stepping in to block that bear stomp, victory wouldn't have come so easily. Most crucially, in these newly emerged hidden instances, encountering another professional player was never a good thing. The most terrifying thing in a dungeon wasn't the monsters, it was human nature. That Mo Shui didn't just lurk silently in the shadows, waiting until he was nearly done to ambush him and snatch the loot, was already astonishing enough. And he actually stepped in to help me. This guy? Totally cool to hang with. How had he never noticed this before? Oh right, this kid's socially awkward. Usually in class, he barely acknowledges anyone who talks to him. You gave me the fong, so let's split whatever's in that treasure chest evenly. Lín Yìchén said to Mo Shui with a smile. Mo Shui merely gave a faint nod. Unfazed by her coolness, Lín Yìchén walked straight to the leader's treasure chest. After opening it, a parchment scroll, a ring, and a dagger appeared before their eyes. Mist boots crafting blueprint platinum grade. Required level, 50. HP, 500. Stamina, 30. Agility, 50. Equipment effect, increases your movement and evasion speed by 30%. Impressive stats. Lín Yìchén stared at the parchment scroll, his pupils contracting slightly. The special effect granted by these boots was downright insane. Lín Yìchén scanned further down and discovered the required crafting material for the mist-shrouded boots was precisely the tusks of the forest guardian black bear. Chapter 24, A Chance Encounter. Is Su Xiaofeng's time up? What a stroke of luck. Lín Yìchén's heart leapt with joy. It was like getting a pillow just when you were feeling sleepy. He had been planning to acquire some quality gear anyway, and this opportunity had come right to him. Lín Yìchén set down the parchment scroll, then turned his gaze back to the ring and dagger. Ruby ring gold grade. Required level, 50. Spirit, 40. Agility, 20. Equipment effect, increases casting speed by 10. Ranger's dagger gold grade. Requires level, 50. Attack, 200. Strength, 30. Dexterity, 30. Weapon trait, increases your attack speed by 30. A ring clearly crafted for mages and a dagger meant for assassins. Lín Yìchén quickly assessed the two pieces of equipment. He turned to Emo Shui, I'll take the blueprint. What about those two weapons of yours? This was already a very reasonable distribution. Outside, a blueprint for a level 50 platinum grade item would fetch around 1 million starlight coins, while a level 50 gold grade weapon would fetch around 50 to 60 million starlight coins, with weapons commanding slightly higher prices, generally exceeding 600,000 stars. Lín Yìchén took the blueprint he needed, while Emo Shui got both pieces of equipment. By all accounts, Emo Shui came out ahead. Yet Emo Shui shook her head. He walked to the treasure chest, reached in, and took the ruby ring. I'll just take this. The rest is yours, he said indifferently. Why? Lín Yìchén furrowed his brow, utterly puzzled. Just moments ago, Emo Shui had given him the fong, and now he was giving away the treasure chest's contents too? Is this kid that flush with cash? Some rich kid? You wouldn't know it. You deal the most damage, you get the lion's share. Hearing Lín Yìchén's response, Emo Shui merely shook her head slightly, speaking in that familiar tone devoid of any hint of desire. Lín Yìchén was momentarily at a loss for words. Alright then, since that's the case, he could only accept it as a courtesy. Lín Yìchén stowed both the blueprint and the hunter dagger into his storage space. Though Emo Shui didn't want them, he still felt he should find a way to compensate him somehow once they were out. After all, you refusing it is one thing, but me insisting on giving it to you is another matter entirely. Emo Shui contributed significantly to this battle, roughly 30% of the effort, yet ended up with such a meager share. If word got out, people would accuse Lín Yìchén's team of being bullies. I'm going to search for other hidden treasure chests. Want to come along? Lín Yìchén asked Emo Shui. Sure. Emo Shui replied indifferently. Lín Yìchén said no more, simply choosing a direction and continuing forward. Emo Shui silently followed behind him. The two soon left the clearing and re-entered the forest. The clearing held almost no mist, but as soon as they entered the woods, that familiar fog washed over them once more. It had no effect on Lín Yìchén whatsoever. Emo Shui, however, unconsciously quickened her pace, as if afraid of falling behind. As they advanced through the woods, they frequently encountered mist apes lurking in the shadows, ready to ambush. Lín Yìchén wielded his Tang Hangdao, now stained crimson with bear blood, dispatching each small mist ape with a single stroke. In this forest-themed dungeon, hidden treasure chests were typically found within structures or in open areas like the one they just passed. As he walked, Lín Yìchén scanned his surroundings, searching for any distinctive areas. As they walked, he suddenly heard a voice. What do you want? We didn't provoke you, did we? Xiao, step back. Poof. What's the real name of that Lin guy who led you through the rotten ruins that day? Tell me, and I'll let you go. If you don't, you'll all die here today. Three familiar voices reached Lín Yìchén's ears. Lín Yìchén frowned and immediately looked in the direction of the voices. About 10 meters away, several familiar figures came into view. Huang Hui, He Xiao, Wang Cheng, and a woman he hadn't seen before. Besides these four, and Su Xiaofeng, along with his two henchmen. At that moment, Huang Hui stood alone, shield raised to shield the three of He Xiao. His gaze locked onto Su Xiaofeng, as if facing some terrifying demon. Su Xiaofeng, however, stood with his arms crossed, observing Huang Hui's squad with an expression of utter indifference, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. His two henchmen flanked them, completely cutting off Huang Hui's team's retreat, both wielding weapons. Oh no! Lín Yìchén inwardly cursed his misfortune. It seemed that after failing to find his target in the professional building, Su Xiaofeng had once again turned his suspicion toward him. What a treacherous bastard! A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lín Yìchén's dark eyes. Emo Shui, wait here for me. I'll be right back. Lín Yìchén turned and whispered to Emo Shui before preparing to step forward to help. Where are you going? Emo Shui furrowed her brow slightly. Some friends up ahead are in trouble. I'm going to help them. Lín Yìchén didn't elaborate further. Up ahead? Emo Shui looked ahead in confusion. Beyond the thick, white mist, there was nothing to be seen. But he continued, I'll go with you. Lín Yìchén shot him a puzzled look. Are you sure? This trouble probably isn't small. It'll be fine. Imo Shui replied with 2 calm words. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén said no more. Alright, then. Stay close to me. Stop when I stop, and keep your voice down. After giving Imo Shui these instructions, he slowly made his way toward Huang Hui and the others. Imo Shui followed cautiously behind him. And soon they were less than 10 meters away from Huang Hui and Su Xiaofeng. Imo Shui still couldn't make out what was happening ahead. But she could hear voices speaking. This is your last chance. Are you going to talk? Su Xiaofeng's cold voice rang out. Brother Lin never revealed his real name. I don't know what he's called. Huang Hui gritted his teeth, staring intently at Su Xiaofeng. You're lying. Su Xiaofeng shot him a cold glance. I'll ask one more time. Is your so-called brother Lin named Lín Yìchén? I don't know. Huang Hui still clenched his jaw tightly. Good. You've got guts. Seeing this, Su Xiaofeng's face darkened with a hint of cruelty. At this point, you're still protecting your so-called brother Lin? How amusing. Along, go dislocate one of his arms first. Let's see if his mouth stays so tough. At Su Xiaofeng's command, one of his black-robed henchmen, dagger in hand, instantly closed in on Huang Hui. The dagger in his hand shot toward Huang Hui's sword-wielding arm with blinding speed. Huang Hui saw this and quickly raised his brass shield to block it. Clang! The dagger, its blade engraved with intricate patterns, pierced straight through the bronze shield as if it were nothing. Immediately afterward, the attendant named Along twisted the blade slightly and slashed sideways. The solid bronze shield was effortlessly sliced clean in 2. Clunk! The other half of the shield hit the ground with a crisp sound. Huang Hui watched the scene unfold, his face now etched with utter despair. Was this the gap? The level 30 brass shield he'd acquired at such great cost, a silver tier shield, couldn't even withstand a single blow from his opponent? Behind Huang Hui, he Xiao and the other 2 instantly turned grim. The female teammate Lín Yìchén didn't recognize, couldn't hold back any longer and shouted immediately, Huang Hui. Just tell us. It's just a name, not like it's going to cost you your life. Are you really willing to risk the lives of our entire squad just to protect the privacy of some guy we might never even see again? Chapter 25, Disguise Magic. Massive kill count. After the woman finished speaking, a hint of amusement flashed across Su Xiaofeng's face. She's right. If you reveal that person's real name now, I'll spare you. At these words, He Xiao and Wang Chang both turned to Huang Hui with grave expressions, while the woman watched him with eyes brimming with expectation. But Huang Hui did not grant her wish. He clenched his jaw, turned, and gave He Xiao and Wang Chang a long, hard look. His gaze lingering particularly on Wang Chang's neck, where a bronze chain necklace hung. Noticing the captain's gaze, He Xiao and Wang Chang nodded slightly to Huang Hui. Huang Hui smiled. He slowly turned his head, meeting Su Xiaofeng's gaze directly. His voice was calm as he spoke. I can tell you brother Lin's name. But you must release my teammates first. Oh? Su Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed at the words, a contemplative expression crossing his face. He Xiao and Wang Chang exchanged glances, their expressions growing complex. While the other female teammate beamed with delight. That's the spirit. Huang Hui, now that's a good captain. Joining you on this run was worth it. Huang Hui ignored her, his gaze fixed intently on Su Xiaofeng. Thanks to the unique environment of this dungeon. If He Xiao and Wang Chang could escape first, the probability of Su Xiaofeng finding them in the forest would be extremely low. But there was one crucial condition. Su Xiaofeng had to agree. After pondering for a moment, Su Xiaofeng gave a slight nod. Let them go. But don't try any tricks on me. If you do, I'll still find all of you once we're out of the instance. Upon receiving his consent, Huang Hui remained motionless, standing silently in place without turning back. Wang Chang and He Xiao remained silent too. They both took a long, lingering look at Huang Hui's retreating figure before turning and walking into the mist. The other woman, seeing this, hurriedly followed after them. This scene was observed by Lín Yìchén and Imo Shui, who were lurking in the shadows. Imo Shui observed Lín Yìchén, whose eyes were fixed intently on Su Xiaofeng, his face brimming with eagerness. She couldn't help but ask, you want to make a move? Lín Yìchén nodded. Yes. You stay here. I'll handle this myself. Imo Shui replied calmly, I can go with you. Why? Lín Yìchén looked at her in surprise. To repay your favor. Imo Shui turned, her bright eyes meeting Lín Yìchén's. Back in sophomore year, you helped me once. Huh? Lín Yìchén looked utterly perplexed. His mind raced through fragments of his sophomore year, yet he still couldn't recall what favor Imo Shui was referring to. The only memory Imo Shui triggered was one lunch break when he passed the restroom entrance. He saw Su Xiaofeng and a few others gathered there, seemingly chatting, and among them was Imo Shui. Later, when Su Xiaofeng spotted him, he brought his entire crew over to suck up to him. Could Imo Shui be referring to this? Never mind. If you can help me, that'd be great. I'll treat you to a big meal once we get out. Lín Yìchén said gratefully. Wait a moment. Imo Shui straightened up, raising her staff high. She traced intricate patterns in the air, and 2 beams of moonlight instantly shone down upon Lín Yìchén and Imo Shui. Immediately afterward, Lín Yìchén realized a pale blue energy membrane had silently enveloped his entire body. Turning to look, Mo Shui was enveloped in the same way. A thin membrane enveloped her entirely. To Lín Yìchén's eyes, she appeared as a luminous humanoid object. Yet the next moment, Lín Yìchén felt a slight warmth in his eyes. The membrane vanished instantly from his sight, revealing Mo Shui's form once more. Barrier-piercing eyes. Is this a disguise spell? Lín Yìchén instantly understood the meaning behind Mo Shui's earlier actions. Correct. Mo Shui gave a faint nod. Alright, thanks. A faint smile touched Lín Yìchén's lips as his mood lifted considerably. He had originally planned to use the mist in the surrounding environment to conceal his movements. But that tactic also carried the risk of exposure. If Su Xiaofeng or either of his two henchmen saw his true face, even if just one of them escaped, the Sanfeng Pavilion would still come after him once the dungeon run ended. But now, with Mo Shui's disguise magic, everything would be manageable. Even if he walked out openly, no one would be able to discern his identity. He Xiao and the other two quickly vanished completely from Su Xiaofeng and the other's sight. At that moment, Su Xiaofeng turned to Huang Hui, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. Spill it. What's your so-called brother Lin's real name? After confirming his teammates had departed, Huang Hui's lips curled into a mocking smirk. Brother Lin's real name is your dear father. You idiot. The curse poured out, and Huang Hui instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Ha! Su Xiaofeng was so enraged he burst out laughing. You've got some nerve, don't you? Along, cripple him first. I'll deal with him later. He immediately turned and ordered his dagger-wielding subordinate in a cruel tone. Understood. A hoarse voice echoed from within the black cloak, and in the next instant, the figure vanished from its spot. Huang Hui's pupils contracted sharply. He spun around and sprinted off in a chosen direction. If he could just dive into the fog, they wouldn't be able to find him. Huang Hui gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to sprint toward the fog. But before he could take a few steps, the black-robed figure appeared before him. Its speed seemingly countless times faster than his own. A flash of despair crossed Huang Hui's eyes. Along regarded Huang Hui, who was running toward him, with the contempt one might reserve for an insect. The dagger in his hand lifted slightly, poised to first cripple Huang Hui's legs. At that moment, a bright blue object suddenly darted into his field of vision, followed immediately by a blinding white light. The light struck mid-attack. Along tried to withdraw his blade and dodge, but it was too late. 4019. Lín Yìchén's blade struck solidly against Along's right arm, the one gripping the dagger. An absurdly high damage number flashed. And in that instant, Along's entire right arm shot skyward. Ah! A piercing scream instantly echoed throughout the area. Who? Su Xiaofeng and another attendant witnessed the scene as well. A look of grave concern flashed in both their eyes. Save me! Along had lost an arm, and his health bar already at a mere 7,000 HP plummeted by more than half in an instant. That single blow had nearly sent him to meet his great-grandmother. Fear consumed him entirely. He didn't even bother retrieving the dagger he'd thrown. Along took off running towards Su Xiaofeng. But it was already too late. The figure shrouded in pale blue light reappeared before him. Immediately after, another flash of white light followed. 3981. The long blade sliced through. And a head shot skyward. Along's headless body froze in place before slowly collapsing, kicking up a cloud of muddy dust. Kill count, 1000. First human slaughter, gained 1 talent evolution chance. Chapter 26, 2 swords, 1 kill. Su Xiaofeng was utterly stunned. As the crimson notification popped up out of thin air, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lín Yìchén's dark eyes hidden beneath the blue light screen. He hadn't expected Su Xiaofeng's single follower to grant him 1000 points of killing count. Moreover, it had even triggered a class-specific Easter egg. Indeed, after several previous experiences, Lín Yìchén had begun referring to these sudden rewards from his profession as class-specific Easter eggs. He was certain this phenomenon was unique to his enigmatic butcher profession. Never heard of among other professions. Alright, these were all experience packs, weren't they? Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze instantly darting toward Su Xiaofeng's position. It locked onto the other attendant standing beside Su Xiaofeng. Through those 2 strikes earlier, he had already confirmed that Su Xiaofeng was indeed a greedy bastard. The 2 attendants he brought were undoubtedly level 60 professionals, perfectly falling into the second tier of the negative experience buff. This made things much easier. Su Xiaofeng and his man had witnessed Along die right before their eyes. And what's more, by this blue-skinned monster that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. And it only took 2 moves. A deep flash of terror instantly crossed Su Xiaofeng's eyes. What about the promised level 40 dungeon? The 2 subordinates he brought were both level 60 professionals. To instantly obliterate Along in 2 moves. This blue humanoid monster before him must be a terrifying entity of at least level 80, or even 90. How could such a monster appear in a level 40 dungeon? Su Xiaofeng's feet were already slowly backing away, preparing to flee. Young master, don't panic. There's a person inside. At that moment, the warrior-clad attendant standing beside Su Xiaofeng spoke calmly. His reminder snapped Su Xiaofeng back to his senses. Right. This isn't a monster at all. It's a human using disguise magic. The crucial point is, the disguise magic this person used was of a very high caliber. Other disguises either failed to fully conceal the face, or rendered the wearer immobile afterward, or came with other drawbacks. But look at this guy right here. Not only is he moving normally, but you can't even make out his identity. He's even managed to conceal the weapon in his hand. Su Xiaofeng could only vaguely guess from that long, blue object that the weapon was some kind of long knife or sword. Terrifyingly powerful and immensely wealthy, Su Xiaofeng instantly pinned these two labels on the mysterious figure before him. One who could afford such an advanced disguise spellbook must belong to a major guild. But since he was human, that made things easier. Su Xiaofeng swallowed hard, suppressing his fear, and spoke up. My friend, I am the young master of Jiāngběi City's Tsangfeng Pavilion. I believe there must be some misunderstanding between us. We can sit down and talk things out properly. There's no need for all this fighting, don't you agree? Whatever you desire, I can provide. Or if you have other conditions, feel free to state them. After Su Xiaofeng delivered the carefully crafted speech he'd rehearsed in his mind, the blue-clad man before him showed no sign of responding. Instead, he slowly advanced toward them, drawing ever closer. Young master, please step back. The warrior attendant sensed something was amiss and immediately whispered to Su Xiaofeng. Seeing this, Su Xiaofeng immediately took several steps back. He desperately wanted to dive into the mist and make a quick escape, but he dared not. His original plan had been to have his two companions help him grind monsters for experience. Yet since entering this forest instance, they'd only managed to slay 6 mist apes, barely lifting him to level 13. At this level, leaving alone would be tantamount to suicide. My friend, let's talk this out. Why resort to violence? Su Xiaofeng's feet were retreating, but his mouth still tried to persuade. But Lín Yìchén wasn't about to listen. Swinging his shui killing blade, and in a few strides, he was already before the burly man. The burly man's expression turned grim as he swiftly switched from a one-handed grip to a two-handed hold, the blade's edge pointing straight at Lín Yìchén. The next instant, Lín Yìchén flashed forward, his body soaring over the burly man, and swung his blade straight toward Su Xiaofeng. Su Xiaofeng froze in shock. As the white blade's glint approached, he felt an eerie sense of familiarity, as if he'd seen this somewhere before. Just as Su Xiaofeng thought his end had come, a massive steel sword blocked the blow before him. Clang! A metallic clang echoed through the air. The burly man wielding the greatsword felt a brutal force surge through his arm, nearly causing him to lose his grip. 371. The damage number flashed simultaneously, causing the warrior's eyes to widen in shock. The strike had landed squarely on the hilt of his own greatsword. You see? When attacks collide simultaneously, commonly known as clashing blades, there's a 70% damage reduction. And this magnificent greatsword in his hand had an additional 20% damage reduction bonus. Meaning any attack landing on his greatsword would be reduced by a whopping 90%. Yet despite this mysterious figure before him still managed to deal a staggering 371 points of damage. This meant that if that strike landed squarely on his own body, it would deal a staggering 3,710 points of damage. What a terrifying damage figure. As a warrior, his total health barely reaches 13,000 points. Who on earth was this person? What kind of high-level player would join a level 40 dungeon? Contrary to the thoughts of the level 60 warrior before him, Lín Yìchén's expression turned grave. He truly hadn't expected this burly warrior to possess such astonishing agility. He could even block Lín Yìchén's strike for Su Xiaofeng. This was trouble. One of his 2 critical strikes had been wasted on this sword. If he wanted to kill the warrior later, the second strike absolutely had to land on him. Young master, retreat first. The burly man bellowed, his muscles bulging as his face flushed crimson. Roar! The next moment, the burly man roared toward the heavens, and multiple colored auras instantly manifested upon his body. Attack plus 10, defense plus 10, attack speed plus 10. Multiple buffs instantly appeared on his status bar. But what he didn't know was, Lín Yìchén, upon seeing the warrior prepare his battle cry, flashed a hint of delight beneath his dark eyes. You see? Warriors are typically immobilized while using battle cry. He'd been fretting over how to land that second strike on the burly man. Hadn't this opportunity just been handed to him? Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén gripped his long sword tightly and, seizing the moment the battle cry rendered him immobile, drove a fierce strike straight into the burly man's chest. 3,772. 520. 520. Beyond the massive damage from the critical hit, the combined effects of corrupted blade and rotten touch also struck the burly man simultaneously. A faint smile curved at the corner of Lín Yìchén's lips. After landing this decisive blow, the outcome of this battle was already decided. He claimed those 1,000 kill points. Chapter 27. Dude, even the mobs are worth more than you. What the hell? My health bar. The burly man stared at his rapidly plummeting health bar, utterly dumbfounded. That mysterious guy slashed him once, cutting a third off his health bar. Fine, he knew the guy dealt high damage. But what the hell was this continuous 520-point bleeding? This wasn't any familiar status effect like bleeding or poisoning. 520. 520. Watching the damage numbers pop up above his head every second. The burly man was already drenched in sweat. And with that mysterious blue-clad figure still present, if he dared pop pills in front of him, another slash would surely finish him off. Damn it, I'll take my chances. The burly man steeled his resolve, raised his greatsword, and leaped toward the blue figure. Mountain-splitting slash. This was the powerful skill he had obtained upon reaching the first tier, capable of dealing massive area damage to everything in front of him. Lín Yìchén saw the burly man leaping toward him, a flash of gravity crossing his eyes. He had to dodge this strike. The opponent's level was too high. If hit by this mountain-shattering slash, his health bar could drop by more than half instantly. With that thought, Lín Yìchén shifted his feet and darted to the right before the burly man's massive sword could strike the ground. Boom! The massive sword slammed into the ground where Lín Yìchén had stood moments before, sending countless spiderweb-like cracks rippling across the earth around him. 317. Lín Yìchén narrowly evaded the strike, yet was still caught in the shockwave damage of mountain-shattering slash, losing a full 300 HP. Yet thanks to the constant lifesteal granted by the corrupted blade, his health bar refilled completely within seconds. But this scene looked very different to the burly man who had just unleashed the mountain-shattering strike and turned his gaze back to Lín Yìchén. Not a single drop of health lost? Staring at the fully replenished health bar above Lín Yìchén's head, the burly man's pupils trembled violently within their sockets. Though his mountain-shattering strike had missed its mark, he was certain the area of effect damage had absolutely shaken this mysterious figure before him. Yet this guy hadn't lost a single drop of health. Could this truly be a powerhouse above level 100? The burly man seethed with frustration. But the scant health remaining after being corrupted by the blade of decay for over 10 seconds told him all hope was lost. Driven by the instinct to survive, the burly man pulled out a bottle of life elixir, intending to down it in one gulp. But Lín Yìchén gave him no chance. The instant he drew the potion, Lín Yìchén materialized before him. Then, a flash of white light. 477. A damage number significantly lower than the previous strike popped up. Why is this blow so low? As death approached, the burly man's mind held only this final thought. The next moment, his entire body crashed to the ground. Kill count, 1000. A crimson notification flashed. Lín Yìchén cast a satisfied glance at the fallen giant's corpse. Then, he turned his gaze back to Su Xiaofeng, who stood not far away. Who the hell are you? Why are you opposing my Songfeng Pavilion? Su Xiaofeng was now utterly petrified. He truly never imagined that even with 2 level 60 companions, he could still fail to clear this level 40 dungeon. Was this even fair? Lín Yìchén didn't answer him. Instead, gripping his weapon, he strode swiftly toward Su Xiaofeng. Huang Hui was also somewhat dumbfounded. Watching the blue-clad figure pass before him, his lips barely moving, "You're Lin." Before he could finish, he saw the mysterious figure raise his weapon and point toward the mist nearby. Huang Hui understood the implication and said nothing further, immediately disappearing into the mist. After Huang Hui departed, Lín Yìchén felt relieved. He truly hadn't expected that even in such a perilous situation where Huang Hui's own life was on the line he would still help keep his secret. Such people were few and far between in this world. Your turn. Lín Yìchén shook off the thought, his gaze returning to Su Xiaofeng. The murderous intent in his eyes reached its peak. Brother, pick any diamond tier equipment, no level restrictions. Just let me go, and I'll arrange it for you the moment we're out. Cold sweat drenched Su Xiaofeng's body as his heart pounded violently in his chest. Retreating step by step, he made one final attempt at persuasion. Lín Yìchén paid no heed, striding swiftly toward him. 1 won't do? 2 then. If that's not enough, 3. Su Xiaofeng was genuinely panicking. For the first time in his life, death felt this close. He was the young master of Songfeng Pavilion, a top-tier guild in Jiāngběi city. A promising future lay ahead, waiting for him to enjoy. Yet the mysterious blue-clad figure seemed deaf to his pleas, showing no sign of retreat. His pace even quickened. Su Xiaofeng trembled violently, immediately turning and sprinting into the mist. Before he could take a few steps, that hellish blue figure, like a specter, emerged from beneath the tree ahead. No, don't kill me. I can give you lots of treasures. Su Xiaofeng was terrified. He was truly terrified. His trembling voice begged for mercy as he spun around to flee once more. But as he turned, terror froze him in place. The ghostly blue figure had materialized behind him once more. What the hell was going on? Su Xiaofeng turned back in disbelief, and only then did he finally understand that the mysterious figure cloaked in blue illusion magic was actually 2 people. Despair gradually spread across his eyes. The next moment, that familiar white light reappeared before his eyes. The instant it appeared, He found his vision suddenly sweeping upward toward the sky, only to plummet rapidly downward, rolling several times across the ground. Thud! The muffled groan from his body hitting the ground was the last sound Su Xiaofeng heard before he died. Kill count, 10. Lín Yìchén shook the blood-stained Tang Hong sword, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Only 10 points added to the kill count? No way, buddy. Even a low-level monster is worth more than you. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath. But then again, it made sense. The kid hadn't even leveled up during the awakening trial before I cut him down. Then this hidden instance suddenly appeared. It'd be weird if his level was high. Someone's coming. Emoshue's voice suddenly reached Lín Yìchén's ears. Lín Yìchén also noticed rustling sounds approaching from the distance. He followed the sound and saw Shang Guanyan leading a group of attendants, parting the leaves as they approached his direction. Come. Follow me. Fearing Emoshue might not keep up, Lín Yìchén immediately grabbed his wrist and led him toward the direction Huanghui had departed. After they departed, Shang Guanyan and his group arrived at the scene of the incident. What the hell is this? When Shang Guanyan saw the bodies lying on the ground, his pupils instantly contracted. Chapter 28, Brutal. That's my brother Lin for you. Su Xiaofeng? Especially upon seeing the headless corpse and the familiar head lying beside it. Shang Guanyan felt utterly sick to his stomach. What the hell was going on? Shang Guanyan's scalp prickled with dread. Su Xiaofeng was the young master of the Hidden Blade Pavilion, a guild as renowned as their own Celestial Dragon Guild. And yet, despite that, he had actually died in this instance dungeon? Young master, what should we do? The attendants Shang Guanyan had brought along witnessed the scene and couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Shang Guanyan took several deep breaths to steady himself, then fixed a long, hard look on Su Xiaofeng's corpse. Once we're out of here, Su Zhentian will definitely seek out a high-tier holy priest to resurrect Su Xiaofeng upon hearing this news. But that's fine. After all, hiring a high-ranking holy priest is an astronomical expense. The Hidden Blade Pavilion will likely have to dip into several years' worth of profits to cover it. Though I don't know who did it, this person not only wasted Su Xiaofeng's one and only resurrection opportunity but also forced Songfeng Pavilion to absorb such a massive cost. I should actually thank them. Upon hearing this, the attendant inquired further, Young master, should we now take a few photos of the scene, then we'll leave and continue pursuing the first kill? Shang Guanyan replied indifferently. Empowered by the barrier-piercing eye, Lín Yìchén quickly caught up to Huang Hui, who was now locked in a fierce battle with a mist ape. It seemed he'd been ambushed by the creature while fleeing. Having already lost his brass shield and with no teammates nearby, Huang Hui was already struggling to hold his own. At the critical moment, a silvery blade flashed, cleaving the mist ape's head clean in two. Brother Lin. The instant Huang Hui saw that silver blade, he knew exactly who had arrived. He turned his head and saw it was indeed Lín Yìchén. Brother Lin, it really is you. The moment I saw you strike, I knew it was you. Huang Hui was overcome with excitement, acting like a little girl despite being a grown man. By the way, how did you end up in this instance? After exchanging a few words with him, Lín Yìchén asked with a smile. He remembered Huang Hui and his two companions were all around level 30, while this dungeon was a level 40 challenge. Well, heh, Huang Hui replied sheepishly, we saw this hidden dungeon finally open up, so we thought we'd come in and farm the outer areas. Figured we might get lucky and snag some hidden treasure chests or something. Huang Hui replied sheepishly. I see. Lín Yìchén nodded. So what are your plans now? Huang Hui pondered for a moment before replying, I need to find Wang Chang and He Xiao Xiao. Once I locate them, I'll probably hang out with them on the outskirts until the dungeon ends. I see. We'll reconnect after the dungeon clears. Lín Yìchén smiled. Before that, I'll lead you to find Wang Chang and the others. Sure. Huang Hui didn't refuse. The foggy environment in this instance severely impaired visibility. If he had to search alone, he might end up like earlier encountering danger before even finding anyone. Seeing Huang Hui agree, Lín Yìchén turned to look at Emoshue. This might take some time. Are you still coming with me? Let's go. Emoshue's tone remained as calm as ever. Alright, let's go. Lín Yìchén said no more, leading the two of them toward a specific direction. He vaguely recalled that when He Xiao Xiao and the others had left, they had headed in this direction. With the barrier-piercing eye, he shouldn't take too long to find them. Sure enough. After wandering through the forest for about 5 minutes, Lín Yìchén finally spotted 3 familiar figures ahead. He patted Huang Hui on the shoulder. They're up ahead. You go on by yourself. I won't be joining you. Why? Huang Hui was puzzled, but quickly realized. Brother Lin, that woman is our temporary teammate. I didn't know she'd act like that. Lín Yìchén smiled. I'm not blaming you. Don't overthink it. Go ahead. We'll reconnect once you're out. Okay. Take care, Brother Lin. Huang Hui nodded and immediately plunged into the mist. Though he couldn't see what lay ahead. Since Lín Yìchén said He Xiao Xiao and the others were ahead, he had no reason to doubt him. After spending time with him twice, he could tell Lín Yìchén was a good person. Sure enough. After taking a few steps, He Xiaoxiao and the others came into view ahead. Captain? You're back? He Xiaoxiao and Wang Chang were startled upon seeing Huang Hui. Especially He Xiaoxiao, her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She had thought Huang Hui would never return. Who would have thought that Su actually spared Huang Hui? That's wonderful. Captain, are you okay? Did that guy do anything to you? Wang Chang rushed over to check Huang Hui's injuries. I'm fine. I made it back alive, didn't I? Huang Hui smiled at the two of them. Just then, the other woman suddenly snapped coldly, "Humph. You nearly got me killed with you just now. You'd better make it up to me later." Hearing this, He Xiaoxiao and Wang Chang snapped back to reality. Since Huang Hui had returned safely, did that mean he had revealed Lín Yìchén's real name to Su Xiaofeng? Instantly, the looks He Xiaoxiao and Wang Chang gave Huang Hui changed. What emotions were those? Disappointment, disbelief, a whirlwind of emotions swirled in their eyes. Huang Hui noticed this too. He looked at them, a bitter smile curling his lips. With this woman present, he couldn't explain himself. He'd wait until they were outside to talk about it. Just as he thought this, suddenly, a familiar silver-white blade flashed, slashing toward the woman who stood arms crossed, her face frozen in cold indifference. Her expression of indifference froze on her face as her body split in two, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Ah! He Xiaoxiao was startled by the terrifying scene and let out a shriek. Wang Chang, witnessing this, flashed a hint of fear across his face. Only Huang Hui remained utterly unflustered, even feeling a twinge of relief. Yes. He'd nearly forgotten this woman absolutely couldn't be allowed to leave alive with them. Because Su Xiaofeng, who had left him behind, was now dead. It was me. Just as He Xiaoxiao and Wang Chang were scared out of their wits, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from the surrounding mist. Brother Lin? Hearing the voice, He Xiaoxiao and Wang Chang immediately looked in its direction. Lín Yìchén emerged from the mist alongside Mo Shui. Sorry to scare you both. Lín Yìchén offered them an apologetic smile. Brother Lin, why did you kill her? He Xiaoxiao's fear dissipated considerably upon recognizing Lín Yìchén, though she still asked in confusion. Wang Chang was the first to react. Brother Lin, you didn't kill that Su woman, did you? Smart. Lín Yìchén gave him a thumbs up. Whoa. Wang Chang sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes brimming with admiration as he looked at Lín Yìchén. That was the young master of the Hidden Blade Pavilion. He just killed him without hesitation. So ruthless. No wonder he's my big brother Lin. Alright, glad you're both alright. I'll be heading out now. Lín Yìchén smiled and waved goodbye to the three before departing with Mo Shui. Now that he'd ensured the safety of these three, his next objective was to secure the first clear of this instance. With Su Xiaofeng dead, a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. The only remaining competitor for the first clear of this instance should be that guy named Shang Guanyan. But no matter who it was, nothing could stop him. There was one more crucial matter, the kill count. Lín Yìchén silently checked his killing count panel. Kill count, 479,610,000. Just 5,000 more. This number? Not difficult. First clear rewards, plus hidden treasure chests, plus class evolution. Lín Yìchén took a deep breath. This hidden instance might just yield a massive haul. Chapter 29, The Trap Dungeon. By Chuanqing's return. Outskirts of the mist-hidden mountains. Unlike the misty forest's initial appearance, the outskirts of the fog-hidden mountains were no longer swarming with a dense mass of professionals. Instead, several groups of professionals clad in uniforms of various colors had taken their place. The most eye-catching were undoubtedly the crimson of the Hidden Blade Pavilion and the snow white of the Celestial Dragon Guild. Another group of professionals clad entirely in black robes stood to the side of the Celestial Dragon Guild. Though their numbers were few, yet the members of the Celestial Dragon Guild regarded them with palpable apprehension. The Skull Guild. A top-tier guild standing alongside the Celestial Dragon Guild and the Hidden Blade Pavilion, yet vastly outnumbered by them. Because the Skull Guild only recruited two classes, assassins and necromancers. Though small in number, every member was elite. Even with all of Jiāngběi City's top guilds gathered together, including Sungfeng Pavilion's leader Su Zhentian, Tianlong Guild's leader Shang Guanjing, and Skeleton Guild's leader CKG all present, every gaze in the room turned toward the dungeon's core. There stood an elderly man, dressed in simple attire, his hair as white as snow, yet radiating an aura of fierce intensity. Bai Chuanqing. You're saying this instance is a trap instance? Bai Chuanqing's gaze sharpened as he observed the staff member responsible for retrieving the instance core. Mr. Bai, it's absolutely true. This instance is undoubtedly a trap instance. The middle-aged man with a bushy beard nodded hastily. His colleague quickly added, Chief Bai, thankfully this trap instance is only level 50, not too far above our level. Even if something went wrong, it wouldn't be too serious. Well, that's at least some good news. Bai Chuanqing gave a slight nod, but his tone betrayed a hint of worry. This hidden instance is likely to claim many lives. Unlike Bai Chuanqing's apprehension, Su Jiantian, the head of the Hidden Blade Pavilion, wasn't overly concerned about Su Xiaofeng's safety. After all, Su Xiaofeng had brought 2 level 60 guild members with him. Even if this was a level 50 trap instance, there was no real danger to speak of. His sole purpose in coming was to see one thing. To see if his son had secured the first clear of the instance. This was Su Xiaofeng's first dungeon run since graduating. If he could bring back a first clear, it would bring him great honor. At this thought, Su Jiantian couldn't help but glance at Shang Wanjing beside him. As fellow leaders of Jiāngběi City's top guilds, they'd been battling for the top spot for who knows how many years. Yet they'd never reached a conclusion. Therefore, if Su Xiaofeng could outpace Shang Wanyan and claim the first clear of this dungeon, then he would be the victor in Shang Wanjing's eyes from that day forward. He eagerly awaited the moment Su Xiaofeng emerged from the dungeon. At this moment, on a mandatory route leading to the fog-hidden mountains, Cheng Simeng, alone and dressed in simple casual wear, hurried toward the outskirts of the Wuyin Mountains. She had received news. Just moments ago, Bai Chuanqing, realizing this instance was a trap, had immediately changed course. He'd left the vehicle bound for Kanglin City and flown straight back to Jiāngběi City. Upon hearing this news, Cheng Simeng was utterly thrilled. It truly was a stroke of luck. One moment she'd been fretting over how to find Bai Chuanqing to help her keep her teaching position at Jiāngběi No. 1 High School. The very next moment, this wonderful news arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, she shed her pajamas, threw on some casual clothes, and set off for the Wuyin Mountains under cover of night. How should she address him? Mr. Bai? Or Manager Bai? Cheng Simeng's little brain raced as she pondered how to address him. Her pace was swift, and within minutes she reached the outskirts of the Wuyin Mountains. Sure enough, beside the core of the dungeon glowing with white light, she spotted Bai Chuanqing clad in plain white robes. At that moment, Bai Chuanqing stared intently at the instance core with a grave expression, his brows deeply furrowed as if deep in thought. Seeing this, Cheng Simeng abandoned her plan to interrupt him, deciding to wait until he was finished before approaching. Her gaze then fell upon the dungeon core itself. She'd heard this was a level 50 trap instance. Sigh, who knew how many unlucky souls would fall victim to it this time? Cheng Simeng sighed inwardly. Trap dungeons appeared rarely, but each time they did, a large number of adventurers would perish within. Yet it was said that the first to clear such a trap instance would receive incredibly generous rewards. Take this current trap instance. On the surface, it appears to be level 40, but upon entering, the core transforms into a level 50 layout. Upon first completion, the reward equates to the combined loot of both a level 40 and a level 50 dungeon. Double rewards, truly generous. But those who can claim such rewards are either members of major guilds or some SS-tier geniuses with insane talent. I wonder if Xiao Chen made it inside. A question suddenly popped into Cheng Simeng's mind. But she immediately shook her head in denial. Simo, what on earth are you thinking? Xiao Chen just graduated from school. At best, he's only in his teens or early 20s now. How could he possibly be in this dungeon? As this thought crossed her mind, Cheng Simeng's gaze drifted back to the team at the Hidden Blade Pavilion, lingering especially on Su Jiantian's back. Sigh. Su Xiaofeng must have a high-level player from the guild guiding him through the dungeon to level up. He might even get the first clear reward. I really don't know how Xiao Chen is supposed to beat Su Xiaofeng. And this kid is so stubborn. I've tried talking him out of it so many times, but he insists on going head-to-head with Su Xiaofeng. Why won't he just cancel the duel? What's the point of being so stubborn? If Su Xiaofeng really snatches that first clear reward, I'll have to talk some sense into this kid again. Don't throw away your prime years just because of stubborn pride. Cheng Simeng silently resolved if Su Xiaofeng really does claim the first clear reward, she would do anything to persuade Lín Yìchén to cancel the duel. This was a completely unfair duel, utterly one-sided. Inside the instance. After bidding farewell to Huang Hui and the others, Lín Yìchén and Mo Shui pressed deeper into the forest. Though the mist forest was shrouded in thick fog and the sky was completely obscured by the canopy, the trees within the mist forest were not entirely uniform. The deeper Lín Yìchén ventured in one direction, the darker the hues of the trees he encountered became. He surmised that this area of deep brown trees must be the heart of the mist forest. Along the way, he wasn't entirely without gains. First, his kill count. He had slain countless mist monkeys, and his killing count had soared from 4,796 at the start to 5,812 now. A full 1,000 points higher. This was largely thanks to the mist apes being level 40 mobs, each granting him 30 points of kill count. His own level had also climbed to 36. But the real game changer? The 2 hidden treasure chests he stumbled upon along the way. Chapter 30, Mist Apostles. Sneak attack on the base. Mist bracers crafting blueprint platinum grade. Required level, 50. HP, 300. Strength, 70. Stamina, 30. Equipment trait, reduces damage taken by 10. Mist leather armor platinum grade. Required level, 50. Health, 1000. Constitution, 50. Equipment trait, 3% chance to negate damage on each attack. 2 incredibly powerful pieces of gear. The mist-wrapped leather armor isn't even a crafting recipe, it's a finished item. A platinum tier finished item, its value is beyond estimation. Since Lín Yìchén had cleared the entire path and discovered the hidden chest using his barrier-piercing vision, Mo Shui directly handed both items over to him. This left Lín Yìchén thoroughly puzzled. According to Mo Shui, he had indeed helped her once without meaning to. But you don't have to be this generous to me, do you? Or was Mo Shui some wealthy young master who simply looked down on these trinkets? Still, since Mo Shui didn't want them, he had no choice but to stuff both treasures into his storage space. 2 pieces of level 50 gear already in my possession, plus those 2 exchange vouchers. Once I hit level 50, I couldn't even imagine how much my combat power would skyrocket. The thought alone filled Lín Yìchén with anticipation. After all, level 50 marked the stage where every adventurer underwent their first class change. After class advancement, one gains unique class-specific skills and awakens new talents. But Lín Yìchén's profession was somewhat unique. He didn't even know if he'd gain new talents and skills like regular adventurers after his class change. Or perhaps, his class might surprise him after the transition? As he pondered this, Lín Yìchén's gaze suddenly sharpened. He had wandered through the mist forest for so long, and every tree he had seen was lush and verdant, its branches reaching skyward. Yet the trees ahead were all barren, not a single leaf in sight. Is this the boss room? Lín Yìchén suddenly realized he must have reached the final area of the mist forest dungeon, the place everyone called the boss room. Come on, stay close. Lín Yìchén called out to Mo Shui behind him before leading the way forward. The mist in this area of withered trees seemed thicker than elsewhere. For Lín Yìchén noticed that Mo Shui, who had been trailing 2 meters behind him, had quietly edged forward a meter, now almost shoulder to shoulder with him. The two advanced slowly, and the frequency of mist apes appearing along the path increased significantly compared to before. Every few steps, one would emerge, attempting a sneak attack, only to be swiftly dispatched by Lín Yìchén with a single slash. Yet strangely, a new type of monster had appeared within this dead tree zone. It resembled a human, but its entire body was covered in thorn-like spikes. Crucially, this creature was a level 50 monster. Though Lín Yìchén could dispatch it with a single strike. This crucial piece of information sparked a faint suspicion in Lín Yìchén's mind. Kill count, 30. Kill count, 30. Kill count, 40. Kill count, 40. After casually dispatching several more mist apes and this humanoid monster known as the Mist Cultist, Lín Yìchén's killing count continued to climb. This actually gave Lín Yìchén a slight thrill. Regardless of whether these monsters were level 50 or not, in his eyes, they were all experience points. He couldn't have asked for more monsters. Nearly 10 minutes later, Lín Yìchén suddenly noticed the surrounding dead trees growing increasingly sparse. Suddenly, Lín Yìchén halted in his tracks, his gaze locking onto a figure not far ahead. There, Shangguan Yan and his entourage huddled beneath a larger dead tree, accompanied by several other adventurers Lín Yìchén hadn't seen before. All eyes were fixed on a clearing ahead. A structure resembling an altar stood prominently within it. At the entrance to the altar stood a creature resembling a human, yet several times taller than any normal person, its arms covered in barbed spikes. Mist Apostle Demon King Tier Boss. Level 50. HP 50,000, attack 450. Skills? The final boss? Upon seeing this peculiar-looking monster, Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes slightly. Especially upon seeing the 3 question marks in the skill slot. Lín Yìchén made a simple judgment about the creature before him. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Setting aside other factors, its level 50 alone made one thing crystal clear to Lín Yìchén. This dungeon called the Misty Forest was actually a trap dungeon. No wonder the Mist series gear was all level 50 equipment, and those peculiar level 50 monsters, the Mist followers, it all made sense now. Most adventurers participating in Misty Forest were hovering around level 40. This meant that any adventurers who ventured into the Dead Tree Zone would likely face dire consequences. With this realization, Lín Yìchén looked ahead at Shangguan Yan and his group crouched beneath the withered trees. This group must be members from the major guilds of Jiāngběi City. After all, their presence here indicated that their party undoubtedly included at least one level 50 adventurer. Or perhaps they were all a rank or higher professionals. It seemed they were planning to take on a boss? Lín Yìchén watched Shangguan Yan and his group, who looked restless and eager, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. By all logic, behind this boss called the Misty Apostle, within that altar-like structure, lies the location of this boss's treasure chest. If Shangguan Yan and the others went to fight the boss, he might be able to sneak in with Mo Shui, quietly enter the altar, and grab the boss chest first. After grabbing the chest, he could choose to stand by and watch. Once Shangguan Yan and the others had whittled down the boss's health bar to a point where he could finish it off with a single strike, he'd step in to claim the first clear reward. Sure enough, within Lín Yìchén's line of sight, Shangguan Yan and his group moved. First, a group of heavily armored tank-class adventurers charged headlong into the clearing, followed closely by the rest of the party members, seemingly preparing to take down the Mist Apostle together. A smart choice. Watching this unfold, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but silently applaud their strategy. Given that this instance was a trap-filled dungeon, attempting to take down the boss with just a 4-person squad alone was clearly an extremely difficult task. But if everyone worked together in unison, that would be a different story. The difficulty would instantly become much simpler. This too was a form of compromise. Once Shang Wanyan and the others began engaging the Mist Apostle, Lín Yìchén immediately turned to Imo Shui. "Is your disguise spell's cooldown over yet?" Imo Shui said nothing, merely raising her wand silently. Then, under the familiar moonlight, a layer of pale blue energy enveloped the two of them. A faint smile curved Lín Yìchén's lips as a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. "Let's go, we're taking the base." Chapter 31, Complete the set. Mist series effects. At the altar entrance, the battle raged fiercely. Tanks, form your formation. Don't let the boss scatter us. Healers, buff the tanks immediately, apply every buff available. This boss is powerful, we must be prepared for anything. Warriors and assassins, follow me. Deal damage behind the tanks, don't charge forward and steal the boss's aggro. Mages and archers, stay with the healers. Remember not to deal damage too quickly, it'll draw aggro. Shang Wanyan, commanding this battle, issued orders one by one, and all the adventurers followed suit. The Mist Apostle now stirred from its previous state. Within its human-like head, 2 crimson eyes suddenly glowed. The vanguard tanking unit, seeing the Mist Apostle stir, raised their weapons in unison and swung them down toward the creature. 113. 121. 138. The tank's attacks were too weak, each strike inflicting only negligible damage on the Mist Apostle. Fortunately, they succeeded in drawing all its aggro. Roar! The Mist Apostle roared, immediately swinging its spiked hands to attack the group of humans before it. Clang! The Mist Apostle's blows landed squarely on the shields of the frontline tanks, producing a series of metallic clangs. The spikes on the Mist Apostle's hands were harder than steel itself, each strike leaving deep dents in the shields forged from brass and iron. Healers, keep up. Don't let the buffs drop. Warriors and assassins, follow me. Use this chance to deal damage. Seeing this, Shang Wanyan immediately gave the order. The healers in the back row swiftly raised their staffs and began chanting. Meanwhile, the warriors and assassins closed ranks around Shang Wanyan, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the Mist Apostle. The rear mage and archer teams also launched their ranged assaults. Though they were all low-level adventurers lacking flashy skills, the combined assault of dozens of attackers still made the Mist Apostle look rather formidable. The most conspicuous figure was Shang Wanyan. Raising his greatsword, he thrust it skyward. A beam of holy light instantly pierced the clouds, bathing the Mist Apostle in its radiance. 517. A damage number significantly higher than the others exploded onto the screen, visibly chipping away a small segment of the Mist Apostle's health bar. Oathbound Paladin. Hidden within the mist, Lín Yìchén witnessed this scene, and a name instantly sprang to mind. This was an S-class and a highly unique one at that. Unlike other knights, the Oath Paladin's primary offensive capability stemmed from the holy light channeled through prayer. Of course, you can also imbue the sword with holy light, making it a class that excels in both offense and defense. Come on, let's sneak over. Lín Yìchén snapped back to attention. Judging by his observations, Shang Wanyan and the others would likely struggle considerably to whittle the Mist Apostle down to low health. Imo Shui silently nodded and followed closely behind Lín Yìchén as they advanced slowly. Hidden within the mist, they skirted the battlefield's edge and stealthily approached the altar's flank. Since the entire altar was shrouded in mist, neither Lín Yìchén nor Imo Shui was detected. Not until they reached the main entrance of the altar. Lín Yìchén looked up at the dark, mysterious structure ahead. The altar's staircase was utterly dilapidated, overgrown with moss in places, bearing the marks of endless ages. He led Imo Shui up the steps, advancing toward the altar's summit. With every few steps, the sounds of battle behind them grew fainter and fainter. After about 5 minutes, Lín Yìchén and Imo Shui finally reached the summit of the altar, standing upon a ritual platform engraved with mysterious patterns. At the very center of the altar stood a massive treasure chest. This treasure chest bore no resemblance to the hidden chests he had encountered before, its entire surface engraved with ornate patterns. Lín Yìchén slowed his pace, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Logically, there shouldn't be any danger around a boss chest. But this was a trap-filled dungeon, better to stay vigilant. The two advanced slowly toward the chest, Lín Yìchén pausing after every step. Only when the chest was less than a meter away did the anticipated danger still fail to materialize. Lín Yìchén exhaled deeply, feeling considerably more relaxed. Seems he'd overthought it. Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén stepped forward and flung open the treasure chest lid. The next moment, a burst of golden light erupted from the chest. Edict of the Mist Apostle Diamond Grade. Requirement level, none. A mysterious amulet, seemingly a token of some church. Mist Staff Platinum Grade. Required level, 50. Attack, 350. Spirit, 150. Weapon trait, inflicts a layer of mist effect on spell attacks, effectively obscuring enemy vision. Mist Crown Platinum Grade. Requirement level, 50. HP, 300. Defense, 80. Stamina, 50. Equipment feature: when wearing this crown alongside the mist bracers, mist leather armor, mist greaves, and mist boots, the mist domain skill is unlocked. Mist domain creates a 100-meter radius mist domain centered on the wearer. If the wearer is within the mist environment, all attributes increase by 20. Crucial piece for the set effect. Seeing these 3 items appear, Lín Yìchén's eyes lit up. Especially when he saw that mist crown. Certain equipment sets grant exclusive set effects when collected. To activate the set exclusive effect, you must obtain the most crucial piece within that series. And for this Mist Forest set, that crucial piece was this very crown. Once this Mist Forest instance concludes, and the Guild of Professionals recovers the instance core, this Mist Crown will undoubtedly become the most valuable piece of gear from the Mist Forest instance. Even this Mist Staff will likely pale in comparison. Because the boss chest only appears when the dungeon is active. And when you return to challenge it later, the altar will be completely empty. I already possess the crafting blueprint and requirements for the Mist Boots. Only the wrist guards are missing. I need one more thong of the Guardian Bear. I have the leather armor too, but I'm still short one pair of leggings. Lín Yìchén's eyes grew brighter as he mentally catalogued his existing Mist Forest gear. This boss's first kill, I must claim it. He clenched his fist silently. You see? The first kill reward, dubbed Divine Favor, included a chance to select any piece from the dungeon's equipment series. And this was a trap dungeon. First kill rewards were double those of a normal dungeon. In other words, if Lín Yìchén secured the first kill on this boss, he would complete the entire Mist series gear set. Next, all he needed to do was reach level 50 to don a full set of platinum tier gear complete with series-specific effects. For most adventurers, this kind of thing could only be imagined in their dreams. A full set of platinum gear with series effects? That's astronomically expensive. You'd need at least 7 figures to buy it. Chapter 32, Uncle Sue, brace yourself. I'll give you the staff, but I'll take the rest. How does that sound? Lín Yìchén turned to look at Mo Shui. Fine. Mo Shui nodded, showing no sign of objection. His gaze fixed intently on the mist staff. That gaze, which had remained utterly still and unruffled, suddenly rippled with emotion at that moment. Clearly, Mo Shui also coveted the mist staff, for his profession was precisely that of a mage. An SS rank full moon mage. Though the name might sound unremarkable. Full moon mage was the profession every mage aspired to. Especially after a full moon mage reached the 7th transformation, they would advance to become a moonlight sacred magic prophet. With a mere wave of their hand, holy moonlight can instantly obliterate hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts. Truly terrifying. Seeing Mo Shui's consent, Lín Yìchén handed the mist staff to him, while he himself took possession of the mist crown and the edict of the mist apostle. Though the mist apostle's edict lacked explicit descriptions of its function, Lín Yìchén didn't dismiss it as worthless junk. Instead, a faint sense of anticipation stirred within him. Such mysteriously described artifacts were not to be underestimated. It could very well be the key to unlocking a hidden dungeon. Or perhaps a prerequisite item for obtaining certain hidden rewards. Therefore, Lín Yìchén placed great importance on this edict. After thoroughly looting the treasure chest, Lín Yìchén descended the altar with Mo Shui, returning to the staircase entrance. At that moment, amidst the mist ahead, the sounds of combat between Shangguan and the others continued unabated. Lín Yìchén glanced over and saw that within the tank formation, many were already on the verge of collapse, their health bars reduced to mere slivers. Numerous tank corpses already littered the ground, with some tankier hybrid warriors holding the line at the front. The situation looked grim indeed. Lín Yìchén murmured thoughtfully before shifting his gaze toward the mist apostle. After a fierce battle with Shangguan and his group, its health bar was nearly depleted, plummeting from 50,000 HP to a mere 8,163. The Mist Apostle had also entered a berserk state, wildly attacking the professional team's formation with its spiked hands. Each sweeping strike claimed at least one frontline fighter, and in some cases, the shields in their hands were cleaved clean off, their bodies sliced in two. This bloody spectacle repeatedly stabbed at the eyes of everyone present, sending shivers down their spines. If the Mist Apostle weren't already on its last legs, the crowd would have scattered long ago. Kill! Everyone, unleash your final offensive. Smash this bastard to death. Shangguan was consumed by rage. Two of his brothers from the Celestial Dragon Guild had already fallen in this battle. This enraged him beyond measure, making him want to tear this monster to pieces. Attacks rained down relentlessly upon the Mist Apostle, each strike dealing triple-digit damage. Though the damage per hit wasn't high, the sheer volume compensated for this weakness. The Mist Apostle's health bar plummeted like flowing water. Soon, it had broken through the 5,000 mark. A golden opportunity. This caught the attention of Lín Yìchén, who had been watching from the sidelines. His eyes lit up as he tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. He glanced at his buff bar. The camouflage magic Mo Shui had cast on them would expire in 1 minute. And that minute was enough for him to secure the first kill. Charge! Shangguan and his group were already bloodthirsty. Watching the Mist Apostle's health bar steadily drop, they unleashed their most powerful techniques, sparing no skill as they bombarded the target, each desperate to claim the first kill. This was the first kill in the trap dungeon. Great rewards attract brave souls, and no one wanted to pass up this golden opportunity. Especially Shangguan Yen. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the mist apostle. He was waiting for the health bar to drop below the 1000 mark, ready to unleash his highest damage skill, Holy Light Arrow, to finish off the boss and claim the first kill. Both his guild brothers had fallen to this boss. If he couldn't secure the first kill now, it would be a bloody shame. This first kill, he had to claim it. He couldn't let anyone else take it. 4,000. 3,500. 3,000. Shangguan Yen watched the mist apostle's health bar slowly decrease until it broke through 3,000. His hands gripping the sword hilt were already drenched in sweat. Almost there, almost there. Just 2,000 more, and he could unleash his skill. The surrounding players continued their relentless assault, steadily chipping away at the mist apostle's health bar. And Shangguan Yen witnessed the mist apostle's health plunge to 2,000. The first kill was coming. Shangguan Yan's body trembled as he immediately prepared to cast his skill. He had calculated it precisely, begin the chant at exactly 2,000 HP. By the time the chant concluded, the mist apostle's health would drop by 1,000. At that moment, his holy light arrow would pierce straight through the mist apostle. Ha! What the hell? Suddenly, two strange, entirely blue figures burst into Shangguan Yan's field of vision. Immediately after, he saw the leading blue figure swing the long object in its hand at the mist apostle's back. 3,989. A damage number floated up, countless times higher than anything they had dealt before. And the mist apostle's health bar vanished instantly. Mist apostle has died. First clear of Mist Forest dungeon achieved. Dispatching first kill rewards. Teleporting. Simultaneously, several notification messages popped up before the eyes of all adventurers. Then, darkness engulfed their vision. When everyone opened their eyes again, they found themselves back outside the dungeon, at the familiar outskirts of the mist-hidden mountains. Ha! Ha! Led by Shangguan Yen, the adventurers who had participated in the assault on the mist apostle all let out incredulous shouts at that moment. Nearly every one of them had witnessed that absurdly high damage number. But only Shangguan Yen and the few standing beside him had spotted those two blue figures. Who stole my first kill? After a moment of dazed confusion, Shangguan Yen erupted in a roar. Which damn top-tier backstabber dared to jump out at the last moment and snatch the kill right from under his nose? This was the first kill their Celestial Dragon Guild had earned by sacrificing two brothers. Yenner, you're out. How'd it go? Who got the first kill? Just as Shangguan Yen raged in impotent fury, Shangguan Jing, who had been waiting outside, immediately came to his side. Father, the first kill. Shangguan Yen gritted his teeth. The first kill. I didn't get it? You didn't get it? Shangguan Jing paused, then a flicker of disappointment crossed his face. Ah, so it must have been the Hidden Blade Pavilion who got it. But it's okay, Yenner. We'll try harder next time. Don't be discouraged. He comforted Shangguan Yen. Su Jintian, Su Xiaofeng's father, approached them at that moment, his voice brimming with pride. Ha! I knew Xiaofeng would be the ultimate victor. That's my son, Su Jintian's son. Xiaofeng, come out already. Stop hiding. Su Jintian scanned the area but saw no sign of Su Xiaofeng, his tone turning displeased. But Shangguan Yen stared at Su Jintian with an expression as if looking at a fool. Your son got the first kill? Ha, don't be ridiculous. Your son was sliced in 2 ages ago. What's there to be happy about? Xiaofeng? Su Jintian finally sensed something was amiss. Where was his son, the brave hero who'd secured the first kill in this instance? Why hadn't he emerged yet? Could he be shy? Seriously, he's a grown man and still shy. He'd definitely give him a good talking to when they got back. Shangguan Yen couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated by the scene. After all, watching a fool lose his mind right in front of him while trying to stifle his laughter was no easy feat. His lips twitched slightly as he addressed Su Jintian. Uncle Su, I have something to tell you. Brace yourself. Chapter 33, Su Jintian's Rage. Blockade the mountain range. What kind of preparation? Su Jintian froze at Shangguan Yan's words, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Actually, Su Xiaofeng didn't secure the first kill on this instance boss either. Shangguan Yen began, moreover, Su Xiaofeng. Before Shangguan Yen could finish his sentence, Su Jintian couldn't help but interrupt. Not Xiaofeng? Then who else could it be? Could it possibly be those skeleton society bastards? As he spoke, Su Jintian's gaze shifted toward the group of black-robed figures standing not far behind him. Well, I don't know about that, but there's something Uncle Su might need to be aware of. Shangguan Yen cleared his throat twice. Su Xiaofeng, he was killed inside the secret realm. The words hung heavy in the air, plunging the scene into sudden, heavy silence. Upon hearing the news, Shangguan Jing's face twisted with shock. His tiger-like eyes narrowed to slits as he fixed Shangguan Yen with an intense stare. The surrounding members of the Hidden Blade Pavilion and the Celestial Dragon Guild were frozen in utter stillness, all staring at Shangguan Yen with disbelieving eyes. Su Jintian stood motionless for a long while, unable to speak. After a long pause, Su Zhentian opened his mouth slightly, his voice hoarse. Who did this? Shang Guanyan shook his head. I don't know. By the time I found Su Xiaofeng and the others, they were already dead. Finishing his sentence, he beckoned to the 2 Tianlong Guild members behind him. Send the crime scene photos to Uncle Su. Yes, sir. The two immediately stepped forward and sent the crime scene photos they had just taken to Su Zhentian. Su Zhentian stared at the blood-soaked ground and the decapitated body of Su Xiaofeng. A flash of fury, suppressed to the absolute limit, flickered in his eyes. Creak, creak. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked, veins bulging on his temples as a terrifying aura radiated from his entire being. Everyone present fell silent at the sight, afraid to provoke this raging lion. After a long moment, Su Zhentian turned to the members of the Hidden Blade Pavilion behind him, waving his hand decisively. Seal off the entire perimeter of the mist-hidden mountains. No one leaves. I'll dig through every inch of earth until I find that beast. Yes. The members of the Hidden Blade Pavilion scattered upon receiving the order, immediately contacting other guild members who hadn't arrived at the scene. Also, contact Priest Lan and bring him here. Su Zhentian took a deep breath before addressing his confidant, Zhou Daofeng. The latter gave a slight nod and immediately placed a call to headquarters. This scene was also witnessed by Lín Yìchén and Mo Shui, who had been teleported out together. Oh no, they're going to seal off the mountain range. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén's face instantly grew grave. He lost all interest in checking the first kill rewards. If it were merely a matter of sealing off the mountain range, allowing Songfeng Pavilion to inspect each of them, the professionals participating in the instance one by one, that would be manageable. After all, when he had appeared before Su Xiaofeng and the others, he had been cloaked in Mo Shui's disguise magic. And it hadn't dissipated until he had slain Su Xiaofeng. Moreover, the person who could slay a level 60 assassin in 2 strikes while simultaneously eliminating a level 60 warrior, Su Xiaofeng and his group would never dream of suspecting him, no matter how hard they racked their brains. But the crucial point was, he had overheard earlier. Su Zhentian had sent someone to summon a figure known as Blue Priest to the scene. This Priest Lan was a household name throughout Jiāngběi city. Because he was the city's sole 8th transformation holy priest, possessing the power to resurrect the dead. Indeed, this gamified world possesses the means to resurrect the dead. However, the cost was immense. Only top-tier priests at the 7th transformation or higher could learn the resurrection skill. And each resurrection inflicts irreversible damage upon the caster. To enlist their aid requires immense resources. Even Jiāngběi city's top guild, Songfeng Pavilion, would likely have to sacrifice the guild's total revenue for 3 years or more to persuade Blue Priest to intervene. Lín Yìchén felt a wave of difficulty wash over him. To save Huang Hui and the other two, they must leave Jiāngběi city before Su Xiaofeng revives. Otherwise, once Su Xiaofeng revives, he will undoubtedly seek out Huang Hui first. By then, no matter how stubborn or loyal Huang Hui and his companions might be, Songfeng Pavilion would have ways to extract the truth from them that he himself was the murderer. Lín Yìchén's eyes flickered as his gaze swept the surroundings. Finally settling on Bai Chuanqing, who stood beside the dungeon's core. Chief Bai is here too? A surge of hope filled Lín Yìchén's heart. A solution presented itself. He immediately prepared to move toward Bai Chuanqing. At that moment, Lín Yìchén suddenly heard Mo Shui's voice. Where are you going? He turned his head and found Mo Shui staring at him with a calm expression. To find Bai Chuanqing. To save 3 people. Lín Yìchén didn't elaborate, offering only a brief explanation. Mo Shui, I'm coming with you. All right. Though Lín Yìchén felt a twinge of doubt, time was pressing now, leaving no room for overthinking. He agreed without hesitation. He turned and strode swiftly through the crowd toward Bai Chuanqing's location. Soon, Lín Yìchén and Mo Shui arrived one after the other beside Bai Chuanqing. Lin? You're here for this hidden instance too? Bai Chuanqing's usually composed face flashed a hint of surprise upon seeing Lín Yìchén. Earlier, before the instance concluded, he hadn't spotted Lín Yìchén anywhere. Now that the instance had concluded, Lín Yìchén had suddenly appeared. There was only one possibility: Lín Yìchén had also participated in this hidden instance. This struck Bai Chuanqing as odd. After all, this was a level 50 trap instance. Although before the dungeon began, the staff had announced it as a level 40 dungeon. But even at level 40, shouldn't Lín Yìchén, a kid who just graduated from high school, have stayed out of it? And yet, Lín Yìchén not only participated. Not only had he joined, but he'd actually emerged from the dungeon alive and unscathed. Which is truly worth pondering. Old Bai, I did indeed come to participate in this dungeon run, and... Lín Yìchén nodded, admitting it without hesitation. And what? Bai Chuanqing grew curious. Lín Yìchén leaned in close and whispered into Bai Chuanqing's ear, and I also secured the first kill for this instance. Bai Chuanqing was utterly stunned. First kill? You're telling me you got the first kill? Dude, you just graduated, right? And you don't have any connections. I knew you were talented, but how did you pull this off? Though deeply shaken, Bai Chuanqing kept his composure, reading Lín Yìchén's decision not to boast as a sign to remain expressionless. Only the most observant could detect the faint flicker in his pupils. Alright, Lin. I understand. So, you called me here too. Bai Chuanqing took a deep breath to steady his shock before turning to ask Lín Yìchén. If Lín Yìchén's original talent had been equivalent to an S-class seed in his estimation, then the current Lín Yìchén was unquestionably an SS-tier seed. Cultivating such a top-tier genius would be an immense contribution not only to their professional association, but to the entire nation of Kanglan. Old Bai, there's something I need your help with. Lín Yìchén cut straight to the point. What is it? Speak freely. As long as it's not unreasonable, I'll do my best to accommodate. Upon hearing Lín Yìchén needed his assistance, Bai Chuanqing immediately focused his attention. The moment he assessed Lín Yìchén as an SS-tier seed, his decision was made. If Lín Yìchén needed his assistance, as long as it didn't cross his boundaries, he would elevate it to the highest priority. Chapter 34, 8th Tier Priest. Top Tier Powerhouse. Old Bai, I have 3 friends who need your help to leave this place urgently. Lín Yìchén began. Oh, just that? Simple. After hearing this, Bai Chuanqing's face flashed a hint of disappointment. He'd thought it was something major, but this was it? Wasn't this something he could settle with a single word? Although Su Jintian had proposed sealing off the entire outer perimeter of the Wuyin Mountains, his targets were only those without backing or whose guilds weren't as powerful as their own Sungfeng Pavilion. The members of their professional association were naturally exempt from this. Besides, Bai Chuanqing himself was present. Even if Su Jintian had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare block the professional association's people. Of course. There was one crucial condition: you had to be a senior member of the professional association. Ordinary members wouldn't enjoy such preferential treatment. Where are your 3 friends? I'll have someone escort them out. Since they have urgent business, let's not delay them. Bai Chuanqing said briskly. Then he turned to the bearded man beside him. Dian, take Mr. Lin's people away from the scene. Yes, sir. The middle-aged man with the bushy beard immediately approached Lín Yìchén without a word. Thank you for your cooperation. Please follow me. Lín Yìchén politely responded to the bearded man before walking with him into the crowd. Mo Shui, who had been watching from the sidelines, followed suit. Hey! Only then did Bai Chuanqing notice that someone else was following behind Lín Yìchén. He was about to call out to Mo Shui, but she moved too quickly. Before he could utter a word, she was already out of sight. Bai Chuanqing's eyes flashed with a hint of resignation, yet also a touch of relief. The little one had finally made friends. Lín Yìchén and his 2 companions searched the crowd for a moment before finally spotting Huang Hui and his group. At that moment, Huang Hui and his companions wore solemn expressions, their faces grim. Especially He Xiao, whose eyes were brimming with tears, on the verge of crying. Their original plan was to leave Jiāngběi city after completing this dungeon run. But man proposes, heaven disposes. Who could have known Su Jintian was lying in wait right here? Moreover, he had sealed off the outskirts of the fog-hidden mountains to find Priest Lan and revive Su Xiaofeng. They knew exactly what Su Xiaofeng's resurrection would mean, and that when that happened, the 3 of them would have absolutely no chance of escape. Just as despair began to consume them, they suddenly heard Lín Yìchén's voice. All 3 of you are here? Perfect timing. Lín Yìchén approached them with Mo Shui and the man with the bushy beard, then addressed them. Didn't you say you had urgent business? Hurry up and follow this gentleman out. He can get you out of here. He pointed to the bearded man beside him as he spoke. Lin. Huang Hui recognized Lín Yìchén and almost blurted out those 3 words, but he stopped himself mid-sentence. Go now. Lín Yìchén said no more, merely giving the trio a meaningful glance. And they immediately understood, their faces lighting up with unspoken joy. Indeed. It was Brother Lin who saved them. They knew the identity of the bearded man beside Lín Yìchén. One of the 2 from the professional association. For him to intervene, Lín Yìchén must have paid a tremendous debt of gratitude. The 3 thought this, feeling even more moved. Thank you for your help. Huang Hui spoke first, and the trio followed the bearded man toward the exit. Their passage was unimpeded all the way. Even when passing checkpoints set up by the hidden blade pavilion, no one dared to stop them upon seeing the bearded man leading the way. Thus, under the bearded man's guidance, Huang Hui and his companions safely exited the outer reaches of the mist-hidden mountains. After bidding farewell to the man with the bushy beard, the trio immediately hailed a car. The vehicle sped along the highway, heading out of Jiāngběi city. Take care, Brother Lin. Amidst the crowd, Lín Yìchén glanced at the message in the chat group, a faint smile curling his lips as he replied, Don't worry about me. The moment he pressed send, a sudden commotion erupted behind him. Lín Yìchén closed the chat interface and turned his gaze toward the distance. At the entrance to the outer perimeter of the fog-hidden mountains, a tall man dressed in a pristine white priest's robe adorned with pale golden patterns appeared abruptly. The moment he appeared, he instantly became the center of attention. The reason was simple. For he was none other than Jiāngběi City's most formidable professional practitioner, honorary professor of Jiāngběi University, level 408th Transformation Divine Shrine Holy Priest Lan Tian. Such a formidable presence would undoubtedly rank among the top tier of the entire Kanglan Kingdom. No, it should be said that Jiāngběi city was honored to have such a top-tier powerhouse among its ranks. No one knew why Lín Yìchén had come from Kanglan City to Jiāngběi City. Pastor Lín, you've arrived. Su Jiantian, whose face had been twisted with rage and whose gaze had been sharp enough to kill, instantly returned to his usual composure upon seeing Lín Yìchén. I hear it was your son who died this time. You want me to intervene? Lín Yìchén's tone was indifferent, his gaze devoid of any emotion as he stared calmly at Su Jiantian. Su Jiantian gave a slight nod. That's correct, Pastor Lín. I will prepare the 3 dragon crystals as soon as possible and have them delivered to your residence. I humbly request your intervention to save my son's life. As everyone knows, when Lín Yìchén intervenes, he demands neither starlight nor equipment, skill books, or the like. He only demands dragon crystals. Each dragon crystal is a crystalline essence condensed only by dragons of noble bloodline, ranked 300 or higher. Given the immense power of dragons, the price of dragon crystals is nothing short of astronomical. Each crystal is worth around 10 billion star coins, with the value increasing based on its level. For the vast majority of practitioners, this is something they dare not even dream of. Even Su Jiantian felt his heart bleed when he handed over 3 dragon crystals at once. This represented nearly 5 years' worth of total revenue for their hidden blade pavilion. Gone in an instant. Alright, I'll be waiting. Lín Yìchén gave a slight nod. Without further words, he immediately approached the dungeon's core. Priest Lín. Upon seeing Lín Yìchén, Bai Chuanqing greeted him with respectful deference. Mr. Bai, it's been a while. Lín Yìchén's attitude toward Bai Chuanqing was less cold than Su Jiantian's. It's been a while. Bai Chuanqing didn't elaborate further. Since Su Xiaofeng had perished within the dungeon, reviving him required utilizing the dungeon's core mechanism. The guild member collecting the instance core sensed the tension and wisely paused his work, returning to Bai Chuanqing's side. At that moment, every pair of eyes in the room turned toward the instance core. A level 400 priest, the pinnacle of their class, casting resurrection. This was a sight many would never witness in their lifetimes. Gazing at the dungeon core before him, Lín Yìchén silently closed his eyes, hands folded in prayer before his chest. His lips moved slightly as he murmured obscure incantations. The next instant, the golden cross pendant hanging from his chest suddenly floated into the air. Countless beams of holy light erupted from the cross. Simultaneously, the entire sky over the fog-hidden mountains was instantly illuminated by the sacred light, the darkness completely dispelled, and Jiāngběi city was as bright as day. Witnessing this scene that shook them to their core, the crowd fell into complete silence. Only when the sacred light pierced through the clouds and shone directly upon the dungeon's core did a figure slowly emerge from the radiance. Xiaofeng. As the figure fully emerged from the light, revealing his face to all, Su Jiantian couldn't help but step forward, calling out his son's name. Father. Su Xiaofeng snapped out of his daze, rubbing his forehead as he processed the scenes he had witnessed moments before death. Xiaofeng, speak quickly. Who killed you? After a moment of joy, a surge of anger immediately welled up in Su Jiantian's heart, prompting him to demand the answer. You must understand. Even a top-tier priest like Lín Yìchén could only grant 1 resurrection per person. And that damned bastard just wasted Su Xiaofeng's one and only chance at resurrection. He deserves to die. Don't let him get away with it. Speak up, Xiaofeng. I've already sealed off this entire area. Just name that person, and I'll have him apprehended immediately. Seeing Su Xiaofeng remain silent for so long, Su Jiantian grew impatient. Looking at Su Jiantian's anxious face, Su Xiaofeng didn't know how to begin. Could he say he also desperately wanted to know who those 2 blue-clad figures were? What's the matter? Speak up. Seeing this, Su Jiantian couldn't help but frown. What do you mean, what? Just tell me. I don't know. Su Xiaofeng shrugged helplessly, his face etched with distress. Chapter 35, Su Xiaofeng shocked. Lín Yìchén was actually there? You didn't know? Su Jiantian's brows furrowed tightly, his tiger-like eyes brimming with fury. What an utterly ridiculous answer. Who doesn't even know who killed their own people? Seeing Su Jiantian's expression, Su Xiaofeng knew his father was furious. So he hurriedly explained, Father, those 2 used disguise magic the highest tier kind. Not a single part of them was exposed, not even their weapons. The problem is that magic lasts way too long. I'd guess it's at least an S-rank disguise spell. You can't blame me entirely for this. After hearing Su Xiaofeng's explanation, Su Jiantian's expression softened slightly. If it was truly as Su Xiaofeng described, then it made sense that he wouldn't know the identity of the killer. At this thought, Su Jiantian narrowed his tiger-like eyes and fell deep in thought. Anyone capable of wielding such advanced disguise magic must possess terrifyingly powerful connections. Even for their own Songfling pavilion, acquiring such a disguise spell would demand a hefty price. Could they really let the killer slip away unpunished? Su Jiantian felt a surge of reluctance. Su Xiaofeng was equally unwilling to accept it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly said to Su Jintian, "Father, though I don't know who's beneath that disguise magic, I might have a lead on them." "Oh? Speak quickly." Su Jintian snapped back to attention, his gaze fixed on Su Xiaofeng. Instead of answering directly, Su Xiaofeng turned his gaze toward the crowd, scanning for Huang Hui and the others. He had heard it clearly just now. Su Jintian had said he'd sealed off the entire mountain perimeter, so Huang Hui and the others must be among the crowd. Moreover, because this instance was a trap instance, most of the participants had perished within it. At this moment, fewer than 1/5 of those who entered had emerged. Most of those present were members of major guilds, clad in their colorful uniforms. If Huang Hui and his group were among the crowd, he would spot them instantly. Yet it seemed as if fate itself was mocking him. After searching for a full 3 minutes, he still couldn't find Huang Hui and his group anywhere. How could this be? Wasn't the mountain range supposed to be sealed off? Xiaofeng, speak up. What's the clue? Standing beside him, Su Jintian grew impatient after his prolonged silence. Father, did you really seal off this area? Su Xiaofeng shot Su Jintian a skeptical look. Huh? What's going on? Su Jintian furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Well, it happened like this. Seeing this, Su Xiaofeng quickly recounted everything that had happened in the teleportation hall and the entire sequence of events within the instance. After hearing the entire account, Su Jintian finally grasped the full picture. You're saying those people vanished? Su Jintian instantly flew into a rage. He had ordered the mountain range sealed off. How could anyone possibly have left? If they did, there's only one possibility. Those people were released by someone from the Hidden Blade Pavilion. Unbelievable. Su Jintian immediately turned to Zhou Daofeng beside him and barked, Go! Go investigate. See if anyone was released just now. Bring the bastards who let them go right here. Zhou Daofeng dared not disobey and immediately went to investigate. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Daofeng returned with 3 members of the Hidden Blade Pavilion. He reported to Su Jintian, Chairman, we found them. They were the ones released. Su Jintian, his eyes blazing with suppressed fury, fixed them on the trio. I explicitly ordered no one to leave. Did you 3 take my words as wind passing by your ears? The 3 men were terrified and quickly explained, President, we didn't want to let them go either. It was the professional association who escorted them out. We couldn't stop them. The professional association? At the mention of that name, Su Jintian's eyes narrowed. Yes, it was them. One of them quickly added, Chairman, it was Elder Nian from the professional association. He personally escorted those 3 away. As he spoke, the man pointed toward the bearded man who had already returned to Bai Chuanqing's side. I understand. Su Jintian's fierce eyes fixed on Bai Chuanqing's direction, filled with rage. He never imagined that the person who killed his son would have connections to the professional association. The moment he sealed off the mountain, the professional association personally escorted those 3 away. What else could this be but collusion? What? Does being from the professional association grant them immunity to bully others? Su Jintian seethed with fury, itching to confront Bai Chuanqing on the spot and demand an explanation. Beside him, Su Xiaofeng's expression grew incredibly complex upon learning the truth. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. That mysterious genius had appeared suddenly, then vanished just as abruptly. He and his men had searched the professional building for ages without finding him. Now it made sense that genius surnamed Lin must have hidden away in the upper floors of the professional association building, those areas only accessible to senior members. No wonder he couldn't find him after searching for so long. This realization sparked a surge of resentment within Su Xiaofeng. Could it be that he truly couldn't exact his revenge? That bastard cost him a life. Though he had been resurrected now, it had cost Su Jintian at least 5 years' worth of the Zhongfeng Pavilion's total revenue. And he had lost his one and only chance at resurrection. Damn it! Just as Su Xiaofeng was seething with rage, a familiar figure suddenly darted into his line of sight. Lín Yìchén? Su Xiaofeng's pupils contracted sharply, his face etched with shock and disbelief. Why was Lín Yìchén here? Could he be one of the participants in this dungeon run? Impossible. He's only a D-rank professional. Even if he did join this dungeon run, how could he possibly have survived? Something was definitely wrong. Suddenly, a chilling suspicion arose in Su Xiaofeng's mind. Could it be that Brother Lin is actually Lín Yìchén? Otherwise, how could this be such a coincidence? The thought struck him, and Su Xiaofeng immediately turned to Su Jintian, voicing his suspicion. Su Jintian listened, his own heart racing with unease. He immediately waved his hand decisively, let's go. Leave that kid behind, we'll see what's really going on. With that, the Su family father and son led the way, guiding a group of Zhongfeng Pavilion experts toward Lín Yìchén's location. Witnessing such a large-scale operation by the Hidden Blade Pavilion, the onlookers couldn't help but turn their gaze toward the commotion, their expressions clearly anticipating a spectacle. Lín Yìchén felt the stares directed at him and couldn't help but frown slightly. He turned to look and saw Su Xiaofeng leading a group of people marching toward him with great fanfare. Lín Yìchén, why are you here? The moment he reached Lín Yìchén, he demanded with murderous intent in his eyes. It seemed as though he would kill Lín Yìchén on the spot if he didn't receive an explanation. Watching this unfold, a cold gleam flashed in Lín Yìchén's dark eyes. Do I need to explain my actions to a useless piece of trash like you? Chapter 36, Daring to Insult Su Zhentian? This kid's both stupid and arrogant. What the hell did you just say? Su Xiaofeng exploded at those words. What? Is there a problem with what I said? Lín Yìchén couldn't help but sneer coldly. You got sliced by my blade during the awakening trial, fine. But then you show up for a dungeon run and get killed inside it? If you're not a useless piece of trash, who is? Calling you a loser is actually flattering you. Even losers are better than you. Lín Yìchén's words were like daggers. Each sentence pierced Su Xiaofeng's ears like needles, stabbing his eardrums with pain. You worthless piece of trash with your D-rank profession, how dare you speak to me like this? Su Xiaofeng was utterly enraged. He immediately roared at the few Hidden Blade Pavilion experts beside him. You lot! Quick! Quick! Tear this piece of trash to shreds. Enough! Su Zhentian restrained him. With the guild leader speaking, the Hidden Blade Pavilion experts immediately abandoned their intentions to act. Father, I'm going to kill him. Don't stop me. Su Xiaofeng still refused to back down. Su Zhentian sternly rebuked him. Enough. Get the facts straight first. Getting enraged over a few words, what kind of behavior is that? Su Xiaofeng calmed himself upon hearing this, taking several deep breaths to steady his emotions. Su Zhentian turned his gaze to Lín Yìchén, narrowing his eyes slightly. Boy, show me your profession, Pamel. I'll spare your life. His tone brooked no argument. But Lín Yìchén showed no intention of answering. Instead, he sneered coldly, like father, like son. You two idiots are truly cut from the same cloth. Everyone froze in shock. Whether it was Su Zhentian, Su Xiaofeng, or the onlookers gathered around, all eyes fixed on Lín Yìchén with expressions of utter shock. What did that kid just say? Has he lost his mind? He dared to insult Su Zhentian? This scene sent shockwaves through everyone present. They'd seen their share of stubborn fools and brazen troublemakers. But someone as brazenly reckless as Lín Yìchén? That was a first. Do you even know what you're saying? Su Zhentian's eyes flashed with murderous intent. As the head of the Hidden Blade Pavilion and a top-tier powerhouse in Jiāngběi City, when had any brat ever dared to be so insolent in his presence? Not only did he refuse to answer his questions properly, but he actually dared to insult him like this in front of so many people? He was asking for death. Lín Yìchén stared at the raging lion before him, his face showing not a trace of fear. And he had his reasons for daring such audacity. The Hidden Blade Pavilion was powerful, that much was undeniable. But behind him stood the professional association. And he was a senior member. Compare backgrounds? Would you dare challenge the professional association? Not to mention the association's leader, Bai Chuanqing, is right here on the scene. Even if you gave Su Zhentian 100 guts, would he dare lay a finger on himself in front of Bai Chuanqing? As for whether uttering that insult would completely alienate Su Zhentian, that's the least of my concerns. After all, he and the Hidden Blade Pavilion are already locked in a bitter, no-holds-barred feud. Su Xiaofeng's revival this time was only possible because Lín Yìchén had deep pockets enough to afford an 8th-rank Grand Pastor. But what about the next life or death duel? Could Su Xiaofeng possibly have a third life? The moment the duel ends, it'll be right before the college entrance exams. Kanglin Kingdom decrees that in the week preceding the exams, no casualties caused by supernatural entities or demonic beasts may occur within the city limits. Meaning Su Zhentian won't even be able to act if he wants to. Moreover, by the time the exams rolled around, with his abilities, he could very well secure a top ranking in the province or even the entire nation. Once he gains admission to a top-tier institution, what could Su Zhentian possibly do to him then? Speak. Seeing Lín Yìchén fall silent, Su Zhentian's face darkened with growing murderous intent. You idiot. As he'd hoped, Lín Yìchén finally spoke with a cold sneer. You're asking for death. Su Zhentian could no longer contain himself. His expression turned icy as he prepared to smash the arrogant brat before him with a single blow. But then, a pleasant voice suddenly rang out from the side. Chairman Su, show some mercy. Su Zhentian frowned and turned toward the voice. To see a girl dressed in casual clothes, quite cute in appearance. He recognized her. She was one of Su Xiaofeng's teachers. Teacher Chang, what is it? Su Zhentian asked indifferently, though a lingering trace of murderous intent still lingered in his eyes. This glint fell upon Chang Simon, causing her legs to tremble uncontrollably. Still, Chang Siming forced herself to speak. President Su, Lin is still young and doesn't understand. Could you please let him off? Oh? A flicker of amusement crossed Su Zhentian's eyes. Teacher Chang, what makes you think your words hold such weight that I would let him off? Boom! The moment the words left his mouth, an immense aura of pressure erupted from Su Zhentian's entire body. The overwhelming pressure of a near-level 200s rank professional surged toward Chang Siming in an instant. Chang Siming's face instantly drained of color. As a practitioner not even reaching level 100, how could she possibly withstand such overwhelming pressure? In an instant, her legs gave way, and her delicate frame swayed precariously. At the critical moment, a slender, graceful hand seized her right arm, steadying Chang Simon and lifting her up. Xiao Chen. Chang Simon, her face drenched in cold sweat, glanced beside her and realized it was Lín Yìchén who had intervened. Lín Yìchén gazed at his adorably clueless teacher, a flicker of exasperation crossing his eyes. Mo Shui, give me a hand. He turned to Mo Shui behind him and said. Mo Shui nodded, stepped forward to catch Chang Simon, and helped her to the side. Oomph, what a deep bond between teacher and student. Su Zhentian witnessed the scene and couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Then he turned his gaze back to Lín Yìchén, a cold smile curling his lips. Kid, I'm giving you one last chance. Show me your profession, Pamel. Otherwise, both you and her will leave your lives here today. The threat hung heavy in the air, leaving no room for negotiation. And Su Zhentian certainly had the means to make good on his words. Everyone present looked at Lín Yìchén with pity. Each silently shaking their head, convinced Lín Yìchén was nothing but a naive greenhorn who didn't know his place. Lín Yìchén, my father is asking you a question. Are you going to show it? Seeing this, Su Xiaofeng stepped forward and coldly addressed Lín Yìchén. Lín Yìchén remained unflinching. No. He said indifferently. Fine. You've got guts. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Su Xiaofeng's lips. Fine then. You're dead. He waved his hand decisively. Go. Kill this brat right here. Yes. Now, the few masters from the Hidden Blade Pavilion beside Su Xiaofeng no longer hesitated. Earlier, Su Zhentian had held them back, preventing them from acting. This kid won't be so lucky this time. Daring to insult the head of the Zhongfeng Pavilion in front of so many people. They'd been itching to take him down for ages. Several men charged forward together, cruel grins curling their lips. In the next instant, a barrage of dazzling skills erupted from their bodies. Among them were a holy light sword dozens of meters long and a fireball as massive as a boulder, all hurtling toward Lín Yìchén. The crowd that had been surrounding Lín Yìchén instantly scattered in panic, fearing collateral damage. In their eyes, Lín Yìchén was as good as dead. This was the consequence of offending the Hidden Blade Pavilion. Xiao Chen. Chang Siming couldn't help but cry out upon witnessing the scene. Tears welled up in her eyes as a wave of bitter resentment washed over her. Could it be that she, as a teacher, had failed so miserably? Could she truly not protect her own student? How utterly frustrating. Boom! A deafening crash echoed. The pyroblast spell aimed at Lín Yìchén erupted violently, followed by simultaneous explosions of the Holy Light Greatsword, Death Energy Beam, and other skills. The spot where Lín Yìchén had stood was now completely engulfed in the dust and smoke kicked up by the explosions. Ha! See if you're still so cocky now. Su Xiaofeng watched the scene unfold, feeling utterly exhilarated. Though he hadn't managed to slaughter Lín Yìchén on the life and death arena, he felt thoroughly vindicated. Everything else no longer mattered. Su Zhentian watched the center of the smoke, a faint, cold smile curling the corners of his mouth. This was the consequence of crossing their Zhongfeng Pavilion. But suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. The smoke was now gradually dissipating. Yet what they saw was not Lín Yìchén blown to bloody pulp. Instead, there was a delicate, pale yellow energy shield, as fragile as an eggshell, beneath which stood two figures. One of them was Lín Yìchén, his expression unchanged from before, not the slightest bit altered. The other was an elderly man clad in plain robes, his hair and beard entirely white. Bai Chuanqing? Upon recognizing the identity of the attacker, Su Zhentian's entire body jolted violently. Why? Why would Bai Chuanqing intervene? Chapter 37, The Hidden Blade Pavilion Gets Humiliated. The overbearing Bai Chuanqing. It's Chief Bai? How could Chief Bai intervene to help this kid? Upon recognizing Bai Chuanqing, the surrounding members of the Hidden Blade Pavilion wore expressions of utter disbelief. For professionals, fighting and killing is perfectly normal in this world. And as the largest guild in Kanglan Kingdom, the Professional Association, a quasi-official organization, possessed limited law enforcement authority within urban settlements. But only within the city limits. The outskirts of the Misty Hide Mountains were not within city limits. The only one who could provoke Bai Chuanqing to act. All eyes turned back to Lín Yìchén, each gaze flashing with surprise and suspicion. Could it be, this kid has connections to Bai Chuanqing? Is he a relative of Bai Chuanqing? Such a thought flashed through Su Zhentian's mind as well. He looked at Bai Chuanqing and asked, Mr. Bai, this is a matter for our Zhongfeng Pavilion. Surely the Professional Association shouldn't interfere? The golden yellow energy shield slowly dissipated. Bai Chuanqing and Lín Yìchén were once again exposed to the air. Hearing Su Zhentian's question, Bai Chuanqing's expression remained unchanged, still as calm as ever. Do we need to explain our association's actions to you? The moment Bai Chuanqing spoke these words, the scene instantly fell into dead silence. Arrogant. Too domineering. All eyes fixated on Bai Chuanqing, filled with shock. Is this the backbone of the Professional Association? They didn't even spare a glance for the Hidden Blade Pavilion. Su Zhentian's face turned grim. He truly hadn't expected Bai Chuanqing to speak so boldly. not even sparing him the slightest courtesy. Feeling the countless mocking gazes directed at him, Su Zhentian's aged face burned with embarrassment. Beside him, Su Xiaofeng gritted his teeth. Mr. Bai, this man is directly linked to the murderer who killed me in the secret realm. By doing this, are you trying to shield him? Back at the academy, Chief Bai, you held rules in such high regard. How can you now turn your back on them? Are you trying to shield a murderer? Su Xiaofeng finished speaking and glared at Bai Chuanqing, demanding an answer. But he failed to notice that everyone present was staring at him with expressions that might as well have said he was an idiot. Su Zhentian's face darkened like a piece of coal as he shot Su Xiaofeng a look of deep displeasure. Rules? This isn't school, nor is it within the city limits. What rules could possibly apply here? The only rule that mattered here was strength. In other words, among all present, only Pastor Lan and Bai Chuanqing could be considered by the book. And Pastor Lan is a staunch neutral. Even though I invited him to resurrect Su Xiaofeng, he'd never intervene if things came to blows. Under these circumstances, Bai Chuanqing might as well be the strongest here. You're talking about rules with the strongest person here? Are you kidding me? Su Zhentian silently resolved that once they returned, he would find a psychological therapist to give Su Xiaofeng proper treatment. This child was perfectly fine before. How did he suddenly become so foolish? Upon hearing Su Xiaofeng's words, Bai Chuanqing's previously impassive face showed a flicker of emotion. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, as if Su Xiaofeng had just told him a joke. True, he valued rules highly, otherwise he wouldn't have spoken up for Lín Yìchén, a student he'd never met, during the awakening ceremony. But he understood one thing clearly. In this world, all rules are built upon strength. If you're weaker than others, insisting on rules will only invite ridicule. He knew this all too well. He paid no heed to Su Xiaofeng. Instead, he swept his gaze across the assembled crowd and stated calmly, "Everyone, please depart in an orderly fashion. The core extraction process will commence shortly. All non-essential personnel must withdraw immediately." The onlookers, hearing this, wisely departed. The core extraction process had two stages: first, neutralizing the core's defenses; second, extracting the core itself. The second stage required a specialized technique, making it a closely guarded secret of the professional association. No one would be foolish enough to provoke the professional guild. The three top-tier guilds, Hidden Blade Pavilion, Celestial Dragon Guild, and Skeleton Society, were no exception. They all withdrew their members. As Su Xiaofeng departed, he kept glancing back at Lín Yìchén, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. Once the Hide Blade Pavilion group had retreated far from the outskirts of the mist-hidden mountains, Su Xiaofeng spoke with obvious resentment. "Father, what do we do next? Are we just going to let that brat live comfortably?" Su Zhentian's expression darkened considerably. "First, send men to hunt down those three fugitives. We'll deal with that brat's matter once we return." He made up his mind. Upon returning, he would immediately seek out a psychologist to examine Su Xiaofeng. At the same time, he also needed to reach out to an old friend in the association and have him investigate the background of this Lín Yìchén. Around the dungeon core, with Bai Chuanqing's intervention, the scene soon cleared, leaving only the guild members collecting the dungeon core and Bai Chuanqing standing beside Lín Yìchén. Beyond them, Mo Shui and Chang Simeng, standing not far away, also drew considerable attention. When the bearded man saw Mo Shui and the others refusing to leave, he stepped forward to shoo them away. But Bai Chuanqing stopped him. "No need. Let them stay here." The bearded man looked surprised but nodded in agreement, returning to the dungeon core. Bai Chuanqing then turned to Lín Yìchén. "Mr. Lin, are you all right?" Lín Yìchén shook his head. "I'm fine. Thank you for stepping in, Mr. Bai." Bai Chuxiang stroked his beard and chuckled. "It's only right. If I stood by and watched someone harm you right before my eyes, I might as well resign from my position as head of the association." At these words, Chang Simeng, supported by Mo Shui, froze in shock. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she stared intently at Lín Yìchén nearby, her pupils trembling. What had she just heard? Why would Bai Chuanqing say such things to Lín Yìchén? Resign as head of the association if he couldn't protect her? Good heavens! Could it be? Lín Yìchén really has connections to the highest echelons? No way! Chang Simeng shook her head, dismissing the thought. As his teacher, she knew his family situation well. He was an orphan. His admission to Jiāngběi No. 1 High School came solely through his outstanding performance at the orphanage, which earned him a spot at Jiāngběi No. 3 Elementary. There, he maintained unrivaled top rankings throughout all 6 years of elementary school, securing his place at Jiāngběi No. 1 High. During his years at the high school, Lín Yìchén had consistently lived in the dormitory. His everyday attire and demeanor screamed two words: broke. Worse still, she had witnessed Lín Yìchén eating 3 steamed buns for breakfast, lunch, and dinner on multiple occasions. Her heart ached so much she immediately took Lín Yìchén out for several bowls of steaming beef noodle soup. "You're telling me someone like this has connections that reach the heavens?" Chang Simeng refused to believe it. Then why did Bai Chuanqing treat Lín Yìchén so favorably? A faint suspicion began to take root in Chang Simeng's mind. Could it be? Lín Yìchén was actually a genius? Judging by these recent incidents, it seemed that whenever that brother Lin appeared, Lín Yìchén would conveniently show up at the scene too. Could it be that the mysterious genius brother Lin was actually Lín Yìchén? The thought sent her heart pounding wildly with excitement. She turned to Imo Shui beside her. Xiao Shui, could you take me to see Lín Yìchén? I have something I want to ask him. Chapter 38, Xiao Chen this strong? Chang Simong was stunned. Sure. Imo Shui nodded slightly, then took Chang Siming's arm and guided her toward Lín Yìchén. Teacher Chang, are you alright? Lín Yìchén saw Chang Siming approaching and asked with concern. No, I'm fine. Chang Siming shook her head firmly, then turned her gaze to Lín Yìchén and asked earnestly, Xiao Chen, tell me, is that Lin brother you mentioned actually you? Lín Yìchén didn't deny it. He nodded. Yes, that's me. It really is you? Chang Siming's mouth fell slightly open as she froze in place. She had considered this possibility, but every time the thought surfaced, she had squashed it. After all, such a thing was simply too shocking and outrageous. And she had been present when Lín Yìchén's awakening occurred. She had witnessed firsthand that he had awakened a D-class profession. What? You're suggesting the awakening platform malfunctioned? That was absolutely impossible. The awakening platform had never malfunctioned. Therefore, in Chang Siming's eyes, Lín Yìchén was merely a student who had awakened to a D-rank life-type profession. His future prospects were limited to working in slaughterhouses or vegetable markets. But she truly never imagined that the master who had shattered the solo speedrun record for the Rotten Ruins in under 10 minutes would be none other than Lín Yìchén. Is this really her student? Chang Siming felt a bit dazed. After a moment's pause, she pressed on, Xiao Chun, are you truly a D-rank profession? After speaking, she fixed Lín Yìchén with an intensely curious gaze. As if realizing the directness of her question might be inappropriate, Chang Siming hastily added, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I'm just curious, that's all. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but smile. Teacher Chang, my profession is rather unique. It started out as a D rank, but it's not that anymore. Chang Siming's eyes widened in realization. Ah, I see. I always wondered how a D rank profession could achieve such extraordinary results. It seemed Lín Yìchén's profession was a highly unique, evolvable one. Chang Siming breathed a deep sigh of relief. She looked at Lín Yìchén with a mix of relief and reproach in her eyes. That kid had kept it from her for so long, causing her endless worry. But now everything was fine. Since Lín Yìchén wasn't a D-class profession and was actually this powerful, she could finally relax. Xiao Chen, does that mean you were the one who got the first kill in the dungeon earlier? Chang Siming asked again. Yep, that was me. Lín Yìchén didn't deny it. Chang Siming's little face was filled with shock, and her heart was even more so. After all, from what she'd gathered earlier, that mysterious first kill achiever had first wiped out Su Xiaofeng's entire group before going on to claim the first kill from the Dragon Clan Guild. Has Xiao Chen become this formidable? Just as Chang Siming was still reeling from the shock, Bai Chuanqing suddenly patted Lín Yìchén on the shoulder. Lin, things got pretty urgent today. After bringing you into the guild, I didn't get a chance to look after you. I almost forgot something. Per tradition, senior members of the Jiāngběi City Practitioners Association are assigned mentors to guide them through their first major quest. You should be nearing level 50 by now, right? The person in charge of that specifically is still at the association right now. I'll take you to meet him first. Once you hit level 50, you can go directly to him. Hearing this, Lín Yìchén felt a flicker of surprise. He hadn't expected the association's benefits to be this generous. After all, to qualify for the first job advancement, one must clear a 4-star dungeon at level 50. Dungeons at each level are rated up to 5 stars, and even a 4-star dungeon is a nightmare for ordinary players. Thus, most professionals without connections would first level up to 60+ before teaming up to clear the job change quest. Even ordinary members of large guilds had to tackle the job change quest independently. No one would simply carry them through once they reach the required level. Only core members or those with connections stand a chance of being carried through. Yet the guild association? As long as you're a senior member, someone will carry you through once you hit the required level. Lín Yìchén couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Was this the true power of a top-tier guild? Alright, then I'll trouble Elder Bai. Lín Yìchén nodded to Bai Chuanqing. Bai Chuanqing chuckled, not at all. And that Imo Shui, right? You're welcome to join us too. With that, Bai Chuanqing turned his gaze toward Imo Shui. Lín Yìchén was taken aback by this. He gave Imo Shui a deep look. Could he be a senior member of the professional association too? Wow, he really kept his cards close to his chest. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, Imo Shui was a genius who had awakened an SS class profession. It was only natural for the association to recruit her. At that moment, the two guild staff members approached Bai Chuanqing with the dungeon core in hand. Chief Bai, the core has been recovered. Bai Chuanqing nodded. Good. Let's get moving. Understood. No one had any objections. Led by Bai Chuanqing, the others followed behind as the group slowly departed the outskirts of the fog-hidden mountains. Chang Siming also joined the main group at Lín Yìchén's invitation. This was mainly because she had clashed with Su Jintian earlier, and Lín Yìchén feared she might face retaliation if traveling alone. He couldn't bear to leave his beloved teacher to fend for herself. It wasn't until they passed by Chang Ximing's residence that Lín Yìchén bid her farewell. Bye, Teacher Chang. See you next time. Lín Yìchén waved as he spoke. Xiao Chun, Xiao Shui, bye. Chang Ximing waved back at the group. Soon, they all disappeared from her sight. As usual, she stepped into the apartment building where she lived and waited for the elevator. After a moment, a strange feeling washed over her. As if she had forgotten something important. What could it be? Chang Ximing frowned, her little brain working furiously. After a long while, Chang Ximing was still completely baffled, unable to figure out what she had forgotten. Never mind, she thought. Maybe it was because she'd been worrying too much about Xiaochen lately? Chang Ximing shook her head. Now that Lín Yìchén's crisis had passed, she believed that even in the life or death showdown ahead, Su Xiaofeng wouldn't stand a chance against him. With that settled, what else was there to worry about? Just then, the elevator arrived at the first floor. Humming cheerfully, she stepped inside. Meanwhile, after parting ways with Chang Ximing, Lín Yìchén and his group continued toward the professional building. Along the way, Lín Yìchén recalled the words Chang Ximing had spoken when they parted, and a peculiar look flashed in his eyes. What had Chang Ximing called Mo Shui just now? Xiao Shui? The more he thought about it, the stranger that nickname sounded. The thought made Lín Yìchén glance at Mo Shui. Xiao Shui? Mo Shui looked at him in confusion. Lín Yìchén raised an eyebrow. Xiao Shui? Mo Shui tilted her head. What? Lín Yìchén looked puzzled. You don't mind this nickname at all? Don't you think it sounds like a girl's name? Mo Shui froze. Especially when Lín Yìchén uttered the word girl. A peculiar expression flickered across his usually impassive face. I'm used to it. But he quickly regained his composure, uttering 3 indifferent words before hastening his pace and walking ahead of Lín Yìchén. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. A truly flawless excuse. Soon, the group returned to the professional building. Though night had fallen, the building remained brightly lit. Though not as bustling as during the day, many adventurers still visited the building, some to submit quests, others to accept new ones. Others gathered at this hour to organize raid parties for specific dungeons, those starting at 1 a.m. and wrapping up just before midnight. Lín Yìchén and his companion followed by Chuanqing through the association building until they stopped before a muscular, burly man. Mr. Lin, Mr. M.O., this gentleman is our guild specialist in charge of class change quests. Please meet him. Bai Chuanqing introduced them with a smile. Chapter 39, Soaring Levels. Check first kill rewards. Hello, I'm Yin Tao. The muscular man spoke first. Hello, I'm Lín Yìchén. Mo Shui. Lín Yìchén and the other also spoke simultaneously. Ah, so you two are the new senior members joining our association? Truly promising young talents. Yin Tao smiled as he appraised Lín Yìchén and the other, then continued, by the way, what level are you guys at now? Lín Yìchén glanced at his interface. Lín Yìchén. Class, Blood Slaughterer rating, C. Level, 39. HP, 2000 MP, 480. Attack, 733 Defense, 130. Strength, 85 Constitution, 13 Spirit, 10 Agility, 12. Skills, none. Available attribute points, 9. Talents, Anatomy Mastery Evolvable Talent, increases your chance to obtain high-tier loot after slaughtering prey by 100%. Slaughter Expertise Evolvable Talent, your first 2 attacks against each prey always land critical hits, and your critical damage becomes 600. Executioner Evolvable Talent, 10% of damage dealt with greatswords converts to true damage. Crimson Reaper Evolvable Talent, your attacks grant 20 damage over time lifesteal, and you gain 250 experience per kill. Corrupted Blade Mutable Talent, your attacks inflict the Crimson Corruption effect on enemies, draining 3% of their maximum health per second for 60 seconds. Unbeknownst to him, his level had already reached 39. In other words, just by defeating the final boss, the Mist Apostle, in the Mist Forest dungeon, his level had jumped from 36 to 39. Lín Yìchén was stunned. He knew this was all thanks to his Crimson Reaper talent. I'm currently level 39. Lín Yìchén replied to Yin Tao. Level 39? Still a ways to go before 50. Yin Tao nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Mo Shui, and you? Level 27. As Mo Shui spoke, her eyes couldn't help but glance at Lín Yìchén, her heart filled with astonishment. He truly hadn't expected Lín Yìchén's level to be this high already. Why, when they had awakened their professions on the same day, had Lín Yìchén pulled so far ahead? Could it be that Lín Yìchén's class was actually SSS tier? Mo Shui found herself leaning toward this possibility. It must be true. Otherwise, Lín Yìchén's performance in the dungeon was simply too outrageous. 1 strike for minor enemies, a few strikes for major ones. That kind of speed was simply beyond what a normal person could achieve. Upon hearing Mo Shui report his level, Yin Tao was immediately puzzled. He turned to Bai Chuanqing, Chief Bai, what's going on here? Bai Chuanqing had informed him that both Lín Yìchén and Mo Shui were students who had just graduated from high school today. Moreover, Mo Shui had awakened an SS tier talent, making her the highest-ranked professional at Jiāngběi No. 1 high school. Though Bai Chuanqing hadn't disclosed Lín Yìchén's profession, Yen Tao knew that only 3 students at Jiāngběi No. 1 high school had awakened S rank or higher professions. Lín Yìchén clearly wasn't one of them, otherwise he would have remembered the name. Yet this student's rank was so far ahead of Mo Shui's? How absurd is that? Bai Chuanqing's expression betrayed a hint of astonishment. He gave Lín Yìchén a deep look, his eyes flashing with genuine admiration. He knew Lín Yìchén's profession wasn't ordinary, but he hadn't expected it to be this extraordinary. To climb from level 0 to level 39 in a single day. How many dungeons had he cleared? How many monsters had he slain? He must have put in tremendous effort in the misty forest. With such high talent and relentless dedication, this kid was destined for greatness. Bai Chuanqing felt immense satisfaction. The greater Lín Yìchén's achievements, the more benefits it would bring to their guild. This young talent must be prioritized for cultivation. Ahem, Elder Yen, you must give these 2 youngsters special attention. Once they reach level 50, you absolutely must take them through their class change quests, understand? Do not let any mishaps occur. Bai Chuanqing said sternly to Yen Tao. Yen Tao nodded, got it. I'll pay special attention to that. Good. With that settled, I can rest easy. Bai Chuanqing smiled with satisfaction, then patted Lín Yìchén on the shoulder. Mr. Lin, I'll be heading out now. You two continue your conversation. Goodbye, Mr. Bai. Lín Yìchén politely bid farewell. After Bai Chuanqing left, Yen Tao spoke up, I'll be here every evening in this office. Once you reach the required level, feel free to come find me anytime. I won't say much more. The college entrance exams are approaching, aren't they? Even though you've joined our association, it's still worth striving for admission to a top-tier university. The resources there are abundant. Best of luck to you both. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén and Mo Shui also bid farewell to Yen Tao. As it was already late, nearly 4 a.m., a wave of drowsiness washed over Lín Yìchén. After saying goodbye to Mo Shui, he returned to his new home. After a quick wash, he sank into the embrace of his soft, large bed. However, just before drifting off, Lín Yìchén suddenly remembered something. The first kill reward. He shot upright instantly, all traces of drowsiness vanished, his eyes blazing with sharp focus. After exiting the instance, Su Xiaofeng had immediately sought him out, causing him to completely forget to check the first kill reward. Now, he would see just how generous the first kill reward for this level 50 trap dungeon truly was. At the same time, in Jiāngběi City, within a bedroom decorated in soft, pastel hues, Chang Siming suddenly jolted awake from her dream. Work! My work! Her short hair was tousled, her big eyes brimming with tears, filled with regret and self-reproach. How could I have forgotten something so important? Chang Siming, you... I really don't know what to say to you anymore. Chang Siming felt like crying but had no tears left. She had known something important felt forgotten when she returned home. Her primary purpose for going to the mist-hidden mountains tonight was to find Bai Chuanqing and ask for his help. But after discovering Lín Yìchén was also there and experiencing everything that followed, her mind had automatically pushed it to the back of her thoughts. Even on the way back, she remained in a state of shock, completely oblivious to the fact that she still had this crucial task left undone. What was she to do now? If Bai Chuanqing returned home and immediately set off for Kanglan City, she would truly lose her job. Wah, I'm so useless. Chang Siming was on the verge of tears. She opened her StarNet panel and stared at Lín Yìchén's profile picture in her contacts list, her heart twisted with conflict. Come to think of it, Lín Yìchén seemed to be the only person she knew who was acquainted with Bai Chuanqing. But then she glanced at the time, it was almost 5 o'clock. Little Chen must have gone to sleep long ago, right? Disturbing him now would hardly be something a teacher should do, would it? Yet she feared Bai Chuanqing might truly be rushing nonstop to Kanglan City. After much internal struggle, Chang Siming couldn't bring herself to disturb Lín Yìchén's peaceful sleep. She lay back down, her delicate face resting sideways on the pillow, her large eyes glistening like tiny pearls. This job was crucial to her. She'd spent a significant chunk of her savings to buy Lín Yìchén that bottle of intermediate strength potion. And the rent for the apartment she was currently living in was due soon. If she lost her job at this critical juncture, she might as well go begging on the streets. She was breaking down, truly breaking down. Mr. Bai, please don't leave. Chang Siming murmured in utter despair. Chapter 40, First Kill Reward. Permanent buff. Claim reward, first kill bonus for the Mist Forest final boss? Yes, no. Lín Yìchén stared at the prompt panel that popped up before him and pressed yes without hesitation. First kill reward being dispersed. Lín Yìchén felt countless blue specks of light dancing through the air before his eyes, slowly coalescing into a virtual treasure chest at his bedside. Was this the first kill reward? Lín Yìchén stared at the virtual treasure chest, a surge of excitement welling up inside him. This was the first time he'd ever witnessed the distribution process of a first kill reward. It was quite sci-fi. Lín Yìchén reached out and touched the chest, opening it. The moment it opened, several golden streams of light suddenly appeared, swiftly entering Lín Yìchén's body. Acquired buff, Divine Favor. Divine Favor is loading. 2 faint golden notification messages appeared before Lín Yìchén's eyes, leaving him utterly baffled. What was going on? Shouldn't his interface be blood red? Why were these pale gold prompts appearing now? Just as Lín Yìchén was puzzled, he suddenly noticed both prompts being enveloped and transformed by a crimson aura that materialized out of thin air. Divine Favor loading failed. Transformed for you into Godslayer's Favor. Favored by the Godslayer permanent, evolvable buff, all attributes plus 50. A 50% boost to all attributes? Favor of the Godslayer? Staring at this overwhelmingly detailed information, Lín Yìchén was utterly stunned. Never mind this absurdly powerful all-attribute boost buff. Why had it suddenly shifted from the favor of the gods to the favor of the Godslayer? Could this also be related to his chosen profession? Speculations swirled in Lín Yìchén's mind. His gaze returned to the virtual treasure chest. Inside, 2 runestones engraved with mysterious symbols now lay quietly. Lín Yìchén reached out and picked up the 2 stones. Instantly, their usage appeared in his mind. One stone granted a choice of equipment from the Misty Forest dungeon. Holding it and silently reciting the name of the desired gear would cause that item to be teleported directly to him. The other stone served as the Mist Forest special material selection. Lín Yìchén wasn't particularly surprised by the dungeon equipment selection runestone. After all, the fact that a first clear of a dungeon granted one opportunity to select dungeon equipment was no secret. But this special material selection option for the dungeon truly delighted Lín Yìchén. You see, among all the loot he'd gathered on this raid run, the only missing piece was the material for crafting the mist bracers. In other words, Lín Yìchén was now a powerhouse wielding a full set of platinum grade gear at level 50. Right, tomorrow he'd head to the guild to forge the gear. Lín Yìchén lay back contentedly on his plush bed. The virtual treasure chest had completely vanished after all its rewards were claimed. Now that he'd graduated and no longer needed to wake up early, Lín Yìchén slept straight through until noon. This was a luxury of sleep he'd never dared dream of back when he was a high school student. After waking up and freshening up, Lín Yìchén opened his star net. Ha! Teacher Chang sent me a message? Lín Yìchén immediately spotted the flashing red dot on Chang Simeng's profile picture in the chat interface. He tapped it open and found several messages from Chang Simeng. Xiao Chen, are you awake? Xiao Chen, I have a favor to ask of you. Are you awake? Little Chen, could you please reply to me once you're awake? 3 messages, starting at 8 a.m., arriving every hour. Something to ask of me? Lín Yìchén raised an eyebrow as he read the second message. He immediately typed a reply. Teacher Chang, what's up? Just woke up, went to bed way too late last night. The instant this message was sent. In an apartment building roughly 3 kilometers from Lín Yìchén's residence, Chang Simeng, her eyes vacant, hair disheveled, suddenly sat up in bed. Her dull, lifeless eyes finally lit up. She hurriedly opened her star network panel and saw that it was indeed Lín Yìchén who had sent her a message. Little Chen, do you have Mr. Bai's contact info? My teacher needs to discuss something with him. Could you help me get in touch with him? Chang Simeng's fingers danced across the keyboard, swiftly typing out a reply. Soon. Lín Yìchén replied. Sure thing. Hold on a sec, Teacher Chang. I'll send you Mr. Bai's contact info right away. After that, Lín Yìchén performed a series of actions, and Chang Simeng soon received a friend request card. Your friend Bai Zhou recommends Ji Bai. Add. Chang Simeng trembled as she pressed the add button. New friend added. The moment she saw the successful friend request notification, Chang Simeng immediately opened her chat window with Bai Chuanqing and typed a message. Mr. Bai, I'm Chang Simeng, a teacher at Jiāngběi No. 1 High School. I wish to file a complaint against Principal Ma Mingrui. He abused his authority by dismissing me on the eve of his own dismissal. Chang Simeng wrote a lengthy essay of over 100 words and sent it to Bai Chuanqing. At that very moment, Bai Chuanqing was sipping tea in his office within the association building when this message suddenly popped up. Chang Simeng? Wasn't she the one who stood up for Lin that day? You bastard Ma Mingrui, stirring up trouble at the school before your dismissal notice even arrives. You really think you can get away with this? Bai Chuanqing's expression darkened as he read Chang Simeng's message. He immediately rose from his chair and replied to Chang Simeng. Got it. I'll handle this immediately. After sending the message, he strode straight out the office door and headed toward Jiāngběi No. 1 High School. In the bedroom, Chang Simeng stared at Bai Chuanqing's message as 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. Kneeling on the bed, her face bore an expression of vindication. Her job was saved. Unaware of what had transpired, Lín Yìchén was currently on his way to the professional building. After participating in the Mist Forest yesterday, his kill count had already reached 6,921 points. He was just 1/3 away from the ultimate 10,000 points. Lín Yìchén urgently needed to reach level 50 quickly. For the time being, he planned to immerse himself in dungeons whenever he wasn't eating or sleeping, simultaneously boosting both his kill count and level. He was eager to see what surprises his next class evolution would bring once his kill count was maxed out. Before long, Lín Yìchén arrived at the professional building and made his way with practiced ease to the dungeon portal hall. This time, he skipped accepting any quests and headed straight to the level 40 dungeon area. He selected a 5-star dungeon teleportation array and stepped in. With a hum, the portal began to activate. When Lín Yìchén opened his eyes again, he found himself transported to a desolate wasteland. He found himself atop an abandoned skyscraper, gazing down to see hordes of zombies roaming the city streets in overwhelming numbers. Witnessing this scene, Lín Yìchén's right hand, clutching his blade, trembled slightly with excitement. City of Mutation. A level 45-star dungeon. The dungeon's defining feature was these swarms of zombies. To Lín Yìchén, these zombies were nothing but prime fodder for his kill count. Hope your numbers don't disappoint me. Lín Yìchén's lips curved into a faint smile as he gripped his crimson-hued broadsword and strode toward the staircase. Chapter 41, Class Evolution. The Wrath of Azura. Just as Lín Yìchén unleashed his slaughter within the instance, inside the Hidden Blade Pavilion, Su Xiaofeng's mind was in turmoil. Having encountered that formidable brother Lin twice in succession, only to also stumble upon Lín Yìchén both times, Su Xiaofeng could no longer avoid the suspicion that this terrifying brother Lin was none other than Lín Yìchén himself. But the most crucial clue was Bai Chuanqing's attitude toward Lín Yìchén yesterday. This only reinforced Su Xiaofeng's conviction that Lín Yìchén was far from ordinary. What to do? How could Lín Yìchén, that good for nothing, transform into such an unnaturally gifted genius? Clearly, I'm the one with an S-class profession. Su Xiaofeng was filled with bitter resentment. Just then, Su Zhentian suddenly entered the room. Father, what's the outcome of the investigation? Su Xiaofeng hurried forward to ask. Su Zhentian's expression was unsettled. That kid is a senior member of the professional association. He said only that one sentence. But Su Xiaofeng understood everything. Lín Yìchén was undoubtedly that white day who had climbed to the top of the solo speed ranking for the Rotten Ruins in less than 10 minutes. Otherwise, how could he possibly be a senior member of the association? Merely winning a trial was nowhere near enough to qualify for senior membership. Then what about his rank? Is it really only D class? Su Xiaofeng persisted, unwilling to let it go. Su Zhentian shook his head. That's unclear, but the kid's membership records list him as D rank. Though I suspect Bai Chuanqing deliberately kept it confidential for him. Hearing this answer, Su Xiaofeng's heart finally sank. Everything was confirming his suspicions. Lín Yìchén's profession was definitely not as simple as D rank. Have you ever seen a D-rank professional dominate the speed rankings? Have you ever seen a D-rank professional who could take down their Cangfeng Pavilion's 60-level professionals with just 2 strikes in the early stages? What now? I still have a life or death duel with him. Are we just going to cancel it? Su Xiaofeng muttered, unwilling to accept it. Why cancel it? Su Zhentian snorted coldly, his fierce eyes blazing with murderous intent. That brat has already crossed our Cangfeng Pavilion. We absolutely cannot let him grow any stronger. Xiaofeng, this life or death duel is our chance. If you can kill him in the duel, even Bai Chuanqing won't have grounds to trouble us. Hearing his father's words, Su Xiaofeng's face fell into despair. But how could I possibly kill him? Forget everything else, that kid Lín Yìchén can now take down a level 60 professional with 2 swings of his blade. If I even survive 1 strike, our family graves would be smoking. Smack! Su Zhentian couldn't help but slap Su Xiaofeng on the head. Do you think I'm stupid? Did I tell you to go to your death? Of course I have a plan. Su Xiaofeng rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. What plan? Su Zhentian snorted coldly. Here's the plan. I've already arranged with Uncle Chen and Uncle Zhou. Starting today, they'll take you to run dungeons. Double EXP potions are all prepared for you. Even with that max level negative buff on experience gain, you'll still level up faster than that kid Lín Yìchén. I've crunched the numbers. At this rate, you'll hit at least level 60 by the day of the life or death duel. After your first class advancement, with your innate talent, you might just give that kid Lín Yìchén a run for his money. After hearing Su Zhentian's words, Su Xiaofeng still looked uncertain. But father, Lín Yìchén won't just stand still during this time either. By then, even if I'm level 60, I'll probably still be walking into a death trap. He was genuinely terrified of Lín Yìchén being taken out in 1 strike twice in a row had nearly given him a full-blown Lín Yìchén phobia. I'm not finished yet. Su Zhentian's eyes blazed with murderous intent. I've already coordinated with the higher-ups. Before the duel, I'll procure a full set of diamond tier gear matching your level, along with a diamond tier weapon. With all this, Lín Yìchén has no chance. He's as good as dead. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope finally flickered in Su Xiaofeng's heart. If it's a diamond tier set, then this duel might actually be winnable. His eyes regained their fighting spirit. Alright. I'll throw myself into dungeons these next few days and level up to 60, no, 70 before the duel starts. Su Zhentian patted his shoulder with satisfaction. That's more like it. Now you're showing the spirit of my son, Su Zhentian. Lín Yìchén was already in a killing frenzy. The mutant capital was littered with zombies hacked clean in half, their greenish blood pooling on the ground, nearly forming a lake. Kill count, 1. Killing count 1. Killing count 1. Lín Yìchén's killing tally steadily climbed amidst this carnage. Until his 7th entry into the mutant capital. Kill count 1. Kill count, 100,001,0000. Detected killing count has exceeded the limit. Profession is evolving. Evolution successful. Class, Blood Slaughter C rank Azura B rank. New talent, Azura's Wrath. Azura's Wrath evolvable talent, unleashes the killing power within, boosting attack by 300 and critical damage by 300 for 10 seconds while increasing your critical hit rate to 100%. Simultaneously inflicts tremor status on all creatures within 10 meters. Trembling, special effect. Enemies afflicted with trembling become unable to act and have their defense reduced to 0. Cooldown, 24 hours. Talent evolution count, 1. Lín Yìchén felt profoundly shaken. This talent was truly insane. With its outrageous stats and absurd effects, Lín Yìchén could only say it was absolutely perfect. What he craved was raw power, was breaking the mold. In light of this talent's effects, even its 24-hour cooldown time no longer felt like a drawback. Lín Yìchén excelled academically and had read about many game-changing class talents in books. But compared to his own Wrath of the Azura, those talents were utterly insignificant. Not to mention the staggering stat boosts. Even the special effect called Tremor alone is a talent reserved for at least SS-tier professions. Let's see what the next evolution brings. Lín Yìchén took several deep breaths to steady his nerves before opening the interface again. Kill count, 010000. Post-evolution class panel. Class, Azura B rank Blood C Azura A rank. New talents, Blood C domain, Slaughter power. Talent effects, unlocked after class evolution. 2 talents? Lín Yìchén keenly grasped the most crucial information. His next evolution would grant him 2 talents. And these talents sounded downright brutal. His current B-tier talent, Wrath of the Azura, was already absurdly powerful. Could the upcoming Blood C domain and Slaughter force be even more monstrous? Suppressing his excitement, Lín Yìchén's gaze fell upon the evolution counts for his 2 talents. He needed to carefully consider which talent to invest his next evolution point in. Should he directly evolve this new talent, Azura's Wrath, or evolve another talent instead? Chapter 42, Changes to the Killing Streak. Back on top. Let's try Azura's Wrath first. After pondering, Lín Yìchén decided to observe the effects of this new talent's evolution before making a final judgment. He pressed the plus sign next to Azura's Wrath, and a prompt instantly popped up. Evolve talent, Azura's Wrath? Evolved effect, unleashes the killing power within your body, boosting attack power by 500 and critical damage by 500 for 10 seconds. Your critical hit rate becomes 100%, while all living beings within a 100-meter radius enter a state of trembling. Whoa! Seeing the post-evolution effects of Azura's Wrath, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but gasp. Not only did the attack power and critical damage bonuses jump by 200, but more crucially, the range of the trembling effect had expanded to 100 meters, a tenfold increase. What did this mean? Even disregarding the absurdly extreme numerical increases, just the trembling effect alone represented an ultra-large-scale group control ability. Even among support class control skills, few could achieve such an effect. However, Lín Yìchén didn't let his excitement get the better of him and immediately allocate his talent evolution points to Wrath of the Azura. Hold back. This 100-meter group control isn't a significant enough boost for me right now. Development-type talents suit me better. Lín Yìchén pondered silently. Currently, he could one-shot most minor mobs in dungeons, meaning Azura's Wrath would only prove useful during boss fights. As for the 100-meter area control, he couldn't think of a practical use for it at this stage. Still, the later the game progressed, the more impactful this talent would become. Better to invest in Scarlet Reaper. After careful deliberation, Lín Yìchén ultimately allocated his evolution points to Crimson Reaper. Given his current situation, it was definitely safer to focus on leveling up quickly before considering other options. Talent evolution successful. Scarlet Reaper evolvable talent, your attacks deal 30 additional damage as lifesteal, and the EXP gained from defeating monsters increases to 300. Triple experience permanently? This leveling speed is unbeatable. Lín Yìchén nodded in satisfaction before continuing his advance deeper into the dungeon. His current location was only about 100 meters from the boss room, Spig Hospital a short walk away. But don't underestimate that 100-meter stretch. The deeper you ventured into this city of mutation, the more zombies you encountered. Especially near the final boss, Dr. Fran's doorstep zombies came in relentless waves. A single lapse in attention could strip away a layer of your health. Wah-woo! The moment Lín Yìchén stepped out of the hospital parking lot, over a dozen zombies suddenly materialized around him. They writhed and twisted as they surged toward him, their glowing green eyes burning with a thirst for blood. Clang! Lín Yìchén swung his crimson broadsword, each strike taking down 2 or 3 zombies. Soon, the area was cleared once more. No more killing count. After dispatching the horde, Lín Yìchén furrowed his brow, silently wondering, could it be that the mobs in this level 40 instance no longer provided enough killing energy for his current needs? What level of monsters would be required? Lín Yìchén planned to test a level 50 dungeon after finishing this run, to see if its mobs could provide the necessary kill count. Soon, Lín Yìchén kicked open the main doors of Spiegel Hospital. Taking the elevator to the hospital's top floor, he headed toward the final boss, Dr. Fran. Unlocking the sealed rooftop door, Lín Yìchén stepped inside slowly. First, a gray, overcast sky met his eyes. Then, not far away, an elderly man sat in a wheelchair, his body covered in 4 tubes. Spotting the uninvited intruder, he immediately pressed a button on his wheelchair. Instantly, green serum surged through his veins, propelling him skyward as he transformed into a monstrous figure over 4 meters tall, covered in eerily crimson, twisted muscles. Armed with the experience gained from previous encounters with Dr. Fran, Lín Yìchén acted faster this time. After only a few exchanges, he delivered the final blow, reaping Dr. Fran's life. Kill count, 1. Ha! Lín Yìchén raised an eyebrow slightly as he watched the prompt reappear. It seemed that level 40 minions no longer granted killing points, but bosses did. If this theory held true, then level 50 mobs should also yield kill points. Lín Yìchén couldn't wait to test it out. Exit instance. The next moment, Lín Yìchén's figure reappeared in the teleportation hall. He slowly stepped out of the magic circle's range and glanced up at the speedrun leaderboard of the mutant capital. The solo speedrun column prominently displayed the 2 striking characters, Daylight. Baiju's position was undoubtedly at the top of the leaderboard, with a time of 19 minutes and 11 seconds. He had lapped the second-place finisher, who clocked in at 1 hour and 33 minutes, by several laps. And this was achieved without Lín Yìchén even prioritizing speed. He skipped every minor enemy he could along the way, solely focused on maximizing his kill count. Bro, are you Baiju? Suddenly, Lín Yìchén's train of thought was interrupted by a shout. He turned to find the entrance of Mutant City had somehow become surrounded by a crowd. Hundreds of eyes were fixed on him. Though this crowd wasn't as massive as the one at the ruined ruins, it hadn't quite filled the entire teleportation hall yet. I'm not. What's going on? Why are you asking me? Lín Yìchén didn't admit it, instead countering the bespectacled man who'd spoken with a feigned look of confusion. Seeing Lín Yìchén's reaction, the bespectacled man seemed convinced. He pointed at the speedrun leaderboard and said, Bro, look. That guy who solo cleared the rotten ruins last time and set the national record White Day is back to take on Mutant City today. And this guy is absolutely insane. You know how long the Mutant City dungeon is, right? Well, he cleared it in just 19 minutes. The guy with glasses got more and more excited as he talked, and Lín Yìchén quickly cut him off. Holy crap, only 19 minutes? This guy is insane. He feigned astonishment. Yeah, I wonder who this Baiju really is. It'd be great to meet him in person. The bespectacled man shook his head inside. Lín Yìchén patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, he's definitely still inside. He hasn't come out yet. Why? The bespectacled man was puzzled. The gazes of the surrounding crowd also converged on Lín Yìchén. Lín Yìchén explained earnestly, think about it. Last time in the rotten ruins, this guy Baiju broke the record by clearing it in under 10 minutes. With his abilities, he's got a good shot at clearing Mutant City in under 10 minutes too, right? So, he's definitely pushing his limits in there right now. Just wait a bit longer and you might just see him emerge. Lín Yìchén's reasoning was compelling. The onlookers, including the bespectacled man, nodded in sudden understanding. Lín Yìchén seized the moment to slip away, heading straight for the familiar building where rewards were claimed. Breaking another speed record meant another 300,000 star coins and a level 50 platinum equipment voucher, a substantial haul for Lín Yìchén. Approaching the front desk, he found the same young man in glasses on duty. Spotting Lín Yìchén, the clerk rose from his chair and asked with a smile, It's you again. What are you here to claim? Lín Yìchén returned the smile. I'm here to claim the top speed ranking reward. Oh, the top speed ranking reward. Hold on a moment. The young man in glasses nodded, about to begin the process. But he suddenly froze, then stared at Lín Yìchén with utter shock. What did you just say? Lín Yìchén repeated, claiming the top prize. Why? The bespectacled young man's mouth formed an O shape as he stared at Lín Yìchén in utter astonishment. You top the leaderboard again? Chapter 43, Tallying the Spoils. The killing count returns. Lín Yìchén nodded. The bespectacled young man stared at Lín Yìchén as if he were a freak. How long had it even been? He'd already climbed back to the top of the speed rankings. What kind of monster was this? Could you help me redeem this, please? Lín Yìchén reminded him with a smile. Oh, sorry about that. I'll process your exchange right away. The bespectacled young man snapped out of it and hurriedly began the exchange process. After receiving his rewards, Lín Yìchén headed to the building's trading zone. Earlier in Mutant City, besides maxing out his kill count, he'd also looted quite a bit of gear, including the Mutant City boss exclusive Fran gloves. Since fist weapon classes were extremely rare, Lín Yìchén had no use for this item. He planned to sell it along with all his other Mutant City loot for star coins. After listing everything in the trading area, Lín Yìchén stared at the 2 conspicuous level 50 or below platinum equipment exchange vouchers in his backpack and fell deep in thought. Should he sell these 2 equipment vouchers as well? Lín Yìchén pondered silently. After all, he had already assembled a full set of platinum grade level 50 gear, one that even possessed set bonuses. The equipment obtainable with these vouchers didn't include gear with set properties. Therefore, these vouchers were essentially useless to Lín Yìchén at this point. Better sell them. Convert them to star coins, and I can buy more stuff to level up. Lín Yìchén ultimately listed the exchange voucher on the trading market as well. Priced at 1.5 million star coins, he quickly completed the listing. It was a very fair price. After settling everything, Lín Yìchén left the trading area and returned to the teleportation hall. His next task was to test whether the mobs in the level 50 dungeon would yield killing points. This matter was crucial, as it would determine the path of Lín Yìchén's future growth and development. The elevator doors slowly opened, and Lín Yìchén stepped out. Upon entering the teleportation hall, he noticed that most of the crowd gathered around the mutant capital teleportation array had already dispersed. They must have seen no movement on the leaderboard. Lín Yìchén thought to himself before preparing to head toward the level 50 dungeon area. Just then, a commotion erupted near the entrance of the teleportation hall. Wasn't that the young master of the Hidden Blade Pavilion? Had he come to recruit Baijiu again? Probably. I heard that last time. The Hidden Blade Pavilion and the Celestial Dragon Guild turned the entire building upside down and still couldn't find a trace of Baijiu. Now that Baijiu has finally appeared, the Hidden Blade Pavilion definitely doesn't want to miss this chance. Heh, I doubt it'll work this time either. Who knows if Baijiu is even still in the dungeon? That ranking hasn't budged in half a day. He might have left ages ago. The surrounding adventurers immediately began whispering upon seeing Su Xiaofeng arrive. Lín Yìchén also turned his gaze behind him, spotting Su Xiaofeng leading 3 others into the teleportation hall. What was interesting, though, was that unlike his previous confident demeanor, Su Xiaofeng's face was now dark and gloomy, as if everyone owed him 1,000,000 star coins. And no wonder. Ever since learning that Daybreak's true identity was Lín Yìchén, Su Xiaofeng now wanted to tear out the tongues of anyone who dared mention Daybreak. But this was on the association's turf, so he could only swallow his rage. Oomph. So what if you're so powerful, Lín Yìchén? You're still alone. I've got people guiding my leveling, unlimited double XP potions. How do you expect to compete with my speed? On the day of the final showdown, I'll reclaim my pride and slaughter you like the dog you are. Su Xiaofeng muttered his threats under his breath before leading his 3 teammates into the level 50 dungeon area without looking back. Though his current level was low, already several laps behind Lín Yìchén, both were still pre-transformation adventurers. The highest dungeon level accessible to them was 50. After first-class advancement, the highest dungeon level accessible would be 100, and so on. Ha! Why did they go straight into the level 50 dungeon? Aren't they here to find Baijiu? Haven't you heard? On graduation day, the young master of the Sword Conceal Pavilion made a life or death duel with someone from his school right before the college entrance exams. Right now, it's probably someone from the Sword Conceal Pavilion leveling him up. Really? Who's so reckless as to pick a fight with the Hidden Blade Pavilion? Look at others, they get direct help running level 50 dungeons. That leveling speed is crazy fast, huh? Fresh high school grads getting carried away by passion is normal. Just wait a bit, that life or death duel won't happen. The other guy will definitely chicken out. Hey, what if the kid's just stubborn? What if he refuses to back down? Well, if that's the case, I'd say he's got some guts. Studying must have fried his brain, still refusing to back down from a duel he clearly can't win. A guy like that deserves to die. You're right, ha. For professionals who appeared to be part of the same team discussed loudly, their smiles unrestrained. Among them, a bald, overweight man laughed the most wildly. People nearby couldn't help but chuckle at the commotion. Lín Yìchén merely gave them a dismissive glance before striding toward the level 50 instance. It wasn't arrogance. With his current strength, he could easily slaughter Su Xiaofeng even a month from now. Forget a month, give him 2 months, and Su Xiaofeng might not even stand a chance against his current self. He arrived at the level 50 dungeon area. Lín Yìchén scanned the instance list and ultimately selected one called Ford Manor. Lín Yìchén knew this dungeon well. It was primarily populated by vampire monsters, with few common mobs and mostly elite monsters, perfect for him to conduct his killing value experiments. Stepping into the teleportation array, a flash of blue light erupted. When Lín Yìchén opened his eyes again, he found himself in a traditional European-style manor. The interior showed signs of decay, with weeds growing rampant throughout the courtyard, evidently untended for many years. Yet strangely, in the silent night, the manor was lit up with lamps, creating a stark contrast to the decaying courtyard and an eerie atmosphere. Lín Yìchén, newly arrived, felt not a shred of fear. He drew the crimson Tang-hung sword from its scabbard, a faint smile curling his lips as he strode toward the main house entrance. Each step was effortless and graceful, as if he were an old friend of the Ford estate owner, visiting as a guest today. Reaching the gate, he did not knock like a guest. Instead, he raised his foot and kicked violently against the long rotted wooden door. Bang! The door shattered into countless splinters. Simultaneously, an old man dressed in a butler's uniform appeared, pale-faced, bloodshot eyes, and sparse hair bearing two fangs as he lunged at Lín Yìchén. This was Ford Manor's first monster, and an elite one at that, the Manor Butler. When Ford Manor first appeared as a hidden instance, many novice adventurers were ambushed by this old butler. The worst suffered fatal bites on the spot. After all, who would ever expect the very first monster in a dungeon to be an elite monster? Clang! The moment he saw the old steward, Lín Yìchén didn't hesitate for a second. He swung his blade straight at the pale, vein-ridden neck. 5,241. Kill count, 1. A critical hit number appeared. The old butler's head was cleanly severed, his body collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud. Simultaneously, the long-awaited notification of increased killing count appeared. Chapter 44, Speculating on the Killing Count Rules. The first transformation approaches. This is promising. Seeing the killing count bar rise, Lín Yìchén's eyes lit up. He had feared that monsters in the level 50 dungeon wouldn't increase the kill count, which would significantly delay his next class evolution. But now it seemed his worries were unfounded. If an elite monster could add 1 kill count, what about the regular minions? Adopting an experimental mindset, Lín Yìchén turned his attention to the interior after dispatching the old butler. Ford Manor was a quintessential European-style building, its interior elegantly appointed. The first sight was a long, wide corridor carpeted with luxurious floral patterns. Numerous kerosene lamps flickered along the walls on either side of the hallway, serving as the sole source of light within the house. Lín Yìchén stepped onto the carpet, his expression wary as he scanned the surroundings with his peripheral vision. He had studied the detailed guide to Ford Manor several times. According to the guide, after encountering the old butler upon entering the manor, 4 servant vampires would jump out from the corners at the end of the hallway. These 4 servant vampires were ordinary minions, posing little threat. Perfect for testing his skills. Soon, Lín Yìchén reached the end of the corridor. The instant he took his final step, he sensed 4 waves of murderous intent wash over him. He swiftly pulled his foot back and retreated several paces. For vampires dressed in classic European-made uniforms, with pale blue necks, exposed veins on their skin, and bulging eyes suddenly lunged toward the spot where Lín Yìchén had intended to step. But Lín Yìchén had already retreated, leaving the maids to lunge into thin air. Swish! Before they could regain their footing, Lín Yìchén struck first, slashing directly at one of the maids. 5,331. Kill count 001. The maid was instantly cleaved in two, her body tumbling to the ground, splattering the surroundings with black blood. Seeing their comrade killed so easily, the remaining 3 maids did not show fear. Instead, they grew even more frenzied, lunging at Lín Yìchén with claws outstretched. Lín Yìchén wouldn't give them the chance to harm him. He swung 3 swift blows, cleaving the 3 vampires in two. 6 more corpses littered the ground. Kill count 003. It seemed the life force of ordinary level 50 mobs was still too weak. Lín Yìchén glanced at the pop-up kill counter and couldn't help but shake his head. Good news, monsters below first-tier transformation still add to the kill count. The bad news? The gains were too meager. Still, Lín Yìchén wasn't disappointed. As long as it increased, there was hope. The killing points likely correlate with each job advancement stage. Lín Yìchén pondered silently, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. He suspected that the level 50 to 100 dungeons after first job advancement were likely the only viable channels for his current B rank Azura to gain killing points normally. This level 50 dungeon was right on the borderline, it could add points, but only a little. This made things straightforward. At his current leveling speed, wouldn't reaching the first job advancement be a matter of minutes? Shaking the black blood from his blade's tip, Lín Yìchén pressed deeper into the estate. With his current combat prowess, even though Ford Manor was a 5-star dungeon, Lín Yìchén felt no pressure whatsoever. Within 20 minutes, he located the estate's final boss, Lady Leah Ford. After discussing some heartfelt topics with this beautiful and elegant lady, he ultimately sliced her clean in two with a single stroke. Kills, 10. Experience gained, 182,985. Congratulations on leveling up. Level, 4,243. For base attributes enhanced. Free attribute points gained, 1. Leveled up. Lín Yìchén was pleasantly surprised. It had taken him a full 7 runs through the mutant capital to raise his level from 39 to 42. Now, after upgrading to the Crimson Reaper, a single run through Ford Manor had granted him a level. Though the experience required for leveling up increased significantly as he progressed. This pace was still terrifyingly fast. He'd likely unlock his first-class quest in less than 2 days. Let's see the loot. Lín Yìchén closed the interface and approached the split in 2 Mrs. Ford for a closer look. Too bad no special gear dropped. Seeing nothing had dropped, Lín Yìchén shook his head, thinking to himself that if he had extra evolution attempts later, he absolutely had to spend a few more on dissection mastery. Even with his 100% bonus to high-tier loot drop rates, it still felt woefully inadequate, utterly unworthy of his status. 100? How could that be enough? I'll name a number, 1,000. Deep Blue, add points. Oh wait, I don't have any points yet. Can't add them for now. Lín Yìchén didn't exit the instance. Instead, he chose to continue the challenge. Since the common mobs now provided him with practically no killing points, Ford Manor with its abundance of elite monsters was his best option for now. The thought of soon seeing the beautiful and elegant Lady Leah Ford again filled Lín Yìchén with excitement. He couldn't wait to have another heart-to-heart chat with her, hoping it would make his killing points soar. Time slowly passed. Lín Yìchén spent the entire afternoon immersed in Ford Manor, finally exiting the instance only when the overwhelming hunger became unbearable. Glancing at his backpack, he found it now contained a pile of materials he hadn't had when he first entered the estate. Among them was the distinctively marked blood claws, Lady Ford's exclusive equipment. His level had now reached 48, just 2 levels away from his first-class advancement. Without a doubt, he once again claimed the top spot on Ford Manor's solo speedrun leaderboard. Unassuming. Truly unassuming. Lín Yìchén couldn't help but marvel at his own strength. It felt like he was single-handedly fleecing the guild dry. Time for dinner. Lín Yìchén was about to exit the instance when he paused at the last moment, just as he selected the exit option. He immediately selected the teleportation location to the building's reward exchange counter and pressed the button. Better go claim those rewards first. The moment he pressed the teleport button, darkness engulfed his vision. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the familiar reward exchange area. The same bespectacled young man was still stationed at the exchange counter. He sat slumped in his chair, lost in thought, his mind seemingly far away. Lín Yìchén couldn't tell what he was doing. Only when he noticed someone approaching did he snap back to reality, turning his gaze toward Lín Yìchén. "Hello, how can I help you?" As he spoke, he suddenly realized the person coming to redeem rewards was Lín Yìchén again, and he froze. Long time no see? I'm here to." Lín Yìchén greeted him, about to explain he was here to claim his ranking rewards. But the bespectacled young man beat him to it, no need to say it. "You're here to claim your ranking rewards, right? Got it. I'll process it for you right away." During his break, he'd already checked the teleportation hall and recognized Lín Yìchén as the very same white day who'd caused such a stir yesterday. Now that Lín Yìchén was back at his counter, his intentions were obvious. Freak. Total freak. Why can't I be that kind of freak? The bespectacled young man felt like crying, but with an overwhelming sense of envy, he helped Lín Yìchén claim his rewards. "Thank you." Lín Yìchén took the exchange card, gave a quick thanks, and left the reward redemption area. He headed to the familiar trading market, intending to sort through his belongings again and check if any of the items he'd listed had sold. The moment he stepped out of the elevator and into the trading zone, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. "Teacher Chang is here too?" Not far away, at a counter, Chang Siming held a wand in both hands, her face filled with reluctance as she handed it to the staff member responsible for listing items. Lín Yìchén recognized that staff. It was a weapon Chang Siming had worked hard to obtain, one she cherished deeply. Why was she selling it now? Could it be the teacher was short on cash? Lín Yìchén's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly recalled the potion of strength Chang Siming had given him yesterday. Could that potion have been bought specifically for him by Teacher Chang? Chapter 45, Running Dungeons with Teacher Chang. The thought flashed through Lín Yìchén's mind, and he immediately hurried toward Chang Siming. At the trading counter, the staff member accepted Chang Siming's precious magic staff, then smiled and said to her, "We've listed it for you. If any buyers want to purchase it, we'll notify you. Is there anything else we can help you with?" "No, that's all. Thank you." Hearing her weapon was listed, a hint of reluctance flashed across Chang Siming's small face. Still, she nodded lightly, thanked the staff, and prepared to leave. In the end, she had succumbed to the demands of life. That level 90 golden grade weapon, the threaded wood staff, had cost her nearly half a year's wages to purchase. And now it was sold. Why, am I really not worthy of using a better weapon? Chang Siming felt like crying but couldn't shed tears. Head bowed, she silently made her way toward the exit of the trading area. Just then, a familiar voice called out from ahead. "Miss Chang, what a coincidence. What brings you here?" She looked up and saw her student, Lín Yìchén. "Oh, Yìchén. I came here hoping to find some useful gear to buy, but I didn't find anything." "Ha!" Though deeply hurt inside, Chang Siming didn't show any signs of disappointment in front of Lín Yìchén. Instead, she forced a smile. "Really? But I just saw you put your threaded wood staff up on the trading market." Lín Yìchén looked serious. Ha! Ha ha, you saw it? It's nothing really. I just had my eye on another staff lately, so I figured I'd sell the old one to scrape together some cash. Caught red-handed by Lín Yìchén, Chang Siming instantly flushed bright red. She scratched her cheek with her small hand, trying to ease the awkwardness. Watching Chang Siming stubbornly deny the obvious, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Sure enough, Teacher Chang was short on cash. And the reason was probably just as he suspected, likely because of that bottle of strength potion. Lín Yìchén knew his teacher's personality well. Though she appeared gentle and fragile, she was fiercely proud at heart. If he wanted to help her, simply offering money wouldn't work. Chang Siming would absolutely refuse it. He'd have to come up with another approach. Why not take her to run dungeons? A sudden flash of inspiration struck Lín Yìchén. After all, he possessed the rare talent of dissection expertise. If he could get Chang Siming to run dungeons with him and do it multiple times, the materials and gear that dropped would add up to a hefty sum of star coins. Take the blood claw. He was preparing to list a level 50 golden tier weapon with a market price of 300,000 star coins. If he could farm it with Chang Siming and split the loot, she'd get 150,000 star coins. That's a hefty sum, far exceeding Chang Siming's monthly salary. With that thought, Lín Yìchén blurted out, "Teacher Chang, I'm heading out to run dungeons later. Want to join me?" "Ha?" Chang Siming froze, puzzled by Lín Yìchén's sudden invitation. After all, she was already level 95. If she joined Lín Yìchén in a dungeon, the negative EXP debuff on him would stack to its maximum, leaving him with almost no experience gain. Wouldn't that be pure sabotage of her own student? No, absolutely not. Chang Siming shook her head. "Xiao Chen, my level is way too high compared to yours. Running dungeons with me will slow your leveling down. Don't forget you still have that duel with Su Xiaofeng coming up. Your teacher can't let that happen." Lín Yìchén smiled faintly. "Teacher Chang, you needn't worry about that. My leveling speed is countless times faster than Su Xiaofeng's. Rest assured. I invited you this time because I want to try my luck at Ford Manor and see if I can farm the blood claw. Having you along would make things so much easier. Please come with me, teacher." After hearing Lín Yìchén's explanation, Chang Siming's small face remained resolute. "No, little Chen. I can't jeopardize your future. If your team needs more members, I can recruit a few people around your level. Just don't bring me along." Before she could finish, Lín Yìchén revealed his level. Above Chang Siming's head, a momentary blur gave way to words formed from white light. "Level 48. Chang Siming? Something's off. Let me check again. Level 48. The same characters remained unchanged. Still not right. One more look. Chang Siming blinked hard, her gaze returning to the space above Lín Yìchén's head. Level 48. Holy crap. Chang Siming was dumbfounded. Her little brain raced, her eyes darting between Lín Yìchén's body and the level title above his head before finally settling on his face. Xiao Chen, how did you level up so fast?" Chang Siming asked in disbelief. Lín Yìchén smiled, silently deactivated his level display, and then said, "Teacher Chang, you should believe me now, right? Even if I stop grinding dungeons starting today, Su Xiaofeng wouldn't be able to catch up to me within a month." This. Chang Siming scratched her head, tugged at her own cheeks to confirm this wasn't a dream, and finally accepted the reality. "Xiao Chen, if you want to farm gear, I can come with you. I could use the materials myself." In the end, she reluctantly agreed. Perfect timing. Though I am a bit hungry now. Have you eaten dinner yet, teacher? Seeing Chang Siming agree lifted Lín Yìchén's spirits considerably. "Dinner? I'm not hungry yet. Why don't you go ahead? I'll wait for you in the teleportation hall," Chang Siming suggested. Wasn't she hungry? She was starving. But she'd already prepared tonight's dinner for herself, that packet of instant noodles in the rental apartment, plus the last remaining sausage from home. Her current financial situation didn't allow for eating out. If she couldn't sell the threaded wooden wand, she'd be eating dirt for the rest of the month. That won't do. How could I possibly leave you here alone? Lín Yìchén shook his head. "Teacher, that bottle of strength potion you gave me last time was a huge help. I haven't repaid that favor yet. Let me treat you to dinner today." Chang Siming hurriedly waved her hands. No, that's not right. That strength potion was a gift from your teacher. How could it be considered a favor?" Lín Yìchén sighed. "Ah, teacher, do you dislike me so much that you don't want to have dinner with me?" "Ha? No, that's not it at all." Chang Siming shook her head repeatedly. "Teacher just doesn't want you to spend so much money. Then you must dislike me." Lín Yìchén looked utterly dejected. No. How could I dislike you? Little Chen, you're my favorite student." Chang Siming grew flustered and hurried to explain. "Really?" Lín Yìchén looked up at Chang Siming. "Really?" Chang Siming nodded vigorously. Hee, that's great. Come on, let's go eat." Seeing this, Lín Yìchén didn't wait for Chang Siming to refuse. He simply grabbed her hand and headed straight for the elevator. "Hey, I haven't agreed yet." Chang Siming was forcibly pulled to the elevator entrance just as the doors opened, and the people inside quickly stepped out. "Let's go, Professor." Lín Yìchén pulled Chang Siming into the elevator. Chang Siming looked helpless as she rode down in the elevator with Lín Yìchén. "Fine, I'll eat. I'm hungry anyway." Still, a small sense of pride lingered in her heart. She looked at Lín Yìchén. "Xiao Chen, you treat me this time, and next time I'll treat you, okay?" Just as Lín Yìchén was about to refuse, Chang Siming added, "If you don't agree, I'm going back up right now." Fine. Next time, you treat me, teacher." Lín Yìchén sighed and nodded reluctantly. "Now that's more like it." Chang Siming's eyebrows curved into crescent moons as she beamed with delight. Chapter 46, Returning to the manor feels like coming home. The two casually picked a buffet restaurant near the building and enjoyed a hearty meal. Lín Yìchén was so hungry his stomach was pressed against his back. He wolfed down 3 bowls of rice alone, convinced he'd eaten his fill. But when he finished the last bowl and glanced at the stack of plates and bowls on Chang Siming's table, he finally grasped the difference between an ordinary company and an elite one. Watching Chang Siming clutching her rice bowl, shoveling down 2 mouthfuls of rice for every bite of vegetables, Lín Yìchén felt a bit puzzled. She looked so cute and petite, like a total little cutie, so how could she have such a huge appetite? Chang Siming, however, was too busy devouring her food to notice Lín Yìchén's peculiar gaze. Only after clearing every dish on the table did she finally pat her slightly rounded belly with satisfaction and exhale deeply. Ah! She'd been starving for 2 days finally, a proper meal. Chang Siming couldn't have been happier at that moment. Suddenly, she didn't feel so miserable anymore. This was the comfort food brought. Xiaochun, why are you staring at me? Chang Siming finally noticed Lín Yìchén's persistent gaze and felt her fair cheeks flush slightly as she asked. Oh, nothing. Just a bit of something on the corner of your mouth, Teacher Chang. Lín Yìchén replied without a hint of embarrassment. Ha? Chang Siming quickly pulled out a tissue to wipe her mouth, then looked back at Lín Yìchén. Now? Is it gone? Gone. Lín Yìchén shook his head. Alright, shall we go now? Chang Siming smiled with satisfaction. The two promptly left the restaurant and returned to the teleportation hall of the professional building. Lining up at the teleportation array for Ford Manor, Lín Yìchén led Chang Siming inside. Among the level 50 dungeons, Ford Manor was one of the few where weapons could be looted. Weapons typically commanded prices 20-30% higher than standard gear. Plus, visiting Ford Manor allowed Lín Yìchén to grind his killing value, hence his choice of location. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, perfect. Swish! As the teleportation array activated, the European-style manor stood silently in the gloomy darkness, reappearing before Lín Yìchén's eyes. At that moment, Lín Yìchén felt as though he had become the estate's master, as familiar as returning to his own home. He knew every corner like the back of his hand where common monsters lurked, where elite monsters appeared, and even the exact rooms where the hidden elite monsters were concealed. Unlike Lín Yìchén's relaxed composure, Chang Siming remained alert. She pulled out the red willow staff she'd used at level 70 from her backpack, her almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on the decaying main gate of the manor house. Xiaochun, the first monster at Ford Manor is the elite old butler. You remember that, right? Let me, a higher level 1, handle the door. You stay right behind me. Chang Siming was about to discuss tactics with Lín Yìchén when she noticed he had already started walking toward the gate. Hey, Xiaochun, don't walk so fast. Chang Siming snapped to attention and hurried after him, but Lín Yìchén's pace outstripped hers. In an instant, he stood before the gate. Next, she watched her student kick the rotten wooden door to pieces. In the very next moment, he drew the Tang Hengdao sword from his waist and swung it at the old butler hiding behind the door. Splatter! With the sound of a blade slicing through flesh, the old steward was cleaved in 2, killed instantly. Eh? Chang Siming was stunned. Seriously, dude? Is this how you clear a dungeon? Who the hell just walks up and stabs an elite monster without so much as a greeting? The thing is, Lín Yìchén was only level 48. She'd seen it with her own eyes just moments ago. Teacher, let's go. After dispatching the old steward, Lín Yìchén stopped at the doorway, turned to look at Chang Siming, and flashed a kind smile. Wait, Xiaochun, what just happened? How did you take out the butler with 1 strike? Chang Siming snapped out of it and hurried to the doorway, asking Lín Yìchén. Ha? Is there a problem with that? Lín Yìchén tilted his head. Chang Siming was speechless. Of course there's a problem, a huge one. If you were a level 80-90 professional, one-shotting him would be normal. This old butler is an elite monster at Ford's Tavern. Even a level 60 player would need at least 3 moves to take him down. But what happened? You kid didn't even think twice. First you kicked the door to smithereens, then you sliced the old butler clean in half with a single stroke. If I were that old butler, I'd be calling the cops. Teacher, time waits for no one. Let's hurry inside. Lín Yìchén said nothing more, striding straight into the manor house. Chang Siming hurriedly followed. The two strolled across the luxurious carpet, quickly approaching the location where the 4 maids had appeared. Xiaochun, we need to be careful up ahead. Those 4 maids are just minor foes, but facing 4 at once is still a bit daunting. Chang Siming was still explaining the precautions when she realized Lín Yìchén had already beaten her to the corner and stepped around it. The 4 maidservants suddenly materialized, lunging at him with claws outstretched. Chang Siming's eyes narrowed sharply as she swiftly raised her staff, preparing to cast a group control spell. Yet the next moment, the scene before her made her eyes widen in shock. Lín Yìchén gripped his blade tightly and swung it at the 2 maids closest to him. Splatter! The 2 maids were instantly decapitated, collapsing limply to the ground just like the old butler moments before. Next, Lín Yìchén shifted his target once more, swinging his blade at the other 2 maids. Splatter! The familiar sound echoed as all 4 maids turned into cold corpses simultaneously. The surrounding walls were already splattered with black blood. Chang Siming was utterly dumbfounded. She blinked at the corpses on the floor, then blinked at Lín Yìchén, utterly bewildered. Was this even possible? If she had to deal with these 4 vampire maids, wouldn't she have to burn through a high mana cost, small area of effect spell just to take them down? But Lín Yìchén? He swung his blade once at 2 maids, then again at another. 2 swings later, the 4 maid ladies had become 8 cold corpses, though their bodies were probably cold to begin with. Xiao Chen, how did you do that? Cheng Siming stared at Lín Yìchén, her little head filled with confusion. How did you do that? Lín Yìchén raised an eyebrow, then lifted the Tang-style broadsword in his hand and swung it through the air. Just like that. That's not what I asked. Cheng Siming looked utterly speechless. She wasn't blind, she'd seen Lín Yìchén's movements clearly. But was she asking what specific action he'd just performed? She was asking what skill, or rather, what innate talent allowed him to take them down one by one with a single stroke, for crying out loud. Chapter 47, You're the luckiest bastard alive and you still won't believe it. There was no time for Cheng Siming to ask a second question. Miss Chang, hurry up and follow. Lín Yìchén tossed out the words before striding deeper into the estate. Xiao Chen, wait for me. Cheng Siming swallowed her mounting questions, resolving to ask for clarification after the dungeon run, and hurried to catch up. Along the way. Xiao Chen, 2 servants will rush out from that room up ahead. Put. Xiao Chen, Mrs. Ford's youngest son is on the 2nd floor, he's an elite monster. We need to be careful. Put. Xiao Chen, Mrs. Ford's room is just ahead. She's no pushover. You let me handle her. Put. By the time she saw Mrs. Ford also get dispatched by Lín Yìchén with a few swift blows, Cheng Siming felt herself going numb. Xiao Chen, is he really this strong? Encountering minor and elite monsters along the way? 1-hit kills were no big deal. But how could the final boss not even last a minute against him? She had assumed Lín Yìchén brought her along for the dungeon run because he valued her damage output and crowd control skills as a high-level mage. But now she realized she'd practically coasted through the entire journey. Sometimes she genuinely wanted to cast spells to assist Lín Yìchén in battle, but before she could even finish her incantation, the monsters were already hacked to death. Only during the final boss fight against Mrs. Ford did she barely manage to cast a single control spell. Unfortunately, no loot dropped. Unaware of Cheng Siming's thoughts, Lín Yìchén glanced at Mrs. Ford's corpse. No bloodthirsty claws had dropped. Look, Xiao Chen, exclusive weapons have such low drop rates. We might fight dozens of times and still not get one. We really need to lower our expectations. Seeing this, Cheng Siming hurriedly offered reassurance. Yeah. Let's just start the next run then. Lín Yìchén didn't dwell on it. With his expertise in dissection, he was confident it would drop within 10 attempts. Cheng Siming didn't object to his suggestion, and the two quickly began their next attempt. 20 minutes later. In Mrs. Ford's boudoir, Cheng Siming stared at the bloodstained claws on the floor, feeling lightheaded. Wait, it dropped that easily? What about the dozens of attempts it supposedly took to get it? Recalling the words she'd just spoken, Cheng Siming's cheeks flushed bright red. She suddenly felt that all her years of experience seemed to have no effect on Lín Yìchén. Was she getting old, falling behind the times? No. Cheng Siming snapped to attention. It wasn't that her years of experience were useless, nor that she was out of touch with the times. It was that kid Lín Yìchén who was just too outrageous. Whether it was disarming a kid with a single stroke or producing special equipment with just 2 moves. Neither of these things would ever happen to anyone else. Teacher, let's head to the trading market. We can clear out some of the materials we just looted. Lín Yìchén picked up the bloodthirsty claw and handed it to Cheng Siming. Ha? No, you keep it, little Chen. I didn't do much in this dungeon run, you did all the fighting. You should have it. Cheng Siming shook her head, refusing to accept the blood claw. Teacher Chang, we agreed to run the dungeon together. Any loot we get is split evenly. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén's brows furrowed slightly. His entire purpose in bringing Cheng Siming along was to farm gear and split the loot with her. If she refused it, wouldn't all his efforts be for nothing? That wouldn't do. Xiao Chen, but you did all the fighting in both runs. I was just coasting along, I didn't contribute anything. How could I possibly take my share? Cheng Siming shook her head earnestly. Teacher, how could you not have contributed? Lín Yìchén looked utterly sincere. If Teacher Chang hadn't run the dungeon with me, how could I have dropped exclusive gear twice in a row? Getting those blood claws? That was really thanks to your luck, you know. Hearing this explanation, Cheng Siming was momentarily dumbfounded. Did she actually play that role? How could she not know that? And after all these years, hadn't she figured out whether her luck was good or bad? Xiao Chen. She was about to refuse. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén quickly interrupted her and added, Teacher Chang, think about it. The drop rate for special gear like blood claws is incredibly low. But after teaming up with you just twice, I got one. That can only happen if someone's luck is off the charts, right? But my luck isn't that good. Cheng Siming said uncertainly. How could that be? Teacher Chang, to be honest, I actually played Ford Manor several times this afternoon without getting any loot. But the moment I teamed up with you, the blood claws dropped. Wouldn't you say that's your luck? Lín Yìchén said with deadpan seriousness. Really? Chang Siming tilted her head. Absolutely. Would I lie to you, Teacher Chang? Lín Yìchén looked utterly sincere. But I'm still a bit skeptical. Chang Siming still harbored a hint of doubt. After all, convincing someone who'd been unlucky for so many years to suddenly believe they were lucky wasn't that simple. She, Chang Siming, wasn't exactly a non-lucky person, but she was just an average Joe with average luck. She absolutely didn't believe her luck would suddenly turn this good. Well then, Teacher Chang, if you don't believe me, let's play a couple more rounds. Seeing her hesitation, Lín Yìchén suggested. 2 more rounds? How about I make a bet with you, teacher? Seeing Chang Siming still hesitating, Lín Yìchén pressed on. What kind of bet? If the bloody claws appear again within the next 10 rounds, you can't doubt your own luck. But what if it doesn't appear? Then just consider what I said earlier as nonsense. Fine. Let's play 2 more hands. Chang Siming nodded in agreement. But her reason for agreeing wasn't because she believed her luck would bring the bloodthirsty claws. She was thinking of gathering loot from the next 2 rounds of mobs to sell for some living expenses. Driven by different motives, the pair found common ground and ran the dungeon several more times. It wasn't until the 3rd run, after Lín Yìchén finished off Mrs. Ford, that the familiar blood claw dropped once more. See, Teacher Chang? I told you you're a lucky charm, but you wouldn't believe me. Now you have to admit it, right? Lín Yìchén pointed at the blood claws, looking at Chang Siming. It really dropped? Chang Siming was a bit dazed. She hadn't taken Lín Yìchén's earlier words seriously. But how could it actually appear? Could it be, my luck really has turned? Alright, Teacher Chang, it's getting late. Quickly pack up our stuff, let's head to the trading market together. We just got 2 bloodstained claws, 1 each for us. Add in all the other loot, and we should each get 300,000 or 400,000 star coins this time. Seeing Chang Siming still standing there in a daze, Lín Yìchén feared she might find another excuse to refuse. Without another word, he shoved the blood claws into her arms. Alright, let's head to the trading market together. Chang Siming still felt a bit dazed, but this time she didn't refuse. At the same time, the look in her eyes toward Lín Yìchén shifted subtly. It seemed as though the Lín Yìchén who once couldn't even afford enough food, forcing her to occasionally take him out to fill his stomach, had now grown into an adult capable of earning his own money. Lín Yìchén was unaware of what was going through Chang Siming's mind. As the squad leader, he activated the teleportation array at Ford Manor with a series of commands. Swish! When they opened their eyes again, they had already returned to the teleportation hall. While waiting for the teleportation, Lín Yìchén glanced at his interface. The 5 trips to Ford Manor had boosted his level to 49. Just 1 step away from level 50, he would finally be able to undertake his first job advancement quest. He wondered what surprises his unique class would hold after the job change. Chapter 48, No Backing Down? I'll use you as my first kill. New talents? Or perhaps new growth paths would open up? Lín Yìchén took a deep breath, deciding to put those thoughts aside for now. As things stood, reaching level 50 would make his first class change a breeze. He wouldn't even need to seek out Yen Tao, the specialist who guided others through the job change quest. He could breeze through it solo. Lín Yìchén and Chang Siming immediately left the range of the teleportation array. Shortly after their departure, a dungeon teleportation portal beside Ford Manor suddenly activated. Instantly, Su Xiaofeng and his group materialized before everyone's eyes. Young master, our monster grinding efficiency was excellent today. We've already leveled you up to 19. We should be able to break through to level 25 tomorrow. Upon arriving in the teleportation hall, a long-haired man beside Su Xiaofeng remarked with evident satisfaction. Leveling Su Xiaofeng up was a task assigned by Su Zhentian himself. Moreover, Su Zhentian had explicitly stated that the faster Su Xiaofeng leveled up, the greater the rewards they would receive. Consequently, the 3 who had accepted this task were all highly dedicated to the endeavor. Indeed, young master. I'd wager you'll break through to level 50 before the college entrance exams. It's practically a sure thing. Another added. These words fell on Su Xiaofeng's ears, and he found them quite gratifying. With 3 high-level players guiding him through dungeons and a steady supply of double experience potions, his leveling speed was nothing short of absurd. In just 1 day, he had reached level 19. Su Xiaofeng had only one thought in his mind: who could possibly stop him now? If he could break through to level 50 and complete his first transformation before the college entrance exams, he would have more than enough power to utterly crush Lín Yìchén in a duel. By then, every bit of face he'd lost to Lín Yìchén would be reclaimed. The appearance of the Zhongfeng Pavilion group drew the attention of all the adventurers in the teleportation hall. Hey, the young master of the Sword Conceal Pavilion finally emerged from the instance. I heard they entered during the day and stayed inside for a whole day. Having connections is so awesome, even leveling up gets done with someone guiding you. At this rate, won't this young master break through level 40 before the college entrance exams? Heh, level 40? That's nothing. I'd say level 50 is a sure thing. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Lín Yìchén and Chang Siming, who hadn't left yet, heard every word. Lín Yìchén remained largely unfazed. So what if Su Xiaofeng had 3 dads leveling him up? He still only had a little over 20 days to live. As long as the brat didn't cancel the duel, he'd make him his sacrificial offering. But these words took on a different meaning when they reached Cheng Ximing's ears. Her large eyes fixed intently on Su Xiaofeng's group, a look of worry creeping onto her face. Who would have thought the hidden blade pavilion would stoop so low? They'd completely lost all sense of shame, sending people to directly level up Su Xiaofeng. At this rate, how fast would Su Xiaofeng level up? Could he even surpass Lín Yìchén? As this thought crossed her mind, Cheng Ximing suddenly remembered that Lín Yìchén was currently level 48. He'd only graduated a couple of days ago, yet his level had skyrocketed so rapidly he was nearly catching up to her. Surely Su Xiaofeng couldn't match Lín Yìchén's leveling speed? This thought eased Cheng Ximing's mind considerably. Still, a lingering worry remained. After all, the hidden blade pavilion was a formidable power. What if they resorted to dirty tricks again? How could Lín Yìchén possibly stand up to them? She stole a glance at Lín Yìchén and saw not a trace of worry on his face. Her initial thought of trying to persuade him vanished instantly. She knew full well that Lín Yìchén was stubborn by nature. Further words would be futile. It seemed her only recourse was to keep a close watch on the Tsangfeng Pavilion's movements in secret, lest Lín Yìchén be ambushed without warning. Let's go, teacher. We're heading to the trading area. Lín Yìchén merely glanced briefly at Su Xiaofeng and his group before turning to Cheng Ximing. Sure. Cheng Ximing agreed immediately, and the two headed straight for the trading area. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the professional building, within Bai Chuanqing's office, several men wearing uniforms of various colors, each bearing the name of a different university on their chests, sat around the conference table, looking at Bai Chuanqing seated at the head. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses with Kanglin University's emblem on his chest spoke first. Mr. Bai, I'm here today representing Kanglin University's admissions office. We'd like to understand the situation regarding the awakening trials at major high schools in Jiāngběi City. We hope you could share your insights with us. Another man with Dongcheng University's emblem added, we've heard that this year's awakening trials in Jiāngběi City produced 3 SS-class prodigies. Might Director Bai be willing to share their specific details? The other admissions officers remained silent, yet their eyes fixed intently on Bai Chuanqing, fearing they might miss any crucial information. Very well. I shall explain the specifics of this year's awakening trials in Jiāngběi City. Bai Chuanqing didn't refuse. Instead, he waved his hand toward a nearby light screen. Instantly, the screen filled with dense information. This year, Jiāngběi City produced 3 SS-tier prodigies, Mo Shui from Jiāngběi No. 1 High School, Li Fei from Jiāngběi No. 4 High School, and Luo Cong from Jiāngběi No. 7 High School. Mo Shui specializes as an SS-tier full moon mage, Li Fei as an SS-tier apocalypse judge, and Luo Cong as an SS-tier winesword immortal. I cannot share the specific details of these 3 students with everyone here. If you are interested in them, I suggest you seek them out yourselves. With that, Bai Chuanqing waved his hand again, and the light screen shifted once more. What follows are the awakening trial score rankings for all major high schools in Jiāngběi City this year. Those interested may examine them in detail. As Bai Chuanqing finished speaking, the light screen transformed into columns of rankings, prominently displaying the scores achieved by each high school in the awakening trials. The admissions officers fell silent, all focusing intently on the display. After a moment, the admissions officer from Kanglin University murmured in disbelief, how is this possible? Mo Shui, who awakened in SS class profession, isn't even ranked first at Jiāngběi No. 1 High School? And the score of the top-ranked student is ridiculously high. Hearing this, the other officers perked up, their gazes shifting to Jiāngběi No. 1 High School's ranking. Unlike the other 2 SS-tier geniuses who dominated the top spot, Mo Shui was ranked only second. Second place? What kind of monster is the top student? Lín Yìchén? The admissions officer from Dongcheng University frowned deeply. After glancing at the top-ranked score, he was so shocked his voice trembled. How is this possible? A D-class profession, 162 points? Chapter 49, University Admissions. Bai Chuanqing's true intentions. What? D-class profession? Hearing this, several nearby admissions officers immediately jumped to their feet, all eyes fixed on the occupation column for Lín Yìchén. Behind Lín Yìchén's name stood the bold, unmistakable words, D-class butcher. Yet Lín Yìchén's score was a shockingly high 162 points. The admissions officers were all dumbfounded, even questioning whether they had misread the score. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The bespectacled man from Kanglin University's admissions office was the first to slam his hand on the table. He turned to Bai Chuanqing, his voice trembling with agitation. Director Bai, did your team miscalculate? How could a D-class profession possibly score 162 points? The admissions officer from Dongcheng University beside him couldn't help but interject. This year's highest score recorded in Kanglin City was only 137 points, and that was for an SSS class genius. How could a D-class profession possibly outperform an SSS class genius? Observing the agitated admissions officers, Bai Chuanqing responded calmly, everyone, please calm down and take your seats. At his words, they all returned to their seats, though their eyes remained fixed on Bai Chuanqing, awaiting his explanation. Once everyone was seated, Bai Chuanqing smiled and said, "The data compiled by our association is undoubtedly accurate. Moreover, an event of the magnitude of the awakening trial is fully recorded. There is no possibility of error. I understand your concerns about a D-rank profession achieving such a high score, but the facts are clear. I was present throughout Lin's entire awakening trial. There was absolutely no possibility of cheating." Bai Chuanqing's explanation was logical and flawless, leaving no room for doubt. After hearing his explanation, the teachers temporarily suppressed their agitation and began to reconsider the name Lín Yìchén. After a moment, Lu Hua, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses, spoke first. "Mr. Bai, since you stated this, could you explain to us why this student Lin achieved such an exceptionally high score? Outscoring Mo Shui, who had awakened an SS class profession by a staggering 80 points? Doesn't that seem utterly absurd?" Lu Hua's words echoed the questions on every admissions officer's mind. All eyes focused intently on Bai Chuanqing, awaiting his response. "Well, that's true. A significant reason student Lin achieved such a high score is that his profession is an evolvable one," Bai Chuanqing said with a smile. "An evolvable class?" At this remark, the admissions officers present all furrowed their brows. "Ah, so that's it, an evolvable profession. That certainly explains it." Lu Hua's doubts were cleared. Pushing his glasses up, he explained, "Evolving professions do grant powerful innate talents early on to help players navigate the beginner stages. Achieving such astonishing scores in the awakening trials is perfectly normal under those circumstances." Zhang Quan from Dongcheng University's admissions office nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Unfortunately, the later stages of an evolving class become increasingly demanding. Even Professor Lu Xingyun, the strongest practitioner on this path, has only evolved to an SS tier talent. He's been stuck here for decades without progress. That's likely the ceiling for evolving classes." That may be true. Even if the ceiling for evolvable professions is SS tier, that still represents the pinnacle of genius. "Lín Yìchén, Hongnan University wants you." A recruitment officer slammed his fist on the table, his face brimming with confidence. Gangnan University, while not quite on par with Kanglin Nation's top two institutions, Kanglin University and Dongcheng University still ranks among the nation's elite first-tier universities. A genius of this caliber would have a brighter future at our West China University. Another admissions officer crossed his arms over his chest and remarked with a faint smile. Unlike their enthusiastic reactions, Lu Hua and Zhang Quan showed little interest in Lín Yìchén. Lu Hua offered a faint smile. "Lín Yìchén is yours to keep. I'm more interested in those three SS-level geniuses." Zhang Quan also curved his lips slightly. "Professor Chen at our Dongcheng University specializes in the Holy Light and Judgment disciplines. Li Fei would be the perfect fit for us." As admissions officers from the nation's two premier institutions, they understood exactly what an evolving profession entailed. Such professions typically shone brightly during the initial awakening trials, but their performance plummeted dramatically in the college entrance exams held a month later, barely surpassing B-tier professions. Because no matter how powerful an evolvable profession may be, it must first evolve. Each evolution path is unique, with incredibly complex requirements demanding massive resources to build. In Lu Hua and Zhang Quan's eyes, it was far from certain whether Lín Yìchén could even score high enough on the college entrance exam to meet their school's admission requirements. In fact, it was highly probable he wouldn't. His final score would likely only secure admission to a first-tier university at best. To get into a better school, the teachers would have to pull strings. In their view, it made more practical sense to recruit a ready-made SS-tier genius than to expend effort recruiting Lín Yìchén, whose ceiling was capped at SS tier. Even an S-tier talent would offer better value than Lín Yìchén after all. Who could guarantee he wouldn't simply fall by the wayside during his development? Seeing Lu Hua and Zhang Quan voluntarily step back, the two teachers who had been vying for Lín Yìchén visibly relaxed. They knew full well they stood no chance competing with these two elite institutions for a student. At that moment, a man seated at the edge of the conference table dressed in a beige trench coat with Jiāngběi University embroidered on the chest, his expression stern, suddenly spoke up. "Director Bai, could you provide me with student Lin's contact information? I'd like to have a chat with him." Before Bai Chuanqing could respond, "Lu Bing, you want to hog the spotlight, huh? I won't stand for it. Mr. Bai, you've got to give me Lin's contact info too." Exactly. While Jiāngběi University has experience cultivating evolution-capable professionals, our Gangnan University isn't to be trifled with either. The admissions officers from Gangnan University and Huaxi University immediately grew displeased, clamoring for Lín Yìchén's contact details as well. Seeing this, Bai Chuanqing couldn't help but chuckle. "Gentlemen, no need to panic. Before I give you Lin's contact information, there's something I need to clarify with you all." "Oh? What is it?" All three turned their gaze toward Bai Chuanqing. Well, after the awakening trial, Lín Yìchén arranged a life or death duel with Su Xiaofeng, another student from Jiāngběi No. 1 High School. It's scheduled to take place before the college entrance exams. Bai Chuanqing calmly recounted the details of the life or death duel. As a member of their professional association, Bai Chuanqing was delighted to see so many prestigious universities vying to recruit Lín Yìchén. However, he was well aware of how unique the evolving profession was. It required massive resources for growth in the early stages, and a single misstep midway could render all those resources wasted. Therefore, he felt compelled to inform the others about this inherently risky matter. This way, they wouldn't disturb Lín Yìchén only to abandon recruitment afterward due to this issue, potentially affecting Lín Yìchén's mindset. Su Xiaofeng? The genius from Jiāngběi No. 1 High School who awakened an S-class profession? Yeah, I remember him. He's also the young master of Jiāngběi City's Sanfeng Pavilion, right? Sure enough, once Bai Chuanqing revealed this information, the admissions officers from Gangnan University and Huaxi University immediately began to back down. Though the evolutionary profession had an SS-tier ceiling in its later stages, it was at best an A-tier profession in its early stages. To actually consider challenging an S-class prodigy to a life or death duel? The two couldn't help but shake their heads inwardly, wondering if this Lin fellow wasn't quite right in the head to even consider such a thing. They had no intention of recruiting Lín Yìchén anymore. A genius who never matures isn't a genius at all, and one who fades away mid-journey certainly isn't either. Only Lu Bing from Jiāngběi University remained undeterred, his gaze unwavering. Mr. Bai, please give me Lin's contact information. This time, Bai Chuanqing didn't refuse. Instead, he nodded and smiled faintly. Alright, I'll give it to you right away. Everything unfolded as he'd anticipated. Gangnan University and Huaxi University had indeed backed down. But Jiāngběi University persisted, a development that surprised and pleased him. For Hao Shanhe, the pioneer forging this path, had risen through the ranks at Jiāngběi University. With a pioneer to guide the way, Bai Chuanqing felt reassured. Chapter 50, Jiāngběi University's Invitation. After listing all the spoils on the trading market, Lín Yìchén and Chang Siming did not linger at the professional building. They bid farewell and headed home. Ding! You have a new friend request. Walking home, a notification suddenly popped into Lín Yìchén's mind. He opened his Star Network panel and found a new friend request in his inbox. A user named One Who Walks on Thin Ice All My Life wanted to add him as a friend. The request included a message: Hello Lin, I'm teacher Lu Bing from the admissions office at Jiāngběi University. Would it be possible to add you as a friend so we can discuss things in detail? Jiāngběi University? Reading the friend request, Lín Yìchén felt a stir in his heart. As one of Kanglan Nation's top 100 cities, Jiāngběi City was indeed home to such a university, one with a long and distinguished history. Ranked among the top tier of second-tier universities nationwide. Though it fell slightly short compared to the elite institutions in the first tier, many students across Kanglan still aspired to attend it, especially those from Jiāngběi City itself. Lín Yìchén had once harbored aspirations of entering Jiāngběi University himself, but only under the condition that his awakened profession proved less than ideal. If he could attend Kanglan University or Dongcheng University, two of the nation's most prestigious institutions, it would undoubtedly be far superior to attending Jiāngběi University. Danger lurked everywhere in this world. His current stable life was only possible because he resided within the city. Beyond the city walls lay countless perils, endless waves of beasts, swarms of insects, and countless other disasters. Thus, resources were everything in this world. Otherwise, why would so many people, even those already belonging to guilds, scramble desperately to enter university each year? With his current abilities, he could easily score well enough on the college entrance exam to gain admission to Kanglan University or Dongcheng University. Jiāngběi University, naturally, was crossed off his list. But since the admissions officer had proactively added him, Lín Yìchén didn't want to refuse the courtesy. He pressed the accept button. New friend added. The moment this notification flashed, a chat window instantly popped up. Hello, student Lin. I'm Lu Bing, an admissions officer from Jiāngběi University. I was wondering if you might be interested in Jiāngběi University? The two messages arrived at lightning speed, leaving Lín Yìchén speechless at the rapidity. Wow, was this Ms. Lu Bing just waiting in the friend interface? Did she start typing the moment she saw the addition was successful? After a moment's thought, Lín Yìchén replied. Sorry, Ms. Lu, I haven't decided on a university yet. Within seconds of sending his message, Lu Bing fired off several more replies. No worries. The college entrance exam is still a month away. Take your time to consider your options. By the way, I understand your awakened profession is an evolvable one. To be perfectly honest, Jiāngběi University has quite the reputation for research in evolvable professions. It's no exaggeration to say we're unmatched across the entire Kanglan Kingdom. If you join us at Jiāngběi University, we absolutely guarantee you'll have all the resources you need for your growth. Seeing such enthusiasm, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but scratch his head. He wasn't at all surprised that Professor Lu Bing knew about his evolvable class. After all, every candidate's information was recorded during the awakening ceremony. With intent, it could be retrieved swiftly. As for Lu Bing's mention of Jiāngběi University's research into evolvable professions, Lín Yìchén found himself genuinely curious. He'd been pondering this very question lately: was his profession truly an evolving profession? At first glance, it seemed so. Yet upon closer inspection, the details appeared to run completely counter to the nature of an evolvable profession. He'd never heard of any evolvable profession awakening a slew of talents before its evolution, each more outrageous than the last. What's more, exclusive class Easter eggs kept popping up to surprise him. These factors were completely absent in other evolving professions. After pondering for a moment, Lín Yìchén finally typed out this line. "Teacher Lu, I'll give it serious consideration." "No problem." Lu Bing swiftly replied with 3 characters, then immediately sent another message. "Oh, and Lin, I heard you clashed with an S-tier genius at your school and even challenged them to a life or death duel. Is that really true?" "Yes, it's true." "Considering canceling the duel?" "No." "Alright, I respect your decision. I hope you'll choose Jiāngběi University. The sincerity we offer you is something no other school can match." After the exchange, Lín Yìchén closed the chat window. He could tell Jiāngběi University's sincerity was immense. They practically had the words "we've got you locked in" written on their faces. Still, in his mind, Jiāngběi University remained his last choice. His top picks would undoubtedly be Kanglin University and Dongcheng University. He's got the skills for it. "Tomorrow marks the first day of the new semester. I wonder what kind of surprise you'll bring me." A flicker of anticipation danced in Lín Yìchén's dark eyes as he quickened his pace homeward. Meanwhile, inside the professional building. Standing in the corridor, Lu Bing, who had just finished communicating with Lín Yìchén, stared at the motionless chat window and exhaled a long breath. Beside him, a middle-aged man with snow-white hair had appeared out of nowhere, a figure absent from Bai Chuanqing's office moments prior. Yet Lu Bing's gaze toward the man was filled with respect. He gave a slight bow. "Professor Hao, he refuses to cancel the duel." The man addressed as Professor Hao heard this, his deep eyes flickering slightly. After a long moment, he sighed and said, "If he refuses, then so be it. It's a pity. We finally found a promising prospect, and now he's just going to die." Lu Bing's lips twitched slightly as he voiced a sliver of hope. What if he wins?" Professor Hao shook his head. "His chances of winning are no more than 10%. As a man who had reached the pinnacle of the evolvable profession path, he understood precisely where the strengths and weaknesses lay for practitioners like them. The first peak period occurred immediately after awakening their class. Evolving classes granted an overwhelmingly overpowered talent during this phase, rendering the practitioner virtually unmatched among peers of the same tier. Only SSS tier prodigies could rival them. But no one stays at level 1 forever. As soon as they level up a bit, the early disadvantages of an evolving profession become apparent. Before the profession evolves, their combat power lags far behind other A rank or even B rank professionals. Professor Hao has designated this period as the initial growth phase. For Lín Yìchén to insist on a life or death duel with an S-class practitioner at this stage was nothing short of suicide. Chapter 51, Initiating the First Transformation Quest. Professor Hao felt it was a pity. Had he only held back a little longer, waiting until his class evolved to the second stage before challenging others, the odds would have shifted entirely. Why did he have to prove himself? Though he deeply disapproved of Lin participating in the duel, he prided himself on being a teacher who never interfered with his students' choices. Life and death are predestined. Fortune and misfortune lie in the heavens. Success or failure must be left to Lín Yìchén himself. "Let's go back," he said. With that thought, Professor Hao shook his head and led Lu Bing back toward Jiāngběi University. The next day. After waking up, Lín Yìchén went downstairs and found a breakfast shop nearby, ordering 2 fried dough sticks and a soy milk. He broke apart the freshly fried, golden brown, crispy fried dough sticks, then dipped them into the soy milk. He waited until the air pockets inside were completely saturated with the rich, creamy broth before popping one into his mouth. With a satisfying crunch, the aroma of wheat and oil blended with the soy milk exploded in his mouth. Lín Yìchén savored every bite. After satisfying his hunger, Lín Yìchén headed straight to the professional building and entered the familiar teleportation hall. He located Ford Manor, stepped into the teleportation array, and initiated the transfer, a seamless, fluid sequence of actions. In the blink of an eye, Lín Yìchén found himself back within Ford Manor. Having fought fiercely within the estate multiple times yesterday, he now knew its layout by heart. The beautiful and elegant Mrs. Ford, the moment Lín Yìchén stepped into the manor, began her life of persecution. After clearing Ford Manor 5 consecutive times, that familiar notification reappeared before Lín Yìchén's eyes. Kill count, 10. Experience gained, 182,985. Congratulations on leveling up. Level, 4,950. For base attributes enhanced. Free attribute points gained, 1. Level 50. Seeing this notification, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but feel excited. Finally able to undertake the job change quest. Sure enough. No sooner had the level up notification popped up. Another crimson notification appeared in Lín Yìchén's field of vision. Detected level breakthrough, 50. First job change qualification obtained. Please complete the job change quest first. Job change quest activated. Clear a dungeon rated level 50 or higher with difficulty 4 stars or above. Quest progress, pending. The job change quest remained unchanged. Seeing his job change quest, Lín Yìchén breathed a sigh of relief. He had assumed that given the uniqueness of his class, the job change quest would be different too. But now it seemed he had overthought it. 4-star or higher dungeons? Lín Yìchén immediately exited Ford Manor, intending to clear a 5-star difficulty dungeon. With his current strength, even a level 55-star dungeon would be easily conquered, absolutely no surprises. Before long, Lín Yìchén selected a dungeon called Plague Village in the teleportation hall and stepped directly into the teleportation array. Buzz. As the blue light faded from his vision, Lín Yìchén found himself standing within an ancient village. Muddy sludge covered the ground, and crumbling thatched huts lay in ruins all around. A chilling wind swept past his back from time to time, while the gloomy sky offered not a single glimmer of light. This was the world within the instance. He now stood at the village entrance. Though called a gate, it was merely 2 battered wooden pillars, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment, driven into the ground on either side. 2 rows of countless sharpened wooden stakes, driven deep into the mud, extended outward from the pillars. Serving as the village walls, they still looked somewhat proper. One could tell the designer had put considerable thought into the walls, but now all that effort lay in ruins. Because the villagers were all dead. Lín Yìchén lifted his gaze toward the village entrance. Countless humanoid monsters were sprawled on the ground, gnawing at rotting flesh, remains of some unknown animal, or perhaps their own kind. In a plague village, as long as one avoided being bitten by the monsters, everything was safe. Lín Yìchén assessed the number of monsters ahead, mentally mapping out his plan for the upcoming operation. As a 5-star difficulty instance, every monster within Plague Village possessed a special trait, Plague Spreader. Simply being touched by their attacks would inflict a massive negative buff called Plague Infected. Once infected, the player would lose 1 HP per second, and the duration of Plague Infected was terrifyingly long, a full 5 minutes. Consequently, every adventurer tackling Plague Village brings along a healer with a party-wide sustained skill, otherwise, the difficulty skyrockets by several orders of magnitude. However, this debuff isn't particularly terrifying for Lín Yìchén. He possessed the Crimson Reaper blood-sucking talent. As long as the mobs kept coming, his health would remain consistently healthy. The only thing that gave Lín Yìchén some pressure was that this negative buff called Plague Infected had a stacking property. Each attack hit applies the first layer of infection, draining 1% of maximum HP per second. After 10 hits, the second layer activates, draining 2% of maximum health per second. If hit 30 times, the Plague Infected would reach the third layer, draining 6% of maximum health per second. Even if infected with the first 2 layers, having a healer along made it relatively harmless. Reaching the third layer essentially means there's no hope for survival. Unless the team's healer is exceptionally skilled, there might be a sliver of hope. Deducting 6% of maximum health per second, even Lín Yìchén must tread carefully, lest he face certain doom. Huff. Lín Yìchén drew a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the nearest monsters as he slowly advanced toward them, blade raised. The humanoid creatures hunched over on the ground, gnawing at their prey, their skulls crowned with dry, white hair and bodies covered in black-green spots heard the movement. 10 pairs of blood-red eyes instantly locked onto Lín Yìchén. Fresh meat. 5 monsters slowly rose, their hollow eyes locked onto Lín Yìchén. Black-green saliva dripped from their already rotting mouths. They emitted hoarse growls, and their fleshless faces actually showed a hint of excitement. The next instant, the 5 monsters twisted their decaying bodies and charged toward Lín Yìchén at an astonishing speed. I want to eat meat. An elite monster, noticeably more robust than the others, reached Lín Yìchén first. It opened its gaping maw, aiming straight for him. Gurgle gurgle. The monster's lower abdomen rippled slightly as a green, foul-smelling liquid began to form in its throat, poised to spew toward Lín Yìchén. Disgusting. Shut your mouth. Lín Yìchén watched the scene unfold, a look of disgust flitting across his eyes as his right hand tightened around the knife handle. Clang! In an instant, a cold gleam flashed as the broadsword at Lín Yìchén's waist shot from its scabbard, striking directly at the monster's neck. Splatter! The cold blade sliced effortlessly through the monster's neck, sending its hideous head flying skyward. Chapter 52, The Village's Background. Attribute Allocation. Kill Count, 1. As the monster fell, a notification instantly appeared before Lín Yìchén's eyes. The remaining white-haired monsters, far from being frightened by this sight, only grew more frenzied. Their eyes blazed with madness as they lunged violently toward Lín Yìchén. Flesh. A hoarse growl erupted from their throats, and a wave of foul, putrid stench instantly filled Lín Yìchén's nostrils, making him involuntarily wrinkle his brow. Die. Lín Yìchén could endure no more. He swung his blade horizontally at the clustered monsters, the sharp edge instantly cleaving them in two. Killing count 001. Kill count 001. After dispatching this horde, the foul stench in the air finally began to dissipate, though traces lingered. Lín Yìchén slowed his breathing, not even glancing at the corpses of the monsters on the ground. He hoisted his blade and strode toward the village entrance. The moment this uninvited guest stepped into the village's territory, the plague monsters within went berserk, surging toward the entrance in droves. Fresh. I want to eat. The monsters spotted Lín Yìchén like starving dogs spotting a bone, charging toward him at breakneck speed. Come on, I'll slaughter every last one of you. Lín Yìchén's eyes brimmed with disgust. He neither retreated nor dodged. Facing the surging horde of monsters charging at him, he swung his blade forward, slashing. Every monster attempting to pounce on Lín Yìchén and tear into him met its end beneath his blade. With each swing, several monsters fell dead. Lín Yìchén, who could one-shot even elite monsters, handled this horde of lesser foes with effortless ease. In less than 5 minutes, the area was littered with corpses. Though the monsters were dead, Lín Yìchén was still splattered with the green slime they had expelled. A negative buff now appeared on his interface, steadily draining his health. Infected by plague affliction, 26. Affected by plague infection, 26. Every second, Lín Yìchén's health dropped slightly. The individual damage wasn't high, but the frequency was terrifying. At this rate, his health bar would be depleted within 2 minutes. Now, it's time for me to come find you. Yet Lín Yìchén felt no panic. Instead, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Heard the first solo clear of Plague Village took 1 hour and 21 minutes? Well, let's see how fast I can speedrun this. He quickened his pace, swiftly traversing the surrounding wasteland as he advanced deeper into the village. Inside a dilapidated thatched hut, a lean monster was feasting on the abdomen of its own kind, its mouth dripping with green slime. Suddenly, a silver blade flashed. The creature's head flew skyward, smashing a gaping hole through the already rickety thatched roof. Elsewhere, several white-haired monsters gathered in groups, wandering aimlessly through the streets. Another flash of silver light sliced through the air. They only realized their vision was rising higher and higher before plummeting rapidly downward. Countless identical scenes replayed throughout the plague-ridden village until the 30-minute mark, when the entire settlement gradually fell silent. 910. 892. 931. After finishing off the last few ordinary minions, Lín Yìchén's health bar instantly refilled. The plague-infected buff on his personal interface had vanished. Finally gone. That constant popping damage was so annoying. Lín Yìchén chuckled. After the initial wave of monsters upon entering the village, he'd become much more cautious during his subsequent explorations and hadn't taken a single hit since. Of course, the biggest reason was that the monsters never got the chance to strike. When you're one-shot the moment you meet, how exactly are you supposed to attack? Glancing at the time, Lín Yìchén felt quite satisfied. Only half an hour? Just as expected, Plague Village really is short. Although the Plague Village featured the extremely irritating plague-infected buff, compared to other 5-star dungeons, its progression was significantly shorter. The reason he chose Plague Village was precisely because he valued its short duration. The path to class advancement was imminent. The first job advancement was almost complete. What surprises would it bring? Lín Yìchén took a deep breath to steady his excitement, then slowly scanned his surroundings. He now stood at the deepest part of Plague Village. Just 100 meters further toward the sacrificial altar would lead him to the final boss chamber. The final boss of this instance was the village's high priest, Jiāngběi. According to scholars specializing in instance lore, this revered high priest was the mastermind behind the horrific transformation of the once peaceful garden village. In secret, he had turned his back on the villagers and embraced the plague goddess. During the village's triennial grand ritual, he had summoned her power, transforming the entire area for dozens of miles into a forbidden zone. As for himself, he now stands eternally guarding the sacred altar. You may be awesome, but I'm a stat-obsessed nerd. Sorry about that. Lín Yìchén had already mapped out his battle strategy. Ever since awakening Azura's wrath, he hadn't used it once due to its 24-hour cooldown. This time, he'd test it out on this Jiāngběi. Even with the advantage on his side, he couldn't afford to be careless. Yet Lín Yìchén felt no arrogance. Instead, he grew even more cautious. The granite's damage output was formidable. And with his current constitution, he could withstand at most 5 hits. And that's only accounting for its basic attacks. Jiāngběi's 2 skills, Plague Droplets and Plague Spikes, would instantly inflict Stage 3 Plague Infection upon landing even 1 hit, draining 6% of maximum health per second. More critically, the base damage of these 2 abilities was exceptionally high. Even with the substantial healing provided by Crimson Reaper, Lín Yìchén could never withstand them directly. Otherwise, he could very well end up in a world of hurt. Therefore, prioritizing stability, Lín Yìchén resolved to max out his agility. He took a deep breath and poured all 11 of his accumulated free attribute points into agility. Agility, 1223. The instant the stat increased, Lín Yìchén felt his entire body grow noticeably lighter, as if moving a minimum of 5 meters required only the slightest effort. Let's try it. Without hesitation, he thrust off with his right foot. His body shot forward like a swift arrow, covering 5 meters in the blink of an eye. 5 meters in a single stride. With this speed, wouldn't dodging those 2 skills of granite be a breeze? Suppressing his excitement, Lín Yìchén immediately set off toward the sacrificial ground. Thanks to his agility points, what would normally take about 2 minutes to reach the altar gates now took him less than half a minute. Looking inside, the ritual ground was marked with eerie symbols. At its center stood a figure clad in ceremonial robes, motionless as a statue. Chapter 53, Job Change Quest Complete. Job change activated. Only when Lín Yìchén appeared did the statue show the slightest movement. First, it cracked its neck, then slowly turned around. At that moment, Lín Yìchén got a clear look at its face. A dark, thin, and short old man. His face was deeply wrinkled, his skin dark, loose, and dry. Yet his eyes were strikingly distinctive. Deep and gleaming with an eerie green light. Lín Yìchén felt goosebumps rise uncontrollably all over his body just from meeting that gaze. Plague High Priest, Grante Demon King Tier Boss. Level, 50. HP, 40,000 Attack, 660. Skills, Plague Droplets. The Plague High Priest has consecrated his entire being to the Plague Goddess. Every cell in his body is tainted. Any target struck by his droplets suffers 1000 fixed damage plus 50 attack damage and gains 3 layers of Plague Infection. Plague Thorns summon Plague Infected Thorns in front, dealing 800 true damage plus 50 attack damage and applying 3 layers of Plague Infected. Truly a classic high attack, low health boss. Glancing at Grante's stats panel, Lín Yìchén silently compared it to the Mist Apostle's stats and couldn't help but utter this exclamation. Though it had 10,000 less HP than the Mist Apostle, its attack power was over 100 points higher. Sometimes, that extra 100 points of attack can be far more terrifying than 10,000 HP. Thick health can be worn down gradually, but high attack power demands extreme caution, otherwise, you might get one shot instantly. Take Granite's 2 skills as prime examples of damage-dealing abilities. Whether you're hit by Plague Droplets or Plague Spikes, you'll lose at least 1000 HP instantly, which for squishier classes is practically half their health bar. And that's not even counting the 3-tier Plague Infected debuff. Without a healer in your party, getting hit by these skills is practically a death sentence. Are you here to offer your body to the goddess as well? Then, sacrifice yourself. Upon seeing Lín Yìchén, Grante revealed an eerie smile. He raised his staff and swung it toward Lín Yìchén's position. Several dense streams of green energy instantly shot toward Lín Yìchén at astonishing speed. Left. Lín Yìchén reacted with astonishing speed, darting leftward in a single bound. The green energy missed its mark, dissipating into thin air. An uncooperative sacrifice is no sacrifice at all. Grante watched Lín Yìchén evade his attack, yet the sinister smile never left his face. He swung his staff once more, unleashing green energy beams several times thicker than before, hurtling toward Lín Yìchén. These thick beams moved far faster than before, closing in on Lín Yichén's body in less than a second. However, Lín Yìchén, who had allocated a full 10 attribute points to agility, wasn't so easily struck down. As the beams closed to within half a meter, he sidestepped them, simultaneously lowering his upper body. His legs surged with explosive power as he closed in on Granite like a bolt of lightning. Asura's Wrath, unleash. Lín Yìchén, who had long prepared for this moment, immediately unleashed his innate ability, Asura's Wrath. In an instant, crimson energy erupted from Lín Yichén's body, swirling around him. His jet black eyes gradually took on a blood-red hue. Clang! A crisp hum echoed as the broadsword at Lín Yichén's waist slid from its sheath, striking straight for Grante's chest. Slashing! A deep gash tore through Grante's ceremonial robe, dark crimson blood seeping slowly from the wound. The health bar above his head plummeted dramatically. 20,399. An absurdly high damage number instantly appeared above Grante's head. But it wasn't over yet. Lín Yìchén grinned. The Rage of Asura effect lasted a full 10 seconds. With his current attack speed, that was more than enough time to land over 7 strikes. Whoosh! The blood-stained blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, once again slashing toward Grante. Damned sacrifice! Grante tried to counterattack, but no matter how hard he strained, he couldn't move an inch. He could only stand rooted to the spot, helplessly awaiting Lín Yichén's slaughter. 21,231. The second strike landed unimpeded upon Grante's chest. Kill count, 10. Experience gained, 533,121. Congratulations on leveling up. Level, 5,051. Free attribute points gained, 1. A series of notifications kept popping up, filling most of Lín Yichén's vision. 2 strikes. Just 2 strikes. The Grant, a plague high priest who had claimed the lives of countless adventurers, fell with a staggering loss of 40,000 health points. Ha! Lín Yìchén couldn't hold back any longer. He stood rooted to the spot and burst into loud laughter. Is this the wrath of the Asura? Who else could there be? Gazing down at the high priest lying on the ground, his face frozen in shock and despair, Lín Yìchén felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. So this was what it felt like to cheat at the game. No, it wasn't cheating. He just hadn't turned it off. At that moment, the duration of Asura's wrath had reached its end, and the crimson energy swirling around Lín Yichén's body slowly dissipated. 10 seconds, not a second more, not a second less. Asura's wrath is cooling down. Cooldown, 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. 2 notification messages appeared, signaling the dissipation of this power. Too bad it was a bit too short. Lín Yìchén shook his head, a hint of regret flitting across his face. If anyone saw his expression now, they'd probably be so enraged they'd punch him in the face and roar, with such a monstrous talent, you still complain it's too short? Don't you dare say that. Job change quest completed. Please exit the instance. Quest settlement imminent. Just as Lín Yìchén was basking in his joy, 2 sudden notifications chimed. Finally, he could change jobs. Lín Yìchén took a deep breath, yet it did little to dampen his excitement. He was now desperate to know what this job change would bring him. Glancing briefly at Grant's corpse to confirm it hadn't dropped any special loot, Lín Yìchén promptly chose to exit the instance. Buzz. The moment the teleportation hall came into view, the job change quest immediately settled. Quest complete. Job change qualification acquired. Proceed with class change now? Yes, no. Staring at the prompt before him, Lín Yìchén suppressed his excitement and scanned his surroundings. Each instance teleportation array contained a relatively private space, invisible to outsiders. Therefore, Lín Yìchén hesitated no longer and promptly selected yes. Selection successful. Initiating class change. Chapter 54, Job change successful. New talent, Soul Devourer. Class change in progress? A series of notification messages flashed before Lín Yìchén's eyes. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of pure energy coursing through his body, permeating every limb and bone. At this critical moment, Lín Yìchén suddenly realized his skin had been enveloped in crimson energy. As this energy fully enveloped him, the job change information floating mid-air also took on a blood-red hue, rapidly disintegrating. And upon its complete disappearance, a new, blood-red notification message abruptly appeared. Job change successful. All attributes increased by 100. New talent acquired, Soul Devourer. Soul Devourer, each time you slay a living being with a blade weapon, you devour its soul, converting it into soul energy. Collecting soul energy grants rewards. Note, those whose souls are devoured shall never be reborn. Soul energy, 0. Reward pool, talent evolution count, talent mutation qualification, talent awakening count. The crimson energy enveloping Lín Yìchén's body had faded, replaced by this new talent called Soul Devourer. Unlike his previous talents, Soul Devourer bore no mentions of evolution or mutation potential. Yet its effect was entirely distinct from the others. No, it wasn't entirely different from his other talents, it was a talent with an effect Lín Yìchén had never even heard of. Those whose souls are devoured shall never be reborn. Reading this effect, Lín Yìchén's pupils contracted to mere black dots, his mind reeling with shock. What did this signify? If the timeline were reversed and he had used this talent to kill Su Xiaofeng in the Misty Forest, even if that blue priest had arrived, he would have been powerless to intervene. Remember, resurrection techniques are skills only accessible to priests above the 7th transformation, and each use exacts a tremendous toll. Across the entire Kanglan kingdom, those who had reached the 7th transformation were few and far between, let alone 7th transformation priests. And he? This single talent alone could disrupt a 7th rank priest's life-draining skill. Damn it, I really want to go back and stab that Su guy again. Lín Yìchén took a deep breath, slowly calming the turmoil within. He had anticipated that changing professions might grant him a new talent, but he never imagined this one would be so monstrously powerful. The soul-devouring effect alone was enough to shock the world. And to think that collecting souls to a certain level could even grant rewards? A mere glance at the reward pool filled Lín Yìchén with immense anticipation. Whether it was talent evolution attempts, talent mutation qualifications, or talent awakening opportunities, all were top-tier rewards. He dared not imagine how far he might progress after collecting just a few more soul energies. The only uncertainty was how much soul energy he'd need to collect to reach 100. Staring at that big, empty zero, Lín Yìchén decided to test it out immediately. He hadn't even stepped out of the teleportation array before selecting to challenge the plague village once more. Armed with his previous experience, Lín Yìchén breezed through this time, clearing every monster in the village within just 20 minutes. But it was increasing so slowly. Lín Yìchén stared at the interface before him, his brow furrowing deeply. Soul energy, 1. He had slain hundreds of monsters, yet his soul energy had barely increased at all. Could it be because Plague Village was too low level? Should I challenge a level 60 dungeon now? A thought flashed through Lín Yìchén's mind. After much deliberation, it seemed the only plausible explanation. After all, each level 50 monster he killed only yielded 0.001 kill points. With such a meager gain, the slow soul energy growth made perfect sense. Speedrun it time to test that level 60 dungeon. Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén headed straight to the altar of sacrifice to defeat High Priest Grangti. He then exited the instance and returned to the teleportation hall. He then headed to the level 60 instance area, randomly selected an instance, and stepped into the teleportation array. The teleportation array activated, and Lín Yìchén suddenly appeared in another dimension. Unbeknownst to him, as Lín Yìchén departed the Plague Village, a group of adventurers had also arrived at the village's teleportation array entrance. They were a 4-person party, 2 warriors, 1 mage, and 1 healer, with clearly defined roles. All 4 were level 50 professionals, having come to Plague Village to complete their respective class advancement quests. Since their healer was an A-tier Grand Healer, they had chosen the Plague Village, a dungeon notoriously demanding of sustained healing output. Ready? The team leader, a burly, imposing man, glanced at his teammates and asked. Ready. The other three replied confidently. Alright, let's head in. The captain nodded in satisfaction, then led the three of them into the teleportation array. Buzz. Amidst a rumbling roar, the four-person squad swiftly materialized at the entrance of Plague Village. Stealing their nerves, the four cautiously crept into Garden Village, with the two warriors including the captain leading the way. They ventured deeper and deeper, reaching the residential area of Garden Village, yet still hadn't spotted a single minor monster. What's going on? The leader frowned deeply, utterly perplexed by this bizarre situation. Before arriving, they had naturally studied the Plague Village guide, knowing this instance's entrance would be flooded with a massive wave of monsters. But what was this? Where was the promised monster wave? Why wasn't there a single monster in sight? The other three were equally baffled, their skepticism mounting as the four pressed deeper into the village. Yet even upon reaching the sole path leading to the sacrificial ground, they still hadn't encountered a single living monster. Captain, is Garden Village haunted? Did ghosts devour all the monsters? The mage girl in the group couldn't help but speak up. Her tone made it clear she felt like she'd seen a ghost. Be careful. Maybe something's wrong with the Plague Village. This could be a trap. The captain didn't relax his guard, instead, he grew even more cautious. Weird. This is bizarre. He'd never heard of a dungeon where you didn't encounter a single mob after entering. Let's go check the altar. After a moment's thought, the captain immediately led the three others toward the sacrificial site. But when they arrived at the altar, they discovered that Grant, the Plague High Priest who should have been standing at its center, had vanished into thin air just like the other monsters in Plague Village. Holy, is this place haunted? Witnessing this scene, the team leader finally couldn't hold back and let out a curse, looking utterly bewildered. Is the dungeon core malfunctioning? We should get out of here fast and report this to the guild. The priest in the party immediately suggested. Right. Exit the instance. The captain didn't refuse, immediately leading the three others out of the instance. The four changed direction and headed toward the office responsible for the teleportation hall. Chapter 55, The Unique Effect of the New Talent. What? You're saying there isn't a single monster left in Plague Village? Upon hearing this, the teleportation hall manager slammed his fist on the table and swiftly followed them to the entrance of the Plague Village teleportation array. This was no minor matter, such a critical flaw likely meant the dungeon core of Plague Village had malfunctioned. And fixing the instance core? That would take a tremendous amount of effort. Without a word, the supervisor stepped into the teleportation array himself. He made one trip through and confirmed the situation the four had described. The once bustling Plague Village had become a desolate wasteland, devoid of any monster presence. After wandering around for a while, the manager reached the altar area without spotting a single living creature. Oh no, could the instance core truly be malfunctioning? His face darkening, he immediately chose to exit the instance and return to the teleportation array. Then, he began tinkering with something in a corner of the room. The next moment, a crack appeared in the smooth wall, revealing a hidden door that slowly opened. Inside, suspended mid-air and connected by countless energy threads, lay the dungeon core. After a brief inspection, everything was functioning normally, no issues whatsoever. The manager was utterly baffled, concluding that the instance core was perfectly normal with no malfunctions whatsoever. I refuse to believe it. Gritting his teeth, he conducted another inspection, yet still found no evidence of malfunction. Report it. He had to report it. He was already drenched in sweat. The dungeon core was a vital resource for the guild. If even one were scrapped, he'd be in big trouble. He had to find manager by immediately. Soul Energy, 3. Inside the level 60 Undead Village dungeon, Lín Yìchén had just finished clearing a room full of minor monsters. Seeing the notification pop up before him, a bright smile spread across his lips. Just as I thought, 50-level monsters are trash. The only question was how much a single 60-level dungeon would yield. If it could reach over 5 points, he might just max out his soul energy in a single day. Suppressing his excitement, Lín Yìchén closed the interface and immediately continued toward the boss room. Having reached level 50 and successfully class changed, all of Lín Yìchén's stats had doubled. Coupled with the platinum tier Mist Forest set he'd prepared long ago, his combat prowess had reached a truly terrifying level. Every minor monster encountered along the way was as easy to kill as slaughtering chickens. One slash and their souls vanished completely. After the final boss of the undead town fell beneath his blade, Lín Yìchén glanced at his stats once more. Soul energy, 7. That high? Lín Yìchén's eyes lit up. When he entered the undead town, his soul energy was only 1. Now, after clearing it just once, it had jumped straight to 7. A single dungeon run yielded a 6-point increase. He glanced at the time again. Though dungeons above level 50 presented a qualitative leap compared to those below, both the number of monsters and the length of the dungeon process nearly doubled. Yet this run had taken him a mere 40 minutes. This meant he only needed to spend another 10 hours to complete his first soul energy collection. And that didn't even factor in how much faster he'd clear it later on, once he got more familiar with the undead town. Re-challenge. Lín Yìchén immediately chose to re-challenge. He was already itching to get started. After all, the rewards offered upon filling the soul energy gauge were simply too tempting. Whether it was evolution attempts, mutation attempts, or awakening attempts, each represented a massive combat power boost for Lín Yìchén. Of course, what he anticipated most was drawing an awakening opportunity. Every talent he had awakened so far was already absurdly powerful. If he could acquire more of these monstrous talents, he couldn't even imagine how exhilarating that would be. A familiar blue light screen enveloped Lín Yìchén's vision. Moments later, he found himself back at the entrance of the undead town. But unlike his first visit, the entire town was deserted. The postman who had greeted him so warmly moments ago, along with the street cleaners sweeping the sidewalks, had vanished without a trace. What was going on? Lín Yìchén furrowed his brow slightly, stepping onto the streets of the undead town. He walked a full circle but didn't spot any of the monsters he had encountered before. Was the dungeon glitching? No, that couldn't be right. Refusing to believe in superstition, Lín Yìchén immediately rushed to the mayor's residence in the ghost town, only to find that the final boss, the mayor, had also vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a strange thought entered Lín Yìchén's mind. Could it be because of the soul devourer? A suspicion quietly took root in his mind. He immediately logged out of the instance, exited the teleportation array, and headed toward Plague Village. Before he even reached the village, he saw a large crowd gathered around the Plague Village teleportation array entrance. Among them were numerous staff members wearing guild uniforms. Among them stood Bai Chuanqing, a familiar face to Lín Yìchén. What was going on? Why had Plague Village suddenly been sealed off? No idea. Maybe some big shot son overestimated himself and entered the boss room, got stuck, and died? That would be quite the spectacle, utterly foolish. Listening to the surrounding onlookers' discussions, Lín Yìchén silently shook his head. There was absolutely no way it was because of something like that. If some big shot son really died in the dungeon like they say, the people who came here wouldn't be guild staff. Most likely, it was because of him. Lín Yìchén stepped forward and saw Bai Chuanqing talking to a tall man. Lianglong, when did this Plague Village start acting like this? As the person in charge of the teleportation hall, you should know, right? Bai Chuanqing asked the big man. Just moments ago, the 4 adventurers preparing to enter Plague Village for their class change quest discovered it. After entering the instance, they found not a single monster inside, not even the boss. So they retreated and came to find me. I rushed to the scene immediately. First, I entered the instance to investigate and confirmed their report. Next, I inspected the instance core but found no abnormalities. I knew immediately this wasn't simple, so I came to find you. Lianglong hurriedly recounted everything that had just happened, not daring to omit a single detail. I see. Bai Chuanqing's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. The situation was truly bizarre. Even with his extensive experience, he'd never heard of such an occurrence in a dungeon core. Chief Bai, if this dungeon core can't be repaired. Seeing Bai Chuanqing's expression shift, Lianglong inwardly groaned at the bad omen and cautiously inquired. Typically, if the dungeon core malfunctioned, the responsibility would fall squarely on him as the head of the teleportation hall. At best, he'd be dismissed from his post. At worst, he'd lose his guild membership outright and face hefty compensation claims from the guild. Either outcome was utterly unacceptable to him. Rest assured, Bai Chuanqing said. This matter is too peculiar. I'll have it thoroughly investigated. It's not your fault. Bai Chuanqing understood his concerns and offered a brief reassurance. Lianglong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Bai Chuanqing spotted a familiar face in the crowd and called out, Lin, you're here to upgrade at the teleportation hall? Chapter 56, The Guild is shocked. Dungeon monsters vanish? Noticing he'd been spotted, Lín Yìchén stepped out from the crowded throng. Yes, Chief Bai, what's going on? Lín Yìchén asked innocently, feigning ignorance. The monsters in this dungeon vanished suddenly. We suspect the dungeon core malfunctioned, so we came to investigate. Bai Chuanqing saw no reason to withhold information from Lín Yìchén and explained directly. After all, Lín Yìchén was already a senior member of the guild and a promising prospect he held in high regard. Even if some details were confidential, Bai Chuanqing felt it was acceptable to share a bit with him. Besides, this wasn't exactly classified information. Monsters vanishing without a trace? That's truly peculiar. Lín Yìchén raised an eyebrow, his expression one of genuine surprise. The effect of the soul-devouring talent was simply too astonishing. Lín Yìchén didn't want others to know about it. A talent capable of devouring souls was unprecedented in the history of this world. Though he trusted Bai Chuanqing, the fewer people who knew about this, the less danger it posed. In other words, his current strength was still too weak. Anything that could potentially put him in danger must be avoided at all costs. Survival was the only hard truth. It was indeed strange. Bai Chuanqing didn't dwell on the matter for long. Instead, he turned to Lín Yìchén and asked with concern, Lin, what level are you at now? Level 51. Level 51? That's quite fast. Bai Chuanqing nodded as if suddenly understanding, but after a moment, he jolted in shock. What did you say? Level 51? Yep. Lín Yìchén nodded. After successfully changing jobs, he first cleared a wave of Plague Village, then tackled Undead Town. After reaching level 50, the experience gains from Plague Village had noticeably decreased. He owed this final level up primarily to Undead Town. But now both those dungeons were gone. Level 51. So, has your job change quest unlocked? If it has, you can go find Yen Tao. He can guide you through the quest. After composing himself, Bai Chuanqing continued. I've already completed all the class change quests. Lín Yìchén replied. You completed the job change quests too? All by yourself? Bai Chuanqing's mouth twitched slightly as he stared at Lín Yìchén with an expression that suggested he was looking at a monster. After all, the job change quest required clearing a 50-level dungeon rated 4 stars or higher. At that difficulty level, even an S-rank professional would need several teammates. It seemed Lín Yìchén's evolvable class truly was different from others, just as he'd suspected. Others' evolvable classes were practically useless at this stage, but Lín Yìchén? Not only had he reached level 50 at an absurdly fast pace, but he'd also soloed the job change quest. Bai Chuanqing suddenly remembered something. Hadn't Jiangcheng University already contacted Lín Yìchén? If Lín Yìchén agreed to join Jiangcheng University just because of this, wouldn't the admissions offices of Kanglin University, Dongqing University, and others be kicking themselves green with regret after the college entrance exams? Mr. Lin, if you feel your strength is sufficient, you could venture to the city outskirts. The monsters there grant far more experience than our teleportation hall. Bai Chuanqing said with a look of satisfaction. Alright, I'll consider it. Lín Yìchén nodded in agreement, then bid farewell to Bai Chuanqing and left the association building. It was still early in the day. According to his original plan, he should have spent the entire day in the teleportation hall, gathering soul energy. But with this incident occurring, continuing to challenge the dungeons within the teleportation hall would inevitably draw attention sooner or later, which wouldn't be good for the association. The soul-devouring talent must be concealed, otherwise, it would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Today's events also revealed a peculiar insight to him. The reason dungeon cores could infinitely spawn identical monsters was tied to souls. Leaving the guild building, Lín Yìchén headed straight for the shuttle bus bound for the outskirts of Jiāngběi city. This world was vast, dozens of times larger than the blue star of his previous life. Human-inhabited cities occupied only 5% of the entire planet, while the remaining areas were the domains of demonic beasts and all manner of monsters extremely dangerous. For adventurers, the primary sources of experience were either the dungeon cores collected by guilds in major cities or the wild monsters roaming the wilderness. Just outside Jiāngběi city lay a monster gathering ground where creatures ranged from level 20 to 110. Monsters encountered in the wild yielded slightly more experience than those summoned from dungeon cores. However, the wilds are far too dangerous, and monster spawn points are unpredictable. Therefore, most adventurers prioritize safety by farming dungeons within the guild buildings. As long as I don't encounter any monsters above level 90, everything should be fine. Seated on the bus heading to the outskirts of Jiāngběi city, Lín Yìchén gazed out the window as his thoughts drifted. At his current progression rate, the wilds were indeed more advantageous than the guild building. As long as he avoided provoking high-level monsters, his leveling speed would remain skyrocketing. Moreover, the environmental hazards that frustrated most adventurers were practically negligible for someone with his barrier-piercing eyes. He might even stumble upon rare materials or treasures, pleasant surprises. Soon, the bus pulled to a stop at the gates of Jiāngběi city. Lín Yìchén promptly disembarked and looked up toward the city walls. Jiāngběi city's walls stood as a formidable fortress 25 meters high and constructed from translucent high-tech materials, having withstood countless waves of beast-tide assaults. Upon reaching the gate, Lín Yìchén was immediately stopped by the guards. Please present your pass. Anyone needing to enter or exit the city required a pass issued by the association. Lín Yìchén didn't have one, however. Instead, he simply flashed his association's senior member card to the guard. Please proceed. Upon recognizing Lín Yìchén as a senior association member, the guard's expression shifted. He promptly stepped aside to let him pass. Thank you. Lín Yìchén promptly departed. Once he stepped outside the city gates, a vast expanse of grassland stretched before him, with a lush green forest visible in the distance. This was the world beyond the city. Due to rampant demon beasts in non-human inhabited areas, airplanes were the only viable long-distance transportation left in this world. Vehicles like cars were essentially confined to city use. Of course, if you weren't afraid of dying, no one would stop you from driving out there. According to the map, walking roughly 1,000 meters in this direction would lead to a demon beast gathering ground near the fog-hidden mountains. Lín Yìchén glanced at the dilapidated concrete road stretching before him and stepped onto it. Chapter 57, The Wilderness Traces Forest. Skyrocketing kill count. The place Lín Yìchén was heading to was an area known as the Wilderness Trails Forest. Ranked 38th on Jiāngběi city's estimated danger scale, a danger level considered low to medium. The primary reason was that most beasts within were around level 20-70, with those above level 70 being extremely rare. The highest level beast encountered was merely level 110. Consequently, many adventurers who preferred not to grind dungeons within the guild building would venture out to the wilderness forest for leveling, especially wealthy young masters with family connections. Along the way, Lín Yìchén spotted numerous wealthy young men dressed in luxurious gear, each accompanied by several attendants. After walking for nearly half an hour, Lín Yìchén finally reached the outskirts of the wilderness forest. Entering the woods. Lín Yìchén had only taken a few dozen steps deeper into the woods when he heard a rustling sound from the grass on his right. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and slashed at the bushes. Killed level 37 magic tooth rabbit. Kill count 001. Experience gained 9771. Level 37 and already at 001? Lín Yìchén's eyes lit up as he read the pop-up notification. After all, even when he killed a level 50 minor monster inside the guild building, it only gave him 001. Even in the level 40 dungeon, Mutant City, monsters didn't grant any kill count. Could it be that these wild-spawned beasts possessed a higher level of life energy? He parted the grass to find a dead rabbit lying there, already cut in half. Its hind legs were still kicking frantically at the air. Since he'd already left the city, Lín Yìchén didn't plan to return anytime soon. Running back and forth would be too much hassle. He'd have to wait until he reached level 60 before even considering a return. Since he'd chosen not to return soon, he needed to plan for sustenance in the wild over the coming days. Demonic tooth rabbits like this were an excellent source of protein. Though low in fat and unsuitable for long-term exclusive consumption, they were perfectly adequate for short-term sustenance. However, he had no intention of taking this particular one. Such beasts were plentiful in the wild traces forest. If he got hungry, he could simply hunt a few rabbits. Withdrawing his gaze, he pressed onward. Every so often, enraged beasts whose territories he trespassed upon would charge at him. Most were around level 50, easily dispatched with a single slash of his blade. This led Lín Yìchén to notice something. Within the wilderness forest, demon beasts of any level granted him killing points. Even a level 21 beast had granted him 001 killing points. Could it be because the beasts within the dungeon core lacked physical bodies? A sudden conjecture flashed through Lín Yìchén's mind. Due to the Soul Devourer's influence, he had likely uncovered the dungeon core's operational mechanism, had likely collected the souls of demon beasts, enabling its repeated summoning cycles. This led him to deduce that the beasts within the dungeon core lacked physical bodies. What adventurers challenged were merely physical forms shaped by the core using souls. It seemed the life energy level of real-world demonic beasts was still slightly higher. Lín Yìchén's heart leapt with delight. If that was the case, grinding monsters in the wild would be far more cost-effective than staying inside the adventurer's tower. Not only would the experience be higher than in the building, but his kill count would also see a significant increase. Though most beasts in the wilderness forest might be below level 50, their sheer numbers were astronomical. If he could sweep through the entire wilderness forest, his killing points would skyrocket. You forced my hand. No time to waste. Lín Yìchén licked his lips, hoisted his blood-stained broadsword, and began scouting the outskirts of the wilderness forest. Until night deepened. After severing the head of a half-human tall ape before him with a single stroke, Lín Yìchén's killing count finally broke through a minor threshold. Kill count, 30,010,000. Not bad. Just 6 hours outside the city, and the increase was substantial. This was much faster than inside the tower. Lín Yìchén nodded with satisfaction. He soon found a clearing nearby, piled up some firewood, and set up a makeshift grill. Next, he pulled a freshly killed magic tooth rabbit from his backpack. After cleaning it, he skewered it with a branch and began roasting it. Before long, the rabbit sizzled and oozed fat. Though unsalted, its rich, savory aroma filled the air. After a hearty meal, Lín Yìchén produced a radar-like device, set it up beside him, and lay down on the ground to sleep. Over the past 6 hours, Lín Yìchén had exterminated every demon beast within a kilometer radius, eliminating any worry of nighttime attacks. Still, playing it safe, he activated the detector he'd purchased online before leaving the city. The radar would sound an alarm whenever anything entered within 50 meters. With this double safeguard in place, Lín Yìchén finally drifted into a peaceful sleep. The next day, Lín Yìchén continued clearing the outer perimeter of the wilderness forest. Over the course of a day, he eliminated nearly half of the demonic beasts lurking at its edges. His killing points had reached 900. By the third day, every demon beast in the outer perimeter had fallen to Lín Yìchén's blade. His killing points rapidly surged past 1600, a terrifying rate of increase. His level had now reached 61. It was time to venture deeper. Lín Yìchén's gaze turned toward the depths of the wilderness forest, his heart filled with anticipation. The beasts deep within the wilderness forest were generally level 60 or higher, with some even reaching level 90 or even 100. As long as number 100 level beasts appeared, he was confident he could handle them. Still, caution was wise. Taking a deep breath, Lín Yìchén pressed onward into the depths. Unbeknownst to him, in a luxury villa complex in Jiāngběi City, a young man dressed in designer labels returned home, his face etched with resentment. Sitting on the living room sofa, a man wearing rimless glasses and sporting neatly combed hair frowned slightly. "How many times have I told you," he said. "No matter how unhappy you feel inside, you need to keep a normal expression. Who are you trying to impress with that sourpuss face?" The young man rolled his eyes at this. "Dad, I'm not like you, the city's public safety bureau chief. What good comes from putting on that act every day?" "Oomph, you're beyond teaching." Guoshan shook his head helplessly before asking, "Alright, why the long face? Who's been bothering you?" "No one," Guofu shook his head. "Just ran into something weird. I went to the wilderness forest with a few buddies today to grind levels, but when we got there, it was like all the beasts had vanished into thin air. We walked for ages and didn't see a single one." Chapter 58, the capital city is in shock. Is something major about to happen? Ha? The beasts of the wilderness forest vanished? Hearing this, Wei Shan's expression immediately darkened. "Yeah, we searched high and low, practically tearing up the ground, but not a single beast in sight. What a waste of time. The college entrance exams are coming up soon. If I mess up now, I'll be humiliated beyond belief." Guofu spoke with a hint of resentment. "Quick, tell me exactly where you went. Did all the beasts vanish from the entire wilderness forest, or just from a specific area?" Guoshan asked sternly. Seeing his father's stern expression, Guofu suddenly sensed this matter might be more complicated than he'd imagined. After a moment's thought, he replied, "It's not that all the beasts in the entire wilderness forest have vanished. Only the ones on the outskirts are gone. There are still some deeper in, but we didn't bring many experts with us. So we just took a quick look from afar and didn't dare go in." "Understood. Inform your friends none of you are to leave the city for the time being." The gravity in Guoshan's eyes was almost palpable as he issued his instructions. With that, he rose from the sofa, threw on a coat, and swiftly departed the villa. What the hell? Seeing his father like this, Guofu felt a surge of curiosity, but he didn't dare stop him to ask for details. His father was the director of the Jiāngběi City Security Bureau. An expression like that meant this matter was definitely no small affair. Just as Guofu had imagined. Gushan rushed to the security bureau, his mood heavy though his face betrayed little emotion. "Gather a few men. We're heading out of the city." Without further ado, he swiftly assembled an investigation team of 5 professionals above level 100 and set off toward the desolate, dense forest outside the city. Before long, the group reached the outskirts of the Haizong forest. Guoshan confirmed his son's account. All the beasts had vanished from the perimeter. They roamed the area for half a day without spotting a single one. Yet as they ventured deeper, signs of demon beast activity became visible in the forest's heart. Something major was happening. Guoshan narrowed his eyes, a flicker of fear even crossing his gaze. This peculiar phenomenon had a fitting name within their security bureau: Demon King Migration. Only when a great demon king arrived from elsewhere, one whose level was a full 2-fold higher than the highest-ranked demon king within the wilderness forest, would all the beasts at the perimeter flee. The demon beasts within the wilderness forest ranged from level 20 to 110. This distant, powerful demon king must be at least level 220. The arrival of such a terrifying demon king in the wilderness forest posed an immense threat to Jiāngběi City. If confirmed, it would rank among the top 10 disasters since the city's founding. "Move. Return to the city immediately." Guoshan issued the order immediately, and the group swiftly returned to Jiāngběi City. Upon returning to Jiāngběi City, Guoshan hurried to the municipal government headquarters. Upon entering the municipal headquarters, he located the office of Vice Mayor Lín Yìchén, knocked, and stepped inside. "Old Gua, what brings you here? I thought today was your day off?" Lín Yìchén asked with interest upon recognizing Guoshan. "Mayor Liu, there's something I feel compelled to discuss with you. It might be rather serious." Guoshan immediately recounted the situation he had just investigated and shared his suspicions. "You're certain the beasts have vanished from the outskirts of the wilderness forest?" Upon hearing this, a grave expression spread across Lín Yìchén's face as he repeated the question. "I've already led the Security Bureau's investigation team to verify it. The facts are indisputable." Guoshan nodded solemnly. "Understood." Lín Yìchén slowly rose from his chair. "Come, we're going to see Mayor Zhuang." The two quickly arrived at the office of the mayor of Jiāngběi City and relayed the entire situation to Mayor Zhuang Shui. After listening to their account, Zhuang Shui rubbed his temples, then fixed his secretary with a piercing gaze. "Notify everyone a special meeting will be held tonight. All high-ranking officials from the mayor's office and the security bureau must attend. We will discuss solutions." "Yes, sir." The secretary nodded and immediately left the office to issue the notification. Meanwhile, unaware of the immense repercussions his slaughter of all beasts at the edge of the wilderness forest would cause, Lín Yìchén was deep within the dense woods, continuing his massacre. With his current combat prowess, only beasts above level 90 posed a threat to him in the entire wilderness forest. The rest were dispatched within 3 strikes. Consequently, his monster killing speed deep within the forest was actually comparable to that in the outer regions. Moreover, his killing points and experience were accumulating at a far faster rate than in the outer regions. Too bad the deeper regions didn't have as many monsters. Otherwise, just in the Wild Traces forest alone, I reckon I could have pushed my killing points to 3,000. Lín Yìchén slashed down a black leopard with a single stroke, silently sighing at the missed opportunity. The next moment, a spiked hedgehog burst out from the side. Without even glancing at it, Lín Yìchén swung his blade again. 8,992. Ha! It didn't die? Lín Yìchén raised an eyebrow and swung his blade a second time without hesitation. 9,129. Level 63 hard-shelled hedgehog slain. Kill count, 1. Experience gained, 67,711. The little thing was surprisingly tough. Lín Yìchén gave the fallen, armored hedgehog a lingering glance, as if bestowing a favor, before continuing his search deeper into the area. Thankfully, no one else witnessed this scene. Otherwise, they'd surely call Lín Yìchén a freak. At his level, most would cautiously farm monsters on the outskirts of the wilderness forest. But him? He practically treated the wilderness forest like his own backyard. Whether it was a pack of level 70 moonmark wolves in their lair or a level 75 spotted tiger, Lín Yìchén didn't hesitate for even a second. He just went in for the kill. Deep within the wilderness forest, the demon beast population plummeted at a terrifying rate, nearly 100 per hour, thanks to his relentless slaughter. By the end of another day, the very last beast lurking in the heart of the wilderness forest fell to Lín Yìchén's blade. Kill count, 271,210,000. Level, 67. Phew, finally finished. Though physically and mentally exhausted, Lín Yìchén felt immense satisfaction as he watched his stats panel steadily climb. His guess wasn't far off. After clearing the deepest part of the wilderness forest, his kill count was indeed nearing 3,000. The core area, should he venture in? Lín Yìchén surveyed the sparser vegetation ahead, weighing his options. Unlike the deep forest where level 80 beasts were occasionally encountered, the core area of the Wilderness Traces forest was teeming with beasts above level 80. The most formidable few demon kings also resided within this core area. Having come this far, it would be a shame not to venture in. Lín Yìchén ultimately decided to venture in. As long as he played it safe and avoided the territories of those 100-level demon kings, he'd be fine. There was no way around it. The kill points from level 80 beasts were simply too lucrative. To pass up this opportunity would be a bloody loss. Steeling his resolve, he swiftly advanced toward the core region. Chapter 59, the greatest catastrophe in Jiāngběi city's history. That night, inside a solemn office within the city government building, Zhuang Shui sat in the main seat, his gaze sweeping over all attendees before he spoke slowly. You've all just learned what happened in the Wilderness Traces forest. Does anyone have any thoughts on this? Feel free to speak up. At these words, the expressions of those present turned grave. The migration of a demon king was an uncommon occurrence, one carrying immense danger. Especially since they still didn't know the true nature of the demon king that had migrated here. If it were an ordinary demon king, it wouldn't be a problem. They could simply dispatch an extermination squad to eliminate it. But if it were a demon king from the Dragon Clan, Undead Clan, or Demon Clan, the consequences would be terrifying. The entire wilderness forest might become a forbidden zone, potentially affecting the surrounding mist-hidden mountains. Worse still, the entire Jiāngběi city could be plunged into peril. As director of the Security Bureau, Guoshan immediately took the lead in speaking. Mr. Mayor, I believe we must swiftly launch a reconnaissance operation. We should first dispatch an elite squad to investigate the situation deep within the wilderness and dense forest, then use the intelligence gathered to formulate our next strategy. Director Guo makes a sound point. Zhuang Shui nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Guoshan's proposal, then turned to the assembled group. Does anyone have any objections to this plan? I support Director Guo's proposal. I support it too. Seconded. All attendees raised their hands in agreement, with no one voicing opposition. Deputy Mayor Ling Liang added, I suggest we begin operations immediately. Delay could lead to unforeseen complications. Good. Then this matter is entrusted to you, Director Guo. Enter the depths of the wilderness forest to gather intelligence. Speed is essential. Zhuang Shui made the decision immediately. After the meeting, Guoshan returned to the Security Bureau, swiftly assembled an advance unit, and dispatched them overnight to the wilderness forest. Upon reaching the wilderness, the advance team pushed deep into the forest at breakneck speed. As they penetrated the heart of the woods, an eerie atmosphere suddenly permeated the air. No demon beasts survived even in the deepest parts? After conducting a thorough search of the forest's heartland, the squad leader's expression darkened. A flash of unmistakable fear flickered in his eyes. Captain, could it be the demon king that migrated here is actually a demon race? One of the squad members took a deep breath before voicing the unthinkable possibility. Highly likely. The captain nodded slightly. The demon clan operated with extreme ruthlessness. When their demon king arrived in a new territory, it would typically devour all other demon beasts in the area, leaving only a few core beasts to serve as future minions. The current situation in the wilderness forest matches the demon clan's modus operandi at least 90%. It was highly probable that a demon king had arrived in the wilderness forest. This was no small matter. Since one of the demon clan's methods of gaining power was through devouring, they would not linger in any one area for too long. This means that in the coming period, the surrounding areas near the wasteland forest will likely all be affected. Once all the demonic beasts around Jiāngběi city have been devoured, the city itself will be next. By then, the demon clan's demon king will have surged in power from consuming vast numbers of beasts. If its bloodline rank is sufficiently high, it could summon a demonic legion to attack Jiāngběi city. Such events have occurred many times before. Countless small cities and even nations across the world have been crushed beneath the iron hooves of demon legions. Conduct a thorough search of the deepest parts of the forest, leave no stone unturned. To be safe, the captain immediately ordered the advance squad to search the dense forest at top speed. Yet the result was identical to the first sweep. Not a single demon beast was found. Quickly, return to the city and report to the director. It's highly likely a great demon king of the demon race has arrived in our Jiāngběi city. The captain, filled with urgency, immediately led his team back to the security bureau. After hearing the advance team's report, Wei Shan's mood grew even heavier than before. He murmured, "The demon clan, but why would it come to Jiāngběi city?" The captain speculated, "Director, Jiāngběi city is a major metropolis in Kanglan Kingdom. Ordinary demon lords wouldn't dare approach. If this demon clan's demon lord dared come here, its bloodline must have reached a terrifying level." Wei Shan nodded slowly. "You're correct. The specifics will become clear in the coming days. If it manages to leave the wilderness forest within 3 days and moves to the next area to resume its activities, then report it to the municipal capital. Raise the entire city of Jiāngběi to red alert. To clear an entire region so swiftly indicates its bloodline is at least that of an upper-tier demon, possibly even a saint-level ruler. For Jiāngběi city, this would be the greatest catastrophe in our recorded history. It absolutely cannot be ignored." As dawn broke, within the heart of the wilderness forest, a lean figure darted through the trees. Only after completely exiting the core zone did he finally come to a halt. "Phew, that was close. I almost got caught by the thunderclawed leopard clan." Lín Yìchén, who had stopped, exhaled deeply. Glancing behind him, a flicker of relief crossed his eyes. After entering the core area yesterday, he had cautiously hunted level 80-90 minor monsters, spending 5 hours to skyrocket his kill count by 600. What he didn't know was that many of the low-level monsters he'd slain were actually the offspring of the core area's major overlords. Those rulers of the wilderness trace's forest likely never imagined a bloodthirsty demon would suddenly appear, slaughtering their offspring without a second thought. By the time they realized, each had entered a frenzied state, relentlessly pursuing Lín Yìchén for over an hour. These rulers were all over level 100, each boasting attack power exceeding Lín Yìchén's current health bar. This forced him to hide and dodge relentlessly within the core area. Fortunately, the cooldown of his Wrath of the Azura skill bought him 10 precious seconds, allowing him to barely escape the clutches of the major rulers. Otherwise, he might have truly met his end there. "Damn it, just wait until I hit level 90. I'll slice you all to pieces." Lín Yìchén shot a fierce glare at the non-existent figures behind him before swiftly leaving the Haizong forest area. He calculated that it had been 3 or 4 days since leaving the city. This trip had yielded decent rewards. Lín Yìchén opened his interface. Lín Yìchén. Class, Azura rating, B. Kill count, 331,910,000. Soul energy, 88. Level, 71. Health, 11,980 mana, 1,250. Attack, 1923 defense, 330. Strength, 172 Constitution, 91 Spirit, 50 Agility, 65. Talents, Dissection Mastery, Slaughter Mastery, Executioner, Crimson Reaper, Piercing Gaze, Wrath of the Azura, Soul Devourer. Before I knew it, I'd already broken through level 70. Could I possibly achieve my second job advancement before the college entrance exams? Lín Yìchén stared at his stats panel, a quiet sigh escaping his lips. Beyond his soaring level and kill count, his soul energy had reached 88, just 12 points short of unlocking the next reward. Having cleared the wilderness forest, it was time to head for the mist-hidden mountains. Lín Yìchén took a deep breath, made no further delay, and immediately set off toward the direction of the fog-hidden mountains. Chapter 60, Panic in the Capital City. Citywide red alert. Similar in nature to the wilderness forest, the fog-hidden mountains were also considered a low-level monster zone near Jiāngběi city. However, its minimum monster level was slightly higher than the wilderness forest, ranging from 50 to 130. While the core area of the fog-hidden mountains contained monsters above level 100, those roaming the outer and deeper regions were mostly below level 100. This made it perfectly suited for Lín Yìchén's current stage. Both kill counts and experience gains were significantly higher here than in the wilderness forest. As he neared the edge of the mist-hidden mountains, Lín Yìchén didn't rush to enter. Sticking to his usual routine, he first cleared out the monsters in the outer regions before venturing deeper. He immediately devised a plan similar to his strategy in the wilderness forest before formally stepping into the outskirts of the mist-hidden mountains. A thick fog instantly engulfed him, the signature misty characteristic of the fog-hidden mountains, identical to that of the misty forest. However, this posed no challenge whatsoever to Lín Yìchén. He had awakened his barrier-piercing eyes back in the mist forest, rendering such vision-obstructing environmental traits utterly useless against him. Beyond the pervasive mist, the fog-hidden mountains maintained a significantly colder temperature than surrounding areas. Coupled with the relentless, chilling winds sweeping through, the environment could send shivers down many spines. Yet, Lín Yìchén took a deep breath of the mist-laden air. His face showed no trace of fear, only excitement. His gaze fell upon several squirrel-like beasts perched on the branches of a tree ahead, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. Time to hunt. Swish. With a single stride, Lín Yìchén's figure shot toward the tree at blinding speed. Instantly, a flash of white light erupted. Splatter. The squirrels were instantly cleaved in two, their blood splattering everywhere. Who among you is willing to venture into the core region of the wilderness forest? Inside the security bureau, Guoshan looked at the 4 members of the pioneer squad before him, his tone heavy as he spoke. At the question, all 4 members of the vanguard team lowered their heads in silence, the atmosphere in the entire office becoming oppressively heavy. They understood the situation was dire. To save Jiāngběi city from peril, someone must lead the charge into the heart of the Haizong forest to uncover intelligence on the demonic demon king. The inherent danger of this mission was self-evident. It could plunge the entire vanguard team into an irreversible catastrophe at any moment. Director, I volunteer. The first to speak was the squad leader. Having returned in haste, all 4 still wore their specialized combat suits, their faces obscured by the tight-fitting garments. I volunteer as well. With the captain leading the way, another member stepped forward. Then, the remaining 2 members, without further ado, stepped forward one after another, standing shoulder to shoulder with their comrades. All right, you've worked hard. Watching this scene, Guoshan sighed inwardly before continuing, I'll apply for the highest level of compensation for you. If you make it back alive, that compensation will be yours. Hang in there. Yes, sir. Rest assured, Director. Even if it costs us our lives, we will get that intelligence back. The 4 squad members snapped to attention and saluted. Without another word, they left the office one after another. Their destination lay deep within the wilderness forest. After leaving Jiāngběi city, the 4-member vanguard team re-entered the wilderness forest in just over 10 minutes. Their eyes burned with determination as they swiftly advanced toward the forest's core. The journey mirrored their first visit. Not a single shadow of a demon beast was seen along the way. Upon reaching the heart of the forest, a sudden chill gripped all 4. Why were the monsters in the core area gone too? The team leader stared around in utter shock, his heart pounding with dread. The other 3 members weren't feeling much better. Why? Why had even the ordinary beasts vanished from the core area? Quick! Quick! Go find those powerful beasts. The captain's breathing grew ragged as he barked the order. The 4 began searching the core area. Gone. Truly, all gone. Every spot where a group of beasts should have been gathered was now completely empty. Not a single beast in sight, not even a shadow. This was the core area. To devour every beast in the core area, just how terrifying must this demon be? Captain, something's moving up ahead. Suddenly, one of the team members spoke up in the squad chat. The other 3, including the captain, immediately looked ahead. On a clearing not far away, 3 massive beasts, each with a distinct appearance, were huddled together, emitting low, mournful whimpers. They're communicating. Quick, record it. The captain reacted swiftly, ordering someone to activate the scene audio recording function. To avoid alerting the creatures, the 4 crouched beside a patch of grass and waited silently. Finally, after over 10 minutes, the 3 great beasts ceased their conversation. They parted ways, each heading off in a different direction. Send this back to headquarters immediately. This is absolutely critical intelligence. Seeing this, the captain immediately transmitted the recorded audio file through the Star Network back to the security bureau. Guoshan, seated in the director's office, naturally received the file first. He immediately summoned the agency's expert in demon beast linguistics, handed over the recording, and waited silently for the analysis results. Finally, over an hour later. Director, the analysis results are in. Please take a look. The researcher approached Guoshan with the findings. As Guoshan reviewed them, his expression grew increasingly grave. He slaughtered all the young ones of my clan. Revenge. He also killed my kin. Revenge, revenge. Not a single one spared. Hatred. Revenge. Guoshan murmured the words from the analysis report under his breath. With each sentence, his mood grew heavier. The conversation among the 3 great demons was repetitive and brief, but it all revolved around one thing. Their young ones had all been killed. Guoshan could easily guess who had killed them and how. Unexpectedly, this demon had even devoured the beasts in the core region, and had already finished consuming them all in such a short time. That speed was terrifying. By all accounts, it had likely already departed the wilderness traces forest and set off for the next territory. This was trouble. Its bloodline tier might be even higher than he'd imagined. Guoshan could no longer sit idly by. He immediately left the security bureau and headed to the city capital, seeking out Chuang Shui. Mayor, we're in serious trouble. The great demon that migrated to the wasteland forest is a saint-level demon. Upon entering the office, Guoshan blurted out. What? A sovereign-level demon? Zhuang Shui lost his composure upon hearing the news, slamming his fist on the desk as he leaped to his feet, eyes fixed intently on Guoshan. Are you certain? You're absolutely sure it's a sovereign-level demon? Guoshan nodded slowly, his expression grave. Sovereign level is merely my conservative estimate. It has already left the wilderness forest and begun feeding in the next territory. Within 3 days, it devoured every demon beast in the wilderness forest. Mayor, this pace surpasses even Marnie's, the sovereign-level demon lord who destroyed Silly Nation 5 years ago. Zhuang Shui grasped the gravity of the situation. He drew a deep breath, walked to the window, and gazed out. After a long moment, he spoke slowly. The entire city is to enter red alert status. Simultaneously, send envoys to Jiāngběi University and the association to request reinforcements. We must locate this demon swiftly and eliminate it in its infancy. Chapter 61, Citywide Panic. The Last Soul Energy. Overnight, every resident within Jiāngběi City's boundaries received this StarNet message. Jiāngběi City has entered red alert status. Citizens are advised to remain within the city limits unless absolutely necessary. Duration to be announced upon further notice. Note, information issued by the Jiāngběi City government. That very night, many adventurers who had planned to venture out of the city to hunt monsters cancelled their travel reservations outright. Even those preparing to take aerial transport largely cancelled their tickets. They all understood what this message signified. Red alert, a security level unseen in Jiāngběi City for nearly a decade. The news spread like wildfire across major forums. What on earth happened in Jiāngběi City to trigger a sudden red alert? No clue. Our squad just returned from grinding monsters outside the city yesterday and didn't encounter anything unusual. My guess is a massive wave of beasts is about to attack the city. Otherwise, why would they suddenly issue a red alert? Speculation began to ferment online, spreading panic among the populace. Inside an apartment building, Cheng Siming sat on her bed, scrolling through posts on major forums across the Star Network, a flicker of worry crossing her eyes. Red alert. Besides a beast tide or demon king migration, I can't think of anything else that would have the city capital so frantic. If it were a natural disaster, there should have been signs by now. Cheng Siming murmured to herself. She pressed her lips together, then opened the chat window with Lín Yìchén and sent a message. Xiao Chun, did you see the city capital's announcement? After sending the message, there was no reply for a long while. Could Xiao Chen be asleep? Cheng Siming glanced at the time. It was already the wee hours of the morning. Someone who went to bed early would likely have been asleep for hours by now. Sigh, he must be asleep. Last time I messaged him this late, he didn't reply either. Cheng Siming shut down the StarNet and collapsed onto the soft, large bed covered in pink sheets. Her freshly washed, medium-length hair, still carrying a faint fragrance, fell loosely around the pillows. Her bright, almond-shaped eyes, usually full of life, now held a touch of melancholy. Heaven, my job just stabilized. Please don't throw any curveballs at me, sniffle sniffle. If something must happen, please spare the people around me. Xiao Chun, Yanran, Minmin, you must all stay safe. Cheng Siming looked utterly dejected, silently casting a girl's prayer buff on her loved ones in her mind. It probably wouldn't do much, and it wouldn't show up on any status panel, but it was a buff, right? With a heavy heart, Cheng Siming drifted off into a drowsy sleep. Inside the Hidden Blade Pavilion, Su Xiaofeng had just returned home after leveling up in the professional building when his father, Su Zhentian, intercepted him. Have you seen the news from the city capital? Su Zhentian asked, looking at him. News? What news? I just got out of a dungeon. Su Xiaofeng was a bit confused, but at Su Zhentian's glance, he opened his StarNet panel. The first thing he saw was a pop-up alert. Red alert? What's going on? Su Xiaofeng's brow instantly furrowed. My contact at the security bureau told me there's been a demon king migration near the Wuyin Mountains outside Jiāngběi City, and it's a demon of the Sacred Lord bloodline. Su Zhentian sighed as he explained. Demon king migration? A demon of the Holy Sovereign class? Hearing this news, Su Xiaofeng froze in shock. I was planning to have them take me outside the city to grind levels in the coming days. Don't go. Stay within the city. Su Zhentian's expression turned grave. I'll have my security bureau contacts monitor the demon closely. If it truly grows stronger, I'll arrange for you and your mother to leave Jiāngběi City immediately. Understood? Understood. Su Xiaofeng's heart skipped a beat as he nodded. The same scene was playing out repeatedly across every corner of Jiāngběi City. Anyone privy to insider information was already making arrangements to get themselves and their families out of Jiāngběi City. There is no other reason. The very name Saint-level demon is utterly terrifying. The emergence of each sovereign-level demon essentially signifies the destruction of a city, or even an entire nation. Few manage to grow strong enough to successfully eliminate them. For Archfiend-level demons are cunning beyond measure and their growth is astonishingly swift. Consuming monsters from just a few regions is enough to propel their power beyond level 300. Breaking through to level 400 within a month is entirely within their capabilities. Most critically, archdemons can summon legions of demons from the void through their bloodline. This is their most formidable ability. Within the mist-hidden mountains, Lín Yìchén remained unaware of the seismic shock his systematic sweep had already caused in Jiāngběi city. He was currently deep within the Wuyin Mountains, hunting down any surviving demonic beasts. Whenever he spotted one, he dispatched it with a single slash. His demeanor was like a lion starved for days spotting a lively antelope. One word summed it up: urgency. Extremely urgent. Soul energy, 98. Just 2 more to go. Where are you, little monster? Don't hide from me. Lín Yìchén was already in a killing frenzy. His gaze pierced through the thick fog, scanning every possible spot where minor monsters might appear. Yet, he couldn't see a single living creature. The native creatures of the fog-hidden mountains seemed to be deliberately avoiding Lín Yìchén, refusing to show themselves, hiding tightly within their own shelters. No wonder Lín Yìchén had already earned a notorious reputation. On his very first day entering the fog-hidden mountains, he'd slaughtered nearly 30 monsters in the outer regions alone. This reputation for ferocity spread like wildfire among the monsters of the mist-shrouded mountains. Many creatures in the outer regions either abandoned their homes and fled, or retreated deep into the heart of the mountains. Those who fled were the better off. The ones burrowing deeper inadvertently carried the news with them, plunging the entire mist-hidden mountains into panic. Suddenly, Lín Yìchén's gaze fell upon a thicket of bushes, where a patch of white fur stood out jarringly atop the green foliage. Hide! I'll make you hide! Lín Yìchén immediately stepped forward, drew his sword, and slashed at the bush. AOW! The creature hiding in the bushes was startled, immediately scrambling out to flee. Lín Yìchén now clearly saw its form. It was an incredibly plump rabbit. Splash! Without a shred of mercy, a single slash split the rabbit clean in two. Soul energy, 99. It increased. Lín Yìchén's eyes lit up, his heart filled with immense delight. Ever since the progress bar hit 98, he had slain countless minor monsters. Now, at last, it had reached the final 99. The first soul energy reward was within reach. Chapter 62, Talent Mutation. New top-tier special effects. The night was solemn. Inside the Jiāngběi City Security Bureau, a vanguard squad stood rigidly in the center of the plaza. Guishan stood before them, his gaze fixed on the hastily assembled squad members as he spoke in a grave tone. You should all be aware of the catastrophic disaster looming over Jiāngběi City. After barely a few years of hard-won peace and stability, our city has once again drawn the attention of the demonic race. To defend our homeland, we must eliminate that sovereign-level demon in its infancy. The mission you are about to undertake concerns the safety of millions in Jiāngběi City, including your wives, your children, your parents, or your brothers and sisters. This mission is exceptionally arduous and perilous. The demonic race is cunning beyond measure, making it exceedingly difficult to detect its presence around Jiāngběi City. Yet, for this last sliver of hope, I implore each of you to contribute your strength. Should any abnormal activity be detected in your sector, report it immediately to headquarters. Reinforcements will arrive at a moment's notice. Rest assured. After Guishan's impassioned speech, a resolute determination flashed across the face of every member of the pioneer squad in the audience. Advance! At the command, the vanguard squads departed the security bureau in orderly formation, advancing toward the city gates. Within just 1 hour, the vanguard squads had already dispersed throughout all monster-infested zones surrounding Jiāngběi City, searching for the whereabouts of that sovereign-level demon. The team led by Chen Feng, a veteran with years of service at the security bureau, swiftly headed toward the Wuyin Mountains. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Wuyin Mountains, they immediately launched a thorough, ground-to-ground search. 2 hours later, the 4 members of Chen Feng's squad wore grim expressions as they immediately activated headquarters communications. Report, all demonic beasts around the outskirts of the fog-hidden mountains have vanished. I suspect the demon is currently hiding within the fog-hidden mountains. Requesting headquarters support. Fog-hidden mountains? Understood. I'll dispatch reinforcements immediately. Guishan, awaiting updates at the security bureau, immediately dispatched 10 level 153rd transition professionals to the location. Simultaneously, he dialed by Chuanqing, director by, traces of the demon have been detected in the fog-hidden mountains. Your intervention may be required. Soul energy, 100. Soul energy threshold met. 1 soul reward may be activated. Proceed now? After battling a level 97 monster for quite some time, Lín Yìchén finally obtained the last 1 point of soul energy. Finally at 100. Activate now. Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén selected the prompt that appeared. Activating soul reward. Activation successful. Acquired, 1 talent evolution, 1 talent mutation. 2 rewards? Lín Yìchén stared at the interface before him, his heart surging with delight. He had assumed this sole reward would be a single choice from 3 options, but unexpectedly, he could unlock 2 at once. Acquired, talent evolution 1 time, talent mutation 1 time. Use now? Hold on. Lín Yìchén took a deep breath, resisting the urge to use both immediately. Instead, he shifted his gaze back to the soul energy panel. If he hadn't misread it, the soul energy reward pool seemed to have undergone a subtle shift just moments ago. Sure enough, the soul energy pool now displayed 4 rewards instead of the original 3. Alongside talent evolution attempts, talent mutation attempts, and talent awakening attempts, a new reward had appeared: increased killing value acquisition. Increased killing value acquisition? The instant Lín Yìchén saw this new reward, he sensed its significance. If he could draw this one, wouldn't it mean he could accumulate killing value much faster in the future? For his future growth, this would be far more beneficial than the other 3 rewards. After all, he had only evolved to a B rank profession, yet it had already granted him such god-tier talents. If he evolved to a rank, S rank, or even SS rank, wouldn't he become practically invincible? Fortunately, collecting soul energy wasn't too slow. He should be able to draw 1 or 2 more times before the college entrance exams. Lín Yìchén exhaled deeply. It had been less than 10 days since the soul-devouring talent awakened until he obtained his first soul reward. That pace was exceptionally fast. Now, let's see what this mutation count is all about. Lín Yìchén gathered his focus and turned his attention to his talent panel. Among his array of talents, only Corrupted Blade was currently mutable, the rest were all evolvable talents. He was determined to uncover the truth behind this mutation. Lín Yìchén immediately used the mutation opportunity on Corrupted Blade. A crimson notification instantly popped up. Initiate mutation, Corrupted Blade? Post-mutated effect, your attacks inflict crimson corruption on enemies, draining 5% of their maximum HP per second while reducing their attack speed and movement speed by 50% for 60 seconds. Seeing the mutated effects of the Corrupted Blade, Lín Yìchén's pupils suddenly contracted. Is this even human? The original effect of draining 3 maximum health per second was already absurdly powerful. After this mutation, not only did the DPS jump to 5, but it also gained 2 utterly terrifying debuffs, reducing the target's attack speed and movement speed by 50. Even isolating these 2 debuffs alone would make it a top-tier utility skill, and they lasted a full minute. Moreover, every single hit from Lín Yìchén's blade could infinitely extend the buff duration. Mutation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lín Yìchén immediately used up his mutation attempts. Transmutation successful. Corrupted Blade mutable talent, your attacks inflict crimson corruption on enemies, draining 5% of their maximum HP per second while reducing their attack speed and movement speed by 50% for 60 seconds. It can mutate? Lín Yìchén stared at the description behind the Corrupted Blade, his eyes brimming with unhidden delight. This mutation was already insane. After just 1 transformation, wouldn't a second mutation make him kick the bucket? Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Time to use up those evolution points. Just as Lín Yìchén prepared to allocate that final evolution point, footsteps echoed behind him. Simultaneously, a voice filled with confusion and a hint of shock rang out. Who's there? Who's there? Humans? Lín Yìchén immediately turned his head upon hearing the voice. Not far behind him, a group of humans clad in special combat uniforms emerged from the woods. Among them was an old acquaintance. Lin? What are you doing here? Bai Chuanqing's heart skipped a beat upon recognizing Lín Yìchén. Chapter 63, Lucky for you. No one listens to the truth. Chief Bai? Recognizing the figure, the wariness in Lín Yìchén's eyes eased slightly. He explained, Mr. Bai, you recommended I go outside the city to grind monsters for experience last time, right? So I came out a few days ago and have been leveling up around the fog-hidden mountains. Hearing this, Bai Chuanqing was momentarily dumbfounded. Lin, haven't you been checking the star network lately? No, why? Lín Yìchén looked puzzled. So you really weren't aware of this? Well, at least you're safe. That's what matters. Bai Chuanqing was at a loss for words, though he didn't blame Lín Yìchén. He just breathed a slight sigh of relief. What exactly happened? Lín Yìchén scratched his head, then opened his StarNet panel. A notification email immediately caught his eye. Jiāngběi City under red alert? His pupils contracted sharply at the sight of the notification. He turned to Bai Chuanqing and demanded, Chief Bai, what the hell is going on? Why did Jiāngběi City suddenly go on red alert? Well, it's a long story. Recently, the Jiāngběi City Security Bureau discovered a demon of the saint-level bloodline appearing on the outskirts of the city. Bai Chuanqing explained with a sigh. A saint-level demon? Hearing this title, Lín Yìchén's brow furrowed involuntarily. As a top student who consistently ranked at the top of his class, Lín Yìchén was well aware of what a demon of the sovereign-level bloodline meant. Such a being could easily obliterate an entire human city. No wonder Jiāngběi City had been placed on red alert. Indeed, that demon had initially descended upon the wilderness forest, devouring every monster within until only a few major beasts remained in its core region. After devouring the monsters within the wilderness forest, the Security Bureau's investigation revealed that the saint-level demon had then moved on to the mist-hidden mountains. That's why I came here with them. Bai Chuanqing patiently explained the entire sequence of events to Lín Yìchén. Yet the more detailed the explanation became, the more bewildered Lín Yìchén grew. Is this about a demon? Why does it sound like he's describing me? Weren't all those monsters in the wilderness forest killed by me? When did they become devoured by a demon? Moreover, this demon's movements were identical to his own. Playing it safe, Lín Yìchén asked Bai Chuanqing, Chief Bai, has anyone actually seen this saint-level demon with their own eyes? Bai Chuanqing shook his head. No. The demon race is exceptionally cunning, and a saint-level demon of such bloodline is even more elusive. No one has ever seen its true form. We can only gauge its location through the unusual movements of the beasts in the area. In an instant, Lín Yìchén understood everything. His actions had caused the Jiāngběi City Security Bureau to misunderstand. Oh no, he'd really stirred up a hornet's nest. Should he reveal the truth? Lín Yìchén's face flushed with embarrassment. He glanced at Bai Chuanqing and the group of people in Special Forces uniforms surrounding him, feeling a pang of guilt. He'd been so caught up in the thrill of killing outside the city these past few days that he hadn't considered this would cause such a mess. After hearing the full story from Bai Chuanqing, Lín Yìchén immediately pieced together the likely scenario. Someone had been leveling up in the wilderness forest when they discovered all the monsters had vanished. That person then returned to Jiāngběi City and spread the news, which was overheard by someone within the Security Bureau. They interpreted it as the migration of a demon king. But why they had imagined the migrating demon king to be a saint-level demon was beyond Lín Yìchén's comprehension. Now, a major dilemma loomed before him. Should he reveal the truth or keep silent? Lin, when did you arrive at the fog-hidden mountains? Bai Chuanqing suddenly asked. Just the past couple of days. Why? Just these past couple of days? That puts you right in the same time frame as that demon's activity. Good luck you didn't run into trouble. A flicker of alarm crossed Bai Chuanqing's face. Lín Yìchén was a promising prospect he held in high regard. If anything had happened to him, Bai would deeply regret ever letting him leave the city to grind levels. He immediately patted Lín Yìchén on the shoulder. You should head back immediately. It's best not to leave Jiāngběi City for the time being. Wait until the alert is lifted before you come out to grind again. Mr. Bai, Lín Yìchén started to say something, but Bai Chuanqing cut him off. This place is dangerous. Your current strength is too low. Get back immediately. We need to go in and search for clues about the demons. With that, Bai Chuanqing waved to the squad members behind him. The group swarmed into the forest, launching a thorough search. Only one man remained behind, dressed not in combat gear but in a suit. Mr. Bai, what if I told you there are no demons at all? After much deliberation, Lín Yìchén decided to reveal the truth. After all, this was no trivial matter. If he didn't reveal the truth, Jiāngběi City would continue its massive search for this non-existent demon for the foreseeable future. The manpower and resources wasted would be beyond calculation. What? Hearing Lín Yìchén's words, Bai Chuanqing's face flashed with confusion. Before he could speak, the man in the suit beside him sternly interjected, What nonsense are you spouting? The existence of a saint-level demon is a conclusion our Security Bureau reached after repeated verification. How could it simply cease to exist just because you say so? But that so-called sovereign-level demon truly doesn't exist. Lín Yìchén spread his hands helplessly. Nonsense. If you claim that archfiend doesn't exist, then are you saying you personally killed every demon beast in the wilderness forest? The man in the suit snorted coldly. Well, that part is true. I did kill them. Lín Yìchén admitted it openly. Oomph, like I'd believe you. The man in the suit sneered coldly, utterly unconvinced by Lín Yìchén's claim. You're joking. The high zone wilderness may not have hundreds of thousands of beasts, but there are easily tens of thousands. Among them, those above level 50 make up 30%. To slaughter such a vast number of beasts in just a few days would require a professional at level 180 or even 200 plus. This kid looked like a fresh high school graduate. How could he possibly kill them that fast? Fine, I won't believe it. Seeing the suit-wearing man's utterly despicable attitude, Lín Yìchén saw no point in arguing further. If they refused to believe his words, let them search for themselves. After all, that so-called saint-level demon didn't exist. They wouldn't encounter any danger, only waste their time. He'd actually been kind enough to try help him wrap up the case early, but who knew no one would believe the truth? I'll be heading back now, Director Bai. Lín Yìchén addressed Bai Chuanqing. Alright, you may go ahead. Though Bai Chuanqing harbored some doubts about the truth of Lín Yìchén's claims, he still held a measure of trust in him. But after the man in the suit made his statement, Bai quietly dismissed that notion of unreality. After all, with so many demon beasts in the wilderness forest, how could Lín Yìchén possibly have exterminated them all within 5 days? He must have overthought it. Chapter 64, Departure for the Old City District. Search yields nothing? After leaving the Wuyin Mountains, Lín Yìchén didn't head straight back to Jiāngběi City. Are you kidding? He knew he probably wouldn't have a chance to leave Jiāngběi City anytime soon. Why would he go back? He definitely needed to grind levels outside first. With Soul Devourer in hand, the dungeons in the professional tower were no longer suitable for him to grind. After all, we've already cleared 2 dungeons. Where to next? Walking along the path, Lín Yìchén pondered to himself. The Wuyin Mountains were definitely out of the question, and consequently, the nearby monster spawning zones near the Wuyin Mountains were off limits too. Given that, he could only look for areas farther away from the fog-hidden mountains. He decided to head toward the old city. After careful consideration, Lín Yìchén finally settled on an old district in the northern part of Jiāngběi City. Over a century ago, this old district had been Jiāngběi City's main urban center. However, after suffering a devastating earthquake, the city had no choice but to relocate its population out of the old district. Consequently, after humans abandoned the area, it gradually fell under the control of demon beasts, transforming into a veritable paradise for them. The demon beasts within the old city ranged from level 50 to 130, similar to the level distribution in other areas surrounding Jiāngběi City, making it an ideal spot for Lín Yìchén to grind monsters and level up. Did Teacher Chang send me a message? Just before setting out, Lín Yìchén noticed several unread messages in his chat interface. Opening them revealed they were from Chang Simeng. Little Chen, have you seen the city capital's announcement? 1 day ago. Little Chen, what are you doing? Why aren't you replying? 1 day ago. Hey, are you there? You didn't leave the city, did you? 21 hours ago. And so on. The last message, sent just 10 minutes ago, was a voice call invitation from Chang Simeng. Oh no. Lín Yìchén scratched his head. He'd been focused on slaying monsters in the fog-hidden mountains lately and hadn't had a moment to open his star network panel, so he had no idea Chang Simeng had sent him so many messages. And judging by how often Chang Simeng had been calling him lately, she must be worried sick. Lín Yìchén quickly returned the voice call. It rang for less than 3 seconds before being answered. Xiao Chen, you're still alive? Thank goodness. Chang Simeng's excited voice burst through the phone, making Lín Yìchén feel a bit embarrassed. Teacher Chang, I'm tough as nails, not so easy to kill. He teased. Seriously, what have you been up to these past few days? You didn't reply to any of my messages or answer my calls. Did you even log into the Star Network? Chang Simeng scolded playfully, her voice brimming with relief. I've been busy leveling up lately, so I haven't paid much attention to the Star Network. But Teacher Chang, you're being a bit too concerned about me. It really isn't necessary. Lín Yìchén said sheepishly. How could I not care about you? You're my student. Chang Simeng immediately protested. But she didn't dwell on the issue for long. Never mind. As long as you're okay. Oh, and you mentioned you've been grinding to level up lately. What level are you now? Let me tell you, I heard Su Xiaofeng has been holed up in the professional building every day lately. He's apparently hit level 50 now and is working on his job change quest. At this point, Chang Simeng's tone clearly betrayed some concern. Although Lín Yìchén had shown her his level when they last met, which had put her mind at ease. But she wasn't entirely at ease. After all, Su Xiaofeng was the young master of the Hidden Blade Pavilion. His access to resources was undoubtedly far superior to Lín Yìchén's. Catching up in such a short time was no problem at all. Don't worry, teacher. I've already finished my job change quests. Su Xiaofeng could never catch up to me in this lifetime. Lín Yìchén said with a smile, his tone brimming with confidence, clearly not giving Su Xiaofeng a second thought. As he spoke, he silently added in his mind, after all, Su Xiaofeng only had a little over half a month left to live. No matter what tricks Su Xiaofeng pulled during this time, on the day of the duel, Lín Yìchén would absolutely crush him with overwhelming force. I see, Chang Simeng replied. But little Chen, you shouldn't underestimate others. After all, he's the young master of the Hidden Blade Pavilion. With his family's wealth and influence, it wouldn't be surprising if he pulled off something beyond our imagination. Hearing Lín Yìchén declare the task already completed, Chang Simeng felt a slight relief wash over her, though she still cautioned him. Got it. It's getting late. You should get some sleep, teacher. I still need to level up. Lín Yìchén rolled his eyes inwardly. His teacher was great in every way, but she could be a bit too chatty. Are you still in the building? Working so hard this late? Well, good luck then. Hearing Lín Yìchén still needed to level up, Chang Simeng's tone instantly carried a hint of admiration. The call ended. Chang Simeng couldn't settle down just yet. She sent Lín Yìchén a message. Little Chen, your teacher believes you're the best. Thanks, teacher. Lín Yìchén sighed helplessly, closed the Star Network panel, and continued toward the old city district. His primary goal had long since shifted from defeating Su Xiaofeng in a life or death battle. It was the college entrance exam. In this world, university resources were incredibly important. Don't be fooled by how quickly he was leveling up, now slicing through monsters one by one, clearing entire areas of creatures in just a few days. But as his level climbed higher, the experience required for each subsequent level became astronomical. His Crimson Reaper talent does grant him several times the leveling speed of others, but when combined with the resources available at university, that speed could increase by several orders of magnitude. Moreover, the university boasts a dedicated skill library for learning. Skill books that sell for astronomical prices outside can be exchanged for points within the university. Lín Yìchén was acutely aware of his current weakness, he simply didn't possess enough useful skills. While innate talent was crucial, without the right skills to complement it, he couldn't unleash its full potential. For instance, if he could learn a group damage skill now, his monster farming speed would increase by several orders of magnitude. Lín Yìchén quickened his pace, swiftly heading toward the old city district. Meanwhile, within the fog-hidden mountains, Chuanqing and his group had completed a thorough, comprehensive search. Yet the results they uncovered left them utterly stunned. Nothing? How could there be nothing? The man in the suit stared at his subordinate reporting back, his expression one of utter disbelief. Are you certain you've checked everywhere? Chuanqing frowned and asked the team member. We searched everywhere. That demon seems to have vanished into thin air. Not only did we find no evidence of large-scale demon beast disappearances deep within the mountain range or its core areas, but we found absolutely no trace of the demon's existence. The team member nodded solemnly. Chapter 65, Return to Jiāngběi City. The shock of the city guards. Could it be that the demon detected us and went into hiding? The man in the suit frowned and muttered to himself. Highly possible. The demon race is the most cunning, it wouldn't be surprising if they pulled something like this. Chuanqing agreed emphatically with this assessment. Then perhaps, Mr. Bai, you could lead us all in the search? The man in the suit suggested. Agreed. Chuanqing readily agreed. As the head of the Jiāngběi City Professional Association, he also bore the responsibility to safeguard the city's security. The group charged headlong into the fog-hidden mountains once more. 5 hours later, Chuanqing and his team returned, looking utterly bewildered. Nothing. Still nothing. The man in the suit looked utterly shocked. A suspicion suddenly flashed through his mind. Could that demon have already escaped from the Wuyin Mountains? The thought struck him, and he immediately turned to a man beside him. Didn't I tell you to seal off the fog-hidden mountains? What the hell have you been doing? The man looked utterly helpless. I checked. The men in charge of sealing off the mountains reported no unusual activity. Everything's normal. The man in the suit was furious. Then tell me, where could a living demon possibly go? We've combed the entire Wuyin Mountains and found nothing. If it's not escaped, what else could it be? Enough. Since we found nothing and detected no activity, it must have left before we arrived. Chuanqing waved his hand to cut off the suit guy's rant, then added, instead of wasting time here, we should hurry and search the surrounding areas of the Wuyin Mountains for the demon's trail. You're right. Seeing Chuanqing speak up, the man in the suit couldn't vent his anger any longer. He immediately ordered the other man, you make the arrangements. Have all members of the vanguard teams fan out around the Wuyin Mountains. Search every surrounding area thoroughly, don't miss a single clue. Yes, sir. The man nodded and immediately went to carry out the order. Time slowly passed. In the old city district. Whoosh! A blade flashed with extreme ferocity, instantly cleaving a fully decayed animal in two. Killing count 1. Killing count 517,910,000. Congratulations on leveling up. Level 8283. For core attributes enhanced. Free attribute points gained 1. Line after line of notifications flashed before Lín Yìchén's eyes. He gave them a quick glance before closing the interface. Finally finished them all. He glanced around. The old district, once shrouded in demonic energy and overrun by monsters, had now become a wasteland. Today marked his 14th day in the old district, exactly 2 weeks. Over these 2 weeks, Lín Yìchén had practically swept through the entire old city district. Except for the high-level monsters in the core area that far exceeded his own level, he had slaughtered every other minor monster. This was largely thanks to the old district's vast expanse, otherwise, Lín Yìchén could have cleared it entirely in just 1 week. Now, any monster zone with a minimum level requirement below 80 was a waste of his time. Lín Yìchén flicked the beast blood from his blade's tip. Clang! A humming sound filled the air as the blade slid smoothly back into its sheath. Over these past 2 weeks, he had also uncovered more detailed rules regarding the killing count. Whenever he slayed a monster of lower level than himself, the killing count obtained would inevitably be less than 1. If the monster was 10 levels below him, the killing count would be 001. Below that, he gained no killing count at all. In other words, the killing points system determined the life tier of slain creatures based on his own level. Once the college entrance exams are over, I can venture into high-level monster zones. Lín Yìchén exhaled deeply and turned toward the direction of Jiāngběi City. With only 7 days left until the college entrance exams, it was time to head back. As he walked, Lín Yìchén suddenly remembered something and opened his star network panel. He glanced at his inbox, no unread messages. Interesting. They really didn't cancel it? A faint smile touched Lín Yìchén's lips. Calculating the timing, yesterday marked the final cancellation deadline for his life or death duel with Su Xiaofeng. If either party cancelled, the other would receive a notification email. But he hadn't received one. Which meant Su Xiaofeng was truly stubborn. Even knowing he was the one who killed his men in the Mist Forest, he still believed he could defeat him. Where on earth did he get the nerve? Lín Yìchén shook his head. His recent quest to level up had nearly made him forget about this matter. With his current level of 83 and his innate talents, he was more than capable of claiming the top spot in the college entrance exam. No one could stop him. In his eyes, Su Xiaofeng had gradually transformed from a major headache into nothing more than a pebble on the roadside, a threat he could easily brush aside. Jiāngběi City, at the city gates. Behind the semi-transparent high-grade walls, patrol squads in uniformed gear could be seen every few dozen meters, their gazes fixed beyond the walls. 2 weeks had passed since the city-wide red alert. During this time, the security bureau had combed the entire area surrounding the fog-hidden mountains without finding any trace of that mysterious demon. Nevertheless, the capital of Jiāngběi City did not relax its vigilance. Instead, patrol levels around the city were heightened, fearing the demon might have infiltrated the urban area. Calculating the timeline, if that demon had spent these 2 weeks devouring beasts elsewhere, it should now be nearing maturity. Every soul within Jiāngběi City now lived with nerves stretched taut like bowstrings, ready to snap at the slightest hint of disturbance. What was that? Suddenly, a sharp-eyed soldier in the patrol squad spotted a dark figure approaching the city gate from the distance. Full alert! It wasn't just him, other patrol members spotted the dark figure too, immediately issuing the alert command. Whoosh! Towering, high-tech turrets abruptly rose from the translucent city walls, dozens of black gun ports instantly locking onto the dark figure. Sir, the focused electromagnetic cannons are ready. Fire at will. The sergeant in charge of the turret saluted the suited man with a standard military salute, awaiting his command. Had Lín Yìchén witnessed this scene, he would have recognized the man in the suit as the same individual who had walked alongside by Chuanqing in the fog-hidden mountains. Await my command. The man's expression was utterly grave as his gaze locked onto the dark silhouette. As time passed, the shadow drew nearer, eventually revealing the face of a youth. His delicate features bore traces of grime, and his ordinary casual attire was caked in dust. Were it not for his remarkably upright posture, one might easily mistake him for a beggar. How could it be him? The moment the man in the suit recognized the face, his brow furrowed deeply. He recognized this person. Simultaneously, a flood of confusion surged within him. Hadn't Bai Chuanqing ordered Lín Yìchén to return to Jiāngběi City? Why was he still out here? Moreover, judging by Lín Yìchén's appearance, he had clearly been wandering around for quite some time. Chapter 66. What? You really killed the one in the wilderness forest? Sir, that looks like a person. A soldier beside the man in the suit suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, everyone turned to look and indeed saw the face of a handsome young man. How could anyone still be outside the city at this hour? Judging by his state, he must have been out before the alert was raised and only just returned now? But that means he was out for far too long. Didn't the demon devour him? Could it be that demon has already destroyed a city, and this kid is fleeing from there? Holy crap, now that you mention it, that could totally be it. Once they realized the newcomer wasn't a demon but a living human, everyone visibly relaxed. They even dared to whisper among themselves in front of the man in the suit. Meanwhile, Lín Yìchén had reached the city gate entrance, where several soldiers raised their arms to block his path. Halt! Present your identification badge or proof of identity. The city is under red alert. All unidentified outsiders are prohibited from entering. The soldier said sternly. Lín Yìchén didn't say much, simply presenting the high-level membership card issued to him by the association. The soldiers guarding the gate exchanged bewildered glances upon seeing Lín Yìchén's high-level membership card, at a loss for words. This guy covered in dust, looking like a vagrant, was actually a senior member of the professional association? Wow, does he have to be this low-key? Can I go in now? Seeing the soldier take his ID card without a word, Lín Yìchén frowned slightly and asked casually. Yes, please come in. The guard returned the ID card to Lín Yìchén, no longer obstructing him, and cleared a path for him to pass. Thank you. Lín Yìchén stepped into the tunnel beneath the city gate. After walking through for a while, he finally entered Jiāngběi City. The moment he emerged from the tunnel, he found himself surrounded by a group of city guards, all staring at him with curious expressions. The leader was an old acquaintance of his. You've been out there this whole time? The man in the suit scrutinized Lín Yìchén from head to toe, his gaze as if studying a freak. Didn't Chief Bai order you to return to the city? Why didn't you listen to him? Oh, I have high wilderness experience. I wanted to grind levels out there before returning. Is there a problem? It's not exactly illegal, is it? Lín Yìchén replied indifferently. Ahem, it's not illegal, but you know a saint-level demon appeared near Jiāngběi City last time. Aren't you afraid? The man in the suit looked genuinely curious. Of course I'm not afraid. Because there are no demons to begin with. Lín Yìchén stated matter-of-factly. Hearing this, the man in the suit suddenly recalled that when they first found him in the Wuyin Mountains, he had said exactly the same thing. There are no such things as demons. 2 weeks have passed and they've combed every inch of the mist-hidden mountains without finding any trace of that demon. Could it really be as Lín Yìchén claimed that there was never any so-called saint-level demon to begin with? Was all of this just their own overactive imagination? The thought sent a chill down the suited man's spine. If Lín Yìchén was right, then the Jiāngběi City Security Bureau had made a complete fool of itself. What was he talking about? What did he mean there was no demon at all? What had they been guarding day and night all this time? Indeed, this was the conclusion reached after a joint investigation by the city government and the Security Bureau. How dare he question the city government and the Security Bureau? But why did his words feel somewhat plausible? Think about it, if demons truly existed, how could this kid have survived outside for so many days? Cut the crap. He's just a kid, you actually believe him? I could claim I'm that holy lord level demon right now. Would you buy it? You do have a point. Hearing Lín Yìchén's earlier words, the surrounding soldiers all expressed skepticism, though a few thought he might be onto something. Their voices, however, were drowned out by the chorus of mocking laughter. Lín Yìchén didn't want to waste time arguing with them here. He headed straight toward the city center. You lot keep guarding the city. Seeing this, the man in the suit issued an order to the surrounding soldiers before quickening his pace to catch up. You just said there are no demons at all. What's going on? Can you explain this to me in detail? The man in the suit asked as they walked. Do I really need to explain? It's literally what it says. Lín Yìchén shot him a peculiar look. Is this guy tone deaf? He thought his words were perfectly clear. No, but then explain this. What happened 2 weeks ago in the wilderness forest when all those beasts vanished? The man in the suit pressed on. Oh, I believe I've already explained that. I killed all those beasts. Lín Yìchén didn't want to waste any more words on him and immediately quickened his pace. You killed them all? You really killed them all? The man in the suit was starting to question his own sanity. Back in the fog-hidden mountains, when he heard Lín Yìchén claim he'd slain every beast in the wilderness forest, he hadn't believed a word of it. But after these 2 uneventful weeks, he found himself strangely convinced it might actually be true. Lín Yìchén ignored him completely, walking forward expressionless. Only when his figure gradually vanished from sight did the man snap out of his daze. He immediately dialed Guishan. Director Gua, I just received intelligence the saint-level demon we've been hunting might not even exist. What? What did you say? Guishan, sitting in his office at the Security Bureau, nearly leaped out of his chair upon hearing this. Give me an explanation. How can you say that demon doesn't exist? Here's what happened. After the man in the suit recounted the entire sequence of events to Guishan immediately flew into a rage. Well, why didn't you report something this critical sooner? Why drag it out until now? The man in the suit was at a loss for words. Could he admit he hadn't believed Lín Yìchén in the first place? I'll send someone to verify this immediately. If that demon truly doesn't exist, you'd better prepare to lose your job. Guishan saw no point in further discussion and hung up immediately. Pacing back and forth in his office, he finally initiated a call to Bai Chuanqing. After a long pause, the call connected. What's up, Director Gua? What do you need? Bai Chuanqing's voice sounded indifferent on the other end. Guishan got straight to the point. Mr. Bai, I'd like to inquire about a young member within your association. His name is Lín Yìchén. Chapter 67, The Truth Revealed. Bai Chuanqing was stunned. Lín Yìchén? What's going on? Why are you asking about him? The moment Bai Chuanqing heard Guishan was inquiring about Lín Yìchén's details, his guard instantly went up. Lín Yìchén was now a senior member of their association and a major rising star. Could the Security Bureau be trying to poach him? Well, one of my subordinates just relayed some critical intelligence. I need to verify its authenticity, so I'd like to ask you a few questions about him. Guishan explained politely. He couldn't afford to be impolite. Though Bai Chuanqing currently held the position of director of the Jiāngběi City Security Bureau, or rather high-ranking official. But when it came down to it, Bai Chuanqing's standing far surpassed his own. Ask away. I'll consider whether to answer. Bai Chuanqing neither refused nor agreed outright, but responded calmly. Alright, thank you very much indeed. Guishan swallowed hard before pressing on. Mr. Bai, do you know where Lín Yìchén went exactly 2 weeks ago? How should I know? What kind of question is that? Hearing Guishan's words, Bai Chuanqing's expression darkened. Our professional association isn't a kindergarten. Do people need to report to us every time they want to go somewhere? That's not what I meant, you misunderstood. Seeing the growing irritation in Bai Chuanqing's tone, Guishan hastily explained, it's like this according to my subordinates, Lín Yìchén seems to be the trigger for this demon incident. Trigger? Do you even know what you're saying? Even Bai Chuanqing, known for his temperament, was visibly irritated now. Don't pin the blame on others just because you haven't found the demon's trail. You must understand Lín Yìchén is one of us, a member of the professional association. No, Chief Bai, please hear me out. Perhaps I chose my words poorly earlier. What I meant to say is that Lín Yìchén might be the origin of this demon incident. Guishan hurriedly clarified. What difference does it make? It's still pinning blame on someone. Bai Chuanqing's eyes widened in fury. What exactly did Lín Yìchén do to provoke your security bureau that you'd slander him like this? Mr. Bai, please calm down and hear me out first. Wu Shan instantly wanted to slap himself twice. How had his words spiraled into such chaos? Listen, he said, if you don't give me an explanation, I'll make sure your security bureau knows Bai Chuanqing isn't someone to be trifled with. Bai Chuanqing took a deep breath, his emotions gradually settling. Seeing this, Wu Shan quickly blurted out what he needed to say. It's like this. Do you recall 2 weeks ago when our security bureau agents accompanied you to the Wuyin Mountains and found Lín Yìchén there? He claimed there was no such thing as a demon, insisting he killed every beast in that primeval forest. Do you recall? Hearing this, Bai Chuanqing narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting slightly. I remember. Are you saying Lín Yìchén was telling the truth? Wu Shan nodded repeatedly. To be honest, just moments ago, Lín Yìchén was spotted returning from outside the city by our security bureau agents. After our agents questioned him, he still insisted there were no demons. But he didn't elaborate, so I thought I'd seek your verification. If Lín Yìchén truly went to the wilderness forest after leaving the city, it would explain everything. You understand what I mean, right? Bai Chuanqing fell silent. After a long pause, he finally addressed Wu Shan. I'm unaware of Lín Yìchén's movements. Hold on, I'll go ask him. With that, he ended the call. Immediately afterward, Bai Chuanqing initiated a call request to Lín Yìchén. At that very moment, Lín Yìchén had just arrived home and was luxuriating in a bath when Bai Chuanqing's call invitation appeared. He didn't decline and accepted the call. Mr. Bai, what can I do for you? Mr. Lin, I have something I'd like to ask you. Are the things you said earlier in the mist-hidden mountains true? Did you really kill all those monsters in the wilderness traces forest? Bai Chuanqing asked with a hint of anticipation. If this were true, it would mean that Lín Yìchén's evolvable profession had completely transcended the boundaries of other evolvable professions. Not only would it be terrifyingly powerful in the late game, but it would be terrifyingly powerful in the early game too. For a student who had just graduated and awakened his class not long ago to single-handedly clear an entire wilderness area of monsters in less than a month, how utterly fantastical would that be? If word got out, people would treat it like a myth. Even a genius with an SSS tier class couldn't pull off something like that. Yeah, I killed them all. Seeing Bai Chuanqing ask this question, Lín Yìchén didn't deny it. Instead, he openly admitted, I headed straight to the wilderness forest after leaving the city. I stayed there for a few days, clearing out all the monsters inside before planning to level up in the mist-hidden mountains. But then you guys showed up unexpectedly and told me to leave. I had no choice but to go. After that, I made another trip to the old city district. Now, most of the monsters there are dead too, except for those few major demons. Silence fell over the room once more. Bai Chuanqing processed every word Lín Yìchén had just spoken, wave after wave of shock surging through him. Is this even human? He'd only spent a few days in the wilderness forest and had essentially wiped out nearly all the beasts there. After the slaughter, they still wanted to head to the Ho-Ho mist-hidden mountains, but were accidentally intercepted along the way. Then they rushed to the old district and slaughtered every demon beast there? That's the old city district, one of the largest wilderness demon beast gathering grounds surrounding Jiāngběi city. And he wiped them all out? What on earth could he possibly fail to exterminate? For a moment, Bai Chuanqing felt he couldn't quite figure Lín Yìchén out anymore. After all, Lín Yìchén was merely a recent graduate, while Bai Chuanqing himself was the head of the Jiāngběi Practitioners Association, a figure who could be considered a major power in the region. Yet all his experience and wisdom seemed to fail him when it came to Lín Yìchén. Every move this kid made defied his expectations. This kid, terrifying indeed. Mr. Lin, would you like to join the association headquarters? After a long moment, Bai Chuanqing finally suppressed his shock and asked. The association headquarters? Hearing those 4 words, Lín Yìchén's pupils contracted involuntarily. He immediately inquired, Mr. Bai, could I enter the association headquarters? Yes, I can arrange an introduction for you. Bai Chuanqing's voice rang out. If one were to say that within the Jiāngběi City Practitioners Association, only senior members were considered true insiders, then anyone granted access to the headquarters was a prodigy among millions, the pinnacle of power within Kanglin Kingdom. Chapter 68, Taking Stock of the Harvest. On the eve of the final battle, gaining access to the association headquarters would bring unimaginable benefits to Lín Yìchén. Before Lín Yìchén could revel in the prospect for long, Bai Chuanqing spoke up from the other end. Mr. Lin, if that is your wish, I can certainly recommend you. However, I cannot guarantee immediate membership at headquarters. Lín Yìchén smiled and replied, Thank you, Director Bai. I'm already deeply grateful for your assistance. Alright then. You go ahead and handle your business. Bai Chuanqing chuckled and hung up. That night, the security bureau was anything but calm. The next day, the entire city of Jiāngběi suddenly discovered that the municipal government had issued another message. Red alert lifted. Residents may resume normal activities. The moment this announcement hit, Jiāngběi city's forums erupted once more. Didn't they say a great demon was migrating? Why lift the red alert when nothing happened? From what I've heard, that migrating demon was supposedly a high bloodline demon. Could our city have already eliminated it? Wow, a migrating demon? Is our city really that powerful? Oof. My uncle works in the security bureau. I asked him, turns out there was never any demon migration. The security bureau just messed up. Blowhard upstairs, how could they possibly mess up something like this? This is a red alert, you think it's kids playing house? Go play in the mud. The online forum was buzzing with heated discussions. Lín Yìchén, having just finished breakfast, habitually opened the Jiāngběi city forum. After a quick glance, he closed it. Looks like the security bureau didn't release my information. Lín Yìchén nodded in satisfaction. Just then, Chang Siming suddenly called him. Lín Yìchén instinctively pressed the answer button. What's up, Teacher Chang? Xiao Chen, your duel time is almost up. Are you ready? Chang Siming's pleasant voice rang out. Yeah, I'm ready. Don't worry, I won't lose. Lín Yìchén replied with a smile. With his current strength, Su Xiaofeng didn't stand a chance. Alright, as long as you're ready. I was just a little worried about you. Chang Siming relaxed upon hearing this. Though she knew Lín Yìchén was formidable, she simply couldn't shake her unease. After all, this was a matter of life and death, no small thing. Alright then. Since you're prepared, I won't bother you anymore. Bye. Chang Siming smiled as she bid farewell before hanging up. Lín Yìchén didn't linger. He headed straight toward the professional tower. During his recent monster grinding sessions in the wilderness, he'd gathered quite a haul of materials. It was time to head to the trading market to clear them out. A short while later, in the trading area of the professional building, Lín Yìchén found himself back at the familiar counter. Hello, how may I assist you? The clerk behind the counter greeted him with a smile. I consigned some items earlier and would like to check how many have sold. Lín Yìchén inquired politely. Certainly, I'll look into it right away. I see. The pair of blood claws and 57 vampire fangs you consigned have all been sold. The proceeds have been transferred to your market account. Would you like me to withdraw the funds for you? Not yet. I have more items to sell. Understood. Please bring them over and we'll process them for you. Next, the staff watched as Lín Yìchén pulled out a bunch of strange items from his storage space, including not only various demon beast hides, fangs, and teeth, but also oddly shaped materials, including several exceptionally rare high-grade materials. The dazzling array nearly overflowed the counter. After the transaction, Lín Yìchén finally emerged from the trading area. Just as he was about to head downstairs, the elevator doors slowly opened before him, revealing a familiar face stepping out. Lín Yìchén? Su Xiaofeng, accompanied by several attendants, stepped out of the elevator. His gaze fell upon Lín Yìchén, and an unmistakable glint of murderous intent flashed across his face. Good dogs don't block the path. Lín Yìchén frowned slightly as he saw the elevator entrance completely blocked by Su Xiaofeng and his men. Poof. A dying dog barks loudest. After being cursed at, Su Xiaofeng didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed with disdain. After grinding relentlessly these past days, he had already broken through to level 50 yesterday and completed his class change quest as well. He was now a fully transformed S-class profession. With several days left before the duel began, he could easily push his level past 60 during that time. He couldn't fathom how Lín Yìchén could possibly win. In Su Xiaofeng's eyes, Lín Yìchén was already as good as dead. Let's go. He sneered coldly, leading his entourage into the trading zone without bothering to exchange another word with Lín Yìchén. Let Lín Yìchén enjoy his moment of triumph now. Come the day of the duel, he would make Lín Yìchén understand what it meant to be trapped between life and death. Lín Yìchén remained utterly unfazed by Su Xiaofeng's attitude. He didn't even glance at Su Xiaofeng and his group as they walked away. Instead, he walked straight into the elevator and left the professional building moments later. A man on the brink of death, the only one worthy of his attention now was likely Su Xiaofeng's father, Su Zhentian. Inside the Blade Concealment Pavilion, summoned back by his father's call, Su Xiaofeng entered the main hall with a clearly displeased expression. He walked straight in and saw Su Zhentian sitting with a man in a suit drinking tea. Xiaofeng, you're back? Come over here. Let me introduce you. Su Zhentian's face lit up with joy upon seeing his son return, beckoning him over. The man in the suit also lit up upon seeing Su Xiaofeng. As Xiaofeng approached, Su Zhentian introduced with a smile, "This is Mr. Jiang, the admissions officer from Dongqing University." Hearing that the man before him was actually an admissions officer from Dongqing University, Su Xiaofeng's previously displeased expression shifted. He smiled and greeted Jiang Quan, "Hello, Mr. Jiang." Very good, very good." Jiang Quan looked Su Xiaofeng up and down, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Su, the college entrance exams are coming up soon. I was wondering, what level have you reached now? Please take a look, Mr. Jiang." Su Xiaofeng felt a surge of excitement and immediately displayed his rank title. Level 51? Not bad at all. That level could easily put you in contention for a national ranking in this year's exams. You'd better give it your all. Jiang Quan's smile broadened even wider upon seeing Su Xiaofeng's level. Su Xiaofeng felt a surge of pride. If possible, I want to break into the national top 1000. Haha, that's ambition. Jiang Quan chuckled. I heard you're about to have a life or death battle with Lin Tong from your school soon. Do you have confidence you can beat him? Su Xiaofeng sneered with disdain. Professor Jiang, don't even think about comparing me to Lín Yìchén. Does that kid even deserve it? This final showdown I will win. Lín Yìchén can only be the loser. No surprises. Chapter 69, The Day of the Showdown. Diamond grade gear? Haha, confidence is a good thing. Jiang Quan chuckled softly before adding, from what I understand, Lín Yìchén isn't someone to be underestimated. Didn't he recently claim first place on the speedrun leaderboard for the level 30 dungeon, Rotten Ruins? Hearing this, Su Xiaofeng's face remained coldly amused. That's only because of his class. Before the first class advancement, the evolution class is indeed much stronger than others. You should know that, Teacher Jiang, right? Now that I've successfully transferred, I've not only awakened 2 powerful talents but also gained a class skill. What does Lín Yìchén have to compare with me? He probably doesn't even know if he's transferred yet. Su Xiaofeng's face radiated confidence. Seeing his demeanor, Jiang Quan said little, yet a hint of approval flickered in his eyes. Back when they visited the professional tower and first heard about Lín Yìchén's string of victories, Jiang Quan had thought Lín Yìchén was a promising prospect. If he could recruit him to East City University and watch him grow, it would be a feather in Jiang Quan's cap. But after learning that Lín Yìchén had actually challenged Su Xiaofeng, an S-class professional, to a life or death duel, Lín Yìchén's standing in his eyes plummeted. Engaging in a life or death duel with Su Xiaofeng before the college entrance exams? To him, that was something only a fool would do. Yet judging by Lín Yìchén's academic achievements at Jiāngběi No. 1 High School over the past 3 years, he clearly wasn't stupid. That left only one possibility: Lín Yìchén had become arrogant after achieving that overwhelming lead in the awakening trial, relying solely on the early game strength of his evolvable profession. To actually believe he could defeat Su Xiaofeng, a S-class profession at the first transformation stage, was pure arrogance. With such a mindset, even the most exceptional talent would never achieve much in the future. And Lín Yìchén doesn't even have a future to speak of all because he prioritized saving face and challenged Su Xiaofeng to this duel. Alright, since you're so confident, I'm relieved. Jiang Quan smiled. Su, our Dongcheng University holds high hopes for you. We look forward to welcoming you to our institution after the college entrance exams. He stood up and extended his hand toward Su Xiaofeng. Su Xiaofeng returned the gesture with a broad smile. Professor Jiang, I'll seriously consider Dongcheng University. Professionals Building, Trading Market. Lín Yìchén had just left the trading area, feeling exceptionally pleased. He opened his interface. The Star Network personal interface instantly unfolded before Lín Yìchén's eyes. The most eye-catching feature was a 7-digit number. Balance, 3,998,121. 3,998,000. This was the total amount of star coins he had earned from selling the loot he had farmed. Who would have thought I'd become a millionaire now? A faint smile touched Lín Yìchén's lips. Closing the interface, he departed the professional building. It was mid-morning. As soon as he stepped outside the building's grounds, gentle sunlight bathed him, sending a faint warmth through his body. He walked to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Driver, take me to the Linjiang Arena. Sure thing. The driver nodded and stepped on the gas, the vehicle slowly heading toward the Linjiang Arena. Shortly after, Lín Yìchén paid the fare and stepped out, arriving at the arena's main entrance. Though called an arena, it was essentially a medium-sized stadium. Its exterior boasted a high-tech appearance, perfectly fitting the aesthetic of this world. Today was the day of his life or death duel with Su Xiaofeng. The start time was set for noon. At that moment, the stands within the Linjiang Arena, though not overly spacious, were already filled to capacity. Most of the onlookers were students from Jiāngběi First High School, along with members of the Tsangfeng Pavilion. Cheng Siming had arrived at the spectator area early, her eyes fixed intently on the arena entrance, a flicker of unease crossing her gaze. Just moments ago, Su Xiaofeng and his group had arrived at the venue. Their chosen seats were positioned not far to Cheng Siming's left, meaning she could hear nearly every word they spoke. Ha! Who knows what that unlucky bastard challenging our young sect leader is thinking? Must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Yeah, some powerless nobody actually wants to go toe-to-toe with our young master? He's gonna get his ass kicked so hard he'll be ting gold. TSK. The guild leader personally assembled a full set of diamond tier special effect gear for the young guild leader to celebrate breaking level 50 and completing his first transformation before the college entrance exams. That's some serious investment. I really don't know how that kid plans to win. Win? More like he's dreaming. If he pulls it off, I'll cut off my own dick. Holy, bro, you're ruthless. The waves of conversation drifted into Cheng Siming's ears, making her heart pound wildly. The first few remarks didn't bother her much. She was mostly annoyed that they were gossiping about Lín Yìchén. But the last few sentences were different. The blade concealed pavilion equipped Su Xiaofeng with a full set of diamond tier special effect gear? What was she to do? Little Chen was definitely at a disadvantage now. Su Xiaofeng was already an S-tier professional, and with this diamond tier gear, he'd even stand a chance against a level 70 professional. What if Xiao Chen loses? Cheng Ximing's heart raced with anxiety, yet she felt utterly helpless. After all, time couldn't be turned back. What good did knowing all this now do? It was already too late. Why hadn't she known sooner? Cheng Ximing pressed her lips together, a faint glimmer of tears welling in her almond-shaped eyes as overwhelming self-reproach flooded her heart. She had promised to keep an eye on that Songfeng pavilion for Xiao Chen, yet she hadn't noticed something this crucial sooner. Suddenly, her eyes flickered as a figure slowly approached the entrance of the riverside arena. Xiao Chen. Recognizing the face, Cheng Ximing's heart sank. She immediately left her seat and jogged toward Lín Yìchén. Teacher Chang, you're here so early. Lín Yìchén, who had just entered the arena, saw Cheng Ximing running towards him and a smile spread across his face. Xiao Chen, it's bad news. I have to tell you, Su Jintian has prepared a set of diamond-grade special effects gear for Su Xiaofeng. Cheng Ximing rushed breathlessly to Lín Yìchén's side and blurted out the news she'd just learned. I know. Lín Yìchén showed little reaction after hearing this, merely nodding indifferently. His face betrayed no trace of fear or hesitation. Seeing Lín Yìchén's unshakable composure, Cheng Ximing's own emotions settled. Xiao Chen, aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? What is there to fear? Lín Yìchén smiled faintly, his gaze shifting to Su Xiaofeng nearby. The one who should be afraid is him. Chapter 70, just the right amount of intensity, mind-blowing without overloading. As Lín Yìchén looked toward Su Xiaofeng, Su Xiaofeng, standing at a distance, also turned his gaze toward them, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. He merely glanced at Lín Yìchén briefly before turning his head away to chat with a man dressed in a suit. Lín Yìchén withdrew his gaze and looked at Cheng Ximing, who was staring at him expectantly. Teacher Chang, why are you staring at me like that? Oh, nothing. Just a little curious. Cheng Ximing quickly averted her gaze, a faint blush flushing her cheeks. As if to mask her embarrassment, she changed the subject. So, Xiao Chen, what gear are you wearing now? Want me to lend you some money? We can head to the trading area and buy something. We still have an hour before the match starts. No need. This set of platinum tier special effect gear I'm wearing at level 50 is sufficient. Lín Yìchén shook his head, declining Cheng Ximing's offer. Besides, Teacher Chang, you work hard for your money. Don't always think about lending it to others, you might end up with none left for yourself. At those words, Cheng Ximing flushed bright red once more. She recalled how, not long ago, she'd emptied her savings to buy Lín Yìchén a strength potion. After nearly getting expelled because of it, she'd survived on instant noodles for days. It was only after Lín Yìchén took her out to earn a chunk of cash that she managed to scrape together a small fortune. This thought sent a jolt through Cheng Ximing. She hadn't realized it at the time, but now that she thought about it, how could this recent graduate be better at making money than she was? He was the same kid who needed her to sneak snacks to him outside school back in freshman year. Wait a minute. Cheng Ximing suddenly realized. What had Lín Yìchén just said? That level 50 platinum tier special effect gear he was wearing? Holy crap. Cheng Ximing was stunned. She stared intently at Lín Yìchén, her face filled with disbelief. Xiao Chen, did you just say you're wearing a set of platinum grade special effect gear? Lín Yìchén nodded. Yes, the set from the Misty Forest. When I entered the dungeon, I got lucky and found both the blueprint and the gear inside. Silence. Endless silence. Cheng Ximing was stunned. You call that good luck? You have to understand, when a hidden dungeon appears, every single piece of gear and blueprint inside has a strict quantity limit. Lín Yìchén managed to find the entire Mist Forest set by himself? That's not just luck. So out of all those who entered the instance, you were the only one searching for hidden chests? You can only collect a full set if you loot every single hidden chest, right? Just as Cheng Ximing was still reeling from the shock, two familiar voices suddenly chimed in from the side. Hey, isn't that Teacher Chang? Why are you always hanging out with Lín Yìchén whenever I see you? You two aren't, together, are you? I always wondered why you dragged Lín Yìchén out of school all the time during high school. TSK, what a moral decline. Hearing the mocking voices, Cheng Ximing flushed crimson and turned her head away sharply. What met her eyes were two familiar faces. Jose, Lu Ruyan, would you two please stop talking nonsense? Facing her two former students, Cheng Ximing snapped angrily. How are we talking nonsense? I have solid evidence. Jose sneered coldly. Teacher Chang, last time I saw you in the professional building, you were walking with Lín Yìchén. Now I've spotted you again. Who would believe there's nothing between you two? You're just fooling yourselves. Lu Ruyan joined in with a cold sneer. I knew something was off when you stood up for Lín Yìchén during the awakening trial. Never imagined you two were actually involved. How disrespectful to your teacher. You're slandering me. Cheng Ximing was furious, her eyes brimming with tears of hurt. I stood up during the awakening trial because I couldn't stand watching you two gang up to frame little Chen. This is all your fault. Oh? Calling him Xiao Chun now? How intimate. Lu Ruyan couldn't care less about Chang Siming's hurt feelings, continuing her merciless mockery. Chang Siming was so furious she couldn't speak, her chest heaving as she pointed at Lu Ruyan and Jose. She searched her heart. Her view of Lín Yìchén was purely that of a student. Absolutely nothing more. Her concern for Lín Yìchén stemmed entirely from his personal charm. Seriously, what teacher wouldn't adore a student who consistently ranked first academically, respected his teachers, and treated everyone with utmost courtesy? Seeing Chang Siming rendered speechless with fury, Jose's face brimmed with smug satisfaction. He sneered coldly, "Teacher Chang, what a pity. The Lín Yìchén you adore is about to die. How heartbreaking, isn't it? But he can't blame anyone else. Who told him to be so blind as to pick a fight with our brother Feng? If he doesn't die, who will? You, on the other hand, will only be able to watch as Feng go." Before he could finish, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Jose's face was instantly slapped to one side, a vivid crimson handprint now stamped across his cheek. The one who struck him was none other than Lín Yìchén. He shook his hand, glaring coldly at Jose. "Shut up. What kind of nonsense is this coming from a dog like you? You dare hit me? You dare lay a hand on me here?" Feeling the searing pain on his face, Jose glared at Lín Yìchén, his eyes filled with venom. "Heh, so what if I hit you? Are there rules against hitting people in the arena?" Lín Yìchén remained utterly unfazed, his voice laced with a cold sneer. "You?" Jose was instantly speechless. The arena was precisely the place reserved for settling personal grudges. Though this was merely the spectator area, not the actual stage, there was no rule prohibiting physical altercations. The only rule was that you couldn't cause serious injury. Lín Yìchén's slap, though it sounded loud, was actually controlled in force. It was what they called just the right amount of force, stunned, but not brain damaged. Even if Jose complained to the heavens, no one would come to his defense. Lu Ruyan, too, was startled by Lín Yìchén's decisive action. She stood frozen, staring at him, a flicker of fear in her eyes. That slap reminded her of the scene during the awakening trial where Lín Yìchén had slashed Su Xiaofeng to death with a single stroke. The same decisiveness, the same ruthlessness. But what gave him the right? He was merely a D-rank professional. What gave him the right to be so arrogant? Lu Ruyan was deeply resentful. Lín Yìchén paid no heed to her thoughts, merely replying coldly, "What? Still lingering here? Think that slap wasn't enough?" As he spoke, Lín Yìchén slowly raised his hand. The two were startled by this gesture and scrambled back several steps. "You can only be arrogant now. Just wait, brother Feng will definitely avenge us later." They hurled the threat over their shoulders before sprinting towards Su Xiaofeng's direction, their retreating figures looking utterly disheveled. Chapter 71, the final showdown begins. Lava set. The scene that just unfolded was witnessed by many present. The students from Jiāngběi First High School, seeing Lín Yìchén act so brazenly, immediately began pointing and whispering among themselves. Why didn't Jose fight back? Wasn't he an awakened A-class profession? Lín Yìchén was only a D-class profession. How could he dare slap him in front of so many people without retaliating? Probably because of that awakening trial incident. Jose must still have a mental block about Lín Yìchén, right? Yeah, brother Feng really is the man. Even though he scored lower than Lín Yìchén on every single exam throughout high school, now he's turned the tables. Lín Yìchén is nothing in front of him now. Yeah, but who'd have thought Lín Yìchén would dare challenge brother Feng to a life or death battle? Does he think his D-rank awakening means his life is hopeless? Does he want to die? Ha! Unabashed jeers erupted from all corners of the stands. Chang Siming heard each wave of mocking voices and glared at them one by one, causing the noise to gradually die down. Seeing this, Chang Siming turned to Lín Yìchén. "Xiao Chen, don't listen to them. So what if Su Xiaofeng has S-class talent? He levels up slower than you do. You've got to keep pushing yourself." Lín Yìchén nodded. "Don't worry, teacher. It's getting late. You should head back first." "Alright, just be careful." Chang Siming pursed her lips before walking back to her seat. Lín Yìchén entered the rest area reserved for contestants at the Linjiang Arena. Since Su Xiaofeng was outside chatting animatedly with a man in a suit, the lounge was completely empty. Which suited Lín Yìchén just fine. He plopped down on a sofa and began scrolling through the star network. He opened the search function and typed, Kanglin University. Instantly, several pieces of information related to Kanglin University filled his screen, including videos posted by the university's official account. In the video, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who introduced himself as the admissions officer for the current enrollment period at Kanglin University, was speaking eloquently, spouting some official platitudes. Lín Yìchén had heard this kind of speech so many times in his previous life that his ears were callous to it, so he skipped it entirely. After watching for a while, he typed Dongcheng University into the search bar. The next moment, a flood of information appeared once more. Isn't this? Watching a video posted under Dongcheng University's official account, the face in it seemed strangely familiar. Lín Yìchén looked up at the window. Standing not far away beside Su Xiaofeng was a man in a sharp suit. Wasn't that the very same admissions officer from Dongqing University's official account? Seems Su Xiaofeng is quite in demand, getting an admissions officer from Dongqing University to personally attend this match. Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint curve forming at the corners of his mouth. But unfortunately, this admissions officer named Zhang Quan was bound to be disappointed. Because soon enough, Su Xiaofeng would die by his blade. There was absolutely no other possibility. Withdrawing his gaze, Lín Yìchén searched the star network for information on other universities. Particularly Jiāngběi University. Since that admissions officer from Jiāngběi had visited him once before, Lín Yìchén had developed a slight interest in the institution. However, Jiāngběi University wasn't his top choice. After all, while Jiāngběi University was no slouch ranking among the top 10 universities in Kanglin Kingdom, it still fell short compared to the top-tier institutions like Kanglin University and Dongqing University. Time slowly passed. At exactly 11:55, a stern male voice suddenly echoed across the entire Linjiang arena. With 5 minutes remaining until the duel, both challengers are requested to ascend the stage. Should both parties fail to appear within 5 minutes, the duel shall be cancelled. If either party is absent, the no-show will be declared the loser and hunted down by the enforcement squad. Attention, 4 minutes and 37 seconds remaining. Hearing this voice, Lín Yìchén perked up considerably. He immediately shut down the star network and stepped out of the lounge. At that moment, Su Xiaofeng had already taken his place atop the arena. Clad in armor that was entirely orange-red, its surface etched with patterns resembling human features. His head was covered by a helmet featuring a long red horn protruding from the brow. In his hands, he held a massive, heavy-bladed sword 4 feet long and a foot wide. The blade was entirely pitch black, occasionally emitting wisps of icy coldness. It was clearly no ordinary weapon. This entire ensemble drew the attention of everyone present. Wow, the Hidden Blade Pavilion really went all out. They bought Brother Foam a full set of lava armor, complete with an ice-shattering greatsword. I'm jealous. Don't just say you're jealous, who wouldn't be? How much the hell does this whole set cost? I couldn't earn enough to buy one even if I worked for a few hundred years. A few hundred years? Ha, you're overestimating yourself. This diamond-grade gear? You couldn't afford it even if you worked for 1,000 years. The gazes of the many students who'd awakened as warriors toward Su Xiaofeng embodied the full spectrum of envy, jealousy, and resentment. The lava set. This is currently the most overpowered, most absurdly stat-boosting diamond-tier special effect gear in the first transformation stage. The full set provides a whopping 20,000 plus HP, plus an insane 500 defense. Beyond these terrifyingly high stats, the lava set's special effect was even more monstrous. When all 5 pieces were equipped, any attack inflicted a burn debuff on the target, draining 0.5% of their maximum HP per second. A single piece alone commands an 8-figure price on the market, and the full set is astronomically priced. Simply put, any A-tier warrior class equipped with the lava set could effortlessly take on a level 70 professional solo. Feeling the envious stares around him, Su Xiaofeng couldn't help but let a faint smirk curve his lips, his heart brimming with smug satisfaction. His gaze fell upon Lín Yìchén, who was slowly approaching the arena. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Lín Yìchén, are you ready to die? He thrust his greatsword into the floor ahead, gripping the hilt with both hands, striking a pose of a majestic general. The gaze he directed at Lín Yìchén was as though he were looking down upon an ant. Not so fast. Lín Yìchén stood opposite Su Xiaofeng, his face expressionless. Yet, within his pitch-black eyes, a flash of undisguised indifference flickered. Cut the nonsense. I'm in a hurry. It's noon, and I haven't eaten yet. Heh, still as stubborn as ever. Su Xiaofeng sneered coldly. For some reason, though he felt certain of victory, Lín Yìchén's utterly indifferent gaze stirred an unshakable irritation within him. Because he couldn't shake the feeling that Lín Yìchén was looking at him like he was nothing more than a dog. This infuriated him, making him want to raise his greatsword immediately and chop this arrogant bastard before him into pieces. Chapter 72, The Heavenly Calamity Realm. How could this possibly be fought? As the clock struck 12, 4 pale blue light screens instantly rose around the arena where Lín Yìchén and Su Xiaofeng stood. Crafted from the exceedingly rare and precious material, blue crystal stone, these 4 pale blue light screens possessed immense strength. Only practitioners above the 5th transformation could inflict damage upon them, making them a staple in the battle arenas of major cities. The appearance of these 4 blue light screens signified one thing. The duel had officially begun. Ready to die? A cruel, cold smile spread across Su Xiaofeng's face. He raised his massive sword, pointing its tip directly at Lín Yìchén. A palpable aura of murderous intent instantly filled the entire arena. Lín Yìchén offered no response, standing motionless with his right hand resting lightly on the hilt of his broadsword, as if poised to draw it at any moment. Is the pressure that intense? Seeing this, Su Xiaofeng assumed Lín Yìchén had been intimidated into paralysis, and he immediately let out a cold laugh. He had thought Lín Yìchén was something special, but it turned out he was nothing special after all. He hadn't even made his move yet, and Lín Yìchén was already preparing to draw his blade. Turns out he'd overestimated this kid after all. But what good is an evolved profession? Before they've grown strong, aren't they all just useless trash? The entire audience at the Lín Yìchén arena couldn't help but buzz with whispers at this scene. Could Lín Yìchén really have been scared out of his wits? Why was he just standing there like a piece of wood? Ha! If I were up there, I'd be scared stiff too. Who knew Su Xiaofeng would bring his lava set onto the stage? What kind of fight is this supposed to be? TSK. If you ask me, Lín Yìchén was just too cocky. Why pick a life or death battle with anyone else? He had to go and choose Su Xiaofeng, the young master of the Hidden Blade Pavilion. He could crush Lín Yìchén with money alone. Damn, I'm seriously jealous. When will I ever get a dad like that? From the audience, murmurs echoed constantly. Not a single soul favored Lín Yìchén in this match. No wonder who could blame them when Su Xiaofeng brought out the lava set the moment he stepped onto the stage? And he was an S-class professional to boot. With both advantages stacked in his favor, he'd even stand a decent chance against an 80-level professional in a one-on-one duel. Yet, one spectator in the stands fixed his gaze intently on Lín Yìchén, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. That kid's gear isn't simple either. That person was Jiāngběi. Though the Mist Forest was a newly released hidden instance, its low level and recent debut meant only a handful had managed to collect its exclusive gear. Yet as an admissions officer for Dongqing University, he instantly recognized the immense value of the gear Lín Yìchén wore. Still, it paled in comparison to the lava set. The outcome of this match was undeniably clear. Jiāngběi ultimately shook his head. After casting a slightly regretful glance at Lín Yìchén, he shifted his focus back to Su Xiaofeng. In truth, Lín Yìchén held far greater significance in his eyes than Su Xiaofeng. The moment he learned of Lín Yìchén's existence from Bai Chuanxing, he had immediately sought to contact him, hoping to recruit him to his own Dongqing University. But why did Lín Yìchén have to be so stubborn, insisting on this life or death duel with Su Xiaofeng? Evolved professions were indeed formidable in their later stages. Once evolved to SS rank, they far surpassed other professions at the same level. But at the first transition stage? Evolutionary professions were utterly useless. Faced with this, Jiāngběi could only sigh in regret, mentally writing Lín Yìchén off as a lost cause. You can't reason with a fool. Since Lín Yìchén was so unwilling to cherish his own talent, so fixated on saving face that he refused to cancel the duel, then so be it. On the arena stage, Su Xiaofeng stared coldly at Lín Yìchén, a smirk curling his lips. Though you're no better than an ant before me now, rest assured I'll still give it my all. I won't give you the slightest chance to turn the tables on me. The next instant, he raised the massive sword in his hand and immediately unleashed his first innate ability, Frostmourne. The massive blade instantly glowed with an eerie blue light, and vast patches of frost rapidly spread across its entire length. As Frostmourne was unleashed, a layer of frost began to cover the arena floor, and the temperature within the ring plummeted rapidly. Frostmourne after its first transformation. Su Xiaofeng wasn't giving him any chance at all. Indeed, after its first transformation, Frostmourne had been greatly enhanced, dealing an additional 30 points of ice attribute damage. How was Lín Yìchén supposed to fight this? Using Frostmourne alone was bad enough. If Su Xiaofeng unleashed the Scourge domain as well, that would truly leave no room for mercy. The next moment, Su Xiaofeng raised the frost-covered greatsword in his hand, pointing its tip toward the sky, then bellowed with fury. Cataclysmic domain. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the sword's tip erupted in a blinding flash of black and white light. Immediately after, fierce winds carrying black snowflakes erupted from all directions, instantly engulfing the entire arena in a raging blizzard. Holy crap, he actually used the cataclysmic domain? The man who had spoken earlier was instantly dumbfounded. Spectators nearby gasped in disbelief. Lín Yìchén's done for. With the natural disaster domain activated, combined with the lava set's fire damage, I can't imagine how he could possibly win. Yeah, the lava set is already the dream gear for ice attribute classes. Fire damage triggers its melting effect instantly. Paired with Su Xiaofeng's natural disaster domain, which freezes opponents every second, a few swings and Lín Yìchén's done for, right? It's over. I might as well leave now. This outcome is completely predictable. I was actually hoping Lín Yìchén might pull off something impressive. The crowd instantly felt their excitement wane. To everyone watching, this match was as predictable as could be. With the lava set buff and his own first-tier talent, Cataclysmic Domain, Su Xiaofeng could trigger the melting effect with every single attack. Lín Yìchén had absolutely no chance left. Sitting on the spectator side, Cheng Simeng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at the sight. She gripped the hem of her shirt tightly, her palms sweating as she watched Lín Yìchén with deep concern. Could Xiaochen really win? Cheng Simeng desperately wanted to convince herself that Lín Yìchén would prevail, but the unfolding events relentlessly reminded her that Su Xiaofeng was likely the one destined to emerge victorious. Arrogant geniuses never amount to anything. Jiāngběi, seated in the audience, couldn't help but shake his head. He immediately stood up, preparing to wait for Su Xiaofeng's triumphant return. But the moment he stood up, the scene before him made his eyes widen in disbelief. Chapter 73, One Hit Kill. The entire arena is stunned. On the stage, the heavenly calamity domain had already engulfed the entire arena. Su Xiaofeng, having unleashed 2 consecutive innate skills, now radiated confidence. He gripped his massive sword and walked slowly toward Lín Yìchén's position. Lín Yìchén remained frozen in place, his expression unchanging. He watched Su Xiaofeng before him with a blank stare, his eyes devoid of emotion. Seeing this, Su Xiaofeng sneered coldly, "What? Have I really scared you into stupidity? Or are you preparing to surrender? But sorry, even if you surrender, I won't spare you. Your life is mine to take." After he finished speaking, Lín Yìchén, who had remained motionless, suddenly spoke. He looked indifferently at Su Xiaofeng, who was beaming with self-importance, then slowly shook his head. "Sorry, I was deep in thought about how best to slice you in two with a single stroke." "What did you say?" Su Xiaofeng's eyes instantly flashed with murderous intent. But Lín Yìchén paid no heed to his thoughts, merely smiling as he said, "However, I've come to realize it's not worth expending so much mental energy on you." As he spoke, Lín Yìchén slowly drew the broadsword from his waist, then raised it in the air, mimicking emotion. Ever seen how they slaughter pigs in the countryside? Just one clean cut through the throat, then they let the blood drain out, waiting for it to bleed to death. Hearing this, Su Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed to slits, his face flushed with rage. "So you mean to kill me the same way? Lín Yìchén, arrogance never pays." After hearing Su Xiaofeng's words, Lín Yìchén shot him a peculiar look. "Why would you think that? Who said I'd kill you like that? Do you even deserve to be compared to a pig? Uing. Su Xiaofeng's eyes nearly popped out of his head. This man, who in his eyes wasn't even worth an ant, dared to say he was inferior to a pig. He was practically begging for death. Ha! Slaughtering a pig requires bleeding it out, but killing you? Not nearly that troublesome. Just one swift cut. A faint curve lifted at the corner of Lín Yìchén's lips. The next moment, his feet shifted and his entire body shot forward like an arrow. Azura's wrath. The instant he moved, Lín Yìchén unleashed the Azura domain, enveloping his entire body in a faint crimson energy. What's happening? Why can't I move? The instant Su Xiaofeng saw Lín Yìchén charging toward him, he tried to raise his sword to counterattack. But to his horror, he discovered he couldn't control his own body at all. Why couldn't he move? Because beasts must stand obediently in place, waiting to be slaughtered by the butcher. In mere moments, Lín Yìchén stood before Su Xiaofeng. With his arrival, a blinding silver light grew larger and larger in Su Xiaofeng's eyes. Su Xiaofeng's expression shifted from arrogance to terror, until finally, only utter dread remained. Clang! A metallic clang pierced the air. Su Xiaofeng's head was instantly severed from his body, a fountain of blood spurting forth in its wake. Thud! Then, under the stunned gazes of every spectator on the entire Linjiang arena, the head clad in the lava helmet and the body clad in the lava armor both collapsed to the ground simultaneously. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Seated beside Zhang Quan, Su Zhentian, who had been observing the arena with detached composure, now erupted in fury. His eyes bulged as he stared at Su Xiaofeng's corpse on the stage, his weathered face twisted with shock and fury. "You bastard! You little bastard! How dare you kill my son, Su Zhentian?" Su Zhentian immediately prepared to charge forward and tear Lín Yìchén to pieces. But in the next instant, a figure suddenly blocked his path. "Master Su, please step back." Blocking Su Zhentian's path was a man with a shaved head. Even his well-tailored suit couldn't conceal the bulging muscles beneath his clothing. Su Zhentian, who had been seething with rage and determined to storm the stage and kill Lín Yìchén, instantly calmed down upon seeing this man. This bald man was none other than Liu Yu, the head of the Linjiang arena. Liu Yu's strength wasn't quite as formidable as Su Zhentian's, but it was close. Both were masters who had completed 3 career transitions. If that were all, it wouldn't have been enough to make Su Zhentian afraid. But the Linjiang arena had official backing. If Su Zhentian dared to clash with Liu Yu, both the city government and the association would swiftly dispatch reinforcements. By then, even Su Zhentian himself would have to accept his misfortune. "Liu Yu, let me kill this brat. I'll take full responsibility for the consequences." Su Zhentian gritted his teeth. His desire to eliminate Lín Yìchén had reached its peak. If he couldn't dispose of him now, he'd never sleep soundly again. "The murder of my son, this is a blood feud. If this vengeance remains unavenged, what kind of Zongfeng Pavilion leader would Su Zhentian be? Chairman Su, rules are rules. Please step aside." Liu Yu merely shook his head at Su Zhentian's words, still blocking his path, preventing him from taking a single step forward. "You won't even give me face?" Su Zhentian's face darkened. "If you let me pass and kill that brat, I'll give you a dragon crystal." That was no small price. Last time, when he asked Priest Lan to revive Su Xiaofeng, Su Zhentian had only parted with 3 dragon crystals. Now, Liu Yu wouldn't have to lift a finger. Simply letting Su Zhentian pass would net him a dragon crystal. If Liu Yu agreed, the worst consequence would be a transfer, no severe punishment. Su Zhentian couldn't believe Liu Yu wouldn't be tempted by such a golden opportunity. But he was mistaken. Upon hearing Su Zhentian's offer, Liu Yu still stood in his way. "My apologies, Lord Su. You'd best turn back. You. Su Zhentian felt a massive fire burning inside him. If he didn't find someone to vent it on, he might explode at any moment. He genuinely couldn't fathom it. How could Lu Yu possibly refuse such a lucrative deal? As the two stood locked in a standoff, the pale blue light barriers surrounding the arena began to fade. With Su Xiaofeng's death, the contest had reached its final conclusion. Lín Yìchén flicked the blood from his blade's tip before sheathing his sword. He then slowly descended from the platform. You little bastard, stop right there. As soon as Su Zhentian saw Lín Yìchén leaving the stage, he bellowed from behind him and began striding toward Lín Yìchén. But Lu Yu didn't give him the chance. Like a shadow, he positioned himself between Su Zhentian and Lín Yìchén, blocking Su Zhentian's path and preventing him from acting. You little bastard, do you know what you've done? Su Zhentian glared fiercely at Lu Yu before turning his gaze back to Lín Yìchén, his voice thick with suppressed rage. What? Chairman Su intends to avenge his son? Lín Yìchén remained utterly unfazed by the scene. A faint smile played on his lips, showing no fear whatsoever toward the raging lion before him. Chapter 74, The Reluctant Su Zhentian, Rejecting Dongcheng University. By the look on your face, you're not afraid I'll kill you right now? Su Zhentian narrowed his aged eyes slightly, studying the young upstart before him. As the head of the Hidden Blade Pavilion, he commanded immense prestige throughout Jiāngběi city. Even high-ranking officials in the city government treated him with utmost respect. Yet this Lín Yìchén before him had not only just killed his son, but now faced him without a shred of fear. Even if he was putting on a show, it wasn't something just anyone could pull off. If you dared to kill me, you would have done it already. Since you haven't, I'm safe. And if I'm safe, why should I be afraid? After hearing Su Zhentian's words, Lín Yìchén calmly offered this explanation before turning and continuing toward the arena gates. Su Zhentian glared at Lín Yìchén's retreating back, his teeth grinding so hard they nearly shattered. But when he looked at Lu Yu standing before him, that resolute expression, that unyielding stance declaring, unless I die, you won't lay a finger on Lín Yìchén, his rage boiled over. Damn it, what kind of people are these? Looks like today, I'll just have to watch that little bastard Lín Yìchén walk away. Su Zhentian seethed with frustration, yet he was powerless to do anything. Though he was the head of the Hidden Blade Pavilion, that didn't mean he could act with impunity in Jiāngběi city. He still had to abide by the surface-level rules. Even understanding this, Su Zhentian still felt a wave of frustration welling up inside him. The very man who had killed his son stood right before him, yet he couldn't lay a finger on him. This is infuriating. As soon as Lín Yìchén stepped off the stage, he spotted Chang Ximing waiting for him at the entrance. The moment she saw him emerge, Chang Ximing immediately trotted over. Xiao Chen, you won. That's wonderful. Overwhelmed with joy, tears welled up in Chang Ximing's eyes. It felt like a heavy weight that had been hanging over her heart for days had finally been lifted. Looking at Chang Ximing before him, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but feel a wave of warmth wash over him. Who else in this world could worry about him like Chang Ximing did? Just then, a voice suddenly came from the side. Mr. Lin, may we step aside for a moment to discuss something? Lín Yìchén turned to see none other than the man in the suit who had been chatting and laughing with Su Xiaofeng before the competition began. He had learned the man's identity while in the lounge. Jiang Quan, an admissions officer from Dongcheng University. Mr. Jiang, is there something you need? You can just say it here. Lín Yìchén declined Jiang Quan's invitation, responding politely. Ah, well then, Lin, I wonder if you have any universities in mind? Jiang Quan didn't seem to mind. He smiled and said, I saw your performance earlier. It was quite impressive. Dongcheng University needs students just like you. If you're interested in our university, then when it comes time for the college entrance exams, I think you could list Dongcheng University as your first choice. As long as your scores meet the cutoff, I can guarantee your admission to Dongcheng University. After delivering his pitch, Jiang Quan fixed Lín Yìchén with a confident smile. Lín Yìchén had always been the prodigy he wanted to recruit, but today's match had led him to choose Su Xiaofeng instead. Now Lín Yìchén had won the contest, and his performance on the stage had been terrifying. He had seen it clearly. Lín Yìchén had severed Su Xiaofeng's head with a single stroke. Having interacted with Su Xiaofeng frequently lately, he knew exactly what level Su Xiaofeng's current strength was at. Not only had he reached level 58 and completed his first transformation quest, but he was also equipped with the Diamond Tier Lava Set, granting him a terrifying 12,000 HP. With such immense health, coupled with the Lava Set's high defense stats, even a level 70 assassin specializing in pure attack would need nearly 10 minutes to take down Su Xiaofeng. And Lín Yìchén? Good heavens! Just one strike. One strike. That single strike instantly decapitated Su Xiaofeng, who had over 10,000 HP, leaving him completely dead. Such terrifying damage was something even Jiang Quan, with all his experience, had never witnessed. This meant Lín Yìchén was nothing like the weak early-game evolvable class Jiang Quan had assumed. He was likely an anomaly among evolvable practitioners. Recruiting such a prodigy into Dongcheng University would be a monumental achievement on his personal resume. At this thought, Jiang Quan fixed Lín Yìchén with an intensely expectant gaze, awaiting his response. At the same time, his confidence was unwavering. After all, Dongcheng University was one of the most prestigious institutions in the entire Kanglan Kingdom. He was certain no student would fail to be thrilled by such an invitation from him. Moreover, he had heard about Lín Yìchén's background, an orphan raised in an orphanage, with no connections whatsoever. It could be said that for someone like Lín Yìchén, the university he gained admission to would essentially determine the height of his future growth. Joining Dongcheng University would undoubtedly be Lín Yìchén's dream come true. Under Jiang Quan's watchful gaze, Lín Yìchén's face remained largely expressionless as he gave a faint nod. I'll consider it. Is there anything else, Professor Jiang? If not, I'll be going now. What did you say? Witnessing this, Jiang Quan froze in disbelief, repeating the question in shock. This Lín Yìchén, not even a hint of excitement? And he says he'll go back and think about it? Damn it, what the hell is he thinking? Jiang Quan couldn't fathom what this guy was thinking. He was here representing Dongcheng University to recruit talent, yet Lín Yìchén actually said he needed to think it over? Well, Professor Jiang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I'll give your offer some thought. Lín Yìchén repeated his earlier words, then without another word, pulled Chang Siming along and left. What the hell? Jiang Quan's mouth twitched slightly. Watching Lín Yìchén and Chang Siming's retreating figures, he racked his brain but couldn't fathom why Lín Yìchén showed not a shred of excitement. Wasn't he an orphan? Didn't he have absolutely no connections? So when I came to recruit him on behalf of Dongcheng University, he didn't react at all? What was going on? Jiang Quan felt utterly baffled. Meanwhile, after Lín Yìchén and Chang Siming left the Linjiang arena, Chang Siming couldn't help but look at him and ask, Xiao Chun, that's Dongcheng University. Why didn't you accept? Hearing this, Lín Yìchén merely smiled. Ms. Chang, I haven't decided which university to attend yet. I want to look around some more. Of course, that was just his excuse. There was another reason Lín Yìchén hadn't immediately accepted Jiang Quan's offer. After all, Jiang Quan had been chatting so animatedly with Su Xiaofeng just moments ago. Chapter 75, The News Spreads. Moves from various universities. Don't be fooled by Jiang Quan's current smile as he tries to win him over. Lín Yìchén knew full well that during his recent interactions with Su Xiaofeng, Jiang Quan had undoubtedly been badmouthing him behind his back. Given that, there was no need for him to give Jiang Quan any special favors. Kanglan Nation wasn't limited to Dongcheng University as its sole top-tier institution. There was also Kanglan University. He wasn't bound to Dongcheng University. Moreover, with his current abilities, it wasn't the schools choosing him, he was choosing the schools. To put it bluntly, Lín Yìchén was absolutely brimming with confidence in his own abilities. Even that was a conservative estimate. Haven't you decided yet? Well, college is a major turning point in life. Little Chen, you really need to think this through carefully. Chang Siming didn't doubt Lín Yìchén's words, merely nodding to herself as she spoke. After bidding farewell to Chang Siming, Lín Yìchén headed home. With less than a week left before the college entrance exams, he had no intention of resting in the days ahead. Though his current abilities were more than sufficient to gain admission to a top-tier institution like Kanglan University, he could even secure a very high ranking. Lín Yìchén refused to slack off. After all, he just killed Su Xiaofeng, effectively earning the Zhongfeng Pavilion's undying enmity. If he didn't rapidly enhance his strength, endless trouble awaited him. But that wasn't the most pressing matter right now. After returning home and taking a shower, Lín Yìchén collapsed onto his plush bed. Having rushed straight from outside the city to face Su Xiaofeng in the arena, he was utterly exhausted. Things had come to this. Sleep first. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and Lín Yìchén slowly closed his eyes. Meanwhile, near the Linjiang arena, Jiang Quan sat alone on a roadside bench, the Star Network interface projected before him. He was currently on the phone with the director of the school's admissions office. Beep beep. After 2 rings, the video call finally connected, revealing the face of a middle-aged man on the panel. What's up, Teacher Jiang? Found some promising talent? The middle-aged man on the other end asked Jiang Quan as soon as the call connected. That's right, Director Fu. A dark horse prodigy has emerged in Jiāngběi City this year. Jiang Quan immediately recounted the entire story to Director Fu. But after listening, Director Fu seemed rather unenthusiastic. He'd expected Jiang Quan to have discovered some top-tier SSS-class professional talent elsewhere, but it turned out to be just a prodigy in an evolvable profession? Honestly, calling him over such a trivial matter. Jiang Quan's mindset still needs work. When he returns, he'll need some real-world experience. Unaware of Director Fu's thoughts, Jiang Quan continued unabashedly, Director Fu, I've already expressed Dongcheng University's desire to recruit him. But from what I can tell, he doesn't seem inclined to join our university. I'd like to request special Class A talent subsidies for him. What do you think? After speaking, Jiang Quan turned to Director Fu with an expectant look. The Genius Grant is a special subsidy offered by Dongcheng University to top-tier talents, a type of support available at nearly every university. This particular genius grant represents the highest tier offered by Dongcheng University, including a full set of special effect diamond equipment level 150 or below of your choice, plus 2 A-grade skill book vouchers and 1 S-grade skill book voucher. This stipend is outrageously generous if calculated in star coins. Its value would be in the 9-digit range. Yet for Dongcheng University, this sum is hardly excessive. If such a genius grant could recruit a top-tier prodigy to the institution, the university would gladly offer even more. After hearing Jiang Quan's explanation, Director Fu didn't share Jiang Quan's excitement. Instead, he seemed rather unenthusiastic. He remarked calmly, "Professor Jiang, our university maintains strict criteria for granting Class 1 genius allowances. I don't believe the Lín Yìchén you mentioned qualifies for that level. At most, I can approve a Class 3 genius allowance." A Class 3 scholarship? Jiang Quan frowned. Though only 2 numbers separated Class 3 from Class 1, the difference was vast. A Class 3 stipend only included 1 exchange voucher for platinum-grade equipment below level 100 and 1 exchange voucher for an A-grade skill book. And most crucially, the Class 3 Genius Allowance is a subsidy every freshman at Dongcheng University receives each semester, essentially an enrollment gift. Using an enrollment gift to recruit Lín Yìchén? What's the difference between that and not giving anything at all? Director Fu, you might not grasp what I'm saying, but Lín Yìchén is truly extraordinary, absolutely not an ordinary evolvable class. With a single strike, Jiang Quan tried to plead Lín Yìchén's case, but Director Fu cut him off mid-sentence. Director Fu's tone carried a hint of impatience. "Enough, Teacher Jiang. The school needs to control costs. A Category 1 subsidy is out of the question. I believe Category 3 is more than sufficient." Jiang Quan understood immediately Director Fu had no intention of admitting Lín Yìchén. And with things having gone this far, if he dared say another word, he'd likely face retaliation back at the school. "Alright, I understand. Alright, you can go now. I'll hang up." Jiang Quan nodded as Director Fu ended the video call. After the call ended, Jiang Quan couldn't help but sigh. It seemed Lín Yìchén had no future at Dongcheng University. He even felt a twinge of regret now. He should have gone to recruit Lín Yìchén directly the moment he first heard about him from Bai Chuancheng. He could easily guess why Lín Yìchén had been so cold toward him today. It was because he had gotten too close to Su Xiaofeng before the competition began. If he had chosen to recruit Lín Yìchén back then, might the outcome have been different? Jiang Quan regretted it deeply, but regret was useless now. Shaking his head, he rose from the bench and silently walked away in one direction. Meanwhile, in Jiāngběi City, at one of the most luxurious hotels, Teacher Lu, Lín Yìchén won. One-hit kill. A man suddenly burst into a room, shouting at a bespectacled man standing by the window. "What's all the fuss about?" Lu Hua shot the man a displeased glare, scratching his head apologetically. "My apologies, Teacher Lu, but this news is explosive. An evolvable class possessing such formidable combat prowess at such an early stage is truly unprecedented. Teacher Lu, in my opinion, Kanglin University should consider reaching out to Lín Yìchén and recruiting him. I feel Lín Yìchén is an anomaly among the evolving professions. He's destined for great things." After the man finished speaking excitedly, Lu Hua merely shook his head. He remarked indifferently, "Never mind Lín Yìchén for now. Have you contacted Mo Shui yet? I asked you to reach out to her." Chapter 76, Genius Stipend. The university's sincere offer. I tried contacting Mo Shui, but he doesn't seem particularly interested in Kanglin University." The man shook his head. "Not interested? Impossible." Lu Hua immediately countered, "There isn't a single student in the entire Kanglin kingdom who isn't interested in our Kanglin University. I think Mo Shui is just hiding it too well, and you haven't noticed." Chang Shua flushed with embarrassment at the remark, but he didn't press further. After all, he was just an intern teacher. Being able to accompany Lu Hua on this recruitment trip was already Lu Hua giving him face. He certainly wouldn't dare contradict Lu Hua. Whatever he says goes. Of course, Miss Mo Shui might also feel our sincerity wasn't sufficient. Lu Hua ignored the man's expression and continued speaking to himself. An SS-class talent is truly a rare gem even in Kanglin City. This is what I'll do. I'll apply for a Class 1 Genius Scholarship for Mo Shui at the school. Then you can go talk to her again. This time, she shouldn't refuse. Lu Hua was utterly confident. Chang Shua nodded in agreement. "Alright, I'll go talk to Mo Shui shortly." "Alright, go ahead." Lu Hua waved his hand, signaling him to leave. But Chang Shua showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he tentatively asked, "Teacher Lu, what about Lín Yìchén? Give him a level 2 allowance." Lu Hua's lips curved slightly. It's rare to see an evolutionary class dominate so early on, but he's not quite at the level where would offer a level 1 stipend to recruit him. "Alright then. I'll contact them both right away." Chang Shua nodded upon hearing this and turned to leave the room. A level 2 stipend is pretty decent. Lín Yìchén shouldn't refuse, right? After all, they are Kanglin University. He thought to himself. Unlike the 2 top universities in Kanglin Kingdom. At that moment, within Jiāngběi University, Lu Bing knocked on Professor Hao's office door. Come in. After receiving permission, Lu Bing pushed the door open and stepped inside. Professor Hao, Lín Yìchén 1. Upon entering, he delivered the simple statement in a tone devoid of much fluctuation. Yet through Lu Bing's eyes, one could see just how excited he was at that moment. 1. Upon hearing the news, Professor Hao leapt to his feet, staring at Lu Bing in disbelief. Are you telling the truth? He won? Yes, 1 strike, 1 kill. Lu Bing nodded, though his voice was no longer calm. Instead, it brimmed with an indescribable excitement. 1 hit kill? Professor Hao's eyes widened once more. Su Xiaofeng was wearing the lava set. Lu Bing added once more. Can you just say it all at once, damn it? Professor Hao snapped back. But Lu Bing wasn't the least bit upset. A heavy silence fell over the room. Ha! Someone burst out laughing first, and soon both of them were laughing together. Ha! Ha! Professor Hao could no longer contain his excitement. And this time he laughed with genuine joy, even greater than when he first learned of Lín Yìchén's existence. Professor Hao, what should we do now? After a moment, once the laughter subsided, Lu Bing asked again. Are you the admissions officer or am I? Just do what needs to be done. Professor Hao scolded playfully. Alright, I'll go apply for the level 1 genius grant for Lín Yìchén right now. Lu Bing nodded and turned to leave. But Professor Hao called him back immediately. Apply for a class 1 allowance? Forget that. Apply for a god-tier genius allowance. If that bastard Chen Shan refuses, tell him I'll blow up his damn admissions office tomorrow. Professor Hao, I'm also from the admissions office. A flicker of awkwardness crossed Lu Bing's face. Professor Hao couldn't care less. Oh, well, that's just how it is. Hurry up and go, don't let anyone else beat us to it. Kanglin University and Dongcheng University will definitely be competing with us for this talent too. We don't have their deep pockets. We absolutely must make contact with Lín Yìchén first. Got it? Got it. Lu Bing promptly left Professor Hao's office. On the way, his mood was nothing short of exhilarated. The God-tier genius stipend, this was a level higher than even the Tier 1 genius stipend. Typically, only SSS tier professionals or exceptionally powerful SS tier geniuses qualify for this level of allowance. If the gap between a Tier 1 genius allowance and a Tier 3 genius allowance is wider than that between a human and a dog, then the divine tier genius allowance compared to the Tier 1 genius allowance was like comparing an ant to a giant. Such top-tier resources weren't something just anyone could obtain. With such sincerity, he didn't believe Lín Yìchén would refuse. Time slowly passed. Soon, only 3 days remained until the college entrance exams. After returning from outside the city once more, Lín Yìchén headed to the trading market to sort through his loot. After leaving the trading market, just as he was about to head home, he noticed 2 new friend requests on his StarNet panel. Chang Shua, admissions officer at Kanglin University, requests to add you as a friend. Jiang Quan, admissions officer at Dongcheng University, requests to add you as a friend. Kanglin University and Dongcheng University? After seeing these 2 friend requests, Lín Yìchén thought for a moment. He first declined the request from Dongcheng University, then accepted the one from Kanglin University. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Chang Shua, admissions officer at Kanglin University. The moment the friend request was accepted, a message arrived from the other side. Lín Yìchén replied, Admissions officer Chang, what can I do for you? Chang Shua, Mr. Lin, the college entrance exams are approaching soon. Have you considered Kanglin University? Lín Yìchén, yes, I have considered it, but I haven't made a decision yet. Chang Shua, I see. Well, Lin, I have some good news for you. If you choose to enroll at Kanglin University after the exams, we can offer you a level 2 genius scholarship. This isn't something just anyone can get. Upon seeing this message, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He was well aware of the genius stipends offered by universities. A level 2 genius stipend was indeed not something just anyone could obtain. At the very least, one would need to be an S-level genius to have a chance at receiving a level 2 genius grant. Alright, I'll give it careful consideration. After pondering for a moment, Lín Yìchén didn't immediately agree. Instead, he typed out this line. Chang Shua, MHM, then think it over. You should know the strength of our Kanglin University choosing us is absolutely the right move. After the flattery, Lín Yìchén closed the chat window. But just then, a familiar avatar popped up in his friends list. Lu Bing has sent you a message. Chapter 77, an offer you can't refuse. The overbearing Jiāngběi University. Lu Bing? Wasn't that the admissions officer from Jiāngběi University? Seeing the name, Lín Yìchén instantly recalled the scene from last time when Lu Bing had tried to recruit him. He tapped open the chat window. Dear student Lin, should you choose Jiāngběi University after the college entrance exams, we will award you a divine genius scholarship. A simple, unadorned sentence, devoid of any superfluous words. Lín Yìchén stared at the words, scratching his head in confusion. Divine level genius scholarship? It sounded pretty impressive. He knew about level 1, level 2, and level 3 genius scholarships, but this god-tier genius scholarship was something he'd never heard of before. And seriously, Jiāngběi University was going all out with this offer, weren't they? Kanglin University had only offered him a level 2 genius grant when they tried to recruit him. But Jiāngběi University? They're throwing a god-tier genius grant at him. And the name Divine Tier Genius Grant sounded even more impressive than the top-tier level 1 Genius Grant, didn't it? Pondering this, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but ask, Teacher Lu, what exactly is this Divine Tier Genius Grant? Could I learn more about it? The moment Lu Bing saw Lín Yìchén's reply, her eyes lit up. She immediately drafted and sent a message. The Divine Genius Allowance includes 1 set of Diamond Tier Special Effect Equipment level 250 or below of your choice, full access to all floors of the campus skill library with unlimited study sessions, annual club support funding of 10 million star coins. After sending the message, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but gasp at the incredibly generous terms before him. Was Jiāngběi University being this generous? A stipend of this caliber was likely unmatched anywhere in the entire Kanglin Kingdom. Lín Yìchén understood that in others' eyes, he was merely a genius who had awakened an evolvable profession. Though such professions were rare, a handful emerged each year. At best, the status of an evolving profession in the eyes of major universities was only slightly higher than that of an S-class profession. So why was Jiāngběi University going to such great lengths to recruit him? Could it be that evolvable professions held significant importance to them? Or perhaps his performance had convinced Jiāngběi University of his future potential? Regardless of the reason, Lín Yìchén had already made up his mind. Jiāngběi University it was. While Jiāngběi University might not be on the same level as Kanglin University, it wasn't like they were worlds apart. Besides, with Jiāngběi University showing such sincerity, he'd be a fool not to accept. With that thought, Lín Yìchén immediately typed out a reply, understood, Teacher Lu. I'll list Jiāngběi University as my first choice. A moment later, Lu Bing replied, then we look forward to welcoming you to Jiāngběi University. Welcome. After exchanging a few more words, Lín Yìchén closed the chat window. He immediately turned to search for information about Jiāngběi University on the Star Network. Having made his decision, Lín Yìchén wanted to learn more about Jiāngběi University as soon as possible. Having grown up in Jiāngběi City, the name Jiāngběi University was familiar to him from childhood, though he'd never actually set foot on its campus. After typing Jiāngběi University into the search bar and hitting enter, a flood of information about the university appeared on the screen. He skimmed through the results, starting with the basic introductions to Jiāngběi University. Details like the number of years since its founding and the total number of faculty and students were information Lín Yìchén already knew, so he skimmed past them. Soon, his gaze locked onto a news headline. Professor Hao of Jiāngběi University offers large reward. Searching for beloved student missing for months. Curiosity piqued, Lín Yìchén clicked into the article. Recently, renowned Jiāngběi University professor Hao Shanha issued a bounty of 100 million star coins, seeking his beloved disciple Wang Feng. It is reported that Wang Feng went missing while on a mission outside the university in March and has not been heard from since. Below are the specific details of the reward. Wang Feng, male, 27 years old, evolutionary class, current rank, S, class sequence, Joker, last seen in the Yellow Wind Desert. Below is a photograph. The man in the photo had gaunt features, large dark circles under his eyes, and an overall listless appearance. Professor Hao? If I recall correctly, he's the one at Jiāngběi University specializing in research on evolving professions, right? Lín Yìchén scanned the news report carefully before furrowing his brow in deep thought. From what he understood, Professor Hao Shanha was a top-tier researcher in the field of evolving professions. Not only was he exceptionally powerful himself, but he also possessed his own unique theories on the subject. Most crucially, his standing within Jiāngběi University seemed exceptionally high. Lín Yìchén vaguely recalled that when he enrolled at Jiāngběi No. 1 High School, Jiāngběi University had sent both a vice president and Professor Hao to give a lecture at the school. Back then, he had keenly observed that the vice president from Jiāngběi University appeared to hold Professor Hao in great esteem. Could it be that Jiāngběi University's eagerness to recruit me stems from this Professor Hao? Lín Yìchén murmured to himself. If that's the case, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Being recognized by Professor Hao meant he would receive greater resources. For Lín Yìchén, this was undoubtedly good news. Meanwhile, inside the sword concealment pavilion, everything was now blanketed in white. Su Xiaofeng's decapitated corpse had already been placed in a coffin by Su Zhentian's men. At that moment, within the main hall of the Hidden Blade Pavilion, Su Zhentian sat alongside a woman whose makeup was streaked with tears. Both wore expressions of profound sorrow. Zhentian, you must avenge our son. You must kill that little beast. The woman was Su Xiaofeng's mother. Clutching Su Zhentian's left hand tightly, she pleaded desperately. Rest assured, Xiaofeng will not have died in vain. Su Zhentian patted the woman's thin back gently, his voice gritted with fury. Then go now. I want to see that little bastard die before my eyes immediately, the woman spat with hatred. Not now. He's a student taking exams. We can't move against him. Su Zhentian shook his head. Kanglin Kingdom strictly protects students preparing for the college entrance exams. Except for special cases like Lín Yìchén and Su Xiaofeng, no harm is permitted against candidates. Even though our Hidden Blade Pavilion is a major guild, we dare not defy this rule. Then when will you make your move? The woman understood this logic, but she simply couldn't swallow her pride. After the college entrance exams conclude, a flash of murderous intent flickered in Su Zhentian's eyes. But what if he gets into Kanglin University or Dongcheng University? The woman asked. I'll find a way. It'll just be a bit more troublesome. Su Zhentian clenched his left fist. He'd better pray he gets into one of those two universities. If Kanglin or Dongcheng don't accept him, I'll kill him like a dog. Chapter 78, The Gaokao Approaches, Star Tower. Teacher Lu, it seems Lín Yìchén isn't interested in us either. What should we do? Chang Shuo rushed into Lu Hua's office again, addressing his superior. Teacher Chang, did you misunderstand what I told you last time? Lu Hua, upon hearing this news, showed not a hint of panic. He sat rocking leisurely in his chair, utterly at ease. He glanced at Chang Shuo. Our top priority right now is Miss Mo Shue's intentions. Lín Yìchén is irrelevant. Got it? I told you to contact Mo Shui again. What was the outcome? After hearing Lu Hua's words, Chang Shuo shook his head helplessly. Miss Mo Shui remains unchanged. She's declined our invitation. Did she mention which university she intends to attend? Why not come to our Kanglin University? Upon hearing that Mo Shui had also turned down Chang Shuo, Lu Hua's expression turned serious. He said he doesn't like universities based in Kanglin City. Chang Shuo shrugged helplessly. Doesn't like universities based in Kanglin City? What kind of ridiculous reason is that? Lu Hua was speechless upon hearing this. If you had to come up with a reason, why choose this one? Kanglin City is the capital of Kanglin Kingdom, the most prosperous city and the safest one too. Countless people would kill to settle there, yet Mo Shui actually claims she dislikes universities based in Kanglin City? Impossible. Another school must have approached Mo Shui before us. Go talk to her again. Lu Hua waved his hand dismissively. Teacher Lu, I'd love to talk to him again too, but he's already deleted me as a friend. Chang Shuo's face grew even more helpless at the news. Ha? Lu Hua looked utterly bewildered. He'd never seen such an oddball student. They were admissions officers from Kanglin University, not some fly-by-night institution. This was the first time he'd ever seen a student delete them as a friend. What on earth was Mo Shui thinking? Chang Shuo spoke up again. Mr. Lu, I don't think there's much hope for Mo Shui, but we could try to recruit Lin. I feel that if we offer him a level 1 genius scholarship, he might just agree to join us. After hearing Chang Shuo's proposal, Lu Hua flatly rejected the idea. Mr. Chang, I've said this many times before, Lín Yìchén isn't worthy of a level 1 genius grant. He might scrape by for a level 2 at best. Kanglin University may have money, but we don't throw it around like you do. Only SS level geniuses qualify for the level 1 genius grant. Lín Yìchén isn't worthy. Hearing this, Chang Shuo could only sigh. Alright, then what should we do next? Let's reach out to Shang Xingying. Lu Hua suggested after a moment's thought. Shang? Professor Lu, didn't we already investigate this? His brother attends Dongcheng University, so he'll surely go there too. This is pointless. Chang Shuo frowned at the name. Shang Xingying is the second genius in Jiāngběi City to awaken an SS tier profession this year. However, since his older brother entered Dongcheng University 2 years ago, he isn't a target for our Kanglin University. Oof. What if we offer him the God tier genius stipend? Would Shang Xingying still refuse? Lu Hua snorted coldly. Divine tier genius stipend? Professor Lu, is student Shang even eligible for a divine tier stipend? Chang Shuo questioned. According to Kanglin University's stipend regulations, only top-tier SSS class geniuses or exceptionally powerful SS class professions qualify for the God tier genius stipend. Although Shang Xingying awakened the SS tier Thunder Fighter profession, among SS tier professions, Thunder Fighter could only rank in the lower tier of T1, falling far short of T0 status. That fell just short of the requirements for the God tier genius allowance. So what if he's not qualified? This year we've been dispatched to Jiāngběi City for recruitment. If we can't even bring back an SS tier genius, what will the university think? Especially that Mo Shui don't buy his bull about not wanting to go to Kanglin City. More likely, Dongcheng University beat us to the punch. If both these SS tier geniuses get snatched up by Dongcheng University, how can we even show our faces back at our school? Lu Hua's words silenced Chang Shuo completely. He shot Lu Hua a resentful glare, inwardly seething. At the end of the day, isn't this just about you, Lu Hua, losing face? Just moments ago you were ranting about not wasting subsidies, and now you're doling out a T2 SS tier God tier subsidy? Suddenly that's not a waste? This is clearly a much bigger waste than giving Lín Yìchén a level 1 genius allowance, right? Teacher Chang, did you hear what I just said? Seeing Chang Shuo remain completely silent, Lu Hua instantly grew annoyed. I heard you. Then we'll proceed as you suggested, Teacher Lu. I'll contact student Shang immediately. Chang Shuo replied listlessly. Alright, hurry up. There's no time to waste. A god-tier genius stipend Shang Xingying definitely won't refuse it. Lu Hua waved him off. Seeing this, Chang Shuo promptly left the room. Before long, the day of the college entrance exam arrived. Lín Yìchén rose early that morning. After tidying himself up, he headed out toward the exam venue. Kanglan Kingdom's college entrance exams were held within a special secret realm constructed by the kingdom's government, sharing similarities with the awakening trials. This unique secret realm was commonly referred to as the Star Tower. The Star Tower comprised 9 levels, each containing a fixed number of monsters. The higher the floor, the more points one earned for slaying monsters. Essentially, to gain admission to any university, one must clear the monsters on the first and second floors and ascend to the third floor. Only then would universities consider accepting you. For a better university, you must reach the 5th level. For elite institutions like Kanglan University and Dongcheng University, reaching the 7th floor is mandatory, otherwise, your score simply won't be high enough. As for the 9th floor, since the Star Tower's inception, no one has ever cleared the 9th floor. This is precisely how Kanglan Kingdom designed it to temper the sharp edges of these top-tier geniuses. Beep beep, you have a new message. Xiao Chen, are you at the exam venue? I'm already here and haven't seen you QAQ. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén replied, Teacher Chang, I just stepped out. I'll be there soon. Chang Simeng, got it. Closing the chat panel. Lín Yìchén continued walking toward the exam venue. He was very familiar with the exam venue in Jiāngběi City, a large sports complex near the association building. 2 days prior, the venue had been reserved and fully prepared by the department responsible for college entrance exams in Kanglan Kingdom. Since Lín Yìchén's home was not far from the association building, he reached the stadium entrance in under 10 minutes. After his identity was verified, Lín Yìchén was granted access and stepped inside the stadium. Upon entering the inner arena, a towering virtual light tower stood prominently at the center of the inner arena. This was the Star Tower. Chapter 79, Teleportation into the Tower. Jiang Quan's regret. Xiao Chen, come over here. Lín Yìchén was admiring the Star Tower when he heard Chang Simeng's voice nearby. Turning his head, he noticed not only Chang Simeng but also a familiar face beside her. Teacher Chang, Mo Shui, good morning. Lín Yìchén walked over and greeted Chang Simeng and Mo Shui separately. Good morning, Xiao Chen. Good morning. Chang Simeng and Mo Shui both responded in turn. At that moment, a clear Kanglan announcement echoed throughout the gymnasium. 10 minutes remain until the college entrance exam begins. All examinees are requested to proceed to the teleportation area. The moment the voice faded, Chang Simeng turned to the two of them and said urgently, Xiao Chen, Xiao Shui, the exam is about to begin. You two should hurry over now, don't be late. Yes, Teacher Chang. Lín Yìchén nodded and promptly headed toward the Star Tower with Mo Shui. A large crowd of examinees had already gathered before the Star Tower, forming orderly queues as they awaited the teleportation. The spectator stands of the gymnasium were packed with onlookers. Among them were the candidates' family members and teachers from various schools. Naturally, the admissions officers dispatched to Jiāngběi City this year were also present, seated in a particularly prominent area surrounded on all sides by the principals of Jiāngběi's top high schools. At that moment, the star networks of every person inside the gymnasium automatically connected to a viewing interface. This interface allowed them to see each candidate's individual performance within the Star Tower, making it extremely convenient. Old Lu, Kanglan University must have recruited quite a few promising prospects this year, right? In the audience, Jiang Quan, the admissions officer from Dongcheng University, asked Lu Hua sitting beside him with a half smile. That's not something you need to worry about. Lu Hua smiled faintly, his tone relaxed. Let's be honest, old Lu. At this point, why all the beating around the bush? You've already secured your deals. Do you really think I'd snatch your students? Jiang Quan shot Lu Hua a dismissive glance before voicing his lingering doubt. Did you already secure Mo Shui, that SS-tier prodigy who awakened at Jiāngběi No. 1 High School this year? When I approached him, he barely acknowledged me. It was as if he had no interest in attending Dongcheng University at all. Oh? Lu Hua raised an eyebrow at this, shooting Jiang Quan a surprised look. Didn't I hear East City University had already secured Mo Shui? We've known each other for years, Jiang Quan. Don't try to pull a fast one on me. Why would I deceive you? Jiang Quan's surprise was palpable. So it wasn't you guys? Then who could it be? He was genuinely taken aback. A genius of Mo Shui's caliber would undoubtedly receive top-tier offers from both Kanglan University and their own Dongcheng University. And both universities were top institutions in Kanglan Kingdom. There was no reason for Mo Shui to reject them both simultaneously. It really wasn't you? Wow, that's really strange. Seeing Jiang Quan didn't seem to be lying, Lu Hua suddenly grew curious. Which school could possibly snatch Mo Shui away from both of them? After all, she was one of only 2 geniuses in Jiāngběi City this year to awaken an SS-class profession. But Lu Hua didn't dwell on the question for long. In fact, he felt a surge of excitement when he learned Mo Shui hadn't rejected Kanglan University because of Dongcheng University. After all, he had successfully secured Shang Xingying by offering her the God-tier genius stipend. If Mo Shui didn't go to Dongcheng University, then this year Dongcheng University would miss out on two SS-tier geniuses from Jiāngběi City. For Kanglin University, this was undoubtedly excellent news. Jiang Quan remained unaware that Shang Xingying, whom he believed was already a sure thing for Dongcheng University, had been poached by Kanglin. His mood mirrored Lu Hua's at that moment. But instead of feeling overly pleased, he sighed, besides Mo Shui, I actually had high hopes for Lín Yìchén. What a pity. Lín Yìchén? You mean that evolvable class? Hearing that name, Lu Hua suddenly remembered there was such a character this year. Why hadn't he recruited Lín Yìchén? Oh, right. He had sent Shang Shua to approach Lín Yìchén, but the latter seemed dissatisfied with the level 2 genius stipend they offered. A faint smile touched Lu Hua's lips as he thought this. It's only natural for young people to be ambitious and proud. He turned down our Sungda University too. He'll regret it later. What other university could compare to our Sungda or your Dongda? Sacrificing long-term development for short-term gains. Lín Yìchén is nothing special after all. Jiang Quan listened to Lu Hua's words and silently shook his head. While he agreed that other universities couldn't match Sungda and Dongda, he strongly disagreed with Lu Hua's assessment of Lín Yìchén. After all, he had been present during Lín Yìchén and Su Xiaofeng's decisive battle that day. He had witnessed Su Xiaofeng, clad in top-tier gear, being cut down by Lín Yìchén's blade. From that moment on, he understood that Lín Yìchén was far from just a simple evolvable class. His potential had been grossly underestimated. It was a pity he hadn't chosen to approach Lín Yìchén first back then, opting instead to reach out to Su Xiaofeng. If he could turn back time, he would absolutely beat everyone else to approach Lín Yìchén. Enough for now. The Star Tower is about to begin teleportation. Lu Hua immediately activated the spectator interface, locking the camera directly onto Shang Xingying. Since everyone's Star Network interface overlays directly onto their retinas, Jiang Quan had no idea who Lu Hua was watching. If Jiang Quan found out Lu Hua had secretly poached his target, he'd probably jump up right now and challenge Lu Hua to a duel. Watch little Shang? Nah, I know his strength inside out. Nothing to see here. After opening the spectator panel, Jiang Quan hesitated briefly but ultimately chose not to view Shang Xingying's perspective. Instead, he clicked on Lín Yìchén's perspective. He still wanted to see just what level of strength Lín Yìchén possessed. The image of Lín Yìchén slicing Su Xiaofeng in two that day had truly stunned him. If Lín Yìchén performed within the Star Tower as he had during the final showdown, then he would absolutely swallow his pride and go have a proper chat with Lín Yìchén. Such a promising talent couldn't be allowed to slip through someone else's fingers. As blue beams of light descended one after another, the candidates waiting before the Star Tower for teleportation vanished from their spots. When they opened their eyes again, each found themselves inside the Star Tower. So this is the interior of the Star Tower? It was quite novel, to say the least. Gazing at the alloy door standing before him, Lín Yìchén took a deep breath. Then, he drew the broadsword at his waist and stepped forward. The alloy doors sensed Lín Yìchén's movement and slowly swung open to reveal a passageway. A dozen pairs of eyes glowing with a crimson light suddenly appeared before Lín Yìchén's eyes. Chapter 80, Setting a Record. The fastest candidate in history. Quick and decisive. A faint smile curved Lín Yìchén's lips. Instantly, he took a step forward, launching himself forward like an arrow released from its string. This year's monsters on the first floor of the Star Tower were a pack of level 20 Silver Moon Wolves. The difficulty wasn't particularly high. Any professional who had awakened a C-rank combat class and had been diligently leveling up during this period could handle them with ease. Oh whoa! The Silver Moon Wolves, spotting Lín Yìchén charging toward them, let out a collective howl to the heavens, instantly entering combat mode. However, the instant their cries echoed, clang! A metallic whistling sound cut through the air. Two Silver Moon Wolves standing side by side were instantly cleaved in two. After delivering the first strike, Lín Yìchén didn't pause for a second. He raised his hand and swung a second, then a third strike. In less than a minute, the Silver Moon Wolves on the first level were completely wiped out. The severed corpses of the Silver Moon Wolves gradually transformed into pale blue specks of light, slowly dissipating within the Star Tower's space. Clear success. Floor score, 80. Current score, 80. Several lines of text immediately appeared before Lín Yìchén's eyes. Simultaneously, Lín Yìchén felt a flash of blue light before his eyes, and he found himself once again standing before the familiar alloy gate. Only this time, the alloy door bore three words formed by pale blue light screens. Second layer. He stepped forward once more. The alloy doors slowly swung open, revealing a swarm of level 30 nightbats before Lín Yìchén's eyes. Damn it, once I get into college, I absolutely have to learn a group skill first. Facing the swarm of tiny black bats before him, Lín Yìchén instantly felt a headache coming on. Oh well, it'll just take a bit more time. But he didn't dwell on it too much, simply raising his blade and stepping forward. In an instant, bat blood began staining the blade crimson. In the spectator area, Jiang Quan stared at the live feed showing Lín Yìchén's slaughter within the Star Tower, his jaw practically hanging open. 5 minutes? The third floor? Is this even human? He glanced at the time, then back at the screen showing Lín Yìchén slaughtering his way through the third layer. His heart was filled with utter dread. He realized he had once again underestimated Lín Yìchén's strength. In his nearly decade-long career as an admissions instructor, he had never seen a second person clear the third layer in a mere 5 minutes. What did this signify? Lín Yìchén's talent was likely on par with an SSS tier professional. No, I can't jump to conclusions so soon. I need to observe further. If he continues to slaughter his way through the later levels with such ease, I'll have to apply to the school for a god tier allowance. Jiang Quan murmured to himself. Lín Yìchén had delivered nothing but shock after shock lately. Precisely because of that, he had to be cautious, and then cautious again. Truly worthy of an S-class profession reaching the second layer in just 5 minutes. That speed is unmatched. At that moment, Lu Hua, seated beside Jiang Quan, suddenly exclaimed in admiration, drawing Jiang Quan's attention. SS-class profession? Old Lu, who are you looking at? Jiang Quan asked instinctively. Lu Hua replied just as instinctively, who else could it be? Shang Xingying. Shang Xingying? Hearing that name, Jiang Quan was startled. He quickly turned to Lu Hua. Why are you looking at Shang Xingying? Well, what else would I look at? This year in Jiāngběi City, only he and Mo Shui are SS-class professionals. Who else would I watch? Lu Hua instantly realized he'd let something slip, but he quickly recovered and explained. Is that so? Jiang Quan fixed his gaze on Lu Hua's face, a sense of foreboding rising within him. This kid, he wouldn't be here to poach my talent, would he? Among this year's recruiting teachers in Jiāngběi City, everyone knew about Shang Xingying's connection to Dongcheng University. Precisely because of this, almost no one would be foolish enough to target Shang Xingying. No one wanted to risk offending Dongcheng University. If anyone might be poaching talent, it could only be Kenglin University. A sudden sense of crisis surged through Jiang Quan's mind. If Lu Hua really poached Shang Xingying, then neither of Jiāngběi City's 2 SS-level geniuses would have any connection to Dongcheng University this year. That simply couldn't happen. It seemed he must speak with Shang Xingying after the college entrance exams concluded. Jiang Quan silently resolved within himself. Unlike the scheming between the two men. In the spectator seats, Lu Bing watched Lín Yìchén's display on the match panel with excitement. This is great. Lín Yìchén really is stronger than other evolvable classes. I wasn't mistaken. Lu Bing clenched her fists, her smile stretching almost to her ears. In just 5 minutes, Lín Yìchén was nearly finished clearing all the monsters on the third floor. What an unearthly achievement. He dared say that few in the entire Kenglin kingdom could match this pace. Jiāngběi University had truly bet on the right horse this time. The god-tiered genius stipend was well worth it. Inside the Star Tower, Lín Yìchén had already cleared 4 consecutive floors. At the 13-minute mark, he stepped into the 6th floor of the Star Tower. The 6th floor held few monsters, only 3 level 40 bear-like creatures. But these 3 were elite monsters, exceptionally formidable. For ordinary adventurers, the 6th floor was where most ultimately stopped. Facing 3 level 40 elite monsters simultaneously was simply too daunting for practitioners who had only awakened C-class professions. In other words, it was practically impossible. Unless they could overpower them with sheer level advantage, the chances of a C-class adventurer clearing the 6th floor were infinitesimally small. But since they're all C-class professions, they couldn't possibly have high levels in the exam. This was the hurdle set by the Kenglin Kingdom. Yet for Lín Yìchén, this hurdle was utterly insignificant. Clang! One swing of his blade sent one of the giant bears straight to the grave. Turning to deliver a second strike, the second giant bear also collapsed. After 3 strikes, the 6th level space held only Lín Yìchén standing tall. Level cleared. Points earned, 150. Current score, 750. The scene shifted once more, and Lín Yìchén found himself before the gate of the 7th layer. If the 6th layer served as a threshold to weed out ordinary individuals, then the 7th layer was designed to weed out even the geniuses. 750 points. The score was already sufficient for admission to a top-tier university. Lín Yìchén stared at his score, thinking to himself. This score was also the final tally for most practitioners who had awakened a B-rank profession. Because the 7th layer contained only 1 level 50 boss-class monster. Failure to defeat it meant 0 points. To gain admission to elite institutions like Kenglin University or Dongcheng University, one must score above 800 points. Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén stepped directly into the 7th layer. Taking on a single level 50 boss alone might be challenging for others. But for him, it was merely a matter of 1 strike. As he stepped into the 7th layer, Jiang Quan, who had been watching Lín Yìchén's perspective from the spectator seats, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Finally reached the 7th layer? Lín Yìchén, just how many more surprises do you have in store for me? He stared intently at the live feed, his heart racing with anticipation. Chapter 81, Clearing the 7th Layer in 3 Minutes. Jiang Quan was dumbfounded. Inside the Star Tower. The moment Lín Yìchén stepped into the 7th layer's domain, the surrounding light abruptly vanished. The environment transformed in an instant. Within moments, the pale blue space morphed into a vast swamp. Gurgle, gurgle. The moment Lín Yìchén appeared in the swamp, a sound erupted from its center. Then, a massive serpent over 10 meters long, nearly 2 meters thick, and completely encased in mud leapt violently from the swamp's center. Two snake eyes, glowing faintly yellow, locked onto Lín Yìchén's position. Swamp Python Boss. Level, 50. HP, 30,000 attack, 500. Skill, Mud Symbiosis can command mud to attack enemies while in muddy terrain, movement speed increases by 30, defense increases by 30, attack power increases by 20. This year's 7th layer boss was actually an environment symbiosis type monster. Upon seeing this colossal python, Jiāngběi couldn't help but frown. Monsters with environmental symbiosis skills pose little threat in normal settings. But if they were placed within their own symbiotic environment, they would undoubtedly become a formidable nuisance. And judging by the effects of this swamp python's symbiotic skill, it was among the most formidable of its kind. Not only did it boost defense and attack power, but it also increased the monster's speed. As everyone knows, speed is the hardest attribute to obtain, yet yields the most significant rewards once acquired. When two players of the same class and level engage in combat, with their base attributes being nearly identical, the decisive factor in determining the winner is actually who has the faster speed. Moreover, to gain an advantage through speed, it's not enough to be just a little faster than your opponent. You need to be at least 20 points faster to see a significant effect. This swamp python before us, its symbiotic talent directly grants it a 30-point speed boost. Who set this year's exam questions? This is insane. Did they really not consider practitioners below S rank at all? Jiāngběi couldn't help but speak up. The moment this swamp-grade python appeared, his extensive admissions experience told him this: only geniuses who've awakened S-rank professions, or those lucky enough to awaken T1 or higher A-rank professions, would stand a chance of clearing the 7th layer. His muttered complaint was overheard by Lu Hua beside him. Lu Hua turned to Jiāngběi, a puzzled look on his face. What's so absurd about it? I think it's perfectly normal. Aren't the monsters in the first 5 layers just common ones? Hearing this, Jiāngběi shot him a withering look. I'm talking about the monsters on the 7th floor being insane. Who mentioned the first 5 floors? Oh, you mean the 7th floor? Well, that makes sense. Lu Hua realized. But the next moment, he froze in place. What? What did you just say? The 7th floor? His eyes widened as he stared at Jiāngběi in disbelief. Yeah, this year's test creator put a swamp python on the 7th level and gave it a symbiotic environment. How twisted is that? Jiāngběi sighed. A swamp python? And a symbiotic environment? That really is a bit insane. Lu Hua nodded in agreement upon hearing this, but he quickly snapped back to reality and snapped, no, that's not what I asked. Who made it to the 7th level? So fast. His expression wasn't feigned, he was genuinely stunned. After all, Shang Xingying, the very person he was watching, was still struggling to kill monsters on the 5th floor. And whoever Jiāngběi was watching, had they actually reached the 7th layer already? That speed was truly terrifying. No one. I was just looking randomly. Jiāngběi, noticing Lu Hua's intense stare fixed on him, quickly dodged the question. He silently breathed a sigh of relief. He'd nearly let Lu Hua uncover Lín Yìchén's true strength. Before the college entrance exams began, he'd briefly chatted with Lu Hua. He'd noticed Lu Hua didn't seem particularly impressed by Lín Yìchén defeating Su Xiaofeng, instead fixating solely on Mo Shui, that SS-tier genius. This thrilled him. If Kanglin University remained unaware, he'd have one less formidable competitor. Although the Star Tower promptly tallied the exam scores, once the time was up, there was no way to conceal how many points Lín Yìchén had actually scored. However, Jiāngběi understood one thing clearly: even SS-tier professionals could only climb as high as the 8th floor of the Star Tower, stopping at the 9th floor. Meanwhile, some A-tier talent holders who had awakened T0 level abilities could push through the 8th floor with extra effort. Based on his assessment, Lín Yìchén's current strength likely surpassed that of an SS-tier professional, yet it was still far from sufficient to clear the 9th level. This meant that in the end, Lín Yìchén would share the same score as the other students who had stopped at the 9th floor. As long as Lu Hua hadn't noticed Lín Yìchén before then, remaining solely focused on connecting with SS-tier prodigies like Mo Shui, things would be much easier for him. Lu Hua absolutely must not find out about this. Bull. Seeing Jiāngběi trying to conceal the truth, Lu Hua instantly lost his temper. Jiāngběi, who the hell made it to the 7th level? After all these years of friendship, you won't even tell me this? Are we still brothers? He glared at Jiāngběi, his voice low and furious. Several admissions officers were seated nearby, and he knew this information had to remain confidential at all costs. Jiāngběi's temper flared in response. Old Lu, you've got some nerve bringing this up. Tell me straight, have you been secretly contacting Shang Xingying? I didn't. Don't make things up. Lu Hua instantly felt guilty and denied it immediately. Bull. Your Jiāngběi University is getting more shameless by the day. Now you're openly poaching our people. But the more he protested, the more convinced Jiāngběi became. Damn it, that bastard really is poaching from our Dongda. What a shameless move. In that case, we absolutely must secure Lín Yìchén and his team from Dongda. Wait, who said Shang Xingying belongs to your Dongda? He's just my brother at your university, he's still a student himself. We're all recruiting. Why can't Sungda recruit him? Lu Hua realized he'd never get the name of that person who'd reached the 7th level out of Jiang Quan's mouth. His expression immediately soured. Get lost. I don't want to deal with you right now. Jiang Quan shot him a disdainful glance before returning his attention to the spectator panel before him. But the moment he looked, he froze in shock. Where's my swamp python? That huge swamp python? On the screen, the massive swamp python that had been coiled atop a marsh had been cleaved clean in two. And at the center of the scene, Lín Yìchén himself was wiping the blood from his blade. He just killed the swamp python? How long had it even been? 3 minutes? Jiang Quan was utterly stunned. Chapter 82, the 8th floor of the Star Tower. The Lava Lord. Jiang Quan's reaction was all caught by Lu Hua. He watched Jiang Quan turn back to the spectator panel, only to freeze in place as if stunned, his entire demeanor shifting. Could it be the person Jiang Quan was watching had already cleared the 7th layer? Wasn't that just ridiculously overpowered? A sudden thought flashed through Lu Hua's mind. He quickly tugged at Jiang Quan, who was still in shock. What's wrong? Did that person clear the 7th level? No, that can't be. Jiang Quan snapped back to reality, forcing himself to suppress his shock and feigning calm as he shook his head. You bastard, you've already cleared it, haven't you? Seeing Jiang Quan's reaction, Lu Hua felt even more certain. He shot Jiang Quan a fierce glare before immediately shifting his gaze to his spectator panel. On the screen, Shang Xingying was enveloped in lightning, battling the last 2 monsters on the 5th floor. He glanced at the timer. Just over 15 minutes had passed. Logically speaking, clearing the 5th layer in 15 minutes was already considered fast. But after learning from Jiang Quan that someone had already reached the 7th layer, Lu Hua couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Even Shang Xingying's performance before him now seemed unimpressive. Who could it be? Could it be Mo Shui? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Hua exited Shang Xingying's spectator interface and immediately switched to Mo Shui's. The screen shifted. Mo Shui's figure appeared prominently on the interface panel. Mo Shui, wielding a sky-blue magic staff, was currently engaged in battle with 3 giant bears. With a slight flick of his wrist, several moon-white energy beams materialized out of thin air, piercing straight through one of the bears before him. But the beast wasn't killed, its health merely dropped by nearly half. Depleted of vitality, it plunged into a frenzied rage. Roar! It let out a deafening roar, its mountain-like body charging straight toward Mo Shui. Mo Shui waved his hand again, and a moon-white energy barrier abruptly materialized before him. Boom! The bear slammed into the barrier, shattering it completely. But in the next instant, countless shards of the barrier instantly transformed, piercing the giant bear's body like countless needles and threads. This time, the bear met its end. Mo Shui's gaze shifted to the other 2 bears as she raised her staff once more. No, not Mo Shui either. Who on earth was it? Though Mo Shui's performance was dazzling, Lu Hua's mind was elsewhere entirely. He racked his brain but couldn't fathom who could be even more monstrous than these 2 SS-tier geniuses, having cleared the 7th layer in just 15 minutes? If he could find this person, he'd break precedent and offer a second divine-tier genius stipend just to recruit them into Kenglin University. Closing Mo Shui's spectator interface, Lu Hua fixed his gaze on the other geniuses who had awakened T0 tier S-class professions. While he didn't believe these S-tier geniuses could surpass the SS-tier prodigies in sheer brilliance, Jiang Quan's earlier expression was undeniably genuine. Perhaps someone had awakened some hidden S-tier profession? Better to err on the side of caution. Lu Hua took a deep breath and began searching through the list of Jiāngběi city's prodigies who had awakened S-class professions this year. Inside the Star Tower, Lín Yìchén stared at the alloy door leading to the 8th level before stepping through without hesitation. Though the Star Tower's 8th floor held a formidable reputation outside, a dream for every student. But for someone who had consecutively cleared the first 7 floors, Lín Yìchén found it rather ordinary. Or rather, the Star Tower was just too easy? Could you ramp up the difficulty a bit? Buzz. A humming sound filled the air. A volcanic landscape filled with molten lava gradually appeared before Lín Yìchén's eyes. In an instant, a boulder not far ahead of Lín Yìchén suddenly lifted off the ground, floating mid-air. Boom! Immediately after, another boulder erupted from the ground, crashing directly onto the first floating stone. Boom! Like a vanguard following orders, the second boulder's appearance signaled countless magma-enveloped rocks to charge toward the stone cluster like an army of soldiers. After the deafening roar, a towering lava giant, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun, abruptly materialized before Lín Yìchén's eyes. Lava Lord Demon King Tier Boss. Level, 60. HP, 80,000. Attack, 930. Skills, Lava Symbiosis can command magma to attack. All attributes increase by 20 while within magma. Lava torrents summon a massive torrent of molten rock that surges forward like a raging wave, consuming all obstacles. Volcanic eruption triggers a minor volcanic eruption, spewing massive columns of magma and ash from the ground to blanket vast areas with devastating force. Interesting. Gazing at the lava giant before him, a colossal form nearly as tall as a skyscraper, Lín Yìchén finally felt his interest stir. Such environments, symbiotic demon king bosses, weren't found in ordinary dungeons. They typically only appeared in special real-world environments, possessing immense power far surpassing ordinary demon king bosses. Their levels rarely fell below 200. A level 60 lava lord like this one before him could likely only be created by a treasure like the Star Tower. Woo! The lava lord materialized and immediately raised its fist larger than a sandbag, swinging it directly at Lín Yìchén's position. Boom! Lín Yìchén's expression hardened. Utilizing the 30% speed boost from his mist boots, he instantly teleported dozens of meters away. The lava lord's fist slammed into the ground instead, erupting in a deafening roar. Nearby pools of molten lava, large and small, erupted skyward in geyser-like columns, while the surrounding ground trembled incessantly from the impact. After regaining his footing, Lín Yìchén's eyes flashed with excitement as he looked at the lava lord. Finally, a worthy opponent. A faint smile curved his lips as he took a step forward, charging headlong toward the colossal lava lord. Clang! Upon closing in on the lava lord, Lín Yìchén drew the broadsword at his waist and leapt into the air. With that leap, he landed squarely on the lava lord's arm as it crashed into the ground. He then sprinted along the arm, racing toward its chest before plunging his blade deep into the lava lord's chest. Gripping the hilt tightly, he leapt sideways through the air with the broadsword in hand. The blade, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering rocks, was propelled by the downward force of his descent. It sliced open a massive gash across the lava lord's chest. Whoa! The lava lord roared a cry that could have been either pain or rage. Lava gushed relentlessly from the gash in its chest as it clutched its wound and staggered backward, its footsteps causing the surrounding earth to tremble violently. 27,119. An astronomically high damage number popped up as Lín Yìchén's blade struck. The lava lord's health bar instantly plummeted by a third. This scene left Jiāngběi, watching from the spectator seats, utterly dumbfounded. One strike, 30,000? What kind of freak is this kid? Jiāngběi stared blankly at the match interface, feeling his own mind go completely blank. Chapter 83, Slaying the Lava Lord. The 9th floor of the Star Tower. Jiāngběi was completely numb. What kind of person could possibly deal 30,000 damage in a single attack during the college entrance exam season? Wasn't Lín Yìchén just a little too insane? While his mind reeled in shock, Jiāngběi felt an even greater surge of excitement and exhilaration. This time, I definitely didn't misjudge him. Lín Yìchén is a top-tier genius. The absolute best. Why did I have to be so blind back then, getting involved with Su Xiaofeng? I hate it. No, I must contact the university immediately. We absolutely must secure a god-tier genius stipend and recruit Lín Yìchén to our Dongqing University. Jiāngběi roared inwardly. He couldn't wait any longer. While keeping one eye on the match interface, he immediately opened the chat window with Director Fu from the university's admissions office and dialed him directly. After briefly explaining Lín Yìchén's situation to Director Fu, this time, Director Fu didn't dismiss Lín Yìchén as unqualified like before. Instead, he made a decisive call. Jiāngběi, you must recruit Lín Yìchén to Dongqing University. I approve the divine-level genius grant. Go ahead and make it happen. Understood. Hearing Director Fu's approval, Jiāngběi couldn't help but beam with delight. After hanging up, he turned his eager gaze back to the match interface. With the divine genius grant and the prestige of Dongqing University behind him, he couldn't believe Lín Yìchén would refuse. This time, he was absolutely certain. Inside the Star Tower. After Lín Yìchén delivered his first strike, the lava lord retreated over 100 meters before finally stabilizing his stance. Roar! It seemed the mere fact that this ant-like creature had wounded him had enraged him beyond measure. The lava lord slowly raised both hands and clapped them together before him. Boom! With a deafening roar, a towering wave of molten lava hundreds of feet high erupted before him, surging toward Lín Yìchén with thunderous force. Lava torrent. This was the lava lord's second skill. Seeing the towering wave before him, Lín Yìchén's pupils contracted slightly. Without hesitation, he sprinted off in one direction. Although his current level surpassed that of the lava lord, he had allocated most of his attribute points to strength. Consequently, his current health pool was barely higher than that of a typical level 60 class. And this terrifying-looking lava torrent before him? Lín Yìchén knew without a doubt that its damage would be immense. To avoid the risk of being instantly killed, Lín Yìchén had to find a way to dodge this attack. Boom! Boom! With each stride, the lava wave unleashed deafening roars. Its speed was blindingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it closed to within 50 meters of Lín Yìchén. By then, boosted by the speed enhancement of his mist hiding set, Lín Yìchén had already moved out of the attack range of the lava wave. Boom! Ultimately, the entire lava wave crashed down where Lín Yìchén had stood, sending a torrential downpour of molten lava spraying upward. Roar! Unaware his strike had missed, the lava lord roared at Lín Yìchén's empty spot, as if mocking his overconfidence. But his triumph was short-lived. Lín Yìchén reappeared at the Lava Lord's feet with blinding speed. Gripping his long blade tightly, he swung it directly. Crash! A thunderous explosion echoed as the Lava Lord's right foot instantly cracked open. The fissure mirrored the one gouged into his chest moments before, molten lava now gushing relentlessly from the wound. 27,312. Another absurdly high damage number popped up, successfully reducing the Lava Lord's health bar to its final third. Simultaneously, the corrupted blade inflicted a steady 4,000 HP drain per second. The Lava Lord's health bar plummeted like water flowing down a slope. As if sensing its impending demise, the Lava Lord was consumed by fury. He raised both hands high, then slammed them down onto the ground with a thunderous crash. Boom! Lava pools of all sizes erupted like volcanoes across the ground, spewing crimson-yellow magma in a relentless torrent. The pools surrounding Lín Yìchén seemed to have eyes of their own. The molten rock shot out with deliberate aim, targeting his exact location. Fortunately, Lín Yìchén reacted with lightning speed, dodging the critical streams of molten rock. 713. 849. But the sheer volume of molten lava proved overwhelming. Lín Yìchén was still struck by several jets, taking damage and receiving a burn debuff. Fortunately, the synergy between the corrupted blade and Crimson Reaper allowed his health to rebound almost immediately after the drop, creating a temporary stalemate. The final blow will send you on your way. Lín Yìchén grinned, his body darting toward the Lava Lord like a cheetah. He weaved through countless erupting lava volcanoes before finally returning to the Lava Lord's feet. Sword raised, elbow bent, the final strike was unleashed. 20,981. As if blessed by the heavens, Lín Yìchén's third strike, devoid of the killing mastery buff, landed another critical hit. Finally, amidst the Lava Lord's unwilling roar, its body gradually transformed into an ordinary mass of volcanic rock. Clear success, score 200. Current score 950. The surroundings shifted, returning to the Star Tower, a lab-like space filled with white metal. So this was the 8th stage. It definitely had something special. Even after leaving the lava environment, excitement still lingered in Lín Yìchén's eyes. Indeed, the rumors about the 8th layer of the Star Tower being designed to screen out geniuses were spot on. Facing a gigantic demon king like the Lava Lord, a symbiotic-level environmental entity alone was no task for ordinary geniuses. And that was with the Star Tower deliberately weakening the Lava Lord, capping its level at 60. In the real world, a monster of that caliber would only be challenged by the absolute elite. A flash of white light erupted before his eyes once more. Lín Yìchén found himself back before the familiar alloy gate. But this time, the alloy gate looked different from before. The once white alloy doors had now turned black, bearing 3 blood-red characters etched prominently across them. 9th layer. All of this signaled the distinct nature of this level. As the 9th layer gate came into view, a flicker of anticipation flickered in Lín Yìchén's eyes. After all, this was the 9th layer, a level never conquered in the history of the Star Tower. Even SSS-tier geniuses had met their end before reaching it. What kind of spectacle did Kanglin University deliberately set up to intimidate these geniuses? Lín Yìchén was eager to step inside and see for himself. He also wanted to challenge himself, to see just how strong he truly was at this moment. The 9th floor, could he conquer it, or not? Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén stepped forward and walked in. Chapter 84, the 9th layer, never conquered. He's entered the 9th layer. This scene was also caught by Jiāngběi in the audience. And now, his eyes brimmed with anticipation. As an admissions officer at Dongda University, he understood exactly what the 9th level of the Star Tower represented. It was specifically designed by Kanglin Kingdom to intimidate these top geniuses. To date, not a single prodigy had ever conquered the 9th level of the Star Tower. Moreover, according to his understanding, the Kanglin Kingdom's authorities had prepared an extremely mysterious gift for whoever conquered the 9th level. Since no one had ever succeeded, no one knew what this mysterious gift truly was. Rumors suggest this mysterious gift is an invitation to join the Kanglin Kingdom's official inner circle. Others claim it is an SSS-tier professional skill book. Opinions varied wildly, but all were mere conjecture. No one could truly know the nature of this enigmatic grand gift. Over the years, Kanglin Kingdom has produced not dozens, but at least a dozen SSS-tier professional geniuses. Yet not a single one has managed to clear the nightmarish 9th layer, proof of its staggering difficulty. Even so, Jiāngběi felt an inexplicable surge of excitement welling up inside him, along with a wild, almost impossible to believe suspicion. Lín Yìchén, could he be the first to conquer the 9th layer? Could he be about to rewrite history? This wasn't mere speculation. Lín Yìchén's performance moments ago had been utterly astonishing. That level 60 Lava Lord had been slain in just 3 attacks. Even for an SSS-tier prodigy, this was utterly impossible. As an admissions officer at Dongcheng University, he was well versed in the historical data of Star Tower clearances. Most geniuses who cleared the 8th floor took around an hour. The fastest recorded time was a mere 51 minutes, achieved 3 years ago by someone who had awakened a T0 tier SSS class profession. But Lín Yìchén? Did he clear the 8th floor in under 10 minutes? These undeniable facts laid before Jiang Quan forced him to acknowledge the possibility Lín Yìchén truly possessed the potential to conquer the 9th level. Hang in there. Jiang Quan silently urged in his mind. His eyes brimmed with excitement. For all these years, no one had ever cleared the 9th level. As an admissions instructor, hadn't he longed to witness someone conquer the 9th level? If Lín Yìchén could truly achieve it, he'd fight tooth and nail to get Lín Yìchén into their Dongqing University. Forget one god-tier genius stipend. Even 2 or 3 of them he'd consider himself defeated if he blinked. At that moment, Lu Bing from Jiāngběi University shared the same mindset as Jiang Quan. Right now, he was naturally watching Lín Yìchén's live feed. Every single one of Lín Yìchén's clear runs was etched into his memory. Especially when Lín Yìchén had just slain the Lava Lord with 3 swift strikes, it had made Lu Bing so excited he almost let out a triumphant howl. Jiāngběi University had made the right bet this time. Lín Yìchén was the student they sought to recruit. He would undoubtedly lead Jiāngběi University back to its former glory. Unlike the excitement of the two, Lu Hua was now completely overwhelmed. He had practically combed through every recording of a tier or higher geniuses who had awakened in Jiāngběi City, yet he couldn't find the genius Jiang Quan had mentioned, the one who had already reached the 7th layer. This made him seriously doubt whether he was overthinking things. Was Jiang Quan's earlier display merely a ruse to deceive him? Once the seed of doubt was planted, it took root and sprouted rapidly. Lu Hua glanced back at Jiang Quan. Seeing the unmistakable excitement on the other man's face, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Damn, he sure put on a convincing act. Claiming someone had already reached the 7th layer? That was nothing but a joke. He'd scoured every S-rank genius, and was nearly done with the A ranks too, yet hadn't seen a single trace of the 7th layer. Don't tell me some B-tier talent is stronger than SS-tier geniuses like Mo Shui and Shang Xingying, beating them to the 7th layer? That's just ridiculous. Once he processed this, Lu Hua calmed down. Yeah, right. Who'd be that lucky? Jiang Quan, that bastard, sure knows how to put on a show. He almost had me fooled. And he wasted so much of his time on this instead of watching Shang Xingying and Mo Shui battle. Forget it. Better get back to watching. Lu Hua opened the streams for Mo Shui and Shang Xingying one after another. Their progress was quite similar at this point. Both had reached the 7th layer and were locked in fierce combat with that massive swamp python. But Mo Shui's speed was clearly far superior to Shang Xingying's. The swamp python he was battling had already lost half its health, and Mo Shui showed no signs of slowing down, looking poised to finish the fight within 10 minutes. Shang Xingying, however, faced some trouble. Being a warrior class, he struggled to land attacks on the swamp python, which moved with extreme agility. Consequently, Shang Xingying's swamp python still maintained a healthy health bar. Shang Xingying still fell short compared to Mo Shui. After all, she was a full moon mage, the same class as the Queen of Staya Academy, a T0 tier existence. Lu Hua sighed inwardly, but there was nothing to be done. After all, Mo Shui seemed to have no intention of joining their Tsungda team at all. Inside the Star Tower. After stepping into the 9th layer's space, Lín Yìchén found the surroundings hadn't shifted like before, only an endless expanse of white space stretched out. Suddenly, a spatial fissure tore open not far ahead of Lín Yìchén. Immediately, a pair of pitch-black human hands reached out first, gripping the edge of the fissure. Rip! The hands moved in unison, instantly tearing open the narrow spatial fissure. As the spatial fissure widened, a humanoid creature, entirely black with a metallic sheen glinting across its skin, abruptly materialized before Lín Yìchén. Unknown entity. Level 100. HP 200,000, attack 2,000. Skills: Hardened Skin passive skill, reduces damage taken by 20% each time you are hit. Titan Strength passive skill, increases damage dealt by 20% at all times. Organic fission upon death, splits into 2 copies, each possessing 50% of the original's attributes. Lín Yìchén? Not buddies? Are you serious? After clearly seeing what kind of monster had appeared before him, Lín Yìchén finally understood why everyone said the 9th floor of the Star Tower was the Kanglan Kingdom's official way of giving top geniuses a taste of their own medicine. With that god tier level and attributes, plus terrifying skills like that, what the hell are you supposed to fight it with? With their heads? Even beside the name of this so-called unknown creation, there was no danger level warning. As Lín Yìchén reeled from the shock, a crimson notification suddenly appeared before him. Detected, special creature. Defeating it grants a random chance to acquire one of its skills. Detected special creature. Defeating it grants 1 talent evolution attempt. After clearly reading what these 2 crimson prompts stated, Lín Yìchén's gaze toward the unknown entity shifted from awe to pure excitement. Now, no matter what you are, he was determined to kill it today. Wash your neck clean and prepare to die. Chapter 85, How Can There Be Cheaters in Reality? Here it comes. In the spectator seats, Jiang Quan and Lu Bing simultaneously watched the unknown entity appear on the match interface, their hearts clenching in anxiety for Lín Yìchén. They both knew full well how terrifying this unknown creation was, a monster far beyond Lín Yìchén's current stage to defeat. Countless others had stepped into the ninth layer believing they could defeat this unknown entity and clear the stage. Yet reality almost always proved otherwise. Every genius who harbored that belief was invariably beaten into questioning their very existence. After all, at the Gaokao stage, no matter how gifted or well-connected you were, you could barely reach level 60 at best. The unknown entity before them, however, was a terrifying level 100 existence, its skills each more godlike than the last. Especially that organic fission, a skill utterly beyond the capabilities of any ordinary monster. Just as the two were wondering whether Lín Yìchén could make it through the ninth layer, the spectator interface showed the unknown entity launching its first attack. Inside the Star Tower. 1 second ago, the unknown entity stood still. But in the blink of an eye, Lín Yìchén saw it dart toward him at an astonishing speed. So fast. Lín Yìchén's pupils contracted as his body instinctively darted sideways. In that very instant, a pitch-black iron fist slammed into the spot where he had just stood. Boom! A sonic boom reverberated, causing a buzzing sensation in Lín Yìchén's left ear. After the punch missed its mark, the unknown entity twisted its neck, its pitch-black, abyssal pupils like black holes fixing on Lín Yìchén. The next instant, its right fist surged forward with explosive force, leaving Lín Yìchén no chance to react. The blow slammed straight toward his face. But Lín Yìchén had already braced himself mentally. Spotting the unknown entity's movement out of the corner of his eye, he instantly raised his blade to block. Thud! The unknown entity's fist slammed hard against the blade's surface. Lín Yìchén felt a colossal force of 10,000 genes surge through his wrist, nearly causing him to lose his grip and drop the blade. 2,711. Simultaneously, Lín Yìchén's health plummeted by nearly 3,000 points, his life bar vanishing by a full fifth. You've had your fill of beating me, but now it's my turn. Yet Lín Yìchén showed no trace of fear. With fierce determination blazing in his eyes, he swung his blade in a backhand strike, slashing directly into the unknown entity's shoulder. 18,937. A conspicuous damage number instantly appeared, and the unknown creation's health bar dropped significantly. Despite Lín Yìchén's executioner's true damage, bolstered by the creature's hardened skin and 100-level high defense, he only managed to deal 18,000 points of damage. Yet this damage was terrifying enough. After all, this unknown entity stood at level 100, nearly 30 levels higher than Lín Yìchén. 5,000. 5,000. The moment Lín Yìchén struck the unknown entity, the corrupted blade's effect instantly took hold. Beyond the massive 5,000 damage per second, it also inflicted a 50% attack speed and movement speed debuff. Put simply, if Lín Yìchén wanted to, he could literally grind this unknown entity to death. This was the effect granted by his monstrous talent stack. Buzz. After being struck, the unknown entity raised its hand again, preparing to launch a third attack at Lín Yìchén. But under the debuff of the corrupted blade, its speed went so fast Lín Yìchén couldn't even see it had slowed to that of a normal person. This punch was easily dodged by Lín Yìchén. This momentarily lowered Lín Yìchén's guard. He gripped his broadsword tightly, preparing to strike again. What he failed to notice was that a black tentacle had suddenly emerged from behind the unknown entity. Taking advantage of the wind-up motion of Lín Yìchén's swing, it pierced directly from the unknown entity's waist toward Lín Yìchén. Thud! The tentacle lashed across Lín Yìchén's waist, causing him to suck in a sharp breath of pain as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Sneak attack. No honor in combat. A flash of fury shot through Lín Yìchén's eyes. His right hand, gripping the broadsword, surged with renewed force. The second strike landed squarely on the unknown artifact's chest. 20,013. As the damage number popped up, the effect of the corrupted blade reset to 60 seconds. The unknown entity's health bar plummeted like a waterfall, instantly dropping below half. Meanwhile, the health bar Lín Yìchén had struck twice was rapidly regenerating. In an instant, the tide of battle had turned. Unknown entity, health 50. Lín Yìchén, health 95. The next second, Lín Yìchén's health shot straight back up to 100. Ha! A level 100 monster? That's all it takes? Lín Yìchén grinned. After all, he still had his ultimate move, Azura's Wrath, up his sleeve. If he unleashed it, this unknown creature wouldn't last a minute, he'd devour it whole. You black, shapeless thing, just you wait, now comes my counterattack. Lín Yìchén gripped his broadsword tightly, charging at the unknown entity like a madman, slashing wildly. He didn't even bother dodging its repeated counterattacks, instead taking the blows head-on and carving deep gashes into its skin. Was this even fair? In the spectator stands, Jiāngběi was utterly dumbfounded. When Lín Yìchén landed his first strike, instantly shaving off 1/5 of the unknown entity's health, he was already bewildered. When Lín Yìchén's second strike brought the creature's health down to 50%, he was completely numb. Now, Jiāngběi could only wonder if he was losing his mind. Otherwise, how could he possibly witness a student withstanding the unknown creature's attacks and nearly slaying it? Even Lín Yìchén's health bar was like a roller coaster, plummeting by a segment one moment, nearly refilling the next. Is this even human? Was he hacking? Or was it still active? No way, dude, how can there still be cheaters in real life? Lu Bing shared the same bewilderment. He stared blankly at the footage streaming from the spectator interface, feeling like his brain was about to explode. He had thought that if Lín Yìchén could clear the 8th layer, Jiāngběi University would have already won their bet, making the divine tier genius stipend well worth it. But judging by the current momentum, Lín Yìchén seemed poised to conquer the uncharted 9th level one no one had ever cleared before. Mommy, oh my god, is this a dream? Did I really recruit such a prodigy for Jiāngběi University? Lín Yìchén's performance nearly made Lu Bing slip into her hometown dialect from sheer excitement. Ha! Truly an SS tier genius clearing the 7th layer so swiftly. Just as Lu Bing and Jiang Quan were lost in thought, Lu Hua's voice suddenly reached their ears from nearby. Both turned to look at Lu Hua, their eyes tinged with slight displeasure. Unaware of their thoughts, Lu Hua assumed their simultaneous glance meant approval of his earlier remark. Lu Hua smiled and said, "So, what do you think, guys? You must be watching Shang Xingying and Mo Shui's footage too, right? That SS tier profession truly lives up to its name, clearing the 7th layer at this hour. I predict they'll clear the 8th layer within an hour. What do you reckon?" Chapter 86, Lu Hua was stunned. Slaying the unknown entity. After Lu Hua asked this question, a deafening silence fell. He saw Lu Bing and Jiang Quan staring at him with inexplicable expressions, leaving him utterly bewildered. The more he looked at those expressions, the more they seemed like they were staring at a moron. "Jiang Quan, Lu Bing, why are you looking at me like that?" Puzzled, Lu Hua asked them directly. "Nothing." Both shook their heads simultaneously, their movements oddly synchronized. Even their words were identical. This left Lu Hua thoroughly baffled. Besides Lu Hua, Lu Bing and Jiang Quan were equally baffled. They exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of wariness in the other's eyes. "Teacher Lu, who are you looking at, Mo Shui or Shang Xingying?" Jiang Quan narrowed his eyes into slits, flashing an innocent smile as he asked. "I'm watching both of them." "I wonder who you're watching, Teacher Jiang?" Lu Bing's eyes narrowed slightly as well, his expression equally wary. A suspicion arose almost simultaneously in both their minds. "This guy, he's not also looking at Lín Yìchén, is he? Hee, I'm watching both of them too." Jiang Quan chuckled when Mo Shui unleashed that moonlight veil just as the swamp python had its last health bar left. It was truly impressive she finished it off right then and there. "Wouldn't you agree, Teacher Lu?" Lu Bing didn't back down. Shang Xingying's thunder strike to finish off the swamp python was pretty impressive too. I wonder if Teacher Jiang saw that. The two clashed like swords, and a palpable tension filled the air. But this left Lu Hua, standing nearby, even more baffled. He frowned and said, "What exactly are you two looking at? Isn't Mo Shui's moonlight veil meant to finish off the swamp python? Besides, Shang Xingying unleashed thunder strike right at the start. How could it be considered a finishing move?" At these words, Lu Bing and Jiang Quan's expressions instantly hardened. The look they exchanged became equally revealing. Sure enough, I was right. That guy Lu Bing, that guy Jiang Quan was eyeing Lín Yìchén. This is trouble. Could Dongcheng University, Jiāngběi University be trying to poach Lín Yìchén from me? No way, we have to report this to the university. Almost simultaneously, both turned their heads and opened their chat panels, swiftly composing messages to send to the university admissions office. Watching them each busy at their own task, even Lu Hua, as clueless as he was, finally caught on. Damn it, could it be that Jiang Quan was right about that mysterious genius? But I just haven't found him? How could that be? I've practically combed through every A-level genius out there. How could I have missed one? Could it be? Suddenly, a name popped into Lu Hua's mind. Lín Yìchén? The instant that name surfaced, Lu Hua felt a jolt run through his entire body. Right. How could he have forgotten about him? He had indeed searched through every A-rank and S-rank genius. But Lín Yìchén wasn't among them. Evolving professions were listed in a separate tier on the spectator interface. Realizing this, Lu Hua swiftly exited Shang Xingying's spectator interface and immediately opened the evolving class section. Within the evolving professions section, there was only one spectator room, Lín Yìchén's. Click. Enter. The scene before Lu Hua slowly shifted. Within the scene, Lín Yìchén wielded a broadsword, locked in combat with two entirely black, unknown entities. The moment he witnessed this scene, Lu Hua felt his entire body go numb. Damn it, isn't this the 9th level? The 9th floor of the Star Tower had never been conquered, so the monsters guarding it had never been replaced. Lu Hua knew the skills of these unknown creatures like the back of his hand. Organic fission. Upon death, it splits into two. Which meant Lín Yìchén had already killed the unknown creation once. Now, the entity he was battling was precisely the clone spawn from the unknown entity's death. And most crucially, how come Lín Yìchén's health bar still looked so robust? It looked like he'd only lost a few layers of health, barely noticeable. Just as Lu Hua was stunned by Lín Yìchén's health bar. The next second, as if by magic, Lín Yìchén's health bar truly refilled completely. Lu Hua? What the hell did I just see? What the hell is this? Lín Yìchén, is he about to clear the 9th level? Breaking the historical record? Holy crap! Lu Hua swallowed hard, then glanced at Lu Bing and Jiang Quan beside him. The two were talking rapidly, but since they were on a StarNet call, their voices were muffled by the network, and Lu Hua couldn't make out what they were saying. But he could have guessed with his feet those two were definitely calling the school admissions office. Damn it, keeping this from me for so long, you two are heartless bastards. Lu Hua silently spat at them in anger, then without a moment's hesitation, dialed the admissions director of Sungda University. Director, a super genius has been discovered in Jiāngběi City this year. I'd like to apply for the Divine Genius Grant again. What? Is it that Shang guy? Of course not. The one I'm talking about is way more awesome than that Shang Xingying. You ask how much more talented? You know the Star Tower, right? You know the 9th floor of the Star Tower? He's close to clearing it. In an instant, Kanglin University, Dongcheng University, and Jiāngběi University, the three pinnacle institutions of Kanglin Nation, engaged in a silent battle. But none of this mattered to Lín Yìchén, who was currently locked in fierce combat within the Star Tower. Right now, he was locked in a fierce battle with the two unknown creature clones before him. Unlike the unknown construct's blazing speed and devastating damage, its clones lacked these strengths. Instead, they relied on bizarre, unpredictable attacks that were impossible to guard against. Compounded by the disadvantage of fighting two at once, Lín Yìchén had been struck by the clones' attacks countless times. Under similar circumstances, anyone else would have perished countless times over. But Lín Yìchén was different. He had placed a corrupted blade buff on each of these two unknown entity clones. Coupled with his relentless assault, his health bar remained firmly above 90%. Even if it dipped, it would rebound within mere seconds. Thus, relying on his uninterrupted combat capability fueled by constant healing, the unknown entity's health bar was now completely depleted. 1389. Tired, I'm tired. Go die. After enduring another attack from the clone, a flash of irritation flickered in Lín Yìchén's dark eyes. He immediately swung his blade at one of the clones. Boom! 4199. Even without the critical hit bonus, Lín Yìchén still dealt 4000 points of damage. The clone that took the blow instantly collapsed, its body dissolving into a pool of black sludge. After delivering the blow, Lín Yìchén flashed again, appearing behind another clone. Whoosh! A piercing whistle cut through the air as another blade struck the seventh body. 24,344. As if rewarding Lín Yìchén, this strike landed a critical hit, dealing over 20,000 damage. The final unknown creation met its end with that strike. Kill count, 500. Special creature slain. Reward, 1 talent evolution chance. Special creature slain. Extracting core abilities. As crimson notification messages popped up one after another, Lín Yìchén's gaze was gradually drawn in. The skills possessed by these unknown creatures were no ordinary abilities. Gaining any one of them would bring him immense enhancement. Chapter 87, Deluxe Clear Reward. SSS Skill Book. Draw complete. Acquired skill, Titan's Might S rank passive skill, increases all damage dealt by 20% at all times. Can be upgraded using skill upgrade stones? It's actually this one. Lín Yìchén's eyes lit up as he examined the drawn skill. Among the three skills from the unknown artifact, aside from the utterly insane organic fission, only this Titan's Might was truly suitable for him. After all, his class demanded immense damage output, while defensive stats like damage reduction were merely nice-to-haves absent without significant consequence. All this was thanks to his two talents, Crimson Reaper and Corrupted Blade. With these talents active, he enjoyed near limitless margin for error as long as he wasn't instantly killed. Moreover, landing a one-hit kill wasn't easy to achieve. At the very least, an opponent would need to be at least 100 levels higher than him to stand a chance of instantly eliminating him. Of course, encountering exceptionally gifted practitioners might narrow this gap, but that wasn't something Lín Yìchén needed to worry about. His leveling speed was simply too fast. Combined with the resources he'd gain upon entering university, his leveling speed would undoubtedly reach a whole new level. Oh, and there was that one talent evolution opportunity. Which talent should he use it on? Just as Lín Yìchén pondered how to allocate this newly acquired talent evolution opportunity, a flash of golden light suddenly flickered in his eyes. Clear success, points earned, 350. Current score, 1300. Score surpassed 1300. Awarding milestone reward. As the text flashed across the screen, an oddly shaped treasure chest materialized before Lín Yìchén. Crafted from pure gold, the chest radiated a dazzling golden glow, instantly sparking an irresistible urge to open it. Gazing at this ostentatious golden treasure chest, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but feel a pang of strangeness. Would anyone really design a treasure chest to look this ostentatious? That sense of aesthetics, hard to judge. Hopefully, its contents live up to its appearance. With this thought in mind, Lín Yìchén took a few steps forward and approached the treasure chest. Then, he lifted the lid of the treasure chest. Duong. A crisp, springy sound echoed as two items bounced out from within the chest. Skill Upgrade Stone X10. SSS Grade Skill Book Voucher redeemable for any skill in the capital city of Kanglin Kingdom. Lín Yìchén? Staring at the two items that had bounced out of the treasure chest, Lín Yìchén felt utterly dumbfounded. 10 skill upgrade stones? If he remembered correctly, these things were going for millions each on the trading market, right? And this SSS rank skill book exchange voucher? That was a real heavyweight. SSS grade skill books were the ultimate resources in this world. They were treasures immeasurably more precious than dragon crystals. Just consider this, even S-grade skill books are rarely seen on the market. Let alone the pinnacle SSS grade skill books. And it's a voucher. This means that as long as Lín Yìchén takes this voucher to the capital of Jiāngběi city or any other city's official organization, he would gain access to every SSS grade skill book held in the entire Kanglan Kingdom's treasury. Just how precious a treasure is this? So clearing the 9th floor of the Star Tower actually unlocks something this mind-blowing? Maybe I should just take a leave of absence from school and try the Star Tower again next year. The thought suddenly popped into Lín Yìchén's mind. But he knew it was impossible. Wow, I really envy the students taking the college entrance exam next year getting such a luxurious reward. Lín Yìchén shook his head inside. This scene was also witnessed by Lu Hua and the other two in the audience. The three of them felt like they were about to spit blood. Dude, are you even speaking human language? For countless years of the college entrance exam, no one had ever cleared the 9th floor of the Star Tower. Needless to say, the reward for that 9th floor was something no one ever expected to be given away. You think everyone's like you, some kind of freak who can clear the 9th floor? But ranting aside, at this very moment, Lu Hua, Jiang Quan, and Lu Bing were all frantically calling their university admissions offices. Simultaneously, this incident had directly alarmed the presidents of Kanglan University, Dongcheng University, and Jiāngběi University. There was only one reason for this. That is, the 9th level of the Star Tower has been conquered. Unprecedented. Lín Yìchén has shattered history. Upon hearing the news, the presidents of the 3 top universities simultaneously kicked open the doors to their respective offices. Kanglan City, Kanglan University. A man clad in a Zhongshan suit leapt from the office building, hovering mid-air above Kanglan University. With a slight wave of his hand, a colossal phoenix bird so vast it obscured the sky soared toward him. Its immense form instantly blocked all sunlight over Kanglan University, plunging the campus into darkness. Yet not a single student within Kanglan University voiced complaint. All gazed upward with awe, fixated on the figure suspended mid-air. He was none other than Gu Tsangtian, Chancellor of Kanglan Kingdom. A SSS-tier dragon subduing Arhat who had completed the 7th transformation, he had single-handedly fought against the million-strong beast tide assaulting Kanglan City, claiming the lives of countless monsters. The great phoenix beneath his feet was none other than the Demon King Golden-Winged Great Eagle, the very one who had led that million-strong beast horde against Kanglan City in that battle. Now, thoroughly subdued by Gu Tsangtian, it had become his mount. Roar! With a piercing cry that rent the heavens, the golden-winged Great Peng vanished into the sky, carrying Gu Tsangtian away. This same scene played out at the other 2 top-tier academies. Within Dongcheng University. Hearing the piercing screech echoing from afar, President Zhang Wunyang's lips curled slightly, his expression cold and resolute. Think you can reach Jiāngběi city before me? Think again. Zhang Wunyang waved his hand, summoning the mountain-sized rainbow cloud divine deer. Instantly, the entire East City University was enveloped in a dazzling rainbow glow. With a single stomp of its hoof, the divine deer soared into the sky, vanishing over the horizon in the blink of an eye. Jiāngběi University. An elderly man clad in black robes emerged slowly from the administrative building. Students passing by merely glanced at him curiously before quickly averting their eyes and walking away. The old man had an ordinary appearance and a stooped figure. If placed in Jiāngběi University's security guard booth, every student would mistake him for the security guard. Yet if the university's inner circle were to approach him, they would show him the utmost respect. For he was none other than Jiāngběi University's president, Mu Xingyun. A president who had not been seen for over a decade, an extremely mysterious figure. Whoa! Whoa! The instant he appeared, 2 sharp cries pierced the sky above Jiāngběi University. Surrounding students and faculty looked up at the sky in confusion, yet none could discern anything amiss. Nothing but white clouds, the vast sky, and the great sun, nothing else. But Mu Xingyun merely smiled faintly. Gu Tsangtian, Zhang Wunyang, bringing your 2 beasts to my turf to snatch my students? Nice try. I've been out of the world for so long, you probably thought I was dead? Very well. Today, I'll show you that Jiāngběi University hasn't fallen so low that any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come and bully us. Mu Xingyun waved his hand, and his entire body seemed to be lifted up by some force, soaring straight into the sky. The scene left the surrounding faculty and students utterly dumbfounded, their whispers filling the air. Who is this old man? How does he possess flight abilities? Isn't that something only high-level professionals can master? Yeah, I know all the powerful teachers at our school, but I've never seen this one before. But some sharp-eyed observers noticed something. Beneath Mu Xingyun's feet, spatial ripples periodically appeared. Spatial ripples, a phenomenon that only occurs when a region of space becomes extremely unstable. In reality, the only entities capable of causing such spatial ripples are certain special spatial attribute demon beasts. No other possibility exists. Chapter 88, Alarming the Principal. 3 elite academies vie for talent. Inside the Star Tower. After stowing away the 2 rewards from the treasure chest, Lín Yìchén immediately chose to exit the Star Tower. Buzz. Amidst a humming sound, Lín Yìchén instantly materialized in the Star Tower's teleportation area. At that moment, several other students were teleported out alongside him. Sigh, the 6th floor is too tough. Who could possibly beat those 3 bears? Damn, you actually made it to the 6th floor? I couldn't even clear the 5th. You promised you wouldn't grind much lately. You stabbed me in the back. Heh, just got lucky. Just got lucky. A commotion erupted. Lín Yìchén couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly. He was all too familiar with this kind of thing. Back in high school, he knew plenty of guys who'd constantly complain about failing exams or not studying enough, only to end up in the top 10 of their class when results came out. But none of that mattered to him, because he was always number 1. This college entrance exam was no different. Having cleared the 9th floor of the Star Tower, if he didn't take first place, who would? And not just first in Jiāngběi City. He was the top in the entire Kanglan Kingdom. Just as Lín Yìchén stepped out of the teleportation zone, intending to head to the spectator seats to report the good news to Chung Simung, the sky above the entire exam venue suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up and froze in shock. There, towering above the heavens, stood a golden-winged giant phoenix, its body stretching tens of thousands of feet in length. Even the sun high in the sky was completely obscured by the terrifying bulk of the giant bird. Beasts are attacking the city? A startled cry erupted from somewhere, instantly plunging the entire examination hall into chaos. Everyone immediately abandoned their seats, desperate to flee the examination grounds. At that very moment, a rainbow-colored light pierced the darkness within the examination hall, illuminating every face. This caused the crowd to halt in their tracks, instinctively looking up. A 7-colored divine deer leapt to the side of the golden-winged great eagle, standing face-to-face in defiance. Though smaller in stature than the golden-winged great eagle, the rainbow light radiating from the deer's antlers filled the entire sky. No, it illuminated the entire city of Jiāngběi. Whether in the southern suburbs or the city center, anyone who looked up could see this rainbow light. In an instant, chaos erupted within the examination grounds, and the entire city of Jiāngběi was on the verge of descending into utter disorder. A demon beast possessing such formidable might must be a top-tier great demon, a single creature capable of slaughtering an entire city. Extremely dangerous. Fortunately, at that very moment, a gentle female voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire city of Jiāngběi. Everyone, please remain calm. The golden-winged great pine and the 7-colored divine deer are the mounts of Mr. Gu Sangtian, president of Kanglan University, and Mr. Jiang Wunyan, president of Dongcheng University. This voice seemed to possess a magical quality. Within moments of its sound, the panic-stricken citizens of Jiāngběi City began to calm down. The same effect was felt within the examination hall. Those who had been on the verge of fleeing moments ago now regained their composure. The terror on their faces vanished completely, replaced by faint smiles. They might not have realized, but Lín Yìchén felt a chill run down his spine. Why did the smiles on their faces all look exactly the same? He glanced around and found that every single face bore the same smile. The corners of their mouths curved in the same way, their eyes narrowing slightly in identical fashion. That voice was off. Lín Yìchén instantly understood. This must be the work of some professional within the city's capital. Before he could dwell on it further, after the crowd settled, a figure appeared beside the 2 colossal beasts in the sky. The figure wore a black cloak, hunched over with a stooped back, hair and beard entirely white, arriving without a sound. Yet the moment he appeared, the golden-winged great eagle and the rainbow-colored deer seemed startled, simultaneously retreating to the side. Master Mu, how did you get here? A magnetic male voice suddenly rang out from midair. This is Jiāngběi City. Why shouldn't I be here? Mu Xingyun smiled faintly and countered. Yet at that very question, the speaker fell silent, unable to respond. Have those 2 beasts at your feet step back? Seeing the man's silence, Mu Xingyun did not press further, but added this sentence in a detached tone. Upon hearing this, the 2 figures atop the golden-winged great eagle and the 7-colored divine deer showed no objection. Instead, they simply made a gesture. In an instant, the golden-winged great eagle and the 7-colored divine deer vanished as if they had never been there. You should leave too. Seeing this, Mu Xingyun continued. The next moment, spatial ripples emanated from beneath his feet before settling back into stillness. It seemed as though something had departed, yet it also felt as though nothing had ever happened. Speak. What brings you to Jiāngběi City? Mu Xingyun looked at the 2 of them and asked indifferently. Master Mu, I heard from our school's admissions officer that Jiāngběi City produced a promising talent this year, so I came. Gu Sangtian spoke first. Oh, I see. And you, Jiang Wunyan? Mu Xingyun turned his gaze to Jiang Wunyang. I also heard about a promising talent. Jiang Wunyang shrugged his shoulders. Well, you 2 can head back then. There are no promising prospects in Jiāngběi City this year. You must have heard wrong. Mu Xingyun waved his hand dismissively. Gu Sangtian and Jiang Wunyan were instantly speechless. They looked at Mu Xingyun, who wore a deadpan expression, and inwardly cursed. This old codger wants to hog all the good stuff for himself, huh? Gu Sangtian continued, Senior Mu, the recruitment between our universities is a normal competitive relationship. Indeed, Brother Gu is correct, a competitive relationship. Jiang Wunyang nodded repeatedly. Competitive relationship? So you two are saying you want to compete with me, huh? Mu Xingyun shot both of them a sharp glare. Ahem, Elder Mu, allow me to correct you once more, it's Kanglin University competing with Jiāngběi University, not competing with you. Gu Sangtian said earnestly. Then have Xuanqi come over. Let him compete with me. You're not worthy yet, you little brat. Mu Xingyun chuckled. At the mention of Xianqi's name, Gu Sangtian's expression shifted. Xianqi was the former president of Kanglin University, a peer of Mu Xingyun. Both were top-tier powerhouses at the 8th transformation level, and Xianqi shared a close personal bond with Mu Xingyun. Yet Gu Sangtian showed no sign of backing down. Instead, he stated firmly, Senior Mu, whether it's Senior Xian coming or me coming, in the end, we both represent our Kanglin University. So there's no need to trouble Senior Xian. Mu Xingyun's lips curved slightly at the words, showing no anger at Gu Sangtian's insistence. He turned to Jiang Wunyang beside him, and what about you? Master Mu, Dongcheng University is determined to secure Lín Yìchén. Master Feng coming would achieve the same result. Jiang Wunyang's expression was equally resolute. Poof. Then I'll see just how capable the two of you truly are, whether you can match Xianqi and Fengran. Mu Xingyun smiled faintly, then slowly descended. Seeing this, Gu Sangtian and Jiang Wunyang also descended toward the examination hall. At that moment, inside the examination hall, Lu Hua, Zhang Quan, and Lu Bing's faces were already brimming with excitement and anticipation. These three were the school principals. Ordinary people would never even catch a glimpse of them. And now, this was their golden opportunity to make an impression before the principals. Everything hinged on Lín Yìchén's choice. All three simultaneously turned their gaze toward the exit of the Star Tower's teleportation zone. There, Lín Yìchén stood rooted to the spot, his eyes fixed along with everyone else's on the three figures slowly descending from the sky. Chapter 89, everyone was stunned. Three principals competing for a recruit? Were these the pinnacle of power in this world? Lín Yìchén gazed at the figures in the sky, a surge of admiration welling up within him. His current strength might be considered top tier among the students taking the college entrance exam. But compared to these supreme masters who could casually traverse the skies and whose mounts possess peerless might, he felt like a mere child. Not even a child. But it didn't matter. One day, he too would become as powerful as these three. Perhaps even stronger. Who are these big shots? I've never heard of them. Are there really people this incredible in Jiāngběi City? I don't know. Who should I ask? But that guy in the Zhengshan suit looks kinda familiar. I swear I've seen him in the news somewhere. Hey, now that you mention it, he does look familiar to me too. The students around Lín Yìchén, who had been teleported out alongside him, buzzed with speculation about the identities of the three figures in the sky. Listening to the murmurs around him, a hint of curiosity flickered in Lín Yìchén's eyes. Anyone bold enough to make such a high-profile move right in the middle of the college entrance exam must be someone special. Could they be the organizers of the exam? Lín Yìchén speculated. At that moment, three figures emerged simultaneously from the audience seats and swiftly approached the spot where the three bigwigs in the sky were about to land. Lín Yìchén glanced over and recognized all three instantly. Zhang Quan and Lu Bing, of course, needed no introduction. Both were familiar faces to him, serving as admissions officers for Dongcheng University and Jiāngběi University respectively. The man in gold-rimmed glasses, though unfamiliar in person, was someone he'd encountered numerous times while researching Kanglin University. Lu Hua, admissions officer at Kanglin University. Seeing the three step forward simultaneously with remarkably synchronized movements, Lín Yìchén instantly understood. Sure enough. The very moment this thought crossed his mind, Lu Hua and the other two almost shouted in unison. Good morning, Principal Gu. Hello, Principal Jiang. Good day, Principal Mu. The instant the three voices rang out, the entire college entrance exam hall fell completely silent. Principal. These three individuals were none other than the principals of three top-tier universities. Kanglin University and Dongcheng University were so renowned that everyone recognized Lu Hua and Zhang Quan, who had come to Jiāngběi City to recruit students this year. While Jiāngběi University wasn't as renowned, it remained the city's sole institution and held a respectable ranking within Kanglin Nation. Its formidable strength ensured that Lu Bing's identity was well known to everyone present. This was absolutely mind-blowing. It's important to note that university presidents rarely make public appearances. They represent Kanglin's elite combat forces and wouldn't personally handle routine campus affairs. Those tasks fall to their vice presidents. Yet now, the presidents of these three elite institutions had appeared simultaneously. What on earth was going on? What could possibly warrant all three of them coming to Jiāngběi City personally? Next, the students around Lín Yìchén watched as Lu Hua and his two companions approached the three presidents. After exchanging a few words with them, the president's gazes turned toward their group. This sent their hearts racing. Holy crap! Holy crap! Principal Gu is looking at me. He's looking at me. Could I really be a prodigy? Only I haven't realized it? You! What kind of prodigy can a B-class professional be? I think Principal Gu is looking at me. Who the hell are you? I'm an A-class profession. What's your problem? Well, you're probably going to be disappointed. I think Principal Gu and the others were looking at me. And what are you? I'm an S-class student. Got a problem with that? I'm higher than all of you. The students immediately began discussing who exactly Gu Sangtian and his group were looking at. Then, under everyone's gaze, Gu Sangtian and his group began walking toward the crowd. Whoa! The students, who had been chattering away moments ago, suddenly fell silent. They held their breath, staring intently at Gu Sangtian and his entourage, their bodies trembling with excitement. Ordinary people might never encounter figures of this caliber in their entire lives. And now, such a figure was actually approaching them? It was beyond their wildest dreams. Everyone was beside themselves with excitement. Gu Sangtian and his group drew nearer and nearer, until they all entered the exit point of the teleportation zone. The next moment, the gazes of all 6 members converged on a single point. Each wore a benevolent, gentle smile. Everyone present followed their gaze. There stood a youth. With jet black hair and eyes, a tall, slender frame, and delicate features, he now stood locked in gaze with Gu Sangtian and his 5 companions. Lín Yìchén, correct? Gu Sangtian was the first to speak. A warm smile spread across his face as he extended his hand toward Lín Yìchén. Pleased to meet you. I'm Gu Sangtian, president of Kanglin University. Everyone? Everyone was stunned. They stared at Lín Yìchén in utter disbelief, their eyes filled with shock. What was going on? Why would the esteemed president of Kanglin University be so kind to a student? And not just that, he's actually reaching out first, introducing himself? It was as if Lín Yìchén were some VIP client. Hello, Lín Yìchén. Lín Yìchén didn't say much upon seeing this. He shook hands with Gu Sangtian and gave a brief introduction of himself. But the moment their hands touched, Lín Yìchén sensed something was off. Why couldn't he pull his hand back? My. Young Lin, you're quite the handsome fellow. Come on, Uncle Gu will take you to Kanglin University for a visit. We'll treat you to a proper welcome. Gu Sangtian immediately reached out to pull Lín Yìchén up. But the moment the thought crossed his mind, 2 hands simultaneously appeared on either shoulder, forcefully pulling him back. Damn it, old Gu, you've got some nerve. Lin hasn't even agreed to your invitation yet, and you're already trying to drag him to the university? Jiang Wunyang cursed outright, glaring angrily at Gu Sangtian. Then, his expression softened into a warm smile as he turned to Lín Yìchén. Lin, I'm Jiang Wunyang, president of Dongcheng University. Are you free right now? Would you like to come with me back to Dongcheng University? I'll show you our beautiful flower fields. They're vast and absolutely stunning. This lightning-fast change of expression left everyone present utterly stunned. Now that's what you call a seamless transformation. Instantaneous. Not even a hint of preparation. Well. Lín Yìchén froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Wunyan, let go. Lin just shook my hand, which means he agreed to go to Tsong University with me. Gu Sangtian didn't back down either, glaring right back. You. It was just a handshake. Mr. Lin didn't actually agree to anything. Do you think I'm blind? Jiang Wunyan pressed down on Gu Sangtian with one hand, showing no intention of letting him go. Chapter 90, The Overbearing Conditions. Lín Yìchén's choice. Mu Xingyun, whose hand pressed against Gu Sangtian's other shoulder, spoke up slowly. Could you two please respect Lín Yìchén's decision? Hearing Mu Xingyun speak, the two finally calmed down. Gu Sangtian released his grip on Lín Yìchén's hand. But just then, a wrinkled, aged hand seized Lín Yìchén's wrist the instant Gu Sangtian let go. Mr. Lin, I am Mu Xingyun, president of Jiāngběi University. Lu Bing mentioned you have strong interest in our institution. With so many people around, why don't we return to Jiāngběi University first? We can discuss matters properly in the VIP reception room. Mu Xingyun said cheerfully to Lín Yìchén. Gu Sangtian and Jiang Wunyang beside them were utterly dumbfounded. Especially Gu Sangtian. He glanced at his own right hand, still halfway retracted and suspended mid-air. Then he looked at Mu Xingyun, who had already re-grasped Lín Yìchén's hand. His entire demeanor instantly soured. Holy, there's a sixth person. What happened to respecting Lín Yìchén's opinion? You just said that to trick me into letting go, didn't you? Gu Sangtian's mood soured. Unlike Gu Sangtian's mood, which felt like bungee jumping, Jiang Wunyang's face was now filled with caution. Mu Xinjian's earlier words had revealed a crucial piece of intelligence. Lín Yìchén has strong intentions toward Jiāngběi University? This was not good news. The question was whether it was genuine or fabricated by Mu Xingyun. Old Mu, how could you do this? Gu Sangtian glared in frustration, on the verge of cursing, but seeing Mu Xingyun's kindly smile before him, he forced himself to swallow the words. Swearing at Jiang Wunyang wouldn't have mattered, they were peers with comparable strength. But Mu Xingyun was different. This was his senior, a powerhouse whose strength far surpassed his own. Ha! What did I do? I'm just respecting Lin's opinion, aren't I? Mu Xingyun shot him a glance. Lin has genuine interest in our Jiāngběi University. I'm not making this up, ask him yourselves. Hearing this, Gu Sangtian immediately turned to Lín Yìchén. Mr. Lin, is this true? Jiang Wunyan also fixed his gaze on Lín Yìchén. Under the expectant gazes of the group, Lín Yìchén nodded. Indeed. I've already agreed with Teacher Lu that after the college entrance exams, my first choice will be Jiāngběi University. Gu Sangtian? Jiang Wunyan? The two felt as if the sky had fallen. Such a prodigy, and he wasn't going to their Kanglin University or Dongqing University? Instead, he chose Jiāngběi University? Wasn't this a waste of talent? What a waste of talent! While they acknowledged Jiāngběi University's strength in certain areas, even rivaling their two top institutions in Kanglin Kingdom. But that was only in certain areas. Overall, there is no university in the entire Kanglin Kingdom that surpasses Kanglin University and Dongqing University. If some SSS tier genius insisted on attending Jiāngběi University, they could only respect and wish them well. But Lín Yìchén was different. He conquered the 9th level of the Star Tower, a feat no one had ever achieved. Not even SSS tier professionals have conquered the 9th floor. An unprecedented genius. Such a person, instead of choosing one of these two top tier institutions, opts to go to Jiāngběi University? What a waste of talent. What a waste. Lin, you really need to think this through. Choosing a university is crucial. One wrong step, and you'll be off track forever. Gu Sangtian couldn't help but interject. Exactly, Lin. How about this, come to our Dongqing University, and I'll offer you a god-tier genius stipend. What do you say? Jiang Wunyan chimed in. Only one? Sangda will give you two. Two? My Dongqing University will give you three. The two men bidded like they were at an auction, constantly raising their stakes. Little did they know, every word they uttered struck the surrounding students like thunderbolts. The crowd stared at each other in disbelief, their faces frozen in stunned silence. What the hell is going on? Is this how the genius scholarship is awarded? Back and forth, they'd already driven it up to 3 portions? This is the kind of thing they might not even release once a year, right? How could they give one person 3 copies at once? How twisted is this person? Countless eyes instantly turned toward Lín Yìchén. Among them were looks of envy, jealousy, shock, and confusion. Among them were students from Jiāngběi First High School who knew Lín Yìchén had awakened a D-class profession. Their shock was beyond words. So Lín Yìchén was this incredible? Was his awakened D-class profession somehow different from others? That it could make the principals of 3 top-tier academies scramble to recruit him? Damn it, if I'd known, I would have awakened a D-rank profession too. What's with you two? Their argument was abruptly cut short by Mu Xingyun. He glared at Gu Sangtian and Jiang Wunyan. What do you mean, choosing our Jiāngběi University was one mistake leading to another? What's wrong with our university? Is it because we're not as wealthy as your 2 schools and can't afford to provide resources for Lin? Mu Xingyun gave a cold laugh, then his expression softened into a friendly smile as he turned to Lín Yìchén. Mr. Lin, forget about those so-called divine genius allowances. If you come to Jiāngběi University, I'll give you one every single year. As long as you stay at Jiāngběi University for 1 year, we'll give you one, no upper limit. At this declaration, not only the surrounding students, but even Gu Sangtian and Jiang Wunyan were stunned. What an outrageously generous offer. A god-tier genius stipend every single year? No upper limit? Didn't that mean Lín Yìchén could simply stay at Jiāngběi University until he died and collect dozens or even hundreds of divine-level genius stipends? Was Jiāngběi University really that wealthy? Even Kanglin University and Dongqing University would have to make a huge financial sacrifice to offer such terms. Just like them, Lín Yìchén was momentarily stunned. Staring at Mu Xingyun's earnest expression before him, he couldn't help but inwardly gasp. These terms were incredibly tempting. One must understand that a single god-tier genius allowance held value beyond what starlight coins could ever measure. 1 per year. If he stayed at Jiāngda for just a few decades, he'd become the wealthiest person in Kanglin Kingdom. So, Lin, what do you say? Pretty sweet deal, huh? Fancy joining me at Jiāngda? Mu Xingyun said with a smile, his face showing not a hint of reluctance. He could offer Lín Yìchén this deal precisely because he'd weighed it carefully. Hearing Mu Xingyun's inquiry, Lín Yìchén was about to respond, Principal Mu, I. But before he could finish, Gu Sangtian, standing nearby, gritted his teeth and immediately countered, Student Lin, if you come to our Sangda University, I will also give you 1 divine-level genius stipend every year. And for the first year, you'll get 2. Seeing this, Jiang Wunyan knew he could no longer hold back and countered with his own offer. My Dongda University will do the same, but we'll give you 3 stipends in the first year. Boom! The moment their offers were made, the entire college entrance exam hall felt as if struck by a bolt of thunder, sending a chill down everyone's spine. 3 top-tier universities were competing for a single student with such terrifying offers? Who exactly is this guy? This question erupted in the minds of everyone unfamiliar with Lín Yìchén. Chapter 91, two elite university presidents rushed to add him as a friend. It wasn't that everyone was overreacting. But the scene unfolding before them was simply too shocking. After all, even SSS-tier geniuses had never received the kind of treatment Lín Yìchén was currently getting. Unlike the surrounding students. Upon hearing the conditions set forth by Gu Sangtian and Jiang Wunyan, Mu Xingyan couldn't help but feel a sense of gravity wash over him. Jiāngběi University was indeed a venerable powerhouse, boasting formidable strength and ranking among the top tier of Kanglan Kingdom. But it couldn't be denied that compared to the two behemoths, Kanglan University and Dongcheng University, Jiāngběi University was indeed a notch below. After all, Jiāngběi University was far from the capital city of Kanglan, unlike Kanglan University and Dongcheng University, which were located right in Kanglan City. Any subsidies or policies were always extended to Kanglan and Dongcheng first. For Jiāngběi University to endure for centuries in its current geographical position was already a remarkable achievement. Providing Lín Yìchén with a god-tier genius stipend each year was already the absolute limit of what Jiāngběi University could manage. Mu Xingyan watched Lín Yìchén, who seemed deep in thought about choosing which university to attend, his gaze filled with complex emotions. Lín Yìchén, this top-tier prodigy, was exceptionally well-suited for Jiāngda. Not only was he a native of Jiāngběi City, but he was also an evolving professional. Professor Hao, Kanglan Nation's foremost authority on evolvable practitioners, was based right here at Jiāngda. If Lín Yìchén could join them, he would undoubtedly shine brightly on Jiāngda's stage. One day, his influence would radiate across the entire Kanglan Kingdom, and perhaps even the world. Unfortunately, despite his best intentions, he could only offer the current terms. Mr. Lin, have you made up your mind? Mu Xingyun couldn't help but ask. A pair of aged eyes also fixed intently on Lín Yìchén's expression. Although Lín Yìchén had previously promised Lu Bing that he would list Jiāngda as his first choice after the college entrance exams. But if Lín Yìchén chose Sangda or Dongda instead, he wouldn't hold it against him. He would simply conclude that Jian University's prestige wasn't quite sufficient yet to compete with Song and Dong. As Mu Xingyun spoke these words, all eyes in the vicinity turned to Lín Yìchén. Simultaneously, a confident smile touched the corners of Gu Sangtian and Jiang Wunyan's lips. Mu Xingyun hadn't raised any further conditions. What did this signify? An annual divine tier genius stipend was already Jiāngda University's absolute limit. In other words, the only two remaining in contention were them. Upon realizing this, Gu Sangtian hastily added, Lin, I'll match Dongcheng University's offer one divine genius grant per year, plus 3 grants in your first year. You bastard, old Gu, you're shameless copying my offer. Jiang Wunyang, standing nearby, instantly grew displeased. Pointing his finger at Gu Sangtian's nose, he snapped. Well, go ahead and keep raising it then. I'm not stopping you. Gu Sangtian sneered coldly, firing back. But Jiang Wunyan didn't choose to raise the stakes like before. Instead, he glared at Gu Sangtian before withdrawing his gaze. This offer had already pushed them to their absolute limit. Now, it was all up to Lín Yìchén's decision. I've actually already made up my mind. At that moment, Lín Yìchén smiled faintly and turned his gaze toward Mu Xingyun. Principal Mu, didn't I already make an agreement with your Jiāngda University? I said I'd list you as my first choice after the college entrance exams, and I keep my word. What? At these words, Gu Sangtian and Jiang Wunyan beside him were instantly dumbfounded. They never imagined Lín Yìchén wouldn't choose between them, instead opting for Jiāngběi University, which offered the least favorable conditions. Dude, you don't even care about those 3 extra divine-level genius stipends? Isn't that money? Pure, shiny silver. Gu Sangtian and Jiang Wunyang were utterly baffled. The surrounding students, their eyes glowing red with envy, were equally baffled. They all shot Lín Yìchén looks that screamed, are you out of your mind, and is this guy nuts? You skipping Sangda and Dongda is one thing. If Jiāngběi University offered better terms, no one would bat an eye. But Jiāngběi University not only offered worse terms than the other two, it was inherently inferior to Sangda and Dongda, and yet Lín Yìchén chose Jiāngběi University. What kind of brain damage is that? And what about keeping his word? Just to keep his word, he turned down 3 god-tier genius stipends that countless people would kill for? In an instant, the gazes directed at Lín Yìchén grew intensely complex. While envy and resentment dominated most reactions, a significant number also held genuine admiration. Lín Yìchén could have simply nodded his head and claimed 3 additional divine-level genius stipends without any burden. Yet he didn't do that. Instead, he chose to honor his earlier promise, a promise that was merely verbal, with no written agreement whatsoever. What immense resolve that showed. Mu Xingyun was deeply moved. He looked at Lín Yìchén, who stood before him with unwavering resolve, his heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. Even with his years of experience, he found himself at a loss for words. Good boy. Jiāngda University will never let you down for this choice. Mu Xingyun smiled, a genuine, heartfelt smile. He said no more. But within, his resolve was set. Once Lín Yìchén entered Jiāngda University, he would never let Lín Yìchén suffer even the slightest injustice. Every resource Jiāngběi University had to offer, whatever Lín Yìchén desired to use, he would have access to. Moreover, he had already decided that as soon as he returned, he would immediately convene the university's senior leadership to discuss how to provide Lín Yìchén with an additional subsidy. Yes, that's right, in addition to the annual genius-level talent allowance, there would be another supplementary subsidy. This subsidy would absolutely not be any less than the one just offered by Kanglin University and Jiāngběi University. Ahem, well then, Mr. Lin, since you've already made up your mind, Uncle Gu won't interfere with your choice. Gu Sangtian walked over to Lín Yìchén with a cheerful smile. So, how about we add each other on StarNet first? That way, whenever you come to Kanglin City, you can drop by our Kanglin University anytime. Uncle Gu will personally come pick you up. I've sent you a friend request already. Ding! You have a new friend request. Gu Sangtian requests to add you as a friend. Accept? As soon as Gu Sangtian finished speaking, a notification popped up in Lín Yìchén's mind. Old Gu, no offense, but what's so great about your Kanglin University? When it comes to fun in all of Kanglin City, our Dongqing University takes the cake. Jiang Wunyan immediately chimed in. Lin, let's add each other as friends too. When you come to Kanglin City, just tell Uncle Jiang don't bother that old Go guy. He's no good. Ding! You have a new friend request. Jiang Wunyan requests to add you as a friend. Accept? Another notification popped up. Lín Yìchén found himself both amused and exasperated, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Two presidents of top-tier universities begging to add a student as a friend. If anyone heard about this, they'd laugh at you for daydreaming. Yet here it was, happening right before his eyes. Chapter 92, Principal ID Card. Unrestricted access within Jiāngda. Enough already, you two. Lín Yìchén had just accepted their friend requests when Mu Xingyun's voice cut in from the side. Lin just finished his college entrance exams and is exhausted. Stop messing around. Get back to where you belong. Mu Xingyun was so furious his beard bristled and his eyes bulged. Did he not know why Gu Sangtian and Jiang Wunyan wanted to add Lín Yìchén as a friend? Wasn't it just to continue poaching talent in the future? He couldn't let them succeed. Heh, old Mu, calm down. We'll leave right away. Seeing the situation, Gu Sangtian realized he was in the wrong and laughed awkwardly. Well then, old Mu, take care of yourself. Our old principal misses you terribly. When you come to Kanglin City, be sure to let me know so I can inform the old principal himself. Jiang Wunyang smiled and left the exam hall. Both men soared directly into the air. Once aloft, the two familiar creatures, the golden-winged giant phoenix and the seven-colored divine deer, appeared simultaneously, carrying them off in the same direction. In the blink of an eye, the two colossal beasts that had obscured the sky shrank to the size of grains of rice. Another blink and they vanished entirely. Inside the exam hall, calm returned. No. It was more like dead silence. Even though Gu Sangtian and Jiang Wunyang had departed, Mu Xingyun remained on the field. Though Mu Xingyun rarely appeared in public. His exchange with Gu Sangtian moments ago had revealed his identity to everyone. President of Jiāngběi University. This identity was no small matter. It was said that decades ago, during a beast tide powerful enough to destroy the entire city of Jiāngběi, it was the president of Jiāngběi University who stepped in. He single-handedly slayed the three great demon kings who would unleash the beast tide, ultimately rescuing Jiāngběi City from the brink of disaster. Since then, the university president had seemingly vanished from public view, gradually fading from people's awareness. Who would have thought he would appear at a college entrance exam venue today? Lin, take this. Under countless gazes, Mu Xingyun approached Lín Yìchén and slipped a small card into his hand. The card was pure white gold, with the Jiāngběi University emblem engraved on both sides. Apart from the emblem, there was no other information. What is this? Lín Yìchén asked curiously. This is our Jiāngběi University president's ID card. With it, you can go anywhere on campus grounds. Mu Xingyun replied with a smile. Lín Yìchén was completely stunned. Principal Mu, why are you giving this to me? He shot Mu Xingyun a puzzled look. Could it be he was being asked to become the president of Jiāngběi University? That's utterly absurd. Haha, Lin, don't overthink it. Seeming to read Lín Yìchén's thoughts, Mu Xingyun laughed heartily. Once I return, I'll have the school make you a card with the same functions as the principal's card. It'll make your life on campus easier. But since making such a card requires time and procedures, I'll just lend you mine for now. It doesn't matter whether I have this card at Jiāngda or not anyway. After Mu Xingyun finished explaining, Lín Yìchén understood and nodded. Then thank you, Principal Mu. Ha, no need to thank me, no need to thank me. Seeing Lín Yìchén accept it, Mu Xingyun felt genuinely pleased. He turned to Lu Bing, who stood beside him, stunned and nearly frozen in place. Little Lu, I'll head back to campus now. Make sure you take good care of Lin during this time, understand? Yes, understood. Under Mu Xingyun's stern gaze, Lu Bing shuddered violently and hurriedly replied. Good. Mu Xingyun nodded with satisfaction, then turned his attention back to Lín Yìchén. Lin, I'll be heading back to campus now. When you come to register at the school later, be sure to give me a heads up beforehand. Ding. You have a new friend request. Mu Xingyun requests to add you as a friend. Accept? A friend request instantly popped up. Sure, Principal Mu. Lín Yìchén pressed the accept button. Ah, that's great. I'll be off then. Mu Xingyun let out a hearty laugh, his entire body seeming to be lifted by some force as he swiftly soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Is that Principal Mu's mount? Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes. Against the blinding sunlight, he could faintly discern ripples of space emanating from Mu Xingyun's feet as he departed. This was clearly something only a special spatial-type demon beast could accomplish. Spatial-type demon beasts were exceedingly rare in this world, each possessing immense power. For Mu Xingyun to have such a beast as his mount, he must have invested considerable effort. Professor Liu, congratulations to Jiāngběi University on this occasion. Lín Yìchén's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a figure. Turning his head, he recognized the speaker as Liu Hua, the admissions officer from Kanglin University. Gritting his teeth, Liu Hua glared at Liu Bing. You've certainly recruited a promising prospect for Jiāngběi. Liu Bing, no longer tense, now wore a beaming smile. Not at all, Teacher Liu. You'll have your chance someday. Seeing Liu Bing's smug expression, both Liu Hua and Zhang Quan were filled with envy. Everyone knew that from this day forward, Liu Bing would be far more than just an admissions officer. Once he returned to Jiāngběi, he'd undoubtedly get a promotion and raise within 6 months, maybe even reach the pinnacle of his career. And all of this was because Lín Yìchén chose Jiāngběi University. Zhang Quan's heart was filled with hatred. Why had he ever gone to contact Su Xiaofeng? Why hadn't he gone straight to Lín Yìchén? He had truly misjudged the situation. If he hadn't been unable to defeat Su Zhentian, he'd be itching to spit on Su Xiaofeng's grave right now. This bastard had ruined his chance at promotion and fortune. Zhang Quan wasn't the only one filled with regret. Liu Hua was too. Just days ago, Chang Shua, the intern teacher who came to Jiāngběi City with him, had mentioned Lín Yìchén. But he hadn't listened. If he had listened to Chang Shua back then and reached out to Lín Yìchén early on under the banner of Kanglin University, might the outcome have been different? Liu Hua was so furious he could have slapped himself twice. Such a golden opportunity once missed, it would never come again. And after this year, his position would definitely not advance further. He'd be stuck as an admissions officer forever, or worse, he might even lose his job. All because he hadn't heeded Chang Shua's advice. Once back at school, he wouldn't be able to dodge this. The admissions office would definitely demand a full explanation. If Chang Shua were to spill the beans, then his position as an admissions officer would likely be in jeopardy. And the person replacing him would most likely be Chang Shua himself. All this is because he didn't heed the warning back then. I must make amends. I absolutely must make amends. Liu Hua clenched his fists tightly. After all, Jiāngběi City still had 2 SS-tier prodigies this year. Shang Xingying and Mo Shui. He had already secured an agreement with Shang Xingying, offering a god-tier genius stipend in exchange for her admission to Kanglin University. If he could also recruit Mo Shui into Kanglin University, that would make up for his misjudgment this time. Everything now hinged on Mo Shui's emergence. Liu Hua's gaze shifted toward the nearby star tower. Meanwhile, over at Lín Yìchén's side, Chang Siming approached with excited little steps. She patted Lín Yìchén's shoulder and exclaimed excitedly, Xiao Chen, you're amazing. How did I never notice this before? Chapter 93, Has Tsangda's golden signboard lost its luster? Chang Simon looked at Lín Yìchén before her, genuinely delighted for him. Reaching this point meant she no longer needed to worry about his future path. To be fought over by the presidents of these 3 top-tier universities, it showed just how formidable Lín Yìchén truly was. Moreover, when Lín Yìchén entered the Star Tower earlier, her screen had remained locked onto him the entire time. She witnessed every step of his ascent through the 7th, 8th, and even the 9th level. The 9th level, no less. The 9th level that no one had ever cleared. Lín Yìchén had just made history. As his former teacher, Chang Siming felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. But above all, she was overjoyed for Lín Yìchén. Teacher Chang, are you implying I wasn't impressive before? Hearing Chang Siming's words, Lín Yìchén smiled and asked in return. That's not what I meant. You were quite talented before, little Chen. That's not what I was implying. Chang Siming's cheeks flushed crimson, realizing how ambiguous her earlier words had sounded. After all, hadn't Lín Yìchén, still just a high school student at the time, just secured first place in the entire school again? How could that be considered not impressive? That's incredibly impressive, okay? It was only when he awakened his profession later that Lín Yìchén surprised everyone by awakening a D-rank profession, causing everyone to overlook his previous achievements. I was just joking, Teacher Chang. Seeing Chang Siming's flustered expression, clearly at a loss for words, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but chuckle. He chuckled. Seeing Lín Yìchén laugh out loud, Chang Siming couldn't help but join in. At the same time, she shot him a slightly reproachful glare. This kid, actually teasing me. He's really gone bad. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, Lín Yìchén followed Chang Siming back to the spectator seats and took a spot beside her. Both of their attentions returned to the ongoing college entrance exam. Xiao Chen, how many levels do you think Xiao Shui can clear? Cheng Siming asked, looking at Lín Yìchén. Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén replied, the 8th level, I'd say. Imo Shui is quite capable, clearing the 8th level shouldn't be a problem. After receiving Lín Yichén's answer, Cheng Siming nodded in agreement, that's true. With that, both opened the spectator interface and entered Imo Shui's spectator room. At Jiāngběi First High School, Lín Yìchén, who consistently ranked first in the entire school, was naturally a big hit. Many sought to befriend him, and he never turned them down. But after the awakening trial, when he revealed his D-rank butcher class, those people all turned on him. To say he felt nothing about this situation would be a lie. Lín Yìchén could only silently wish those two-faced traitors would get hit by a car the moment they stepped outside. Oh, and if anyone dared to hang around him like Su Xiaofeng did, he wouldn't mind taking out another one. Buzz. Upon entering Imo Shui's spectator room, a familiar, imposing figure appeared before Lín Yìchén's eyes. On the screen, a lava lord as massive as a small mountain was now attacking Imo Shui relentlessly, as if possessed, from just a short distance ahead. Countless columns of molten lava erupted from craters in the ground, bathing the entire sky in a crimson glow. The scene unfolding before him resembled an apocalyptic vision. Imo Shui gripped her staff, chanting moonlight magic spells to form protective barriers before her. After parrying the lava lord's assaults with these barriers, Imo Shui exploited its attack recovery time to repeatedly unleash moonlight energy beams, stealing damage with each strike. Clearly, Imo Shui had found a way to counter the lava lord. Agility. Though the lava lord possessed high attack power and thick health, along with area of effect skills, it had one weakness. It was slow. Its mountain-like bulk might look intimidating, but every move the lava lord made became predictable. As long as Imo Shui reacted just a fraction faster, she could counter each of its attacks. Put simply, this was the formula for defeating the lava lord. By now, Imo Shui's formula had whittled the lava lord's health down to just over 90%, leaving only the last sliver of its health bar. Boom! As a beam of moonlight, thicker than before, shot forth, the lava lord met its end. 8th layer, cleared. Imo Shui's figure vanished instantly from the sea of molten lava, teleporting to another area in the next moment. The familiar black gate, the familiar crimson text. 9th layer. Imo Shui paused briefly outside the gate, silently observing the three characters before stepping through. The moment he entered the 9th layer, the unknown entity tore through the spatial fissure. Everything unfolded exactly as it had when Lín Yìchén had entered. Watching the familiar scene unfold before him, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but feel puzzled. If the core of the dungeon within the association building relied on souls to summon monsters anew, then what method did the Star Tower employ? Possessing the soul-devouring talent, he had already slain the unknown construct and another type of monster, yet they still appeared before other examinees. This clearly indicated that the Star Tower's summoning rules were entirely different from the dungeon core's. This piqued Lín Yìchén's interest. After all, his path of professional evolution depended entirely on the number of creatures he slayed. If I get the chance, I'll definitely look into it. As he pondered this, Imo Shui, who had entered the 9th layer, was already being beaten into a daze by the unknown creature. If the lava lord of the 8th layer was high attack, high health, and low agility, then this pitch-black unknown entity before her was an all-around hexagon warrior. And a hexagon warrior nearly 50 levels higher than Imo Shui. Unsurprisingly, after holding out for a full 10 minutes, Imo Shui was teleported out of the Star Tower. Shang Xingying emerged alongside her. Both had fallen to the unknown entity of the 9th layer. But no one would consider them weak after all. The 9th layer had never been conquered by anyone before Lín Yìchén's arrival. The moment both appeared at the Star Tower's teleportation exit, Lu Hua and Jiang Quan immediately approached. Congratulations, Imo Shui. You cleared the 8th layer, that's an outstanding achievement. Lu Hua launched into a barrage of flattery. Any ordinary student would have been completely flattered out of their wits by now. But Imo Shui merely gave a faint nod and uttered two words, thank you. Then she walked right past Lu Hua, preparing to leave. This left Lu Hua utterly dumbfounded. What's going on? This wasn't how it was supposed to go. I've been praising you this whole time, and you just say thank you and walk away? Imo Shui's cold demeanor left Lu Hua questioning his entire existence. First, Lín Yìchén rejected him and Dongda, choosing Jiangda instead. Now Imo Shui was treating Sangda with such indifference. It made him wonder if Kanglin University's golden reputation had lost its luster. Why did this year's students show so little interest in Kanglin University? Miss Imo Shui, it's like this. I just observed your performance in the Star Tower. It was quite impressive. Kanglin University is very interested in you. How about we find a place to discuss this in detail? Lu Hua quickly stepped in front of Imo Shui. Having indirectly lost such a promising prospect as Lín Yìchén due to his own actions, the only way to make amends was to recruit Imo Shui to Kanglin University. He wasn't about to let Imo Shui slip away so easily. Chapter 94, Jiangda University is the MVP. Sudden twist. After hearing Lu Hua's words, Imo Shui's expression remained unchanged as she gently shook her head. Excuse me, could you step aside? Thank you. This cold demeanor instantly left Lu Hua speechless. 1,000 words were bottled up inside him, utterly unable to escape. This feeling was unbearably painful. Lu Hua asked, a hint of defiance in his voice, Ms. Mo Shui, is there something about Kanglin University that you're dissatisfied with? Or have you already made up your mind? Excuse me, please. Mo Shui maintained her cold demeanor, not changing a bit. This left Lu Hua utterly flustered. It felt like punching a pillow all force, no impact. Zhang Quan, watching from the side, couldn't hide the schadenfreude in his eyes. It seemed Mo Shui harbored significant resentment toward Kanglin University. With that thought, Zhang Quan promptly stepped forward. Ms. Mo Shui, I wonder if you've considered our Dongcheng University? If you were to join us, I could arrange for you to receive a top-tier genius stipend, and other terms are negotiable. He cut straight to the chase, laying out his offer plainly. In his view, since Mo Shui had rejected Kanglin University, it was highly likely she was seriously considering Dongcheng University. After all, their two institutions were the absolute pinnacle of academia in the entire Kanglin kingdom. He absolutely refused to believe Mo Shui had no interest in either of them. Yet after hearing Zhang Quan's offer, Mo Shui remained completely unmoved. She ignored Zhang Quan and Lu Hua entirely, turning her attention to Lu Bing standing nearby. She promptly walked up to Lu Bing. Excuse me, are you the admissions officer from Jiāngběi University? Mo Shui asked politely. Yes. What can I do for you, Mo Shui? Lu Bing was still basking in the joy brought by Lín Yìchén and hadn't fully processed why Mo Shui had approached him. I wish to enroll at Jiāngběi University in the future. Manhwa continued. Oh, you want to enter our Jiāngběi University? That's no problem. You've cleared the 8th level, right? Of course you can come. Lu Bing replied instinctively. But he immediately snapped out of it, frozen in place. He stared at Mo Shui in utter shock, tentatively asking, Mo Shui, what did you just say? You want to come to Jiāngběi University? That's right. Mo Shui nodded. Whoa. Lu Bing sucked in a sharp breath, feeling an intense surge of excitement wash over him. What was going on today? Why was all this good fortune coming his way? First, he recruited Lín Yìchén, that top-tier genius, into the school. Now, Mo Shui, this SS-level genius, was actively saying she wanted to come to their Jiāngběi University. This felt like the rhythm of someone about to rise to high office and amass great wealth. Miss Mo Shui, come on. There are too many people here. Let's find a quieter place to talk in detail. Lu Bing smiled warmly at Mo Shui, her gaze drifting casually toward Zhang Quan and Lu Hua, who stood frozen nearby. In past college entrance exams, Jiāngběi University, locally based in Jiāngběi City, had consistently failed to recruit top local talents due to the dominance of Sangda and Dongda. This had long been a source of grievance for the university's admissions officers. Now, they finally got their revenge. This year, Jiāngběi University was the MVP. Kanglin University, Dongcheng University, and the rest of them? They could all step aside. With the air of victors, Lu Bing and Mo Shui left the exam hall, leaving Lu Hua and Zhang Quan standing there in stunned silence. They couldn't understand. They truly couldn't understand. What on earth is wrong with this world? Why was it so difficult for these two top universities in Kanglin to recruit a single student? Rejected twice in a row. Of course, the most crucial factor was Lín Yìchén. At this moment, both men were consumed by regret. Regret for not reaching out to Lín Yìchén sooner, regret for choosing the wrong person. In the audience, Cheng Siming tugged at Lín Yìchén's sleeve. Xiao Chen, Xiao Shui seems to have chosen Jiāngběi University just like you. Did you two plan this together? No, we didn't. Lín Yìchén shook his head, feeling a bit puzzled himself. He chose Jiāngda because they had shown him genuine sincerity before he even demonstrated his full potential. Which other university could match Jiāngda's offer of a god-tier genius stipend before the college entrance exams even began? That sincerity was the decisive factor that led him to reject Sangda and Dongda, ultimately choosing Jiāngběi University. But what about Mo Shui? Why did she choose Jiāngběi University too? Lín Yìchén had witnessed it all just now. After Mo Shui approached Lu Bing, the astonishment on Lu Bing's face was anything but feigned. This meant Lu Bing had barely interacted with Mo Shui before this incident. How peculiar. Just as Lín Yìchén pondered this, the once azure sky was suddenly obscured by a vast expanse of yellow sand. A violent wind carrying grit and debris swept through the entire city of Jiāngběi. What's going on? What's going on? How did a sandstorm suddenly appear? I thought our city had protective nets. How did this sandstorm get through? Voices filled with shock and confusion echoed throughout the exam hall. At the same time, Lín Yìchén felt a cold little hand suddenly grab his arm. Turning his head, he saw Cheng Siming. Her face was pale, and she stared at him with terror in her eyes. Xiao Chun, it's bad, it might be a beast tide. A beast tide? At the mention of this term, Lín Yìchén's expression grew grave. The outskirts of Jiāngběi City were shrouded by an invisible protective barrier. Extreme weather conditions like sandstorms couldn't penetrate the city. Yet now, a sandstorm was raging within the city. There was only one possible explanation. The protective barrier had failed. The only force capable of causing this outcome was a beast tide. Sure enough. The moment Chang Simon uttered her final word, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout Jiāngběi city. Woo 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 woo. Attention all citizens, attention all citizens. A beast tide has erupted in the Yellow Wind Desert and is now advancing toward our city. All Jiāngběi city residents who hear this broadcast must proceed to shelters immediately. Repeating, all Jiāngběi city residents hearing this broadcast, proceed to shelters immediately. A magnetic male voice echoed throughout Jiāngběi city, and panic spread across the faces of every resident within the city. The next moment, countless people dropped whatever they were doing and surged toward a single destination. City government personnel had already taken positions at various intersections throughout Jiāngběi city, directing and guiding the flow of people. The same scene unfolded inside the examination hall. Though some students remained inside the Star Tower, no one had the patience to wait any longer. Everyone rose from their seats. Chang Simon was no exception. She took Lín Yìchén's hand and forced a calm smile at him. Xiao-chan, let's hurry too. The shelter's pretty close by. If we get there early, we might snag a good spot. Chapter 95, The Beast Tide Approaches. Danger or opportunity? Feeling the cold sweat seeping from Chang Siming's palm, Lín Yìchén said nothing. He simply followed her toward the exit. Beast tides had always been the world's most catastrophic disaster. Therefore, every human city, from its very foundation, prioritized fortifying defenses. This was to prevent being overwhelmed by a beast tide, which could turn an entire city's population into prey for the beasts. Although Jiāngběi City was one of the more renowned cities in Kanglan Kingdom, boasting exceptionally robust defenses, one could never be too cautious when facing a beast tide. Especially given the recent surge in beast tide outbreaks. For reasons unknown, the beasts of Azure Star had grown increasingly savage in recent years, significantly increasing the probability of beast tide outbreaks compared to previous years. Just 5 years ago, Lín Yìchén City, not far from Jiāngběi City, was overrun by a beast tide. Of its millions of inhabitants, less than 1% managed to escape. This incident had caused immense psychological terror throughout the entire Kanglan Kingdom, and Chang Siming's current state was a perfect reflection of that fear. The mere mention of a beast tide evoked memories of Lín City's fate and the fear that Jiāngběi City might suffer the same. Lín Yìchén understood Chang Siming's feelings completely. However, he felt a certain excitement about the arrival of this beast tide. A beast tide meant hordes of demon beasts, right? Amongst the demon beast hordes, surely there were plenty below level 100? To him, these beasts were pure experience points. Each one meant more kills. Check the panel. Lín Yìchén silently murmured in his mind, and instantly, a crimson interface materialized before his eyes. Lín Yìchén. Class, Azura rating, B. Kill count, 419,210,000. Soul energy, 2. Level, 83. Health, 12,730 mana, 1,500. Attack, 3195 defense, 455. Strength, 177 constitution, 91 spirit, 50 agility, 65. Skill, Titan's Might. Talents, Dissection Mastery, Slaughter Mastery, Executioner, Crimson Reaper, Piercing Gaze, Wrath of the Demon, Soul Devourer. Talent evolution count, 2. Just over 5,000 more kill points, and I could evolve again. This beast tide might be the chance. Lín Yìchén stared at his killing count panel, feeling a surge of anticipation. As far as he knew, the strength distribution of beasts within the horde followed a distinct pattern. The vanguard was typically comprised of low-tier beasts, generally between levels 70 and 150, the cannon fodder designed to wear down the city's defenders. The core force of the horde, those 200-level beasts, would only launch their first assault after the cannon fodder had been largely wiped out. Finally, the core beasts of the horde, those above level 300, would remain stationed at the rear during the initial assault. Only a small number of these powerful beasts would lead the cannon fodder in the frontal assault. This strategy closely mirrors human warfare tactics. This was hardly surprising, as demon beasts gradually developed sentience after reaching level 250. This meant that during the initial wave of the beast horde's assault, when the lesser beasts attacked, if Lín Yìchén could enter the battlefield, he would be met with an endless supply of killing points. Go ask Chief Bai if he can let me join the battle. Lín Yìchén made his decision immediately. Such a golden opportunity couldn't be missed. Perhaps he could turn misfortune into fortune and use this chance to directly evolve his profession to the next stage. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze drifted toward the 2 talent evolution counts. Besides the talent evolution count he gained from slaying the unknown creation within the Star Tower earlier. The other talent evolution count was the one he hadn't used yet after maxing out his soul energy earlier. Lín Yìchén had already decided how to allocate these 2 talent evolution attempts. Evolve talent, Mastery of Slaughter? Effect after evolution, your first 3 attacks against each target will always land critical hits, and your critical damage will increase to 900. Evolve. Lín Yìchén selected evolution immediately. Evolution successful. Murderous Mastery evolvable talent, your first 3 attacks against each prey will always land critical hits, and your critical damage becomes 900. After using his first talent evolution attempt, Lín Yìchén then turned his attention to the Crimson Reaper talent. Talent evolution successful. Crimson Reaper evolvable talent, your attacks now grant 40 damage base lifesteal, and the EXP gained from slaying monsters increases to 400. The lifesteal from attacks instantly increased from 30 to 40. And the experience gained per kill jumped from 300 to 400. This terrifying numerical boost left even Lín Yìchén speechless. Permanent quadruple EXP gains combined with 40 HP drained per attack. This talent is downright insane. Could this beast tide finally let me hit level 100? Lín Yìchén suppressed his excitement and followed Chang Siming slowly toward the shelter. Of course, he wasn't actually going to the shelter. He had to get Chang Siming inside first before he could relax. Otherwise, Lín Yìchén knew all too well that given Chang Siming's personality, if he tried to leave at this critical moment, she'd cling to him and refuse to let him go. Once they reached the shelter, he could slip away under some pretext. As a senior member of the professional association, he could also instruct the shelter staff to keep a close eye on Chang Siming, ensuring she didn't chase after him. After leaving the shelter, he'd head straight to the city capital to redeem that SSS Great Skill voucher. Lín Yìchén glanced toward the city capital's direction, silently making up his mind. He desperately needed an area of effect damage skill, and this voucher earned from defeating the unknown creation would perfectly address that weakness. Especially in combat environments like the Beast Tide, if he had to hack through enemies one by one with his blade, even with his high damage output, efficiency would remain abysmal. After finalizing his plans for the next leg of the journey, Lín Yìchén pushed the thoughts aside and simply followed Chang Siming toward the main group's direction of travel. Within the hidden Blade Pavilion, the moment the Beast Tide alarm sounded, a burst of laughter echoed through the main hall. Ha! Heaven favors me. Lín Yìchén, it seems even the heavens want you dead. Upon learning of the Beast Tide's assault on the city, Jiāngběi showed no fear or concern. Instead, his face lit up with excitement. These past few days, he'd been fixated on how to kill Lín Yìchén, but the college entrance exams had kept him from acting. Especially after learning what had transpired in the exam hall earlier today, his murderous intent toward Lín Yìchén had only intensified. Now, the Beast Tide was upon them. This was the perfect opportunity. After all, as a guild based in Jiāngběi City, Songfeng Pavilion would have to send people to the battlefield once the Beast Tide struck. This presented ample room for maneuver. Chapter 96, Arrival at the Capital City. Redeeming the SSS skill. If he creates problems along the defensive line his Songfeng Pavilion guards, the Beast Tide breaching the city walls will be a piece of cake. Thus, Jiāngběi City would plunge into utter chaos. Amidst the chaos, who would care about Lín Yìchén's fate? Given that environment, eliminating Lín Yìchén would be as easy as pie. Jiāngběi, are you certain you want to proceed? If it fails, we'll be. Jiāngběi's wife, standing nearby, instantly grasped his intent and couldn't help but ask. Don't worry. I have my ways to ensure no one traces it back to us. Jiāngběi patted his wife's shoulder reassuringly. At the same time, a flash of savage malice flickered in his eyes. The murder of my son is an unforgivable offense. Lín Yìchén, you're as good as dead. Lín Yìchén and Chang Siming arrived at the shelter, constructed deep underground in the northern part of Jiāngběi City. Above ground stood towering skyscrapers, while below lay a shelter constructed entirely from a special alloy. This alloy possessed exceptional hardness and provided unparalleled security. After following Chang Siming into the shelter area, Lín Yìchén slipped out under the pretext of an excuse, just as planned. Presenting his credentials as a senior member of the association, no one dared to stop him. He also located the guards at the exit, instructing them to keep a close watch on Chang Siming and prevent her from leaving the shelter. The guards nodded in agreement. With that, Lín Yìchén swiftly made his way toward the city capital. Security around the city headquarters had been ramped up exponentially beyond normal levels. Even before approaching the city headquarters, Lín Yìchén could see uniformed patrol teams moving along the roads. Each patrol team spotted him heading toward the city headquarters immediately moved to block his path. But after Lín Yìchén presented his credentials as a senior member of the association, the patrols all let him pass. This status really comes in handy. Lín Yìchén couldn't help but mutter to himself. Indeed, no matter where you were, background was a crucial factor. And this was merely his status as a senior member of the Jiāngběi City Professional Association. If he were to advance to the headquarters and become a senior member there, he could practically go anywhere in the entire Kanglan Kingdom. Soon, he arrived at the city's capital. Crossing a large plaza, he arrived at the city government office building. As soon as he entered the lobby, a receptionist approached him. How may I assist you, sir? The receptionist asked Lín Yìchén with a smile. I have a skill book exchange voucher. It says I can redeem it at your city headquarters. Could you help me check it? As he spoke, Lín Yìchén produced the SSS grade skill voucher. Certainly, I'll look into it for you right away. The receptionist took the voucher, glanced at it, and froze in place. Her face instantly filled with shock. An SSS grade skill voucher. And it even says exclusive to the Star Tower. What did this signify? The receptionist looked up, her gaze lingering deeply on Lín Yìchén. She was nearly stunned into speechlessness. Judging by his appearance as a recent graduate and upon hearing he was here to exchange for a skill, she had assumed he was after something like a B rank or a rank skill. But Lín Yìchén had pulled out a trump card, an SSS tier skill voucher. In nearly a decade working at the city headquarters, she had never once seen such a thing. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll immediately arrange the exchange process for you." Though utterly stunned, she immediately began processing the request through the city government's system. Shortly after, "Sir, please take the elevator directly to the 9th floor and present this card to the staff at the exchange counter." She handed the voucher back to Lín Yìchén. He accepted it with a thank you before taking the elevator to the 9th floor of City Hall. After handing the voucher to the exchange counter staff, Lín Yìchén entered a small room under the staff members' stunned gaze. The room's decor was unremarkable, indistinguishable from any ordinary library. But Lín Yìchén knew full well the immense value of the skill books stored within this room. Every single one was an SSS tier skill. These skill books had been meticulously categorized and arranged on solid wood bookshelves. Without a word, Lín Yìchén headed straight for the warrior skill section, searching for the area of effect damage skill he desired. Soon, several skill books caught his eye. A flash of lightning. He reached out and pulled a skill book with a gold embossed cover. Opening it, a prompt appeared before his eyes. Thunderbolt Flash Mana Cost 300 SSS tier active skill. Swings a strike infused with the power of the purple sky divine thunder in all directions, dealing massive area of effect lightning damage and paralyzing all enemies hit. Paralysis, special effect. Enemies afflicted with paralysis suffer drastically slowed movement, reducing their movement speed by 80%. This is quite good. After reading the skill description for Thunderbolt Flash, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but nod. However, he didn't immediately choose Thunderbolt Flash. Something still felt missing. Let's check the next one. He returned Thunderbolt Flash to its original spot on the bookshelf before pulling out another skill book and flipping it open. Dragon Roar Heavenly / Mana Cost 400 SSS tier skill. Summons the phantom of an ancient dragon to intimidate surrounding enemies, then unleashes a devastating slash with the dragon's sacred weapon, dealing massive area damage. Special effect. Enemies under awe cannot use skills and have their movement speed reduced by 30%. Seeing this term, Lín Yìchén's eyes narrowed slightly. The effect of this status condition bore a striking resemblance to the trembling effect granted by his innate talent, Azura's Wrath. But it was still far inferior to Tremor. After all, one merely prevents skill usage and reduces movement speed, while the other completely immobilizes you and even lowers your defense. Lín Yìchén returned the Dragon Roar 9 Heavens slash to the bookshelf once more. The skill was indeed impressive, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. After all, this was an SSS tier skill. Before making a choice, it was always better to look at more options. Soon, his gaze locked onto a skill book at the far right end of the shelf. Starfall World Destroying Blade? That name. Driven by curiosity, Lín Yìchén pulled it from the shelf. Upon opening it, the skill description appeared before his eyes. Starfall Apocalypse Blade Mana Cost 300 SSS tier skill. Imbues blades with the power of falling stars for 30 seconds. Each attack with the empowered blade channels apocalyptic starlight, dealing massive damage and applying armor shatter to all enemies in front. Armor Shatter, special effect. Enemies afflicted with armor shatter suffer a 50% reduction in defense. Chapter 97, Starfall Apocalypse Blade. To the battlefield. This skill is quite intriguing. After reading the description of Starfall Apocalypse Blade, Lín Yìchén's eyes lit up. The two skills he just examined, Flash of Thunder and Dragon Roar Slash, were both area of effect abilities, yet they were single use only. No matter how high their damage output, they required a cooldown period after use, waiting for the cooldown timer to reset before they could be used again. The Starfall World Destroying Blade, however, was different. It was a sustained damage skill. In other words, once Lín Yìchén activated Starfall Apocalypse Blade, every attack he made during its duration would deal area damage. Such skills typically have one drawback: damage dispersion. Unlike Thunderbolt Flash or Dragon Roar Slash, which concentrate all damage into a single strike capable of delivering an extremely high burst of damage, this skill spreads the damage over multiple hits. But for Lín Yìchén, this flaw wasn't a flaw at all. Did he even need to worry about insufficient damage? With the mastery of slaughter at his disposal, dealing damage was as easy as picking fruit off a tree. What he lacked was area of effect damage. And this Starfall Apocalypse Blade just happened to fill that gap. Bookmark it for now, then look at the others. Lín Yìchén returned the Starfall Doomsday Blade to the bookshelf and immediately resumed scouring the shelves for skills. To be cautious, he didn't impulsively choose the Starfall Apocalypse Blade. Who knows? There might be something even better later on? After all, this was an SSS tier skill selection he couldn't afford to be careless. After browsing the shelves for a while, Lín Yìchén found himself growing rather disinterested. Most of the SSS tier warrior skill books collected in Jiāngběi City featured skills with sky-high single-hit damage, while skills like the Starfall Apocalypse Blade were few and far between. Even if they existed, their duration couldn't match that of the Starfall Apocalypse Blade. You're the one. After reviewing all the options, he ultimately returned to the Starfall Apocalypse blade, pulling it from the shelf. Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén left the room and headed straight for the exchange counter at the front desk. After completing the necessary procedures with the staff, Lín Yìchén finally departed the city capital. And in his skill panel, a new entry appeared. Skill, Titan's Might S rank passive, increases all damage dealt by 20% at all times. Can be upgraded using skill enhancement stones. Stellar Apocalypse Blade mana cost, 300, SSS tier skill. Imbues the blade with the power of a falling star for 30 seconds. Each attack with the empowered blade channels apocalyptic starlight, dealing massive damage and applying armor shatter to all enemies in front. Since it's already at the highest SSS tier level, the Starfall Apocalypse Blade no longer displays the prompt for using skill upgrade stones. Clearing the Star Tower also rewarded me with 10 skill upgrade stones. Should I use them directly on Titan's Might? Gazing at Titan's Might in his skill bar, Lín Yìchén pondered. Ultimately, he chose to upgrade. Upgrading from S rank to SS rank required 10 skill upgrade stones. The 10 upgrade stones from the Star Tower's completion chest were just enough. Upgrade successful. Titan's Might SS rank passive skill, increases all damage dealt by 50%. Can be upgraded using skill upgrade stones. Compared to the previous S rank, Titan's Might at SS rank now directly boosts damage by 50. This figure is already terrifying. Upgrading from SS to SSS requires 100 skill upgrade stones? He'd have to see if he could acquire them later. Seeing the number of skill stones required for Titan's Might's subsequent upgrades, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but sigh. The path of the strong is indeed arduous, demanding vast resources at every step. But none of that mattered much. Once he entered university, there would be plenty of avenues to secure resources. His most pressing goal now was figuring out how to infiltrate the beast-tide battlefield. Having just mastered the Starfall Apocalypse Blade, Lín Yìchén was eager to see how this skill would perform. He'd better call manager Bai first to ask. With that thought, Lín Yìchén opened his Star Net panel and began searching for Bai Chuanqing's chat interface in the message list. Mr. Bai, are you available? I need your help with something. He sent the message first, but after a long while, there was still no response. Probably too busy with the beast tide assaulting the city. Lín Yìchén speculated to himself before directly placing a Starnet call. Not long after. The call connected, and Bai Chuanqing's voice came through. What's up, Lin? You should be at the shelter now. What do you need? Mr. Bai, it's like this, I want to go to the beast tide battlefield. Lín Yìchén stated his intention directly. This sent Bai Chuanqing into a panic. Lin, are you sure you want to go to the front lines? That's no place for you, it's extremely dangerous. Why not just stay in the shelter? And let me tell you, this beast tide feels off. There seems to be some mysterious force behind those beasts, making them fiercer than ever. If you go to the front lines, you're likely to meet your end. Hearing this, Lín Yìchén showed no sign of backing down. He pressed on cautiously. Mr. Bai, you can rest assured. I've cleared the 9th floor of the Star Tower, I can definitely protect myself. Besides, I won't venture deep into the horde. I'll just eliminate some beasts on the outskirts. Very well. Since you're so determined, I'll inform the frontline personnel. If you wish to proceed, you may head there immediately. Hearing Lín Yìchén's words, Bai Chuanqing began to waver. After all, he knew full well what kind of monsters lurked within the 9th layer of the Star Tower. Lín Yìchén's ability to clear the 9th floor meant his true strength was at least level 120 or above. With that kind of power, as long as he didn't venture deep into the beast tide alone, he'd be fine. Moreover, this wasn't a bad thing. With Lín Yìchén joining the front lines, the pressure on the other warriors would be somewhat alleviated. Seeing Bai Chuanqing agree, Lín Yìchén felt a surge of joy. After hanging up the phone, he headed straight toward the city walls. Meanwhile, no sooner had Bai Chuanqing relayed the news to the front lines than word of Lín Yìchén joining the beast tide battlefield reached Su Zhentian's ears. He's going to the beast tide front lines? Are you sure? Upon hearing the news from his old friend within the security bureau, Su Zhentian leapt to his feet. His entire face flushed crimson with excitement. Oh, Su, would I lie to you? I just got the news myself. Bai Chuanqing personally called us to say it. Absolutely legit. A magnetic male voice echoed from the other end of the line. A sinister, cold smile spread across Su Zhentian's lips. Good. Excellent. Old Su, I need you to do me one more favor, plant my people within Lín Yìchén's team. If you pull this off, I'll reward you handsomely. Chapter 98, Team Assignments. Hidden Dangers. The man called Old Su didn't immediately agree to Su Zhentian's request. Instead, he adopted a hesitant tone. Old Su, you know Lín Yìchén's standing. This favor is no easy task, I might just get myself into trouble. Su Zhentian gritted his teeth. Name your price. As long as I can afford it. 1 dragon crystal. Hearing this demand, Su Zhentian fell silent. Earlier, just to revive Su Xiaofeng, he had already parted with 3 dragon crystals. That alone had already severely weakened the hidden blade pavilion. Well, made up your mind? Time waits for no one. Bai Chuanqing said that Kid Lín Yìchén is about to arrive at the front lines. If you don't give us word soon, it'll be too late once he gets here. You'll be on your own then. Seeing Su Jintian remain silent for so long, old Su grew impatient and pressed him. Alright, I agree. Hearing this, Su Jintian finally nodded in agreement. As long as Lín Yìchén could be eliminated, one dragon crystal was one dragon crystal. After all, judging by Lín Yìchén's current trajectory, any further delay could spell utter ruin for their Xingfeng pavilion. Alright then, have your people contact me directly. I'll make the arrangements. That's all for now. I'll hang up. The call ended. Su Jintian took a deep breath, then turned and shouted toward the doorway, "Go fetch Xiaoran for me." Suburban Jiāngběi city, within the city wall district. When Lín Yìchén arrived, the area was already heavily guarded. You must be Lín Yìchén? A middle-aged man in State Security Bureau uniform approached and asked Lín Yìchén. That's me. Very well. I hear you wish to join the front lines? Follow me. I'll assign you to a unit. After confirming Lín Yìchén's identity, the man waved him along and led him to a large plaza. The plaza was now filled with professionals lined up in rows, most wearing combat uniforms issued by the Security Bureau. Those not wearing Security Bureau uniforms were members of various guilds within Jiāngběi city. Lín Yìchén was also assigned to one of these teams formed by guild members. Lín Yìchén silently counted the entire squad numbered about 100, not particularly large. Per superior orders, our Ding C squad will be adding a new member. The man who had brought Lín Yìchén over briefly addressed the squad members before turning to Lín Yìchén. Go ahead and give a brief self-introduction, state your level and class clearly, and I'll assign you to a squad. Lín Yìchén, level 83, warrior class. Lín Yìchén nodded and promptly stated his class information. That was a mistake. The moment he spoke, the expressions of every member of the Ding C squad shifted noticeably. Class of 83? You've got to be kidding me. How could they assign such a deadweight to our Ding C squad? Squad leader Chen, I refuse to accept this person in our Ding C squad. I won't accept it either. Everyone in the Ding C squad protested in unison. Lín Yìchén's rank was simply too low, so low he had absolutely no business stepping onto the battlefield. Every single person here is over level 100. Letting some low-level scrub at 83 join? That's ridiculous. Battle isn't child's play. If they let such a liability join the Ding C squad, who would have time to protect him once the fighting started? Quiet. I said this is an order from above. The man called Team Leader Chen pressed his hand down, his expression stern. If you looked closely, you could see a hint of resignation in his eyes. As the leader of the Ding C squad, he naturally didn't want to see a liability joining their ranks. But what could he do? At Chen's words, the field instantly fell silent. Du Yang, isn't your squad short one person? Let him join your team. Seeing the scene quiet down, Captain Chen turned his gaze to a burly bald man and instructed. Why should we? Captain Chen, even if our squad is short-handed, we certainly don't need someone like him. The bald, burly man whose name was called immediately bristled at the suggestion. This is an order. Enough discussion. Team leader Chen barked sternly. Du Yang instantly fell silent. He swallowed his resentment whole. Go. He's your new squad leader. Once we leave the city, you'll operate with Du Yang's squad. Don't wander off. After making the arrangements, Team Leader Chen turned to Lín Yìchén and said. Understood. Lín Yìchén nodded, then pushed through the crowd to join Du Yang. Along the way, skeptical and disdainful glances constantly followed Lín Yìchén, but he couldn't care less. Lín Yìchén understood their thoughts. They probably assumed he was just a well-connected insider trying to use the beast tide as an opportunity to gain experience and credentials on the battlefield. Whatever they thought was their business. As long as they didn't bother him, he couldn't care less what others thought. His sole objective was to slay beasts, rack up kill counts and experience. Mission accomplished. Upon reaching Du Yang, Lín Yìchén got a clear look at his other squad members. Besides squad leader Du Yang, the other two members were a slender man wearing black-rimmed glasses and a woman clad in form-fitting leather armor. As Lín Yìchén studied them, they were sizing him up as well. Damn it, why is it that every other team has normal people, but ours gets stuck with a level 83 useless piece of junk? The bespectacled man, catching Lín Yìchén's gaze, immediately snorted coldly and shot him a disdainful look. Heh, kiddo, once we're on the battlefield, we won't have time to look after you. You'd better hang back a bit. The woman in leather armor, however, wasn't so resentful. She smiled and said to Lín Yìchén. Tanyu, you want a warrior to hang back? Did you get your head stuck in a door or something? The gaunt man immediately bristled at the remark. He chose to come to the front lines himself. Since he wants to be here, he should do his job properly. A warrior belongs at the forefront. Hearing the gaunt man's words, Tanyu couldn't help but frown. Chang Ran, he's only level 83. Making him stand at the front is practically sending him to his death. He came here on his own, I didn't force him. What's it got to do with me? Fine, tell him to leave then. Chang Ran sneered. Enough, both of you. Squad leader Du Yang cut them off, then turned his gaze to Lín Yìchén. Since you've joined our squad, let me make this clear, I'm the only warrior in this team. Chang Ran is the priest, Tanyu is the mage. With you joining, you're now our second frontline warrior. As a frontline fighter, you'll be taking the brunt of the damage. You should have prepared yourself mentally before joining. If you can't handle it, now's your chance to back out. Don't chicken out once we're on the battlefield. Got it? As he spoke, a barely perceptible glimmer of expectation flickered in Du Yang's eyes. His purpose in laying it out like this was to make his stance clear. Du Yang, won't let you hide in the back just because you have connections. His goal, of course, was to dissuade Lín Yìchén and have him leave his squad. If Lín Yìchén backed down, that would be ideal. Yeah, I won't hide in the back. You can count on that. But Lín Yìchén disappointed him. Not a trace of fear flashed across his face. Instead, he nodded calmly. Fine. Hope you don't chicken out at the last minute. Seeing this, Du Yang said no more. Chang Ran, watching from the side, also wore a look of disappointment when he saw Lín Yìchén showed no sign of backing down. What they didn't know was that after Lín Yìchén had spoken those words, not far from Du Yang's squad, within a group averaging around level 170, a man's lips curled slightly. His gaze, tinged with murderous intent, pierced through the crowd, fixing directly on Lín Yìchén. Chapter 99, The World-Shattering Might of Falling Stars. Formation Ding Si. All units, advance. At Team Leader Chen's command, every member of the Ding Si formation abruptly turned and marched toward the city gates. Lín Yìchén was among them. Buzz. The instant he stepped through the city gate, Lín Yìchén was met with a deafening roar of battle cries, interwoven with the clamor of skills and magic spells. The cacophony pounded his eardrums, causing a sharp, stinging pain. He looked up. Not far ahead, a vast, dark mass of demonic beasts clashed with the professionals. The battlefield's yellow sand was stained crimson with beast blood. Was this the beast tide? Witnessing this brutal spectacle, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but feel a surge of awe. The main force pressed forward. The Ding Si formation was headed for the northwest corner of the battlefield, a relatively safe edge of the beast tide. Yet no one dared to let their guard down. Each wore a look of vigilance, as if fearing some sudden turn of events. Before long, they entered the combat zone. There, a group of professionals were already engaged in combat against countless demonic beasts. Upon seeing the Ding Si squad arrive, the other professionals finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding Si squad, hear my command. Disband into individual squads on the spot. Replace Jiāngběi's squad and enter the beast tide to engage. Team Leader Chen bellowed the order, and the Ding Si squad instantly fragmented from a large formation of over 100 into more than 20 smaller teams. Each squad instantly surged into the beast tide, relieving the Jiāngběi squadron that had been battling the horde for nearly an hour. Jiāngběi squad, withdraw immediately. Report to my position for casualty assessment. A man locked in combat with a tiger-like beast roared at the sight, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Soon, the Ding Si and Gungwu squads completed their handover. Lín Yìchén also joined Du Yang's squad as they entered the main battlefield. They faced over a dozen enormous ape-like demon beasts, each around level 110, with the lowest being level 105. Apart from Lín Yìchén, the average level of Du Yang's squad was 120. Facing such a large number of ape-like demon beasts was still quite challenging. Chang ran. Apply the buffs. Du Yang bellowed, his form now clad in gleaming steel armor. Wielding a massive mixed iron greatsword, he charged headlong toward the nearest ape beast. The bespectacled Chang Ran immediately raised his staff and began chanting. Soon, a golden glow flashed over Du Yang, granting him a beneficial buff. Mountain-splitting slash. Empowered by the buff, Du Yang's aura instantly grew formidable. He leapt high into the air, gripping his massive sword tightly with both hands, and brought it crashing down directly onto the ape beast's shoulder. The moment the mountain-shattering slash connected, a visible shockwave rippled outward from the beast's position, accompanied by a flurry of damage numbers popping up. 7,356. 5,311. 6,012. The ape's health bars instantly dropped by nearly half a bar. Seeing this, a confident smile spread across Du Yang's face. This mountain-shattering slash was an A-grade skill he'd paid a hefty price for, renowned for its massive area damage. Now it seemed worth every penny. Oh whoa! Struck by the mountain-shattering slash, the ape beasts were instantly roused to fury. One by one, they began pounding their chests with their arms. Boom! Boom! In the next instant, over a dozen ape beasts charged toward Du Yang simultaneously, their four legs pounding the ground as they surged forward, causing the surrounding earth to tremble from their onslaught. Du Yang's pupils contracted. Though his level was slightly higher than these ape beasts, he couldn't withstand the simultaneous attack of so many. Lín Yìchén! Come over here and cover me! Don't just hide behind me! In his panic, he realized Lín Yìchén wasn't beside him and instinctively shouted this command. But the moment the words left his mouth, he spotted a figure appear not far ahead. What the hell are you doing over there? Get back here. You're too far forward. Recognizing the figure as Lín Yìchén, Du Yang instantly flew into a rage. I told you to cover me, not to push so far forward. Even a warrior over level 120 couldn't withstand simultaneous attacks from so many ape beasts. You're just an 83 level weakling going up there as suicide. But Du Yang noticed that after his shout, Lín Yìchén showed no sign of retreating. Instead, he drew the long sword tucked at his waist. What the hell was he thinking? He wants to take on all these 8 beasts alone? Has this guy lost his mind? Du Yang's mind raced instinctively. Chang Ran. Cast a defensive buff on him. Quick! He hurriedly turned to look at Chang Ran. Though he deeply disliked Lín Yìchén, this connected outsider forced into their ranks, he couldn't bear to watch Lín Yìchén walk into certain death. But Chang Ran wasn't listening at all. He just stared at Lín Yìchén's retreating back with a cold sneer. Did you go deaf? I told you to buff him. Du Yang instantly flared with anger. What good would buffing him do? He's so low-leveled, facing this many 8 beasts means certain death. Why waste my mana on him? Chang Ran remained motionless, instead letting out a mocking laugh. He'd never liked Lín Yìchén to begin with, and now this kid was practically courting death by charging so far forward to tank damage from over a dozen 8 beasts alone. Well, let him have his wish. He hadn't planned on buffing Lín Yìchén anyway. To him, it was pure waste of his mana. Damn it! Du Yang couldn't help but curse under his breath. Without a second thought, he hoisted his massive sword and charged toward Lín Yìchén. He might look down on Lín Yìchén too, but he couldn't just stand by and watch this happen. Kid, back off a bit. Wait for me. Du Yang bellowed angrily as he sprinted toward Lín Yìchén. I'll help you. Standing behind them, Tanyu raised her staff and began chanting. In mere moments, a massive fireball materialized out of thin air, crashing violently toward the location of the 8 beasts. 2 idiots. Chang Ran watched the scene unfold, unable to suppress a cold snort. He truly couldn't understand it. Why insist on saving Lín Yìchén? An 83-level deadweight, if he just let him die, it might actually be a blessing for their team. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly froze in place. Not far away, Lín Yìchén drew the long sword from his waist and murmured a name softly. Starfall world-destroying blade. Hum. In an instant, a jet-black streak of light plummeted from the heavens, directly entering the long sword gripped in Lín Yìchén's right hand. The Tang-style broadsword with its crimson hilt instantly turned entirely blue, its blade now shrouded in terrifying meteorite energy. Let me see just how strong you are. A faint smile touched Lín Yìchén's lips as his right hand, gripping the blade, surged with power. Swish! As Lín Yìchén swung his blade, a blue-black blade light erupted instantly. The 3-foot-long blade light roared forward, rapidly expanding as it traveled until it transformed into a colossal crescent spanning over 10 meters long and 5 to 6 meters wide. The crescent was entirely blue-black, yet upon closer inspection, one could faintly discern the swirling, apocalyptic starlight within. The starlight streaked forward at an incredible speed. Upon contact with the group of 8 beasts, it passed right through their bodies as if encountering no resistance whatsoever. Only after reaching 100 meters away did the crescent gradually dissipate. By then, the dozen or so 8 beasts had been split clean in two. The sky was filled with demon beast blood, completely staining the surrounding yellow sand crimson. 47,319. 47,998. 49,822. One by one, the damage numbers faded from the 8 beasts' corpses. Du Yang, who had been charging toward Lín Yìchén, along with Chang Ran and Tanyu trailing behind, froze in place. 3 pairs of eyes, filled with terror and trembling pupils, simultaneously turned toward Lín Yìchén. Chapter 100, Killing Count Skyrockets. Beast Tide mutates. How could this be? Du Yang stood frozen in shock, his pupils constricting violently as terror gripped his heart. Those dozen or so 8 beasts, they were dead? And Lín Yìchén had killed them all with just one strike. Is this even human? What about the claim he was only level 83? Du Yang wasn't the only one stunned. Chang Ran and Tanyu, standing in the back row, were equally horrified. Especially Chang Ran. Staring at the desert now stained crimson, his mind felt like it couldn't process it all. When all the 8 beasts charged toward Lín Yìchén earlier, he had wondered how long Lín Yìchén could survive under the simultaneous assault of over a dozen of them. But the next second, Lín Yìchén had merely drawn the long sword at his waist and, with a technique Chang Ran couldn't even comprehend, had dispatched all of them? More crucially, as the dark blue blade light sliced through the bodies of those 8 beasts, he had glimpsed the damage numbers Lín Yìchén had dealt. Nearly 50,000. Nearly 50,000 per beast. One strike, 50,000 HP drained. This couldn't possibly be damage a level 83 warrior could deal, right? No, even a level 200 warrior couldn't guarantee 2,000 drops of blood per strike. Who the hell is Lín Yìchén? Killing count 2. Kill count 2. Experience gained, 1,098,322. Experience gained, 1,123,391. Congratulations on leveling up. Level 8,384. For basic attributes enhanced. Free attribute points gained, 1. Loot obtained, Desert Yellow 8 for 3. After unleashing the first strike imbued with the power of a falling star, a flurry of notification messages flashed before Lín Yìchén's eyes. In mere moments, his level surged to 84. But Lín Yìchén's focus was elsewhere entirely. A single desert yellow ape could yield 2 killing counts? Lín Yìchén glanced at the kill count notification and couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Choosing the beast-tied battlefield had indeed been the right decision. Beasts like the desert yellow ape, hovering around level 110, weren't as common as those below level 100, but they were still quite frequent. As long as he lingered in the battlefield a little longer, his next evolution would be within easy reach. The Starfall Apocalypse Blade lasted a total of 30 seconds. He couldn't afford to waste it. With that thought, Lín Yìchén hesitated no longer. Treading on the blood-stained yellow sand beneath his feet, he sprinted toward the nearby combat zone. Lín Yìchén, where are you going? Captain Du Yong saw Lín Yìchén suddenly sprinting off in one direction and instantly lost his temper, shouting at Lín Yìchén. I'll be right back. Lín Yìchén dropped that line before instantly quickening his pace. Moments later, he arrived at the combat zone of another squad within the Ding Si formation. At that moment, the squad was locked in a fierce battle with a pack of canine demon beasts, neither side gaining the upper hand. The pack of canine beasts was ferocious, their bodies glowing with an eerie black light. Each lunge and bite left the frontline tanks of the squad groaning in pain. Damn it! Why are these sandhounds so ferocious? They weren't like this before. The squad leader watched the battle unfold before him, his heart racing with anxiety. He had visited the Yellow Wind Desert many times before and knew its beasts well. These sandhounds were usually considered common beasts in the desert, never as ferocious as they were today. Healer, keep healing me. I can't hold out much longer. The tank taking the brunt of the attack in the front row bellowed, prompting the healer in the rear to swiftly raise her staff and begin chanting a healing spell. At that very moment, a small blue-black speck appeared not far from the 4 squad members. Instantly, the speck expanded rapidly, transforming into a crescent-shaped blade of light that shot toward the pack of sandhounds at breakneck speed. Swish! In the blink of an eye, the crescent blade sliced through the pack of sandhounds. Any sandhound touched by the blade was instantly cleaved in two, its blood spurting forth. By the time the crescent blade faded into the distance, it had left a gash several meters wide gouged into the ground. The sandhounds, now mostly dead, lay scattered across the sand. What just happened? All 4 squad members were stunned. The sandhound pack that had been tormenting them moments ago was nearly wiped out in just a few seconds? Did some big shot intervene? Filled with confusion, they all instinctively looked toward the spot where the blue-black blade had appeared. But they were disappointed no one stood there. Instead, that familiar blue-black blade flashed once more, swiftly eliminating the remaining sandhounds without leaving a single one behind. This scene wasn't confined to their location alone. Every team assigned to the vicinity of Du Yang's squad witnessed streaks of blue-black blade light streaking toward them. After slashing down the demon beasts they were battling, the lights vanished. The instigator of it all was grinning from ear to ear at that very moment. Killing count 1. Kill count 2. Kill count 01. Killing count bonuses and experience game notifications flashed before his eyes. With every swing of his blade, Lín Yìchén watched his experience bar and killing count surge rapidly. This beast tide was practically tailor-made for him. Lín Yìchén felt himself getting bloodthirsty. Thanks to the meteorite apocalypse blade's attack range spanning dozens of meters, he only needed to dash to a spot not too far from the battle zone, swing his blade once, and instantly slay the beasts within range. Thus, within these brief 30 seconds, he'd dash to a spot, deliver 2 or 3 strikes, then immediately turn and charge toward the next location. Efficiency had become second nature to him. The demon beasts in the northwest corner of the battlefield dwindled at an astonishing rate within those 30 seconds. This left Chen Fa, the squad leader of the Ding Si formation, utterly stunned. Reporting to the captain, the demon beasts in my sector have been cleared. A flash of blade light appeared out of nowhere just now and instantly slaughtered the entire group. Reporting, Captain. A blue crescent blade flashed just now, instantly slaying every demon beast engaged with our squad. Reporting, Captain. The communication channel of the Ding Si squad crackled with reports from squad leaders, each delivering identical good news. This bizarre scene left Chen Fa utterly bewildered. What the hell was going on? He hadn't received any intelligence about a big shot intervening. Before he could ponder further, a message suddenly crackled over the communication channel. Captain, another wave of demon beasts is approaching from the distance. We're about to be overwhelmed here. The instant Chen Fa saw the message, he instinctively looked toward the horizon. Deep within the Yellow Wind Desert, a vast dark cloud rapidly expanded in his vision. Only when it grew large enough did Chen Fa realize it wasn't a dark cloud at all. It was a vast, countless horde of demon beasts. Boom! Boom! A deafening roar of charging footsteps echoed from the distance, the very desert beneath their feet trembling as grains of sand danced beneath the advancing horde of beasts. Hold your ground, brothers. I'm calling for reinforcements immediately. You must hold out until they arrive. Chen Fa's eyes widened in fury. He knew clearly that if such a massive horde of demon beasts breached their Ding Si formation's defenses, the entire battlefield situation could collapse in an instant. If that happened, the entire city of Jiāngběi might be lost. Chapter 101, Evolution approaches. The second beast tide. Boom! Boom! Hearing the distant howling, Lín Yìchén furrowed his brow slightly. Pushing against the sand and wind blowing toward him, he looked toward the source of the sound. A second beast tide? Gazing at the dark cloud of beasts pressing down upon the city in the distance, Lín Yìchén's pupils involuntarily contracted. What on earth was happening in the Yellow Wind Desert? This beast tide was far too massive. Lín Yìchén sheathed his broadsword at his waist, then swiftly headed toward Du Yong and the others. The duration of Meteorite Apocalypse Blade had already ended. To use it again, he'd have to wait for its half-hour cooldown to reset. But that wasn't the critical issue. The most pressing issue was that Meteorite Apocalypse Blade had drained a full 300 points of his mana. He desperately needed a healer to restore his mana pool. He'd have to carry some mana potions from now on. Before, when he had no skills, he didn't need to worry, but that was no longer the case. Lín Yìchén sighed, then quickened his pace, soon reappearing within Du Yong and the others' sight. You're back? Du Yong and his companions no longer dared to underestimate Lín Yìchén. The scene of him slaying over a dozen desert yellow apes with a single strike was still vivid in their minds. Moreover, Du Yang had witnessed everything that had transpired in the Ding Si squad's communication channel. He was absolutely certain that the mysterious blue-black blade light mentioned by other squad leaders was created by Lín Yìchén. Though he couldn't fathom how a mere level 80+ professional could be so ridiculously powerful, he dared not ask. Damn it, that single strike from Lín Yìchén earlier could have easily taken his life. To doubt Lín Yìchén's strength now would be utterly foolish. Moreover, that slash of Lín Yìchén's didn't seem like a one-time skill. That kid had just slaughtered nearly every demon beast facing the Ding Si squad, utterly insane. Du Yong dared not babble in front of such a freak. MHM. Lín Yìchén nodded, then turned his gaze to Chang Ran beside him. Cast a mana regeneration buff on me. Chang Ran stared silently at Lín Yìchén, his hands motionless. Chang Ran, someone's talking to you. Tanyu frowned slightly beside them, about to remind Chang Ran. But her words abruptly halted. Smack. Are you deaf? I told you to buff my mana regeneration. Lín Yìchén gripped the scabbard of his broadsword with his backhand, slamming the pommel directly into Chang Ran's face before barking in a voice as cold as ice. Earlier, when he was fighting Desert Yellow Monkey, Du Yang had ordered Chang Ran to buff him and this guy hadn't done it. He'd heard it loud and clear. Don't think this is some minor issue. In any normal team, behavior like Chang Ran's could easily cost a teammate their life. Just like earlier. If Lín Yìchén's strength hadn't surpassed appearances and he truly possessed only the power of an 83-level professional, Lín Yìchén would be dead right now. Of course, he did bear some responsibility for that last engagement pushing so far forward alone. But now that I've shown my strength, even Du Yang doesn't dare say anything. What's wrong with me asking you to buff me? Did I insult you or something? Why are you acting like a corpse? Who are you trying to impress? You. Felt the stinging pain on his right cheek, Chang Ran's eyes filled with humiliation. I don't have time to waste on you. Are you going to do it or not? Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes slightly, his left thumb already raised ever so slightly on the scabbard. With just a flick of his wrist, the blade would slide cleanly free. Chang Ran shuddered at the sight, seemingly recalling the scene where Lín Yìchén had just slain over a dozen desert yellow monkeys with a single stroke. Despite his intense reluctance, he still raised his staff. After a brief incantation, he cast a continuous mana regeneration buff on Lín Yìchén. Smart move. Lín Yìchén sheathed the broadsword at his waist with satisfaction. If he hadn't forgotten his mana potions, he wouldn't have bothered with this guy's nonsense. This scene naturally caught the attention of Du Yang and Tanyu. Yet they felt not a shred of pity for Chang Ran, instead relishing his misfortune. Within the Ding Si squad, everyone belonged to major guilds unlike other squads composed of regular troops. Being assigned to the same squad didn't mean they'd been teammates before. And no one liked a healer like Chang Ran, who deliberately refused to buff his teammates at critical moments. They were all temporary teammates. If you could deny Lín Yìchén a buff this time, who's to say you wouldn't deny me one next time? Chang Ran, I must remind you, your actions just now violated military regulations. Du Yang stared coldly at Chang Ran and said flatly, I can overlook this incident this time, but if it happens again, I will report you to Captain Chen. You should know what your fate will be then. I understand. Chang Ran gritted his teeth and nodded in response. Good. Since that's settled, stop standing there. The beast tide is approaching. Prepare for battle. Du Yang withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. His words were meant as a warning to prevent Chang Ran from harboring resentment over Du and Tanyu not backing him up, lest he deliberately slack off during the battle. Whoosh. A gale carrying grit and sand howled across the battlefield. Lín Yìchén instinctively narrowed his eyes to keep the sand out. These demon beasts, why do they look so peculiar? He scrutinized the horde charging toward them from the distance, a nagging doubt forming in his mind. They varied in form, encompassing all types of beasts, yet each bore a single shared trait. Each beast seemed to be faintly enveloped in eerie, black streaks of light, an extremely unsettling sight. As if influenced by some unseen force. Lín Yìchén, how much longer until you can use that move? At that moment, Du Yang's voice reached his ears. Lín Yìchén turned to see Du Yang standing there, his eyes half closed. He replied, 1 hour. An hour? Alright, I'll do my best to buy you that hour. Du Yang nodded. The sheer impact of Lín Yìchén's earlier move had been overwhelming. He even felt that if Lín Yìchén could unleash that blue-black crescent blade light again, the second wave of beasts would be no problem at all. The beast horde drew ever closer. When they reached a position 500 meters from the Ding Si formation, every member instantly prepared for battle. Lín Yìchén and his group were no different. Gazing upon the overwhelming horde of beasts before him, a swarm several orders of magnitude larger than the previous demon beast group, Lín Yìchén felt not fear, but a surge of excitement. These weren't mere beasts. They were nothing but experience points. If he could slaughter this entire horde, he would undoubtedly evolve to an A-class profession. The talent granted by the B-class Azura class, Azura's Wrath, was already absurdly powerful. The thought of what an A-class profession's innate talent might be was already too terrifying for Lín Yìchén to contemplate. And there was another crucial point. Lín Yìchén glanced at his character panel. Level 92. After the recent wave of kills, he was on the verge of reaching level 100. Upon completing the first transformation quest, a new special talent called Soul Devouring had been added. What would the second transformation quest bring him? This beast tide had indeed come at the perfect time. The beast horde was already creeping closer. Come on, my lovely experienced babies. Lín Yìchén drew his long sword, pointing it straight at the horde. Chapter 102, Frenzied Slaughter. As the second wave of beasts drew near, the ground around them began to tremble incessantly. The 4 members of Du Yang's squad, including Lín Yìchén, had already formed a defensive formation, waiting for the wave to arrive. What they didn't know was, about 200 meters away from Du Yang's squad, a pair of eyes was fixed intently on Lín Yìchén's back. Now I finally understand why the guild master is so eager to kill you. The tall, slender man clad in black leather armor gave a cold chuckle. If you don't die, the guild master won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Xianton, what are you staring at? The second wave of beasts is almost upon us. Hurry up and get the formation ready. A slightly impatient male voice urged the tall, thin man from nearby. Got it. The tall, slender man called Xianton nodded before shifting his position to a more rearward sand dune. The sand dune offered excellent visibility, allowing clear sight of everything within a 200-meter radius, an ideal spot for ranged damage dealers. Xianton summoned a jet-black longbow from his storage backpack, and a quiver simultaneously appeared on his back. The team leader who had urged him into position earlier saw this, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Xianton was an A-class profession, the invisible archer. His arrows possessed a stealth effect, making them nearly impossible for ordinary people to detect, while dealing extremely high damage. With a range exceeding 1 kilometer, they proved more terrifying than some conventional firearms. When the beast tide struck, their team would rely on Xianton for firepower. The beast tide drew ever closer. 100 meters, 90 meters, 80 meters. With every passing second, the beasts in Lín Yìchén's field of vision grew larger. Charging straight toward Du Yang's squad was a mixed horde of beasts, among which the most conspicuous were several dazzlingly patterned giant tigers. Yellow Wind Tiger. Level 113. HP 30,000, attack 2,197. A quick glance revealed these yellow wind tigers were all around level 110. The other beasts were mostly between levels 80 and 95. While lacking in quality, they compensated with sheer numbers. Beads of sweat were already forming on the temples of Du Yang and his 2 companions. Even though each of them was over level 100, the overwhelming horde of beasts before them weighed heavily on their shoulders. Roar! The yellow wind tigers charged first, baring their foul-smelling fangs as they lunged straight at the 4 of them. At the forefront, Du Yang gritted his teeth, his body trembling violently as a golden aura instantly spread across his armor. Boom! The yellow wind tigers' attacks all struck Du Yang. Yet the moment their sharp claws and fangs touched his armor, it erupted with a golden light, sending several beasts flying backward. Simultaneously, the golden aura on Du Yang's armor visibly dimmed considerably. After the yellow wind tigers launched their first wave of attacks, the other demon beasts naturally began their turn. But Lín Yìchén and his companions weren't pushovers either. Even before the yellow wind tigers were repelled, Chang Ran and Tanyu, positioned in the rear ranks, had already begun chanting spells. Instantly, golden halos appeared around Du Yang and Lín Yìchén in the front row. A massive, fiery red orb erupted from Tanyu's position, hurtling toward the swarm of beasts. Boom! The massive fireball slammed directly into the beast horde, erupting with a deafening roar. Sparks flew in all directions, and every beast near the explosion had wisps of flame clinging to its fur. Their health bars dropped significantly. Roar! Yet the beasts, now shrouded in black smoke, showed no sign of retreat. Instead, their eyes gleamed with savagery, their ferocity only intensifying. Once again, led by the yellow wind tiger, dozens of beasts charged forward simultaneously, sweeping toward Du Yang like a raging storm. Boom! A sheep-like demon beast with massive curved horns slammed directly into Du Yang's body. The impact sent Du Yang staggering back 2 steps before he steadied himself. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he raised his greatsword and swung it down at the ram-like beast. The greatsword smashed directly into the ram beast's skull. The level 83 beast died instantly, its yellow and white innards spilling out from the shattered cranium. Whoosh! Before Du Yang could react, a claw strike whistled through the air, aiming straight for his chest. The claw's speed was blindingly fast. Du Yang braced himself to block it head-on like before, but a cold, piercing white light suddenly flashed before his eyes. Swish! The leopard-like demon beast that had swung its right claw was instantly cleaved in two by the blade, its blood splattering across Du Yang's face. Turning to look, he saw none other than Lín Yìchén as the one who had delivered the strike. You left, I right. Lín Yìchén quickly shouted the command before charging toward the right flank of the beast horde, his long blade raised. With every swing of his blade, another demon beast fell to his blade. Du Yang grinned, then turned his gaze to the left. Raising his greatsword, he swept it forward. Though he couldn't kill beasts with a single strike like Lín Yìchén, the small fireballs that followed his swing finished off the weakened beasts. Thus, the following scene unfolded. Du Yang held the left flank single-handedly, while Chang Ran and Tan Yu behind him continuously channeled their skills toward his position, paying no heed to Lín Yìchén's location. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't want to help. It was simply that Lín Yìchén's side didn't need their attention. Whether it was level 80, 90, or 100 plus beasts creatures they considered formidable, none survived beyond Lín Yìchén's third strike. Amidst the swarm of beasts, the youth resembled a farmer wielding a scythe in a rice field, mowing down monsters as effortlessly as cutting grass. With this uncanny synergy, the position held by Du Yang's squad became as impregnable as a fortress. Killing count 1. Kill count 1. Blood-soaked, Lín Yìchén gazed upon the endless horde of beasts before him as if beholding some peerless treasure. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. With a casual swing of his blade, the killing counter rose slightly. This sensation instantly reminded him of those mowing down minigames he played in his past life. But these beasts were downright bizarre. What the hell was that black glow emanating from their bodies? As he dispatched another boar-like beast, Lín Yìchén stared at the swirling black aura emanating from its corpse and muttered to himself. Oh no! Suddenly, Lín Yìchén's body jerked violently, and he instinctively lunged forward. Whoosh! A jet-black energy arrow instantly pierced through the spot where he had been standing, embedding itself into the head of a canine-like demon beast just ahead of him, killing it instantly. Who? Lín Yìchén scrambled to his feet and whipped his head toward the direction the arrow had come from, desperate to see who had fired it. But the only response was a black streak of light, moving at an incredible speed, rapidly closing in on him. He dived sideways again, narrowly evading the strike. This time, he saw clearly who had struck. Chapter 103, Level Surge. Secrets in the Depths of the Beast Tide. Not far away, atop a sand dune, a tall, lean figure drew a bow and knocked an arrow. Eyes sharp as a falcon's locked onto him. Whoosh! Another black streak of light shot toward him from the man's position. Already prepared, Lín Yìchén rolled sideways, dodging the swift arrow once more. Seeing Lín Yìchén evade his attack once more, Chen Tong's face flashed with disbelief. Quick reflexes. I underestimated you. A serious look appeared in his eyes. The next moment, his longbow was enveloped by a green streak of light, and one buff after another appeared in his buff bar. Now let's see how you dodge this. A cold smile curled Chen Tong's lips as he drew the bowstring taut once more. Damn sneak attack. Don't let me catch you. Lín Yìchén naturally noticed the transformation in Chen Tong's bow, realizing the guy must have activated some kind of skill. Judging by the earlier arrows, the man attacking him was definitely no pushover, at least a third-tier player. In close combat, Lín Yìchén was utterly confident he could take down this sneaky bastard. But now, the distance between them stretched at least 200 meters. If he didn't come up with a countermeasure quickly, he'd likely be shot to pieces. Whoosh! Before Lín Yìchén could think, another black arrow flew from the distance. This time, the arrow speed was significantly faster than before. Before Lín Yìchén could even react, it had already closed to within 50 meters. Lín Yìchén rolled again, barely dodging the arrow as it whizzed past. Whoosh! But before he could even get back up, a barrage of arrows flew toward his position. There was no choice. Gritting his teeth, Lín Yìchén made his decision. His gaze fixed on the herd ahead, he suddenly thrust his feet forward, plunging his entire body into the midst of the beasts. Thud! Several beasts near the outer edge were struck by black arrows, instantly killed. The beasts within the herd, seeing this human suddenly intrude, opened their gaping maws one after another, eager to devour this uninvited feast that had walked right into their midst. Mouths that stink so bad, don't they brush their teeth? Yet upon hearing the human's disdainful mutter, a silver light began to grow in their eyes. Killing count 1. Kill count 1. After dispatching two beasts that blocked his path and attempted to attack, Lín Yìchén pressed deeper into the horde. A new, unwelcome guest had suddenly appeared among the demon beasts. Any beast that dared approach to challenge this intruder met its end in a flash of silver light. Moreover, with numerous massive beasts within the horde, Lín Yìchén's figure was almost entirely obscured by the creatures, leaving no trace of anything unusual visible to outsiders. In the distance, Xianton, standing atop a sand dune, narrowed his eyes as he watched the direction Lín Yìchén had vanished. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Fool. He thinks hiding in the beast tide will keep him safe? Well, that saves me some trouble. In his eyes, Lín Yìchén's fate within the beast tide was inevitable to be devoured alive by the endless horde of beasts. There was no other possibility. Xianton, what the hell are you doing? I'm barely holding my ground here. Why haven't I seen you deal any damage? Suddenly, the captain's furious voice cut through the chaos, snapping Xianton back to reality. She swiftly redirected her bow. Here we go. My mana's back up after that blue potion. As he spoke, a black arrow shot toward the demon beast horde. The rear of the beast tide. Swish. A crescent-shaped blade of blue-black light sliced through the air, instantly slaying several desert cheetahs. Swish, swish. 2 more crescent blades appeared, instantly dispatching the last few beasts that had been chasing them out of the horde. At the same time, the duration of the meteorite apocalypse blade came to an end. Damn, I actually pulled it off. Lín Yìchén turned to look at the dense horde of demon beasts advancing toward the front in the distance, a wave of relief washing over him. Glancing around, he saw a vast expanse of world covered in yellow sand, stretching endlessly into the distance. Had he truly reached the depths of the Yellow Wind Desert? Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes, studying the surroundings. It was clear he was now in the very heart of the Yellow Wind Desert, where the beast tide had erupted. To be the first person to fight my way out of a beast tide alone? Lín Yìchén felt a surge of emotion. His escape from the beast tide was entirely due to his monstrously powerful talents. Especially the synergy between Crimson Reaper, Mastery of Slaughter, and Corrupted Blade, which kept his health bar from dropping. Later on, as he slaughtered more beasts, the others seemed to fear him. They stopped engaging him altogether, simply following the main horde forward and completely ignoring Lín Yìchén. Check the interface. Lín Yìchén silently commanded in his mind. Killing count 831,110,000. Level 97. A crimson interface instantly appeared. Lín Yìchén's gaze immediately locked onto the 2 most critical pieces of information. 8,003. Just 1,007 more to go. Seeing that number on the killing counter, Lín Yìchén felt a surge of excitement. Before leaving Jiāngběi city and entering the beast tide battlefield, his kill count had only been just over 4,000. Now, he had already broken through the 8,000 mark. Only 1,700 points remained until the final 10,000. This pace was truly unmatched. His level had reached 97, meaning he could soon undertake the second-class transition quest. Lín Yìchén took a deep breath. Though the journey had been perilous, the final rewards were immensely satisfying. But now a problem arose: how was he supposed to get back? Lín Yìchén froze again. Surveying his surroundings, all he could see was endless yellow sand. Looking back, the view wasn't quite so monotonous. After all, a vast, dark mass of beasts was advancing toward Jiāngběi city, hardly a dull sight. Lín Yìchén had no desire to return through the beast tide. Because when he had entered the rear of the beast tide earlier, he had spotted several massive demon kings radiating an aura that clearly signaled they were not to be trifled with. Fortunately, those demon kings had been quite distant from him at the time, and the beasts around him, fearing him, hadn't attacked. That was how Lín Yìchén had managed to slip away. Otherwise, had those demon kings spotted him, no matter how extraordinary his talent, the only outcome would have been becoming their meal. Just as he pondered how to return home, Lín Yìchén's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. What was that? He fixed his gaze on the depths of the Yellow Wind Desert. About a kilometer from his current location, a flash of black light suddenly flickered. The black light appeared with blinding speed and vanished just as quickly. 3 seconds later, it reappeared, only to vanish once more. Could this be the source of those black streaks of light emanating from the demon beasts? The thought suddenly sprang to Lín Yìchén's mind. He must investigate. Despite his doubts, Lín Yìchén decided to venture deeper into the Yellow Wind Desert to investigate. After all, the beast tide had departed, and judging by its scale, every demon beast in the entire Yellow Wind Desert might be contained within it. The Yellow Wind Desert should be relatively safe now. Having made his decision, Lín Yìchén wasted no time and headed straight toward the location where the black light had appeared. Chapter 104: Misfortune Turned Fortune. The Dark Knight Yen Dragon. After traversing hundreds of meters through the yellow sands, Lín Yìchén finally saw the location where the black light had flickered. Not far ahead. A completely pitch-black egg, constantly emanating eerie black energy, floated mid-air. Countless black filaments extended from the egg's surface, connecting it to the ground. These strands varied in thickness, as if the egg were drawing nourishment from the Yellow Wind Desert. What on earth was this? Why did it resemble a dragon's egg? Lín Yìchén observed the bizarre egg from a distance, murmuring to himself. Fortunately, his years of theoretical knowledge hadn't been wasted. After a moment's mental search, Lín Yìchén confirmed the egg's origin. Holy crap, it really is a dragon egg. And it's the egg of a Dark Knight Yen dragon. Lín Yìchén's pupils contracted slightly as a surge of excitement coursed through him. The Dark Knight flame dragons were the most ferocious race among all dragon clans. Unsurprisingly, they consistently ranked among the top 10 in the dragon hierarchy, unquestionably dominating this world. Legend had it that even a juvenile Dark Knight Flame Dragon possessed strength equivalent to a level 200 professional, truly terrifying. So that's where the black aura emanating from those beasts came from. Now I understand why the Yellow Wind Desert suddenly erupted with a beast tide. Gazing at the dragon eggs not far ahead, Lín Yìchén had already reached a conclusion about the cause of this beast surge. There was a reason why dragonkin possessed formidable power from the moment they hatched. For instance, even before hatching, dragon eggs require immense energy to nourish their bodies. While dragon mothers can provide this sustenance, eggs separated from their mothers for various reasons must draw energy from the outside world. This Dark Knight Flame Dragon before him was such a case. Whoever had abandoned it in the Yellow Wind Desert? Without its mother's nourishment, the poor creature had no choice but to turn its attention to the very land of the desert. Moreover, the Dark Knight Flame Dragons possess a peculiar trait: any living creature drawn near them becomes affected by the dark flames they emit, whether intentionally or not. Creatures affected by the dark flames gradually lose their mental clarity, becoming utterly savage. This unintended consequence actually enhances their combat prowess. These beasts, their bodies pulsing with black light, exemplify this phenomenon. Despite their apparent level, they proved far more formidable than unaffected beasts of the same stage, each displaying a death-defying ferocity. Compounded by the near exhaustion of energy resources in the Yellow Wind Desert, drained by the Dark Knight Flame Dragons, and the inherent bloodline suppression from the dragon clan that deterred these beasts from challenging the dragons, a massive beast tide erupted. And Jiāngběi City, the closest major settlement to the Yellow Wind Desert, naturally became the beast's target. Truly a blessing in disguise. Lín Yìchén took a deep breath, his gaze fixed intently on the Dark Knight Flame Dragon egg. His mind was made up. He would claim this dragon egg. During their juvenile stage, dragons' personalities hadn't fully developed yet, making this the prime opportunity to tame them as beast pets. And this Dark Knight Flame Dragon? Not even in its juvenile stage, still sealed within its egg? Lín Yìchén never imagined that fleeing his pursuers into the beast tide would ultimately lead to such an opportunity. Plop. Suddenly, a flash of black light streaked past Lín Yìchén's vision, accompanied by a faint sound. It sounded like a heartbeat. Hearing it, Lín Yìchén felt a surge of excitement. If he wasn't mistaken, the Dark Knight Flame Dragon before him was about to break free from its shell. That black light appearing every 3 seconds was the sign of its imminent completion. With that realization, Lín Yìchén wasted no time, striding swiftly toward the dragon egg's location. The area around the dragon egg was desolate, devoid of any living creatures. Yet, the ground was covered in black threads, the Dark Knight Flame Dragon's means of absorbing energy, creating a strangely eerie scene. Textbooks claimed that interacting with dragon eggs before hatching could strengthen bonds, though whether that was true remained uncertain. When Lín Yìchén had first encountered this concept in his Demon Beast Theory class, he had thought the person who included it in the textbook was a bit eccentric. After all, these were dragons, creatures ordinary people might never encounter in a lifetime. And now they were being told to bond with them? But now, Lín Yìchén found himself wanting to give that person a huge thumbs up and retract every single one of his earlier complaints. His path remained unobstructed, and Lín Yìchén smoothly reached the base beneath the dragon egg. He tilted his head slightly, gazing up at the pitch-black dragon egg suspended mid-air, and was immediately stumped. This is way too high, he thought. Little Yanlong, if you need to absorb energy, just absorb it. Why the hell did you have to fly this high? Lín Yìchén couldn't help but mutter under his breath. The dragon egg was at least 3 or 4 meters above the ground, and the thin black threads connecting it looked flimsy as anything. He felt that the slightest touch would snap him. If he messed this up, forget bonding with the Dark Knight Flame Dragon, the dragon inside the egg might just kill him outright. Slap. No sooner had he finished his complaint than Lín Yìchén heard a faint, barely audible sound above his head. Looking up, he saw a small section at the base of the dragon egg suddenly turn transparent. A pair of orange-yellow eyes with slender pupils appeared, staring at Lín Yìchén with curiosity. Lín Yìchén froze. Holy crap, this little dragon could hear him talking? Hello? Lín Yìchén tentatively greeted the eye again. Immediately afterward, Lín Yìchén saw the eye blink. Lín Yìchén. This little dragon can actually hear me. Moreover, observing the gaze of this Dark Knight Yin dragon, it didn't seem to harbor any hostility either. Ahem. After pondering for a moment in his mind what he could say to build rapport with the Dark Knight Flame Dragon, Lín Yìchén opened his mouth. Before he could finish speaking, he saw the black threads binding the dragon egg suddenly snap completely. Immediately afterward, the dragon egg, seemingly deprived of its support, began rapidly descending toward the ground. Lín Yìchén reacted swiftly, sidestepping to the side just in time to avoid being crushed by the falling dragon egg. That dragon egg was nearly the size of a garden rockery. Getting smacked by something that big wouldn't be pleasant. Thud. A dull thud echoed as the dragon egg landed squarely on the desert sand. Crackle. No sooner had the dragon egg hit the ground than it emitted a sharp crack, and a visible crack began spreading downward from the top of the egg. Following the first crack, a second, then a third, and countless more appeared across the shell like a spider's web. The Dark Knight Flame Dragon was about to break free. Lín Yìchén, standing nearby, held his breath, his heart pounding like a drum. Crack! Another sharp crack echoed. A small triangular head smashed through the top of the dragon egg, revealing its true form. Two horns sprouted from its forehead, its face covered in scales, eyes like lanterns. This extraordinary creature fixed its large, round eyes firmly on Lín Yìchén. Human and dragon stood facing each other. Chapter 105, Taming the Dark Knight Flame Dragon. The terrible news spreads. After breaking free from its shell, the young Dark Knight Flame Dragon merely gave Lín Yìchén a cursory glance. Then, two tiny dragon claws emerged from the shell, grabbed hold of the egg, and snapped off a chunk to stuff into its mouth. Crunch crunch. A crisp chewing sound echoed as the small piece of eggshell was instantly swallowed by the Dark Knight Flame Dragon. Crunch. The dragon claw broke off another small piece of shell. This time, however, the Dark Knight Flame Dragon didn't stuff it into its own mouth. Instead, it extended its right claw, still holding the eggshell, toward Lín Yìchén. I'm not really hungry yet. Lín Yìchén politely declined. As if understanding, the Dark Knight Flame Dragon promptly stuffed the small piece of eggshell back into its own mouth. Crunch crunch. About half an hour later, the entire dragon egg was finally devoured by the little Dark Knight Flame Dragon, not a single fragment of shell left behind. Wow woo. After devouring the entire dragon egg, the little Dark Knight Yanlong let out a satisfied cry, then turned its gaze toward Lín Yìchén. After a few seconds of contemplation, the little Dark Knight Flame Dragon took its first step, clattering toward Lín Yìchén. What's this little guy up to? Lín Yìchén stood rooted to the spot, watching the little Dark Knight Flame Dragon intently. When it reached him, its legs suddenly sprang into action, propelling it forward in a leap that landed squarely on Lín Yìchén's chest. Lín Yìchén instinctively reached out to catch it. The moment the Dark Knight Flame Dragon landed in his hands, it flopped down completely, closed its eyes, and began snoring loudly. Dark Knight Yanlong, zzz. Lín Yìchén? He gazed at the little black dragon now fast asleep in his hands, his heart filled with both astonishment and delight. Though he didn't understand why the Dark Knight Flame Dragon was so affectionate toward him, wasn't this an excellent opportunity? To forge a beast pet bond. Lín Yìchén silently resolved. Dark Knight Flame Dragon Young Form. Affinity, 5. Affinity exceeds 1 and no resistance detected. Pet bond can be formed. Proceed? Bond. Lín Yìchén didn't hesitate. Bonding successful. Dark Knight Flame Dragon Young. Level, 200. HP, 300,000 attack, 10,000. Skill, Dark Flame Breath spews dark flames from its belly, dealing massive damage to hit enemies and inflicting 60-second Dark Flame Burn and Dark Flame Disruption status effects. Dark Flame Burn deducts 0.5% of maximum HP per second, reduces damage taken by 20% during duration. Dark Flame Confusion mentally disorients the target, causing sensory disorientation. Affinity, 5. Success. Gazing at the pet panel that popped up before him, Lín Yìchén's heart swelled with joy. He never imagined the Dark Knight Flame Dragon would form a contract with him so easily. He'd thought it would take considerable effort. It seemed that since gaining consciousness, this Dark Knight Flame Dragon had likely never encountered another living being before him. And since it sensed no hostility from him, it had developed a favorable impression. His luck was truly unmatched. Lín Yìchén was absolutely certain that if he'd arrived even a moment later after the Dark Knight Flame Dragon had acclimated to this world for just a few days, the difficulty of taming it would have increased by several orders of magnitude. I wonder if that sneak attacker knows this. Would it drive him mad? Lín Yìchén couldn't help but chuckle. Come to think of it, he actually owed that guy a debt of gratitude. After all, without him, there was absolutely no way he could have infiltrated the Beast Tide and ended up deep within the Yellow Wind Desert. And without that, he never would have encountered the Dark Knight Flame Dragon. But that's another story. Once he successfully returned to Jiāngběi City, he would definitely track down that sneaky bastard who ambushed him. Even though he'd been far away, he still remembered some of the guy's distinguishing features. Moreover, Lín Yìchén had a pretty good idea who had sent that person. First, he needed to figure out how to get back. If he could bypass the Yellow Wind Desert and head around to Chihu Ridge, he could still make it back to Jiāngběi City. It would just take a bit longer. Lín Yìchén surveyed his surroundings and immediately mapped out a route. Cradling the Dark Knight Yin Dragon, now fast asleep in his arms, he set off toward the east. Outside Jiāngběi City, the Beast Tide originating from the Yellow Wind Desert had been raging for nearly a full day. At the front lines, the Ding Sea Squad had been temporarily relieved for rest. As the squad leader, Chen Fa was now taking roll call. When it came time for Du Yang and his 3 men to report, Chen Fa's expression instantly darkened. What did you say? Lín Yìchén is missing? He frowned, his gaze fixed intently on Du Yang before him. Yes. He was fighting the beasts alone on our right flank. But for some reason, I saw him suddenly charge into the swarm and never come out. Du Yang recounted everything he had witnessed. As he spoke, a distinct look of confusion and bewilderment lingered on his face. Suddenly charging into the Beast Tide? Why would he do that? Chen Fa was baffled. If he remembered correctly, Lín Yìchén was only in his 80s, right? At that level, he would be among the lowest tier on the front lines of the Beast Tide. Typically, such low-level adventurers would stay tucked away in the rear of the group, clearing out weaker monsters. As Du Yang had just described, suddenly charging into the beast tide, such an action was utterly unthinkable for a low-level adventurer like Lín Yìchén. After all, no sane person would do such a thing unless Lín Yìchén was seeking death. The second wave had just hit, and the battle was chaotic. I didn't get a clear look either. Du Yang shook his head, his expression equally grim. He shouldn't have agreed to Lín Yìchén's strategy, sending the three of them to the left while he held the right flank alone. At that moment, he'd been completely intimidated by the strength Lín Yìchén had displayed. When Lín Yìchén proposed that strategy, he hadn't even considered objecting. Looking back now, he was truly foolish. How could he have believed a youngster barely in his 80s could hold off such a massive horde of beasts alone? Alright, I understand. I'll assign a new member to your squad shortly. You may go now. Chen Fa didn't question Du Yang's explanation, merely nodding silently. Such things were commonplace. On the battlefield, conditions shifted in the blink of an eye. No one could constantly monitor a single person's movements. His assessment mirrored Du Yang's. Lín Yìchén had undoubtedly been forced into the beast tide by the monsters. By now, he'd likely become a meal for the vast horde of beasts. After Du Yang and the others departed, Chen Fa opened the star net and made a call to his immediate superior, Su Huan. Minister Su, regarding Lín Yìchén, the individual I previously assigned to the Dingxi squad, he has now vanished into the beast tide. His fate remains unknown. Understood. The person on the other end offered no further comment, merely responding with a curt acknowledgement before abruptly hanging up. It was strange. Director Su had specifically ordered Lín Yìchén assigned to the Dingxi squad, yet upon learning of his death, he showed no emotion whatsoever. Chen Fa found this perplexing but didn't dwell on it, instead continuing with the headcount. Meanwhile, in a smaller meeting room within the professionals' building. Snap! Bai Chuanqing instantly leapt from his chair, his face etched with shock and bewilderment. How could this happen? How could Lín Yìchén have ventured alone into the beast tide? What did you say? What happened to Lín Yìchén? Mu Xingyun, seated across from him, instantly lost his composure upon hearing the words. Chapter 106, My Little Yen is so adorable. Just moments ago, they'd been discussing this sudden beast tide, and now they received such devastating news. Principal Mu, word from the front lines is that while fighting the beast tide, Lín Yìchén suddenly charged deep into its heart for some unknown reason. We still haven't heard from him. Bai Chuanqing was stunned. He had only agreed to send Lín Yìchén to the front lines because of his proven ability to kill the unknown construct. After all, this beast tide was still in its early stages. Most of the beasts currently attacking Jiāngběi city were around level 100. With Lín Yìchén's strength, he should have been able to handle them with ease. So why on earth did that kid suddenly charge into the thick of the beast tide? Bai Chuanqing refused to believe there wasn't some other reason behind it. To suddenly plunge into the heart of the beast tide? Mu Xingyun sensed something was amiss upon hearing this, but decided now wasn't the time to dwell on it. He immediately turned and headed for the conference room door. Bai Chuanqing, seeing this, hurriedly asked, Principal Mu, where are you going? I'm going to find him. Mu Xingyun replied without turning back. If Lín Yìchén had charged into the beast tide, then he would search for him within it. Alive or dead, he must be found. With that, Mu Xingyun swiftly exited the conference room. Watching his departing figure, Bai Chuanqing sighed deeply, entering the beast tide, a mission with a 1 in 1,000 chance of survival. Alas! He knew full well that if Lín Yìchén had truly ventured alone into the beast tide, there could only be one likely outcome, being devoured by countless demon beasts. In such a situation, how could anyone possibly be found? Endless regret now consumed him. He should never have agreed to let Lín Yìchén go to the front lines of the battlefield. After lingering in the room for a while, Bai Chuanqing also departed. His destination was none other than the front lines of the beast tide battlefield. As the president of Jiāngběi University and one of Jiāngběi City's top combatants, Mu Xingyun rarely intervened personally. Had this beast tide not been so peculiar with the beasts driven savage by some strange force, he wouldn't have sought Mu Xingyun's counsel. But now, because of Lín Yìchén's situation, Mu Xingyun was personally heading to the battlefield. This was no trivial matter. As the head of the Jiāngběi City Professional Association, he too must be present. Within the hidden blade pavilion. Master, a voice came from the other end of the line, tinged with unease. Mu Xingyun, the president of Jiāngběi University, seems to be heading to the front lines. Could he be investigating our involvement? Qianton's slightly anxious voice came through the line. Su Zhentian merely smiled faintly upon hearing this. Relax. The battlefield shifts in an instant. Who has time to keep watching you? Besides, didn't you already say Lín Yìchén didn't die by your hand? He charged deep into the beast tide himself. How could anyone pin anything on you? But guild leader, I'm worried. What? You don't seriously think Lín Yìchén could have survived that beast tide, do you? Su Zhentian scoffed. Impossible. Even if that brat cleared the 9th level of the Star Tower, what difference would it make? Facing such overwhelming numbers, he'd never survive that beast tide alive. Enough, enough. Rest assured. When you return, I'll host a private celebratory banquet for you. And regarding that deputy pavilion master position you mentioned earlier, I'll see to it. That's all for now. Click. Su Zhentian pressed the end call button. A smile played on his lips as he rose from the sofa and walked to Su Xiaofeng's memorial tablet, lighting 3 sticks of incense. Son, your father has finally avenged you. Rest assured that brat Lín Yìchén met a truly miserable end. His bones have likely been devoured by countless beasts. You may now rest in peace. Chihu Ridge. Here, Xiaoyan, have a fruit. A plump red fruit was tossed into the air. Instantly, a jet-black figure darted through the sky, snatching the fruit Lín Yìchén had thrown straight into the mouth of the Dark Knight Yin dragon. Woo-wah! After swallowing the juicy fruit whole, Xiaoyan let out a satisfied cry before flitting back to Lín Yìchén's shoulder. After spending these past few days together, Lín Yìchén had grown quite familiar with the Dark Knight Yin dragon and had even given it a name, Xiaoyan. The Dark Knight Flame Dragon showed no resistance to this name. On the contrary, it seemed to like it very much. Where's this fiery dragon's fierce temper everyone talks about? I haven't seen a trace of it. Lín Yìchén extended his right hand toward Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Xiaoyan nuzzled his head forward, gently rubbing against Lín Yìchén's fingertips. Utterly adorable. Blackie. It must be Blackie. My Xiaoyan is so well behaved and adorable. Where's the ferocity? Don't let me catch whoever started that rumor. Lín Yìchén muttered under his breath. After walking a little further, a vast plain suddenly came into view. However, this plain was far from tranquil. Gazing into the distance, a vast, dark mass of demon beasts charged toward a single direction. Looking closer, one could also see bursts of colorful magical energy scattering in all directions. Further in the distance lay the familiar city of Jiāngběi. Finally out. Lín Yìchén gazed at the distant city of Jiāngběi, unable to suppress a sigh at the hardships of the journey. After resting briefly, he gathered his focus and continued moving toward Jiāngběi city. Having vanished for several days, news of his disappearance had likely already reached by Chuanqing and Zhengde, and even Chang Siming might know. To spare them worry, Lín Yìchén quickened his pace. But as he neared the edge of the beast tide, Lín Yìchén suddenly sensed something was amiss. Why were these beasts all avoiding him? Every time he advanced a short distance toward the horde, he could see the beasts deliberately retreating to the other side, as if avoiding something. This won't do. My killing quota isn't full yet. Lín Yìchén grew frantic. He'd planned to fill his killing quota at the swarm's edge during his return trip, but now these beasts were avoiding him? This was going to kill him. Do you have any idea how agonizing it is for someone with OCD to see their kill counter stuck at the last point, unable to advance? Could it be because of Xiaoyan? The thought suddenly popped into Lín Yìchén's mind, and his gaze drifted to Xiaoyan, who was sound asleep, sprawled across his shoulder. As if responding to her name, Xiaoyan opened her eyes and glanced at Lín Yìchén. Xiaoyan, could you try to keep your aura in check? Lín Yìchén asked tentatively. Huh? Xiaoyan stared at Lín Yìchén with wide, round eyes, looking utterly confused, seemingly unable to grasp why he was being asked to do this. The next second, the dark scales covering Xiaoyan's body suddenly lost their luster. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén understood that Xiaoyan had indeed suppressed her aura as he'd requested. To verify his hunch, Lín Yìchén quickened his pace once more, sprinting headlong toward the oncoming tide of beasts. It really was because of Xiaoyan. Sure enough, this time the beast tide didn't retreat into the distance like before. Instead, it continued surging toward Jiāngběi city. So does that mean I could use this method to drive away this entire beast tide? Lín Yìchén suddenly realized. However, he didn't act on it immediately. Xiaoyan, I'm going in to rack up some kills. Hold on a bit longer, it'll be over soon. Lín Yìchén drew the long sword at his waist, flashed a grin, and sprinted toward the beast tide's position. Chapter 107, Mu Xingyun Strikes. Talent Evolution Success. Front lines of the battlefield. Amidst the continuous rumbling roar, countless dazzling streaks of light blossomed across the battlefield, and the demon beasts charging at the forefront died in droves. Why had the black light emanating from these beasts suddenly vanished? At the rear of the battlefield, Bai Chuanqing narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the bodies of the fallen beasts in the distance. A look of puzzlement crossed his face. The black light vanished abruptly, without any warning. The cause was unknown. A man in military uniform standing beside Bai Chuanqing replied. Regardless of the reason, the outcome is favorable. Bai Chuanqing nodded, choosing not to delve deeper. Without the support of that strange power, the demon beasts were already showing signs of collapse. Victory would be ours before long. Whoosh! Just as he spoke, a figure cloaked in black suddenly flew in from the distance, landing smoothly beside Bai Chuanqing. Principal Mu, how's the search going? Recognizing the arrival, Bai Chuanqing pressed the question eagerly. Although he had remained stationed at the battlefield and hadn't joined Mu Xingyun in searching for Lín Yìchén. But that didn't mean he wasn't worried about Lín Yìchén. Even knowing the outcome of Lín Yìchén entering the beast tide was likely certain death, he still harbored a faint hope that a miracle might occur. Sigh. Hearing Bai Chuanqing's question, Mu Xingyun couldn't help but sigh. He looked up into the depths of the beast tide, a flash of sorrow crossing his eyes. I've searched deep within the beast tide for 2 days and 2 nights without finding any trace of Lín Yìchén. I'm afraid. He didn't finish his sentence. But Bai Chuanqing understood his meaning. It's all my fault. I should never have agreed to let him go to the battlefield. Bai Chuanqing sighed gloomily, his heart filled with regret. Mu Xingyun, however, narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing intently into the endless tide of beasts. After a long moment, he uttered a single sentence. These beasts must pay the price. Whoosh! The words barely left his lips when Mu Xingyun vanished from his spot in an instant. The next instant, a figure abruptly materialized above the beast tide. Raising his hand slightly, a blinding white light erupted from his body. Boom! The sky instantly darkened with storm clouds. A thunderclap roared like the opening salvo, followed by countless thunderbolts as thick as water barrels crashing down one after another. The scene resembled the apocalypse. Woo woo! Countless beasts were reduced to piles of black ash beneath the thunderbolts. The vast tide of beasts now filled the air with wails of agony. Everyone on the front lines was stunned into silence, frozen in place as they stared dumbly at the black-robed elder in the sky, their hearts filled with utter dread. Even Bai Chuanqing couldn't help but gasp at the sight. Was this the power of an 8th transformation cultivator? Killing count 1. Killing count 1. Killing count 1. What the hell? Lín Yìchén, who was grinding killing count at the edge of the beast tide approaching Chihu Ridge, suddenly saw that apocalyptic scene in the distance and was utterly dumbfounded. Why the sudden thunder out of nowhere? Did some big shot intervene? Lín Yìchén wondered inwardly. But he didn't dwell on the question for long, instead continuing to swing his blade at the beasts swarming around him. The crescent-shaped, blue-black blade light flowed endlessly. Each time it swept past a demon beast, it sliced it clean in two. The surrounding area had already become a forbidden zone for demon beasts. Killing count 1. Kill count 1. Kill count 989110000. Just a little more. Watching the killing count nearing its limit, Lín Yìchén swung his blade with increasing ferocity, causing the count to surge rapidly. Killing count 2. Killing count 100,001,0000. Detected killing count has exceeded the limit. Profession is evolving. Only when the last tiger-like demon beast fell beneath the meteorite apocalypse blade did Lín Yìchén's killing counter finally reach its limit. Boom! Evolution successful. Class, Azura B rank, Blood C Azura A rank. New talents, Blood C domain, Slaughter Power. Blood C domain unleashes a Blood C domain centered on oneself. While within the domain, damage dealt increased by 300, damage received reduced by 50, movement speed increased by 100, attack speed increased by 100. Note, realm lasts 30 seconds. Each life form slain within extends duration by 5 seconds and absorbs its life energy. Upon accumulating sufficient life energy, unleashes Blood C unification, dealing massive damage to all enemies within the realm with guaranteed critical hits. Slaughter's might evolvable talent, each attack has a 1% chance to instantly kill the target. Evolve talent 1 time. Hiss. Lín Yìchén stared in utter shock at his 2 newly awakened talents, unable to recover for a long while. Domain-type talents weren't uncommon generally, any rank profession would awaken one later on. But those domain talents were limited to creating a combat environment suited to their class, with some minor buffs thrown in, nothing more. But what the hell was this Blood C domain? A straight 300% damage boost. Plus 50% damage reduction. 100 movement speed and attack speed. And every kill extends the domain's duration. Not to mention that Blood C unification skill later on, just by the name, you know its damage must be insane, and it guarantees critical hits. Lín Yìchén could guarantee that even SSS tier professional domain talents couldn't hold a candle to his Blood C domain. It wouldn't even be worthy of lacing the boots of his Blood C domain. Of course. What truly stunned Lín Yìchén wasn't the Blood C domain itself. The true monstrosity lay beneath it, the slaughter power. A 1% chance to instantly kill the opponent with every attack? Such a talent had never appeared in this world before. It was truly a god-tier technique that defied the heavens. Don't be fooled by its seemingly low 1% chance. But for a god-tier skill like this, even a 0.1% or 0.01% chance is already extraordinary. And what's more, this is an evolvable talent. Evolving slaughter power. Lín Yìchén tentatively pressed the plus sign next to the killing power. Evolve talent, killing power? Post-evolution effect, each of your attacks has a 2% chance to instantly kill the target. Holy crap, a single evolution actually increases the probability by 1? Lín Yìchén was dumbfounded. Does that mean, if I have enough talent evolution attempts, I could even evolve it to 100%? Holy crap, am I about to transform from landing critical hits with every strike to instantly killing with every strike? Lín Yìchén couldn't help but let out a gasp. This is awesome. This killing power would absolutely be his primary target for talent evolution points from now on. He just wasn't sure how to obtain more talent evolution attempts. He'd have to experiment more in the future. Lín Yìchén snapped back to reality and silently commanded, check evolution path. He had only evolved his profession to a rank so far, yet he had already obtained 2 god-tier talents, the Blood Sea Domain and the Power of Slaughter. What about the S rank, or even SS rank and SSS rank tiers later on? That would be absolutely insane. As Lín Yìchén focused his intent, the crimson interface materialized before him once more. Chapter 108, Third Evolution. The Might of Xiaoyan. Several pieces of information unfolded before Lín Yìchén's eyes. Kill count 010000. Post-evolution class panel. Class, Blood Sea Azura, a rank soul slaying sovereign S rank. New talents, Blood Soul, Undying Blood Body. Talent effects, unlocked after class evolution. Soul slaying sovereign? Interesting. Glancing at the name of his next evolved class, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but stroke his chin, a flicker of anticipation lighting his eyes. This time, he'd only evolved to the A-rank Blood Sea Demon, yet it had already delivered such a huge surprise. He dared not imagine how monstrously powerful the talents would be once he reached the S-rank Zanpakuto Slayer. The killing count remained at 10,000, another piece of good news. Lín Yìchén shifted his gaze back to the killing counter. Seeing the number still read 10,000, he relaxed. He'd feared the killing counter might change after the class evolution, perhaps skyrocketing to 100,000, but it seemed he'd overthought it. Through these 2 class evolutions, he had largely grasped the rules governing the killing counter. If it suddenly changed, he'd have to start groping his way forward again, something he absolutely didn't want to see happen. Though the numbers remained unchanged, the quality of life gained from the kill count had undoubtedly shifted, perfect for putting it to the test. Lín Yìchén refocused his attention, his gaze once again sweeping over the surrounding demon beasts. Perhaps because his earlier killing intent had been too terrifying, the beasts now all gave him wide berths, each keeping a considerable distance from him. Xiaoyan's presence must also be a factor. Upon emerging from Chihu Ridge, Lín Yìchén noticed that the black, flowing light covering these demon beasts had completely vanished. This meant the strange black light was caused by the beasts being influenced by Xiaoyan. Now that Xiaoyan had emerged, the black threads connecting to the Yellow Wind Desert had snapped entirely, causing the black light to vanish naturally. This restored the demon beasts' sanity, and they were no longer as frenzied and violent as before. Witnessing Lín Yìchén's relentless slaughter of their kin, they cowered in terror, daring not to approach. But this did not hinder Lín Yìchén from approaching them. You'll be the first to taste my blade. Lín Yìchén locked his gaze on a level 97 desert hound. With a swift stride, he closed the distance and swung his blade down in a single, decisive strike. A white streak of light instantly sliced through the desert hound's body, cleaving it in two as beastly blood spattered everywhere. Experience gained, 913,235. Apart from the experience gain notification, no other information popped up. It seemed creatures below level 100 no longer satisfied his need for kills. Lín Yìchén silently noted this to himself before shifting his gaze to a rhinoceros-like demon beast nearby. The rhino-like beast, sensing Lín Yìchén's gaze, was instantly terrified. It turned and attempted to flee. But how could its clumsy body outpace the agile Lín Yìchén? In the blink of an eye, Lín Yìchén was upon it, a flash of white light erupting. Killing count, 001. Experience gained, 1,022,873. 2 notification messages immediately popped up. So that's how it works. Lín Yìchén understood instantly. It seemed that at his current stage, only killing lifeforms above level 100 would grant him a killing count. The rhino demon beast he had just slain with a single stroke was level 109. Though a bit low, every little bit counts, right? None of you are leaving today. Lín Yìchén grinned, his murderous gaze sweeping over every demon beast present. Being at the edge of the beast tide, most of these demon beasts hovered around level 100, with the highest barely reaching level 120. For Lín Yìchén, dispatching them would take no more than 3 strikes each. He had already reached level 97, just a step away from level 100. He'd use them as stepping stones before his second transformation. Swish! Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén raised his blade and charged forward, unleashing a flurry of slashes upon the demon beast horde. Within mere minutes, over 10 beasts lay dead at his feet. Witnessing this, the surrounding creatures lost all will to fight and scattered in panic. But as they fled, something felt off. Why were their comrades deep within the beast tide also running toward them? Boom! Boom! A series of deafening explosions erupted. The beasts at the center of the horde were now scattering in all directions. Among them were several powerful beasts approaching the 200 level mark, charging straight toward Lín Yìchén. Ha! Lín Yìchén, who had just slain a desert hound, furrowed his brow, instantly sensing something was amiss. Looking up, he saw over a dozen beasts, all around level 190, charging toward him. The fear etched on their faces suggested they were terrified of something. Poisoned? Who had scared them off? Lín Yìchén's pupils contracted. If he had to deal with a single demon beast of this level, he could probably handle it. But damn it, there were over a dozen of them. Xiaoyan. No need to hold back your aura anymore. In the critical moment, Lín Yìchén bellowed. Xiaoyan, who had been motionless on his shoulder for half a day, shuddered violently. The scales covering its body instantly regained their obsidian-like sheen. Woo! In that instant, every demon beast near Lín Yìchén, including those dozen or so nearly level 200 beasts, shuddered simultaneously. As if sensing some terrifying presence, they all turned tail and fled back in the opposite direction. Wah! Xiaoyan no longer perched on Lín Yìchén's shoulder. Instead, he soared into the air and launched a relentless pursuit at the demon beast horde. Occasionally, she would spew streams of dark flames from her mouth, scorching the beasts lagging behind and making them howl in pain. This caused the beasts untouched by the flames to shudder violently, forcing themselves to run even faster. Xiaoyan, wait for me. This left Lín Yìchén struggling to keep up. Xiaoyan's speed was incredibly fast, forcing Lín Yìchén to chase after her with all his might. Thus, with the dragon and the man behind them and an uncountable horde of beasts ahead, everyone raced toward the battlefield of the Beast Tide. Meanwhile, above the Beast Tide battlefield, Mu Xingyun was on a killing spree. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a thunderbolt as thick as a water barrel. Each strike could easily obliterate several demon beasts upon impact. Combined with the heavenly thunder roll technique he had unleashed earlier, the once endless, pitch-black tide of beasts had now been reduced by nearly half. The professional hunters who had been fiercely battling beasts on the battlefield hadn't engaged in combat for quite some time. Now, each of them gazed up at Mu Xingyun's figure in the sky, their eyes filled with envy. An 8th-tier powerhouse truly was different. With just a slight effort, he had effortlessly resolved this beast tide that had been nothing short of a catastrophe for them. At the rear of the battlefield, Bai Chuanqing couldn't help but feel profound admiration. This beast tide originating from the Yellow Wind Desert was not particularly large, merely medium-sized. Normally, Mu Xingyun wouldn't intervene with a beast tide of this level. As the president of Jiāngběi University and the city's true top-tier combat power, he would only step forward when Jiāngběi City faced a genuine existential crisis. Yet now, due to Lín Yìchén's affair, he had personally intervened to suppress this beast tide. This clearly showed the depth of Mu Xingyun's anger. It was just a pity about Lín Yìchén. Alas! Bai Chuanqing shook his head and sighed inwardly. Regardless, Lín Yìchén was gone for good. He had even planned to help Lín Yìchén apply for the qualification assessment to enter the association headquarters. Who could have foreseen this outcome? Chief Bai, something seems off about the beast tide. At that moment, the military officer standing beside Bai Chuanqing suddenly pointed toward a corner of the beast tide. Look toward Chihu Ridge, those beasts over there seem to be fleeing toward us. Fleeing? Bai Chuanqing's brow furrowed at the remark as he followed the gaze. Chapter 109, Dark Knight Yanlong is Lín Yìchén's beast companion? At the edge of the beast tide, closest to Chihu Ridge, the beasts were indeed fleeing frantically toward the center of the tide, just as his aide had described. Yes, fleeing. Though the distance between them was vast, Bai Chuanqing could still make out the general scene. The frantically galloping beasts were clearly terrified of something. Stay here and watch things for me. I'll be back shortly. With that, Bai Chuanqing soared into the air, heading straight for Mu Xingyun in the sky. Principal Mu, there's unusual movement in the beast tide near Chihu Ridge. Reaching Mu Xingyun's side, Bai Chuanqing pointed directly toward the location of the disturbance. Mu Xingyun paused his movements and turned to look in the direction Bai Chuanqing indicated. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly. What was that? A dragon? A dragon? Bai Chuanqing was startled by the exclamation and turned his head again. Sure enough. At the very edge of the beast tide, a juvenile black dragon was flapping its wings, chasing after fleeing demon beasts. Treating the beasts like toys, the little black dragon randomly selected the slowest ones in flight, spewing black flames that instantly reduced them to ashes. This made the beasts at the front of the stampede even more frantic, wishing they could sprout 8 legs to outrun the danger, terrified of falling behind and becoming the dragon's next target. Dark Knight Flame Dragon. The seasoned Mu Xingyun instantly recognized the breed of this little black dragon, a look of gravity immediately appearing on his face. Dark Knight Flame Dragon? Why would such a creature appear near our Jiāngběi city? Bai Chuanqing's pupils contracted upon hearing this. Unclear, but... Mu Xingyun was about to say something, but the next moment, he froze in place. Lín Yìchén? The tiny black speck trailing behind the Dark Knight Yin dragon gradually grew larger. It was none other than Lín Yìchén. It really was him. Bai Chuanqing's eyes widened in shock, then immediately turned anxious. Oh no! What is he doing? Why is he chasing after the Dark Knight Flame Dragon? It's dangerous. Follow me. Without a word, Mu Xingyun swiftly soared toward Lín Yìchén, with Bai Chuanqing hot on his heels. Within mere minutes, the two had reached the airspace above Lín Yìchén. Lín Yìchén! Danger! Stop chasing him! Mu Xingyun leaned down and bellowed at Lín Yìchén. Retreat now! Leave this to us! Bai Chuanqing chimed in immediately afterward. Hearing these two familiar voices, Lín Yìchén looked up and indeed saw Mu Xingyun and Bai Chuanqing. Principal Mu, Director Bai, I can't just stop chasing. He called out to them before quickening his pace, swiftly chasing after Xiaoyan. Hey, why won't you listen, kid? Mu Xingyun grew anxious instantly. He knew full well how dangerous dragons were, especially a savage creature like the Dark Knight Yin dragon. Though the Dark Knight Yin dragon was currently in its juvenile stage, the way it periodically spat dark flames at the demon beasts made it clear this creature was no pushover. If it sensed a human chasing it from behind, Lín Yìchén would be in grave danger. The dragon might just unleash a torrent of dark flames directly at him. Having finally seen Lín Yìchén alive before him, Mu Xingyun couldn't let him die again. Get up here. With that, Mu Xingyun didn't wait for Lín Yìchén's response. He landed beside him, grabbed him firmly, and began pulling him skyward. Hey, Principal Mu, what are you doing? My beast pet is still up ahead. Lín Yìchén froze in shock, his heart racing as he watched Xiaoyan grow increasingly distant ahead. Pet beast? Lin, it's just a pet beast. If it dies, it dies. I'll find you a stronger one later. Mu Xingyun assumed Lín Yìchén was referring to one of the demon beasts. That dragon up ahead is extremely dangerous. If your beast pet was targeted by it, it's probably already beyond saving. Your own safety is the top priority. Bai Chuanqing chimed in, exactly. You might not realize it, Lin, but that dragon is a Dark Knight Yin dragon, the most savage and unpredictable breed among the dragon clans. Don't be fooled by its small size. It's still in its juvenile stage, but its power already rivals that of a level 200 professional. Even I would find it a tough opponent. Listening to their warnings, Lín Yìchén looked utterly bewildered. What are you guys talking about? The beast pet I'm referring to is that dragon. Ignoring the shock spreading across their faces, Lín Yìchén shouted ahead, Xiaoyan. Come back. You're too far away. I can't catch up. After his call, Xiaoyan, who had been chasing after the demon beasts, halted mid-air and turned to look back. Wah! Spotting his cheap master being held by two strange old men, Xiaoyan let out a roar to the heavens. He then flapped his wings, transforming into a black streak of light as he shot toward Lín Yìchén. Boom! As it neared Lín Yìchén and the others, Xiaoyan opened its beak and unleashed a jet of dark flame directly at Mu Xingyun, who stood at the front. The surrounding air instantly grew scorching hot. The dark flame's speed was blindingly fast, reaching Mu Xingyun in the blink of an eye. Mu Xingyun reacted with lightning speed. As the dark flame appeared, he raised his left hand, unleashing a barrier covered in flickering thunder that enveloped all three of them. The dark flame struck the thunder barrier and was instantly shattered by the lightning crackling on its surface. Only a few lingering embers fell to the ground, burning through the earth and leaving several small holes. Xiaoyan. We're on the same side. Don't speak. Seeing Xiaoyan open its gaping little mouth again, Lín Yìchén hurriedly cut it off. Wah-woo! Wah-woo! Xiaoyan tilted its head, then extended a paw to point at Mu Xingyun, who was tugging at Lín Yìchén's clothes. Its round eyes instantly narrowed into triangles, poised to unleash another dark flame. I swear I'm one of you. Principal Mu, let go of me. Xiaoyan's got the wrong idea. Lín Yìchén quickly added. Hearing this, Mu Xingyun swiftly released him. Fortunately, they weren't flying very high, allowing Lín Yìchén to land safely. Seeing Lín Yìchén escape the clutches of these two strange old men, Xiaoyan paid no mind to anything else and flew straight back to perch on Lín Yìchén's shoulder. Xiaoyan continued to nuzzle Lín Yìchén's right cheek with its dragon head and even patted his back with its dragon claw, as if comforting him. This scene left Mu Xingyun and Bai Chuanqing utterly dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of shock in the other's eyes. What the hell was going on? So the beast pet Lín Yìchén mentioned earlier was this Dark Knight Yin dragon? Holy crap, since when did Dark Knight flame dragons become anyone's beast pet? After all, no one in the world had ever tamed a Dark Knight flame dragon before. How did Lín Yìchén manage that? Mu Xingyun and Bai Chuanqing turned their gaze toward Lín Yìchén, their curiosity nearly bursting at the seams. Chapter 110, Return to Jiāngběi City. An enraged Mu Xingyun. As if sensing their gaze, Xiaoyan perched on Lín Yìchén's shoulder turned its head to lock eyes with them. Immediately, two streams of dark flame shot from its nostrils. Its round eyes narrowed into triangles as it glared fiercely at the two. This. Mu Xingyun and Bai Chuanqing looked utterly helpless, wanting to explain, Xiaoyan, we're not bad people. But as they spoke, they noticed Xiaoyan simply rolled her eyes at them before turning away, refusing to acknowledge them further. The scene grew intensely awkward. Ahem, anyway, Lin, it's good you made it back alive. Mu Xingyun broke the silence. Bai Chuanqing nodded with a hint of relief upon hearing this. Yeah, when I heard you charged into that beast tide, I almost thought you were done for. But now everything's fine, just glad you made it out alive. Hearing this, Lín Yìchén felt a surge of emotion. When he first arrived in this world, he was utterly alone. The orphanage here offered little warmth, and it wasn't until high school, when he met Cheng Simeng, that he truly experienced what it meant to be cared for. Now, besides Cheng Simeng, two more people could evoke that same feeling in him. By the way, Lin, why did you charge into the beast tide alone? Was there some other reason? Mu Xingyun suddenly asked. This question had long gnawed at his heart. He thought he'd never get an answer in his lifetime, but unexpectedly, Lín Yìchén had returned alive. Given that, he absolutely had to get to the bottom of this. If Lín Yìchén had been forced into the beast tide solely because of the demon beasts, then he couldn't really say anything. But if someone had schemed to force him into that beast tide, Mu Xingyun would never let that person off the hook. Hearing Mu Xingyun's question, Bai Chuanqing beside him also fixed his gaze intently on Lín Yìchén. Principal Mu, Director Bai, the truth is this. Lín Yìchén had already intended to explain this upon his return. Now that Principal Mu had asked directly, he naturally held nothing back. He proceeded to recount the events of that moment. Someone shot you from behind? You were forced into the beast tide to evade them? After hearing this, Bai Chuanqing's expression darkened considerably. He might have suspected this possibility before, but now that he knew the truth, he still found it hard to believe. This was the beast tide battlefield, a battle concerning the very survival of Jiāngběi city. And now, someone had actually taken advantage of the chaos to ambush their own comrades in arms. Such treachery would not be tolerated. He turned to look at Mu Xingyun beside him, only to see the other man's face darkening like a piece of coal. The surrounding sky began to fill with gathering storm clouds, lightning flashing. Lin, do you recall the assailant's appearance? If the chaos prevented you from seeing clearly, note the direction the arrow came from or its distinctive features. Bai Chuanqing pressed further. If Lín Yìchén remembered any of these details, Bai Chuanqing could trace the mastermind behind the attack. But if Lín Yìchén remembered nothing at all, the matter would indeed become much more difficult. Still, he would never give up. Lín Yìchén was one of their own, a senior member of the professional association. Damn it, ambushing one of our own on the beast tide battlefield? They must be tired of living. Let him find out who it was, he'd make them regret ever being born. Mu Xingyun now fixed his gaze intently on Lín Yìchén, awaiting his response. He said little, but Bai Chuanqing knew full well that Mu Xingyun's methods would be even more decisive and ruthless than anything their guild could muster. After all, this man is the undisputed top-tier combat powerhouse in Jiāngběi city. When he gets angry, there aren't many in Jiāngběi city who can withstand it. Under their intense scrutiny, Lín Yìchén's lips curved into a faint smile. Not only do I know the characteristics of that person's arrows, but I also recognize the uniform style of their clothing. It's just that the distance was too great at the time, so I couldn't make out their face clearly. That's easily solved. Bai Chuanqing's face also broke into a smile. As long as Lín Yìchén remembered just one of the three details he'd mentioned earlier, he could track that person down. And Lín Yìchén even knew the style of the clothes the person wore. Let's go back. At that moment, Mu Xingyun spoke up beside them. His tone was calm, but both Lín Yìchén and Bai Chuanqing could sense the storm brewing within him. In the next instant, Mu Xingyun soared into the air, streaking toward Jiāngběi city like a shooting star. Come on, Lin, I'll take you. Bai Chuanqing extended his hand to Lín Yìchén. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén placed his hand in Bai Chuanqing's grasp. The two swiftly rose into the air, following closely behind Mu Xingyun as they flew straight toward Jiāngběi city. Xia Yan perched on Lín Yìchén's shoulder, wide round eyes fixed on the surrounding scenery, brimming with curiosity. Lín Yìchén noticed this and couldn't help but reach out with his left hand to stroke its little head. No matter how powerful Xiao Yan had become or how terrifying others perceived it to be, it was still just a newborn dragon cub at this moment. Affection level 5. As Lín Yìchén stroked Xiao Yan's forehead, a notification suddenly popped up. Lín Yìchén immediately stroked it more firmly. Affection level 1. Lín Yìchén looked utterly bewildered and quickly switched back to a gentle touch. But this time, no further affection level notification appeared. Resigned to his fate, Lín Yìchén continued to gently stroke Xiao Yan's forehead while watching the Jiāngběi city walls rapidly approach ahead. Before long, the trio and the dragon returned to the rear of the battlefield beneath the city walls. Chief Officer Bai, Principal Mu. The adjutant, who had been instructed by Bai Chuanqing to stand by earlier, immediately stepped forward and saluted Mu Xingyun and Bai Chuanqing. Lieutenant Wang, summon everyone from the Ding Si formation. Upon landing, Bai Chuanqing issued the order without further ado. Chief Officer Bai, the Ding Si squad just returned from the battlefield to rest. Cut the chatter. Gather every single one of them immediately. Bai Chuanqing's voice was icy, utterly unlike his usual self. Remember every single one. If anyone fails to appear, report their name to me. I'll personally fetch them. Yes, sir. Noticing Bai Chuanqing's unusually stern demeanor, Adjutant Wang dared not argue and promptly left to carry out the order. Mu Xingyun stood silently beside him, watching the scene unfold with an utterly cold gaze. Not long after, Lieutenant Wang returned. Chief Bai, all members of the Ding Si formation have assembled in the square. Your orders, sir. Very well. Let's go. Bai Chuanqing waved his hand decisively, and the three men swiftly made their way toward the square. Adjutant Wang followed behind, his mind far from calm. Who in the Ding Si formation had provoked Bai Chuanqing to such fury? He had never seen Bai Chuanqing this furious before. Moreover, Mu Xingyun, who accompanied Bai Chuanqing, seemed equally furious. To have angered two such powerful figures in succession, just thinking about it made Deputy Officer Wang break out in a cold sweat for the person involved. It seemed that today would be a day of upheaval in Jiāngběi city. Chapter 111, Mu Xingyun's Wrath. Qiantan's Trembling. On the square. All members of the Ding Si formation had assembled here. Whispers and murmurs filled the air as they exchanged glances. Why did they suddenly summon us? We just returned from the battlefield. Can't we get even a moment's rest? I heard something major happened. Even Chief Bai was alerted. Amidst the crowd, Qian Tong's expression darkened the moment he heard the words Chief Bai. Could it be that thing was discovered? It shouldn't be possible. Absolutely not. I was so discreet no one else could have seen my actions at the time. Cold sweat beaded on his back. If Bai Chuanqing had uncovered this, there was only one possible outcome. Lín Yìchén had returned alive. But that was even less likely. He'd entered the beast tide like that. How could he possibly survive? I must be overthinking this. With that thought, Qian Tong finally exhaled in relief. Right. How could Lín Yìchén possibly return safely from the beast tide? Even if he, a level 170 professional adventurer, entered that beast tide, it would be a death sentence. How could Lín Yìchén, a fresh graduate, possibly be stronger than him? Suddenly, the instant this thought crossed his mind, the square fell silent. All eyes converged on the square's entrance. Bai Chuanqing led the way, accompanied by an elderly man unfamiliar to most. Following them were Deputy Commander Wang of this beast-tide battlefield and a black-haired youth. Qian Tong also caught sight of the youth's face. His eyes widened dramatically, as if he had witnessed something utterly impossible. When he turned to look at Lín Yìchén sensed the gaze and looked back. Well, what a coincidence. Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén pointed directly at Qian Tong's location. Chief Bai, it's him. The moment those words left his lips, both Bai Chuanqing and Mu Xingyun, who had been walking ahead, turned their heads simultaneously. Qian Tong felt two pairs of imposing gazes lock onto him. In the next instant, the mysterious old man walking beside Bai Chuanqing vanished instantly. A weathered voice, ghostly and eerie, whispered in her ear, Why did you attack my Jiāngběi University people on the battlefield? Turning his head, Qian Tong discovered the mysterious elder had appeared beside him without warning. Combined with the old man's earlier words, Qian Tong suddenly felt a chill run through her entire body. Could this man before her be none other than Mu Xingyun, the president of Jiāngběi University? He had heard that Mu Xingyun had personally gone to the exam hall for Lín Yìchén during the college entrance exams, but he hadn't been present himself and thus didn't recognize Mu Xingyun. Now, upon seeing him, the identity of this mysterious old man became crystal clear. Qian Tong's voice trembled. I didn't do anything. President Mu, have you mistaken me for someone else? Smack! Before he could finish, Mu Xingyun's hand shot out, seizing Qian Tong by the throat and hoisting him up effortlessly, as if lifting a small chick. Qian Tong felt an utterly terrifying force grip his neck. He could clearly sense that if Mu Xingyun so desired, his throat would be crushed to pulp in an instant. Mu Xingyun wasted no words. He marched straight toward Bai Chuanqing and the others, dragging Qian Tong along. The entire Ding Si formation of practitioners watched in silence, not daring to utter a sound. Anyone standing in front of Mu Xingyun obediently parted to make way. Mu Xingyun advanced, Qian Tong dangling from one hand, leaving a stark dividing line behind him like the demarcation between Chu and Han. Even after he passed, no one dared take a single step forward. Only when he reached the front of the crowd did he casually fling Qian Tong, now pale as death, to the ground like a dead dog. Throughout the entire ordeal, the only sound was Qian Tong's agonized screams. The other members of the Tsongfeng Pavilion in the Ding Si formation, witnessing this scene, fell silent as if frozen by fear, utterly unwilling to speak up for their fellow guild members. They now recognized the mysterious elder in black robes before them, none other than the chancellor of Jiāngběi University. The very pinnacle of power in Jiāngběi City. A figure of such stature could, if he so desired, establish a new city anywhere in Kanglan Kingdom without anyone daring to oppose him. The Kanglan Kingdom government would even dispatch officials to assist him in establishing the city, providing a full suite of attentive services to ensure everything was arranged perfectly. And as for their Tsongfeng Pavilion? In Mu Xingyun's eyes, they were nothing more than a mere ant. Even if the Hidden Blade Pavilion ranked among Jiāngběi City's strongest guilds, it was merely a slightly sturdier ant than the rest. Ahem. Qian Tong, who had been thrown to the ground, finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief. After clearing his throat twice, he turned to Bai Chuanqing and Deputy Officer Wang beside him. Mr. Bai, Deputy Officer Wang, you may punish me, but surely you must present evidence first? I was dragged up here for no apparent reason. Did you two just stand by and watch? Bai Chuanqing completely ignored Qian Tong's questioning. Deputy Officer Wang, on the other side, stared at Qian Tong with a look that said he thought she was an idiot, even taking a silent step back. Damn it, if you want to die, don't drag me along. Though he didn't know why Mu Xingyun suddenly targeted Qian Tong, he understood one thing. Mind your own business when it comes to the big shots. Especially when they're this pissed off. He could tell that when Mu Xingyun and Bai Chuanqing came for him, their anger had reached a breaking point. Mu Xingyun was the more terrifying of the two. Though he didn't show it outwardly, just standing beside him made Deputy Officer Wang feel an overwhelming urge to kneel. Their silence instantly made Qian Tong, who had just issued his challenge, feel like a complete fool. Just as the heat was rising to his cheeks, Mu Xingyun suddenly spoke. Who ordered you to ambush my Jiāngběi University personnel on the battlefield? He looked down at Qian Tong, his gaze cold and indifferent. If I tell you, will you spare me? Qian Tong ceased struggling. He now understood that any resistance before Mu Xingyun was futile. All he could do now was figure out how to save his own life. He had no doubt that if Mu Xingyun wished it, he could kill him right here in public and no one would dare utter a word against him. Besides, he was the one who had made the mistake in the first place. Mu Xingyun gave a faint nod. Xiantong, seeing this, was overcome with joy. It was Su Zhentian, our Songfeng Pavilion's leader. He ordered me to ambush Lín Yìchén on the battlefield. He resented Lín Yìchén for killing his son, that's why he did it. Xiantong had just sold Su Zhentian out, even laying out the entire backstory for Mu Xingyun in crystal clear detail. Su Zhentian. The Hidden Blade Pavilion. Very well. Mu Xingyun gave a slight nod. The next moment, he raised his left palm, and a thunderbolt carrying annihilating energy instantly gathered at its center. The target of that palm was none other than Xiantong. You, what are you doing? Didn't you say you'd spare me? You deceitful. Boom! A flash of blue light erupted, and Xiantong vanished instantly within the swirling thunderous glow. After completing this, Mu Xingyun withdrew his hand and looked up at the crowd. Did I just say I forgave him? His gaze made everyone's scalps tingle. Hundreds of people on the field shook their heads in unison. Very good. Mu Xingyun nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Lín Yìchén beside him. Lin, let's go. We're heading to the Sword Concealment Pavilion. Chapter 112, Su Zhentian's Peril. Is the Sword Hiding Pavilion finished? Yes, Principal Mu. After Lín Yìchén nodded in agreement, Mu Xingyun immediately lifted him into the air, soaring toward the location of the Sword Hiding Pavilion. You remain here to handle the aftermath. I'll be back shortly. Bai Chuanqing turned to give Deputy Officer Wang a final instruction before following suit. After the three departed, Deputy Officer Wang stared at the pool of human-shaped black ash on the ground and couldn't help but shudder. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he turned to the others and declared, You all witnessed the consequences of betraying comrades on the battlefield. Let this serve as a lesson to every one of you. Alright, if there's nothing else, everyone may disperse. Someone clean up this place. Leaving a black stain here is unsightly. Inside the Hidden Blade Pavilion, Su Zhentian sat alone in the tea room. He lifted a small cup of fragrant tea from the table and took a careful sip. Truly fine tea. It was well worth the hefty price I paid for it. Using it to celebrate my son's vengeance is a fitting tribute. Su Zhentian murmured with satisfaction. Yet his sigh turned bitter. It's just such a pity about Xiaofeng. All because of that little bastard Lín Yìchén, he ended up paying with his life. Alas! No sooner had the words left his lips than a knock sounded at the tea room door. Chairman. It's terrible. Xiantong, something's happened to him. Hearing this, Su Zhentian jolted upright. He hastily set down his teacup and rushed to the door, flinging it open. What did you say? What happened to Xiantong? Xiao Daofeng, who had come to deliver the news, hurriedly explained. Word is he was publicly killed by Mu Xingyun, the president of Jiāngběi University. This information came from other members of our Ding Si squad. It seems Lín Yìchén has returned alive. Lín Yìchén has returned alive? The moment he heard this news, Su Zhentian felt as if the entire sky had collapsed. Wait, what about the plan for Lín Yìchén to go alone into the beast tide? How could he possibly have survived under those circumstances? Explain this clearly to me. What exactly happened? Did Lín Yìchén truly return? Don't give me any seems like or heard that nonsense. I want facts. Su Zhentian gritted his teeth in fury. He knew exactly how monumental this matter was. If Lín Yìchén had truly returned alive, forget Xiantong, even their entire Songfeng Pavilion would be finished. Enough said. At that moment, a weathered voice suddenly echoed from the sky. The two looked up to see three figures standing above the Songfeng Pavilion, having appeared there unnoticed. The one who spoke was none other than Mu Xingyun, clad in a black robe. Su Zhentian, your audacity grows by the day. The trio descended slowly. Mu Xingyun's gaze was cold as he fixed it on Su Zhentian. His tone was as flat as water, yet beneath it simmered thunder. Seeing that it was indeed Mu Xingyun himself who had arrived, Su Zhentian nearly fell to his knees in fright. Mu Xingyun hadn't truly shown his face in public for over a decade. Ordinary people might have forgotten that Jiāngběi University even had such a president, but Su Zhentian certainly hadn't. Because this man was the true powerhouse of Jiāngběi City, its ultimate combat force. His own Songfeng Pavilion, along with other organizations like the Tianlong Guild, were nothing but insignificant specks in Mu Xingyun's presence. It was precisely this understanding that made Su Zhentian tremble before Mu Xingyun. Principal Mu, your sudden visit to my Songfeng Pavilion caught me completely unprepared. Su Zhentian plastered on a smile, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere. But Mu Xingyun gave him no chance. Don't play dumb with me. Mu Xingyun snorted coldly, his gaze now tinged with murderous intent. Speak. Will you do it yourself, or shall I? The next moment, Mu Xingyun slowly raised his left palm. The thunder that had just obliterated Xiantong began gathering once more. Unreasonable. This is completely unreasonable. Su Zhentian was paralyzed with fear. Staring at Mu Xingyun's expression, one that declared he would die today, no matter who delivered the blow, despair and utter collapse engulfed his heart. He glanced again at Lín Yìchén standing beside Mu Xingyun, his heart filled with bitter resentment. Damn it! Anyone else who dared to charge into the beast-tide like Lín Yìchén would have been reduced to nothing but bones, gnawed clean by the beasts. How the hell did he manage to survive? Su Zhentian couldn't understand it. He truly couldn't. Principal Mu, Lín Yìchén killed my son. You're a father too, you've experienced this pain. You should understand my anguish. What's wrong with avenging my son? Am I supposed to just watch the murderer of my child live freely in this world? Su Zhentian gritted his teeth, trying to appeal to Mu Xingyun's emotions. But Mu Xingyun wasn't swayed by such appeals. He snorted coldly, Lin did kill your son, but wasn't that your son's own doing? He agreed to fight on the life or death stage. He lost because he wasn't skilled enough. Who else can you blame? Besides. Mu Xingyun paused, his voice turning even colder. Don't compare my son to that good-for-nothing in your family. Boom! Blue lightning erupted, and in an instant, Su Zhentian was obliterated beneath the savage thunder. When the lightning faded, Su Zhentian's figure vanished from the battlefield, replaced by a handful of black ash on the ground. Thud! Zhou Daofeng, witnessing this scene from the sidelines, was so terrified his legs gave way, causing him to collapse straight to his knees. Gazing at the pile of black ash before him, fear gripped his heart to its core. The formidable Su Zhentian, head of the Hidden Blade Pavilion, had been instantly killed with a single strike? Was this the true power of Mu Xingyun? No wonder Su Zhentian had repeatedly warned him to avoid provoking Jiāngběi University whenever possible. The reason was clear now. From this day forward, I don't want to see the Shadow Blade Pavilion in Jiāngběi City anymore. Is that clear? While Zhou Daofeng was still reeling in shock, Mu Xingyun spoke again. Yes. Yes. I'll order the Tsungfeng Pavilion disbanded immediately. Zhou Daofeng snapped back to his senses, nodding frantically, terrified that a moment's hesitation might earn him a casual swat from Mu Xingyun that could end his life. Lin, are there any remaining members of the Hiding Blade Pavilion? Mu Xingyun turned to look at Lín Yìchén again. Nothing. Lín Yìchén shook his head. Good. Let's go then. Mu Xingyun smiled, shedding his earlier coldness. Since you've just returned from the battlefield with such an adorable little creature, there are some important matters I need to discuss with you. Why don't we find a place to talk in detail? All right. Perfect. Mr. Bai, how about we head to your professional building? What do you think? Of course, no problem. We have plenty of space in our building. Bai Chuanqing smiled as he spoke. At the same time, a hint of emotion flickered in his eyes. He had originally intended to stand up for Lín Yìchén, but with Mu Xingyun present, he simply had no opportunity. But this was for the best. After all, Lín Yìchén wasn't just an incoming freshman at Jiāngběi University. Before that, he'd been a member of their own professional association. Lín Yìchén gaining such favor from Mu Xingyun was a significant advantage for their professional association. In fact, this could even influence the headquarters' review of Lín Yìchén's qualifications. Without hesitation, the three immediately departed from the Hidden Blade Pavilion and headed toward the location of the professional building. Chapter 113, Xiaoyan's Favorability. The Beast Tide's Transformation. Upon arriving at the professional building, the trio followed by Chuanqing to his office. Once inside, Xiaoyan, perched on Lín Yìchén's shoulder, scanned the surroundings with its large, round eyes. The various human-made structures within the professional building were all novel and fascinating to the newly born Xiaoyan. Bai Chuanqing and Mu Xingyun noticed this. Mu Xingyun, in particular, flashed what he thought was a kind smile at Xiaoyan. The result? Little Yan rolled her eyes at him and buried her head back into her wings. Mu Xingyun. Finally, Bai Chuanqing broke the silence. Lin, has Xiaoyan already formed a beast-pet bond with you? Yes. Lín Yìchén nodded. Well, that's good. Since that's the case, you'll need to be extra careful from now on. Bai Chuanqing offered his well-meaning advice. An adolescent Dark Knight Yen dragon appearing in human sight who knew how many schemers would set their sights on it. Not to mention this Dark Knight Yen dragon was taken in as your beast pet, proof that it differs from its kind, possessing an innate affinity for humans. Before he could finish, Xiaoyan, perched on Lín Yìchén's shoulder, opened its tiny mouth and unleashed a blast of dark flame directly at Bai Chuanqing. Bai Chuanqing. Fortunately, Bai Chuanqing reacted with lightning speed, swiftly raising a golden protective barrier before him to block the sudden dark flame. Xiaoyan didn't seem to have used full force. The dark flame dissolved the moment it touched the shield, as if refuting Bai Chuanqing's earlier words. Alright, I get it. It must only have affinity for you. Bai Chuanqing wiped the cold sweat from his brow and shot Xiaoyan a sullen glance. In any case, Lin, you still need to be cautious. While we can protect you, we can't watch your every move. There's always a chance someone could exploit your vulnerability. Bai Chuanqing continued. I understand. I'll be careful. Lín Yìchén nodded. Truthfully, ever since he formed the beast pet bond with Xiaoyan, he'd already braced himself mentally. In this world, the dragon clan had always reigned supreme among all demonic beasts, coveted by countless individuals. Setting aside the challenge of taming a dragon as a beast companion, the dragon crystals extracted from slain dragons alone were worth a fortune. A dragon tamed as a beast companion was an entirely different matter. To certain eyes, Lín Yìchén, who carried Xiaoyan, was like a wealthy young master flaunting a 24k gold brick in a beggar's den. Anyone who could resist snatching it away would be a god among men. Lin, as long as you're within Jiāngběi University, you're absolutely safe. No one will dare target you or Xiaoyan. Mu Xingyun couldn't help but interject, but the most crucial factor is your own strength. If you can elevate your power to level 300 and complete the 6th transformation, those eyeing Xiaoyan will dwindle significantly. Lín Yìchén nodded silently. For him, this wasn't particularly difficult. With the Crimson Reaper in his possession, his leveling speed was absolutely top tier. The crucial factor was time. As Mu Xingyun had just mentioned, as long as he remained at Jiāngběi University, he would be safe. Perfect. He could use this time to strengthen himself, treating Jiāngběi as his temporary protective umbrella. Seems you understand. Since that's the case, we won't dwell on it further. Mu Xingyun chuckled, then shifted gears. Oh, Lin, since you formed a beast pet contract with Xiaoyan, your affinity with him should be at level 1 now, right? In the days ahead, you'll need to interact with Xiaoyan more and cultivate your relationship. Back when I first formed a beast pet contract with my time-space bat, it took nearly a year just to raise the affinity to 10. Once you hit 10, the progress accelerates dramatically. Take me, for instance, it took me 3 years to push mine straight to 80. Mu Xingyun spoke at length, imparting his experience with beast pets to Lín Yìchén. As Lín Yìchén listened, he silently glanced at his pet's stats panel. Dark Knight Flame Dragon Young Form. Level, 200. HP, 300,000 attack, 10,000. Skills, Dark Flame Breath spews dark flames from its belly, dealing massive damage to hit enemies and inflicting Dark Flame Burn and Dark Flame Chaos status effects for 60 seconds. Dark Flame Scorch, deducts 0.5% of maximum HP per second, reduces damage taken by 20% during duration. Dark Flame Confusion, mentally disorients the target, causing sensory disorientation. Affinity, 30. Lín Yìchén asked curiously, Principal Mu, my affinity with Xiaoyan has reached 30. Should be fine, right? Mu Xingyun froze. Bai Chuanqing beside him also froze. What did you say? Mu Xingyun stared wide-eyed at Lín Yìchén. You and Xiaoyan are already at 30? Yes. How many days have you two even known each other? 3 days. Silence. Endless silence. Inside the office, the expression on Mu Xingyun's weathered face grew intensely complex. It was impossible to tell whether he was crying or laughing. Back then, he'd gone to extraordinary lengths to build rapport with the time-space bat, finally raising its favorability to 10 within a year. That pace was considered fast even in the beast pet world, especially considering he had bonded with a time-space bat, a creature wielding the power of time and space, an extremely rare existence among demon beasts. But Lín Yìchén? He had formed a beast pet contract with the Dragon Clan, whose difficulty surpassed even the time-space bat, and had raised his favorability to 30 within just 3 days. Is this even human? Mu Xingyun was starting to question reality. Principal Mu, isn't this progress a bit too rapid? Could something go wrong? Seeing Mu Xingyun go silent for a long while, his face alternating between pale and flushed, Lín Yìchén feared his rapid affection boost might trigger some unknown negative side effect. And no, it's fine. Mu Xingyun paused, struggling to force out a few words after a long moment. He forced a smile. The rate of affection growth varies from person to person. You needn't worry. The key lies in reaching that 50% threshold. Once your affection hits 50%, you can bring Xiaoyan into your beast pet space, and your mutual understanding will reach a whole new level. 50, I see. Lín Yìchén nodded. Just then, a knock sounded at the office door. Come in. Bai Chuanqing called out toward the doorway. Immediately, a man clad in the white robes of the professional association hurried inside. Chief Bai, there's trouble at the beast-tide battlefield. What kind of problem? Hearing this, the 3 men in the room immediately grew solemn. For some unknown reason, just an hour ago, the beasts at Chihu Ridge began converging toward the center of the tide as if they'd spotted something terrifying. This has caused an explosive increase in pressure on our warriors at the core of the tide. They're on the verge of collapse. The man hurriedly explained. After hearing his account, Bai Chuanqing and Mu Xingyun simultaneously turned their gaze toward Lín Yìchén. No, it should be the little yen on Lín Yìchén's shoulder. As if sensing their gazes, Xiaoyan's nostrils flared, spewing 2 faint wisps of dark flame. He then shot them a dismissive glance. Ahem, we understand. You may leave now. Bai Chuanqing waved his hand, signaling the man to leave. After he left, Lín Yìchén spoke with some embarrassment. Principal Mu, Director Bai, perhaps I should handle this matter. I have a solution for this beast tide. Really? Mu Xingyun and Bai Chuanqing's eyes lit up. This might require little Yan's assistance. Lín Yìchén turned to look at Xiaoyan perched on his shoulder. Chapter 114, Herding Demonic Beasts Like Sheep. Beast-Tide Battlefield. Formation Jiāzi requests backup. Formation Jiāzi requests backup. Too many beasts are converging, we can't hold them back. At the heart of the beast-tide battlefield, the number of demon beasts now gathered was more than double what it had been before. This placed immense pressure on the Jiāngběi formation, already fighting at the center. They were now forced into continuous retreat and were on the verge of collapse. Though the battlefield command acted swiftly, dispatching several formations from Chihu Ridge to reinforce Jiāngběi, it was too late. The central position was on the verge of being breached by the overwhelming horde of beasts. At that very moment. No! The beasts have started rioting again. No, look at what they're doing, they're fleeing? The professionals on the battlefield immediately sensed something amiss. The beasts, which had been converging toward the center of the horde, were now turning around one by one and running back. Not only that. Even the demon beasts already gathered at the center of the horde were now turning around in perfect unison. A torrent of demon beasts instantly began retreating in the direction they had come from. What the hell? In an instant, all the professionals on the battlefield froze in place, staring in bewilderment at the departing demon beast hordes. Look at the sky. Suddenly, someone pointed skyward and shouted. Everyone looked up to see 4 faint black dots slowly advancing toward the demon beast horde. Like herding sheep, each time these 4 dark specks advanced a short distance, the demon beast horde retreated a corresponding distance. Who could that be? Chief Officer Bai Chuanqing seemed to be among them. Someone with keen eyes immediately recognized Bai Chuanqing among the 4 dark specks. And there's Principal Mu too? What's that flying up front? A dragon? Holy crap! A dragon? Is that real? As others made out the faces of the remaining 3 figures, gasps erupted. Above the sky. Lín Yìchén, Mu Xingyun, and Bai Chuanqing stood together atop the back of the time spacebat, their hearts filled with wonder. This time spacebat was truly extraordinary. Though it was clearly beneath his feet, it felt as if he were stepping on air. Truly a rare and precious demon beast species. After silently marveling at this, Lín Yìchén turned his gaze forward. At that moment, Xiaoyan flapped its tiny wings with great enthusiasm ahead, while Longmu kept a close watch on the demon beast horde below, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Every time it flew forward 10 meters, the demon beasts retreated 20 meters in fright. When it flew 100 meters, they scrambled back 200 meters. Thus, Xiaoyan would advance several dozen meters at a time, then suddenly accelerate to cover several hundred meters. After pausing briefly, it would surge forward again for another several hundred meters. While it reveled in the game, the beasts below were cursing their luck. Especially the demon beasts with poor stamina and slow running abilities. They felt as if they were being chased by a slave master wielding a whip. And this slave master had a twisted sense of humor, making them run long sprints one moment, short dashes the next, then stopping intermittently to let them catch their breath. 2 words, absurd. Roar. After being driven to run another stretch, a leopard-like demon beast finally couldn't take it anymore. It let out a roar to the heavens, venting its frustration. It wasn't a demon beast known for endurance anyway, but rather for explosive power. Making it run for a short time was fine, but who could endure this? But the moment it let out that roar of discontent, a dark flame plummeted from the sky, instantly reducing it to ashes. Several of its kind nearby, witnessing this, retreated a considerable distance in terror. They then silently swallowed their anger and continued marching with the main group. The other beasts fell silent, frozen in fear. Wah! Flying high above, Xiaoyan crossed his forepaws over his chest and nodded with satisfaction. That's the spirit, Xiaoyan. Keep up this pace and drive them all back into the Yellow Wind Desert. Lín Yìchén saw nothing amiss and nodded approvingly as well. Behind them, Bai Chuanqing and Mu Xingyun exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of resignation in the other's eyes. Mu Xingyun, in particular, silently watched Xiaoyan's retreating figure ahead, wondering if he had just brought some kind of trouble into the school. Approximately 2 hours later. Driven by Xiaoyan's dragon aura, the beast-tide army was driven back into the Yellow Wind Desert. The moment they entered the Yellow Wind Desert, the beasts nearly wept with relief, each hastily fleeing back to their original territories. Finally home. Especially when they saw Xiaoyan leaving with Lín Yìchén and the others, they almost wanted to gather all their beast companions to celebrate. That damn little black dragon was finally gone too. Damn it! The beast-tide incident finally drew to a close. Upon returning to Jiāngběi city, Bai Chuanqing had to handle some follow-up matters, so he bid farewell and departed first. After he departed, Mu Xingyun turned to Lín Yìchén. Lin, I need to head back to campus. Would you like to come with me? It'll give you a chance to familiarize yourself with the school. Hearing this, Lín Yìchén showed no intention of refusing. After all, he was about to enroll at Jiāngběi University, so familiarizing himself with the campus beforehand would be beneficial. And who else but Principal Mu Xingyun himself would personally guide him? This was an opportunity many could only dream of. Just as he was about to agree, a StarNet call suddenly popped up. He glanced at it and saw it was from Chung Simung. Principal Mu, I need to take this call. After giving Mu Xingyun a quick nod, Lín Yìchén pressed the answer button. Almost immediately, Chung Simung's voice came through the line. Xiaochun, where on earth did you go? You said you were just going to the bathroom. How could you be gone this long without a word? I searched the entire shelter and couldn't find you anywhere. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Wah! Chang Ximing's voice trembled with tears, stirring a pang of guilt in Lín Yìchén's heart. Opening his chat interface, he saw Chang Ximing had sent him numerous messages. But during that time, he'd been deep within the beast tide and couldn't receive star net signals. After returning to Jiāngběi city, he hadn't had time to check the star net either, so he hadn't replied. Ms. Chang, I'm sorry. Please don't cry. I'm fine, really. If you're still worried, why not come find me? I was just about to head to Jiān University for a stroll. As he spoke, Lín Yìchén glanced up at Mu Xingyun. Principal Mu, can I bring one more person? No problem. Bring as many as you like. Mu Xingyun waved his hand with effortless grace. Then I'll trouble you, Principal Mu. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén sent their current location to Chang Ximing. Not long after, Lín Yìchén spotted a figure rushing urgently from the distance. It was Chang Ximing. Unlike her usual self, Chang Ximing now bore two large dark circles under her eyes, her face pale as a sheet. Clearly, she hadn't gotten any rest. The moment she spotted Lín Yìchén, Chang Ximing's temper flared. That little jerk. He sent her to the shelter, then snuck out on his own. What a jerk. Though furious, seeing Lín Yìchén safe and sound instantly softened her anger. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Mu Xingyun standing nearby and couldn't help but ask curiously, Xiao Chun, who is this? Oh, Ms. Chang, allow me to introduce you. This is Principal Mu from Jiāngběi University. Lín Yìchén introduced with a smile. The president of Jiāngběi University? Hearing that name, Chang Ximing was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 115, Give Teacher Chang a Hand. Off to Jiangda. Chang Ximing quickly glanced at Mu Xingyun a few more times. Although she had glimpsed Mu Xingyun from afar during the college entrance exams, the distance had been too great. She hadn't even gotten a clear look at his face. How could that compare to the of this private encounter today? This was the president of Jiāngběi University, that legendary figure. As a native of Jiāngběi city, Chang Ximing had naturally heard all the legends surrounding Mu Xingyun. Being able to get so close to this big shot now filled Chang Ximing with excitement. But what shocked her even more was the relationship between Lín Yìchén and Mu Xingyun. How long had it even been? Had Lín Yìchén and Mu Xingyun become so close that the esteemed president of Jiāngběi University would personally take him on a tour of the campus? What did this signify? Mu Xingyun held Lín Yìchén in very high regard. Chang Ximing was genuinely happy for Lín Yìchén to have earned the university president's favor. As Chang Ximing stared intently at Mu Xingyun, the professor found himself intrigued by this young girl gazing at him with wide, starry eyes. He asked with a smile, Are you Lin's high school teacher? Yes. You can just call me Xiao Chang. Chang Ximing nodded vigorously. Seemingly caught off guard by his question, her speech became slightly disorganized. Well, thank you for taking such good care of Lin during his 3 years of high school, Mu Xingyun said with a warm smile. Principal Mu, you flatter me. Xiao Chen worked very hard, there was no need for any special care. Chang Ximing hurriedly replied. At that moment, Lín Yìchén suddenly interjected, Ms. Chang, you're being too modest. If I hadn't met you during my time at Jiāngběi No. 1 High School, I might have starved to death long ago. Ha? Chang Ximing looked utterly bewildered. She thought to herself, sure, she often took malnourished-looking Lín Yìchén out for extra meals, but surely he wouldn't have starved to death without her? Mr. Lin, what exactly happened? Mu Xingyun also turned to Lín Yìchén with curiosity. It's like this, Principal Mu, Lín Yìchén began. I'm an orphan. My monthly allowance is only 100 star coins. Even with the extra money I earn from odd jobs every day, I barely scrape together 500 star coins a month. As he spoke, Lín Yìchén suddenly turned to Chang Ximing. Teacher Chang, with 500 star coins a month, isn't that barely enough to cover 3 meals a day? I suppose so? Chang Ximing blinked her wide, confused eyes, recalling Lín Yìchén's malnourished, listless appearance during high school. She nodded instinctively. So, Teacher Chang, if you go hungry for too long, doesn't that lead to malnutrition? Lín Yìchén pressed. That's true. So if I'm already malnourished and then starve myself, could I die of hunger? Ha? Chang Ximing froze again, unsure. Probably? Exactly. Lín Yìchén patted Chang Ximing on the shoulder. Teacher Chang, if you hadn't taken me out for extra meals every day, I would have starved to death. I owe my survival entirely to you. Me? I did something that good? Chang Ximing looked deeply touched, completely unaware that Lín Yìchén had already baited her into his trap. Mu Xingyun, watching from the side, felt his eyebrows twitch. He shot Lín Yìchén a silent glance and noticed the kid was also looking his way intentionally or not. He instantly understood everything. Ahem, Teacher Chang, I wonder if you might be interested in joining our faculty at Jiān University? Mu Xingyun cleared his throat twice, snapping Chang Ximing out of her emotional daze. Ha? Chang Ximing froze completely at Mu Xingyun's invitation. Her face betrayed utter disbelief as she stammered, Principal Mu, you mean this is real? But I'm just a high school teacher. Teaching those theoretical courses on demon beasts doesn't even qualify me to be a university professor. Who said you'd be teaching at Jiāngda? Without another word, Mu Xingyun tossed a thin card toward Chang Simeng. Our HR department is currently understaffed. We're offering 100,000 star coins monthly, 9 insurances and 3 funds, plus 10 days off per month. Hearing the string of benefits, Chang Simeng nearly fainted. This was her dream job. She dared not imagine how happy she'd be if she could actually land this job. Ms. Chang, Principal Mu is asking if you'll take it. Seeing his absent-minded teacher hadn't processed the offer yet, Lín Yìchén prompted her. Oh, Principal Mu, can I really go? Chang Simeng snapped back to reality but still asked incredulously. Of course. My word is final. Mu Xingyun nodded. Then, thank you, Principal Mu. Chang Simeng bowed excitedly to Mu Xingyun. Ha, whenever you're ready to come, just take the ID card I gave you and report to the Jiāngběi administration office. Mu Xingyun laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. He continued immediately, now, let me show you around Jiāngběi University. Come on. At his command, Chang Simeng suddenly felt a soft, cushiony sensation beneath her feet. Instantly, her view began to rise, lifting her hundreds of meters above the ground. What is this? Chang Simeng gazed down curiously. Though there was nothing beneath their feet, the three of them were undeniably soaring through the air. Ms. Chang, this is Principal Mu's beast companion, the Spacetime Bat. Lín Yìchén gave Chang Simeng a brief explanation. The Spacetime Bat? Hearing the name, Chang Simeng was taken aback. This was an extremely rare demon beast species, second only to the formidable dragon clans that commanded awe across the land. For Mu Xingyun to have such a beast as his pet revealed just how terrifying his power must be. As she pondered this, Chang Simeng suddenly sensed a pair of eyes quietly observing her. She instinctively glanced toward Lín Yìchén. Then, she saw a small head perched on Lín Yìchén's shoulder, its pale golden eyes fixed intently on her. That single glance left Chang Simeng utterly stunned. Xiao Chen, what is that on your shoulder? She swallowed hard, pointing at the tiny yen on Lín Yìchén's shoulder in utter shock. Oh, you mean Xiao Yan? Lín Yìchén turned his head to look, giving Xiao Yan a light pat on the head as he did so. It's a friend I just made, a Dark Knight Yen Dragon. Chang Simeng? A Dark Knight Yen Dragon? Chang Simeng repeated the name in disbelief, then compared Xiao Yan's appearance to her mental knowledge. Sure enough, Xiao Yan was the legendary Dark Knight Yen Dragon. The most ferocious and powerful of all dragon clans. And now, one such Dark Knight Flame Dragon was actually perched on Lín Yìchén's shoulder. While Chang Simeng was reeling in shock, Lín Yìchén's eyes lit up. Because, just as he introduced Xiao Yan to Chang Simeng, a notification suddenly popped up before his eyes. Affection level 100. Lín Yìchén quickly glanced at his beast companion panel again, his gaze zeroing in on Xiao Yan's affinity interface. Affection level 40. This single action caused Xiao Yan's affection for him to jump up by 10. Lín Yìchén couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. When he had just referred to Xiao Yan as his friend, he hadn't thought much about it, it had simply slipped out instinctively, essentially voicing his inner thoughts. According to Mu Xingyun, once a pet's affection reached 50, the bond between them would reach a new level of synergy. Now, he and Xiao Yan were just 10 points away from that final threshold. Lín Yìchén was both eager and curious. What exactly did this new level of synergy entail? Chapter 116, Entering Jiāngběi. An impatient Mu Xingyun. The time-space bat's flight speed was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it carried the three of them to the skies above Jiāngběi University. Jiāngběi University was situated in the southeastern part of Jiāngběi City, occupying an immense expanse of land that stretched endlessly. Its facilities were exceptionally comprehensive. It could be said that any student who entered Jiāngběi could live there for a lifetime without any issues whatsoever. After entering Jiāngběi, Lín Yìchén noticed two particularly striking buildings within the campus. One tower soars skyward, resembling a pagoda. The other resembled the professional building. Principal Mu, what are those two places? Lín Yìchén asked curiously. The tower-like structure you see is Jiāngběi's trial tower. Its function is similar to the star tower you entered during your college entrance exams, but it offers far more diverse capabilities. Mu Xingyun explained with a smile. As for the other building, that's Jiāngběi's multifunctional complex. It handles mission acceptance, market transactions, reward collection, and more, just like the professional building. Lín Yìchén listened silently, thinking to himself that a top-tier university truly was different. The facilities Mu Xingyun had just described were only available in a city's professional building. And Jiāngběi University had its own set of these facilities right on campus. No wonder, despite living in Jiāngběi City for so long, he had hardly ever seen anyone from Jiāngběi University come out. Noticing Lín Yìchén's deep thought, Mu Xingyun smiled again. Honestly, these two buildings aren't anything special. They're taller than others simply because so many people use their basic functions. Don't underestimate those unassuming low-rise buildings. They house the very core of our university. You'll understand once you enroll. I see. Lín Yìchén nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the standalone buildings. Principal Mu, which building will be my office? Chang Simeng asked curiously from the side. Ah, that one. See the building behind the large plaza? That's the administration building. Mu Xingyun pointed toward the rear of the plaza, where a 7 or 8-story white building stood. As they chatted, the time-space bat descended slowly, setting the three down beside the white building. After landing smoothly, Lín Yìchén saw two figures swiftly emerge from the administration building and approach them. The leader was a burly man with a spine as straight as a spear, sporting a clean-cut crew cut. He appeared to be in his 30s or 40s and was accompanied by a young man who looked like a student. Principal Mu, how is that prodigy who conquered the 9th level of the Star Tower? Has he returned from the beast tide yet? The spear-like man addressed Mu Xingyun first. Ha! Look who's standing right beside me. Mu Xingyun roared with laughter, then slapped Lín Yìchén's shoulder. This is the genius you've been talking about. I never imagined he'd survive the beast tide, truly a stroke of luck and misfortune. After that, Mu Xingyun turned to Lín Yìchén. Let me introduce you. The gentleman before you is Vice President Lei Qiyuan of our Jiāngběi University. He usually handles the school affairs for me. After Mu Xingyun finished his introduction, Lei Qiyuan promptly stepped forward and extended his hand to Lín Yìchén. Hello, Lín Yìchén. Welcome to Jiāngběi University. Lín Yìchén extended his hand politely in return. It's my honor. Lei Qiyuan finally smiled. Since you chose Jiāngběi, we won't shortchange you. On your enrollment day, the Divine Level Genius stipend will be issued immediately. And as Vice President Mu mentioned, you'll receive it annually from then on. As he spoke, Mu Xingyun seemed to recall something and added, Lei, gather everyone in the conference room shortly. I have matters to discuss with you all. His thoughts naturally turned to Lín Yìchén's enrollment reward. Earlier, Lín Yìchén had simultaneously declined the generous offers from Sangda and Dongda, choosing Jiāngběi instead. At that moment, he had vowed to ensure that once Lín Yìchén joined Jiāngběi, his rewards would be no less than what the other two universities had offered. However, he didn't intend to simply match the other universities' god-tier genius stipend. Instead, he wanted to offer an incentive perfectly suited to Lín Yìchén's current level. With that thought, Mu Xingyun turned back to Lín Yìchén. By the way, Lin, what level are you at now? Level 97. Lín Yìchén answered truthfully. Level 97? What? You said you're already level 97? Mu Xingyun nodded in realization, but immediately sensed something was off. He stared at Lín Yìchén in shock and asked. Yes. Lín Yìchén nodded, briefly revealing his level title. Seeing that familiar string of text above Lín Yìchén's head, Mu Xingyun couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Wow, this kid Lín Yìchén really gave him a huge surprise. In the days immediately following the college entrance exams, there were few in the entire Kanglan Kingdom who could reach such a high level. This leveling speed was truly unmatched. Cheng Simeng and Lei Qiyuan standing beside him, along with the young man trailing behind Lei Qiyuan, were equally stunned. None of them had imagined Lín Yìchén would already be at level 97. Not bad, not bad. Keep up the good work. Mu Xingyun recovered from his astonishment, offered a warm, encouraging smile, and then said, Mr. Lin, I have an urgent meeting to attend. Shall I have someone else give you a tour of the campus? Now that he knew Lín Yìchén's current level, Mu Xingyun couldn't hold back any longer. He had to finalize Lín Yìchén's enrollment reward immediately. He couldn't afford to neglect this young man who kept surprising him in such a crucial matter. If you have matters to attend to, Principal Mu, please go ahead. Lín Yìchén didn't refuse. After all, it was just a campus tour, whoever showed him around would do. Principal Mu, Principal Lei, allow me to show Junior Lin around the campus. At that moment, the young man who had been standing behind Lei Qiyuan stepped forward and volunteered. Ren Xiaoyu has also spent 2 years at Jiāngběi. He's quite familiar with our university's current situation. Having him accompany them is perfect. Seeing this, Lei Qiyuan also recommended him. Very well, then. We'll trouble you, Ren. Mu Xingyun gave a slight nod, accepting without refusal. He turned to Lín Yìchén and the others. Mr. Lin, I'll be heading out now. Enjoy your visit. Goodbye, President Mu. Lín Yìchén and Cheng Simeng nodded in response. Soon, Mu Xingyun and Lei Qiyuan entered the administration building. Only Lín Yìchén, Cheng Simeng, and the young man called Ren Xiaoyu remained behind. Hello, Lin. I'm Ren Xiaoyu, your senior, I suppose. He approached with a smile. Come on, I'll show you the dormitory area first. After all, it's where you'll be spending most of your time. I'll also fill you in on the current situation at our school. That would be very kind of you. Lín Yìchén nodded and, together with Cheng Simeng, followed Ren Xiaoyu toward a cluster of buildings. Chapter 117, Jiāngběi's Secret. Divine Grade Weapon. No sooner had they entered Jiāngběi's student housing area than Lín Yìchén heard someone call out to them from behind. Ren Xiaoyu, who are these two? Turning around, they saw two tall male students calling out to them. Ren Xiaoyu's expression shifted slightly upon seeing them, but he still smiled broadly. These are our new freshmen this year. Principal Lei asked me to help them get familiar with the campus. New juniors? Hearing this, the taller boy in the lead sized up Lín Yìchén with a glance before asking, You wouldn't happen to be that Lín Yìchén, would you? The one who cleared the 9th floor of the Star Tower? Lín Yìchén froze slightly. So his reputation had already spread this far? It had only been a few days, yet students at Jiāngběi already knew his name. But upon reflection, it wasn't surprising. After all, the 9th level of the Star Tower had never been conquered before. He nodded. That's right. Me. Damn impressive, bro, clearing that legendary 9th floor? Want to join our Blade Dominion Club? After saying this, the man seemed to remember he hadn't introduced himself yet. He extended his hand to Lín Yìchén with a smile. Oh, right. I'm Tang Feng, Vice President of the Overlord Blade Society. Seeing no ill intent, Lín Yìchén politely shook his hand. Lín Yìchén. And who's this junior here? Tang Feng turned his gaze to Cheng Simeng. Since Cheng Simeng looked quite young and had arrived with Lín Yìchén, Tang Feng naturally assumed she was a freshman about to enroll. I'm not a student. I'm just about to start working at Jiāngběi University. Discovering the mistake, Cheng Simeng was actually quite pleased and explained with a smile. Oh, I see. My apologies. Tang Feng gave an awkward laugh before quickly shifting his gaze to Lín Yìchén. By the way, Lin, what's your class? Warrior? Mage? I'm a warrior. Lín Yìchén replied. The moment those words left his lips, Lín Yìchén could distinctly sense a subtle shift in Tang Feng's gaze. Though fleeting, the shift was unmistakable. I see. Well, that's quite a coincidence. Our guild leader at Overlord Blade is a warrior class. If you were to join us, I'm sure you two would have plenty to talk about. Tang Feng continued his invitation. So, what do you say? Care to consider it? Of course, no rush to answer now, you haven't even started school yet. We'll discuss it when school starts. Lín Yìchén didn't agree outright. Alright, if you decide to join later, just come find me at the Blade Dominance Club. I'll be heading out now. Tang Feng smiled, then promptly left with the other guy who had come with him. After the two had left, Ren Xiaoyu, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke up. Lin, that guy. The Blade Club isn't a good place to be. I suggest you keep your distance from them from now on. Why? Lín Yìchén raised an eyebrow, asking curiously. He had sensed something off about Ren Xiaoyu's relationship with Tang Feng earlier, and now it seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Moreover, after he mentioned his profession earlier, Tang Feng's gaze had clearly turned hostile. Though Lín Yìchén didn't know why, he had no desire to associate with someone like that. Compared to Tang Feng and Ren Xiaoyu, Lín Yìchén naturally trusted Ren Xiaoyu more. After all, Principal Lei had personally assigned Ren Xiaoyu to mentor him in front of Mu Xingyun. She wouldn't treat him badly no matter what. Beijian's president, Yen Yang, lived up to his club's name with an extremely domineering style, gradually infecting the entire organization with his approach. Ren Xiaoyu continued his explanation. Another crucial point is that Yen Yang harbors immense hostility toward geniuses in warrior-type professions. If you join the Blade Dominion, you can basically forget about getting any club resources. But he was a warrior class, wasn't he? Lín Yìchén was puzzled. He distinctly remembered Tang Feng mentioning earlier that their president was a warrior-type class. If that's the case, why does Yen Yang harbor such intense hostility toward his own class type? Lin, didn't you know? Ren Xiaoyu paused slightly upon hearing this. Seeing that Lín Yìchén's confusion didn't seem feigned, he gave a wry smile. I heard you turned down generous offers from Sangda and Dongda to choose our Jiāngběi instead. I just assumed you knew. At Jiāngběi, there's a very special long-bladed weapon. I've never seen it myself, but they say it's a divine-grade weapon. Yen Yang came to Jiāngběi specifically for this divine-grade weapon, so he harbors intense hostility toward other warrior-type geniuses like you. Do you understand now? After hearing Ren Xiaoyu's explanation, a flicker of curiosity stirred within Lín Yìchén's heart. Divine-grade weapon. He truly hadn't imagined that such a treasure could be hidden within Jiāngběi. It was common knowledge that weapons and equipment in this world were generally classified into 6 tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and supreme. Among these tiers, only gold-grade or higher equipment possessed special effects. Moreover, with each higher tier, the potency of these effects increased, and the equipment's attributes rose accordingly. The mist set he wore was platinum tier equipment. Above these 6 tiers lies the legendary divine grade. It's called legendary precisely because divine grade equipment is so rare barely a handful exist in the entire world. Each divine grade weapon is utterly unique. That was the extent of Lín Yìchén's knowledge regarding divine grade weapons. After all, he was merely a recent graduate, such high-level information was generally withheld from him. Yet Lín Yìchén understood one thing: the attributes and effects of divine grade weapons were absolutely god tier. Moreover, the divine grade weapon within Jiāngběi University was actually a longsword? Lín Yìchén's interest was instantly piqued. If he could get his hands on this blade, wouldn't he never have to worry about weapons again? How many tiers would his combat power leap forward? With this thought, Lín Yìchén pressed further. Senior Ren, is there any way to obtain this divine grade weapon? Ren Xiaoyu shook his head. No. We only know that this divine grade weapon exists within Jiāngběi University. But where it is, who possesses it, or how to obtain it, we have no idea. I see. Lín Yìchén stroked his chin and nodded, not particularly surprised. Such an exceptionally rare treasure would surely be locked away securely by Jiāngběi University. There was no way they'd let students know about it. However, Lín Yìchén thought that the next time he saw Mu Xingyun, he could try to subtly probe for information. After all, Mu Xingyun was the principal. He must know where that divine grade longsword was kept. Even if he couldn't get his hands on it, catching a glimpse would be quite an eye-opening experience. Besides, who says he couldn't get his hands on it? He absolutely had to ask. Chapter 118, High-Level Meeting. The Divine Grade Longsword's Ownership. While Ren Xiaoyu was escorting Lín Yìchén to the dormitory area, Mu Xingyun and Lei Qiyuan had already convened a meeting in the small conference room of the administration building, one restricted solely to Jiāngběi's top leadership. Inside, 6 figures sat around a large round table. Mu Xingyun occupied the seat of honor, with Lei Qiyuan seated beside him. Senior Mu, what significant matter has occurred to warrant such an urgent gathering? A man slightly older than Lei Qiyuan, dressed in fiery red robes, spoke first. Mu Xingyun rarely interfered with campus affairs. This was the first time in years he urgently convened such a high-level meeting. You've all heard the news, I presume. Mu Xingyun cleared his throat. That prodigy who cleared the 9th level of the Star Tower has chosen our Jiāngběi University, correct? All present nodded in acknowledgement. Do you know what conditions he turned down from Sanda and Dongda to choose our Jiāngběi? Mu Xingyun spoke calmly, an annual divine-level genius stipend and 3 times the amount for the first year. Yet my counteroffer was merely 1 stipend per year. At this revelation, the entire room fell silent. They had only heard that Mu Xingyun went to the college entrance exam venue and successfully recruited that genius, but they had no idea this had happened. This was a god-tier genius stipend. Even they coveted such an offer. Yet Lín Yìchén had turned down offers from Sangda and Dongda, 2 institutions offering him twice as much, and steadfastly chosen Jiāngběi instead. Why on earth? Principal Mu, could it be he came for that blade too? The man in the crimson robe couldn't help but frown as he spoke. The moment those words left his lips, the atmosphere in the room shifted. No, Mu Xingyun shook his head. Lín Yìchén is an orphan with no background whatsoever. He couldn't possibly know there's a divine grade longsword hidden within our Jiāngběi. Hearing this, the expressions of the others present eased considerably. Moreover, seeing this, Mu Xingyun repeated everything Lín Yìchén had said at the time, including his reason for choosing Jiāngběi. Principal Mu, are you saying he chose our Jiān University simply because he kept his word? The man in red robes asked, visibly shocked. Exactly. Mu Xingyun nodded, offering no further explanation. But everyone now understood that Lín Yìchén's words were absolutely true. Otherwise, with Mu Xingyun's seasoned discernment, he would have seen right through him. I've said all I needed to say. With a genius of Lín Yìchén's caliber joining our Jiān University, how could we not offer him some compensation? Seeing his objective achieved, Mu Xingyun continued, I gathered everyone here precisely to pool our wisdom and consider the best form of compensation for Lín Yìchén. While a god-tier genius stipend is certainly commendable, it feels rather perfunctory. The best reward would be something that genuinely aids Lín Yìchén's growth at this stage. If anyone has ideas, please share them. At these words, the group immediately began discussing. Some suggested finding Lín Yìchén a top-tier demon beast as a pet companion, while others proposed securing him a supreme grade accessory. But after listening to all the suggestions, Mu Xingyun remained largely unsatisfied. After all, Lín Yìchén already possessed a beast companion, the Dark Knight Flame Dragon. Where could they possibly find a demon beast superior to that? As for the supreme grade accessory, it was even less suitable. Such an item wouldn't be usable until Lín Yìchén reached level 300, making it far too premature at this stage. Until the crimson-robed man abruptly slammed his fist on the table, his eyes flashing as he fixed them on Mu Xingyun. Principal Mu, what is Lín Yìchén's profession? Warrior. Mu Xingyun narrowed his eyes slightly as he answered. Then, how about we just give him that sword directly? The red-robed man proposed a condition that sent shockwaves through the entire gathering. At this, even Lei Qiyuan, who had remained silent throughout, was stunned. Impossible. Lei Qiyuan rose from his chair, that blade is far too precious. Lín Yìchén is merely a freshman who just enrolled. Handing it over to him like this is far too rash. Old Lei is right. That blade holds immense significance for our Jiāngběi University. Handing it over to a freshman so carelessly is absolutely out of the question. That's right, that knife can only be in the hands of our own people. After all, Chang Xian paid for it with his life. The others chimed in agreement. But when someone mentioned Chang Xian's name, the room fell silent once more. Every pair of eyes turned to Mu Xingyun. I believe Chang Xian would also want to see that blade wielded by the right person. Mu Xingyun smiled faintly. Mu Chang Xian, he was his son. Over a decade ago, he sacrificed his life to obtain this divine grade long sword. But Principal Mu, this matter absolutely cannot be handled so rashly. Someone continued to plead. I know, but this blade has sat unused in the academy for so many years, isn't that a waste? Mu Xingyun shook his head. As for your concerns, I've considered them too. Before he could finish, the man in red robes pressed on. Principal Mu, how about this? Let's make that blade the championship prize for this year's school-wide tournament. What do you think? The suggestion immediately won the approval of the crowd. Indeed. This way, we can test whether Lín Yìchén's strength is worthy of this blade, while also observing his character during this period. If his strength is insufficient, he naturally won't win the championship. I think this proposal is sound. But have you all considered one thing? At that moment, Lei Qiyuan suddenly interjected, there's another person in the school who has his eyes fixed on that blade. That kid isn't someone to be trifled with. I think the odds of Lín Yìchén beating him are pretty slim. You mean He Yen Yang? Some recognized the name Lei Qiyuan had mentioned. Exactly, him. Lei Qiyuan nodded. Didn't he come to Jiāngběi University specifically for that blade? If we proceed like this, wouldn't we be playing right into the He family's hands? That's a good point. We should reconsider. At Lei Qiyuan's words, the others backed down. Even the man in red robes fell silent, lost in deep thought. But at that moment, Mu Xingyun spoke up again. I think Yanbei's suggestion is excellent. Let's proceed with it. Yanbei was the name of the man in red. This time, however, Yanbei objected, Headmaster Mu, this doesn't seem right. The school-wide competition begins in less than half a year. How could Lín Yìchén possibly defeat He Yenyang in such a short time? Wouldn't that be like handing the blade over to the He family on a silver platter? Mu Xingyun merely smiled mysteriously without explanation. So be it. Declare that sword the champion's prize for this year's school-wide competition immediately. His reason for doing this was simple. Lín Yìchén's growth rate was simply too rapid. Having just finished the college entrance exams, he'd already ascended to the current 97th level. Given another half year, Mu Xingyun dared not imagine how high he might climb. He believed in Lín Yìchén. Of course, this also served as a test for Lín Yìchén. After all, that divine grade long sword had been obtained at the cost of his son's life. Its rightful owner would not be decided so lightly. Seeing Mu Xingyun speak so decisively, the others fell silent. So be it. Old Lei, get this news out immediately, the sooner the better. Mu Xingyun waved his hand and announced with a smile. Chapter 119, Competition Rules. The Envious Lín Yìchén. Jiāngběi University Dormitory Area. Guided by Ren Xiaoyu, Lín Yìchén and Chang Siming had already gotten a general sense of the Jiāngběi dormitory area. The area was dominated by towering dormitory buildings, similar to those at Jiāngběi No. 1 High School, but the environment was noticeably superior. Most crucially, Jiāngběi's student dorms were single rooms, not the four-person dorms Lín Yìchén had occupied at Jiāngběi No. 1 High School. This aspect struck Lín Yìchén as quite favorable. But then Ren Xiaoyu smiled again. Junior Lin, you don't seriously think this is where you'll be living, do you? What else? Lín Yìchén looked at him curiously. Haha, for geniuses like you with S rank or higher professional levels, our school has special privileges. Ren Xiaoyu gave a mysterious smile, then promptly led Lín Yìchén and his companion to a cluster of villas on the other side of the residential area. He waved his hand. This is where you'll be living from now on. As long as it's unoccupied, you can pick anyone you like. Just me? Lín Yìchén was somewhat surprised. That's right, just you. Ren Xiaoyu chuckled, though if you want to bring others along, no one will say a word. I see. Lín Yìchén nodded slightly, thinking to himself that Jiāngběi University really went out of its way to treat geniuses well. It was clearly different from how they treated ordinary students. But Lin, you should be aware this place isn't yours to keep just because you moved in. Ren Xiaoyu added, new students get a 1-month protection period. After that, if someone wants your house, they can challenge you. You have to win to keep living here. It's kind of a Jiāngběi University tradition. Strength reigns supreme. If you're strong enough, you can live in the villa district even if your professional rank isn't high enough. After hearing this, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but ask, but what if I win and then someone else challenges me? Won't I get annoyed to death? Haha, that won't happen. Challenges have a 1-month cooldown period. As long as you win one match, no one will bother you for a month. Ren Xiaoyu explained with a smile. Got it. Lín Yìchén nodded. As they chatted, a voice suddenly echoed across the Jiāngběi campus. The rewards and rules for this year's university-wide competition have been finalized. Please visit the school's official website for details. The announcement repeated 3 times before gradually fading away. Lín Yìchén looked at Ren Xiaoyu curiously. What exactly is this all-school competition? Oh, that's Jiāngběi's annual individual martial arts competition. Every year, those who rank well in the competition receive generous rewards. It's a crucial channel for acquiring resources. Ren Xiaoyu was visibly excited as he hurriedly opened Jiāngběi's internal website on the Star Network. The rewards for the top 10 finishers have always been generous in previous years. I wonder what they'll be this time. Let's check right away. But the moment he clicked on the notice board, Ren Xiaoyu froze in place. Are they out of their minds? The first place prize for this year's grand competition is actually that sword? Ren Xiaoyu muttered in stunned disbelief. That sword? Lín Yìchén keenly picked up on the remark and turned to Ren Xiaoyu. Senior Ren, what exactly are you referring to when you say that sword? The divine grade long sword I just told you about. Ren Xiaoyu clenched his fists in excitement. Who knew the school would put that divine grade long sword as the first prize for this year's competition? Looks like this year's school-wide tournament is going to be bloody intense. A divine grade long sword? Lín Yìchén's eyes lit up at the mention, his palms growing hot with anticipation. He never imagined that just moments after pondering ways to acquire the divine grade long sword, it would suddenly appear among the grand tournament's prizes? Could it be that the school specifically added it in for him? A sudden suspicion flashed through Lín Yìchén's mind. But none of that mattered. Since this divine grade long sword was included as a prize in the school-wide competition, why not just go for first place? With that thought, Lín Yìchén pressed further. When does this school-wide competition take place? What are the rules? Could you tell me, Senior Ren? Ren Xiaoyu glanced at him and chuckled. Looks like you're pretty eager, Lin. But then again, even though you're just a freshman, clearing the 9th floor of the Star Tower shows your strength already surpasses many upperclassmen. As he spoke, he pointed toward the towering, cloud-piercing structure in the distance. See that tower? It's called the 100 Refinements Tower. Inside, there's a special arena system. When combatants face off on that stage, neither dies for real. That's where the school-wide competition will be held. The rules are simple, it's a defense-based system. There are 10 platforms in total. The first 10 players who successfully defend their platforms in the initial round advance to the top 10. After that, the 10 platforms are reduced to 3, and finally to 1. You get the idea, right? After listening to Ren Xiaoyu's explanation, Lín Yìchén slowly nodded. I understand. But I do have a question, isn't this school-wide competition open to all students? The rules of the school-wide competition weren't hard to grasp. Upon hearing it was a defense-based system, Lín Yìchén had already understood the gist. However, one crucial point remained, the number of participants. After all, there were only 10 defenders. If too many challengers arrived, even the most exceptional talents would be overwhelmed. Therefore, Lín Yìchén surmised that the number of participants in the school-wide competition couldn't be too large. And sure enough, Ren Xiaoyu nodded, that's true. Since the school-wide competition is usually held at the end of the year, a qualifying round is required beforehand to select participants. The so-called qualifying round is essentially the annual mid-year club tournament. The top 50 clubs based on points compete in a hunting competition, from which the top 10 clubs are selected. Each of these clubs then sends 3 representatives to participate in the school-wide competition. That's roughly how it works. Now, Lín Yìchén fully understood the operational rules of the school-wide competition. So does that mean clubs are really important now? Chang Siming couldn't help but ask from the side. Although the school-wide competition had little to do with her, upon hearing that this year's prize was a legendary divine grade weapon, she couldn't help but want to learn more. Exactly. That's precisely why I told Lin earlier, under no circumstances should you join the Overlord Blade Society. Ren Xiaoyu smiled at Lín Yìchén. If you join the Overlord Blade Society, you absolutely won't get the qualification to participate in the school-wide competition. He Yan Yang won't allow that to happen. No sooner had he finished speaking than an angry voice erupted from behind them. What nonsense are you spouting, Ren Xiaoyu? What did our Blade Dominance Society ever do to you? Why are you slandering us like this? Everyone turned to see Tang Feng and his companion, the same pair they'd encountered earlier. Tang Feng glared at Ren Xiaoyu, refusing to wait for an explanation before turning his gaze to Lín Yìchén. Junior Lin, don't listen to him. Our dominant Blade Society always prioritizes fairness and justice. If you want to participate in the school-wide competition, joining us is your best choice. You saw it yourself, this year's championship prize is that legendary divine grade weapon. Our dominant Blade Society leads the school in points, guaranteeing us 3 spots. Join us, and one of those spots is yours. What do you say? After speaking, Tang Feng fixed Lín Yìchén with an intense, burning stare, waiting for his answer. Chapter 120, Tang Feng stops playing games. Lín Yìchén snaps. Feeling Tang Feng's intense gaze, Lín Yìchén frowned inwardly. Just then, he felt someone gently tug at his sleeve. Glancing down, he saw Ren Xiaoyu. Ren Xiaoyu shook her head subtly at Lín Yìchén, then mouthed a silent plea. Lín Yìchén understood immediately. She was telling him not to go. Damn it, Ren Xiaoyu, have you had enough of living? Tang Feng also noticed Ren Xiaoyu's subtle gesture and instantly flew into a rage, lunging forward to deliver a kick. Fortunately, Ren Xiaoyu reacted swiftly and narrowly dodged the kick. Hey! Don't start a fight. We're all classmates, this isn't right. Chang Siming rushed to intervene, but Tang Feng shoved her aside. This Ren Xiaoyu has been slandering our Blade Society. I'm going to teach him a lesson today. Ah! Tang Feng was tall and burly, and his strength was no match for Chang Siming's. She stumbled backward from his push and was about to fall to the side. At that critical moment, a long, slender arm suddenly wrapped around Chang Siming's waist, steadying her. Thanks, Xiao Chen. Seeing it was Lín Yìchén who had helped her, Chang Siming's face flushed slightly as she quickly offered her thanks. But Lín Yìchén had no mind for such pleasantries now. His gaze fixed intensely on Tang Feng, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes. In his heart, Chang Siming had always been both a mentor and a sister figure, someone he had sworn to protect at all costs. If he hadn't caught her in time after Tang Feng shoved her, Chang Siming would have taken a nasty fall for sure. With good luck, she might have escaped unscathed. But with slightly worse luck, she could have ended up in the hospital. If she'd broken a bone, she'd need to recuperate for 10 days or even half a month. Apologize. Lín Yìchén was furious. Mages and priests were already fragile enough. How could he push her so hard? What if Chang Siming had been seriously injured? Can you even afford to pay for that? I just didn't mean to. Tang Feng frowned, showing no intention of apologizing. I said apologize. Lín Yìchén wouldn't budge an inch. If Tang Feng didn't give Chang Siming a proper apology today, he absolutely wouldn't let this matter drop. I told you, it was an accident. Why did she have to block my way? Whether he couldn't keep up the act anymore or something else, Tang Feng's earlier smug, flirtatious smile vanished completely. His face was now cold and indifferent. Lín Yìchén now saw it too. Just as Rin Xiaoyu had said, the members of the Overlord Blade Club were indeed arrogant and tyrannical, acting with complete impunity. Their earlier urgency to recruit him was likely just to drag him into their ranks quickly, cutting off his chance to participate in the school-wide competition. How underhanded. Seeing Tang Feng's aggressive demeanor, Chang Siming tugged at Lín Yìchén's sleeve and whispered, Xiao Chun, maybe we should just let it go. Look, I didn't even get hurt that badly. She wasn't being cowardly, she just feared causing trouble for Lín Yìchén because of her. After all, she'd heard from Rin Xiaoyu that the Blade Society was one of Jiāngběi's most powerful clubs. If he offended them, Lín Yìchén's days at the university would likely become unbearable. No, he had to apologize today. Lín Yìchén remained unyielding, showing no intention of letting Tang Feng off the hook. Look, she said she's fine. What are you still dithering about? What's the worst could happen if I don't apologize? Tang Feng dropped all pretense and instantly did a complete 180 in his attitude toward Lín Yìchén. True, their president did hold considerable reservations about Lín Yìchén, fearing he might interfere with the ownership of that divine-grade long sword. But that divine-grade long sword was directly placed in this year's school-wide competition. How could Lín Yìchén, a freshman who hadn't even arrived at the school yet, possibly compete with He Yang, who had been at the school for several years? Moreover, judging by Lín Yìchén's attitude toward their Blade Domination Society earlier, he didn't seem likely to join them anyway. Therefore, Tang Feng stopped pretending. No apology, huh? Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes and bellowed, Xiao Yan, attack. Wah! In the next instant, a pitch-black little head shot out from under Lín Yìchén's clothes, opening its mouth to spew a jet of dark flame directly at Tang Feng. Xiao Yan seemed to have been holding back for quite some time. This jet of dark flame was noticeably denser than its previous ones, and its speed was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached Tang Feng. As a warrior who had already reached level 160, Tang Feng's reflexes were naturally sharp. The moment the dark flame appeared, he instinctively twisted his body to dodge. But he had underestimated the flame's speed. Even as he lunged sideways, a sliver of the dark flame still struck his right arm. Ah! A searing, bone-piercing pain instantly shot through him like maggots burrowing into flesh. Tang Feng's forehead broke out in cold sweat as his health rapidly plummeted. 3,198. 4,501. 4,367. In an instant, Tang Feng's health plummeted to the danger zone, teetering on the brink of death. Simultaneously, Tang Feng realized he could no longer see anything before him. His ears and nose seemed to have lost function entirely, and he couldn't even cry out. This was the negative effect of dark flame, sensory loss. In combat, anyone struck by this debuff without a purifying skill might as well be waiting to die. This was precisely Tang Feng's situation now. His sidekick, witnessing his boss's plight, froze in panic. Pointing at Lín Yìchén, he shouted furiously, "What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to kill someone on school grounds? Stop it right now." Lín Yìchén merely sneered coldly at the sight, refusing to acknowledge him. Now he's screaming in pain? When Tang Feng was forced to apologize earlier, he sure wasn't like this. Moreover, he hadn't ordered Xiao Yan to strike with lethal force. This dark flame would likely dissipate in another second or two. At that point, Tang Feng's health bar would only drop to around 20%, not be completely wiped out. At that very moment, a beam of holy light suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping Tang Feng entirely. Under the baptism of this light, the dark flames on Tang Feng's arm gradually faded, and his precariously low health bar abruptly stopped its descent. Everyone looked up to see a figure clad in grey robes slowly descending from the sky. Only after landing did they clearly see his face, an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, his ears adorned with large, eye-catching earrings. Counselor Chen. Upon seeing him, Tang Feng's young sidekick rushed forward, wailing as if a savior had arrived. "Counselor Chen. This man attacked our vice president without provocation and he meant to kill. If you'd arrived a moment later, our vice president might have died right here. You must uphold justice for our Blade Society. This scoundrel dares to kill on campus. His character is utterly depraved. He absolutely cannot be let off the hook." Tang Feng, his life now spared, had regained his composure. He glared at Lín Yìchén with venom in his eyes. He truly hadn't expected Lín Yìchén to possess a Dark Knight Yin dragon as his beast pet. But so what? If Lín Yìchén dared to attack like this, Director Chen would never let him off the hook. He was just waiting for the show to begin. The elderly man known as Director Chen slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze on Lín Yìchén. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he began walking toward him. "You are Lín Yìchén?" His eyes narrowed slightly, his expression devoid of emotion. "I am." "What of it?" Lín Yìchén remained utterly unflustered, his back straight as an arrow. Chapter 121, What? You want me to apologize? Why did you resort to violence? Director Chen's expression remained utterly unchanged as he continued to speak in his emotionless tone. Because he pushed someone and refused to apologize. I gave him a chance. Lín Yìchén met the elder's gaze directly, showing no sign of backing down. Over 3 years of high school, she'd consistently shown concern for his well-being. On the day of the awakening trial, she'd risked losing her job to stand up and prove his innocence. In his heart, Chang Siming had long been like family. Tang Feng's attack on Chang Siming had touched his raw nerve. He would never back down from such an offense. Pushed someone and didn't apologize. Gave him a chance. After hearing Lín Yìchén's explanation, Director Chen suddenly broke into laughter. That smile sent a chill down the spines of Ren Xiaoyu, Tang Feng, and the others. It's over. Ren Xiaoyu felt a chill in his heart. Director Chen, in charge of campus security at Jiāngběi University, was known for his iron-fisted approach. And just now, Tang Feng nearly lost his life because of Lín Yìchén. Counselor Chen would never let the instigator off the hook for such a serious incident. That smile clearly meant Lín Yìchén had infuriated him. With that thought, Ren Xiaoyu steeled himself and stepped forward. Director Chen, Tang Feng initiated the confrontation. Junior Lin refused to apologize when asked, which is why Junior Lin acted so recklessly. He absolutely isn't solely responsible. But the moment he spoke, Tang Feng immediately countered. After being bathed in that holy light, Tang Feng's condition had visibly improved. He straightened up and fixed his gaze on Counselor Chen. Counselor Chen, I merely accidentally pushed that girl earlier. While I refuse to apologize, I'm willing to compensate her. Whatever compensation they demand, I'll pay it. But Lín Yìchén went straight for lethal force. That guy is utterly vicious. I demand Lín Yìchén's expulsion. He must not be allowed to attend Jiāngběi University. After delivering his speech, Tang Feng shot a defiant glance at Ren Xiaoyu. Trying to plead for Lín Yìchén? No way. He'd finally found an opportunity to strip Lín Yìchén of his eligibility to compete for that divine grade weapon. He wasn't about to let it slip away. Besides, seeing how Director Chen had been driven to laughter by Lín Yìchén earlier, if he stoked the fire a bit more now, wouldn't that be enough to get Lín Yìchén expelled outright? Tang Feng couldn't wait to witness that scene. Well, is there anything else you wish to say? But after Tang Feng finished speaking, Counselor Chen suddenly asked him another question. No, that's all. That's everything I have to say. Tang Feng couldn't quite figure out why Director Chen would ask that question. Wasn't what he just said clear enough? Nothing else? Well then, hurry up and apologize to the other person. But the next second, Director Chen's words left Tang Feng completely dumbfounded. What? Apologize? Tang Feng stared at Director Chen in utter shock, as if he hadn't heard the words at all. He couldn't understand. Shouldn't Director Chen be announcing Lín Yìchén's punishment right now? Why was he being told to apologize? You just admitted it yourself, you pushed someone. Since you pushed someone, why not apologize? Director Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and confronted Tang Feng directly. Tang Feng was dumbfounded, stammering and unable to find the words. Only one thought raced through his mind. This is weird, right? This definitely isn't right, is it? He felt like he was the biggest victim here. He was practically dead. But why wasn't Director Chen dealing with Lín Yìchén first? Why was he making him apologize instead? What, you don't think you should apologize? Seeing Tang Feng stammering for ages without uttering a single coherent sentence, Director Chen furrowed his brow slightly, his tone tinged with displeasure. No. Tang Feng suppressed his inner resentment and turned to give Chang Siming a slight bow. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pushed you just now. Though deeply reluctant, he dared not defy Counselor Chen. In front of students, he could lord it over everyone with impunity, but Director Chen was different. Even the club president, He Yan-yang, would show utmost respect to this elder, let alone him. Oh, it's fine. Though Chang Simong was also a bit bewildered, she instinctively accepted the apology. When Director Chen appeared earlier, her heart had nearly stopped. This old man clearly wasn't someone to mess with. If her actions cost Lín Yìchén his chance to enter Jiāngběi University, she'd blame herself for the rest of her life. But now, how had things turned out so unexpectedly? Very good. Seeing Tang Feng apologize, Director Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his gaze back to Lín Yìchén. This time, everyone present grew tense once more. Tang Feng's eyes fixed intently on Director Chen and Lín Yìchén, filled with anticipation. Surely it was time to punish Lín Yìchén now? He knew it. There was no way Director Chen would just let Lín Yìchén off the hook. Not only did he start a fight in the school dormitory, but he nearly took his life. This was an extremely serious incident. Remember, he himself never dared to start trouble in the dorms. Unlike him, Chang Simeng and Ren Xiaoyu were on pins and needles, dreading that Director Chen's next words would be the direct expulsion of Lín Yìchén. Under the varied gazes of the crowd, Director Chen finally spoke. After staring at Lín Yìchén for a moment, he nodded. Not bad. It really is a Dark Knight flame dragon. The Twilight Academy didn't lie to me. He smiled faintly. You're one lucky bastard, kid. To have a Dark Knight flame dragon as your beast pet. Back when I tried to steal a snow dragon egg from the dragon's nest, I nearly froze to death right there. Didn't even get the egg. I'm seriously jealous of you. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned. Especially Tang Feng. His mind felt like it was spinning out of control. What the hell was going on? From the looks of it, Director Chen doesn't plan to punish Lín Yìchén? Why the hell not? Tang Feng clenched his jaw, raging silently inside. He'd nearly lost his life just moments ago, yet here was Director Chen, acting as if nothing had happened, casually chatting with Lín Yìchén? Was his life worth nothing? At this thought, Tang Feng could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and declared, Director Chen, Lín Yìchén just tried to kill me. I'd like to ask how you intend to punish him? Hearing this, Director Chen turned his head and shot him a displeased glance. What do you want? Ha? Tang Feng clearly hadn't expected Director Chen's response, but he steeled himself and answered, Lín Yìchén's character is so vile, he should be expelled. He absolutely must not be allowed into our Jiāngběi University. Oh. Is that all? Director Chen withdrew his gaze and inquired again. Yes, that's all. Tang Feng's brow furrowed as a sense of foreboding rose within him. If you're done, you may leave. Director Chen waved his hand impatiently. But? Tang Feng was dumbfounded again. So after all that he'd just said, Director Chen hadn't taken a single word to heart. This impatient attitude, how could it seem like he wasn't the one who'd been wronged? Chapter 122, Playing the Fool to Devour the Tiger? I'll just smash you to pieces. What more do you want? Seeing Tang Feng act as if he couldn't understand human speech, Director Chen's face darkened with displeasure. You started this mess. I'm letting you go without punishment. That's showing you mercy. How dare you play the victim now? Get out of here. Facing Director Chen's menacing glare, Tang Feng froze in place, his frustration boiling over. He admitted the incident started because of him, but logically speaking, he'd only shoved Chang Simeng once, while Lín Yìchén had nearly killed him. Why did Director Chen care so little about his life? Bias. Utterly biased. Tang Feng felt like crying, his resentment toward Lín Yìchén reaching its peak. After shooting Lín Yìchén a fierce glare, he prepared to leave with his entourage. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared before him. I've already apologized. What more do you want? Seeing Lín Yìchén block his path again, Tang Feng frowned and said, You're still not convinced, are you? Lín Yìchén's lips curved slightly as he regarded Tang Feng with a playful gaze. Seeing Lín Yìchén's mocking gaze, Tang Feng's anger flared even more. He snorted coldly, Don't think you can run rampant around Jiāngde just because you have a beast pet. Let me tell you, beast pets are not allowed on the student arena within Jiāngde. Once your 1-month protection period is over, the Blade Society will show you what real strength is. With that, Tang Feng turned to walk past Lín Yìchén. But Lín Yìchén spoke again, Well, since you put it that way, why wait a month? Let's head to the arena right now. I'd love to see just how much strength you've got. Are you serious? Tang Feng suppressed his inner elation. He truly hadn't expected Lín Yìchén to actually want to face him in the arena. How utterly deluded. Did he really think he could still be a match for me without his beast pet? Of course, it depends on whether you dare. Lín Yìchén nodded lightly. Earlier, while chatting with Ren Xiaoyu, he'd indirectly learned about Tang Feng's strength, a level 160s rank warrior. Normally, as a level 97 professional, he wouldn't even think of challenging a level 160 warrior. But Lín Yìchén was different. He had absolute confidence he could pin Tang Feng to the ground and beat him senseless. Since he was already at odds with the Blade Dominion, he might as well showcase his strength early. He'd crush Tang Feng on the arena stage to intimidate any potential troublemakers in the future. This way, Lín Yìchén could enjoy some peace. He certainly didn't want to be constantly harassed by Blade Dominion's minions after arriving at Jiāngde University. Hiding his abilities wasn't his style. Ha! I bet you don't have the guts. Seeing Lín Yìchén genuinely harbored this thought, Tang Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter, tears nearly streaming from his eyes. Who would have thought this Lín Yìchén was such a fool, daring to challenge him to a ring match? Wouldn't he just beat the crap out of Lín Yìchén? Such a golden opportunity, he wouldn't let it slip away. Lin, don't be so impulsive. Ren Xiaoyu couldn't bear to watch any longer. He stepped forward and pulled Lín Yìchén aside. Tang Feng is no pushover. His professional Earth Warrior is ranked T1 among S-class fighters. If you actually challenge him to a duel, you'll definitely suffer. It's fine. I'm confident. Lín Yìchén merely smiled at Ren Xiaoyu's concern, patting his shoulder lightly. But to Ren Xiaoyu, this gesture screamed overconfidence. Seriously, why won't you listen? Even if you cleared the 9th floor of the Star Tower, you can't just leap over so many tiers to challenge someone like that. Especially when Tang Feng's class isn't exactly a pushover. Senior Ren, don't worry. It'll be fine. Lín Yìchén shook his head firmly. Seeing this, Ren Xiaoyu could only sigh inwardly. Fine. Since Lín Yìchén was so set on fighting, let him go. After all, no one would die on the arena. Looking at it another way, this might teach Lín Yìchén a lesson. He'd be less reckless in the future. In a way, it could be a good thing. Ren Xiaoyu silently stepped back, deciding to stop nagging. But when he returned to Cheng Ximing's side, he noticed that this teacher who had come with Lín Yìchén didn't seem overly worried at all. Ren Xiaoyu was instantly puzzled. He asked, "Aren't you worried about your student?" Hearing this, Cheng Ximing couldn't help but smile. "Of course I'm worried. How could I not be? Then why aren't you trying to talk him out of it?" Ren Xiaoyu scratched his head, even more puzzled. "Haha, I trust him." Cheng Ximing's gaze fixed firmly on Lín Yìchén, her heart brimming with trust. This wasn't the first time Lín Yìchén had done something like this. And each time, the outcome always surprised her. This only deepened Cheng Ximing's conviction that Lín Yìchén's reckless actions stemmed from his inner confidence. He wouldn't touch anything he wasn't confident about. Given that, she saw no need to stand in his way. All she needed to do was quietly support Lín Yìchén from behind. But Ren Xiaoyu couldn't fathom what Cheng Ximing was thinking. She just found it a bit baffling. I admit, clearing the 9th floor of the Star Tower is impressive. That monster called the Unknown Creation truly wasn't something students at the college entrance exam stage could defeat. But if he were to challenge the Star Tower again now, he could clear the 9th floor too. As for Tangfeng, forget about it, a level 160 Earth Warrior would make short work of that Unknown Creation. And Lín Yìchén? He's actually going to challenge Tangfeng one-on-one right now. If you were also level 160, or even level 130, he wouldn't stop you. But now there's a whopping 70 level gap between them. This isn't something trust alone can resolve. Ren Xiaoyu couldn't comprehend it. Since it's decided, let's head straight to the arena now. No time to waste. What do you say? Tangfeng, fearing Lín Yìchén might change his mind, pushed forward urgently, disregarding his own injuries. All right. Lín Yìchén merely nodded lightly, showing no sign of regret. Seeing this, Tangfeng's heart surged with wild joy. He waved his hand grandly. Come on, follow me to the arena. Don't you dare chicken out at the last minute. Lín Yìchén naturally wouldn't refuse. Following Tangfeng, the two headed toward the tower-like structure. Ren Xiaoyu and Cheng Ximing quickly followed suit. Only Director Chen remained rooted to the spot, silently watching Lín Yìchén's retreating figure. This kid, does he really have what it takes to beat Tangfeng? Director Chen furrowed his brow, a hint of doubt creeping into his thoughts. He had been one of the participants in the Jiāngběi University high-level meeting just moments ago. Though he'd heard about Lín Yìchén's exploits from Mu Xingyun, it was merely hearsay, he'd never witnessed it firsthand. His decision not to intervene in this farce earlier stemmed from his desire to use this incident to test Lín Yìchén to see if he truly possessed the qualifications to become the master of that blade. This will give me a chance to see whether you're truly confident or just delusional. Director Chen smiled faintly, then strode toward the stage. His decision was made. If Lín Yìchén lost this match, he would do whatever it took to persuade the council to reclaim the divine grade longsword. Though this might tarnish Jiāngběi's reputation, it was a price worth paying compared to letting someone of such poor character wield the divine grade longsword. But if Lín Yìchén won, then he would regard Lín Yìchén as the true future successor of Jiāng University. Buzz. With that sound, Counselor Chen vanished instantly from his spot. His destination? The 100 Refinement Tower. Chapter 123, A World-Shocking Blade. Two Talents Unleashed. The 100 Refinement Tower. The 100 Battles Arena was bustling with excitement. Nearly every student at Jiāngběi University had heard the news. The genius who had conquered the 9th level of the Star Tower this year was challenging Tangfeng of the Blade Dominion Society to a duel. This news sent ripples across the campus, its popularity soaring to rival only the recently announced university-wide competition rewards. The spectator stands of the 100 Battles Arena were now packed with students eager for the spectacle. What was this genius thinking? Challenging Tangfeng right after the college entrance exams? Wasn't that just courting death? Probably got cocky after clearing the Star Tower, thinking he's unbeatable now. I'm sure Tangfeng provoked him. Word is this genius Lín Yìchén is a warrior class. Think about it, how does the Blade Dominion Society treat their warrior prodigies? You're right. Probably this Lin guy doesn't want to join the Blade Dominion, so Tangfeng's picking on him. Sigh, such a waste. After this battle, he won't end up like some other geniuses before him, completely crushed, will he? Most likely. The Blade Dominion is truly despicable. The spectating students buzzed with discussion. While some mocked Lín Yìchén for overestimating his abilities, most felt genuine regret for him. There was no other reason such incidents had occurred numerous times before. For combat-oriented prodigies unwilling to join the Blade Dominion, the organization had always employed every possible method to suppress them. Students at Jiāngběi University all despised the Blade Dominion, yet felt powerless to resist. What can you do? Their strength speaks for itself. Look, the trial is about to begin. Someone shouted this, and all eyes instantly converged on a single point. A flash of blue light suddenly flickered across the stage, and in the next instant, two figures materialized. One wore the standard Jiāngběi uniform, tall and imposing, a smug smile on his face Tangfeng. The other was lean and slender, standing tall with a long sword slung at his waist. Is that Lin, the junior? It must be him. Hey, look at his level. Holy crap! A gasp echoed through the crowd as countless eyes turned toward the holographic display panel above the arena. The 100 refined arena registered and displayed basic information such as the participants' professions and levels. Thus, both Lín Yìchén and Tangfeng's profession details were prominently displayed above. At that moment, Lín Yìchén's level field displayed a striking string of numbers, level 97. Of course, this level wasn't particularly high within Jiāngběi University, it was even significantly below the average. But everyone remembered one crucial fact. Lín Yìchén had only just graduated from high school. It had only been about a month since this year's class awakening, right? To reach level 97 in just 1 month? Whoa! Everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, their hearts filled with awe. I think I know why he managed to clear the 9th floor of the Star Tower. Holy crap, level 97. No wonder he beat that unknown creation. If I'd been level 97 during my college entrance exams, I might have cleared the 9th floor too. So you're saying Lin's success in clearing the 9th floor was just a matter of leveling up? I thought it was because of his class. Yeah, look at his class slot, it's just an evolvable class. How could he possibly beat Tangfeng? He'd get hammered, right? After seeing Lín Yìchén's basic class information, disappointment flashed across everyone's faces. They didn't know what level Lín Yìchén was when he cleared the Star Tower. So they naturally assumed his success in clearing the 9th floor was purely due to his level. The crowd shook their heads and sighed, their gaze toward the arena losing its spark of anticipation. A level 97 evolvable class versus Tangfeng's level 160 Earth Warrior, even a fool could tell who would win. At that moment, on the stage, Tangfeng clasped his fists together, and an earth-yellow glow erupted from his entire body. As the light faded, his body was encased in earth-colored armor, his hands wrapped in jagged rock. See that? That's my class's 3rd-tier talent Earth Spirit Dominion armor. With his entire body encased in rock, Tangfeng grinned, his eyes filled with amusement as he looked at Lín Yìchén. In this state, my defense increases by 300. Even if you stood here chopping away at me for an hour, you wouldn't chip away a single point of my health. I really don't know how you dare to challenge me. Tangfeng's laughter rang out wildly. He genuinely couldn't fathom how he could possibly lose. With the massive level gap between 97 and 160, plus the 300 defense bonus from his Earth Spirit Dominion armor, how could Lín Yìchén possibly defeat him? You think you're tough? Seeing Tangfeng grinning so wide his mouth nearly split to the sky, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but laugh too. Isn't that the case? Tangfeng wore an expression of pride. The reason Earth Warriors rank among the T1 S-tier professions is precisely because of this level of toughness. Do you really think you stand a chance of breaking through my defenses? Heh, whether I can break through or not, why not give it a try? Lín Yìchén chuckled softly, saying nothing more as he slowly drew the long sword from his waist. Clang! The blade slid from its sheath, drawing a crisp, resonant hum. Seeing Lín Yìchén draw his blade, Tangfeng's scorn deepened. He stood with his arms crossed, adopting a posture that seemed to invite Lín Yìchén to strike. Come on then. To avoid people saying I bully the weak, I'll stand here and let you hit me for 10 minutes. If you can't break through my defense in those 10 minutes, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tangfeng flashed a cruel smile. As the vice president of the Blade Dominion Society, he knew exactly how to crush the spirit of a proud genius like Lín Yìchén. No one could die on the 100 refined arena. Therefore, his primary goal was to crush Lín Yìchén's spirit. Once that spirit was broken, Lín Yìchén would naturally be no match for He Yangyang. That divine grade weapon would ultimately fall into He Yangyang's hands. No need. Beating you would take just 3 strokes. Not even 10 minutes. Lín Yìchén held the blade horizontally before him, scrutinizing the Tang Hung sword that had accompanied him since his novice days. Its surface no longer gleamed with the polish of newness, worn smooth by countless strikes. This fight, he murmured, will be your final battle. Lín Yìchén murmured softly. The next instant, his gaze sharpened to a piercing intensity. Tangfeng felt a chill run down his spine under that gaze. He tried to speak, but to his astonishment, he found himself unable to move. Simultaneously, a crimson glow radiated outward from Lín Yìchén, swiftly engulfing the entire arena. The once level ground transformed into a sea of blood. Azura's Wrath. Blood Sea Domain. 2 god-defying talents were unleashed simultaneously by Lín Yìchén. The instant the Blood Sea Domain materialized, Lín Yìchén already stood before Tangfeng, his long blade raised. Immediately after, under Tangfeng's horrified gaze, a crimson blade light abruptly appeared, slowly expanding before his eyes. 97,130. A damage figure nearing 6 digits instantly erupted from Tangfeng's body. Amplified by the 3 core talents, Mastery of Slaughter, Titan's Might, and Executioner. Combined with the damage boost from Azura's Wrath, the defense clearing effect of Tremor, and the damage increase from the Blood Sea domain, a single strike decimated 80% of Tang Feng's health bar. This strike was truly astonishing. Still alive? No wonder he's a high-level warrior. That health bar is thick. In a daze, Lín Yìchén's voice echoed in Tang Feng's ears once more, sounding to him like the whisper of a demon. The next instant, another crimson blade slashed toward him, as if the very heavens and earth had shifted in color. 93,788. His health bar instantly drained to 0. Buzz. Simultaneously, a brilliant blue light erupted across the stage. When the blue light faded, the two figures reappeared. However, this time they weren't standing face to face as they had upon entering the ring. Only Lín Yìchén remained standing. Tang Feng, however, was now kneeling on one knee, his right hand clutching his chest, his face frozen in utter horror. Clang! Sheathing his long blade, Lín Yìchén looked down coldly at Tang Feng kneeling before him. Do you admit defeat? The words fell, and the entire arena erupted in uproar. Chapter 124, Crushing Victory. A stunned Rin Xiaoyu. What just happened? He took down Tang Feng with just 2 strikes? Holy crap! The Jiang University students in the stands were utterly speechless, unable to find words to describe their current state of mind. What they just witnessed was utterly mind-blowing. They had all thought Lín Yìchén stood little chance, yet he had actually defeated Tang Feng. And with such overwhelming dominance. What on earth was going on in this world? To the uninformed, one might have mistaken the level 97 player for Tang Feng, not Lín Yìchén. How the hell could a whopping 63 level gap, plus the massive stat boosts between second and third transformations, be wiped out by Lín Yìchén with just 2 strikes? If it weren't so absurd, everyone would suspect that the tattered blade in Lín Yìchén's hand was actually the divine grade longsword awarded as this year's grand prize in the school-wide competition. How else could one explain the scene unfolding before them? What trick did you use? Tang Feng looked up at Lín Yìchén, his voice filled with unwillingness. He couldn't believe it. He truly couldn't bring himself to believe it. He had actually lost to Lín Yìchén. He, who was 63 levels higher than Lín Yìchén, had actually lost. Was there any justice in this world? What trick did you use? You saw it yourself, just 2 strikes, nothing else. Lín Yìchén's lips curved into a faint smile. He knew his objective had been achieved. After today, no more reckless fools would dare come looking for trouble. Unless they too wished to be split in 2 by his blades. Just 2 swings. Nothing else. Tang Feng's eyes darkened as he repeated Lín Yìchén's words over and over, his demeanor radiating the utter collapse of his resolve. Yet no one in the audience felt pity for him. Little did they know that the geniuses targeted by the Overlord Blade Society had worn the same expression after their tournament bouts. The wheel of fortune had simply turned, and this year, it had landed on Tang Feng. Of course, other members of the Blade Society were also present in the stands. But they had no time to spare for Tang Feng's state of mind. Instead, they hurriedly left the 100 Refinement Arena and rushed toward the Blade Dominion headquarters. The news that Tang Feng had been instantly defeated by Lín Yìchén's 2 strikes was simply too explosive. They had to return immediately and inform the club president. After uttering these words, Lín Yìchén didn't spare Tang Feng another glance before turning and heading backstage. Chang Simeng and Rin Xiaoyu were waiting backstage. The moment Lín Yìchén reappeared, they rushed forward to meet him. However, their faces still bore traces of lingering shock. Especially Rin Xiaoyu. He stared at Lín Yìchén walking back, his lips parted slightly, yet he couldn't utter a single word for a long while. Did he want Lín Yìchén to win? Of course he did. But the vast disparity in their ranks forced him to face the harsh truth. Lín Yìchén simply couldn't defeat Tang Feng. But now? This reality had turned upside down. Lín Yìchén had actually won. And it wasn't some narrow victory or hard-fought win, it was a complete victory. You could even call it a crushing defeat. Just thinking about those 2 terrifying slashes made Rin Xiaoyu suck in his sharp breath. Had those blows landed on him instead of Tang Feng, he'd have met the same fate without question. Countless questions now swirled in his mind. How had Lín Yìchén managed it? And what the hell was that domain-like skill that looked like a sea of blood? Could an evolved class that had only reached a rank really be this damn powerful? In short, it was just one word, absurd. Unlike Rin Xiaoyu, who had been holding back for ages without uttering a word, Chang Simeng quickly snapped out of her shock. She glared at Lín Yìchén, her cheeks puffed up with anger. Well done, little Chen. You've become this powerful and kept it from me, making me worry for nothing. Though she said this, deep down, Chang Simeng felt relieved rather than truly angry. Lín Yìchén could only offer a solemn explanation. Teacher Chang, how did I hide anything from you? Didn't I say from the start that I was confident? You little rascal. Chang Simeng gave a light snort, refusing to engage with him. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes had already curved into 2 crescent moons. So be it if he kept it from her. As long as Lín Yìchén was safe and sound, she'd reluctantly forgive this student who constantly made her worry. Lin, are you really from the class of 97? At that moment, Ren Xiaoyu finally couldn't hold back any longer. To instantly defeat Tang Feng, a full-fledged Earth warrior? Ren Xiaoyu refused to believe a class of 97 professional could pull that off. Yet when the arena displayed Lín Yìchén's class information earlier, it had clearly stated level 97. This left Ren Xiaoyu questioning reality itself. Of course, it was genuine. Lín Yìchén nodded. Damn impressive. Ren Xiaoyu was at a loss for words, finally managing to stammer out 2 syllables after a long pause. The simplest words expressed the deepest shock in his heart. If Lín Yìchén was truly only at the 97th level, then his victory over Tang Feng must have been achieved through his innate talent. Take that domain-like talent resembling a sea of blood, for instance. But such matters were usually private, so unless Lín Yìchén brought it up himself, Ren Xiaoyu wouldn't pry further. Lin, would you consider joining our Red Lotus Society? After some deliberation, Ren Xiaoyu tentatively asked Lín Yìchén. The Crimson Lotus Society? Lín Yìchén raised an eyebrow, looking at Ren Xiaoyu. Ren Xiaoyu continued, exactly. Our Red Lotus Society is actually one of the top 10 clubs in the school. We participate in the annual school-wide competition every year. If you join us, I'll convince our president to give you one of the 3 spots on the team. What do you say? After speaking, Ren Xiaoyu fixed her gaze on Lín Yìchén, her face brimming with anticipation. As long as I can participate in the school-wide competition, I'm in. Lín Yìchén didn't refuse. His primary goal now was that divine grade long sword. Therefore, joining a club that could guarantee a top 10 ranking was crucial. Since Ren Xiaoyu's club met his criteria, why wouldn't he join them? At least after spending the day with him, Ren Xiaoyu didn't strike him as a bad person, quite the opposite, actually. He seemed genuinely enthusiastic. That's fantastic. Our president will be thrilled to hear you're joining us. Ren Xiaoyu was visibly excited. In truth, his earlier statement had been conservative. If Lín Yìchén joined them, one of the 3 contestant spots would undoubtedly be his. Because the Red Lotus Society was Jiāngběi University's most bitter rival to the Blade Society, no contest. Lín Yìchén had already dealt a severe blow to the Blade Society's morale by defeating Tang Feng with just 2 strikes today. For such a formidable fighter to join the Red Lotus Society, demanding only a spot in the school-wide tournament, no one would object. What the 3 didn't know was that while they were chatting, Counselor Chen, who had just watched the arena battle, was already rushing headlong toward the administration building. His face radiated excitement, no less than Ren Xiaoyu's. Chapter 125, Mu Xingyun's shock. The tournament begins early. Bang! The door to the vice principal's office swung open. Lei Qiyuan inside frowned momentarily, but his expression relaxed the instant he recognized the visitor. What's the matter, Elder Chen? What's got you so flustered? He asked Director Chen. Principal Lei, Lín Yìchén defeated Tang Feng on the 100 Refinements Arena. Upon entering, Director Chen immediately recounted the recent events. Lei Qiyuan froze, momentarily stunned. What did you say? Lín Yìchén defeated Tang Feng? That's right, and he only used 2 strikes. Director Chen nodded in confirmation. This news sent Lei Qiyuan leaping to his feet with a sharp movement. Does Principal Mu know about this? I haven't informed him yet. Director Chen shook his head. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Without another word, Lei Qiyuan whisked Director Chen out of the office. They hurried to the top floor of the administration building, arriving at the door of a distinctive room. After knocking, Mu Xingyun's voice came from inside. Who is it? Principal Mu, it's me, Lei Qiyuan. The door swung open at once, and the 2 stepped inside. Seeing Lei Qiyuan and Director Chen rushing in with such urgency, Mu Xingyun inside the room couldn't help but ask curiously, what's the matter? Why the rush to find me? Has something major happened? It is indeed a major incident. Lei Qiyuan nodded, then lowered his voice. Just moments ago, Lín Yìchén defeated Tang Feng with 2 strikes on the 100 refining arena. What? Mu Xingyun couldn't sit still upon hearing the news, his face etched with disbelief. Though he'd stayed out of school affairs these past years, that didn't mean he knew nothing about what went on there. If he remembered correctly, Tang Feng was the vice president of the renowned Blade Society, right? His level was around 150, though it should be higher now. His class was also formidable, an S-rank Earth Warrior, a warrior class renowned for its formidable defense. And now you're telling me Lín Yìchén defeated Tang Feng with just 2 strikes? Mu Xingyun almost doubted his own ears. But Lei Qiyuan and Director Chen had come together to report this news. It couldn't possibly be fabricated. Principal Mu, I believe Lín Yìchén's talent has surpassed all our expectations. Seeing Mu Xingyun remain silent for a long while, Lei Qiyuan couldn't hold back any longer. You're right. You're absolutely right. Mu Xingyun paced back and forth in place, still processing this explosive news. Too strong. Absolutely too strong. Lín Yìchén's talent was even stronger than he'd imagined. He clearly remembered seeing Lín Yìchén's level today. It was only 97. As for Tang Feng, he had likely already surpassed level 160. Despite facing nearly a 70-level gap, Lín Yìchén had defeated Tang Feng with just 2 strikes. This was simply outrageous. Even a genius who had awakened in SSS tier class couldn't achieve such feats. Mu Xiao, I think we should move up the school-wide competition. Lei Qiyuan suggested at this moment. Oh? Why? Mu Xingyun looked at him in confusion. Because I want Lín Yìchén to represent Jiāngběi University at the Kanglin High School tournament. Lei Qiyuan said with some excitement, with that blade. If it's him, we might actually have a shot at the top 3 this year. After hearing Lei Qiyuan's explanation, Mu Xingyun fell silent. Counselor Chen, standing nearby, also fell silent. Yet if one looked closely, a flicker of brilliance could be seen in both their eyes. Feasible. After a long pause, Mu Xingyun finally spoke. Those 2 simple words carried an unyielding resolve. The Kanglin University tournament, held every 4 years, was a national-level competition encompassing all universities across the entire Kanglin Kingdom. Each Kanglin National University tournament determines the rankings of every university and the resources they receive. In past competitions, Jiāngběi University had consistently ranked within the national top 10, yet could never break into the top 3. This left both students and faculty of Jiāngběi University sighing with regret. This year, Lín Yìchén's emergence finally gave Mu Xingyun a glimmer of hope. He refused to let go. Calculating the timeline, the Kanglin University tournament was scheduled to begin in exactly 2 months. Given that, the university-wide competition must be moved up by several months, along with the club selection trials. Therefore, the club selection tournament will be held in 1 week. What do you think? Mu Xingyun asked the 2 as he looked at them. No problem. Lei Qiyuan and Director Chen both nodded in agreement. Holding the club selection tournament in 1 week would allow the school-wide competition to conclude within the same month. At that point, as long as Lín Yìchén wins the school championship, he can lead Jiāngběi University to compete in the Kanglin College tournament. The only crucial factor was whether Lín Yìchén could win the championship in this upcoming school-wide competition. Principal Lei, Principal Mu, they've given Lín Yìchén less than a month. Can he really snatch the championship from Yin Yang's hands? After everything was settled, Director Chen still asked with lingering concern. Hearing this question, Lei Qiyuan hesitated. Director Chen's concern was not unfounded. While Lín Yìchén had managed to overcome such a massive level gap to defeat Tang Feng in 2 strikes, He Yan-yang was a different story. He was an SSS tier professional. Moreover, I've heard He Yan-yang is already at level 199 and preparing for his 4th job advancement quest. Director Chen added. You're absolutely right. Lei Qiyuan nodded, hesitation flickering in his mind. He would likely reach 4th class in just a week or 2. Could Lín Yìchén truly handle an SSS tier class after that? Just as the 2 hesitated, Mu Xingyun laughed heartily. Since the decision's been made, why fret over every little thing? Stop dithering. He waved his hand decisively, his gaze unwavering. I believe in Lín Yìchén. His class might not be inferior to an SSS tier class, it could even be stronger. Besides, didn't we move up the school-wide competition specifically so Lín Yìchén could compete in the Kanglin University tournament? If he can't even defeat He Yan-yang, what makes him think he can lead Jiāngběi University to a top 3 finish in the tournament? Mu Xingyun's words completely dispelled the lingering hesitation in Lei Qiyuan and Director Chen's minds. Alright, settled then. I'll announce this to the entire school immediately. Lei Qiyuan nodded and prepared to leave. Counselor Chen followed suit. I'll go inform those old codgers too. But before they could take a few steps, Mu Xingyun called out, wait. They turned back, looking at Mu Xingyun in confusion. Principal Mu, is there something else? Haven't you forgotten something? Mu Xingyun chuckled. The top priority is to get Lín Yìchén enrolled early. Put everything else on hold for now, otherwise, how will he participate in the club selection? You're right. Lei Qiyuan scratched his head awkwardly. I'll handle this immediately. Lín Yìchén can enroll as early as tomorrow, no delays whatsoever. Very well, go quickly. Only then did Mu Xingyun let the 2 leave with a satisfied smile. Once he was alone in the room, Mu Xingyun shook his head and turned toward a hidden chamber within the room. In the center of the chamber stood a uniquely shaped weapon rack. Hanging on it was a long sword with a scabbard as crimson as blood. No, it wasn't merely blood red, the scabbard itself was formed from blood. Blood flowed around the blade, enveloping it entirely. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint golden glow shimmering within the blood, utterly unlike ordinary blood. Chapter 126, Time is running out. The Blade Society moves. Jiāngběi University campus. After leaving the 100 Refinement Tower, Lín Yìchén and Chang Simeng didn't depart Jiāngběi immediately. Instead, they followed Rin Xiaoyu as they continued strolling through the campus. The difference now was that Lín Yìchén seemed to be under a spotlight. Wherever he went, he drew a sea of stares. It couldn't be helped, his performance on the 100 refining arena had been simply too extraordinary. Defeating Tang Feng with just 2 strikes was terrifyingly impressive. No one could resist taking a second look. Guided by Rin Xiaoyu, Lín Yìchén and Chang Simeng gradually became familiar with the various areas of Jiāngběi. By evening, the sky had grown dark. Professor Chang, it's getting late. Shall we head back now? Seeing the late hour, Lín Yìchén suggested. Ever since entering the beast-tide battlefield, he hadn't had a proper rest. All he wanted now was to hurry home, take a nice hot shower, and relax properly. Alright, let's head back. Chang Simeng nodded, then turned to Rin Xiaoyu. Thanks for your help today. No trouble at all. Ren Xiaoyu shook his head hastily. Not only was this a task assigned by Lei Qiyuan, but just for the sake of helping Lín Yìchén join his club, Ren Xiaoyu had no complaints whatsoever. Senior Ren, we'll see you later. Lín Yìchén smiled and nodded, then prepared to leave with Chang Simeng. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared before the three of them. Lin, wait a moment. Lei Qiyuan appeared and called out to the two. Hello, Principal Lei. Upon recognizing Lei Qiyuan, Ren Xiaoyu promptly greeted him. Principal Lei. Lín Yìchén and Chang Simeng also politely greeted him. Both were curious what could Principal Lei possibly want with them at this hour. Mr. Lin, would you like to participate in our school's upcoming all-school competition? Lei Qiyuan cut straight to the point, addressing Lín Yìchén. Lín Yìchén didn't deny it, nodding in acknowledgement. I'd like to participate. Why do you ask, Principal Lei? Good. I came to inform you that this year's competition has been moved up. Lei Qiyuan smiled. The club selection tournament officially begins in 1 week. If you wish to participate, you'll need to find a club to join beforehand. In a week? Before Lín Yìchén could respond, Ren Xiaoyu beside him blurted out in surprise, Principal Lei, isn't that too soon? Aren't the club selection trials usually held later? Well, that's how it's always been. Lei Qiyuan nodded slightly. But this year is special. As you've seen, we've included that divine grade weapon as the champion's prize, so the school-wide competition will start earlier. As the qualifying rounds for the school-wide tournament, the club selection competitions will naturally be moved up as well. After hearing Lei Qiyuan's explanation, Ren Xiaoyu was still a bit bewildered. So does that mean there's only 1 month left until the school-wide competition? Lín Yìchén interjected, Principal Lei, but I haven't even enrolled yet. No need to worry about that. Lei Qiyuan smiled. I've already made arrangements. Applications for Jiāngběi University open today, and you can enroll within 2 days at the earliest. Your top priority now is to join a club at Jiāngběi and secure your qualification for the university-wide competition. Lín Yìchén breathed a sigh of relief. I've already spoken with Senior Ren. I'll be joining their Red Lotus Society. Excellent. The Crimson Lotus Society ranks among the top clubs. Barring any surprises, they'll definitely place within the top 10 in the club qualification tournament. Lei Qiyuan nodded approvingly before adding, alright, I've covered everything. Just submit your application for Jiāngběi today, and someone will guide you through enrollment tomorrow. I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. With that, Lei Qiyuan hurried off again, as if some urgent matter awaited him. How peculiar. Why did they move up the university-wide competition this year? The timing is way too tight. After Lei Qiyuan departed, Ren Xiaoyu couldn't help but scratch his head and mutter under his breath. But he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he smiled at Lín Yìchén. Junior Lin, see you tomorrow then? As soon as you finish your enrollment, I'll bring you into our Red Lotus Society. Sure, thanks for that. Lín Yìchén nodded his thanks. Then, he and Chang Simeng left together. Ren Xiaoyu turned and headed toward the Red Lotus Society. He hadn't yet informed the society president about Lín Yìchén joining them. He needed to hurry back and announce this good news. Meanwhile, after being defeated by Lín Yìchén, Tang Feng had become gloomy and despondent, his face so dark it seemed like it could rain. His henchmen dared not utter a word, merely trailing behind as he made his way back to the club. Upon their return to the Blade Society, they were immediately met by countless gazes of varying expressions. Among them were looks of doubt, disdain, anger, contempt, and eagerness to challenge. Feeling these gazes pierce him like countless needles, Tang Feng clenched his fists, his heart filled with bitter resentment. Tang Feng, what the hell is going on? Just then, a magnetic voice echoed from nearby. Tang Feng, on the verge of exploding, instantly suppressed his raging fury. President. He approached the tea-bar in the club hall, standing before a tall man with fiery red short hair. He was He Yan-yang, president of the Blade Club. Leaning back in his chair, He Yan-yang didn't even glance at Tang Feng, his gaze fixed outside the window. I heard you got taken down in 2 strikes. What exactly happened? Tang Feng clenched his fists tighter, his voice thick with frustration. I don't know. You don't know? He Yan-yang turned his gaze to Tang Feng. You fought him, and now you tell me you don't know? Hearing that tone dripping with disbelief, Tang Feng felt even more aggrieved. Damn it, he was taken out in 2 strikes without even moving. What the hell was he supposed to know? It was like accidentally stepping on an ant while walking down the street. After the ant died and arrived in the underworld, King Yama asked it how it had died. What else could it say but, I don't know? Seeing Tang Feng's constipated expression, He Yan-yang knew he couldn't get much out of him. Alright, don't beat yourself up too much. He Yan-yang stood up and patted Tang Feng on the shoulder. I found out Lín Yìchén wants to enter the school-wide competition, and he'll be joining the Red Lotus Society. The Red Lotus Society? Tang Feng's brow furrowed. That's right. If you want revenge, do me a favor. He Yan-yang smiled. Go find the Clear Wind Society, the Golden Crow Society, and the Thunder Society. Get them to team up with our Blade Society and push the Red Lotus Society out of the top 10 in the club selection tournament. That way, Lín Yìchén won't be able to enter the school-wide competition. You understand, right? Hearing this, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Tang Feng's eyes. Alright, I'll contact them immediately. But what if the Red Lotus Society still makes it into the top 10? A confident smile spread across He Yanyan's face. After the club selection tournament, I'll reach level 200. I'll avenge you. Chapter 127, Official Enrollment. Mentor Professor Hao. The next day. After returning home last night and filling out his application as late Qi Yuan advised, sure enough, someone contacted Lín Yìchén first thing this morning. By mid-morning, all enrollment procedures were completed. Everything was arranged perfectly. The efficiency was truly remarkable. Holding his student ID card, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Tucking it away, he left the administration building and strode swiftly toward the dormitory area. After exploring the area, he arrived at a uniquely decorated detached villa. This was the dormitory assigned by the school, extremely luxurious, reserved solely for Lín Yìchén. Swiping his ID card to open the gate, he stepped inside and was immediately greeted by a refreshing scent. Though not large, the courtyard was filled with lush greenery, a veritable springtime wonderland that instantly lifted one's spirits. The environment was excellent. Lín Yìchén was thoroughly satisfied. The luxurious accommodations provided by a top-tier university were truly something else, far superior to the small apartment he'd bought in Jiāngběi city. Whoa! Xiaoyan, who had been hiding under Lín Yìchén's clothes, suddenly emerged and flew straight to a potted plant. Then, right in front of Lín Yìchén, Xiaoyan took a bite and swallowed the entire pot of some unknown flower whole. Xiaoyan! That thing is inedible. Lín Yìchén's eyes widened. He opened his mouth to stop it, but then realized he didn't even know the species of the plant, let alone whether it was edible. But it probably didn't matter anyway. After all, how could Xiaoyan possibly be poisoned by a flower? Wawoo, ugh. After swallowing the flower, Xiaoyan suddenly burped. His little face immediately darkened, revealing an expression like he'd swallowed a fly. He promptly vomited it all back out. After vomiting, it kicked the bare flower pot in obvious displeasure. It then circled the courtyard twice before returning to Lín Yìchén's side. Lín Yìchén was utterly speechless. This little thing was more destructive than a Siberian husky. The flower pots in the yard had already suffered before they even entered the house. What on earth was going to happen in the future? Fortunately, after returning to Lín Yìchén, Xiaoyan settled down considerably. Perhaps because that flower was so unpalatable, it now eyed the other potted plants in the yard with utter disdain. After tidying up the yard, Lín Yìchén finally brought Xiaoyan inside. It was no wonder this was a coveted villa district in Jiāngda. The interior decor was every bit as luxurious as the apartment Lín Yìchén had purchased. Upon entering, Xiaoyan wasted no time. It wriggled off Lín Yìchén's back and plopped straight onto the living room sofa. After bouncing twice on the plush sofa, it sprawled out flat. The pose felt increasingly familiar to Lín Yìchén. That's the Guyu pose, right? Holy crap, Xiaoyan, you know how to enjoy yourself even better than I do. Lín Yìchén's face darkened, and he couldn't help but feel speechless inside. Alright, just lie there quietly. Just don't wreck the place. He sighed helplessly, then began unpacking his belongings and arranging them neatly throughout the room. Just as he finished, Ren Xiaoyu's call came through. Lin, you should have finished your enrollment procedures by now, right? Do you want me to come pick you up for the club activities? Ren Xiaoyu asked from the other end of the line. Sure, I'll wait for you. Thanks for that. Lín Yìchén didn't refuse. Although he had visited Jiāngda twice and was somewhat familiar with the campus layout, he wasn't sure exactly where the Red Lotus Society was located. While waiting for Ren Xiaoyu, he pushed open the gate and stepped into the villa's small courtyard, intending to rest for a while on the recliner there. Perhaps because the sofa was too comfortable, Xiaoyan hadn't followed him this time. Instead, he lay sprawled across it like a dried fish, fast asleep. Lín Yìchén could occasionally hear snoring drifting from inside the house. Young dragons are the best, they just crash out. Just as he murmured this thought, a knock sounded at the courtyard gate. Lin, are you in there? A voice tinged with the weight of years called out. Hearing this, Lín Yìchén walked over and opened the gate. Before his eyes stood a middle-aged man with a head full of white hair. Who are you? Lín Yìchén asked in confusion, studying the man before him. He felt a sense of familiarity, yet couldn't quite place where he'd seen him before. Heh, so you really are in there. The man didn't answer directly, merely chuckling before extending his right hand. My name is Hao Shanhe. I'll be your dedicated mentor from now on. Professor Hao Shanhe, then. I look forward to your guidance. Lín Yìchén extended his hand politely. It now dawned on him this man was none other than Professor Hao Shanhe, the one he'd seen online earlier. The one whose apprentice had gone missing, offering 100 million star coins as a reward. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, this Professor Hao seemed to be an evolving professional like himself, possessing formidable strength and considerable fame within Jiāngda University. What? You know me? Seeing that Lín Yìchén had recognized him, Hao Shanhe felt a touch of curiosity. He hadn't interacted with Lín Yìchén before, he'd always been observing him from the shadows. How could the other man recognize him? Well, I happened to see some news about you online earlier. Lín Yìchén didn't elaborate further. But Professor Hao understood everything. Hearing this reason, his eyes instantly dimmed, and he forced a smile. That missing person notice, right? That's all in the past now. At this point, he paused abruptly, then looked at Lín Yìchén as if suddenly remembering something. I heard that during the beast surge outbreak a few days ago, you ventured deep into the Yellow Wind Desert alone? Did you encounter anyone else in there? No. Lín Yìchén shook his head, answering truthfully. Not only had he not seen any people, but since leaving the beast hide and stepping into the depths of the Yellow Wind Desert, he hadn't even encountered a single demon beast. Except for Xiaoyan, of course. I see. Well, thank you. A flicker of disappointment crossed Hao Shanha's face, but he quickly composed himself. He looked at Lín Yìchén with seriousness. I've reviewed your situation. You possess the strongest innate talent among all the evolvable professions I've encountered without exception. But as your senior, I know more about the evolving profession than you do. If you encounter any issues with your profession, feel free to come ask me. Our first session is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. You still have the school-wide competition to attend, right? Use these next 2 days to handle your club affairs. Come to my office the morning after tomorrow, and I'll share some secrets about the evolving profession that should pique your interest. As he finished speaking, Ren Xiaoyu arrived at the villa entrance. Lin, let's go. Oh, isn't that Professor Hao? Good morning, Professor Hao. While greeting Lín Yìchén, Ren Xiaoyu spotted Hao Shanha nearby and promptly offered his greetings. This detail also caught Lín Yìchén's attention. Professor Hao's prestige within Jiāngběi was indeed considerable. In fact, Ren Xiaoyu hadn't even been this respectful when meeting Director Chen yesterday. Chapter 128, Joining the Red Lotus Society. Upgrading Equipment. Good morning. Professor Hao politely returned Ren Xiaoyu's greeting before turning his attention back to Lín Yìchén. You two continue your conversation. I'll take my leave now. See you in class the day after tomorrow. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. After he was gone, Ren Xiaoyu finally asked, Junior Lin, is Professor Hao your advisor? Yes, why? Lín Yìchén looked at him in confusion. Right. You're an evolving class with such high talent. Besides Professor Hao, no one else qualifies to be your advisor. Ren Xiaoyu muttered to himself. Is Professor Hao that impressive? Seeing his expression, Lín Yìchén grew even more curious. He's amazing, absolutely amazing. Ren Xiaoyu nodded earnestly. Professor Hao is the strongest mentor at Jiāngběi University, even stronger than those on the board of trustees. Lín Yìchén understood. No wonder Ren Xiaoyu had been so deferential when he saw Professor Hao earlier. But this was perfect after all. Professor Hao was his advisor, so the stronger he was, the better. Moreover, Lín Yìchén was deeply intrigued by the secrets Professor Hao had mentioned earlier regarding evolvable professions. To be honest, he wasn't sure if his own profession even qualified as an evolvable one. On one hand, it seemed like one, but the butcher profession's power far exceeded what any early-stage evolvable profession should possess. Have you ever seen an evolvable profession grant such game-breaking talents? Especially in the early game. Yet if you say it isn't, it bears the hallmarks of an evolvable profession in every aspect. It's truly baffling. If he could uncover the secrets of his profession from Professor Hao, that would be ideal. Without dwelling too long on this question, Lín Yìchén first returned to his room to summon Xiaoyan back to his side before following Ren Xiaoyu toward the Red Lotus Society. Not long after, the two arrived at the Red Lotus Society's club hall. For some reason, the vast hall was nearly empty, leaving Lín Yìchén utterly perplexed. Seeming to notice Lín Yìchén's confusion, Ren Xiaoyu explained with a smile, Junior Lin, since it's the new student enrollment period, almost everyone from our society is out participating in recruitment activities. Not many people are left here. Oh, I see. Lín Yìchén nodded, the realization dawning on him. As they chatted, a tall, smiling young man approached from a short distance away. Xiaoyu, is this Lín Yìchén? The young man addressed Ren Xiaoyu as soon as he arrived, his gaze fixed on Lín Yìchén as he appraised him. Yes, President. Ren Xiaoyu nodded and promptly introduced Lín Yìchén. This is our Red Lotus Society's president, Yunza. Hello. I'm Yunza. As soon as Ren Xiaoyu finished speaking, Yunza smiled and extended his hand to Lín Yìchén. I'm thrilled you've joined our Red Lotus Society. You have no idea how excited I was when Xiaoyu told me yesterday that you were coming. Hello, Lín Yìchén. Lín Yìchén silently shook his hand, thinking to himself, is this guy a bit too enthusiastic? It felt a bit unnerving. Xiaoyu mentioned you want to join the school-wide competition? Yunza said with a smile, don't worry. With you joining our Red Lotus Society, one of our 3 spots is absolutely yours. Not to mention, just for the fact that you gave Tang Feng a thorough thrashing, no one in our Red Lotus Society would dare to disrespect you. But you'll need to participate in the club selection tournament in a few days. The 3 spots for the school-wide competition can only be chosen from the tournament's participants. Is that okay? No problem. Lín Yìchén readily agreed. He never intended to secure a spot in the school-wide competition without earning it. That would be unfair to others. If he could personally compete in the club selection tournament, it would also count as contributing to the Red Lotus Society, wouldn't it? It would ease his conscience a bit. After all, unearned favors were the hardest to accept. Alright then. Come on, I'll handle your club registration. Once it's done, you'll be an official member of the Red Lotus Society. Yunza smiled and led Lín Yìchén and the other person toward a small office. Not long after, the three emerged from the office. And now, Lín Yìchén was officially a member of the Red Lotus Society. Hey, Lin, once the roster for our club's tryouts is finalized in 3 days, I'll let you know. You'll probably need to come meet your teammates briefly, then don't forget to show up. Yunza reminded him. Got it, I'll be there on time. Lín Yìchén nodded. Alright then. Nothing else for now. If you have any questions, just come find me at the club. I'm usually there during the week. Yunza smiled, seeing Lín Yìchén and the other person off at the club entrance before heading back alone. Ren Xiaoyu also bid farewell to Lín Yìchén at the club entrance as she was heading to the recruitment event. The two parted ways. Lín Yìchén headed toward the 100 Refinement Tower, which he had visited the previous day. He was currently at level 97, just 3 levels away from reaching level 100. Having heard from Ren Xiaoyu that the 100 Refinement Tower contained a dedicated leveling zone, he was intensely curious and couldn't wait to explore it. Just 3 more levels and he could upgrade his gear. Lín Yìchén studied his personal stats panel, his excitement growing uncontrollable. The mist set he wore was still only level 50 gear. Though it was platinum tier special effect equipment, it was starting to feel inadequate for his current needs. Especially the Shu Cypress slaughter blade in his hand, a mere level 30 weapon, was even more inadequate. If he could reach level 100 before the grand competition and equip a full set of level 100 gear and weapons, his combat power would surge dramatically. Then, his chances of obtaining that divine grade long sword would be much higher. Level up, level up. The divine genius allowance had already been dispersed. All that remained was to reach level 100 to redeem the gear. Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén swiftly headed toward the 100 Refinement Tower. In less than 10 minutes, he entered the 100 Refinement Tower and arrived at the 8th floor, specifically designated for leveling up. The 8th floor resembled the instance teleportation hall within the professional building, divided into separate teleportation zones based on level. Let's head to the 150 level zone. Lín Yìchén headed straight for the level 150 teleportation zone. With his current strength, he was more than capable of handling level 150 monsters. Even if Azura's Wrath and Blood Sea Domain still had 5 hours left on their cooldowns, it wouldn't matter much. The only question was whether the 100 Refinement Tower operated under the same rules as the dungeon core. If they were identical, wouldn't leveling up here just be screwing over the school? Lín Yìchén pondered with a peculiar expression, but he decided to give it a try anyway. If the 100 Refinement Tower also replicated monsters through soul duplication, he'd have no choice but to grind in the wild. While leveling in the wild offered many benefits, he was only 3 levels away from 100 now and naturally didn't want to go through all that trouble. Let's test it first. Lín Yìchén opened the instance selection panel, preparing to enter. Chapter 129, Exchange Allowance. Crescent Moon Set. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Only when nightfall gradually enveloped the entire sky did Lín Yìchén emerge from the 100 Refinement Tower area. Level 100. Glancing at his level panel, a faint smile curved Lín Yìchén's lips. Finally, level 100. The Bullion Tower at Jiāngběi University did not disappoint Lín Yìchén. Its operational rules were entirely different from the instance core of the professional building. Even if he slaughtered all the monsters within the instance, upon his next entry, they would all be there again, every last one, just as before. But the downside was equally clear: the experience gained from slaying monsters within the 100 Refinement Tower was significantly less than that in the professional tower. Even the kill count was only 1/10 that of normal monsters. For short-term leveling, the 100 Refinement Tower suited his needs perfectly. For long-term grinding, though? Forget it. Lín Yìchén promptly ruled out the 100 Refinements Tower from his future leveling strategy. For now, the most suitable option for me was to go directly to the wilderness to grind monsters. Other methods just weren't viable. He shook his head. For now, only wild monsters offered a decent balance of experience points and kill counts. Looks like I'll be heading out quite a bit from now on. First, upgrade my gear, then tackle the job change quest. Lín Yìchén snapped back to reality and quickly departed. The moment he completed his enrollment procedures this morning, Jiāngběi University's promised God-tier genius stipend had already been deposited into his account. He could claim the rewards directly by heading to the comprehensive function building. He was now preparing to exchange it for that set of diamond grade gear. Although the exchange cap was set at level 250, Lín Yìchén felt no need to wait until then. The sooner he redeemed it, the better. By the time he actually reached level 250, he would surely have collected quite a few sets by then, some of which might even be exceptionally powerful. Jiāngběi's comprehensive function building was not far from the 100 Refinement Tower, only a 20-minute journey away. Upon entering the building, Lín Yìchén headed straight for the reward claim counter. The entire process was remarkably swift. Upon recognizing Lín Yìchén as the recipient of the allowance reward, the staff member led him directly to a machine without further ado. All redeemable sets are stored inside. Please select yours. Alright, thank you. After thanking the staff, Lín Yìchén began browsing the machine himself. Level 100, Strength Specialized Warrior Class. After selecting a few options, the machine displayed over a dozen set names. With just a quick glance, Lín Yìchén recognized many familiar set names. As expected of a top-tier institution, these sets are all quite formidable. He couldn't help but marvel these were all top-tier level 100 diamond grade special effects sets, worth a fortune. After only a few seconds of hesitation, he made his choice. You're the one, Crescent Moon set. Lín Yìchén's gaze settled on a diamond tier set named Crescent Moon and Lonely Cloud. Crescent Moon Light Armor Diamond Grade. Requires level 100. HP 8000. Defense 500. Strength 200. Crescent Moon Leg Guards Diamond Grade. Requirement level 100. Health 6000. Defense 500. Speed 200. A mere glance revealed these staggering stats instantly outclassed the Mist set Lín Yìchén was wearing. Unlike the Mist set, the Crescent Moon set primarily boosted strength and speed, a far more extreme focus than the Mist set's balanced 4-stat boost. Particularly the Crescent Moon Mark, the core of the set's special effect. Crescent Moon Mark Diamond Grade. Required level 100. HP 5000. Defense 300. Strength 300. Equipment trait: when equipped with Crescent Moon Bracers, Crescent Moonlight Armor, Crescent Moon Greaves, and Crescent Moon Boots, the Crescent Moon Power skill is unlocked. Crescent Moon Power: if strength reaches 1500 points, gain 30% damage increase and 30% damage reduction. Note: after activating Crescent Moon Power, gain a 100% bonus to damage from Moonlight type support skills. A single piece of gear granting 300 strength? This is perfect for me. Lín Yìchén's lips curved into a faint smile. For a damage-focused player like him, the Crescent Moon and Lonely Cloud set was undoubtedly the best choice. Not only did it grant a massive total of 900 strength points, but it also featured the Crescent Moon Power effect perfectly suited to his playstyle. A 30% damage increase in damage reduction. Though seemingly simple, this effect was infinitely superior to those flashy, gimmicky set bonuses. Yet in the marketplace, few players opted for the Crescent Moon and Lonely Cloud set, making it a relatively niche diamond tier equipment. The reason? Activating Crescent Moon Power demands a staggering 1500 strength points, an astronomical figure for a level 100 character. Typically, warrior-type adventurers allocate points evenly between constitution and strength, occasionally investing in agility. While the Crescent Moon and Lonely Cloud set grants 900 strength, even with a level 100 weapon, the total additional strength it provides is only around 1200 at most. That leaves a gaping 300 points short of the 1500 mark. Though seemingly small, these 300 points felt like an insurmountable chasm to the adventurers. You'd practically have to pour every single attribute point you've gained through leveling into strength to reach that 1500 point mark. However, for most people, this might be an unattainable requirement. But for Lín Yìchén? He'd already poured nearly all his points into strength anyway. This one it is. Lín Yìchén smiled as he addressed the staff member beside him. Alright, please follow me. Guided by the staff, Lín Yìchén successfully donned the Crescent Moon and Lonely Cloud set. Crescent Moon Power unactivated. Unfortunately, since he hadn't yet replaced his weapon, Lín Yìchén's current strength was still below 1500, preventing him from activating the set effect, Crescent Moon Power. Gotta go get a sword to use for now. After leaving the reward claim area, Lín Yìchén headed toward the trading market. The Shu Cypress killing blade in his hand was completely inadequate for his current needs. He checked his interface. He silently recited a phrase in his mind. A series of attribute panels unfolded before his eyes. Lín Yìchén. Class: Blood Sea Azura. Rating: A. Kill count: 010000. Soul Energy: 3. Level: 100. Health: 55,930. Mana: 8,500. Attack: 6190. Defense: 1655. Strength: 1312. Constitution: 531. Spirit: 100. Agility: 430. Skill: Titan's Might. Talents: Dissection Mastery, Slaughter Mastery, Executioner, Crimson Reaper, Piercing Gaze, Wrath of the Azura, Soul Devourer, Blood Sea Domain, Slaughter's Might. Still 200 short? Piece of cake. Glancing at his strength stat, Lín Yìchén quickened his pace toward the trading district. For a level 100 weapon, adding 200 strength points was practically a breeze. Even a silver grade level 100 weapon would have a minimum of 150 strength. Besides, he wasn't looking for a weapon he'd use long term, just something functional for now. Therefore, purchasing a gold tier weapon that added 200 strength would suffice. He hadn't forgotten his ultimate goal, the divine grade longsword awarded as the prize for winning the school-wide grand competition. Chapter 130, Second Job Change. Mysterious Presence. When Lín Yìchén stepped out of the trading area, a new weapon was already in his hand. Precision Alloy Longsword equipped successfully. Grade: Gold. Attack: 2300. Power: 200. Critical hit chance: 20%. Weapon trait: increases strength by 20. Detected strength breakthrough, 1500 plus crescent moon power activated. Gain damage increase, 30, damage reduction, 30. Crescent moon power activated. All moonlight type skills now grant plus 100% enhancement. One notification after another popped up before his eyes, and Lín Yìchén felt a surge of confidence. If I went back to yesterday now, I could probably take Tang Feng out with a single strike. No need for a second blow. Glancing at his now luxurious attribute panel, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. With that, he turned and left the 100 refinement tower, heading straight toward the school gates. His destination was none other than the professional building. The reason was simple: he had reached level 100, qualifying him for his second class change. After all, each class change granted a 100-point boost to all attributes. Even without a second job advancement, with all his talents unlocked, he could instantly kill Tang Feng with just 2 strikes. Lín Yìchén dared not imagine what would happen if he underwent his second class change. Would he be able to kill Tang Feng instantly without even needing to activate Azura's Wrath or Blood Sea Domain? Merely relying on his killing mastery and other minor talents, he could dispose of Tang Feng within 3 strikes. Of course, he hadn't forgotten another crucial fact. Having reached level 100, he wondered if his class would undergo further changes after the second job advancement. On his way to the Adventurers Guild building, Lín Yìchén pondered silently. After his last class change, he'd awakened a talent called Soul Devourer. What would this second class change bring him? With anticipation in his heart, he returned to the instance teleportation floor of the professional building. The second job quest wasn't complicated, it only required clearing a 4-star or higher level 100 instance once. For Lín Yìchén, this was ridiculously easy. With his current strength, he could breeze through not just a 100 level 4-star instance, but even a 150 level one. In fact, if he played it safe, even a level 200 instance wouldn't be a problem. Ahem, this time I didn't deliberately sabotage the dungeon core, I really had no choice. Glancing at the instance navigation before him, Lín Yìchén silently apologized to the guild in his heart. The job change quest required clearing a dungeon core instance, and in Jiāngběi city, only the professional association possessed such dungeon cores. Even though Lín Yìchén knew the monsters he killed inside the dungeon wouldn't respawn, there was nothing he could do about it. Picking a lucky one at random, it's you. Without hesitation, he randomly selected one of the numerous 4-star, level 100 dungeons and stepped directly into the teleportation array. Half an hour later, Lín Yìchén reappeared within the teleportation array. Quest complete. Class change prerequisite acquired. Proceed with class change now? Yes, no. The familiar prompt reappeared before his eyes. Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén selected yes. Class change in progress. A familiar surge of power coursed through his body once more, coursing through his veins until it vanished. Job change successful. All attributes increased by 100. That's it? Lín Yìchén frowned as he stared at the pop-up notifications. Only one question filled his mind. What was going on? When he first underwent class change, not only did that mysterious blood-red membrane appear on his body, but he also gained a new innate talent, soul devouring. But this time, aside from enhanced attributes, nothing else had happened? Not even the crimson energy had appeared. What was even stranger was that the job change notification message was no longer the usual blood-red color, but had changed to a plain light blue. Just as this confusion arose in Lín Yìchén's mind, suddenly, an overwhelming sense of being watched washed over him. Who? A warning bell rang in Lín Yìchén's mind. His gaze darted around the teleportation chamber, yet he saw no one else. No, someone is watching me. Yet the feeling of being watched did not fade, instead, it grew more pronounced. Found you. At that moment, a voice of immense authority echoed within Lín Yìchén's mind. The voice betrayed no gender, its tone utterly flat, yet it compelled one to kneel in reverence. It felt as though the speaker possessed an exalted status. No, perhaps the speaker wasn't human at all, but some being dwelling in the heavens. At that very moment, the familiar crimson energy reappeared, instantly devouring the pale blue prompt before his eyes. The genderless, commanding voice vanished completely from Lín Yìchén's mind at that moment. The sense of being watched within his heart similarly dissipated. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Yet Lín Yìchén's heartbeat showed no sign of slowing, his eyes brimming with vigilance. Had anyone been beside him, they would have noticed that his eyes had, at some point, become shrouded in a layer of crimson energy. Remaining job change attempts. 1. A crimson notification appeared in Lín Yìchén's field of vision. What did this mean? Remaining class change attempts? Did this mean he can only change classes one last time, or that something awaited him after his next class change? No, the former was unlikely. Advancing every 50 levels was an ironclad rule, no class had ever broken it. Though his class was unusual, it was highly improbable he could only advance 3 times. That leaves only the latter. What exactly would happen after the next job change? Lín Yìchén's mind raced with questions. The sudden sense of being watched, that mysterious voice, and now this strange crimson energy before him. None of this had ever happened during other classes' job changes. And that voice just said it had found him? It should be said, it was searching for whom? Me? Or this bizarre crimson energy? Damn it! If you're just going to lurk in the shadows and pickpockets, then come out and face me. The mere thought of that mysterious voice that had nearly stopped his heart made Lín Yìchén seethe. By now, he had gradually calmed down. Regardless, the next class change should reveal the answer, right? Damn it, what was that about finding me? You better not let me find you. Or I'll definitely slice you a couple of times. Lín Yìchén took a deep breath and stepped out of the teleportation array. The moment he stepped out, a cacophony of voices flooded his ears. Captain, which dungeon are we hitting? Third brother, give me that necklace you just looted. I'll trade you my bracers for it. Damn it, you're not strong enough for that quest. Trying to screw me over? The laughter, curses, and banter echoing from the surrounding squads abruptly snapped Lín Yìchén back to reality. It also made him acutely aware that he was still alive, still standing within the professional building. Still not strong enough. Lín Yìchén sighed, but his gaze grew even more resolute. What had just happened made him realize, even if he could slay Tang Feng with 2 swings, even if he was unmatched among his peers, so what? Wouldn't that mysterious voice still invade his mind for no apparent reason? And he didn't even know who the hell that bastard was. That divine-grade long sword, he must obtain it. Lín Yìchén clenched his fists tightly, his thirst for power burning even fiercer than before. He swore that if he ever found out who that speaker was, he'd make sure they never returned alive. As for now, the divine-grade longsword at the school-wide competition was his first small goal to achieve that end. Chapter 131, The Secret of Evolving Professions. A day passed quickly. On his second day at Jiāngběi University, Lín Yìchén didn't go anywhere. Cheng Siming dragged him along, claiming he was her only acquaintance at the university, and had him accompany her to complete her employment procedures. In return, Cheng Siming personally cooked lunch for him in her newly assigned single-employee dormitory. Under Cheng Siming's expectant gaze, Lín Yìchén finished every last bite, practically with tears in his eyes. Don't ask why, just know teacher Cheng's cooking was damn good. Surveying the empty plates and bowls, Cheng Siming beamed with delight. So, Xiao Chen, how was teacher's cooking? Great. Absolutely fantastic. Lín Yìchén chewed his food and mumbled, don't make it next time. What did you say? Cheng Siming hadn't caught it and asked curiously. Nothing. I was complimenting you. Lín Yìchén swallowed his last bite and struggled to give a thumbs up. Really? Then tomorrow I'll. Cheng Siming's eyes lit up with excitement. Just as she was about to speak, Lín Yìchén cut her off. Wait. Teacher, I heard Jiāngběi's cafeteria is pretty good. We haven't tried it yet. How about we go together tomorrow? The cafeteria? You're right. We just arrived at Jiāngběi, we should definitely try the school cafeteria. Let's go tomorrow. Cheng Siming didn't object, her little face lighting up with anticipation. Jiāngběi's cafeteria, hee, I get to eat there every day now. The thought of her current job, free meals and lodging, plus a salary and benefits that were shockingly high, made Cheng Siming unable to hold back her smile. Well then, Teacher Chang, I'll be heading out now. Bye. Watching Cheng Siming's smile grow increasingly maniacal, Lín Yìchén quickly executed his escape maneuver. After leaving the faculty dormitory area, the newly liberated Lín Yìchén headed straight for the 100 refining tower to grind levels. With the school-wide competition just days away, his goal was to obtain a divine-grade longsword. Naturally, he intended to boost his strength as much as possible during this period. 2 or 3 levels weren't too few, 5 or 6 weren't too many. Though the monsters in the 100 refining tower granted modest experience, Lín Yìchén, blessed with the Crimson Reaper talent, still managed to climb to level 103 within a single afternoon. Back home, Xiaoyan was sprawled across the sofa, snoring loudly. For some reason, ever since moving to Jiāngběi, the little dragon had become much lazier. Today, it hadn't even followed him out when he left. Could something be wrong? Lín Yìchén scratched his head. He had no experience raising pets, let alone a Dark Knight Yin dragon. Just to be safe, he quickly dialed Mu Xingyun on the StarNet. After waiting 2 or 3 seconds, the call connected. Mu Xingyun's voice came through. What's up, Lin? Principal Mu, it's like this. Lín Yìchén voiced his concerns directly. After listening, Mu Xingyun simply burst out laughing. I thought it was something serious. Don't worry, this is all perfectly normal. Young demon beasts are extremely sleepy during their juvenile stage. The reason you didn't notice it earlier was because you and Xiaoyan hadn't settled down in one place yet. Now that you've moved into the school, it recognizes this as your home together, which explains its increased sleepiness. Plus, powerful demon beast species like the Dragon Clan require significantly more sleep during their juvenile stage compared to other types. Mu Xingyun explained it clearly, and Lín Yìchén finally felt relieved after hearing this. Indeed, though Xiaoyan had been sleeping in a lot these past 2 days, there were no other abnormalities. It ate and drank as usual, missing nothing. After thanking Mu Xingyun, Lín Yìchén quickly washed up and went to bed. He hadn't forgotten his scheduled lesson with Professor Hao tomorrow morning. Professor Hao had mentioned revealing secrets about evolving professions, a topic that piqued Lín Yìchén's interest. Especially regarding the strange incidents he'd encountered after successfully changing professions. Perhaps Professor Hao could provide answers. The next day. After waking up and eating breakfast, Lín Yìchén headed straight for Professor Hao's office. Though called an office, he discovered upon arrival that it was actually a 3-story building, entirely dedicated to Professor Hao. Upon entering, Lín Yìchén immediately spotted a man sitting in the lobby, sipping coffee. Here he comes. Hao Shanhai spotted Lín Yìchén and beckoned him over, gesturing for him to take a seat. Lín Yìchén sat down across from him, and Hao Shanhai set down his coffee cup. What rank are you at now? Hao Shanhai asked first. Level 103. Level 103? That's incredibly fast. Hao Shanhai raised an eyebrow slightly. In all his years as a teacher, he'd never seen such rapid leveling progress. No wonder Lín Yìchén is so highly regarded by Mu Xingyun, there really is a reason for it. Ahem, he cleared his throat. Since you're already at level 103, you must have completed 2 class changes, right? He inquired again. Yes, I just completed my 2nd job change yesterday. Lín Yìchén nodded. Seizing the moment, he voiced his lingering question, Professor Hao, something strange happened during my job change. After a moment, Hao Shanhai's expression turned peculiar. You mean, after completing your job change, a voice appeared in your mind saying it had found you? Lín Yìchén gave a slight nod. Hey, you really are a freak, kid. Before Lín Yìchén could ask, Hao Shanhai explained, this is actually what I told you yesterday, the secret behind our evolution class. But yours is a bit different. How is it different? Lín Yìchén asked curiously. Let me finish. Hao Shanhai pressed his hand down, signaling him to speak first. This voice, I call it the divine guidance. All of us evolvable professionals hear it. Why call it divine guidance? Because after each class evolution, this voice tells you exactly what to do to advance to the next stage. After class evolution? Lín Yìchén quickly latched onto a crucial point, his brow furrowing slightly. Exactly. You heard correctly, it happens after every class evolution. Hao Shanhai nodded lightly, but you're different. You actually heard the divine guidance during your class change, and what it said had absolutely nothing to do with guidance. That's quite peculiar. The defining difference between evolved professionals and others lies precisely in the path of professional evolution. For other practitioners, the crucial milestone is merely the job change every 50 levels. Job change doesn't raise your base class level, but evolution is different. Therefore, to evolve their profession to the next stage, all evolvable professionals must fulfill a prerequisite. How to obtain this prerequisite? It comes through divine guidance during the initial class awakening and after each subsequent class change. This is part of the wisdom Hao Shanhai distilled after spending most of his life navigating the path of evolvable classes. By the way, since you received divine guidance after your job change, what about after your class evolution? Hao Shanhai suddenly thought of something and turned to ask Lín Yìchén. Chapter 132, Changes to the Club Selection Tournament? It's about awakening some new talents. Lín Yìchén answered truthfully. Is that so? Hao Shanhai stroked his chin, his brow deeply furrowed. He had taught 3 apprentices with evolvable professions and exchanged insights with peers from other schools, yet he had never encountered a case as peculiar as Lín Yìchén's. What stage has your current class reached in its evolution? He asked, turning to Lín Yìchén. A rank. A rank? Hearing Lín Yìchén's answer, Hao Shanhai's eyes widened in astonishment. Fast. That's too fast. He truly hadn't expected that Lín Yìchén would not only level up quickly, but also evolve his profession at such a rapid pace. After the initial shock, Hao Shanhai remembered something crucial. He looked at Lín Yìchén, his expression turning puzzled. If the divine guidance doesn't appear after your class evolution, then how did you know the conditions required for your evolution? Lín Yìchén was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, isn't it right there in front of me? He'd always assumed all evolvable professions worked like his own with clear numerical goals like the killing count that triggered evolution upon completion. But now you're telling me we're different? Your evolvable classes are this complicated? You actually need divine guidance to complete evolution? Lín Yìchén was at a loss for words. Strange. Truly strange. Hao Shanhai couldn't help scratching his head. He too was baffled by Lín Yìchén's highly unusual evolvable profession. Deep down, he felt like his decades of teaching experience were going to waste. Ahem, well then. You should head back first. I'll pore over the ancient texts to see if there's any record of a situation like yours. Hao Shanhai's eyes deepened with contemplation. After tossing out that sentence, he turned and headed into the study on the first floor. As the foremost authority on the path of evolvable professions, he felt compelled to unravel the mystery of Lín Yìchén's peculiar condition. Otherwise, how could he explain this to Mu Xingyun, who regarded Lín Yìchén as his student? Watching his departing figure, a fleeting look of contemplation also flashed in Lín Yìchén's eyes. Indeed, my profession truly differs from other evolvable professions. He had long harbored suspicions, but having never encountered an evolvable profession before, he hadn't fully grasped certain aspects of it. But now, he had received the answers from Professor Hao. His profession truly possessed extraordinary uniqueness. I hope Professor Hao can provide me with an answer. The moment Lín Yìchén recalled the voice he'd heard during yesterday's job change, a sense of impending danger surged within him. The immediate priority was to obtain the divine grade longsword and enhance his strength. With that thought, Lín Yìchén wasted no time. After leaving Professor Hao's office, he headed straight for the 100 Refinement Tower. He planned to spend the rest of the day grinding levels in the 100 Refinements Tower. It took him roughly 10 minutes. Lín Yìchén arrived at the entrance of the 100 Refinement Tower. Whether it was due to the upcoming school-wide competition or not, the number of people entering the tower now was more than double that of yesterday. Fortunately, the 100 Refinement Tower covered a vast area, and its entrance was spacious, preventing any time-wasting queues. Lín Jr. As he walked, Lín Yìchén suddenly heard a familiar voice call out from behind him. Turning around, he recognized the caller as none other than Ren Xiaoyu. Senior, you're here to level up in the 100 Refinements Tower too? Recognizing the familiar face, a faint smile touched Lín Yìchén's lips. Yeah, the club selection tournament is about to start. I need to level up before then so I don't hold the team back. Ren Xiaoyu nodded lightly, his voice brimming with anticipation. Ha? So the roster for the club selection tournament has already been finalized? Lín Yìchén raised an eyebrow slightly. Yep, they were announced this morning. Haven't you gotten the news yet? Ren Xiaoyu smiled. I just happened to make the cut. I'll be joining you. Then I'll be counting on your guidance, senior. Not at all. You even beat Tang Feng, how could I teach you? You're the one who'll be leading us. Ren Xiaoyu waved his hands repeatedly. He knew full well that despite being just a high school graduate, Lín Yìchén's strength was undeniably formidable. Those two swift strikes that took down Tang Feng on the 100 refining arena still burned vividly in his memory. Chatting and laughing, the two soon arrived at the dungeon lobby of the 100 Refinement Tower. The moment they stepped inside, a familiar figure caught their eyes. The moment Tang Feng spotted Lín Yìchén and Ren Xiaoyu, he froze mid-conversation with a long-haired man beside him. His smile instantly froze on his face. Brother Tang, what's wrong? The long-haired man noticed Tang Feng's expression and followed his gaze toward Lín Yìchén and Ren Xiaoyu. Oh, isn't this Ren Xiaoyu? How come you're not tagging along behind Ayunza today? Recognizing the visitors, the long-haired man chuckled, eyeing Ren Xiaoyu with a deeply amused expression while glancing at Lín Yìchén out of the corner of his eye. Who is this guy? Lín Yìchén frowned slightly and asked Ren Xiaoyu. Qin Jiyun, vice president of the second-ranked Foxfire Society. Ren Xiaoyu's expression darkened, clearly showing his distaste for the long-haired man. While Ren Xiaoyu explained, Chen Jiyun kept sizing up Lín Yìchén. An unfamiliar face. You wouldn't happen to be that Lín Yìchén, would you? Chen Jiyun glanced briefly at Tang Feng, who stood nearby with a furrowed brow. Noticing Tang Feng's gaze fixed intently on Lín Yìchén, he deduced the latter's identity. TSK, Ren Xiaoyu, who would have thought? You're such a sycophant, how quickly you switch allegiances. Chen Jiyun couldn't help but chuckle. So that's why you weren't tagging along with Ayunza today, you found yourself a new big shot to suck up to. What's the matter? You feel uncomfortable if you're not crawling up someone's ass all day? Say whatever you want. As if anticipating Qin Jiyun's words, Ren Xiaoyu didn't even flinch. He merely sneered coldly before turning to Lín Yìchén. Lin, don't bother with this jerk. Let's just go grind monsters ourselves. Who the hell are you calling a? This time, however, it was Qin Jiyun who lost his cool. Hearing Ren Xiaoyu call him a bastard, he immediately bristled, striding over to Ren Xiaoyu in 3 quick steps. What? You wanna start something here? Ren Xiaoyu showed no fear, crossing his arms and glaring coldly at him. You. Chen Jiyun's chest heaved for a moment, but he held back from striking. Instead, he snorted coldly, enjoy your moment of glory now. Once the club selection tournament ends and your Red Lotus Society fails to even make the top 10, we'll see if you're still so cocky. What do you mean? Ren Xiaoyu's brow furrowed, a flicker of gravity crossing his eyes. Lín Yìchén beside him also furrowed his brow slightly. The club selection tournament determined eligibility for the school-wide competition. Could things really go wrong at this critical juncture? What about his divine grade long sword? Chapter 133, Ren Xiaoyu's guilt. Could he speak? Chen Jian didn't answer directly, instead turning to look at Tang Feng. What was there to hide? Their failure to crack the top 10 was already inevitable. What harm would there be in telling them up front? Tang Feng sneered coldly, his eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction as he looked at Lín Yìchén. So what if he beat me on the stage? He still couldn't secure a spot in the school-wide competition, right? What exactly do you two mean? Ren Xiaoyu clenched his jaw, his gaze fixed intently on the two. Their Red Lotus Society ranked 4th in the entire school, guaranteed a spot in every school-wide competition. But Chen Jiyun's words just now suddenly stirred an ominous foreboding in his heart. What do you mean? You don't know yet, do you? Chen Jiyun folded his arms, looking down on Ren Xiaoyu with contempt. As early as yesterday, our Foxfire Society agreed to team up with the Blade Society to target you guys in the club selection tournament. Of course, besides our 2 clubs, there's also the Breeze Society, the Golden Crow Society, and the Thunder Society. Do you really think your Red Lotus Society can still make it into the top 10 and secure a spot in the school-wide competition? After hearing Chen Jiyun's words, Ren Xiaoyu's expression darkened considerably. Besides Chen Zhiyun's Foxfire Club, which ranked second, the other 3 clubs were all within the top 10. If these clubs joined forces against them, the qualification for the school-wide competition would truly be out of their reach. After all, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands, and this wasn't even just 4 hands. Watching Ren Xiaoyou's expression darken further, Chen Zhiyun and Tang Feng's smiles grew even broader. The Red Lotus Society and their own Blade Society and Fox Society had been at odds for years. Nothing pleased them more than seeing the Red Lotus Society humiliated. Their gazes then shifted to Lín Yìchén, hoping to see the same look of defeat on his face as Ren Xiaoyou's. But they were disappointed. Lín Yìchén showed no sign of disappointment or distress. Instead, his expression remained as calm as a still lake. He merely turned to Ren Xiaoyu and asked with genuine curiosity, how exactly do the club selection matches work? Don't you know, Lin? Right, you just arrived. Ren Xiaoyu sighed and explained, the club selection tournament takes place on the 5th floor of the 100 Refinement Tower. It's a demon beast hunting ground where clubs select members to hunt demon beasts. The top 10 clubs by points advance to the school-wide competition. After Ren Xiaoyou's explanation, Lín Yìchén grasped the rules of this so-called club selection tournament. So it's basically a contest to see who can kill the most demon beasts? How hard could that be? Not to brag, but when it came to slaying demon beasts, Lín Yìchén had never feared anyone. With that, he felt reassured. Earlier, when he overheard Chen Zhiyun and Tang Feng discussing how several major societies planned to gang up against their Red Lotus Society, he genuinely feared he wouldn't make it into the school-wide competition. Now it seemed like nothing more than a false alarm. I didn't expect you wouldn't even know the rules of the guild selection tournament. And you call yourself a Red Lotus Society contestant? Chen Zhiyun sneered dismissively when Lín Yìchén asked such a question. What the hell are you babbling about? Lín Yìchén shot him a cold glance. He'd only been at Jiāngběi for a few days. Wasn't it perfectly normal for him to be unaware of the club selection tournament rules? What's wrong with this idiot Chen Zhiyun? Is he brain dead or something? You? Chen Zhiyun was stunned. He hadn't expected Lín Yìchén to be so brazen. Brother Chen, no need to waste words on him. After this club selection tournament, the Red Lotus Society will definitely fall out of the top 10. Just a bunch of clowns. Tang Feng stepped forward to block Chen Zhiyun, his smug expression now completely unmasked. He knew Lín Yìchén's strength was formidable. He could take down even Tang Feng with 2 strikes. But the club selection tournament isn't won by individual strength alone. You're skilled, no doubt. But how fast can you slay beasts alone compared to a group? How much more powerful could you possibly be? Moreover, after their battle on the 100 refining arena, he had figured out Lín Yìchén's class type. This kid was definitely a high-burst, single-target warrior class. How else could he have taken him down with just 2 strikes? And warrior-type classes like that are absolutely weak against groups of demon beasts. What's more, the 5 guilds had already agreed, as soon as they entered the demon beast hunting ground, they would specifically target the Crimson Lotus Guild and slaughter every demon beast near them. Only 3 members per guild could enter the demon beast hunting ground. 15 against 3, the advantage was clearly on their side. We can't lose. Absolutely can't lose. Tang Feng was already itching to see Lín Yìchén's frustrated and helpless expression once he failed to secure a spot in the school-wide competition. Chen Zhiyun and Tang Feng didn't linger. After shooting 2 smug glances at Lín Yìchén and Ren Xiaoyu, they left. No, I must return and inform the club president immediately. Ren Xiaoyu abandoned plans to level up in the instance. This intelligence must reach Yunza immediately. Then they must explore alliances with other top 10 guilds to secure the Crimson Lotus Guild's tournament spot. I won't be going with you. Lín Yìchén bid farewell before diving headfirst into the dungeon lobby, ready to grind for a while. Unlike Ren Xiaoyu, he wasn't anxious. Knowing the guild selection tournament relied on slaying demon beasts for points, a top 10 spot was practically within his grasp. Forget the Starfall Apocalypse Blade's massive attack range and extended duration. Even if he had to hack away at monsters one by one, no one could match his speed and efficiency. Oh no. I promised Lin that joining the Crimson Lotus Society would guarantee him a spot in the school-wide competition. What am I going to do now? Watching Lín Yìchén's receding figure, Ren Xiaoyu felt a pang of guilt. Especially witnessing Lín Yìchén's relentless dedication. Even after learning the Crimson Lotus Society likely wouldn't crack the top 10, he still insisted on grinding levels in the dungeon. That only deepened his guilt. He had to find a solution. Without lingering, Ren Xiaoyu swiftly exited the 100 Refinement Tower and returned to the Red Lotus Society. Upon his return, he went straight to the office and found Yunza reporting everything that had just happened in detail. The 5 of them were actually planning to team up? They must be out of their minds. Yunza was equally stunned by the news, slamming his fist on the desk as he rose, his face flushing with anger. If it were just the Blade Society and the Firefox Society teaming up against them, he wouldn't be so surprised. Those 2 societies had always been at odds with them, targeting them repeatedly in past society selection tournaments. But the fact that the Breeze Society, the Golden Crow Society, and the Thunder Society were also joining forces with them left Yunza utterly stunned. Yen Yang must have offered them some kind of benefit to make them do this. Yi Yunza frowned deeply, pacing back and forth in his office. The next moment, he waved his hand decisively. Xiaoyu, let's go. Contact President Zhou and the others. Chapter 134, the selection tournament begins. Will there be a miracle? Got it. Ren Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. The President Zhou and the others Yi Yunza referred to were the remaining 4 clubs among the top 10. Yi Yunza shared his perspective. Under the current circumstances, forming an alliance with the other 4 clubs was the only viable way to break the deadlock. The two hurriedly left the Red Lotus Society and headed toward the activity areas of the other guilds. Not long after, they returned to the Red Lotus Society, their expressions now tinged with disappointment. Damn it, what kind of move did He Yin-Yang pull to make them so unwilling to cooperate with our Red Lotus Society? Back inside, Yi Yunza kicked a chair in frustration. No wonder he was so furious. While reaching out to the other clubs earlier, not a single one was willing to join forces with them against the Blade Society. Even the Color Cloud Society and the Mechanical Society groups that usually maintained good relations with the Red Lotus Society refused to get involved. President, what should we do now? Ren Xiaoyu felt utterly frustrated, as if he'd swallowed a dead fly. Utterly disgusting. At the same time, he felt a pang of regret. He shouldn't have brought Lín Yìchén into the Red Lotus Society. I had promised Lín Yìchén that he would definitely get a spot in the school-wide competition, but now the Blade Club is pulling this stunt. Clearly, the 2 strikes Lín Yìchén used to slay Tang Feng on the 100 refining arena had already made He Yin-Yang feel threatened. Otherwise, the Blade Society wouldn't have made such a bold move, joining forces with 4 other societies to target their Red Lotus Society. Now that the spot wasn't secured, and they'd actually harmed Lín Yìchén instead, Ren Xiaoyu was filled with regret. There was nothing else to do but try their best. Yi Yunza shook his head, feeling utterly helpless. He gave a wry smile. Junior Lin is so strong, maybe he can bring us some miracles? Right? This. Ren Xiaoyu fell silent. It wasn't that he doubted Lín Yìchén's strength. On the contrary, having witnessed Lín Yìchén dispatch Tang Feng with 2 swift strikes, he would never question his abilities. But this demon beast hunting ground wasn't a contest of individual prowess. No matter how powerful you are, you can't match a dozen people working together, right? Seeing Ren Xiaoyu's silence, Yi Yunza couldn't help but sigh inwardly. His thoughts were actually quite similar to Ren Xiaoyu's. He had only spoken those words to offer some comfort. But now, there was no other way. Time flew by. Soon, the day of the guild selection tournament arrived. Lín Yìchén woke up early, had a simple breakfast at home, and then prepared to head to the Red Lotus Society. Before leaving, he silently glanced at his attribute panel. Lín Yìchén. Class, Blood Sea Azura rating, A. Kill count, 10,310,000. Soul energy, 5. Level, 112. Health, 103,170 mana, 15,000. Attack, 11,339 defense, 2,715. Strength, 1324 Constitution, 531 Spirit, 100 Agility, 430. Skill, Titan's Might. Talents, Dissection Mastery, Slaughter Mastery, Executioner, Crimson Reaper, Piercing Gaze, Wrath of the Azura, Soul Devourer, Blood Sea Domain, Slaughter's Might. Level 112. That should be sufficient. Lín Yìchén chuckled softly before leaving the dormitory. He'd been buried in the 100 Refinement Tower these past few days. Though the tower offered scant experience, it had still allowed him to level up considerably. After all, with the Crimson Reaper by his side, even the meager experience of the 100 Refining Tower could be normalized or even amplified. The 100-point boost to all attributes granted after his second job advancement had pushed his attack power to a truly terrifying figure. Over 10,000 attack points was an exceptionally high figure even among other warrior class professions after their second job advancement. Add to that the boost from talents like Killing Mastery, and a single swing of his blade was enough to leave similarly leveled players utterly stunned. After spending over 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the Red Lotus Society. Brother Lin, you're here. Morning. Ren Xiaoyu, who had been waiting inside, greeted Lín Yìchén as soon as he saw him. After spending these past few days together, their relationship had warmed considerably, and their forms of address had shifted accordingly. Lín Yìchén found this change rather pleasant. After all, calling each other junior and senior always felt a bit awkward. Besides Ren Xiaoyu, the room also held Yi Yunza, the club president, and a tall, slender man. Lín Yìchén had met this man a few days prior. His name was Lu Shang, a level 151 awakened with an A-class profession, and he was Lín Yìchén and Ren Xiaoyu's teammate for the upcoming selection tournament. Morning. Lu Shang nodded at Lín Yìchén, forcing a smile. Ever since learning that this selection tournament would be targeted by the top 5 clubs, Lu Shang had been tempted to just give up. What was the point of competing in a guild selection tournament if they couldn't make the top 10 anyway? That was his thinking. After exchanging greetings, the three followed behind Yi Yunza as they made their way toward the 100 Refinement Tower. Inside the 5th level of the 100 Refining Tower, contestants had already gathered in full force for this guild selection tournament. Lín Yìchén and his group arrived rather late, among the last clubs to show up. The moment they entered the 5th floor, they overheard whispers circulating among the crowd. Evidently, the news that the Blade Dominion had led the effort to recruit 4 top 10 clubs specifically to target the Crimson Lotus Society had already spread. It could be said that the entire Jiāngběi campus knew about it. The looks everyone now cast toward the Crimson Lotus Society were tinged with pity and resignation. There was nothing to be done. While most disliked the Blade Society's aggressive tactics, they were powerless against their overwhelming strength. Moreover, their leader, Lín Yìchén, was backed by a wealthy and influential family that provided substantial resources. They couldn't fight back. They simply couldn't. Yunzi, Ren Xiaoyu, and Lu Shang all felt the stares directed their way, their expressions not exactly cheerful. But Lín Yìchén remained largely unfazed. In his view, the Red Lotus Society was guaranteed a spot among the top 10 in this selection tournament. No other reason, simply because he was there. This wasn't arrogance, it was pure confidence in his own abilities. Forget the combined might of the 5 clans of the Blade Society. Even if the other 9 top-ranked societies joined forces, Lín Yìchén was absolutely confident he could secure a spot in the school-wide competition. Come on, his speed in hunting demon beasts had long been proven on the beast-tide battlefield. No one at his level could possibly outpace him. No, scratch that, even against opponents 1 or 2 class levels above him, he still dominated in this regard. Ahem. Soon, all the contestants for this round had gathered. A deliberate cough echoed through the entire 5th floor, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. There, atop the central platform, a man clad in fiery crimson robes materialized out of thin air, radiating an indescribable aura of authority. The crowd fell silent at the sight of this crimson-robed figure. No wonder he was none other than Jiāngběi, a member of the Jiāngběi University Council and an immensely powerful SS-rank professional. He was also the host of every club selection tournament to date. Looks like everyone's here, right? Well then, let's cut to the chase. This year's club selection tournament officially begins. Jiāngběi made no further remarks upon his arrival, immediately announcing the commencement of the competition. The next moment, all students on the 5th floor felt the world around them suddenly plunge into endless darkness. When the light returned, they found themselves standing on a vast, open plain. Chapter 135, 1/per enemy? Just a normal attack. Roar. As if stirred by the arrival of these uninvited guests, the roars of demon beasts echoed from all corners of the plain. Lín Yìchén and his 2 companions were teleported near a pack of wolf-like beasts. Barely had they landed when pairs of blood-red eyes locked onto them. Gale wolves. Trouble. These beasts won't be easy to deal with. As soon as Ren Xiaoyu identified the species of these wolf-like beasts, a look of gravity flashed across his face. Among the myriad wolf-like beasts, swift wind wolves stood as the elite. Their lightning-fast movements made them unstoppable in battle, each attack unpredictable and impossible to defend against. Unless one specialized in agility, it was nearly impossible to keep pace with their assault speed, inevitably drawing a claw strike from time to time. Xiaoyu, brother Lin, form a triangle. Don't leave your backs exposed to these beasts. Lu Sheng immediately began strategizing, simultaneously placing 2 fingers to his brow and murmuring incomprehensible incantations. Blessing of the Apocalypse. As Lu Sheng bellowed the final words, a flash of golden light simultaneously enveloped Lín Yìchén and the other 2. Buff acquired, Apocalypse Blessing. Effect, attack power and defense increased by 20, attack speed and movement speed increased by 30. A layer of buffs instantly enveloped the trio. Take down the alpha wolf first. Ren Xiaoyu grew serious, drawing a long sword and aiming its tip at the largest wolf within the pack. Though they knew their Red Lotus Society likely wouldn't make the top 10 in this guild selection tournament, neither of them wanted to give up so easily. Especially Ren Xiaoyu, he still felt guilty toward Lín Yìchén and was determined to give his all in this selection tournament. Maybe they'd get lucky? As long as the Blade Society couldn't pinpoint their location and snatch their monsters, there was still hope. Ren Xiaoyu thought to himself. Brother Lin, hold off on using that burst skill for now. This pack of swift wind wolves isn't too troublesome. Save it for when we encounter the mini-boss. Gripping his sword, Ren Xiaoyu remained intensely focused on the charging pack of swift wind wolves ahead, yet still found time to remind Lín Yìchén. He believed the 2 skills Lín Yìchén had unleashed on the 100 Refinements arena last time were crucial, potentially pivotal turning points in this battle. If they could encounter the boss granting massive points sooner, and then Lín Yìchén used those 2 moves to instantly kill it, they might just break into the top 10. Yet as he spoke, no response came. Instead, a figure had appeared before the swift wind wolf pack at some unknown moment, then casually swung a blade. Whoosh! A blade flash, accompanied by a piercing whistle, swept through the front ranks of the swift wind wolves. In the next instant, several wolf heads shot skyward from midair. Roar! The remaining swift wind wolves were enraged by the sight. With their comrades slain, they charged as one toward the figure. Splatter! Yet the figure showed no sign of panic. Turning to the 5 swift wind wolves on his right, he swung his blade. Wolf blood spattered instantly, staining the surroundings crimson. 5 wolf heads thudded to the ground. Brother Lin, Ren Xiaoyu and Lu Shang were both dumbfounded. The scene before them was too shocking, leaving them both at a loss for what to do next. One strike, one kill, who could handle that? But they quickly snapped out of their shock, especially Rin Xiaoyu, whose face instantly filled with anxiety. Brother Lin, you just used up your burst skill like that. What if we encounter the boss later? What will we do then? Indeed, he believed Lín Yìchén must have unleashed the same burst skill he'd used against Tang Feng to kill these swift wind wolves so effortlessly. Otherwise, how could a level 110-something player like Lín Yìchén possibly slay a group of level 140 swift wind wolves with a single strike without using any skills? That's ridiculous. But Lín Yìchén didn't respond directly to Rin Xiaoyu. Instead, he delivered several more swift strikes until he finally felled the pack leader, then slowly stopped his movements. Shaking the wolf blood from his blade, Lín Yìchén turned to Rin Xiaoyu. What burst skill? I didn't use any. This was just a normal attack. Normal attack? Rin Xiaoyu was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of level 110 plus player's basic attack could one-shot a swift wind wolf? He was certain that even their guild leader, Yunza, a level 193 SS class professional, couldn't have dispatched the swift wind wolf so effortlessly. Yeah, just a normal attack. Lín Yìchén chuckled, then sheathed his long sword. The next moment, he turned and headed in a specific direction. Let's move quickly. Find the next monster gathering spot. Don't forget our goal, we're aiming for the top 10 in this selection tournament. Rin Xiaoyu and Lu Shang froze, exchanging bewildered glances. After staring at each other for a moment, they hurriedly followed. Their minds were filled with confusion and shock. Was what Lín Yìchén just said true or false? Were those few swings that killed the swift wind wolf really just ordinary attacks? If so, his ordinary attacks were downright insane. Rin Xiaoyu, in particular, was half convinced, half skeptical. His hesitation stemmed from the fact that Lín Yìchén showed no unusual signs after the attack. Remember, back on the 100 Refinements arena, when Lín Yìchén unleashed those two earth-shattering strikes, a crimson glow had erupted from his body. Not to mention the sudden blood sea that had appeared on the arena. He was certain those two skills were Lín Yìchén's burst abilities. But just now? Not only was there no blood sea, not even that crimson glow had appeared. Perhaps, just as Lín Yìchén had claimed, it was nothing more than an ordinary attack. At this thought, Ren Xiaoyu's heart surged with excitement. Could it be that this club selection tournament would truly witness a miracle? Could Lín Yìchén truly lead the Red Lotus Society into the top 10? On the other side of the demon beast hunting ground. As the leader of the Overlord Blade Society, Tang Feng immediately began searching for Lín Yìchén and his two companions upon entering the demon beast hunting ground, teaming up with his other two teammates. Besides them, the four major societies Firefox, Clear Wind, Golden Crow, and Thunder were also searching the demon beast hunting ground. Their sole objective was to pinpoint Lín Yìchén's trio and then eliminate every demon beast in their vicinity. This would prevent the Crimson Lotus Society from accumulating enough points to advance to the top 10, thereby eliminating them from the school-wide competition. If that happened, He Yangyang would face no obstacles in claiming first place in the school-wide competition and securing the coveted divine-grade longsword. The only prerequisite was eliminating the variable, Lín Yìchén. Lín Yìchén, don't let me find you. Racing swiftly across the plains, Tang Feng's gaze swept rapidly across the distance, finally settling on three tiny black dots the size of grains of rice. Found them. A faint smile curled at the corners of Tang Feng's mouth, revealing a look of triumphant calculation. Chapter 136, Position Discovered. Tang Feng was overjoyed. Quick, contact the Foxfire Society and send them the coordinates. After locating the target, Tang Feng wasted no time, immediately instructing two team members to begin contacting the other guilds. Soon, the other four guilds received the message from Blade Dominion and rushed over. While waiting for their arrival, Tang Feng didn't idle. He slowed down with his two teammates, stealthily closing in on Lín Yìchén and his group. His goal was to avoid alerting the enemy. If Lín Yìchén and his group detected their presence and moved to another location to farm monsters, Tang Feng would have to send the new coordinates to the Firefox Guild, wasting valuable time. Wait, they seem to be heading this way. Quick, find a place to hide. As they walked, Tang Feng suddenly noticed Lín Yìchén and his group turning around and heading toward them. He quickly led his teammates to hide behind a rock. Turns out there was a group of demon beasts up ahead. Once they were safely concealed, they realized Lín Yìchén wasn't approaching because he'd spotted them. Instead, a group of venom slimes lay resting on the ground just ahead. Venom slimes, these things were no picnic to deal with. Perfect for stalling them for a bit. Tang Feng's lips curled into a smirk as he got a clear look at the creatures. Slime-type beasts were famously the most disgusting and annoying creatures among all demon beasts. While their attack power was weak, they compensated with incredibly thick health pools. Moreover, every slime species possessed some utterly disgusting innate abilities. Take these venom slimes, for instance. When attacked, they immediately spray potent toxins around their bodies, inflicting a poisonous status on the attacker. Their health drains away like water. Combined with their incredibly tough health bars, they're considered one of the most notorious nuisances. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Tang Feng and his two companions, Lín Yìchén's squad entered the habitat of the venom slimes. The slimes, sensing intruders, instantly shifted into combat stance, ready to fight. Heh, if I were them, I'd just ignore this bunch of slime monsters. What a waste of time. Witnessing this from afar, Tang Feng couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. After all, eliminating such a group of venomous slimes would normally take 10 to 20 minutes. That amount of time would be more than enough for the Foxfire Society to arrive. They must be desperate, knowing we're targeting them. So before we arrive, they have to engage any monsters they see, otherwise, it'll be too late once we show up. Another member of the Blade Dominion couldn't help but laugh aloud. Yeah, that must be it. Tang Feng nodded in satisfaction at the explanation. But the scene that unfolded next left all three of them utterly stunned. What was going on? Not far away, Lín Yìchén and his two companions had entered the habitat of the venomous slimes and immediately engaged them in combat. No, it was more accurate to say that only Lín Yìchén had engaged the slimes. He drew the long sword at his waist, aiming it at the nearest venomous slime and slashing it down. In the next instant, the slime was cut to pieces, dissolving into a pool of slime. Then came the second strike, the third strike. With each swing of his blade, another slime fell. Within 2 minutes, over a dozen venomous slimes had been utterly annihilated. What the hell was going on? Tang Feng and the others were dumbfounded. What about the slime's thick, tough skin that was supposed to be nearly impossible to kill? How come under Lín Yìchén's hands, they were being sliced down one by one? I get it. Tang Feng suddenly had a flash of insight. The shock on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a look of disdain. Lín Yìchén must have used his burst skill. Absolutely. Ha! Looks like he's panicking too, trying to clear all the monsters around him as fast as possible, right? Otherwise, we'd arrive too late, wouldn't we? Ha, how foolish. If you'd saved that burst skill for the boss fight, you might have actually cracked the top 10 for your Red Lotus Society. But who'd have thought you'd be so impatient, wasting such a crucial skill right at the start? Now, you've completely blown your chance. Tang Feng's smile was filled with smug satisfaction. In his eyes, even with their Blade Society teaming up with 4 other guilds to target the Crimson Lotus still had a chance to sneak into the top 10. The most critical factor was Lín Yìchén's burst skill, the very one he'd used to instantly kill Tang Feng on the arena stage. If the Crimson Lotus Society got lucky and encountered one of the major bosses in the Demon Beast hunting grounds right after entering, and Lín Yìchén used his burst skill to take down the boss before the others arrived, they could have earned a massive wave of points. With that massive point haul, even just hunting a few more beasts would secure Crimson Lotus Society a top 10 spot. No amount of targeting would matter then. But unexpectedly, Lín Yìchén couldn't contain his impatience and wasted that crucial burst skill. And he wasted it on a venomous slime, a monster that offered minimal bonus points and was a pain to fight. This is just a total loss, right? So this was Lín Yìchén's burst skill? Truly terrifying. No wonder you, the vice president, got taken out in an instant. Hearing Tang Feng's explanation, the other teammate's face lit up with sudden understanding. He'd been wondering how a slime known for its thick, tough hide could possibly be one-shot by someone barely over level 100. So he used a burst skill. No wonder. Get lost. Can't you speak properly? I was caught off guard, that's why I got taken out in an instant. Tang Feng shot the guy a withering look. If I'd known he had such a ridiculously overpowered skill, I would've. Before he could finish, another teammate cut him off. Vice President, they're leaving. Hearing this, Tang Feng quickly turned to look and saw that Lín Yìchén and the others were indeed leaving the venomous slime area. Seeing this, he abandoned any further explanation and hurriedly led his 2 companions to follow. After walking for a while, Lín Yìchén and the others stopped again. Tang Feng halted abruptly and scanned ahead. Iron armor rhinos. Not far ahead of Lín Yìchén and his companions stood 3 rhinoceros beasts. Their bodies gleamed with a jet-black sheen, as if clad in fine iron armor. They stood firmly in the path, blocking the trio's way. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Truly, heaven is aiding me. Upon recognizing the ironclad rhinoceros, Tang Feng was overjoyed. These beasts' defense wasn't something to scoff at. At the 150 level stage, ironclad rhinoceroses were universally acknowledged as notoriously difficult to kill. Heh, you've already used up your burst skills, right? Let's see how you handle these iron armor rhinos. Tang Feng crossed his arms, his face beaming with smug satisfaction. These ironclad rhinos would definitely hold them off until the Foxfire Society arrived. And who knows? By the time the Firefox Society arrives, Lín Yìchén and his crew might not even be done with the ironclad rhinos. In that case, they could head straight to the surrounding areas and wipe out every demon beast in sight. Once Lín Yìchén and his 2 companions finally finish off the ironclad rhinos, they'll look around only to find every demon beast in the vicinity wiped out, leaving them with no points to earn. The Crimson Lotus Society would inevitably fall out of the top 10. It's in the bag. Tang Feng thought to himself with satisfaction. But the next moment, he heard a shocked voice from nearby. Deputy Leader, look. What's the big deal? Tang Feng frowned, following his teammates' gaze toward the direction of Lín Yìchén and the others. Chapter 137, is Tang Feng playing us? A single glance revealed a scene he would never forget. The once imposing trio of ironclad rhinoceroses now lay sprawled haphazardly across the ground. Each bore a deep gash across its chest. Lín Yìchén stood before the fallen beasts, sheathing the alloy blade in his hand. Now, even a fool would understand that Lín Yìchén had slain these 3 ironclad rhinos. How could it have happened so quickly? Tang Feng's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting. Hadn't Lín Yìchén already used his burst skill just now? Logically, these armored rhinos should have been able to stall him for a while. Yet now they were all dead. Vice President, they're moving again. Before Tang Feng could dwell on it, his 2 teammates beside him urged. Follow them. Suppressing his shock, Tang Feng led his 2 teammates to trail behind Lín Yìchén and his group. No matter how horrified he felt inside, the immediate priority was to stay close to Lín Yìchén and not let him slip from view. Only then could he arrange for the Firefox Society to rendezvous with them and jointly purge all demon beasts near the Red Lotus Society. As for why Lín Yìchén could dispatch 3 ironclad rhinos so swiftly, Tang Feng resolved to observe further. 20 minutes later, Chen Zhiyun of the Firefox Society arrived at the location Tang Feng had provided, accompanied by members of the Golden Crow Society, Clear Wind Society, and Thunder Society. But there was no sign of Tang Feng or his group. Chen Zhiyun frowned. Where was Tang Feng? Hadn't they agreed to meet here? Tang Feng had last communicated with them 13 minutes ago, providing this exact location and mentioning that the 3 members of the Red Lotus Society were also present. But what was going on now? Not only were Lín Yìchén and the others nowhere to be seen, but he couldn't even spot Tang Feng's shadow. Chen Zhiyun dialed Tang Feng's number with a grim expression, thinking, "You little punk, you're not pulling my leg, are you?" Soon enough, the call connected. Chen Zhiyun immediately demanded, "Tang Feng, we're all here. Where are you?" "I." On the other end, Tang Feng's voice sounded utterly bizarre, as if he'd witnessed something utterly unbelievable, his speech slurred and incoherent. "What the hell is going on? Tang Feng, targeting the Red Lotus Society was your Blade Society's idea. We've all come to support you, and this is how you repay us?" Chen Zhiyun was getting angry, unleashing a torrent of words into the phone. "If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, once we get out, we're going straight to Yenyang to demand justice." He was genuinely furious. To support Blade Society's campaign against Crimson Lotus, their factions had avoided grinding monsters since entering the demon beast hunting grounds, only picking off creatures they happened to encounter along the way. This meant they hadn't earned many points so far. In previous tournaments, this pace wouldn't even get them into the top 30, let alone the top 10. "I'll send you another location. Come over first." On the other end of the line, Tang Feng replied weakly before immediately sending a location to Chen Zhiyun's StarNet. After sending it, Tang Feng hung up without offering further explanation. This left Chen Zhiyun and his group seething. "You Bullet Blade Society bullies running rush-out over campus is one thing," they fumed. "But to mock us top 10 clubs during this crucial club selection tournament? Do you really think you're the only big shots at Jiāngběi?" To them, Tang Feng's actions were nothing short of treating them like monkeys. They even suspected the Blade Society had fabricated this fake plan to stall them, deliberately preventing their 4 clubs from reaching the top 10 all to eliminate Yenyang's competitors. How despicable. Chen Zhiyun and his crew were seething with rage. They decided to trust Tang Feng one last time and head to the address. If they arrived and still couldn't find Tang Feng, they would unite to demand answers the moment they left. Fortunately, the location Tang Feng provided wasn't far from where they were currently. It took them less than 10 minutes to arrive. This time, they weren't met with an empty space. Sure enough, they spotted Tang Feng and his 2 companions. "Tang Feng, what the hell is your game? Are we still going after the Red Lotus Society or not?" Chen Zhiyun couldn't hold back and stepped forward to demand as soon as they arrived. "Yeah. We've already wasted nearly an hour. With only 2 hours left before the selection tournament ends, Tang Feng, you better explain yourself clearly." Lu Ton, the vice president of the Clear Wind Society, frowned and demanded. The other 2 societies remained silent, but their expressions made it clear if Tang Feng didn't provide a definitive answer, they would no longer trust him. "Heh, I'd love to take over the Crimson Lotus Society too, but..." Tang Feng sighed, looking as if he had something on his mind but couldn't bring himself to say it. "But what? Spit it out." Chen Zhiyun, growing impatient, urged him on. "See for yourselves." Tang Feng shook his head helplessly, stepping aside and pointing ahead. Not far ahead, on a patch of grass, lay the corpse of a massive lion demon. Purple Lightning Storm Lion. Everyone instantly recognized the identity of this demon corpse, their eyes widening in shock. The Purple Lightning Storm Lion wasn't just any minor demon, it was a full-fledged demon king boss. In the demon beast hunting grounds, it was worth a whopping 300 points. Consider this, in previous guild selection tournaments, only the top 10 guilds needed 320 points. That means any team that hunts down a Purple Lightning Storm Lion would practically guarantee a spot in the top 10. Tang Feng, you wouldn't be suggesting this Purple Lightning Storm Lion was hunted by the Crimson Lotus Society, would you? Chen Zhiyun finally caught on, his gaze instantly locking onto Tang Feng as he asked. Exactly. Tang Feng nodded, his face etched with reluctance. The room fell silent. No one was foolish. If the Crimson Lotus Society had indeed hunted down this Purple Lightning Storm Lion, it meant their targeted plan had already failed. After all, no matter how much they targeted them, the Crimson Lotus Society only needed to kill a few demon beasts to secure enough points to rank in the top 10. They must have paid a hefty price to take down that purple lightning storm lion, right? Chen Zhiyun still wanted to fight back. The Firefox Society and the Crimson Lotus Society were sworn enemies. This was a rare chance to team up with another society, and he wasn't ready to give up so easily. A hefty price? But the moment those words left his mouth, Tang Feng shot him a look that said he was talking nonsense. Ha! Chen Zhiyun frowned slightly. If I were to say they were wrong, I should say that bastard Lín Yìchén he only needed 3 strikes to kill that purple lightning storm lion? Tang Feng gave a cold laugh, not to mock Chen Zhiyun for underestimating Lín Yìchén, but rather as self-mockery. Chapter 138, the selection tournament ends. Highest score. 3 strikes? You're not joking, are you? Chen Zhiyun was stunned, and not just him, the others were dumbfounded too. Even if their entire team had faced this purple lightning storm lion, it would have taken considerable effort to fell it. And Tang Feng just said Lín Yìchén killed the purple lightning storm lion with only 3 strikes? How was that possible? Absurd. None of them could believe it. Why would I lie to you? Seeing their disbelief, Tang Feng gave a self-deprecating chuckle. I saw it with my own eyes. That guy struck just 3 times, and the purple lightning storm lion collapsed, never to rise again. And his 2 teammates didn't even lift a finger. Do you get what I mean? Tang Feng grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. The scene that had just unfolded was etched into his mind, utterly staggering. He had always assumed Lín Yìchén's ability to kill him in 2 strikes on the 100 refining arena stage was due to some unknown burst technique. But now he knew he was wrong. This wasn't some burst skill at all, it was pure, absolute dominance from Lín Yìchén's personal strength. A level 100 player being this terrifying? It was beyond Tang Feng's comprehension. Seeing Tang Feng in such a state, the crowd present couldn't help but frown. Tang Feng was right, there was no need to deceive himself. Which meant that this Lín Yìchén guy was nothing short of a freak. Didn't you notice something off when you came over? Seeing the silence, Tang Feng let out a strange chuckle. What was it? Chen Zhiyun frowned. Didn't you see a single demon beast on your way here? Tang Feng looked at the group. His words made them realize something. Since receiving Tang Feng's location and rushing over, they hadn't spotted a single demon beast along the way. This was the demon beast hunting ground. How could such a thing happen? Exactly. The Red Lotus Society, or rather, Lín Yìchén, is to blame. Tang Feng gritted his teeth. He slaughtered every demon beast within this entire perimeter right before my eyes, 1 strike per beast, without a single moment of hesitation. After hearing Tang Feng's explanation, the group fell silent once more. Well, I've got something to do. I'll be heading out. You guys carry on. Lu Tong of the Qingfeng Society cleared his throat twice, tossed out a quick farewell, and swiftly departed with his 2 teammates. I dropped my school card on the way out. I'll go back and look for it. See ya. The Golden Crow Society also hurriedly departed with their members. See you. The Thunder Society was even more decisive. Without so much as an excuse, the 3 of them vanished into the distance. The reason was simple, the Lín Yìchén mentioned by Tang Feng was simply too terrifying. No one wanted to provoke trouble by antagonizing such a ruthless individual. After all, the 3 of them held no deep grudges against the Red Lotus Society. Only the Firefox and Overlord Blade Societies truly had scores to settle with them. Even the vice leaders of the 3 gangs were cursing under their breath at that moment. What the hell were the Blade Gang and Foxfire Gang thinking? When deciding to team up against someone, didn't they even know his true strength? Thankfully, they hadn't actually clashed with the Crimson Lotus Society this time. After the club selection tournament ended, they absolutely had to go apologize to the Crimson Lotus Society. Damn it! That guy took down the purple lightning storm lion with 3 strikes, and dispatched the other beasts one by one. If someone like that joins the Crimson Lotus Society, who knows who'll be Jiāngběi's top society in the future. After watching everyone leave, Chen Zhiyun's expression was as sour as swallowing a dead fly, utterly miserable. Tang Feng, however, felt relieved. After all, encountering such a ruthless individual meant the best course was simply to avoid provoking him. After all, the Clear Wind Society and the Crimson Lotus Society didn't have much animosity between them. It was just those 2 families who were at odds. What now? Chen Zhiyun demanded, his face dark with frustration. What now? Find a place to grind points fast. If we both fail to crack the top 10, we're done for. Tang Feng spread his hands in resignation. He'd completely given up now. Witnessing Lín Yìchén's power had shattered any lingering desire to secretly seek revenge. Of course, this didn't mean he no longer harbored resentment toward Lín Yìchén, he simply felt powerless to act. For now, his only option was to scramble to boost their scores, propel the Blade Society into the top 10, and secure qualification for the upcoming school-wide competition. Whatever happened after that, well, that was for the club president, He Yin-yang, to handle. The thought of He Yin-yang sparked a flicker of hope in Tang Feng's eyes. If it were the president, he would surely teach Lín Yìchén a proper lesson. After all, He Yen-yang was an SSS-tier prodigy, the most formidable presence among all Jian University students. Not to mention, 2 days prior, He Yen-yang had already broken through level 200 and set out on his job change quest. After his 4th job advancement as an SSS-tier class, Tang Feng couldn't fathom how Lín Yìchén could possibly win. Swish! After slaying the final steel tooth boar, Lín Yìchén glanced at his party's scoreboard. 642 points. This score should be enough to crack the top 10, right? He turned to Ren Xiaoyu and Lu Sheng behind him and asked. Absolutely. More than enough. The two nodded repeatedly, their expressions incredibly complex. This isn't just enough. No one has ever scored this high in the club selection trials before. The highest score in previous selection tournaments, the one He Yen-yang participated in, was only 549 points. Alright then. Since that's the case, let's take a break. Upon hearing that the points were sufficient, Lín Yìchén sat down right where he was and stopped hunting demon beasts. This demon beast hunting ground was indeed a product of the 100 Refinement Tower. It was just like that instance area, if not even more frustrating. Killing a demon beast yielded less than a tenth of the experience points compared to the outside. This made Lín Yìchén deeply curious about the 100 Refinement Tower's operational principles. Why did the generated beasts feel so trashy, with pitifully low vitality? But perhaps this was to be expected. After all, the dungeon core itself wasn't man-made, it was a remnant left behind after each dungeon's emergence. Replicating its functionality would undoubtedly require immense effort. Getting this much functionality working was already impressive. Other trash schools didn't even have treasures like the 100 Refinement Tower, something others would beg for. After resting briefly in place, the selection trial finally concluded. Everyone within the demon beast hunting ground was simultaneously teleported out. The moment the 5th floor scene came into view, Lín Yìchén heard Yunza's voice beside him. Turning his head, he found the club president staring intently at him, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Quick, tell me, how did the qualifying round go? What score did we get? Yunza asked impatiently. Chapter 139, Council Shock. This kid is terrifying. Unlike the Star Tower, the demon beast hunting ground lacked viewing capabilities, leaving Yunza, who had remained inside the arena, on edge the entire time. On one hand, he feared that Lín Yìchén and his 2 companions might not secure a top 10 finish under the targeted pressure from the Blade Dominion and other guilds. On the other, he clung to a sliver of hope. Not much, just over 600 points. Lín Yìchén smiled faintly. 600 points? Hearing that number, Yunza was utterly dumbfounded. He knew exactly what 600 points meant. Forget the top 10, even first place was practically guaranteed. Yet he still found it hard to believe. This was simply too unbelievable. In all previous club selection competitions, no one had ever scored over 600 points. Yunza turned his gaze to Ren Xiaoyu and Lu Sheng, who had been teleported out alongside him. Seeing the two nod at him, he finally fully believed Lín Yìchén. Lin, how did you do it? His mouth opened wide, his voice brimming with excitement. If Lín Yìchén could score so high in the selection tournament, did that mean his true strength far exceeded what he had imagined? Slicing Tang Feng in 2 strokes was child's play. Lín Yìchén's true strength might even surpass He Yen-yang's monstrous abilities. Even He Yen-yang couldn't score over 600 points in the selection tournament. Just normal monster slaying 1 kill per strike. Simple enough, right? Hearing Yunza's question, Lín Yìchén merely smiled. This instantly silenced Yunza. He wasn't unfamiliar with the demon beast hunting grounds. While the beasts there weren't as powerful as those in the real world, they weren't weak either. For ordinary students, killing 1 beast required considerable effort. Yet for Lín Yìchén, it was 1 strike, 1 kill. What a freak! Yunza sighed inwardly, yet a surge of excitement welled up within him. Abnormal? Great! The Red Lotus Society loved abnormal people. As long as they were allies, the more freakish, the better. Yunza even secretly hoped Lín Yìchén would utterly crush He Yen-yang in the school-wide competition, letting him vent his pent-up rage. This year's club selection tournament has concluded successfully. Rankings will be posted shortly on the school's official website. Please check back later. The top 10 clubs will qualify for the school-wide competition. Due to the tight schedule this year, the top 10 clubs must promptly decide their participants after the rankings are announced. With the club selection tournament settled, Jiāngběi, as the host, took the stage to deliver a brief closing address before instructing everyone to depart in an orderly fashion. He himself hurried back to the statistical backend of the demon beast hunting ground, awaiting the final rankings to report to the council. This school-wide competition was crucial, making the qualifying club selection tournament equally significant. Council members led by Mu Xingyun were all awaiting the results. Of course, calling it waiting for results was less accurate than saying they were eager to see how Lín Yìchén had performed. As Lín Yìchén and his group queued to leave, they were unaware that Jiāngběi was already clutching the selection results, hurrying toward the administration building. Upon entering the conference room, several pairs of eyes turned to Jiāngběi simultaneously. Yet he felt no discomfort, instead wearing an expression of pure excitement. Principal Mu, Lín Yìchén has truly delivered a major surprise. Jiāngběi's gaze fixed on Mu Xingyun, seated at the head of the table, his voice brimming with excitement. No wonder Lín Yìchén's performance this time was simply insane. Get on with it. Seeing this, Mu Xingyun felt a surge of excitement himself, yet he maintained the dignity befitting a principal and promptly urged him on. Lín Yìchén's Red Lotus Society scored 642 points this time. Jiāngběi announced the group's results directly. 642? That must be the highest score ever recorded in the club's selection tournament. Principal Mu truly didn't misjudge him. Wow, making history right off the bat. This kid is no ordinary talent. The other council members couldn't help but marvel at the news. Impressive. This kid is impressive. Mu Xingyun felt deeply satisfied. He hadn't misjudged this person. Lín Yìchén was precisely the genius he'd been searching for. He was more than just good. Jiāngběi added, I had them tally the individual point totals. Guess what? Out of those 642 points, Lín Yìchén racked up 619 of them. In other words, his other two teammates were essentially just window dressing. The statement sent shockwaves through the council members. One member couldn't stay seated any longer. He stood up, glaring at Jiāngběi and demanded, one person scored 619 points in the Demon Beast Hunting Ground? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? You doubt the data from the 100 Refinements Tower? Jiāngběi retorted without backing down. This kid is terrifyingly skilled. The man's face was etched with shock. He dared not doubt the 100 Refinement Tower's data. This thing was a rare treasure, absolutely incapable of error. The 100 Refinements Tower would never be wrong. If Lín Yìchén could score 619 points solo, it meant we hadn't misjudged him. He could very well be the genius who will restore Jiāngběi University to its place among the nation's top institutions. Mu Xingyun swiftly rose to his feet, his face beaming with joy. Though he too wanted to understand how Lín Yìchén achieved such a high score alone, the immediate priority wasn't that it was the imminent Kanglin University tournament. Principal Mu, but that kid He Yang broke through level 200 a few days ago and has already started his job change quest. He'll probably complete it today or tomorrow. Could he pose a threat to Lín Yìchén? Yes, Principal Mu. Why don't we just give the divine grade longsword to Lín Yìchén directly? Let's not include it in the school tournament rewards. After their initial excitement, the two council members grew uneasy once more. The moment these words were spoken, the conference room fell into an almost palpable silence. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces clouded with unease. Lín Yìchén was undeniably formidable. His exceptionally high score on the Demon Beast Hunting Grounds proved his profession was no ordinary feat, and his personal strength was terrifyingly powerful. His earlier two-sword instant kill of Tangfeng likely hadn't even been his full effort. But He Yang was no pushover either. As a top-tier genius with an SSS-class profession, he was on the verge of completing his fourth job advancement. Once that happened, his attributes would reach an absolutely terrifying level. For Lín Yìchén, He Yang was undoubtedly the greatest threat. In fact, most people harbored pessimistic views about whether Lín Yìchén could defeat He Yang. No need. Just follow the protocol. Mu Xingyun shook his head, refusing to agree. In his plan, He Yang was a crucial piece. If Lín Yìchén couldn't even defeat He Yang, he wouldn't be worthy of becoming the master of that divine grade long sword. Only by winning could he feel confident in trusting that divine grade long sword to him. And only if Lín Yìchén won would Jiāngběi University have any hope of securing a top 3 finish in the Kanglin College tournament. If Lín Yìchén truly couldn't defeat He Yang, then none of this would matter. Chapter 140, The Marvelous Application of the Blood Sea Domain. Shortly after the qualifying rounds concluded, Jiāngběi University's official website released the rankings. When everyone saw that the top spot wasn't held by the first-ranked club, the Blade Dominators, nor the second-ranked club, the Firefoxes, but by the Crimson Lotus Society, they were stunned. 642 points. The Crimson Lotus Society had claimed the top spot in the selection tournament. This news instantly ignited Jiāngběi University, causing an uproar. No one had anticipated this outcome. Before the competition began, Blade Society had made a grand alliance with 4 other top 10 clubs, vowing to keep Crimson Lotus out of the top 10. Yet now, not only had the Crimson Lotus Club cracked the top 10, they'd claimed the very top spot. But that wasn't the crux of it. When everyone saw the score of the second-place Blade Dominion Club, the shock was beyond words. Bajin Society, 311 points. That was a full half less than the first-place Crimson Lotus Club. This meant that within the Demon Beast Hunting Ground, the Crimson Lotus Society had practically crushed the competition to claim the top spot. Even stranger, the other 4 guilds allied with Blade Dominion scored ridiculously low in this Demon Beast Hunting Ground. The Foxfire Guild, in particular, suffered a shocking upset, scoring a mere 273 points, plummeting from their usual second place standing all the way to 10th. They were only 9 points ahead of the 11th ranked guild, barely missing the top 10. This sparked widespread speculation. What exactly happened in the Demon Beast Hunting Ground? Why did these guilds associated with the Blade Dominion score so poorly this time? Inside the Blade Dominion, Tangfeng stood before He Yang, overcome with shame. President, I never imagined Lín Yìchén would be this powerful. I suspect he didn't even use his full strength during our battle on the 100 refinements arena. It matters not. Yìchén uttered the two words calmly, his tone unruffled. I've already completed my 4th transformation. No matter how powerful Lín Yìchén is, he poses no threat to me. Congratulations, President. Tang Feng's expression brightened. Just as he had suspected, Yìchén's return to school signaled that he had successfully completed his 4th class change. Given that, Yìchén's current strength had undoubtedly reached a terrifying level, dealing with Lín Yìchén would be no problem at all. In other words, he could finally get his revenge. Damn it, ever since that Lín Yìchén guy showed up, being the vice president of the Overlord Blade Club had felt increasingly frustrating, nothing like the smooth sailing of before. After the school-wide competition, he'd see if Lín Yìchén dared to act so cocky in front of the Overlord Blade Society. You may leave now. Yìchén waved his hand, signaling Tang Feng to leave. Alright, President. Call me if you need anything. As Tang Feng exited the office, a sense of unease began to stir within him. Why did it feel like something about the president had changed since his return? Was it just his imagination? He didn't dwell on it. Regardless, Yìchén had achieved his 4th transformation, that was a fact. Soon, he'd witness Lín Yìchén's humiliation. After the selection tournament concluded, Lín Yìchén didn't return to the Crimson Lotus Society with Ren Xiaoyu and the others. Instead, he headed to the leveling area of the 100 Refinements Tower to grind. With the school-wide competition imminent, he needed to boost his strength as quickly as possible before then to avoid any mishaps. After spending a full day in the dungeon area, Lín Yìchén raised his level to 115 and left the 100 Refinement Tower with satisfaction. While walking home, he suddenly received a message. Yìchén has completed his 4th job advancement. Reading Ren Xiaoyu's message, Lín Yìchén's brow furrowed slightly. He had only heard that Yìchén seemed close to reaching level 200, but never imagined it would happen so quickly. In just a few days, he'd even finished the job change quests and successfully completed his 4th job change. A 4th job advancement for an SSS tier class was proving rather tricky. A serious look flashed in Lín Yìchén's eyes. While his own class was powerful, granting talents that were no less impressive than S-tier classes and even boasting some exceptionally powerful talents that surpassed SSS tier classes. But at the end of the day, he was only at level 115. Not only had he not completed his 4th job transfer, he hadn't even finished his 3rd yet. Compared to Yìchén, who had already completed his 4th job transfer, the gap in attributes was enormous. Of course, given more time, he might reach level 150 within a month and undergo his 3rd job advancement. But with the school-wide tournament starting in just 3 days, time was simply too short. It wasn't that he couldn't fight at all. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Lín Yìchén, and he conceived a brilliant plan. Blood Sea Domain. This innate talent would be the key to breaking the deadlock. Once activated, each living being slain would extend its duration by 5 seconds. What if he rushed to the 100 Refinements Tower before the battle began and slaughtered several hundred monsters? Lín Yìchén licked his lips. After all, the Blood Sea Domain came with an additional skill. Blood Sea Unification. He hadn't used this skill yet. But according to the Blood Sea Domain's description, Blood Sea Unification dealt massive damage and guaranteed critical hits. The damage couldn't possibly be low, right? Lín Yìchén even had a vague feeling that this move might far exceed his imagination. If he could complete accumulating the life energy for Blood Sea Unification before the school-wide competition began, then extend the Blood Sea Domain's duration to last through the entire event, even Yìchén, who had completed 4 class changes, might not seem so formidable? Decided. Before the school-wide competition, he would make a trip to the 100 Refinement Tower. A faint smile touched his lips as he swiftly headed toward the dormitory. Upon returning home, he found Xiaoyan fast asleep on the sofa as usual. She really could sleep anywhere. Lín Yìchén couldn't help but mutter under his breath. But the moment he spoke, Xiaoyan, who had kept its eyes closed, suddenly opened its pale golden pupils and shot Lín Yìchén a displeased glare. Affection level 1. Then, it closed its eyes again, and the faint sound of snoring resumed. This kid. Lín Yìchén felt both amused and exasperated. It was just a little teasing, why get so worked up? He silently noted to himself, Xiaoyan doesn't like being talked about. Definitely won't make fun of it anymore. Wait, I should say I won't tease it to its face. Losing a point of goodwill for every comment? Who could handle that? He'd worked so hard to build up that goodwill, and he was hoping to break through the 50% mark soon. He couldn't afford to lose it all. After a quick wash, Lín Yìchén crawled straight into bed. Just as he was about to fall asleep, the door suddenly got knocked open by something. Lín Yìchén quickly looked over and saw that the one who had slammed the door was none other than Xiaoyan, the very cat he had just criticized. After entering the bedroom, Xiaoyan shot Lín Yìchén a smug glance before fluttering over to his pillow. Wah! Once by the pillow, Xiaoyan extended its dragon claw and gestured toward the blanket covering Lín Yìchén. You want to come in? Lín Yìchén was a bit baffled, but he still lifted a corner of the blanket. Seeing this, Xiaoyan immediately burrowed in. Closing her 2 little eyes, she began snoring away once more. Affection level +1. This left Lín Yìchén utterly flummoxed. Good grief, so Xiaoyan actually wanted to sleep with him. What a little rascal. A smile touched Lín Yìchén's lips. He gently stroked Xiaoyan's head twice before drifting into a deep sleep himself. Chapter 141, The Grand Competition Begins, Blood Sea Unification. Over the next few days, Lín Yìchén's life revolved solely between the dormitory and the 100 Refinement Tower. Occasionally, Chang Siming would invite him over for home-cooked meals. Every time after eating, seeing Chang Siming's silly, happy expression, Lín Yìchén couldn't bring himself to reveal the truth. Teacher, your cooking really isn't very tasty. However, whether it was due to growing familiarity or some other reason, when Lín Yìchén visited Chang Siming's home for the last time, one dish among the spread she prepared actually tasted quite good. After days of grinding levels with his head buried in the 100 Refinement Tower, Lín Yìchén's own level had finally reached 129. Compared to the end of the selection tournament, he had risen a full 14 levels. If word got out about this leveling speed, it would probably make a bunch of people green with envy. But what could you do? Others toiling for a month might barely scrape together 10 levels, yet Lín Yìchén had surged 14 levels in just a few days, truly absurd. Who could blame him with a monstrous talent like Crimson Reaper? Combined with the experience boost provided by the professional association, Lín Yìchén's rate of gaining experience was simply incomparable to anyone else's. Time flew by. Before they knew it, the day of the school-wide competition arrived. Inside the 100 Refinements Tower, the 100 Refinements Arena, the venue for the competition, was now packed to capacity. Nearly all members from the top 30 clubs among Jiāngběi's 100-plus organizations were present, while some lower-ranked clubs had only sent 2 or 3 representatives. Though vast, the 100 Refinement Tower could not accommodate such a large crowd. Fortunately, the entire competition would be broadcast live through the Star Network on Jiāngběi's internal channel. Everyone could watch the whole event from the comfort of their dorm rooms. This proved quite convenient. As one of this year's most anticipated seed clubs, the Crimson Lotus Society naturally had its entire membership present today. Where's Lin? When is he coming? The competition is about to start. Yunza glanced at the time. With less than half an hour left before the official start, Lín Yìchén still hadn't arrived. His anxious gaze turned to Ren Xiaoyu. Lin said he's currently in the dungeon area of the 100 Refinements Tower and will be here shortly. Ren Xiaoyu shrugged helplessly. He had no idea why Lín Yìchén would head to the instance area right before the competition started. Was he trying to level up at the last minute? But that seemed far too rushed. How much could he possibly level up in such a short time? Alright, tell Junior Lin to be careful not to be late. Otherwise, we'll have to send someone else in his place. Yunza nodded without further comment. But his thoughts mirrored Ren Xiaoyu's. Rushing to the dungeon area with so little time left? It seemed Lín Yìchén was truly determined to claim first place in this competition. This thought stirred unease within Yunza. He'd heard that Yang had already broken through level 200 days ago and completed all his 4th transformation quests, meaning his strength had undoubtedly reached a new level. Lín Yìchén was formidable too, having crushed the competition to win first place in the qualifiers. But Yang hadn't even participated in those qualifiers. His opponents were merely Tang Feng and his group of minions. In the school-wide competition, however, he would face Yang, a player with an SSS tier profession. Not to mention the gap of 2 full class advancements between them. Each class advancement grants a plus 100 boost to all attributes. In terms of raw stats alone, Yang would crush Lín Yìchén by an unimaginable margin. Here's hoping Lin wins. Though his heart was filled with worry, Yunza still silently prayed for Lín Yìchén to defeat Yang. Are you kidding me? As the head of the Crimson Lotus Society, if he doesn't support his own members, what's the point of being the head? He might as well just step down. While Yunza and Ren Xiaoyu anxiously waited for Lín Yìchén. Meanwhile, in the designated viewing area reserved for faculty and staff, Chang Siming's gaze kept drifting toward the direction of the Crimson Lotus Society. What time is it already? Why isn't Xiaochen here yet? She counted the seconds, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. 20 minutes ago, he'd sent Lín Yìchén a message. Lín Yìchén had replied, almost there, almost there. I'll be right over. Now it's been nearly half an hour, just show up already. Chang Siming felt an inexplicable buzzing sound ringing in her ears. Being a flake was no good habit, she absolutely had to set Xiaochen straight. Chang Siming silently resolved within herself. Finally, with only 5 minutes left before the school-wide competition began, Lín Yìchén rushed in. Here he is at last, you little brat. The weight on Chang Siming's heart lifted. Lin, you're here. Yunza also breathed a sigh of relief. He had begun to suspect Lín Yìchén might have used the excuse of going to the dungeon area as a cover to skip the event altogether. Yeah, I got held up a bit. Lín Yìchén exchanged brief greetings with the two, saying little else. Perhaps in Yunza and Ren Xiaoyu's eyes, Lín Yìchén had gone to the dungeon area before the grand competition began solely to level up. But that wasn't the case at all. Lín Yìchén took a deep breath and glanced at his personal status bar. Beyond the passive enhancements granted by his innate talents and the various attribute boosts provided by his guild, a crimson icon now appeared. On the icon, a countdown ticked away, second by second. 1 hour 49 minutes and 55 seconds. 1 hour, 49 minutes, 55 seconds. That was the remaining duration of the Blood Sea domain. Beside the icon, a small line of text appeared. Blood Sea Unification, 100. This signified that the exclusive skill Blood Sea Unification, granted by the Blood Sea domain, had fully charged. Once Lín Yìchén stepped onto the stage and activated the Blood Sea domain from its dormant state, he would be able to unleash Blood Sea Unification immediately. Of course, he intended to save this crucial skill for his final showdown with Jiāngběi. Blood Sea Unification was truly difficult to accumulate. He hoped it would deliver a surprise. Lín Yìchén licked his lips. He had gone to great lengths to accumulate this Blood Sea Unification. It took a full half hour, slaying countless demon beasts, until the Blood Sea domain's duration finally broke through to 1 hour. Only then was Blood Sea Unification truly charged. Of course, this could also be because the life energy of the demon beasts in the 100 Refinement Tower was too weak. Perhaps things would improve outside. Thump thump. Suddenly, 2 drumbeats echoed throughout the 100 Refinement arena. Immediately after, several figures materialized mid-air. The students instantly recognized who they were, members of the Jiāngběi Council. Yet one figure remained unrecognized, an elder cloaked in black robes. Only a handful of students, upon seeing him, revealed expressions of excitement. It was Principal Mu. Principal Mu had actually come to the school-wide competition. Good heavens! With a divine grade long sword in Principal Mu's personal presence, this school-wide competition is taking on far too much significance. Listening to the surrounding commotion, Lín Yìchén instinctively clenched his fists. A divine grade weapon, a legendary treasure, and a long sword at that. He was determined to claim it this time. Otherwise, how could he justify his profession? Chapter 142, The Top 10 Showdown. The mysterious voice returns. The simultaneous appearance of Mu Xingyun and the council members instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the students present. Observing the bustling crowd below the stage, Mu Xingyun's lips curved into a faint smile. His gaze swept slowly across the hall, finally settling on Lín Yìchén. I hope you won't disappoint me. After silently murmuring this to himself, Mu Xingyun joined the other council members in announcing the official commencement of the school-wide competition. Whoosh! The massive 100 Refinements arena in the center hummed, then rapidly transformed, splitting into 10 smaller arenas. Strangely, though the 100 Refined arena had divided into 10, each platform was identical in size to the original, as if the space itself had expanded tenfold. What an incredible ability! Lín Yìchén couldn't help but gasp at the sight. He was certain this level of the 100 Refining arena involved spatial power, otherwise, such a miraculous ability would be impossible. After splitting into 10, the platforms suddenly blazed with blue light. Simultaneously, barriers rose around each one, completely enveloping them. It's happening! Ren Xiaoyu, watching from the side, was overcome with excitement. He quickly turned to Lín Yìchén. Brother Lin, the arena contest has begun. Don't rush to join yet. Wait until the hour is nearly up before stepping in. Otherwise, you'll waste your stamina. The strategy he described was a common tactic used by top players during the school-wide competitions. After all, the goal was simply to secure one of the 10 platforms within the hour. Why waste energy by going up early and facing repeated challenges? But before he could finish, Lín Yìchén abruptly rose from his seat and strode directly toward one of the 10 battle platforms. Hey, Brother Lin, you! Ren Xiaoyu was startled and tried to call out to Lín Yìchén. In his view, going up so early was a completely unwise choice. It's fine. I have my own plans. Ignoring Ren Xiaoyu's words, Lín Yìchén merely gave him a smile before striding forward without hesitation. Seeing this, Ren Xiaoyu held his tongue. If Lín Yìchén had his own plans, there was little point in further persuasion. He hadn't forgotten that he was also a contestant. When the time was nearly up, he'd have to see if anyone was within his reach. Maybe he could snatch a spot in the top 10? Ren Xiaoyu perked up, his gaze fixed firmly on the direction of the arena. Nothing stood in his way. Lín Yìchén selected the nearest stage and strode directly onto it. The white glow surrounding the platform instantly shifted to blue, signifying that this platform already had a champion awaiting challengers. Shortly after he stepped onto it, the remaining 9 platforms gradually glowed blue as well. Thus, all 10 platforms now had their masters. Could that guy be Lín Yìchén? The one who took down Tang Feng with 2 swift strikes just a few days ago? Yep, that's him. Who'd have thought he'd choose to step up first? Is that confidence or arrogance? I heard he entered this competition aiming for first place. Do you think he stands a chance against Jiāngběi? No way. I admit Lín Yìchén has some skill, but I've got inside info Jiāngběi's already level 200 and completed his 4th job advancement. How is anyone supposed to beat that? Wow, looks like the top spot in this school tournament is a foregone conclusion. Boring. After seeing Lín Yìchén step onto the stage first, the crowd began whispering among themselves. Their conversations revolved almost entirely around Lín Yìchén and Jiāngběi, with the overwhelming majority not giving Lín Yìchén a chance. What could they do? He Yang was already level 200 and had completed his 4th job advancement. And he's an SSS tier class. No matter how skilled Lín Yìchén is, how could he possibly defeat an opponent with such a massive advantage? Buzz. A series of buzzing sounds echoed continuously. 8 out of the 10 arenas had turned red, signifying that challengers had begun to confront their respective champions. Yet 2 platforms remained unchanged for an extended period. These 2 platforms belonged to Lín Yìchén and He Yang. So he was the first to step up? Interesting. Lín Yìchén stood on his platform, his gaze sweeping the surroundings before settling on another platform not far away, also glowing with a blue light. At the center of that platform, a tall, slender figure stood perfectly straight, hands clasped behind his back with extreme arrogance, his eyes filled with utter indifference. As if sensing Lín Yìchén's gaze, He Yang also looked over, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. Then, Lín Yìchén saw He Yang's lips move slightly, as if speaking to himself. Found you? After deciphering He Yang's lip reading, Lín Yìchén's pupils contracted sharply as a thunderclap erupted within his mind. How could this guy know those 4 words? Lín Yìchén's brow furrowed tightly as alarm bells blared in his mind, his entire being taut as a stretched string. Weren't those the very words spoken by that mysterious voice during his 2nd class change? Could that person be He Yang? No, impossible. That person absolutely couldn't be He Yang. Then why would He Yang have spoken those 4 words to him? Was it just a coincidence? Lín Yìchén's mind raced as his gaze locked onto He Yang. But unfortunately, after saying those 4 words to him, He Yang turned his head away and no longer looked this way. You'd better be that rat. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lín Yìchén's eyes. Regardless of whether He Yang was the source of that voice, he had already been marked for elimination in Lín Yìchén's mind. When the battle with He Yang commenced, he would probe him thoroughly first. You've exposed yourself. Damn it, why did you let him discover you? At that moment, a voice of overwhelming authority roared angrily within He Yang's mind. Had Lín Yìchén heard it, he would have instantly recognized it, the very voice that had appeared during his class change that day. You're only 100-something levels now. What are you afraid of? And you call yourself the Flame God? He Yang sneered inwardly. He couldn't fathom what Lín Yìchén had done to make the mighty god of fire cower like this. Indeed, the voice echoing in his mind belonged to none other than the legendary god of fire and craftsmanship Hephaestus. He had suddenly appeared in his mind the moment He Yang successfully completed his 4th class change. At first, He Yang hadn't believed it. Only after Hephaestus granted him even greater power did he confirm the deity's identity. What do you know? My other brothers haven't found an opportunity to descend upon the world yet. If he discovers my existence prematurely, that killing star won't do anything good. You must keep a low profile from now on, or I'll reclaim the power I bestowed upon you. Remember, you so-called SSS class prodigies, your very source of power comes from us gods. Hephaestus scolded the reckless He Yang. Alright, esteemed Lord of Fire, I won't expose myself again. He Yang hastily promised, terrified Hephaestus might actually follow through. But deep down, he couldn't help but sneer in contempt. He didn't believe that a mere Lín Yìchén possessed such immense power. Star Killer? What a joke! He'd show Lín Yìchén on the stage just how vast the chasm between them truly was. How dare he compete with me for that divine grade long sword? As if. There's no way I'll let you have it. Chapter 143, He should thank us. The 2 arenas remained motionless for a long time. Finally, Wang Yaohai, vice president of the Windrunner Society, the 3rd Guild, couldn't hold back any longer. He strode over to Lín Yìchén's platform. I heard you took down Tang Feng in 2 strikes. Too bad I wasn't there to witness it myself. Wang Yaohai fixed his gaze on Lín Yìchén, a surge of fighting spirit igniting within him. He and Tang Feng had long been at odds, but previously, lacking sufficient strength, he hadn't found an opportunity to vent his pent-up frustration. That changed a week ago when he unexpectedly acquired a diamond-grade weapon during an external mission, finally fueling his revenge plan. But who would have known that upon returning to school, he'd hear Tang Feng had been slain in 2 swift strikes on the 100 refining arena days earlier. The defeat had even left Tang Feng with psychological trauma, rendering him too afraid to fight anyone lately. Upon hearing this, Wang Yaohai had been eager to see the true caliber of the master who had defeated Tang Feng. Now, he finally had his chance. This made him eager to challenge Lín Yìchén, testing just how strong he had become. He didn't believe he could defeat Lín Yìchén. After all, the other had finished Tang Feng with just 2 strikes. Even with that diamond-grade weapon in hand, he was no match for Lín Yìchén. He only needed to hold out for 1 minute. Wang Yaohai set this goal for himself. He believed this goal should be achievable. That way, he could prove to everyone that he, Wang Yaohai, wasn't just another loser defeated by Tang Feng. So, you're here to avenge him? Lín Yìchén stared coldly at Wang Yaohai before him. No, I'd love to see Tang Feng get beaten by someone else, the worse the better. Wang Yaohai chuckled, then his gaze sharpened. Please fight me with your full strength. As he spoke, a flash of blue light enveloped him, revealing a set of heavy armor covering his entire body. A gleaming silver spear materialized in his hand. The arena's glow shifted from blue to red at that very moment. Wasn't that Wang Yaohai? He actually dared to challenge Lín Yìchén? Interesting. Looks like he wants to prove he's stronger than Tang Feng? Ha! He still can't forget that battle against Tang Feng at last year's school-wide competition. The other students, seeing Wang Yaohai challenge Lín Yìchén, immediately began whispering among themselves. As vice presidents of the Blade Society and the Wind Society respectively, Tang Feng and Wang Yaohai were undoubtedly prominent figures on campus. Especially during last year's school-wide competition, when Wang Yaohai faced Tang Feng only to be mercilessly crushed by Tang Feng, who had just completed his third transformation. This had cost Wang Yaohai immense face. Look at that spear in his hands. Has Wang Yaohai switched weapons? Some sharp-eyed observers noticed the change in his weapon. I recognize it. That's the Tiger Might Bright Silver Spear. A bespectacled student instantly recognized the spear's identity and blurted it out. The Tiger Might Bright Silver Spear. Hearing that name, everyone present lit up with excitement. This treasure was one of the top diamond tier spears among level 150 weapons. Not only does it boast a massive 8000 attack stat, but it also comes with the equipment effect Tiger Might. Each attack increased the wielder's attack power and critical strike rate by 5% for 5 minutes, stacking up to 10 times. This equipment effect was nothing short of insane. With a full stack of 50 attack and critical hit bonuses, it could create a massive gap between Wang Yaohai and other players of the same level. Could Wang Yaohai actually defeat Lín Yìchén? Someone murmured unconsciously. Several students nearby who overheard this remark didn't refute it, instead flashing a hint of anticipation in their eyes. None of them had witnessed Lín Yìchén's battle against Tang Feng firsthand, they'd only heard about it secondhand. But to those who had witnessed that battle firsthand, such talk would be laughable. Are you kidding? The two slashes Lín Yìchén unleashed on Tang Feng back then left an indelible mark on everyone's memory. A mere Tiger Might Silver Spear? Could you even stack its layers to the max in front of Lín Yìchén? On the stage, Lín Yìchén looked at Wang Yaohai, brimming with fighting spirit, and suddenly found the situation rather amusing. Make me go all out? That's rather interesting. A faint smile touched his lips. Going all out was out of the question. The lingering Blood Sea domain buff on his body was reserved for He Yin-yang later. Besides, this guy before him didn't warrant his full effort. I'll let you have this one. Seeing the smile on Lín Yìchén's lips, Wang Yaohai wasted no words. Clasping his fists together, he immediately advanced, spear in hand. His speed was blinding. In mere moments, he closed the distance to Lín Yìchén and thrust his spear forward with sudden ferocity. Whoosh! A piercing whistle cut through the air as the cold, gleaming tip of the spear shot straight toward Lín Yìchén's throat, moving with lightning speed. Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes, flipped his wrist to grip the hilt, and drew his long sword from its scabbard in one fluid motion. With a flash of cold steel, he met the spear head-on. A crisp clang echoed. The alloy blade collided with the Tiger Might Silver Spear. Wang Yaohai felt immense force surge through his wrist, sending the spear tip flying upward uncontrollably. Whoosh! The icy blade sliced through the air, the force of the strike lifting a few strands of Lín Yìchén's dark hair above his head. It didn't harm him in the slightest. You wanted me to go all out? I'm eager to see how many of my blades you can withstand. A smile played at Lín Yìchén's lips. After parrying Wang Yaohai's thrust, he flipped his wrist again. The titanium white blade of the alloy longsword pressed tightly against the spear shaft, sweeping downward toward Wang Yaohai's chest. Wang Yaohai paled in shock, swiftly retracting his spear as he retreated rapidly backward. You came here, and now you want to leave? Lín Yìchén's light shout echoed. The attribute points he'd invested in agility weren't wasted. Not to mention, he was currently within the Blood Sea domain, granting him a 100% movement speed bonus. The instant Wang Yaohai attempted to retreat, Lín Yìchén thrust both feet forward simultaneously. A silver-white blade flash shot toward Wang Yaohai's chest at blinding speed. 96,198. A staggering 96,000, nearly 100,000 points of damage appeared directly above Wang Yaohai's head. Whoosh! Wang Yaohai's health bar plummeted by more than half. Until it nearly hit rock bottom. Put! Wang Yaohai spat out a mouthful of blood, staggering backward dozens of steps until he reached the edge of the arena, with nowhere left to retreat. 9,600. 9,600. Before he could recover from the shock, his health bar plummeted again. But this time, it wasn't the earlier red critical hit damage exceeding 90,000. Instead, a series of green debuffs continuously drained his health. Wang Yaohai was overcome with despair. A wave of self-mockery welled up within him. He had thought he could last a minute against Lín Yìchén. Now it seemed, forget a minute, even 10 seconds would be a stretch. The second strike would finish him off. Lín Yìchén stepped forward slowly, swinging his blade to end the contest. The glow on the stage shifted from red to blue, and Wang Yaohai was instantly teleported off the platform. The persistent negative buff draining his health vanished instantly, and his health bar began steadily refilling. Thank you. After recovering, Wang Yaohai gave Lín Yìchén a deep look before bowing and departing. Lín Yìchén silently raised a question mark. Were all members of the Windrunner Society this polite? Saying thank you even after losing? Unlike the two combatants' current state of mind. The other students present were utterly stunned by this battle. Especially those who hadn't witnessed his battle with Tangfeng. They now fully understood Lín Yìchén's ferocious prowess. Chapter 144, Round 2 begins. Blazing Spirit Fox. After this battle, no one dared doubt Lín Yìchén's strength anymore. Everyone understood clearly that Wang Aohai, wielding the tiger might bright silver spear, possessed strength that was undoubtedly a notch above Tangfeng's. Yet even he had fallen to Lín Yìchén's hands. Not to mention how Lín Yìchén had dispatched Wang Aohai as if it were child's play. 2 swift strikes ended the fight outright. Silence once again fell over Lín Yìchén's stage. Time ticked by second. Even by the end of the first round, no one dared challenge Lín Yìchén. This was especially true for He Yin-Yang's platform. From the start of the first round until its conclusion, not a single challenger approached him. This was hardly surprising. After all, He Yin-Yang was widely acknowledged as the top player at Jiāngběi University. Not to mention, he had recently broken through the 200-level mark and completed his 4th job advancement, undoubtedly elevating his strength to new heights. The top 10 contenders were decided, and the second round commenced immediately. As the announcement echoed, the scene within the 100 refinement towers shifted once more. The 10 central battle platforms instantly erupted in brilliant blue light, transforming into just 3 platforms within moments. Hum. The familiar humming sound filled the air as a white glow emanated from the 3 platforms, signaling the official start of the second round. This time, Lín Yìchén showed no hesitation. He strode directly onto one of the platforms, reclaiming its light and marking it as occupied. He went straight up again? Was he that confident no one would challenge him off the platform? Seeing Lín Yìchén once again choose to become the platform master immediately after the platforms opened, many students below expressed confusion. At this stage, most would naturally avoid combat whenever possible. The more times you clashed with others, the greater the chance of exposing your trump cards. Hidden cards weren't something to reveal lightly. In a match where both sides appeared evenly matched in rank and equipment, whoever held more hidden cards usually emerged victorious. But Lín Yìchén? This guy did the opposite. Not only did he not avoid combat, he practically begged for challenges. As soon as the arena opened, he stepped onto the platform to become the champion. The first round was one thing, but to keep this up in the second round, where the contestants were nearly evenly matched. Could it be that Lín Yìchén was so confident he believed he could instantly defeat even the other 9 contestants who had already made it into the top 10? Look! He Yin-Yang just stepped onto the stage as the champion too. Just as everyone was puzzled, someone suddenly let out a gasp. After Lín Yìchén selected the first platform, He Yin-Yang swiftly followed suit, immediately taking the stage to become the champion of another platform. Thus, only the final platform remained unclaimed. Interesting. It seems He Yin-Yang truly regards Lín Yìchén as his rival. No wonder who could blame him. Lín Yìchén's performance has been nothing short of explosive. From the qualifying rounds to the school-wide tournament, every match he's entered has been a complete rout. TSK. Don't forget he's just a freshman this year. He's way too strong. Give him a year or two, and he might actually stand a chance against He Yin-Yang. True, but time is against him. He Yin-Yang has already completed his 4th transformation and SSS tier professional transformation at that. No matter how hard Lín Yìchén pushes, the top spot in this school-wide tournament will never be his. A wave of regretful sighs rippled through the spectator stands. They acknowledged Lín Yìchén's undeniable talent, likely among the top few at Jiāngběi University. But the problem was that He Yin-Yang's brilliance was simply too dazzling. Not only was he a super genius with an SSS tier profession, but he had also already completed his 4th job advancement. For Lín Yìchén to defeat him was just too difficult. These sighs of regret also reached Chang Ximing's ears. Hearing these lamentations, Chang Ximing's young face grew complex. She knew exactly how badly Lín Yìchén wanted to win first place in this tournament. Over the past few days, whenever she invited him over for dinner, she'd subtly probed him about it. A divine grade longsword, the prize for winning the school-wide tournament. If little Chen could get his hands on it, he'd be overjoyed, right? But luck didn't seem to be on Xiao Chen's side. If only he had one more year, he could definitely defeat that he guy. But now, sigh. Chang Ximing sighed helplessly. No matter how much she believed in Lín Yìchén or how confident she was in him, the gap in apparent strength was undeniable, forcing her to make a rational judgment. Level 200, 4th transformation, SSS tier class, whichever label you used, it all pointed to Yin Yang's unmatched power. The more she thought about it, the more helpless Chang Ximing felt. Buzz. Suddenly, a disturbance on the arena stage disrupted everyone's thoughts. All eyes immediately turned forward. The platform where Lín Yìchén stood had now turned crimson. And standing opposite him was a man with fiery red hair. It was Wu Haofeng. Some recognized him instantly. Wu Haofeng, the leader of the Firefox Society. An SS-class awakened fire spirit fox, a level 187 3rd transformation professional. Had Wu Haofeng actually chosen to challenge Lín Yìchén directly? It made sense. After all, Lín Yìchén had joined the Crimson Lotus Society. Wu Haofeng was bound to target him. Heh, didn't the Foxfire Society only manage 10th place in the guild selection tournament a few days ago? I bet the Crimson Lotus Society sabotaged them. Now Wu Haofeng is here to settle the score. The crowd instantly perked up. If there's one thing they're experts at, it's watching the drama unfold. A show this explosive doesn't come around every day. On the arena stage. The moment Wu Haofeng stepped onto the 100 refined arena, his gaze locked onto Lín Yìchén and never wavered. Among all the freshmen, you are indeed strong, exceptionally strong. He licked his lips, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Leading that bunch of good-for-nothings from the Red Lotus Society to first place in the selection tournament, I acknowledge your strength. Cut it out. Before Wu Haofeng could finish, Lín Yìchén on the other side grew impatient. His brow furrowed, a hint of curiosity flickering across his face. Since when does my strength require your approval? Could you show some decency? Wu Haofeng froze, his carefully crafted boastful words suddenly choked back. He felt as if he'd swallowed something disgusting. Ha, well, good. You've got some guts. I've never met a freshman with such attitude before. Wu Haofeng chuckled, easing the awkwardness, then coldly added, but I'm not like the opponents you faced before. Tang Feng and his ilk wouldn't last 3 moves against me either. You managed to kill them at such a low level by forcing your way through. You must have used some special skill. But those tricks probably won't work on me. Let me show you what it means to respect your seniors. Wu Haofeng's lips curled into a grin as a set of dark red leather armor suddenly appeared on his body, and a pair of gleaming claws materialized in his hands. Finished? Lín Yìchén grew impatient, his gaze fixed on Wu Haofeng with the disdain one might reserve for a clown. If you're done talking, come and die. Chapter 145, One-Hit Kill. The Power of Slaughter Unleashed. You. Wu Haofeng was furious. He'd never seen a freshman so arrogant, daring to tell him to come and die. So what if he beat Tang Feng and Wang Yaohai? Did he really think he was something special? He resolved to thoroughly humiliate this brat later, teaching him what true power meant. Swallowing his anger, Wu Haofeng's gaze sharpened as a faint crimson aura began to surface from his body. Firefox spirit form, activate. In the next instant, a faint, ethereal image of a firefox enveloped Wu Haofeng entirely. With the appearance of this shadow, the entire stage seemed to grow fiercely hotter. With the Firefox Spirit shadow activated, a faint smile touched Wu Haofeng's lips, as if victory were already assured. This Firefox Spirit form was the pivotal talent of his profession, the Blazing Spirit Fox. Activating it not only amplified the damage of all fire attribute skills but also granted a 50 agility bonus. True to its name, the Blazing Spirit Fox was exceptionally agile. Leveraging the high agility granted by his class, Wu Haofeng had dominated previous battles almost exclusively through speed. Throughout the entire match, his opponents struggled to even land a single hit on him. Yet he landed every single one of his attacks squarely on his opponents. This clearly demonstrates the importance of agility. Regardless of class type, players generally allocate some attribute points to agility during stat distribution to prevent such scenarios. This kid always finished his opponents within the first 3 strikes. His devastating damage output must be tied to those initial blows. If I can just dodge his first 3 strikes, victory in this fight will be mine and mine alone. Wu Haofeng was utterly exhilarated. Activating the Firefox Phantom Shadow had amplified his mental focus manifold. His gaze locked onto Lín Yìchén, not daring to shift even an inch. Pretty flashy. Watching Wu Haofeng completely enveloped by the Firefox Phantom, a faint smile curved Lín Yìchén's lips. Agility-based class, huh? Like to crush others with speed, huh? Well, wouldn't you know it, you've walked right into Lín Yìchén's trap. Blood Sea Domain, manifest. Lín Yìchén silently commanded in his mind. The next moment, an endless sea of blood gradually revealed itself across the entire stage. Simultaneously, the array of buffs granted by the Blood Sea domain appeared on Lín Yìchén's interface. Damage increase, 300, damage taken reduction, 50, movement speed bonus, 100, attack speed bonus, 100. These 4 absurdly high buffs instantly elevated Lín Yìchén's stats to terrifying levels. Come on, let's see, is your speed faster, or is mine? Lín Yìchén's eyes narrowed as he took a step forward. To Wu Haofeng's eyes, Lín Yìchén vanished from his position in an instant, his whereabouts unknown. Where is he? Where did he go? Wu Haofeng's heart raced with alarm as his gaze darted frantically around the arena, yet he could find no trace of Lín Yìchén. Until a familiar voice called out from behind him. What was he looking at? Accompanying it was a faint, flickering white light, followed by a sharp, stabbing pain in his back. 233,198. A damage number matching Wu Haofeng's total health value flashed above his head. Simultaneously, the glow surrounding the ring instantly shifted from red back to blue. Wu Haofeng's figure reappeared outside the ring. He knelt on both knees, propping himself up with his hands, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. What just happened? What the hell just happened? He'd been instantly killed with a single strike? Wu Haofeng couldn't comprehend it. He had only taken 1 strike from Lín Yìchén. Why had his health bar, which had been over 200,000, been completely wiped out? Damn it, when Lín Yìchén attacked Tang Feng and Wang Yaohai, his damage wasn't this high. Those two guys' health bars were barely over 200,000 at most. But he was a level 187 professional, with health that had broken through 200,000 to reach the terrifying figure of 230,000. Logically, he shouldn't have been this fragile. It wasn't just Wu Haofeng who couldn't comprehend it. The entire audience was left speechless. He, one strike, instantly killed Wu Haofeng? Is this real? Did I see that correctly? Holy crap! The students all sucked in their breath, utterly horrified. Lín Yìchén taking down Tang Feng with 2 strikes. They were shocked, but they could understand it. 2 strikes to take down Wang Yaohai? They could grasp that too. But this was Ing Wu Haofeng, the president of the Firefox Society, a force ranked among the top 5 students at Jiāngběi University. Such a formidable opponent couldn't even withstand 3 strikes from Lín Yìchén, not even 1? Too terrifying. Is this guy even human? Everyone's gaze toward Lín Yìchén had changed. On the stage. Wow, the power of slaughter actually came in handy. Lín Yìchén hadn't expected that this single strike would activate the 1-second kill chance granted by the slaughter power. 233,198, not a drop too much, not a drop too little. It was just enough to wipe Wu Haofeng's health bar clean. Even without the killing power triggering, I could have finished him off in 2 strikes anyway. But this certainly saved me the trouble. Lín Yìchén flicked the blood from his blade's tip and sheathed the alloy sword. He silently walked back to the center of the arena, his gaze returning to the entrance as he waited for the next challenger. But then again, with his one-hit kill of Wu Haofeng now on full display, the other challengers dared not provoke Lín Yìchén any longer. Who in their right mind would challenge Lín Yìchén now? That would be sheer folly. If he could instantly take down Wu Haofeng, ranked among the top 5 in strength, wouldn't defeating others be as easy as snapping his fingers? This kid might actually stand a chance against He Yangyang. The crowd thought to themselves. At the judges' table. Impressive. Mu Xingyun watched Lín Yìchén's 2 battles from start to finish, nodding approvingly with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Lín Yìchén hadn't disappointed his expectations. Such a young prodigy would surely lead Jiāngběi University to restore its former glory. Principal Mu, you've truly brought us back a prodigy. Jiāngběi, seated beside Mu Xingyun, couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He had thought Lín Yìchén's performance in the selection tournament was already astonishing enough, but it turned out the real show was yet to come. That single strike that instantly defeated Wu Haofeng had genuinely left him speechless. This youth is terrifyingly formidable. The other council members, including Director Chen, couldn't help but nod in admiration. Now we'll see who wins in the 3rd stage when he faces He Yangyang. Mu Xingyun chuckled softly, showing little outward excitement. He knew clearly that only when Lín Yìchén truly defeated He Yangyang could the outcome be decided. For this very reason, he had even offered that divine grade long sword as the grand prize for the entire school competition. Chapter 146, The Final Showdown. The Power of the Fire God? After Wu Haofeng's defeat, no one dared challenge Lín Yìchén. The other contestants didn't even glance in Lín Yìchén's direction, each silently making their way to the second arena. Stepping onto the second platform was Lu Hua, vice president of the Golden Crow Society and SS-tier professional over level 160. Seeing the long line forming before his platform, Lu Hua was nearly cursing under his breath. Damn it, why's everyone coming to me? Bunch of cowards, cowards. You just think I'm easy to push around, huh? Of course. Lu Hua knew full well he really was the easiest target. After all, the champions on the other 2 platforms were no pushovers. Besides He Yangyang, the undisputed strongest in the entire school, now even more formidable after completing his 4th transformation, there was also Lín Yìchén, this formidable newcomer who had burst onto the scene. If it were him, he wouldn't hesitate to challenge Lu Hua either. Time ticked away, second by second. Soon, the final minute of the 2nd stage arrived. The champion of the 2nd arena changed hands repeatedly, but in the end, it was Qingfeng Society's president, Lu Tong, who secured the spot in the finals. Yet Lu Tong couldn't help but feel a bitter smile in his heart. Damn it, calling it a final spot was just a fancy way of saying he'd come in 3rd. He Yangyang was out of the question. He couldn't beat him before completing his 4th transformation. The real problem was this Lín Yìchén who'd appeared out of nowhere. He was terrifyingly strong, instantly taking down Wu Haofeng, a fighter nearly his equal, with a single strike. No question about it, Lu Tong couldn't beat him either. So, he'd just have to swallow his pride and settle for 3rd place. Buzz. The familiar humming sound echoed. Lín Yìchén, He Yangyang, and Lu Tong, standing atop their respective battle platforms, were instantly teleported away. Immediately after, the 3 platforms gradually merged before everyone's eyes into one colossal 100 refinement arena. This was the fully manifested form of the 100 refining arena. It was also the final event of the school-wide competition, the championship match. Whoever stood victorious on this platform at the end would be crowned champion of the entire school tournament. And the possessor of that divine grade long sword. Lín Yìchén licked his lips, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. He had waited for this moment for far too long. For this very purpose, he had made a special trip to the instance area before the tournament began, fully replenishing his blood sea domain energy. He hadn't forgotten the words Jiāngběi had spoken to him across the distance at the start of the first stage. He had to get to the bottom of this with that guy. What connection did that mysterious, godlike voice have with him? A white light flared around the arena. The eyes of everyone present lit up at that moment. They all knew the main event was about to begin. I forfeit. As the third stage began, Lu Tong immediately raised his right hand and declared his forfeit. Damn, Lu Tong doesn't even want to fight those two guys? What else could he do? If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't want to fight them either. They're both freaking monsters. Withdrawing now at least saves a shred of dignity. Ah, that's exactly right. Facing these two freaks, it's better to just forfeit cleanly. No one would blame him. If he went up there and got one shot like Wu Haofeng just did, that would be a huge embarrassment. The spectators on the platform weren't surprised by Lu Tong's move. After all, everyone could see the strength of Lín Yìchén and Jiāngběi. It was obvious Lu Tong wasn't in the same league as them. The moment Wu Haofeng returned to the spectators' seats and heard his name called, his expression darkened, his frustration boiling over. Damn it, if he'd known earlier that Lín Yìchén was such a freak, he never would have been such an idiot and challenged him directly. This incident was bound to become a laughingstock at Jiāngběi University for a long time to come. Embarrassing. So damn embarrassing. Wu Haofeng felt like crying, but no tears came. As Lu Tong's decision to forfeit was finalized, he was instantly teleported off the field. Only Jiāngběi and Lín Yìchén remained on stage. I hope you'll surprise me later. Jiāngběi turned to Lín Yìchén beside him, a playful smile curling his lips. Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes, fixing a steady gaze on Jiāngběi's eyes. During the first stage, what did you say to me on the stage? You must remember, right? Jiāngběi didn't answer directly, only offering a faint smile. Who was that voice? Want to know? If you can beat me, I'll tell you. Then rest assured. Lín Yìchén withdrew his gaze, his expression still icy. I'll pry the truth from you myself. With that, Lín Yìchén had already stepped forward, walking onto the stage. Interesting. A flash of savagery flickered in Jiāngběi's eyes as he instantly followed. As the arena's light turned crimson, the final match of the school-wide competition was officially declared open at that very moment. Clang! The alloy blade shot from its sheath. Lín Yìchén stood poised, blade in hand, radiating an aura as sharp as its edge. A vast sea of blood suddenly appeared across the entire arena. Blood Sea Domain, Manifest. What a powerful domain-type talent. Jiāngběi's expression remained unchanged, but surprise flickered within his heart. He could sense that Lín Yìchén's domain-type talent, resembling a sea of blood, possessed undeniable strength. Even among their SSS tier professionals, it ranked among the top. Don't underestimate it. This is what that killing star left behind. It's incredibly powerful. The voice of Hephaestus, whose consciousness inhabited Jiāngběi, echoed in his mind, warning him not to underestimate Lín Yìchén. Lord Hades, what exactly is this killing star that commands such fear from you? Jiāngběi silently questioned in his mind. You needn't know. Focus on the fight. You promised me that after this school-wide competition, you'd find an opportunity to kill him. If you can't even defeat him on this stage, how can I trust you? I'll have no choice but to withdraw the power from you and find another. Hephaestus's voice resounded in Jiāngběi's mind, majestic and sacred. Yet Jiāngběi detected something in the fire god's tone when he mentioned that him a barely perceptible tremor. Jiāngběi's pupils contracted slightly. Anyone capable of instilling such fear in Hephaestus must possess power beyond imagination. At this thought, a flash of envy flickered in Jiāngběi's eyes as he looked at Lín Yìchén. Why should this brat before him receive the favor of such a terrifying being? He must kill him, then see if there was any way to claim that person's power for himself. Boom! As the thought formed, a dragon-patterned battle armor abruptly materialized around Jiāngběi's body, while a Western-style sword with ancient, intricate engravings appeared in his hand. Don't think you're the only one with a domain-type talent. A smile curved Jiāngběi's lips as a towering wave of flames erupted from his entire body. The flame wave instantly engulfed his surroundings, enveloping Jiāngběi in a raging sea of fire. The power bestowed upon me by the fire god, I'll test it on you. Jiāngběi's face glowed with excitement as his longsword shot forward. Chapter 147, Others are one thing, but you can take him down instantly? With that thrust, the blazing inferno behind Jiāngběi instantly coalesced into a colossal fire serpent, lunging toward Lín Yìchén. Was this Jiāngběi's newly awakened domain-type talent? He'd never used it before. Probably. Truly worthy of an SSS tier profession, the talent granted at 4th transformation is incredibly powerful. Could Lín Yìchén block it? His blood sea-like domain talent seemed pretty formidable too, though I never saw it actively attack anyone. Wonder what its effects were. Probably provides attribute bonuses or applies debuffs to Jiāngběi. Most non-aggressive domains like this aren't very useful. Looks like Lín Yìchén's in trouble. The students in the audience buzzed with excitement, most of them stunned by Jiāngběi's newly revealed domain-type talent. The awe reached its peak when the sea of fire behind him coalesced into a colossal serpent of flame. In the council's reserved section, Upon witnessing He Yanyan unleash this flames domain technique, figures like Mu Xingyan and others all furrowed their brows slightly. Principal Mu, I recall He Yanyan's class is supposed to be a frenzied dragon fighter? That has absolutely nothing to do with fire attributes. How could he possibly possess a flame-type domain talent? Jiāngběi stroked his chin, looking at Mu Xingyan with puzzlement. I'm not entirely sure either. Perhaps something unusual happened with He Yanyan's class. Mu Xingyan was also puzzled. To his knowledge, once a person awakened their class attributes generally determined their future advancement path. Take He Yanyan's awakened class, the frenzied dragon fighter, it's a dark attribute class. Any talents he gains afterward should naturally be dark attribute as well. This sudden appearance of a fire attribute was rather absurd. Only a mutation could explain it. The flame serpent charged forward like a battering ram, its speed overwhelming as it lunged toward Lín Yìchén's position. Lín Yìchén showed no trace of fear on his face, instead, his fighting spirit burned brightly. He was well aware of the vast level gap between himself and He Yanyan, which inevitably brought with it an overwhelming attribute advantage. But my stats might not match yours. But the pair of buffs I've got stacked on me? That's no joke. Got any clue about what numbers mean, buddy? Lín Yìchén's lips curved into a faint smile as his entire body shot forward like an arrow, aiming straight at the flaming giant serpent. Looks like he's going to take He Yanyan's blow head on with his bare body. Has Lín Yìchén lost his mind? He's going to take this head on? Holy, a level 100 plus second transition class taking on a fourth transition class is bad enough, but you're actually going to block someone's domain type skill with your bare hands? He's lost his mind, completely lost his mind. The crowd was utterly baffled. Hidden within the flaming serpent's head, He Yanyan also laughed. He watched Lín Yìchén charging toward him, his eyes brimming with scorn. Has he given up? Knowing he couldn't win, he wanted to die standing? Or perhaps he intends to unleash his full power for one final, head-on clash with me? How naive. Boom! With a deafening roar, crimson flames erupted from all around the colossal serpent, as if it had entered a frenzied state. Let me shatter your illusions. He Yanyan's eyes brimmed with smug satisfaction, as if he already saw Lín Yìchén falling beneath his strike. But the next moment, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Azura's wrath unleashed. A crimson glow suddenly flared within Lín Yìchén's dark eyes. Instantly, He Yanyan felt his entire body tremble uncontrollably, unable to move. Even the colossal flame serpent seemed bound, halting in its tracks. Brother, who's shattering whose illusions? A mocking smile curled at the corner of Lín Yìchén's lips as he channeled power into his blade. A silver-white slash of light instantly lashed out toward He Yanyan. 169,982. A terrifying damage number appeared. He Yanyan's health bar instantly dropped by a third. Tough as nails, but how will you withstand the second and third strikes? Without hesitation, the moment He Yanyan's health bar dropped, Lín Yìchén's second strike followed immediately. The full 10-second duration of Azura's wrath was ample time for Lín Yìchén to unleash 3 consecutive strikes, each guaranteed critical hits thanks to his mastery of slaughter. 157,782. 163,318. 3 strikes landed. He Yanyan's health bar had plummeted to under 10. He clung to life by a thread. Damn it, damn it. What kind of skill is this? He Yanyan's mind raged uncontrollably. He couldn't comprehend what skill Lín Yìchén had used to immobilize him for such an extended period. Moreover, the damage output was absurdly high, it didn't seem humanly possible. 3 strikes had nearly wiped out his entire health bar. To anyone watching, it wouldn't be him who was 100 levels above his opponent, it would be Lín Yìchén. The spectators were all dumbfounded. Especially when they saw He Yanyan's terrifying health bar over 700,000 points crumble like paper before Lín Yìchén. 3 strikes, and it was gone. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is this even human? What kind of damage was this? Is this guy really just a level 100-something professional? 3 questions simultaneously surfaced in everyone's minds. They couldn't comprehend it. Equally baffled were the council members, including Jiāngběi. Jiāngběi stared at the stage, speechless for a long moment. He wasn't unfamiliar with Lín Yìchén's fighting style. On previous occasions, Lín Yìchén had dispatched his opponents within the first 2 strikes. This had led him to believe that Lín Yìchén's special skill must involve a massive damage boost to his first 2 attacks against opponents, explaining how he had defeated Tang Feng and Wang Yaohai with just 2 strikes each time. But now he suddenly wondered if he'd been mistaken all along. Killing scrubs like Tang Feng and Wang Yaohai in 2 strikes was understandable after all, they were only around level 100 with HP caps around 300,000. But He Yanyan was different. After completing his 4th job advancement, He Yanyan's health had reached 700,000. And you're still taking 3 hits to finish him off? Is there any justice in this world? Is there any justice? On stage. So fragile? Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes slightly. To deal with He Yanyan, he had even prepared the ultimate move, Blood Sea Return. Who would have thought that after just 3 strikes, He Yanyan was about to bite the dust? It seemed he wouldn't even need to unleash Blood Sea Return. In that case, let's just end this. Lín Yìchén saw no point in wasting further time and swung his fourth strike. Not even half of the 10 seconds had passed, yet Jiāngběi remained frozen in a trembling state, utterly immobilized. Thwack! The fourth strike landed squarely on Jiāngběi. 177,221. Jiāngběi's health bar instantly plummeted to zero. But precisely at that moment, a dark green light suddenly erupted from his body, as if he had been reborn. Chapter 148, Blood Sea Unification. Lifeguarding Holy Light. Accompanying the emergence of the dark green light, Jiāngběi's health bar, which had been depleted, began to gradually recover. In mere moments, it was fully restored. Ha! Didn't expect that, did you? I've got a second life. Jiāngběi, reborn, let out a loud laugh. His gaze toward Lín Yìchén was filled with mockery and scorn. Yet deep within his eyes, a barely perceptible shock flickered. Without the new talent he had gained after his 4th class advancement Frenzied Dragon Rebirth, he would have been defeated right then and there. A 200 level SSS tier Frenzied Dragon Fighter, defeated by a mere 100 level Evolving Class Practitioner? Utterly humiliating. The other spectators watched in shock as Jiāngběi's health bar refilled completely. Jiāngběi had revived? Did he even have such a skill before? I don't recall it. Could he have equipped some resurrection gear or item? But that doesn't make sense. No one can die on the 100 refinements arena. Such items or equipment shouldn't even activate here. Could this be another new talent he awakened after his 4th job advancement? Wow, truly worthy of an SSS tier class, awakening 2 such god tier talents in a single job advancement? Envy-inducing. Everyone's gaze toward Jiāngběi was filled with envy. For ordinary classes, awakening just 1 talent per job advancement is practically common knowledge. For slightly more powerful classes, awakening 2 isn't unusual either. But the 2 new talents Jiāngběi obtained were downright insane. One was a domain-type talent, something most classes could only dream of, and it was even an offensive domain talent. Not just any class could possess this, it required at least S rank or higher. That alone was astonishing. Who would have thought that after completing his 4th job advancement, Jiāngběi was granted a talent that allows him to resurrect after death? That kind of luck was nothing short of defying the heavens. At the council seats, the Jiāngběi council members all flashed a look of concern when they saw Jiāngběi's health bar fully restored. This is bad. Lín Yìchén has already exhausted his previous attacks. No matter how powerful his talent is, it shouldn't have any follow-up damage. This is getting tricky. Jiāngběi frowned deeply. As a council member of Jiāngde, he naturally wanted to see Lín Yìchén win this match. Though Jiāngběi was also a student at Jiāngde and exceptionally talented, everyone understood the truth. This young man had come to Jiāngde solely for that divine grade long sword. Once he got his hands on that divine grade long sword, Jiāngběi's heart would immediately fly away from Jiāngde University and return to his family. Lín Yìchén, however, was different. Though also an externally recruited student, and one who had only recently joined Jiāngde, Lín Yìchén possessed one immense advantage. He was an orphan with no connections whatsoever. This was precisely why Jiāngde University valued him most. Yes, an orphan with no connections on anyone else, this would be the ultimate flaw. But when it came to a prodigy of exceptional talent, it became an absolute advantage. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Unlike Jiāngběi's concerns, when Jiāngběi saw Jiāngběi's health bar replenish, he felt little anxiety. Instead, a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Principal Mu, have you noticed something? Jiāngběi looked at Mu Xingyun in confusion. I wonder if you've noticed. Mu Xingyun smiled faintly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Lín Yìchén. The light in Lín Yìchén's eyes hadn't faded yet. What light? Jiāngběi followed his gaze and looked into Lín Yìchén's eyes. His eyes were deep and profound. But the most striking feature was the crimson blood-red hue within his pupils. You think having a second life will turn the tables? On the stage, Lín Yìchén gazed calmly at Jiāngběi, whose face was twisted with unbridled arrogance, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. What else could it be? Ha! Jiāngběi opened his mouth to speak, only to realize he was still completely immobilized. The words he meant to utter were choked back. What's going on? Why can't I move? Could it be that this guy's skill duration hasn't ended yet? Jiāngběi was utterly horrified. Seems you've noticed. Lín Yìchén's lips still curved in a smile as he raised his alloy blade, silently pressing it against Jiāngběi's throat. Open your eyes wide and watch. I'll show you what a domain talent truly is. Blood Sea Unification. Gurgle gurgle. The moment Lín Yìchén uttered those 4 words, the blood sea covering the entire arena instantly began to boil. Immediately after, under the gaze of countless onlookers, the sea of blood on the ground erupted into countless blood pillars, all converging mid-air. In mere moments, a massive crimson blade, solidified from the sea of blood, materialized before everyone's eyes. Once the crimson blade had fully solidified, Lín Yìchén could distinctly sense that he could now command this blade, a blade dozens of times larger than his entire body. I understand now. This is the Blood Sea's unification. A flash of enlightenment crossed Lín Yìchén's mind. His eyes, fixed on Yang before him, brimmed with excitement. This is my first time wielding this thing. I'll test its power on you, the might of Blood Sea unification. As Lín Yìchén's intent surged, a colossal blade of the Blood Sea had already locked its edge onto Yang. Whoosh! A piercing, shrill whistle cut through the air. The Blood Sea blade, now locked onto Yang's position, swung down to strike. The arena was bathed in crimson light. The fiery inferno had long been engulfed and swallowed by the surging sea of blood. How could the faint glow of fireflies compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Boom! Under Yang's horrified gaze, the Blood Sea blade sliced clean through his body. 132-9896. A staggering 1,329,000 damage points flashed across the screen. Arg! Yang's eyes bulged in agony. As the Blood Sea blade sliced through his body, he felt excruciating pain, as if his very soul was being torn apart. This was entirely different from the 3 slashes Lín Yìchén had dealt him earlier. At that very moment, a golden light suddenly materialized in the air above the 100 Refinements arena, swiftly enveloping Yang entirely. Only after Yang vanished from the arena and retreated outside did the golden light dissipate. The students in the spectator stands stared in utter bewilderment at the golden light. What the hell was that? Never seen anything like it. But the members of the council knew better. The holy light of the 100 refining. Jiāngběi immediately sprang from his chair, his eyes fixed on the stage with utter shock and astonishment. Lín Yìchén's strike had actually triggered the 100 Refinements arena's life-saving mechanism. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. Counselor Chen's weathered face was also brimming with excitement and thrill, his voice even trembling slightly. Well done, Lín Yìchén. You truly haven't disappointed me. Mu Xingyun felt the same way. Unable to contain his joy any longer, he stood up just like Jiāngběi. Let's go. The champion has been decided. It's time to announce the results. Chapter 149, Claiming the Championship. Divine Grade Longsword. The life-saving Sacred Light was a unique hidden protective mechanism exclusive to the 100 Refinements arena. Everyone knew that no one could die on the 100 Refinements arena. Anyone receiving fatal damage would be instantly teleported out of the arena area and restored to full health. However, this function has its limits. When the damage inflicted far exceeds a participant's health points, the 100 Refinements arena can no longer withstand it and fails to protect the contestant's life. The creator of the 100 Refinements Tower foresaw this limitation. Therefore, they specifically invited an 8th rank Grand Priest to integrate a new feature into the arena, the life-saving Holy Light. Whenever a contestant receives damage exceeding the arena's capacity limit, the life-saving Holy Light activates. This signifies that Lín Yìchén's earlier technique had already surpassed the damage threshold the 100 Refinement arena could absorb for Yang. Terrifying. The council members couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Though they couldn't see the exact damage figures, the value was easily over 1 million. For a 2nd transition class to deal such overpowered damage against a 4th transition class proved that Lín Yìchén's talent far exceeded their wildest expectations. Below the stage. I lost? Yang, hands braced against the ground as he knelt, his eyes filled with terror and horror, yet deep within them burned an unyielding refusal to accept defeat. He couldn't comprehend it. How could Lín Yìchén possibly unleash such an outrageously powerful skill? What exactly was that strike? Yang replayed the scene in his mind. When that colossal crimson blade, forged from a raging sea of blood, struck his body, a primal fear, born from the very depths of his soul, had surged within him. Despair, helplessness. What kind of profession, what kind of innate talent, could possibly make him tremble so deeply from within? He was an SSS tier professional, after all. It's not your fault. At that moment, Hephaestus's voice echoed once more from the depths of his mind. Defeated by this strike, you lost fairly. How dare he? Yang's heart screamed incessantly. Lord Fire God, did you not bestow upon me the divine power of flame? How could a mere mortal defeat me? Defeat me, who was granted such power? A mere mortal? Ha! This contest is over. Stop dwelling on it. What you must do now is figure out how to eliminate him. Kill him, and I shall grant you true divine power. Hephaestus did not answer Yang's question. With just a few authoritative commands uttered in his majestic voice, he fell silent. The school-wide competition has concluded. Congratulations to Lín Yìchén of the Crimson Lotus Society for winning the championship. The council hereby announces that Lín Yìchén will lead our Jiāngběi University team to compete in the Kanglan College tournament 1 month from now. The remaining top 10 finishers are requested to come forward to receive their awards. The awards ceremony proceeded in full swing. Lín Yìchén defeating Yang to claim first place in the school-wide competition was undoubtedly Jiāngběi's biggest upset of the year. No. It should be said that this is the biggest upset in recent years. A 2nd-class professional defeating a 4th-class professional, and not just any 4th-class professional, but one of the SSS tier caliber. This result was simply outrageous. Had the entire competition not been live-streamed across Jiāngběi University with so many spectators present, no one would have believed it. The members of the Crimson Lotus Society seated in the audience were now beaming with joy, especially Yi Yunza and Ren Xiaoyu, who looked utterly triumphant. Never mind anything else. Just seeing He Yenyang's frustrated expression after his defeat was enough to make them feel utterly satisfied. And to top it all off, the one who defeated He Yenyang was none other than a member of their own Red Lotus Society? Pure bliss, mind-numbing bliss. Beyond them, Cheng Simon, who hadn't taken her eyes off Lín Yìchén the entire time, now flushed bright red with excitement. Way to go, little Chin. Tonight your teacher will prepare a lavish feast for you as a victory celebration. I'll cook it myself. The award ceremony concluded swiftly. As the champion and recipient of that legendary long sword, Lín Yìchén was asked to stay behind. Lin, come with me. Mu Xingyan led Lín Yìchén directly out of the 100 Refinements Tower to the entrance of a secret chamber. Apart from Mu Xingyan, none of the other council members including Jiāngběi and Director Chen had followed. Principal Mu, where is this? Lín Yìchén's gaze fixed on the chamber's door. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this was likely where that divine-grade long sword was stored. Inside lies what you seek. Mu Xingyan chuckled softly before opening the chamber door before Lín Yìchén. As the door slowly swung open, the scene within the chamber was fully revealed to Lín Yìchén's eyes. There lay a blood-red, crimson-hued long blade, entirely formed from condensed blood. Upon seeing this blade, Lín Yìchén suddenly felt a bit dazed. Could it be that the massive blade he had just conjured using the Blood Sea Return technique bore a striking resemblance to this crimson blade? Once this thought sprang to mind, Lín Yìchén became increasingly convinced that the blade before him was indeed the blood blade formed by the Blood Sea Return. Apart from the difference in size, the blade's design and shape were almost identical. Could it be? A chilling suspicion suddenly surfaced in Lín Yìchén's mind, sending a cold sweat down his back. Could this divine-grade long sword before him be connected to his profession? Before handing it over to you, there are some things I need to make clear. Mu Xingyan paid no heed to Lín Yìchén's shifting expression, striding purposefully toward the crimson-hued blade. Divine-grade weapons, no matter where they appear, are bound to stir up a storm of bloodshed. If Jiāngběi were an ordinary university, daring to use a divine-grade weapon as a prize for an on-campus competition would undoubtedly draw the attention of countless opportunists. After saying this, Mu Xingyan turned to look at Lín Yìchén. But do you know why no one has dared to cause trouble for our Jiāngběi University until now? I don't know. Lín Yìchén shook his head honestly. The biggest factor is that I'm still here. Mu Xingyan's previously expressionless face now brimmed with spirited confidence. Only I would dare to openly display a divine-grade weapon. If it were Jiāngběi, no, even the entire Kanglan Kingdom, no one would dare treat a divine-grade weapon as a mere prize for a small school-wide competition. And the reason I do this? It's all for you. Mu Xingyan's gaze suddenly sharpened to a piercing intensity, fixing directly on Lín Yìchén. Therefore, before you become the master of this divine-grade longsword, I need you to promise me one thing. Are you willing? Mu Xingyan lowered his eyes as he asked. I do. Lín Yìchén clasped his hands together and agreed without hesitation. Oh? You agreed before I even stated the condition? Mu Xingyan raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Lín Yìchén's prompt agreement. Chapter 150, Blood Shadow. Weapon recognition? Principal Mu, I see the kindness you show me. I trust you wouldn't ask me to do anything unethical. Since that's the case, why wouldn't I agree? Lín Yìchén replied with a smile. Ever since he awakened the butcher profession, those who had once been kind to him had all drifted away because it was a D-rank profession. Only Chang Simon, Bai Chuanqing, and Mu Xingyan remained genuinely kind to him after his class awakening. Of course, he wasn't stupid. He knew no one was kind for no reason. Aside from Chang Simon, Bai Chuanqing, and Mu Xingyan both had ulterior motives to varying degrees. But that was only natural. You attract investment only when you possess inherent value. What Lín Yìchén valued most was the unconditional trust Bai Chuanqing and Mu Xingyan placed in him. This trust was priceless. It was something the other investors simply didn't possess. Otherwise, he wouldn't have turned down offers from prestigious universities like Sangda during college entrance exams and insisted on joining Jiāngběi University. All right. After hearing Lín Yìchén's words, Mu Xingyan's eyes glistened with moisture. Having lived this long, he could easily discern whether Lín Yìchén's words were sincere or insincere. Now he knows he didn't misjudge her. My request isn't difficult, I just want you to remember Jiāngběi University when you stand at the pinnacle of success. Mu Xingyan turned to look at the blood-red long sword on the rack and spoke slowly. Take it. It belongs to you now. With that, he stepped aside, clearing a path for Lín Yìchén. Lín Yìchén took a deep breath, walked to the rack, and stared silently at the crimson blade. Crimson. Fierce. That was his first impression. His gaze shifted to the hilt. Blood-red cloth wrapped the hilt entirely, topped with a dragon phoenix ring. The ring itself bore no other adornment, yet upon closer inspection, countless fine bloodlines could be seen drifting within it. Connected to the hilt was a long blade formed from congealed blood, radiating an aura of slaughter from every inch. Lín Yìchén raised his hand and gripped the hilt. At that very moment, The blade formed from congealed blood seemed to react to some stimulus, instantly becoming wildly violent. 1, 2, 3. The words loading appeared before Lín Yìchén's eyes. What was this? Lín Yìchén's pupils contracted. He had never encountered such a thing before. Merely picking up a weapon actually triggered a reaction on his profession panel. Moreover, as the numbers steadily climbed, he suddenly felt a stronger connection to the crimson-hued long blade in his hands. There was definitely a connection between the two. These changes did not escape the observation of Mu Xingyun, who stood nearby. He watched the crimson blade pulsing with fresh blood in Lín Yìchén's grasp, his brow arching involuntarily. This blade had been stored in the secret chamber for so long, and he had checked on it almost every 2 or 3 days. Yet this kind of change was something he had never witnessed before. Previously, whenever he had picked up this crimson blade, nothing unusual had ever happened. How come, in Lín Yìchén's hands, it suddenly seemed to go berserk? Is he okay? Mu Xingyun grew concerned for Lín Yìchén's safety. Such an anomaly in a divine grade weapon, if it accidentally harmed Lín Yìchén, it would be a colossal blunder. In his eyes, Lín Yìchén was now no different from a precious treasure. He couldn't let anything happen to him. Principal Mu, I'm fine. I feel like this blade is recognizing its master. Lín Yìchén shook his head, voicing his thoughts aloud. Recognizing its master? Mu Xingyun was taken aback. Despite his vast knowledge, he'd never heard of a weapon recognizing its master. Even legendary weapons didn't have such a concept. Could it be that Lín Yìchén and this blade shared some connection unknown to him? Mu Xingyun was deeply puzzled. But he didn't press the matter. As long as Lín Yìchén was safe, he'd let it be. Besides, he was curious to see what this so-called bonding actually entailed. What changes would this divine grade weapon undergo after being bonded? All of this was something he had never witnessed before. Time slowly passed. 97. 98. 100. Finally, the number before Lín Yìchén's eyes reached the final 100%. The crimson blade in his hand gradually settled into stillness. Obtained Lifebound Divine Artifact. Blood Shadow. Grade, Lifebound Divine Artifact. Level, 129. Attack, 6,800. Strength, 800. Critical hit rate, 50%. Critical damage, 200. Equipment trait, each soul slaughtered and collected grants permanent damage increase. Current damage boost, 0. Note, the level and attributes of this Lifebound artifact will increase alongside its master's level. Line after line of information about the crimson-hued long blade in his hand appeared before Lín Yìchén's eyes. Lín Yìchén was utterly dumbfounded. Never mind how absurdly overpowered Blood Shadow's base stats were compared to other weapons of its tier. Simply the fact that its attributes would enhance alongside its master's level was enough to utterly crush all other diamond-grade weapons. Lín Yìchén even sensed that other divine-grade weapons absolutely lacked this particular trait. Principal Mu, I have a question. Lín Yìchén turned to Mu Xingyun beside him. Go ahead. Mu Xingyun nodded. Have you ever seen other divine grade weapons? Of course. Not only have I seen them, but I once possessed one myself. Do the attributes and grade of a divine grade weapon increase as your own level rises? How could that be possible? Divine grade weapons earn their title precisely because they possess vastly superior attributes compared to other weapons of the same tier, along with their unique equipment properties. The scenario you described simply doesn't exist. Mu Xingyun answered with absolute certainty. I see. Lín Yìchén nodded in agreement. Why are you asking this? Mu Xingyun sensed something slightly off and looked at Lín Yìchén with curiosity. Principal Mu, this blood shadow in my hand seems to follow the pattern I just described. It grows stronger alongside me. Lín Yìchén didn't hide anything from Mu Xingyun and stated directly. Ha! After hearing this, Mu Xingyun was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? A weapon that levels up and enhances its attributes alongside its master? He understood each word individually, but somehow, when strung together into a sentence, it all seemed incomprehensible. Are you sure you didn't misread that? He swallowed hard, forcing his face to remain calm, though his mind was already churning with shock. No mistake. That's exactly how it was described. Lín Yìchén tilted his head. Well, maybe this knife is just special. Mu Xingyun was starting to crack, so he could only offer this flimsy excuse. That must be it. Lín Yìchén nodded slightly, saying nothing more. His gaze returned to the Blood Shadow's equipment properties. Chapter 151, Heaven-Defying Traits. The School's Hope. Equipment trait, each soul slaughtered and collected grants permanent damage amplification. Reading this equipment trait, Lín Yìchén felt a surge of excitement. This equipment trait seemed tailor-made for him. His very profession demanded he slaughter countless living beings, using the value of killing to evolve his class. Moreover, among the soul-devouring talents he awakened after his first-class advancement, one specifically granted the ability to collect souls for rewards. Now, with the Blood Shadow in his grasp, each monster slain yields not only the usual experience points, but also 3 additional benefits: killing points, soul collection, and damage amplification. Killing points and soul collection aside, those are inherent to his class. But the Blood Shadow's ability to gather souls for damage amplification? That's something else entirely. This is damage amplification, after all. If we were to rank attribute slots, damage amplification would undoubtedly be the pinnacle of the pinnacle, the gold standard among gold standards. It stands apart from all other damage-related attributes as the highest-tier damage boosting stat. On the market, any equipment or weapon bearing the damage amplification trait commands exorbitant prices. The higher the tier, the steeper the cost. Without exaggeration, this single equipment trait alone, even if attached to a black iron tier weapon, would command no less than 10 dragon crystals. It's absurdly overpowered. Blood Shadow's permanently stacking damage increase trait is ridiculously powerful. How about it? No issues, right? Mu Xingyun's voice came through again. No, it feels perfect. Lín Yìchén smiled, then felt a sudden impulse. The Blood Shadow in his hand instantly dissolved into a pool of blood, vanishing from his grasp. It appeared as though Lín Yìchén had absorbed the Blood Shadow into his body. This was the first time I'd ever witnessed such a thing. Mu Xingyun watched in amazement, but what filled his heart more was a sense of relief. No matter how unique the Blood Shadow was, it was now Lín Yìchén's weapon. The stronger the Blood Shadow grew, the stronger Lín Yìchén would become. Why not embrace it? Alright, now that you've taken the blade, this chamber has no further purpose. Let's go. Mu Xingyun smiled and led the way out of the chamber. Lín Yìchén followed closely behind. Principal Mu, what exactly is this Kanglin University tournament you mentioned earlier? On the way, Lín Yìchén asked Mu Xingyun curiously. He'd wanted to ask since Xinjian announced that the winner of the school-wide competition would lead the school team to participate in the Kanglin College tournament. Ha, Lin, what I just explained to you is closely tied to this Kanglin College tournament. Mu Xingyun explained with a light chuckle. The Kanglin College tournament is held every 4 years. At that time, all higher education institutions across the entire Kanglin Kingdom send representative teams to participate. The rankings of Kanglin Kingdom's higher education institutions are determined precisely through this Kanglin College tournament. Institutions ranking within the top 50 receive substantial educational resources from the state, while the top 30, top 10, and top 3 are in a league of their own. In the last Kanglin College tournament, our Jiāngběi University secured 6th place. Meanwhile, Kanglin University and Dongcheng University, both of which you've encountered before, claimed 1st and 2nd place respectively. Looking back several editions prior, these two institutions consistently dominated the top 2 spots, cementing their formidable reputations. You should understand what I mean now, right? After listening to Mu Xingyun's explanation, Lín Yìchén understood perfectly. Though Mu Xingyun hadn't specified what these so-called massive resources entailed, the gravity in his tone made it clear they were absolutely crucial. Understood. Lín Yìchén nodded, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. In this Kanglin University tournament, I'll do everything in my power to lead Jiāngběi University to 1st place. Ahem, ahem. Lín Yìchén's declaration nearly choked Mu Xingyun. Lin, securing 1st place is still quite ambitious. Perhaps we should adjust our expectations downward slightly. Mu Xingyun's mouth twitched twice before he forced a smile. As long as you can lead Jiāngběi into the top 3, that alone will be enough to restore our university's pride. Lín Yìchén's bold declaration nearly left him speechless. Truth be told, he'd never expected Lín Yìchén to lead Jiāngběi straight to 1st place. As long as they made the top 3, his investment in Lín Yìchén would have been worth it. But who would have guessed this kid aimed even higher? More ambitious than even the university president himself, he was going straight for 1st place. 1st place wasn't something just anyone could snatch. As the 2 strongest universities in the entire Kanglin Kingdom, Kanglin University and Dongcheng University attracted countless top-tier geniuses who chose them without hesitation. Combined with the massive educational resources they secured annually, their students were universally acknowledged as the strongest in all of Kanglin Kingdom without exception. Even 3rd place Guanhai University couldn't hold a candle to them. It could only be said that Lín Yìchén was still too young. Mu Xingyun sighed inwardly. If Lín Yìchén could truly bring him that 1st place. Never mind, never mind. Dare not think about it. Mu Xingyun quickly dismissed the thought. The top 3? Hearing the hopeful tone in Mu Xingyun's voice, Lín Yìchén silently resolved within himself. Mu Xingyun had entrusted him with the Blood Shadow, such a formidable divine-grade weapon. Could he possibly lead Jiāngběi to the top 3 with just that? If he didn't aim for 1st place, he'd be betraying his profession and the blade in his hand. Yes, top 3. Mu Xingyun chuckled. As long as you secure a top 3 finish, I'll give you an extra reward when you return. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. By then, you'll be a great hero of our Jiāngběi University. It's been years since Jiāngběi last made it into the top 3. As he spoke, Mu Xingyun's tone suddenly grew melancholy. As if reminiscing about Jiāngběi's former glory days. I'll do my best. Lín Yìchén nodded earnestly. That's good, that's good. Mu Xingyun chuckled softly, finding the young man before him increasingly likable. What a fine student. Not long after, the two had already left the confines of the secret chamber. Xinjian. Upon stepping outside, Jiāngběi and his group, who had been waiting by the door for quite some time, immediately came forward to greet them. Lín Yìchén also noticed several familiar faces standing behind the council members. Society President Yunza, Ren Xiaoyu, and Chang Simeng, her face tense, her hands clasped nervously across her chest. Their eyes lit up the moment they saw Lín Yìchén. "Heh, you can go back now. There's nothing else here. Once the school team selections are finalized, I'll notify you." Mu Xingyun smiled as he dismissed Lín Yìchén. "Understood, head coach Mu. I'll take my leave then." Lín Yìchén gave a slight nod before eagerly heading toward Chang Simeng and the others. A confident smile touched the corners of his lips. It was the unmistakable vigor and spirit unique to youth. Chapter 152, Victory Banquet. The origin of the mysterious voice. "Brother Lin, you were so cool just now." The moment he reached the trio, Ren Xiaoyu couldn't help but rush over, his face aglow with excitement as he exclaimed to Lín Yìchén. "This is the first time I've ever seen He Yin-Yang so thoroughly humiliated. He was taken down in just a few moves, he must be fuming inside." Yunza chuckled beside him. After enduring He Yin-Yang and his crew's bullying for so long, seeing his old rival get beaten so badly made him want to rush back to the club and throw a victory party. One word, satisfying. That guy must be furious. Someone as proud as He Yin-Yang, humiliated like this today, he probably wants to die. Ren Xiaoyu wore a look of schadenfreude. Seeing their excited expressions, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but feel delighted inside. "Hee, little Chen, congratulations. You've achieved your goal of winning first place in the school-wide competition." Chang Simeng walked up and slapped Lín Yìchén's shoulder so hard it nearly sent him stumbling backward. "To celebrate your outstanding achievement, I've decided to personally prepare a lavish celebratory feast for you at my home tonight. How does that sound?" Chang Simeng tilted her little face up, beaming with pride. This. Lín Yìchén felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. Good grief, a celebratory banquet personally prepared by Chang Simeng. Is this a celebratory banquet or a banquet of treachery? Just as he was about to refuse, Yunza and Ren Xiaoyu piped up first. "A celebratory banquet? Great idea. We were planning to throw one for Brother Lin too. Can we join?" The two looked at Chang Simeng with hopeful eyes. "Of course you can." Chang Simeng smiled, feeling even happier inside. "I'll cook up a feast for you all to try. But enough chatting, I'm off to buy ingredients. You must come tonight." Humming softly, she skipped off toward the grocery store. "Don't worry, we'll definitely be there." Yunza and Ren Xiaoyu added in unison. "You guys?" This nearly drove Lín Yìchén to fury, and he shot them a fierce glare. "Did you two eat the food teacher Tsong made? That's why you agreed." Now he was truly stuck. Refusal was no longer an option. A bitter smile touched Lín Yìchén's lips. Night fell. "Teacher Chang, you don't need to see us off. Teacher Chang, please go back first. We can manage on our own." Lín Yìchén and his two companions staggered out from beneath the faculty dormitory building. "Are you sure you'll be okay?" Chang Simeng, who had followed them downstairs, looked at the trio with concern, wanting to step forward and offer support. "We can. We really can." Yunza hastily waved his hands, then hurriedly straightened his posture, putting on a show of being perfectly fine. Ren Xiaoyu quickly followed suit. "Xiao Chun, what about you?" Chang Simeng's worried gaze shifted to Lín Yìchén. "I'm fine, Teacher Chang. You should go back first." Lín Yìchén stood with his back perfectly straight, showing no sign of needing assistance. "That's good. Now I can relax." Chang Simeng smiled, revealing two charming dimples. "Since you're both fine, I'll head back to pack my things. Bye. Bye." Three faint voices echoed simultaneously. Chang Simeng glanced back suspiciously. "Bye." The trio regrouped, regaining their vibrant energy. Poof. Only then did Chang Simeng happily hum a tune as she headed upstairs. Only after the girls' cheerful singing faded into the distance. Lín Yìchén and the others finally couldn't hold back any longer and plopped down onto the floor. "Brother Lin, Teacher Chang's skills are truly something else." Ren Xiaoyu swallowed hard, struggling to give a thumbs-up gesture. "Yeah, I've never tasted anything this delicious in my entire life." Yunza's eyes were vacant, his expression one of helpless despair. Upon closer inspection, a hint of resentment could be seen in both their eyes as they looked at Lín Yìchén. Damn it. The moment they took their first bites, they'd already sensed something was off. And it was very wrong. But the moment they tried to spit it out, they felt Lín Yìchén's gaze, thick with menace. They forced themselves to swallow the food. Then, under Lín Yìchén's watchful supervision, they forced themselves to finish every last morsel of the sumptuous feast spread across the table. All they could feel now was overwhelming regret. They shouldn't have agreed to come to this celebratory banquet in the first place. Wah! The two were crying without tears. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but feel amused. Who asked you two to be so eager earlier? Got what you deserved, huh? Have you learned your lesson yet? Just kidding. He, who grew up in an orphanage and had eaten mostly communal meals his entire life, found Chang Simeng's cooking barely passable. What about the others? After resting briefly on the spot, Lín Yìchén stood up, stretched his limbs, then turned to the two of them and asked, "Brother Xiaoyu, do you know where the headquarters of the Blade Society is?" "Why do you ask?" Ren Xiaoyu also stood up and pointed in a direction. "That's the club activity building for the Blade Society." "Brother Lin, you wouldn't be planning to confront He Yangyang, would you?" Yunzi raised an eyebrow, a bold thought forming in his mind. "I get it, you wanna mock him to his face, right? Don't leave us out of this fun, we're coming with you," Yunzi said excitedly. Not exactly." Lín Yìchén shook his head, somewhat speechless. "I just have a question I want to ask He Yangyang." The questions he referred to, of course, concerned the source of that mysterious voice. Earlier on the stage, he hadn't had the chance to ask. Now that they were back at school, surely he could ask? Of course. He Yangyang probably wouldn't tell him, but it was worth a shot, right? Who knows? With some careful probing, he might just uncover some minor details? "I'll go alone. You two should head back quickly." Lín Yìchén smiled, then said no more, quickening his pace toward the Blade Society. "What's so urgent?" Ren Xiaoyu was a bit baffled, but he didn't press further. If Lín Yìchén was this anxious, the matter must be important to him. It was best they stayed out of it. The two quickly left together. Meanwhile, elsewhere. About 10 minutes after setting off, Lín Yìchén finally arrived at the Baoran Society activity building Ren Xiaoyu had mentioned. By then, dusk had fallen. Even standing outside the building, Lín Yìchén could hear the commotion inside. It seemed as though something major had happened within the Blade Society. From the outside, the main hall appeared packed to the brim. Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes slightly and stepped inside the building. Chapter 153, A True Banquet of Betrayal. "You've got someone backing you? Is it him? How did he get here? Damn it, is this guy here to mock our Blade Society?" The moment Lín Yìchén stepped into the Blade Society's hall, countless scrutinizing and furious gazes converged on him. "Lín Yìchén, what are you doing here?" Tang Feng, positioned in the hall, was the first to spot Lín Yìchén. His expression darkened instantly as he approached with a hostile tone. "I'm here to see your club president." Lín Yìchén offered little explanation, merely stating flatly, "Our president?" Tang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone displeased. "You should leave. The president won't see you." "How can you know he won't see me if you don't tell him?" Lín Yìchén had no intention of leaving. The origin of that mysterious voice that appeared during his class change remained an unsolved mystery. Until it was resolved, it felt like a thorn lodged in his heart, leaving him restless and unable to eat or sleep. Having finally uncovered some clues from He Yangyang, how could he possibly let him slip away so easily? "Oomph, but you're too late." Seeing Lín Yìchén's stubborn refusal to budge, Tang Feng snorted coldly in exasperation. "What do you mean, too late?" Lín Yìchén frowned slightly. "Our president, no, I should say, He Yangyang has already left. I am now the president of the Blade Society." Tang Feng replied with a complex expression. After today's school-wide competition ended, he'd intended to go console He Yangyang. But who would have thought he'd received news of He Yangyang's withdrawal from school instead? Consequently, the position of Baoran Society president had fallen to him. If this had happened to anyone else, they'd likely be overjoyed. But he knew his own strength all too well. He simply wasn't worthy of the title of Baoran Society leader. And now, nearly half of the other Blade Dominion members gathered in the hall had come to protest. They believed Tang Feng's abilities were wholly inadequate for the position and demanded a new leader be chosen. Where had he gone? Lín Yìchén frowned deeply. He Yangyang was currently the only lead on that mysterious voice. He couldn't let him slip away. He just left not long ago. He should be almost done packing by now. If you hurry to the dorm area, you might still catch up with him. Tang Feng pointed toward the door. Lín Yìchén said nothing more and promptly exited the Blade Society's activity hall. Watching his retreating figure, Tang Feng's lips curved slightly, revealing a smug smile of triumph. Of course, he hadn't told the truth. Joking aside, he already had a grudge against Lín Yìchén. Seeing Lín Yìchén rushing to find He Yangyang clearly meant he had something important to ask. How could he possibly grant his wish? He Yangyang had actually left long ago. By now, he was probably finishing up his withdrawal paperwork at the administration building, ready to leave any minute. Lín Yìchén was rushing to the dormitory area now, but he wouldn't even catch a whiff of He Yangyang's rear end. What Tang Feng hadn't anticipated was this. After leaving the Blade Society activity hall, Lín Yìchén hadn't taken a single step toward the dormitory area. Instead, he headed straight for the school's main gate. Who would believe the words coming out of a petty person like Tang Feng? Only a fool would. Lín Yìchén could figure it out with his, but He Yangyang had definitely been gone for a while. No matter where he was, he absolutely couldn't be in the dorms. Therefore, he decided to intercept him right at the main gate. Although Jiāngběi was vast, its campus area nearly rivaled the entire city of Jiāngběi. But the university had few entrances and exits. Since He Yangyang intended to withdraw, he would first need to process the paperwork at the administration building. Thus, the main gate closest to the administration building was undoubtedly his only route. Not long after, Lín Yìchén arrived at the main gate of Jiāngběi University. After inquiring with the security guards at the gate, he learned that He Yangyang hadn't been seen leaving yet. He Yangyang was already a prominent figure at Jiāngběi University, and the security guards at the gate all recognized him. If he had already left, the guards would have known. Lín Yìchén felt a wave of relief wash over him as he waited silently in place. Finally, after waiting for nearly 10 minutes, he spotted a familiar figure approaching his direction. He Yangyang. A faint smile touched Lín Yìchén's lips as he immediately stepped forward to meet he. It's you. He Yangyang also spotted Lín Yìchén. His eyes narrowed slightly, his expression unreadable, as he asked in an icy tone, "What? Did you come to show off your victor's smug face? You think I'm like you?" Lín Yìchén gave a cold laugh, his gaze sharpening. "I just have a question for you. What exactly is the origin of that voice? You're still so obsessed with that?" Realizing Lín Yìchén's purpose, He Yangyang's lips curled slightly, revealing a playful smile. "I can answer that question, but not now. How about this, I'll reserve a private room at Fuxing Tower in Jiāngběi City the day after tomorrow. We'll meet there to talk. What do you say?" After speaking, He Yangyang watched Lín Yìchén silently, awaiting his response. "Agreed." Lín Yìchén gave a slight nod of agreement. "Interesting. I'll be waiting. The day after tomorrow evening, just go to Fuxing Tower and give your name. Someone will escort you upstairs." He Yangyang's lips curved upward in a smile as he departed. Lín Yìchén made no attempt to stop him. A banquet of treachery. This was no fake banquet like the one teacher Chang had set for him tonight, this was the real deal. Lín Yìchén understood this perfectly well. Yet he had still agreed. He had no choice. Just because he'd cornered He Yangyang here today didn't mean He Yangyang would necessarily reveal the source of that mysterious voice. If he didn't want to talk, he had plenty of ways to keep quiet. In other words, this trap-laden banquet also presented an opportunity. Lín Yìchén had already made up his mind. Watching He Yangyang gradually disappear from view, a faint, amused smile played at the corners of his mouth. Surely this kid doesn't think he's the only one with backing? Lín Yìchén was no longer a rootless driftwood. He was now a genuine Jiāngběi University student. And one whom Jiāngběi's president Mu Xingyun held in high regard. When a student feels wronged, isn't it reasonable to seek help from a teacher? You, He Yangyang, just got expelled from Jiāngběi. So it's not like you're picking on a fellow student, right? Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén swiftly headed toward the administration building. When he arrived at the base of the building, seeing the light still on in President Mu Xingyun's office on the top floor, he felt reassured. He ascended the stairs and approached the principal's office door. Knock knock. After 2 knocks, Mu Xingyun's voice came from inside, "Come in." Lín Yìchén pushed the door open and entered. Seeing it was Lín Yìchén who had come to find him, Mu Xingyun, seated at his desk, looked puzzled. "What's the matter? Why come looking for me so late?" Chapter 154, Mu Xingyun's worries. Attending the banquet. Seeing Lín Yìchén push open the door, Mu Xingyun felt a twinge of puzzlement. Coming to see him this late meant Lín Yìchén must have urgent business. "Principal Mu, I've encountered a situation." After entering the office, Lín Yìchén laid out the entire sequence of events. He didn't hold back, including the matter of the mysterious voice. Lín Yìchén understood a fundamental truth. When asking someone for help, you must explain the situation clearly to avoid putting them in a bind by withholding crucial information. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Mu Xingyun was someone worthy of trust. Lín Yìchén felt completely at ease. A mysterious voice during class change? Interesting. After hearing Lín Yichén's account, Mu Xingyun rose from his chair and began pacing the room, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. In truth, such occurrences were not uncommon. Anyone with a profession rank of SS or higher could hear a faint, authoritative voice during their class change. This phenomenon even had a name, the guidance of the divine. It was even more pronounced among evolvable class holders, as the voice often revealed their next evolutionary target. Yet the manifestation occurring within Lín Yìchén felt peculiar. "Found you." Mu Xinjian pondered these 4 words deeply in her heart. Something felt off. Something felt off. What was even stranger was that, besides Lín Yìchén, He Yangyang also knew these 4 words. This was highly intriguing. Mu Xingyun could clearly sense a grand conspiracy lurking within. "Alright, since that's the case, I'll accompany you to the Lucky Star Pavilion the day after tomorrow. But to avoid alerting the enemy prematurely, you should first." "Alright, anything else? If not, you can head back. I need to make preparations." Mu Xingyun readily agreed to Lín Yichén's request to accompany him. After giving him a few more detailed instructions, Mu Xingyun dismissed Lín Yìchén. Back home. As soon as he pushed open the door and stepped into the living room, Lín Yìchén saw Xiaoyan still sound asleep on the sofa. She'd been sleeping for days now. Was she really okay? Lín Yìchén moved closer for a better look. Xiaoyan's body rose and fell gently with each breath, clearly in a deep slumber. What was that? It hadn't been there before. Suddenly, he sensed something slightly off. The black dragon scales covering Xiaoyan's body now emitted faint, barely perceptible black halos. It looked as if it were undergoing some kind of evolution. Probably nothing to worry about? Lín Yìchén felt a flutter of unease, but he didn't disturb Xiaoyan. He tiptoed upstairs. He wondered when the little guy would wake up. Shaking his head, Lín Yìchén returned to his own room. After a quick wash, he crawled into bed and fell into a deep sleep. One day later, outside a high-end hotel called Fuxing Tower in Jiāngběi City, Lín Yìchén arrived at the entrance of Fuxing Tower, where a waiter immediately approached him. "May I ask if you have a reservation, sir?" "My name is Lín Yìchén." Lín Yìchén stated his full name. "Mr. Lin, please follow me." The attendant nodded and led Lín Yìchén inside. Following the attendant's lead, they eventually arrived at the door of a private room on the 5th floor. "Your friend is inside. Please come in." The attendant stopped and stepped aside to let Lín Yìchén pass. "Thank you." Lín Yìchén gave a slight nod, stepped forward to push open the private room door, and walked inside. Inside the private room, Yen Yang, who had been waiting at the table for quite some time, saw Lín Yìchén arrive and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "So you actually had the guts to show up?" Yen Yang remarked with a hint of amusement. "Why wouldn't I?" Lín Yìchén's expression remained calm, though his guard was up. His eyes darted around the room, silently surveying every corner. Besides Yen Yang, there was no one else in the private room. Still, he didn't relax his guard, shifting his gaze to Yen Yang instead. "You promised that once we arrived at Fuxing Tower, you'd tell me the origin of that voice. Can you tell me now?" "No need to rush. Let's sit for a moment first." Yen Yang gave a mysterious smile, picked up the teacup before him, took a light sip, then gestured for Lín Yìchén to sit across from him. Lín Yìchén stepped forward, pulled out a chair, and sat down, his gaze fixed on Yen Yang, unmoving. "You're dying to know who that voice belongs to, aren't you?" Yen Yang asked with a smile. "I happen to have a question for you too. Why don't we trade questions? You tell me what I want to know, and then I'll answer your question. How does that sound?" After speaking, he fixed his gaze intently on Lín Yìchén's expression. He waited for Lín Yìchén's response. Exactly. The reason he'd invited Lín Yìchén to the Lucky Star Pavilion wasn't to take direct action against him. Instead, he wanted to test Lín Yìchén's limits. As an SSS tier professional who had completed the 4th transformation, whose level crushed Lín Yìchén by nearly 100 tiers, and who had even gained the power of Hephaestus, the fire god, such an overwhelmingly powerful being had actually fallen at Lín Yìchén's hands. And it was a bloody rout. This proved Lín Yìchén's profession was far from ordinary. Adding to this, for the past while, he had been constantly questioning Hephaestus in his mind about Lín Yìchén's identity and the true nature of the Star Slayer mentioned by the fire god. Yet his own fire god lord showed no intention of revealing anything. This only deepened his curiosity. Curious about Lín Yìchén's true identity and who exactly this killing star was. "You're being reckless. Don't pursue the identity of that star killer. Your only task is to eliminate Lín Yìchén. Do you understand? Now, immediately, leave this place at once. Find an opportunity to eliminate him. Ask no further questions. This is for your own safety." The consciousness of Hephaestus inhabiting Yen Yang's body sensed this as well, and an angry voice immediately echoed in Yen Yang's mind. "Lord Hephaestus, I am doing precisely that." Yen Yang paid no heed to Hephaestus's roar, merely replying silently, "My actions are all aimed at killing Lín Yìchén. I merely need to know his strength and hidden cards beforehand." "You're lying." Hephaestus was furious. Had he known Yang would be so rebellious, he never should have chosen to descend upon him in the first place. But then again, he hadn't had any other choice back then. "Lord Hephaestus, trust me. I will absolutely complete your mission. This is merely the first step." After offering another perfunctory excuse, Yen Yang focused his entire attention on Lín Yìchén. "Have you decided? Accept or refuse?" Yen Yang pressed. "Agreed." Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded slowly. He wasn't sure what Yen Yang was about to ask, but he could roughly guess it would have something to do with his profession. Though he had agreed to Yen Yang, that didn't mean he had to tell the truth. Exactly how he would respond depended entirely on what Yen Yang actually asked. He'd weigh his options then. Chapter 155, Playing Along. Hidden Agendas. Seeing Lín Yìchén agree, Yen Yang's lips curled upward in a more pronounced smile. His gaze fixed on Lín Yìchén as he asked, "Where does the power within you come from?" Lín Yìchén silently added a question mark. Where did this power come from? Where else could it come from? Naturally, it comes from his profession. But Lín Yìchén knew full well that Yen Yang wasn't asking such a simple question. Moreover, a suspicion had already taken root in his mind. If Yen Yang had asked this question, did it mean the power within him didn't entirely originate from himself? What's the matter? Don't want to answer? His thoughts were interrupted by Yen Yang's slightly impatient voice. Lín Yìchén refocused his gaze on him. "I can answer your question, but you must promise to answer my subsequent questions truthfully." "Of course." Yen Yang smiled, leaning back in his chair. "I never lie. As long as you're honest, I promise to tell you everything I know." "All right. Lín Yìchén nodded, his expression immediately turning serious. You've probably guessed it already, our sources of power are actually quite similar. Oh? After hearing Lín Yichén's response, Yanyang's eyes lit up noticeably as he fixed Lín Yìchén with an intense gaze. So, it seems we're on the same path. You've asked your questions. Now it's my turn. Lín Yìchén offered no reply, only asking coldly. Hey, hold on a sec. I've got one more question for you, the most crucial one. Yanyang's lips curved slightly. The one who granted you power, what is their status? Or rather, what is their name? This is already the second question. I have the right not to answer you. Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes. Now it's your turn to answer my questions. You're not going back on your word, are you? Back out? Ha! Why would you think that? I just haven't finished asking my question yet. Yanyang burst into laughter, a playful smile spreading across his face. Clearly, he was exploiting Lín Yichén's vulnerability, his desire to know the fire god's identity, to coax more information from him. You're going back on your word. Lín Yìchén slammed his fist on the table and stood up, his face flushed with anger. Hey, where did I go back on my word? Do you even want to continue this conversation? Yanyang folded his arms across his chest, his expression utterly unapologetic. If you do, then answer my second question honestly. Otherwise, there's nothing left for us to discuss. You're shameless. Lín Yìchén feigned anger, took several deep breaths, then sat back down, his gaze fixed intently on Yanyang. Ask away. Ha! Now we're talking. Seeing Lín Yìchén yield, Yanyang felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Speak. Who is the deity that bestowed your power? After speaking, he silently watched Lín Yìchén, waiting for his answer. In his mind, the fire god Hephaestus sighed with exasperation. Rash. Utterly rash. If you make that killing star sense a threat, you'll be dead before you know it. And my divine essence will suffer the consequences too. Hearing the furious voice echoing in his mind, Yanyang merely curved his lips slightly, paying it no heed. His primary concern now was the identity of the star of death Hephaestus had mentioned. Why could it grant Lín Yìchén such terrifying power? This question was crucial. Facing Yanyang's question, Lín Yìchén fell silent for a moment. Then, he spoke slowly. My power comes from the god of blood. As he uttered these 4 words, a look of deep reverence flashed across Lín Yichén's face. He appeared as though he himself were a devotee of this so-called blood god. After Lín Yìchén finished speaking, Yanyang's expression gradually grew solemn. The blood god? He committed the name to memory, intending to thoroughly research the blood god upon his return. What he didn't know was, at that very moment, the Hephaestus people in his mind were utterly dumbfounded. Ha? God of blood? How come I've never heard of this god? A trio of death-related questions echoed in Hephaestus' mind. But he quickly understood. A hint of amusement flickered in the divine eyes gazing at Lín Yìchén. This kid, interesting. He glanced again at Yanyang, whose solemn expression clearly showed he believed Lín Yichén's words, and a pang of doubt stirred within him. Should he tell Yanyang the truth? Tell him that Lín Yìchén was actually deceiving him? Nah, better not. Sometimes, it's better for people to remain in the dark. Hephaestus had no intention of revealing the truth to Yanyang. After all, that guy had just shown him such disrespect. Besides, if Yanyang believed what Lín Yìchén had just said, that would actually be a good thing. At least it would spare him the trouble of focusing on Lín Yìchén. If he really angered that killing star, things would get messy. What is the name of this blood god you speak of? Yanyang turned to Lín Yìchén and pressed on. This was the third question. Lín Yìchén slammed his hand hard on the table, his expression furious. Don't want to talk? Fine. Then leave now. Yanyang gestured toward the door, a faint smirk curling his lips. Clearly, he felt he had Lín Yìchén's Achilles heel firmly in his grasp. He almost chuckled inwardly. Who would have thought Lín Yìchén was such a fool? He just handed over his own secrets without a second thought. How convenient. Possessing such immense power yet lacking in intelligence, how much better it would be if that power were mine? Yanyang thought bitterly to himself. Its name is the River of the Dead. Lín Yìchén gritted his teeth and uttered a name. The River of the Dead? Very well, I understand. Yanyang was overjoyed. Not only did he now know the title of the deity who had bestowed power upon Lín Yìchén, but he even knew its name. Once he returned, wouldn't he be able to easily track down information about this deity? Little did he know, Lín Yìchén was frantically stacking buffs on himself in his mind. Ancestor Riversticks, I'm borrowing your name today, please don't be angry. I know if there truly is a blood god in this world, he wouldn't even be a fart compared to you. Please don't blame me, don't blame me. After repeating this mantra several times in his mind, Lín Yìchén finally felt at ease. Though he was a total coward inside, he maintained a stone-cold expression, glaring at Yanyang with feigned fury. Now it's my turn to ask questions, right? Seeing this, Yanyang waved his hand with a smile. Go ahead. I'll answer everything you ask. He was delighted, having obtained the intelligence he sought. Today hadn't been wasted. As for Lín Yìchén's questions? He was in a good mood. What harm was there in throwing him a few crumbs? Poof. Then it's my turn. Who exactly was that mysterious voice? Which deity was it? Lín Yìchén glared intently at He Yang, demanding angrily. Though his face was twisted with fury. A barely perceptible curve lifted at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 156, Trying to fool me? Not a chance. Which deity? After hearing Lín Yìchén's question, He Yang merely sneered coldly. Sorry, I can't answer that. Ask something else. What? Are you mocking me? Lín Yìchén's brows furrowed as he feigned anger. Who's mocking you? I never said I wouldn't answer. I just asked you to change the question. He Yang smiled, as if everything was under his control. If you really can't think of anything else to ask besides this question, I can help you out. Like what I had for dinner last night, or what time I arrived at Fuxingla today, those are fair game. You. A flash of ferocity crossed Lín Yìchén's face. I'm giving you one last chance. Are you going to answer or not? As he spoke, he'd already sent a message through the star network. Seeing how pitiful you are, I'll show great mercy and give you a hint. He Yan's lips curled slightly, his expression haughty and superior. His power is connected to nature. That's all I can say. Figure out the rest yourself. Well, it's getting late. I've learned all I need to know. I'll be going now. You can continue playing your guessing game at your leisure. Ha! With that, He Yang stood up and prepared to leave. His gaze toward Lín Yìchén brimmed with mockery and amusement. So what if you got lucky and caught the attention of Lord Styx, the blood god? You're still just a puppet in my hands. Having successfully toyed with Lín Yìchén once, He Yang felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Lín Yìchén watched He Yang rise without attempting to stop him. He Yang was puzzled, assuming Lín Yìchén had lost his mind from anger and was ready to give up. But the next moment, the private room door was kicked open with a loud bang. Bang! A fiery red figure burst into the private room, instantly entering He Yang's field of vision. Hey, what a coincidence you two are here for dinner at Lucky Star Tower too. Jiāngběi burst through the door, grinning from ear to ear with an incredibly sunny smile. Director Yen? Seeing Jiāngběi barge straight in, He Yang, who had just been about to leave, froze in his tracks. A flicker of gravity crossed his eyes. As a member of Jiāngběi University's board of directors, Jiāngběi's strength undoubtedly placed him among Jiāngběi University's elite tier. Though not quite on par with Mu Xingyun, his power was still formidable enough to make him a dominant force anywhere outside the university. Noticing He Yang's astonished expression, Jiāngběi smiled warmly at him. Hey, student He, where are you headed? Your order hasn't even arrived yet. Why not stay and finish your meal before leaving? Though Jiāngběi spoke with a constant smile and a seemingly friendly tone, cold sweat began to trickle down He Yang's back. He understood Jiāngběi's meaning perfectly well. It was a blatant threat. If he didn't answer Lín Yìchén's question, he wouldn't be leaving today. He Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Lín Yìchén beside him. Seeing the anger on his face shift to smug satisfaction, He Yang realized Lín Yìchén hadn't come unprepared after all, contrary to his assumptions. He'd underestimated him. Can you answer my question now? Lín Yìchén played along perfectly, offering He Yang a smug look, his face dripping with mockery. Poof. So you did come prepared. What difference does it make if I tell you? He Yang gave a cold laugh, appearing to concede outwardly while secretly plotting his next move. At that moment, Hephaestus's voice echoed in his mind. Don't tell him my real name. Just make something up. Lord Fire God, that's exactly what I was thinking. He Yang quickly responded in his mind. Use your own judgment. Hephaestus nodded in satisfaction. He knew Lín Yìchén had deceived He Yang with a false name, but he was quite content with this outcome. Thus, he neither intervened nor offered He Yang any warning. However, he was unwilling to let He Yang reveal his true name so casually. If Lín Yìchén learned his true name and prematurely triggered the killing stars left behind measures, things would become very difficult. Though the probability was low, it was better to prevent it just in case. He couldn't afford to take that gamble. Speak up. Who exactly is that guy? Lín Yìchén's gaze fixed intensely on He Yang as he demanded. His name is Galilius, the great god of darkness. He Yang paused for a moment before blurting out a name he'd just made up. Bull. But the moment the words left his mouth, Lín Yìchén let out a cold laugh. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Think you can fool me with some made-up name? Tell me the truth. Or else, you know the consequences. As he spoke, Lín Yìchén shot a glance at Jiāngběi beside him. The latter immediately understood, smiling as he closed the private room door. I'm telling the truth. Believe it or not, it's up to you. He Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, feigning explanation. But truthfully, he was already feeling a bit bewildered inside. How did Lín Yìchén know he was lying? Where had he slipped up? It didn't seem like it. Still playing dumb, huh? Lín Yìchén sneered coldly, not believing a word of He Yang's story. As if he hadn't investigated He Yang before coming here? After informing Mu Xingyun of the situation the day before yesterday, Mu Xingyun had arranged Jiāngběi to assist his operation the very next day. It was precisely during this time that he'd practically extracted every last detail about He Yangyang's background from Jiāngběi. It could be said that since He Yangyang entered Jiāngběi University years ago until now, Jiāngběi had meticulously recounted every single thing he'd done and every place he'd been, including He Yangyang's profession, an SSS tier frenzied dragon fighter. A dark attribute warrior class, yet he had unleashed a fire attribute domain type talent during the university-wide competition. If there wasn't some kind of trickery involved, Lín Yìchén simply wouldn't believe it. And just now, when He Yangyang answered his question, he had clearly paused for several seconds before uttering the name. Such a detail was no match for Lín Yìchén's keen observation. Because he had done the exact same thing earlier. Using my own moves against me? Sorry, not a chance. Lín Yìchén sneered inwardly. Director Yen, it seems Mr. He is hungry and wishes to stay for dinner before leaving. Shall we make proper arrangements for him? Lín Yìchén glanced at Jiāngběi beside him and said with a smile. Sounds good. Jiāngběi approached with a beaming smile, asking as he walked, Student He, tell me what you'd like to eat. I'll make sure you're well fed before heading home. Seeing Jiāngběi's demeanor, He Yangyang couldn't help but shudder involuntarily. He knew Jiāngběi's style all too well. Just like the crimson robe he wore, it was both domineering and ruthless. He knew this style all too well. Because that's exactly how his dominant blade society operated. I'll talk. I'll tell the truth. He Yangyang gritted his teeth, struggling to speak. Chapter 157, Discovering the Voice's Identity. God of Flames? Heh, glad you're telling the truth. Lín Yìchén's lips curved slightly. Now, tell me. What exactly is the identity of that voice that appeared in my mind? And what's your connection to it? If you fail to answer even one of these questions, you know the consequences. No need for me to elaborate. Hearing this, He Yangyang felt utterly frustrated. This scene felt eerily familiar, as if it had happened just moments ago. Only now, the roles had reversed. Lord Fire God, what should we do now? He Yangyang asked anxiously in his mind. Tell him. There's no other choice. Hephaestus sighed inwardly. He Yangyang was the candidate he had worked so hard to find. He couldn't let him be lost here so easily. Exposure be damned. After all, what escaped from that killing star was merely a fragment of its legacy. It shouldn't pose much of a threat. His previous caution stemmed solely from fear. When that killing star was alive, the divine blood on his hands could pool into an ocean. Not a single deity dared to face him. After receiving Hephaestus's permission, He Yangyang pursed his lips, speaking with obvious reluctance. He is the fire god who commands the power of flames, Lord Hephaestus. After speaking, he turned to look at Jiāngběi beside him. I've said all I needed to say. Can I leave now? Jiāngběi didn't answer him, instead shifting his gaze to Lín Yìchén. Director Yen, let him go. I have no further questions. Lín Yìchén nodded. He actually didn't want He Yangyang to leave. Keeping someone like him around was a potential threat. Though he temporarily left Jiāngběi City and posed no immediate danger. But who knew where he might resurface next? Yet Jiāngběi had also mentioned yesterday that He Yangyang's family wielded immense influence, with connections to Dongcheng University. Without a legitimate reason, Jiāngběi University couldn't take action against him. Hearing this, Jiāngběi stepped aside, clearing a path for He Yangyang. He Yangyang shot Lín Yìchén a piercing glance before walking away without looking back. He truly hadn't expected Lín Yìchén to actually be able to call on Jiāngběi for help. This had completely disrupted his original plan, allowing Lín Yìchén to uncover information he shouldn't have known. Still, it wasn't all bad. At least he'd learned the name of that blood god from Lín Yìchén. It was a trade-off, a price paid, but a gain secured. As soon as he got home, he planned to immediately investigate the origins of this blood god and see if there was any chance of stripping Lín Yìchén of his power. There was no helping it. Lín Yìchén's terrifying strength was simply too tempting to resist. To overcome the massive attribute gap spanning 2 class changes and still defeat him, an SSS tier professional who had obtained the power of the fire god who wouldn't be envious? He had to find a way to make it his. Inside the private room. After He Yangyang departed, Jiāngběi couldn't help but turn to Lín Yìchén with eager anticipation. Lin, is what you just said true? Did you really gain the favor of that blood god? Jiāngběi's heart raced with excitement. As a professional at his level, he knew full well that gods still existed in this world. Those who gained divine power usually achieved great feats. Now, Jiāngběi University had produced such a genius who had gained divine power, and crucially, he was one of their own. It truly thrilled him to no end. Seeing Jiāngběi's excited expression, Lín Yìchén felt almost embarrassed to tell him the truth. But he forced an awkward smile and said, Director Yen, the name Blood God was just something I made up. Made up? Jiāngběi was utterly dumbfounded. So I got my hopes up for nothing? Yeah. Lín Yìchén nodded innocently. Seeing this, Jiāngběi was even more speechless. So you were totally faking it earlier, you little bastard. Not only did he fool He Yangyang, but he fooled him too. What could he do? Lín Yìchén's display of rage had been utterly convincing. Plus, the title Blood God he'd mentioned matched his profession perfectly. Even if Mu Xingyun had been there, he probably would have believed it too. Good riddance. That kid from the Yi family is probably dumbfounded now, spending hours trying to figure out what the blood god is only to find nothing. Ha! Jiāngběi's mouth stretched into a wide grin as he laughed heartily. Lín Yìchén's lips also curved slightly. This trip to the Fortune Star Pavilion had yielded tremendous rewards. It had removed a thorn from his heart. Absolutely worth every penny. Hephaestus, the god of fire. Director Yen, what do you know about this deity? Lín Yìchén turned to ask Jiāngběi. Well, haha. I'm not really interested in that sort of thing, so I don't know much about it either. Jiāngběi scratched his head. But I can recommend someone, Professor Hao from our Jian University. He loves delving into all sorts of obscure knowledge. He'll definitely know the origins of this fire god. Professor Hao? Got it. Lín Yìchén nodded slightly, deciding to visit Professor Hao's office tomorrow to inquire about the situation. But you know, when he tried to see Professor Hao a few days ago, he was turned away at the door. They said they were checking his professional credentials. Wonder if they've found anything yet? This would be a good chance to ask him about that too. The two didn't linger long at Fuxinglu. It was only because Lín Yìchén insisted so strongly in Jiāngběi that they finished the entire table of dishes he Yin Yang had ordered before leaving together. As Jiāngběi put it, since he Yin Yang had already left, it would be a waste to let all those delicious dishes go to waste, might as well eat them. Since it was lunchtime anyway, Lín Yìchén didn't refuse and finished the meal with them. Far tastier than anything Teacher Chang ever cooked. After finishing the meal, that was the only thought in Lín Yìchén's mind. If only Chang Siming could cook like this someday, that would be a blessing beyond measure. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, the outfit you're wearing is the crescent moon set, right? Jiāngběi suddenly turned to Lín Yìchén and asked. Yeah, why? Lín Yìchén nodded, somewhat puzzled. Aren't you about to represent Jiangda in the Kanglin College tournament? The school's been selecting teammates for you these past few days. Jiāngběi chuckled. Since you're wearing the crescent moon set, we definitely need to pick a moonlight type support mage for you. That way we can maximize our synergy. Oh, I see. Lín Yìchén understood. Having a moonlight affinity support in his team would indeed boost his combat effectiveness significantly. After all, that special trait on the crescent moon set, a 100% bonus to moonlight type effects, was no joke. The two quickly returned to the academy. The next day arrived. Lín Yìchén rose early and headed straight for Professor Hao's office building. Chapter 158, The Peculiar Professor Chen Seeking Gold Tickets. Knock knock. After knocking on the office door, a familiar voice called out from inside. Come in. Pushing open the door, Lín Yìchén found Professor Hao's office completely transformed from his last visit. Ancient texts were scattered haphazardly across the floor, each bearing the marks of being flipped through. Professor Hao himself sat in his chair, engrossed in a book he held in his hands. Professor Hao? Seeing that Professor Hao remained engrossed in his book after he entered, Lín Yìchén quietly called out. Oh, it's you. Hao Shanha finally tore his attention away from the pages. Recognizing Lín Yìchén, he remarked, You're just in time. I've been researching the peculiar phenomena surrounding you these past few days and have actually made some discoveries. Professor Hao, what kind of findings? Hearing this, Lín Yìchén's interest was piqued, and he stared intently at him. I've combed through numerous texts lately. Among them was an essay by Professor Qin Xingyu from Haicheng University, which specifically addressed the kind of situation you're experiencing. According to him, those like you evolutionary class holders who cannot hear divine guidance during class evolution actually received divine favor the moment you awoke your class. Hao Shanha grew increasingly animated. Precisely because of this, you never hear any divine guidance during your class evolutions because the deity associated with your class has already predetermined your entire evolutionary path during your class change. Is that so? Lín Yìchén listened, doubt creeping into his mind. Could it be true, as he Yan claimed, that he had already gained the power of a deity? But why hadn't he sensed it? Pondering this, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but ask again, Professor Hao, what else did Professor Chen say? Nothing else. Hao Shanha shook his head. It's just a collection of miscellaneous essays. He stopped writing at this point and moved on to the next topic. As he spoke, he rummaged through a pile of books on the desk. Finally, he found a volume with a cover that looked quite new and handed it to Lín Yìchén. This one. It's Professor Chen's miscellaneous essays on ancient deities. If you're interested, you can take it back to read. Hearing this, Lín Yìchén's pupils suddenly contracted. Taking the book from Hao Shanha, Lín Yìchén's gaze fell upon the cover, where a row of gold embossed characters stood out prominently. Shock. What is the truth of the world? Do deities truly exist? Seeing this title dripping with UC flavor, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but twitch his lips. Professor Qin Xingyu must be quite the Star Network enthusiast. Though he suspected the book might not be entirely serious, Lín Yìchén couldn't resist flipping to the first page. There was no helping it, the title had truly hooked him. Time slowly passed. Seeing Lín Yìchén immersed in the book, Hao Shanha didn't disturb him, merely watching silently from the side. However, the expression on his face seemed a bit peculiar. As if he were trying to stifle a laugh? Slam! After turning the final page of this miscellaneous essay collection, Lín Yìchén slammed it shut with considerable force. What the hell was that? He shot a disbelieving look at Hao Shanha beside him, utterly speechless. Professor Hao, what on earth possessed you to buy this book? Ahem, let me clarify, I didn't buy this book. It came as a freebie with another purchase. Hao Shanha's face flushed as he struggled to stifle his laughter, but he still offered a serious explanation. Hearing this, Lín Yìchén was utterly speechless. He casually tossed the miscellaneous essays onto the table. He had genuinely believed he might find some crucial clues within its pages. After all, the events of the past few days had made him intensely curious about divine matters. But he was wrong. From the very first page, this book is nothing but empty platitudes, a complete clickbait title. The only potentially useful section is the one Hao Shanha mentioned earlier, discussing the concept of evolving practitioners. But even that was barely scratching the surface, as if Professor Chen Xingyu wrote it solely to whet readers' appetites. Don't underestimate this guy. Hao Shanha chuckled. Chen Xingyu and I go way back. He's a veteran professor at Haicheng University and a high-tier evolving professional himself, essentially my equal. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered finishing this book. Who knows? Maybe he really does know some inside scoop. That makes sense. Lín Yìchén nodded thoughtfully. If Professor Hao was right and Professor Chen Xingyu was indeed an experienced evolver, then this book was definitely more than it appeared on the surface. Professor Hao, do you happen to have Professor Chen's contact information? Lín Yìchén suddenly turned to Hao Shanha and asked. Well, no, I don't. Hao Shanha shook his head. But you said he was an old acquaintance of yours? Lín Yìchén felt a bit disappointed. He had planned to pay Professor Chen Xingyu a visit when he had time, but it turned out Professor Hao didn't have his contact information. I used to have it. Hao Shanha looked somewhat embarrassed. But 2 years ago, that guy must have lost his mind. He went off to live in seclusion in Ice Sea City all by himself and even deleted me from his contacts. So now I don't have it anymore. Binghai City? Hearing the name, Lín Yìchén froze. The name of that city was very familiar to him. It was a small city on the border between Kanglin Kingdom and Manhwa Kingdom, located right next to Haicheng and not far from his own Jiāngběi city. Crucially, Binghai City fell under neither Kanglin Kingdom nor Nanhua Kingdom's jurisdiction. It was a completely independent city. In other words, it was a large, lawless settlement. Places like this were typically rife with chaos and violence might made right. It was nothing like Jiāngběi City, where the city government and the professional association jointly maintained order. Law and order were practically non-existent in such a place. What on earth possessed Professor Chen Xingyu? Why abandon his comfortable position at Haicheng University to retreat to such a godforsaken place? Lín Yìchén was thoroughly perplexed. As if reading his thoughts, Hao Shanha smiled and said, "That's just the kind of person he is. Don't overthink it. I'll look through other books for you to see if there's any record of this matter. Just wait for my news. I'd be grateful for your help." Lín Yìchén could only nod in resignation. All right. As soon as I find any leads, I'll let you know immediately. You can go now. Hao Shanha said no more, turning his attention back to the book in his hands. But Lín Yìchén didn't leave immediately. He hadn't forgotten that he had a second reason for coming today. He needed to confirm the identity of Hephaestus, the god of fire mentioned by He Yenyang. Professor Hao, do you know anything about Hephaestus, the god of fire? Lín Yìchén asked directly. Chapter 159, The Fire God's Identity. Team formation complete. The god of fire, Hephaestus? Hearing the name, Hao Shanha looked at Lín Yìchén with some confusion. Why are you asking about this? Are you also interested in these legendary gods? A little, yes. Lín Yìchén admitted directly. Though I don't know much about these legendary gods, I actually do know a bit about the one you mentioned. Hao Shanha chuckled. Come to think of it, I heard about him during a seminar I held with that guy Chen Xingyu at Haicheng University. He mentioned it during a meal break. According to him, the flame god you mentioned earlier is one of the more powerful deities among the pantheon, ranking among the 8 elemental primordial gods. The 8 elemental archgods? Lín Yìchén's brow furrowed slightly. Exactly. And that guy Chen Xingyu also mentioned that 4 of these 8 elemental deities have already been slain by a mortal. This Hephaestus happens to be one of the 4 who survived. Hao Shanha's face flashed with a look of recollection. When that guy told me all this, he made it sound so mysterious, as if it were absolutely true. But how could that be possible? If they were truly immortal gods as legend claimed, how could they be killed? I suspect that guy dug up that information from some obscure historical account. At this point, Hao Shanha couldn't help but shake his head. Lín Yìchén's brow furrowed deeply. He was certain Professor Chen Xingyu was most likely not lying. The reason Hephaestus suddenly appeared after his class change and later possessed He Yenyang, granting him a portion of his power, might be connected to the mortal mentioned by Professor Hao earlier. But what connection could this mortal have to him? Could it possibly be connected to his profession? The more he pondered this, the more suspicious it seemed to Lín Yìchén. He turned to Hao Shanha. Professor Hao, did Professor Chen mention anything else? Nothing else. Hao Shanha shook his head. We were all drunk at the time. You know how it is, drunk people's conversations make no sense. They might start talking about one thing and then suddenly jump to something completely different. The reason I remember any of this, haha, is because I can hold my liquor better than that guy. Hey, do you drink? Maybe we should grab a drink sometime? Hao Shanha looked at Lín Yìchén with eager anticipation. I don't really drink much. Lín Yìchén scratched his head awkwardly. Oh, that's a shame. Hao Shanha pursed his lips regretfully. Professor Hao, are you absolutely certain you don't have Professor Chen's contact information? Or is there any other way to reach him? Lín Yìchén asked, still not giving up. He had a premonition that Professor Chen Xingyu must know some secrets about the divine beings, and it was highly likely that they were connected to him. No. Hao Shanha shook his head. I've even asked his colleagues. The guy left decisively, leaving no way for outsiders to contact him. He just went straight to Ice Sea City. The only way to find him now is to go to Ice Sea City. I was actually planning to head there myself in a while. Seeing that Hao Shanha was truly helpless, Lín Yìchén didn't press further. He nodded and said, alright, I'll head back then. After bidding farewell to Professor Hao, Lín Yìchén prepared to continue leveling up in the 100 Refinement Tower. Although the university-wide competition had just concluded, the Kanglan College tournament was approaching, and his participation was required. With such trust placed in him by elders like Mu Xingyun, Lín Yìchén felt compelled to secure an outstanding result for Jiāngběi University in the upcoming tournament. Ice Sea City, I'll remember that. Walking toward the 100 Refinements Tower, Lín Yìchén still couldn't shake the thought of this matter. He vowed to visit Ice Sea City someday and seek out Professor Chen Xingyu for answers. Ring ring ring. Suddenly, the ringtone of his StarNet phone sounded. Lín Yìchén opened the interface to see it was Jiāngběi calling. After answering, Jiāngběi's voice came through. Mr. Lin, we've found teammates for you. Are you free today? Could you spare some time to meet them? Right now? I happen to be free. Of course. Then head over to the administration building. I'll be waiting for you there. The call ended. Lín Yìchén immediately turned around and headed toward the administration building. By the time he arrived, Jiāngběi's conspicuous figure was already standing at the entrance. Besides Jiāngběi, two other tall figures stood with him at the entrance of the administration building. One of them, Lín Yìchén happened to recognize. Director Yen. He stepped forward to greet Jiāngběi, who responded with a nod. Come, let me introduce you. You should be quite familiar with this one, your high school classmate, Mo Shui. He gestured toward Mo Shui standing to his left, smiling as he addressed Lín Yìchén. Mo Shui nodded back at Lín Yìchén at that moment. Nice to see you again. Lín Yìchén smiled. Before they could exchange pleasantries, Jiāngběi pointed to the girl on his right, dressed in a fitted blue and white school uniform. This is Su Banmeng, president of the school's Sunlight Society and your other teammate. Hello. After hearing Jiāngběi's introduction, Lín Yìchén nodded and extended his right hand toward Su Banmeng. Su Banmeng possessed a delicate beauty, standing just over 5 feet 7 inches tall, a height that suited her perfectly. Her form-fitting school uniform accentuated her slender waist beautifully, while the black stockings extending from the hem of her skirt hugged her long, straight legs tightly. She was undoubtedly the school's most stunning beauty. Seeing Lín Yìchén extend his right hand toward her, Su Banmeng hesitated noticeably. Yet she promptly reached out, lightly clasping his palm halfway before swiftly withdrawing her hand. Lín Yìchén was speechless inside. His hands weren't dirty or anything. Was that really necessary? Alright, now that you've met, my task is complete. Jiāngběi smiled. The school has specially prepared an entire building for your team to use for rest and recreation. Come on, I'll show you around. With that, he turned and headed in a certain direction. Lín Yìchén and the others quickly followed suit. After walking for about 5 minutes, a 3-story building suddenly came into view. Even from the outside, the building looked incredibly elegant and refined, clearly costing a fortune to construct. Following Jiāngběi inside confirmed Lín Yìchén's suspicions. The interior decoration was every bit as impressive as the exterior, with every conceivable amenity provided. This is your squad's exclusive lounge. If you're not out leveling these days, you're welcome to come here anytime. Jiāngběi couldn't help but smack his lips upon entering. The place was more luxurious than his own home, leaving him genuinely envious. After giving Lín Yìchén and the others a tour to familiarize them with the layout, Jiāngběi pulled Lín Yìchén aside. Lin, Mo Shui and Su Banmeng were specially selected by the school to complement your role. Before the Kanglan University tournament begins, you absolutely must work closely with them to help Jiāngběi University secure a top ranking. Jiāngběi hasn't cracked the top 3 in years. If you can lead us there, the university will reward you handsomely. Jiāngběi flashed Lín Yìchén a deeply enigmatic smile. Chapter 160, How Can Two Supports Lose? Seeking Gold Tickets. Jiāngběi departed. Before leaving, he tossed a few parting words at Lín Yìchén. You must restore Jiāngběi's pride, our university's reputation rests on your shoulders, and similar phrases. He also promised that if Lín Yìchén led Jiāngběi into the top 3 of the university tournament, besides the board of directors, Mak Xinjian would also give him a mysterious gift. This left Lín Yìchén feeling both amused and exasperated. He had already resolved to give his all in the tournament, never expecting any personal reward from the university. After all, Mu Xingyun had already given him Jiangda's sole divine grade weapon. In his heart, Jiangda had become like his alma mater. With so many resources poured into him, he'd slap himself if he didn't bring something back for Jiangda. Ahem. Since we'll be teammates from now on, why don't we take this chance to get acquainted with each other's levels and classes? What do you say? After Jiāngběi left, Lín Yìchén turned to his two teammates and said with a smile. Sure. MHM. Both nodded simultaneously. So aloof? Lín Yìchén's eyelid twitched slightly. Though inwardly speechless, he spoke first. I'll go first. I'm currently level 129, with a critical strike warrior class and evolvable profession. My current rank is A, so I should be our team's main damage dealer going forward. Alright, that's about all I have to say. What about you two? Lín Yìchén looked at the two of them. Of course, his gaze lingered primarily on Su Banmeng. After all, he knew a bit about Mo Xue's class and SS tier full moon mage. But Su Banmeng's class was a complete mystery to him. For one thing, he'd only seen her once during the school-wide tournament, and since he'd been the champion the entire time, he hadn't paid much attention to anyone else's battles. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Lín Yìchén's persistent gaze, Su Banmeng quickly spoke up. Then I'll go second. My profession is an SS tier ultimate ice dominator, a magic-based class. My combat style leans toward debuff-oriented support, and I'm currently level 176. Her voice was crisp and bright, melodious and pleasing, perfectly matching her appearance. Got it. After listening, Lín Yìchén nodded thoughtfully before turning his gaze to the last member, Mo Xue. SS tier full moon mage, an area of effect spellcaster. Currently level 103. Mo Xue continued in her emotionless tone, sounding like a cold robot reporting a mission. Lín Yìchén had long grown accustomed to it. Though their interactions were sparse during their time at Jiāngběi First High School, they were classmates after all and had exchanged words. He knew Mo Xue's linguistic style well. Still, Lín Yìchén couldn't help silently complaining to himself, if this guy Mo Xue could just shed that aloof attitude, with a face more handsome than most girls, he'd surely attract countless fangirls. After listening to their introductions, Lín Yìchén began to ponder. He'd been pleasantly surprised when Mo Xue mentioned reaching level 103. He hadn't expected such rapid progression. He himself had only reached his current level 129 in such a short time thanks to the Crimson Reaper's blessing. Yet Mo Xue, who most likely didn't possess such a talent, had still managed to reach level 103. This kid must come from a wealthy family, the kind that drinks experience potions like they're free. Of course, what caught his attention most was that after completing their second job advancement, full moon mages could learn an incredibly powerful skill. Moonlight Blessing. This support skill was exclusive to full moon mages among all moonlight-aligned spellcasters. Its effect instantly restores 50 mana to the recipient and grants them a 50% skill damage boost for 5 minutes. Such skill damage buffs are rare, especially with a whopping 50% increase. But crucially, beyond these two effects, Moonlight Blessing possesses a vital third effect. It resets 50% of the recipient's current cooldowns. Don't underestimate this 50% for spellcaster classes that rely on repeated skill usage for damage output. It's practically a lifeline. The reason the Full Moon Mage stands as a T0 tier class among all mage-type professions lies largely in its unique skills and talents, and Moonlight Blessing is one of them. Not only does it provide massive damage amplification, but it also rapidly resets skill and talent cooldowns. While others might need to rest for ages after unleashing a combo, the Full Moon Mage is different. They can chain another devastating skill set immediately after finishing their first. Truly terrifying. Lín Yìchén now understood why the school had assigned Mo Xue as his partner. This Moonlight Blessing could be used on others. Combined with the crescent moon set he wore, its effects on him were effectively doubled. A 100% damage boost, plus a 100-point reduction in skill cooldowns. This meant Lín Yìchén could unleash one Azura's Wrath after another without delay. The original 24-hour cooldown would be fully reset. Absolutely insane. Just thinking about it sent a thrill through Lín Yìchén. He wasn't exaggerating. With just these two Shura's Wrath combos, forget a level 200 opponent, even a level 255th transformation class would be no match for him. Why did he feel so impatient for the college tournament to begin? Lín Yìchén suddenly felt his hands itching. With over a month left until the tournament began, he'd made up his mind. This month, he'd head straight to the wilderness to grind levels. While leveling up, he'd stack up his killing count and Blood Shadow's damage boost. If he could evolve his class to S rank before the tournament, that would be even better. Su Banmeng, could you tell me exactly what skills your class possesses? With that thought, Lín Yìchén turned to Su Banmeng and asked. Her class, the Ice Dominator, was a rather rare type. Lín Yìchén hadn't studied it in detail, so he had no idea what her skills entailed. But since the school had assigned her as his teammate, it meant Su Banmeng's class would undoubtedly be beneficial to him. All right. Su Banmeng didn't refuse. She gave a slight nod before speaking slowly. I've only completed my third class advancement so far, so I only have 3 key talents. The first talent is called Jin Ice Heartguard Armor. It generates a protective Jian ice shield for nearby teammates, reducing 60% of damage taken. The shield can withstand up to 5 hits and has no range restrictions. As soon as Su Banmeng finished describing this talent, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but light up. Wow, a shield with no damage absorption range restrictions? This is a god-tier skill. Its absurdity is second only to Moonlight Blessing. Chapter 161, Su Banmeng's Unspoken Secret? What about the other two? Lín Yìchén couldn't help but ask. Su Banmeng's first talent, the Ice-Forged Heartguard, was already incredibly useful to him. For someone like him, who had allocated nearly all his stat points into strength and agility, relying entirely on gear and level-based stats for defense and health, protective skills like this were desperately needed. While he possessed several damage reduction traits himself, more of these abilities were always better. His attack stats were already maxed out. If he could max out his defense too, well, he'd become a true all-around powerhouse. Playing the supermodel. The second talent, named Ultimate Froststorm, is a large area sustained damage skill that also inflicts a special status on enemies, increasing their damage taken by 30%. Su Banmeng revealed her second crucial talent. Upon hearing this, Lín Yìchén's eyes flashed with delight. Su Banmeng truly lived up to her reputation as the support Jiāngběi University had specially selected for him. Beyond the Jiangběi Heartguard, this Jiangběi Froststorm proved remarkably synergistic with his abilities. One talent boosted defense, the other amplified damage. It was practically unbeatable. My third talent is rather unique, a death-defying ability. When my health drops to 3%, I instantly enter the Jiangběi state. During this period, I become immobilized and immune to attacks, only exiting once my health slowly recovers. Su Banmeng flushed slightly. But this talent only works on me, I can't use it on you guys. I see. A fleeting, barely perceptible disappointment flashed in Lín Yìchén's eyes. After hearing Su Banmeng explain this third talent, he was practically ready to pop champagne. It was practically like having a second life. Who would have thought this talent was merely a passive skill, completely unusable on teammates? But it didn't matter. Su Banmeng's other two talents already provided him with significant enhancements. Combined with Mo Shui's Moonlight Blessing, his combat effectiveness would skyrocket, more than tripling his power. Alright, now that we've gotten acquainted, we'll need to look out for each other going forward. Lín Yìchén smiled. With over a month left until the university tournament, how do you plan to level up during this time? Association building. Of course, the association building. Mo Shui and Su Banmeng both blurted out the name of the professional association building in unison. Both shot Lín Yìchén a peculiar look. Su Banmeng, in particular, asked with a hint of confusion, "You wouldn't be planning to level up in the 100 Refinement Tower, would you?" While the 100 Refinement Tower was convenient right on campus, the monsters there offered far less experience than the core dungeons. Your level is already low. If you stay in the 100 Refinement Tower, won't you fall even further behind everyone else? Hearing this, Lín Yìchén merely shook his head. No, I plan to head straight to the wilderness. As he said this, Lín Yìchén felt a bit awkward. He too wanted to grind in the dungeon core at the guild building, but his soul-devouring talent caused too much damage there. If he could avoid wreaking havoc on the guild, he'd rather not go. After all, he was technically part of the professional association. How could he possibly turn his abilities against his own kind? Out into the wilderness? Su Banmeng nodded upon hearing this. That's not out of the question. Just make sure you can catch up quickly with your level. Don't worry, I level up fast. Lín Yìchén's lips curved slightly, then he asked instinctively, which area should we go to? When do we leave? You want me to come with you? No way. Absolutely not. But unexpectedly, Su Banmeng flew into a rage at those words, shedding her earlier ladylike demeanor as her willow-like brows shot up. Why not? Lín Yìchén frowned slightly. Aren't we on the same team now? Teams need to work together, right? We're just going out to level up. No way. Su Banmeng was adamant, as if venturing into the wilderness felt like descending into the depths of hell for her. Why? You have to give me a reason. Lín Yìchén stared intently at Su Banmeng. He couldn't understand it, it was just leveling up. Why was this woman so repulsed by the wilderness? No means no. If you want to go, go by yourself. Su Banmeng pursed her lips and averted her gaze, clearly harboring immense aversion toward the wilderness. Seeing her unwillingness to communicate, Lín Yìchén felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Why don't you want to go? Just tell me. How am I supposed to know if you don't tell me? At a loss, he turned his gaze to Mo Shui, who hadn't spoken up, then shifted his eyes back to Su Banmeng. I think, since we're the team representing the school in the competition, we need to use this time to practice and build chemistry. Leveling up together is essential. Let's vote on this. Those in favor of going to the wilderness, raise your hands. Minority follows majority, okay? With that, Lín Yìchén raised his own hand. Soon, Mo Shui followed suit. 2-1. The result is clear. We're heading to the wilderness. Lín Yìchén declared immediately. You too. Su Banmeng was furious, her almond-shaped eyes widening as she glared fiercely at the two. No matter what, I'm not going. Su, this puts me in a difficult position. Lín Yìchén sighed, his eyes betraying a hint of helplessness. You won't explain why you won't go to the field, and you won't accept the vote. Since that's the case, I'll have to report this situation to Director Yen. No. At those words, Su Banmeng reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly panicking. Lín Yìchén, can't we just go to the dungeon core? It's convenient, it's within the city, and the experience isn't bad either. Why must we go to the wilderness? First, monsters in the wilderness yield higher experience than those in the dungeon core. Second, the wild environment is unpredictable, unlike the static dungeon. It's the best way to build our teamwork. Is that not enough? Or can you give me a reason why we shouldn't go to the wilderness? We can't just skip it because you don't want to go, right? Lín Yìchén finished his rant in one breath, then silently fixed his gaze on Su Banmeng. He was genuinely curious to hear Su Banmeng's perspective. Truthfully, if he didn't possess the soul-devouring talent, he wouldn't bother arguing. Heading to the dungeon core wouldn't be impossible. But what could he do? He couldn't very well sabotage his own team, could he? Su Banmeng stammered, struggling to form a coherent sentence for a long while. There was no denying it, Lín Yìchén's 2 points were flawless, leaving no room for argument. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén grew even more certain. Su Banmeng's reluctance to go into the wilderness definitely wasn't due to any unspoken reasons. Otherwise, she would have flipped the table long ago and wouldn't care if he went to complain to Jiāngběi. Moreover, it seemed Su Banmeng was terrified of him approaching Jiāngběi. Could it be she struck some secret deal with the school? But Lín Yìchén had no energy to dwell on such matters now. He stepped forward, closing the distance to less than half a meter from Su Banmeng. His eyes locked onto her helpless, snow-white cheeks. Su, you don't want Director Yen and the others to find out, do you? Promise me, okay? Chapter 162, Target Icy City. Please vote. Me. Su Banmeng's lips, painted with pale pink lipstick, pressed tightly together. She shot Lín Yìchén a deeply resentful glare before finally agreeing, as if all her strength and willpower had been drained. Fine, I agree. But I have one condition. What condition? Name it. Lín Yìchén's face lit up with a smile again. As long as she agreed, everything could be discussed. As long as it wasn't too unreasonable, he would grant her wish. 1 week. Su Banmeng held up one finger. We can't stay out in the wilderness for more than a week. We have to go to a city during that time. Any city will do. Fine. No problem. Lín Yìchén readily agreed. This request wasn't difficult. Kanglan Kingdom was vast and resource-rich. Beyond famous metropolises like Jiāngběi City, numerous small towns dotted the countryside. Though their facilities and defenses couldn't compare to the big cities, they were still cities. Alright, but you can't lie to me. Su Banmeng fixed her gaze on Lín Yìchén, as if fearing he might deceive her. Why would I lie to you? It's no big deal. Relax. Lín Yìchén felt a bit speechless, as if he were some strange uncle trying to trick a child. Once they decided to head out into the wilderness, things became straightforward. Next, Lín Yìchén began discussing routes with the two, aiming to plan a comprehensive leveling strategy. Just then, a deep purple beam of light suddenly shot through the hall's window, completely bathing the entire space in violet. What was happening? Lín Yìchén frowned at the sight. After a quick assessment, he swiftly headed toward the door. Imo Shui and Su Banmeng followed closely behind. The three quickly exited the building and stepped outside. The moment they stepped outside, they were immediately captivated by the spectacle unfolding in the sky. The once azure sky had now been dyed a mesmerizing deep purple, and gazing into the distance, this shade of deep purple continued to spread relentlessly northward. Judging by its momentum, it must have come from the south. Lín Yìchén's eyebrows twitched slightly. He knew exactly what this phenomenon signified. A legendary dungeon. Only the emergence of a legendary tier instance could cause such drastic changes. Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén opened the star net and entered the professional forum, where he found many were already discussing the matter. Breaking news! Breaking news! Mysterious legendary dungeon appears in the Antarctic Sea. What's the level? How high is this instance? Any experts know? Don't ask. I live in Ice Sea City. This legendary dungeon isn't high level, just 250. Don't get too excited. Only 250? Ha, what a letdown. I was ready to head straight over from Kanglan City. So it's 250? Dare you look down on a legendary dungeon? Who knows what treasures might be inside? I'm already on my way. See you there. After reading through these messages, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This legendary dungeon had actually appeared in the Antarctic Sea. After all, Ice Sea City was right near the Antarctic Ocean. If he joined this legendary dungeon now, he could swing by Ice Sea City on the way. Maybe he could find Professor Chan and get answers to his lingering questions. Has a legendary dungeon appeared in the south? Imo Shui gazed toward the direction where the purple glow was spreading, then turned to ask Lín Yìchén, who was browsing the star net. That's right, it's over by the Antarctic Sea. Lín Yìchén nodded, his gaze shifting to the two of them. Any thoughts? Since we're heading out to level up anyway, why not just head south to the Antarctic Sea and join the fun? I have no objections. Shui shook her head. Whatever you say, as long as you can keep your promise to me. Su Banmeng didn't refuse either, but instead reiterated her reason for needing to enter the city once every 7 days. This piqued Lín Yìchén's curiosity. Did Su Banmeng have some kind of quest requiring her to check in at the city every 7 days? But he didn't press further. Since both agreed, it was the perfect opportunity to visit Ice Sea City. Alright. Our final destination will be Ice Sea City near the Antarctic Ocean. Along the way, we'll pass several major demon beast gathering grounds. Lín Yìchén made the decision on the spot. I'll map out the route as soon as possible. We'll depart within 3 days. You two should prepare thoroughly. How does that sound? Alright. Shui and Su Banmeng both nodded in agreement. It's settled then. See you in 3 days. Lín Yìchén didn't linger. After bidding farewell to the two, he headed straight for Professor Hao's office. Knock knock. After knocking on Professor Hao's office door and receiving permission, Lín Yìchén pushed it open. What brings you back? Is there something else? Professor Hao, still engrossed in reading at his desk, couldn't help but look puzzled upon seeing Lín Yìchén. Professor Hao, do you happen to have a photograph of Professor Chen? Could you send me one? Lín Yìchén stated his purpose. His second objective for this journey to the Antarctic Ocean was to find Professor Chen in Ice Sea City. Since he didn't know Professor Chen personally and had never interacted with him, consulting Professor Hao was the logical next step. At the very least, he needed to know what the man looked like, didn't he? I do have a photo. You're not planning to go to Ice Sea City to find him, are you? Hao Shanha shot Lín Yìchén a skeptical glance. Professor, look outside. Lín Yìchén pointed toward the window obscured by heavy curtains. Hao Shanha pulled back the heavy curtains in confusion, and a deep purple glow streamed in through the window. This is... Hao Shanha perked up. After scanning the sky outside, he exclaimed excitedly, a legendary dungeon has emerged? That's right. It's located in the Antarctic Ocean. Lín Yìchén nodded. I plan to participate and stop by Ice Sea City to see if I can find Professor Chen. I see. Hao Shanha withdrew his gaze, sat down, and pondered for a moment. He then pulled something from his desk drawer, placed it on the table, and slid it toward Lín Yìchén. Since you're heading to Ice Sea City to find that fellow, take this with you. Once you locate him, give him this. He'll understand your background. Lín Yìchén glanced over and saw that Professor Hao had produced a small, exquisitely crafted pocket watch that appeared to be quite old. Alright, I'll make sure to bring it. Lín Yìchén said little else, stepping forward to take it. Alright. I'll send you the photo shortly. That guy isn't bad looking. You should be able to find him with the photo. Hao Shanha nodded, then waved his hand. Alright, you can go now. I still have things to look over. Goodbye, Professor. Lín Yìchén took his leave and exited Professor Hao's office building. He then headed toward Cheng Ximing's dormitory. He'd be gone for at least a month, so he had to drop by and say hello to Cheng Ximing, who cared about him the most. Chapter 163, Setting Off with Xiaoyan. It didn't take long for Lín Yìchén to arrive at Cheng Ximing's dormitory door. After knocking twice, the door swung open from the inside. What's up, Xiao Chen? Visiting me during my break? Are you craving my cooking again? Seeing Lín Yìchén at her door, Cheng Ximing's sparkling eyes lit up instantly. I was just about to go grocery shopping anyway. Come on, let's go together. But you have to tell me what you want to eat. As she spoke, she reached out to pull Lín Yìchén toward the elevator. Hey, Teacher Chang, wait a minute. Lín Yìchén grabbed Cheng Ximing's smooth, delicate arm, causing her to halt. She looked at him with confusion. What's wrong? Teacher Chang, I just finished eating. I'm not hungry yet. Lín Yìchén quickly explained. I actually came over to tell you something. I need to leave Jiāngběi City for a while, so I came ahead of time to give you a heads up. Leaving Jiāngběi City. A flicker of confusion crossed Cheng Ximing's eyes. Yes. A legendary instance has opened up in the Antarctic Sea. I plan to take my team there to participate. Lín Yìchén laid out his plans. After listening, a look of concern appeared on Cheng Ximing's face. Xiao Chen, I've heard legendary dungeons are extremely dangerous. Are you sure you'll be okay? Got it covered. Lín Yìchén grinned, revealing a confident smile. As long as you're confident. Hearing this, most of Cheng Ximing's worries melted away. She trusted her student implicitly, knowing Lín Yìchén never took risks without a solid plan. If he was joining this legendary dungeon run, he must have his reasons. Ah, little Chen, you've grown up. You've become so capable now. There's little I can do to help you anymore. Cheng Ximing sighed softly, then her eyes flashed with resolve. How about this? I'll cook you a feast to see you off. Teacher Chang. Lín Yìchén shuddered violently and quickly added, I forgot to tell you I have to leave tonight. It's urgent. Very urgent. So soon? That's truly unfortunate. Disappointment washed over Cheng Ximing's face, but she still patted Lín Yìchén's shoulder. When are you leaving? I'll see you off. I'm leaving immediately. I'm heading out now to meet up with my teammates. Lín Yìchén quickly gave a time. Half an hour later. Inside the squad's exclusive rest building. Why did you suddenly call us all here? Manhwa and Su Banmeng entered to inquire, with Su Banmeng casting a displeased glance at Lín Yìchén as she entered. The plan has changed. Lín Yìchén looked up at the two of them. We're leaving tonight. Why? Didn't you say we had 3 more days? Su Banmeng looked utterly confused. Ahem, well. I've already mapped out the route. Plus, with the legendary dungeon suddenly appearing, I'm sure many people are already heading toward the Antarctic Ocean. I think we should get there early to familiarize ourselves with the environment. Lín Yìchén said without batting an eye. Of course, he wouldn't admit that his real reason for leaving early was to avoid Cheng Ximing's farewell banquet. But he wasn't lying either, the route was indeed planned out. He'd found a leveling path perfectly suited for them. Alright then. Su Banmeng didn't argue further. Lín Yìchén had a point, heading to the Antarctic Sea sooner would mean more time to prepare for the dungeon run. Besides, this wasn't just any ordinary dungeon, it was a legendary one. The rewards inside legendary dungeons were exceptionally generous. Ordinary dungeons couldn't even match 1% of them. And most crucially, it was said that every legendary dungeon might contain a massive hidden treasure. This treasure could be a divine grade weapon, divine grade equipment, or even a divine grade skill book. Any one of these would be a treasure every adventurer dreams of possessing. What time are we leaving? At that moment, Manhwa, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. The sooner, the better. Lín Yìchén replied immediately. But after a moment's thought, he added, ideally before dinner. Alright, I'll go prepare. Manhwa nodded and turned to leave. I'll go prepare as well. Seeing this, Su Banmeng hurried out the door as well. Phew, that's finally settled. Only after the two had completely left did Lín Yìchén breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't linger in the building either, instead heading toward the student dormitory area. This outing would take quite some time, so he absolutely had to bring Xiaoyan along. Was Xiaoyan still asleep? Returning home, Lín Yìchén pushed open the door and sure enough, found Xiaoyan fast asleep on the sofa. Well, just as he expected. He was a bit speechless. Why did everyone else's beast pets follow their owners around every day, while his own just lazed around at home sleeping, never wanting to go anywhere? Or was this just how all dragons were? He'd always heard that dragons were exceptionally lazy, but Lín Yìchén never believed it until now. Perhaps things would improve after the juvenile stage? Lín Yìchén silently mused to himself. He walked over, gently patted Xiaoyan's forehead, and whispered softly, "Time to wake up, Xiaoyan. We're heading out." Snort snort. Xiaoyan opened his eyes, gazing at Lín Yìchén with pale golden pupils. 2 wisps of white breath puffed from his nostrils, like a child sulking after being woken up. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén felt a pang of helplessness. He whispered, "Xiaoyan, I have to go on a long journey this time. Do you want to come with me? Of course, if you'd rather not, you can stay home alone." Before he could finish, Xiaoyan sprang up from the sofa like a spring, landing instantly on Lín Yìchén's shoulder. Wah! It let out an excited cry, seemingly unable to wait any longer. Good heavens! Lín Yìchén was utterly dumbfounded. Was this really the same Xiaoyan who spent all day lounging on the sofa taking naps? So Xiaoyan could be this full of energy after all. It seemed he'd misunderstood him all along. This kid probably just got bored staying at school with nothing to do, so he chose to sleep all day. Alright, let's hit the road together. Lín Yìchén's lips curled into a smile. Let me tell you, the place we're heading to this time is a legendary dungeon. It's crawling with demonic beasts and monsters. It's dangerous. Wah woo! Wah woo! Xiaoyan crossed his dragon claws over his hips, his little head held high, letting out a disdainful yet enthusiastic cry. As if telling Lín Yìchén, those little creatures you're talking about? They're nothing but trash in front of this great lord. Watching Xiaoyan, who was clearly only a few days old, strutting around like a grown-up, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but feel amused. Still, he responded encouragingly, "Oh my, our little Xiaoyan is so tough? Well then, we'll see how you handle yourself when the time comes." Chapter 164, Departure. The impact of the legendary dungeon. By the time Lín Yìchén arrived at the school gates with Xiaoyan, evening had fallen. Manhwa and Su Banmeng had both finished packing and arrived shortly after Lín Yìchén. Which way should we go? Su Banmeng asked, her gaze drifting involuntarily to Xiaoyan perched on Lín Yìchén's shoulder. Lín Yìchén, however, didn't notice this. He simply looked toward the southeast of Jiāngběi city. First, we'll enter the Nanjiang Mountains. Then, we'll traverse the crawling wetlands through the mountains before finally reaching Ice Sea City. Alright. Manhwa and Su Banmeng both nodded in agreement. Lín Yìchén's route planning was highly logical. The Nanjiang Mountains, a vast region directly south of Jiāngběi city, were home to numerous demon beasts, most of which were around level 180. This level range was perfect for Lín Yìchén's team, making it the most suitable area for leveling up. First, Su Banmeng needed no introduction. As a professional player within this level range and an SS tier character herself, dealing with a group of monsters around level 180 was practically child's play for her. Although Lín Yìchén's level was only in the early 100s, his actual combat power had already surpassed the 200 level mark, making him more than capable of handling the demonic beasts within the Nanchang Mountains. The only one who might feel some pressure was Mo Shui. Her level was significantly lower than Lín Yìchén's, and unlike him, her actual strength hadn't leaped several tiers ahead. But none of that mattered. With Lín Yìchén and Su Banming present, Mo Shui could simply coast along as a freeloader, no real effort required on his part. Against beasts of this level, Lín Yìchén could easily carry them. After confirming their direction, the trio set off immediately. After about an hour, they finally exited Jiāngběi city's boundaries and reached the outskirts of the Nanchang Mountains. So many people. Su Banming gazed at the bustling crowd before her and couldn't help but sigh. Everyone was heading toward the South Pole Sea. The competition for this legendary dungeon was fierce. Lín Yìchén nodded in agreement. Beyond their trio, the outskirts of the Nanchang Mountains teemed with groups of adventurers streaming into the range, all seemingly bound for the legendary dungeon in the Antarctic Sea. A large crowd was never a good thing. Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes, his guard rising. This wasn't the city. Kanglan Kingdom's laws held no sway over the wilderness. We'll go this way. He waved his hand, signaling Mo Shui and Su Banming to follow. Immediately, Lín Yìchén led the two into a dense pine forest, officially entering the territory of the Nanchang Mountains. Few chose to enter the Nanchang Mountains from this route. Besides Lín Yìchén and his two companions, there were 5 others. Lín Yìchén quickly scanned the group. 3 of them appeared to be teammates, while the other 2 were lone wolves. Hey, you two, hold up a sec. At that moment, the trio suddenly addressed the 2 lone wolves, stepping toward them as if attempting to recruit them. We're moving on. Lín Yìchén withdrew his gaze, paying it little mind, and led Mo Shui and Su Banming away first. Such interactions weren't uncommon in the wilderness. Humans were, after all, social creatures. Especially in a dangerous place like the Nanchang Mountains, where beasts roamed, traveling in groups was the wisest choice. But the crucial question was whether the companions you chose were truly reliable. One moment they might be comrades fighting side by side, the next a knife could be plunged into your back. Thwack! With a single stroke, Lín Yìchén severed the head of a forest ape. He flicked the demon blood from his blade and glanced at the interface before him. Kill count, 0-1. Soul energy 001. Blood shadow has drunk its fill of blood, collection level 1. A level 160 demon beast only provides 0-1 killing points. It seems only level 200 demon beasts can restore the normal amount of 1 point now. Gazing at the rows of crimson data before him, Lín Yìchén pondered deeply. By this logic, the A-rank Blood Sea Azura corresponds to level 200, so the S-rank Soul Slaying Lord should be level 250. By extension, SS rank would be 300 level, and the ultimate SSS rank would be 350 level. Didn't this mean that once he reached level 350, he could fully evolve his profession? Lín Yìchén suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Though 350 might seem high, at his current leveling speed, he could likely reach that realm within a year or 2. My profession is only at a rank, yet it's already this godlike. What kind of world awaits beyond SSS tier? Pulling his thoughts back, Lín Yìchén continued leading Mo Shui and Su Banming deeper into the Nanchang Mountains. To reach Crawling Marsh from Nanchang Mountains, they had to traverse the entire mountain range. This meant they would venture into the most perilous, remote regions of the mountains. Legend held that a great demon resided in these depths, the very ruler of the entire Nanchang Mountains. When he first heard this legend, Lín Yìchén had been skeptical. After all, no one had ever laid eyes on this so-called demon king. This seemed highly unreasonable. If they claimed this demon king ruled the entire Nanchang Mountains, surely someone must have seen it? Its species at level, appearance, surely some information must exist? Yet strangely, none of this information existed. This so-called demon king was a complete mystery from head to toe. In Lín Yìchén's view, this was nothing but a rumor. Whoever came up with this must have been bored out of their mind. Ugh, it stinks. As they walked deeper into the mountains, Su Banming's distinctly displeased voice suddenly echoed from behind. Turning around, he saw Su Banming covering her nose, looking around with utter disgust. Stinky? I don't smell anything. Lín Yìchén frowned. He didn't detect any foul odor, which wasn't a good sign. Mo Shui, can you smell it? He turned to Mo Shui beside him. No. Mo Shui shook her head, indicating she hadn't detected the foul odor Su Banming mentioned either. You two don't smell it either? Su Banming frowned in confusion, her delicate brows knitting together. This smell is so foul, so pungent, how could you not smell it? Enough. Something's wrong. Lín Yìchén had no desire to explain further. His gaze suddenly sharpened with alertness as he scanned the surroundings. Yet his gaze could only see a silent, still pine forest, nothing unusual. Su Banming, what's that thing around your neck? Suddenly, Mo Shui spoke up. Lín Yìchén instantly turned his gaze to the spot Mo Shui had mentioned, Su Banming's exposed, flawlessly fair neck. There was something new there. A creature that absolutely should not have been there, entirely green, hideously ugly, with numerous appendages sprouting from its body. What is that? Su Banmeng froze in place, her face tense as she looked at the two of them and asked. Chapter 165, Su Banmeng gets angry. Please vote. Su Banmeng admitted she was panicking now. Watching her two teammates stare warily at her neck, she could clearly see a hint of disgust in both their eyes. Most crucially, she recognized that look of disgust. It was the same look she did give when she saw something utterly disgusting. Su Banmeng slowly raised her left hand, intending to remove the unknown presence from her neck. Don't move yet. Lín Yìchén stopped her motion, signaling her to hold her ground. Quick, help me get rid of it. Though Su Banmeng was frantic with urgency, she obeyed Lín Yìchén's words and held back from taking further action. Yet her expression made it clear she couldn't hold out much longer. If Lín Yìchén and Mo Shui didn't act immediately, she would definitely take matters into her own hands. Swoosh! Lín Yìchén instantly summoned Blood Shadow. Under Su Banmeng's anxious gaze, he flicked the tiny insect away with the tip of his blade. The entire process was lightning fast, leaving the insect no time to react. Now Su Banmeng could clearly see what the creature clinging to her neck truly was. You're asking for it. Her face flushed crimson with rage. A diamond-shaped purple ice spike materialized in her hand. With a flick of her wrist, the spike shot toward the insect already flung to the ground. Put! The ice spike pierced the thousand-legged insect without fail, simultaneously gouging a deep hit into the ground. Disgusting! Disgusting! After crushing the insect, Su Banmeng pulled out a pale purple handkerchief and vigorously wiped her neck with it, rubbing so hard it seemed she might scrape the skin right off. That's enough, stop wiping now. Lín Yìchén looked at Su Banmeng curiously. Can you still smell the stench? Not anymore. Su Banmeng replied dismissively, her hand still moving as she vigorously rubbed her neck. So obsessed with cleanliness, does she have OCD? Lín Yìchén thought silently. But he didn't say anything more, instead shifting his gaze around the room. The next moment, his expression sharpened. Stop wiping for now. Mind your own business. The bugs didn't land on you, so you're definitely. Su Banmeng's eyes reddened slightly as she shot Lín Yìchén a fierce glare. But before she could finish her sentence, her words were abruptly cut off. All around them, countless thousand-legged insects like the one before had crawled over everything. Dense and swarming, the sight alone was enough to make one physically queasy. Directly above the trio hung a colossal centipede 1,000 times larger than the others, suspended by white silk threads like spiderwebs. At the sight of this, Su Banmeng's face turned pale with fear. She froze in place, her mind in utter chaos. Lín Yìchén and Mo Shui, however, had already gripped their weapons tightly, ready to fight at any moment. Don't just stand there. You have an AoE skill, right? Use it now. Seeing Su Banmeng frozen in place like a piece of wood, seemingly petrified with fear, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but shout angrily. Jolted back to her senses by the roar, Su Banmeng swiftly drew a crystal-clear ice wand, channeling magic into it instantly. A faint purple aura, tinged with pink, began spreading rapidly from her body. In an instant, it engulfed the entire 100-meter radius. Ultimate Ice Blast. Su Banmeng gritted her teeth and bellowed the incantation. Boom! A vast, pinkish-purple blizzard descended, laced with tiny, sharp ice crystals. The moment it struck, the swarm of thousand-legged insects covering the ground froze solid in place, each body encrusted with frost. The giant centipede at the heart of the blizzard didn't fare much better. Though not completely immobilized by the cold, white frost was clearly visible coating each of its segmented limbs. Whack! Without hesitation, Lín Yìchén swung Blood Shadow, delivering a decisive blow at the colossal centipede. 232,919. The colossal centipede was cleaved clean in two by the strike. Foul-smelling black blood spurted forth, but before it could hit the ground, it froze solid into chunks of ice. Lín Yìchén, spared from being drenched in the foul-smelling insect blood, quickly retreated 2 steps. How could you unleash your ultimate just to kill a bug? After glancing at the giant centipede's corpse, Lín Yìchén was about to voice this question when he noticed Su Banmeng's eyes had turned slightly red, glistening with tears. Good grief, is she about to cry? Lín Yìchén swallowed his words, his conviction growing stronger. This woman definitely has a cleanliness obsession. And not just a little. No wonder she insisted so strongly on returning to the city at least once a week. Turns out she just finds the wilderness too dirty. Lín Yìchén felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Alright, let's get moving. We don't know if that bug has any companions. Staying here any longer isn't a good idea. Lín Yìchén waved his hand, signaling the others to follow. Clap. Suddenly, applause rang out from nearby. Impressive. To dispatch the thousand-legged insect king so effortlessly? With such formidable prowess, you 3 must be heading for that legendary dungeon in the Antarctic Sea, right? 5 figures emerged from the depths of the pine forest. Lín Yìchén turned to see that these 5 were the very same people they had encountered upon entering the woods. The 2 lone wolves had apparently joined the trio's group, standing right beside them. Let's go. Lín Yìchén had no desire to engage with them, motioning for Mo Shui and Su Banmeng to leave quickly. Hey, wait a moment. The square-faced man who had spoken earlier among the 5 hurried over. Hold on, you 3. We're also heading for the legendary dungeon in the Antarctic Sea. Why not team up? From Nanchang Mountains to Antarctic Sea, we still have to traverse Crawling Swamp. That place isn't exactly a walk in the park. The beasts there are all around level 200. Not easy to handle. Our team averages around level 190. Judging by how efficiently you handled that centipede king, your level should be similar to ours. We're all humans, wouldn't it be great to help each other out here? The square-faced man spoke as he followed Lín Yìchén and his two companions. Sorry, we have no intention of joining another team. Lín Yìchén halted, his gaze fixed on the square-faced man as he delivered a firm refusal. With that, he turned to leave. Hold on. Don't rush, let me finish. Seeing Lín Yìchén's unyielding stance, the square-faced man grew impatient and stepped directly in front of the trio. Actually, there's something else I haven't mentioned. I have a treasure map for Crawling Marsh. I'd like to ask you to help me find it. Don't refuse just yet. Once we find it, we'll split the treasure evenly. Chapter 166, Swamp Treasure, a clue to divine grade gear? After hearing the square-faced man's story, Lín Yìchén felt a spark of interest stir within him. He looked at the man and asked, "What kind of treasure?" Hee, I knew you'd be interested. The square-faced man chuckled at this. This treasure map was hard to come by. If you agree to join us, I'll share the treasure's location with you. Forget it then. You guys go ahead without me. Without a moment's hesitation, Lín Yìchén turned to leave. The square-faced man froze, clearly thrown off by Lín Yìchén's abrupt departure. But he quickly recovered. Bro, wait. I'll tell you. Lín Yìchén finally stopped and turned back to face him. A hint of resignation flashed across the square-faced man's face. He truly hadn't expected Lín Yìchén to be so unyielding, refusing to budge an inch. Yet his plan required at least 5 people to join the treasure hunt, so he had no choice but to agree for now. The treasure I speak of is a divine-grade equipment item. The square-faced man took a deep breath and uttered words that stunned all 3 of Lín Yìchén. A divine-grade equipment? Are you sure? Lín Yìchén's brow furrowed slightly, his face brimming with disbelief. Are you kidding? Divine-grade equipment and weapons are all priceless treasures of unparalleled rarity. Whenever one emerges, it sparks a bloody battle. Those qualified to vie for such treasures are, at the very least, professionals above level 400. And now you claim to possess a treasure map for a divine grade item, when you're barely over level 100, not even reaching 200? Who would believe that? Ahem, hear me out first. I know you don't believe me. The square-faced man noticed the skepticism on Lín Yìchén's face and quickly explained, of course, the treasure itself isn't actually a god-tier item. But it provides clues about where to find one. That's precious enough, right? So if it's clues about divine grade equipment, how do we split it? Lín Yìchén crossed his arms and pressed on. Well, naturally, we'll share it among ourselves. The square-faced man seemed to have anticipated this question, smiling confidently. Once we each get our clues, we can split up. Then it's a race to see who can get that divine grade equipment first. Fair enough, right? Don't worry about me screwing you over. Truth be told, 2 of my 4 teammates behind me were also just recruited by me. If this treasure hunt weren't so dangerous, I wouldn't have recruited anyone. Wouldn't it be better to just go with my own teammates? You're actually quite lucky. If we'd encountered other squads, this opportunity wouldn't have fallen to you. After hearing the square-faced man's explanation, Lín Yìchén began to piece things together. Earlier, when they entered the pine forest, he had indeed witnessed this square-faced man recruiting those other 2 lone wolves. Of course, it was possible they were putting on a show, but Lín Yìchén wasn't afraid of them. All 5 were below level 200, not a single 4th transition professional among them. They were nowhere near the caliber of He Yangyang, whom he had defeated. He could instantly kill He Yangyang. Why would he fear this group? What do you think? With that thought, Lín Yìchén turned to ask Mo Shui and Su Banmeng. I'll follow your lead. Mo Shui remained her usual tight-lipped self, uttering just 4 words before falling silent. Whatever you say, just don't forget what you promised me. Su Banmeng wrinkled her delicate nose, her eyes darting around the area as if terrified of encountering another incident like the one just now. All right then. Seeing his 2 teammates had no objections, Lín Yìchén turned to the square-faced man and nodded. We accept. Haha, let's get rich together. The square-faced man grinned widely, clearly delighted. After forming a temporary alliance with the square-faced man's group, they pressed deeper into the Nanchang Mountains, aiming to cross the range and enter the Crawling Marsh region. Along the way, Lín Yìchén learned that the square-faced man was named Sun Xiong, and his other 2 teammates were Sun Fa and Sun Yu. All 3 were brothers. The other 2 lone wolves were named Li Cheng and Kong Bai. All 5 were around level 190, with Sun Xiong and Li Cheng boasting the highest class ranks. Both were class warrior-type professions. Lín Yìchén briefly shared his party's class information. When Sun Xiong and the others learned that Lín Yìchén's group contained 2 SS-tier class holders, they were utterly astonished. The group pressed on without pause, crossing the Nanchang Mountains in just 3 days to reach the border between the mountains and the crawling swamp. Here stood a small city named Shanhuan City, specifically constructed by the Kanglin Kingdom as a place for professionals to rest and recuperate. Though modest in scale, less than a tenth the size of Jiāngběi city, Shanbian city boasted complete infrastructure. With the professional association stationed there, security was assured. Young brother Lin, shall we each find lodging for the night and meet at the south gate first thing tomorrow morning? Sun Xiong said to Lín Yìchén with a smile. All right. Lín Yìchén nodded in agreement before departing with Mo Shui and Su Banmeng. He noticed that as soon as they entered the mountain town, Su Banmeng's expression visibly relaxed. While walking together, she even hummed a little tune softly. The trio soon arrived at the entrance of the One Plus hotel within the mountain town. I'm curious, why are you so determined to return to the city? Observing Su Banmeng beside him, now in high spirits and completely different from her demeanor in the wilderness, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. He looked at her and asked, "Mind your own business when it comes to girls' affairs." But Su Banmeng shot Lín Yìchén a withering glance before striding through the hotel doors herself, showing no intention of explaining. Fine, I won't pry. Just don't forget to meet up tomorrow morning. Lín Yìchén shook his head helplessly and followed with Mo Shui. Meanwhile, the three Sun brothers also checked into a hotel within the mountain town. Big brother, those three kids seem to have some serious connections. They can actually afford a hotel in the Demon Beast district. Sun Yu, the third brother, said with a hint of envy in his eyes. Yeah, boss, wouldn't it be a bit awkward to let those three join in? Sun Fa's eyes also betrayed a hint of worry. We're brothers from the same mother, why are you two acting so timid? Sun Xiong shot them a withering look. Countless adventurers have been drawn to the legendary dungeon in the Antarctic Sea. Even if those three have powerful backers, who's going to come after us if something goes wrong? Besides, I have my reasons for bringing them along. That little girl's area of effect ice skill is hard to come by, she'll be invaluable to us. Sun Xiong licked her lips, her voice brimming with excitement. Chapter 167, Entering the Swamp Secret Realm. Please vote. The next day, Lín Yìchén and his two companions arrived at the southern gate of the mountain town as agreed. Sun Xiong and the others had been waiting there for quite some time. Seeing the trio arrive, Sun Xiong beamed and waved her hand. Everyone's here now. Shall we head out? There's no time to waste. I hear Ice Sea City has already gathered many adventurers eager to join the legendary dungeon run. If we delay any longer, we'll miss out entirely. Li Qing, one of the two lone wolves, spoke in a hushed tone. All right, let's get moving then. Sun Xiong nodded, then led the group out through the southern gate of Mountain Edge City, striding toward Crawling Swamp. Lín Yìchén and the other two followed suit. In less than half an hour, they finally left the plains surrounding Mountain Edge City and entered a dense wetland forest. This was the outer edge of the Crawling Marsh. Where exactly is this treasure you mentioned? Lín Yìchén asked, turning to Sun Xiong. Not far from here, southeast of the marsh. It should take about 5 minutes to reach. Sun Xiong replied with a smile. A treasure involving divine grade equipment is actually hidden on the outskirts of the swamp? Lín Yìchén furrowed his brow slightly. Logically, treasures of such high caliber were usually hidden in extremely dangerous places. The outskirts of Crawling Swamp hardly qualify as dangerous. Every corner has probably been thoroughly explored by adventurers long ago. Don't worry, I wouldn't lie to you. Just follow me. Sun Xiong patted her chest, then without further ado, stepped forward and continued walking ahead. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén and the others immediately followed. Before long, they were led to the edge of a marshland. That's the swamp right ahead. Sun Xiong halted, turned to the group, and flashed a smile. Are you kidding me? Kong Bai, who hadn't spoken all along, now frowned deeply. That swamp up ahead doesn't even have a spot to stand on. You're telling me the treasure is inside? Yes, right there inside. I'm telling you the truth. Sun Xiong shrugged his hands. Seeing this, Kong Bai's eyes narrowed. His right hand already rested on the hilt of the sword at his waist, poised to draw and fight at a moment's notice. Li Qing, who accompanied him, was equally alert. His gaze darted between Sun Xiong and Lín Yìchén's group. Should Sun Xiong's crew show the slightest hint of aggression, he'd enter combat mode without hesitation. Unlike them, Lín Yìchén and his two companions appeared far less tense. What do you mean by that? Lín Yìchén looked at Sun Xiong. That swamp up ahead looks no different from any other swamp. Where's this treasure you keep talking about? Truth be told, his primary reason for agreeing to join Sun Xiong and the others on this treasure hunt wasn't entirely about the so-called treasure. A treasure related to divine grade equipment? That was simply too far-fetched. Lín Yìchén never truly believed Sun Xiong's claims from the start. Agreeing to accompany Sun Xiong was partly to test his luck to see if he could actually stumble upon this so-called treasure, but it was also a way to pass the boring time on the journey. But what if Sun Xiong and the others teamed up to trick him? Well, he'd just have to summon his blood shadow and have a heart-to-heart chat with them. And while he was at it, he could boost his kill count and soul energy, why not? Ha, just kidding. Seeing this, Sun Xiong dropped all pretense and gave Sun Fa a knowing glance. The latter understood immediately, pulling a peculiar stone engraved with a dragon's head pattern from his pocket. He walked to the edge of the swamp and tossed it in. Strangely enough, such a small dragon pattern stone shouldn't have sunk into the swamp. Yet the moment it touched the water, it vanished without a trace, like a stone sinking into the ocean. Gurgle, gurgle. After a while, the crowd watched as the swamp before them began to stir. Vast swaths of mud churned and rolled like boiling water. Then, before their eyes, the marshland seemed to cleave apart, revealing a path emerging from the mud. At the path's end stood a stone gate engraved with dragon patterns. Is this the treasure? Lín Yìchén and Guild were both stunned into silence by the spectacle. Only after regaining their composure did they turn to Sun Xiong and ask. Haha, I didn't lie to you, did I? When I said this crawling swamp held treasure, I meant it. Sun Xiong grinned, then turned to Lín Yìchén and his companions. Young friends, you don't regret coming along with me now, do you? Once we're inside, you'll need to put in some effort. Lín Yìchén nodded. We'll do what we can. That's good. With that promise, I can rest easy. Sun Xiong said no more, waving his hand decisively. Come on, let's head in and explore. The group swiftly traversed the muddy path, arriving before the dragon-patterned stone gate. Rumble. As if possessed of its own consciousness, the dragon-patterned stone door swung open upon their arrival, revealing a torch-lit passageway. By protocol, I'll lead the way, but my two brothers will follow behind you. Is that acceptable? After glancing down the seemingly endless passageway, Sun Xiong turned to the group and said. Lín Yìchén and Guild exchanged glances. After a moment's hesitation, they both nodded slightly, agreed. As the only two lone wolves in the group, they had formed an impromptu alliance during yesterday's rest. We have no objections either. Lín Yìchén answered decisively. Alright, it's settled then. Sun Xiong turned to his two brothers, number 2, number 3, you two stay in the rear. If anything happens, let me know immediately, got it? Got it, big bro. The two nodded and moved to the rear of the group. Alright then, let's get moving now. Once his brothers were in position, Sun Xiong immediately entered the passageway. Lín Yìchén and Guild, who had been following behind him, saw this and followed suit. Lín Yìchén and the other two brought up the rear. Let's go. Stay alert along the way. Lín Yìchén turned to glance at Mo Shui and Su Banmeng, reminding them. Okay. Mo Shui and Su Banmeng both nodded in agreement. But Lín Yìchén noticed something peculiar about Su Banmeng's expression. What's wrong? Lín Yìchén asked curiously. I recognize the style of this gate. Su Banmeng glanced around, noticing that Sun Xiong and the others had already walked far ahead. Sun Fa and Sun Yu, having distanced themselves from their group, spoke in a voice only Lín Yìchén and Mo Shui could hear. Oh? Lín Yìchén raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity stirring within him. What's the origin of this secret realm? Can you tell me? It seems connected to the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. Su Banmeng pressed her lips together before uttering a name that surprised Lín Yìchén. Chapter 168, The treasure's origins are quite impressive. Please vote. The 4 Sea Dragon Kings? Hearing this name, Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes slightly, searching his mind for related memories. After a moment, a flicker of astonishment passed through his eyes. He recalled seeing a book of strange tales in the library of Jiāngběi No. 1 High School, which contained fragments of lore about the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. According to the author of that book, each of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings represented a distinct legendary instance. But if that were the case, then the 4 Sea Dragon Kings wouldn't be anything special, they certainly wouldn't warrant being specifically recorded in a book. According to that person, the legendary dungeons of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings differed from other legendary dungeons. Within each Dragon King dungeon lay a hidden, immense treasure. The method to unlock these treasures, however, has been transformed into 4 secret realms, hidden across the world. Could this be one of the treasure realms from the 4 Dragon Kings dungeons? A flicker of fervor lit up Lín Yìchén's eyes. If this were true, they'd be in for a massive windfall. And as Sun Xiong had suggested, the claim that this treasure was connected to divine great equipment was highly likely to be true. Be careful later. Lín Yìchén whispered a warning to Su Banmeng. Given the immense value of this treasure, the danger level was undoubtedly top tier. Of course, the danger didn't stem solely from the treasure itself, it was more likely to come from Sun Xiong and the others who had brought them here. Though the legend of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings was rather obscure, Sun Xiong and her companions had undoubtedly done their homework before arriving. They were well aware of the treasure's immense worth. Unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't have brought others along to share the spoils. There was a chance that once they helped the others reach the end and their value was exhausted, they would turn on them. Su Banmeng nodded lightly, saying nothing more, and continued to follow behind Lín Yìchén. The group moved slowly through the enclosed, narrow passageway. After walking for quite some time, they still hadn't seen an exit. What's going on? We've walked nearly 2 li already, why haven't we seen the exit yet? Lín Yìchén, trailing behind Sun Xiong, grew impatient and asked. I'm not sure either. Sun Xiong's expression also grew grave as he scanned the surroundings. I noticed from the start that every section of this passageway looks exactly the same. That's why I've been leaving markers along the way to prevent us from circling endlessly in a loop. But after walking this far, I haven't seen a single mark I left behind. That means we probably haven't gone wrong. At this point, Sun Xiong couldn't help but mutter under his breath, maybe this passage is just really long. Should we keep going for a bit longer? That was the only option. Li Qing didn't argue, simply continuing to follow behind Sun Xiong. After walking for a while longer, the only things visible were the endless tunnel and the torches lining the walls for light. There was no sign of anything else. Li Qing finally couldn't hold back. Thud! He kicked the stone wall, sending a shower of dust cascading down over his head. How much longer are we supposed to walk in this goddamn place? He roughly wiped his face, veins throbbing visibly at his temples. Sun Xiong, you told us you did your homework. Where is it? Bring it out. How much longer do we have to walk in this godforsaken place? Kongbai removed his gold-rimmed glasses and breathed on them. The lenses glinted coldly in the torchlight. I suggest we stop and think this through. This passageway is clearly abnormal. Continuing like this will only drain our strength. If we encounter any danger, well, we won't even have the energy to run. Hold your tongues. At that moment, Lín Yìchén suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to look at him. What did you notice? Li Qing, impatient and flushed, demanded with wide eyes. Lín Yìchén didn't answer, but continued instead. First, extinguish all the torches nearby. Why? How will we find our way then? Kongbai's brow furrowed slightly, his expression sour. Are you kidding? Any sane person can see that without torches, this narrow passageway will be pitch black. That would only make it more dangerous. With light, we can at least see what's happening around us. But without it. Kongbai's concern was not without merit. Everyone, including Sun Xiong, found Lín Yìchén's request incomprehensible. First tell us what you discovered that makes you want to extinguish the torches. I heard a faint sound, but with these torches, it's hard to pinpoint the location. Lín Yìchén offered a brief explanation before shrugging. Of course, if you don't trust me, there's nothing more I can say. But I think, since we're temporary teammates now, we should show each other some trust. Otherwise, I don't see the point in continuing into this secret realm. What do you think? After finishing his words, Lín Yìchén turned to Sun Xiong and the others with keen interest. Let's eliminate them first. Sun Xiong nodded and waved to her two brothers, signaling them to follow Lín Yìchén's instructions. We'll help too. Li Qing and Kongbei said no more, joining Sun Xiong and the others in extinguishing the flames. Mo Shui was no exception. He thrust his torch into a wall crevice. The oil-soaked hemp cloth touched the damp moss, and a wisp of white smoke hissed upward. Darkness like viscous ink flooded the passageway, while a faint, scraping sound crept in from all directions. Above their heads. Once the crackling of the torches within the passage had completely died down, Lín Yìchén's gaze shot upward toward the ceiling. Let me handle this. Li Qing had long since grown impatient. Hearing Lín Yìchén's command, he aimed directly at the ceiling and unleashed a thunderous punch. A fist wrapped in a pale green halo slammed solidly into the ceiling, erupting in a thunderous crash. Boom! A shower of debris rained down. Lín Yìchén yanked Su Banmeng and Mo Shui back 3 steps. The moment their backs slammed against the stone wall, a sliver of moonlight streamed through the hole. An exit. Sun Xiong and the others were overjoyed, especially Li Qing. The moment the opening appeared, he charged straight up the small mountain of debris. Seeing no unusual reactions after his ascent, Kongbei and the Sun Xiong brothers hurriedly followed. Lín Yìchén and the others brought up the rear. Only after everyone had exited the passageway did the true spectacle of the secret realm reveal itself before their eyes. It was a vast lake. And this lake wasn't situated on normal ground. Instead, it lay directly above their heads. Several beams of moonlight filtered through the lake's waters, refracting into dozens of moonbeams that illuminated the entire subterranean world hidden beneath the lake's surface. Within this subterranean realm, a complex of ancient-style architecture stood majestically. Chapter 169, Hidden Agendas. Please vote. Gazing upon the vast expanse of magnificent, antique-style architecture before them, everyone stared in astonishment, eyes wide. After a long moment, Li Qing finally blurted out, "What on earth is this place?" Sun Xiong, as the owners of the treasure map, you must know something about this place. What exactly is this treasure about? Even the usually composed Kongbei now turned to Captain Sun Xiong. At this point, even a fool could see that this treasure realm was far from the simple affair Sun Xiong had described. Earlier, Sun Xiong had only mentioned clues related to divine grade equipment, but now, to Kongbei, this seemed far more than mere clues. If Sun Xiong were to step forward now and declare that this treasure was actually the divine grade equipment itself, Kongbei and Li Qing would likely believe him. After all, what decent person would go to the trouble of constructing such an elaborate complex at the bottom of a lake just for a mere clue? Most crucially, although they were currently at the bottom of the lake, they showed no signs of breathing difficulties. In fact, the entire surrounding space seemed completely isolated from the lake water. This level of craftsmanship wasn't something just anyone could pull off. Well, we may hold the treasure map, but we don't know any specifics either. Faced with Li Qing and Kongbei's inquiries, Sun Xiong shrugged helplessly. Truthfully, we exhausted every avenue to investigate before coming here. But the only information we got was what I told you, that this treasure is connected to divine grade equipment. That's all. Who cares what it is? Let's just go inside and find out. Li Qing stopped asking questions upon hearing this. He rolled up his sleeves, his eyes burning as he stared at the cluster of buildings in the distance, as if he'd spotted gold. Kongbei narrowed his eyes slightly before turning his head in the same direction. No time to waste, let's get moving. Sun Xiong chuckled, then beckoned to his two brothers. The trio strode toward the buildings together. Li Cheng and Kongbei immediately followed suit. So, what do you think? Anything stand out? Lín Yìchén and the others trailed behind. Noticing Su Banming's pensive expression, he leaned closer and whispered his question. I'm now certain this must be connected to the 4 Dragon Kings. Su Banming no longer hesitated as before, but spoke with conviction. So you're saying this treasure realm is one of the legendary 4 Dragon Kings' secret realms? A flicker of fervor lit up Lín Yìchén's eyes. Yes. Su Banming nodded slightly, about to confirm it, when Emo Shui suddenly spoke up. No. Emo Shui shook her head. Her delicate features betrayed no emotion, but her tone was unwavering. This is definitely not one of the 4 Sea Dragon King's secret realms. Oh? Lín Yìchén raised an eyebrow. Then what secret realm is this? Emo Shui frowned deeply. While this isn't the 4 Seas Dragon King's secret realm, it's definitely connected to it. I suspect the secret realm might be related to the Dragon King's key. Dragon King's key? What's that? Hearing this unfamiliar term, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but ask curiously. The Dragon King's key is the key that unlocks the hidden treasures within the 4 Seas Dragon King dungeon. With it, one can obtain the greatest treasures within the Dragon King dungeon. I see. That makes sense. Lín Yìchén nodded in sudden understanding. If it's truly as Emo Shui described, then the value of this treasure realm is absolutely off the charts. Securing the Dragon King's key would mean gaining the greatest treasure within the Dragon King's dungeon whenever it opened in the future. The legendary Dragon King's secret treasure, just hearing the name sent shivers down one's spine. The group pressed onward, taking roughly 10 minutes before finally reaching the city gate of the ancient structures. Though submerged beneath the lake, the surrounding waters had been completely sealed off, allowing this ancient wall to remain remarkably well preserved. Yet, the passage of time had still left faint traces upon its surface. Little Dragon Palace City. Reading the 4 characters on the gate's plaque, Li Cheng, who led the way, murmured them aloud. At his words, the others simultaneously turned their gaze toward the plaque. Little Dragon Palace City? Could this be? Kongbei's pupils contracted sharply, as if he had suddenly remembered something. His eyes immediately grew intense. Upon seeing the plaque, the Sun Xiong brothers also revealed a barely perceptible smile. Little Dragon Palace City? Wow, shouldn't the Dragon Palace be in the sea? How could it be hidden in a lake? Unlike the others, Li Cheng muttered under his breath after reading the 4 characters on the plaque. He then turned to his companion Kongbei. Bro, do you know what this place is? No idea. Kongbei suppressed the fervor in his eyes and shook his head. Then do you two know? Li Cheng turned to Sun Xiong. Heh, brother Li Cheng, didn't you just say it yourself? What this place really is you'll know once you step inside. Sun Xiong avoided a direct answer, merely replying with a sly smile. Hey, how can you be the captain if you don't know this or that? Li Cheng was speechless, but he didn't press the issue. Instead, he turned his excited gaze toward the Dragon Palace City, seemingly unable to wait any longer. Lín Yìchén observed this scene and silently shook his head. Clearly, among those present, only Li Cheng remained in the dark. Everyone else likely knew the origins of this Dragon Palace City. The irony was that Kongbei, whom Li Cheng regarded as a teammate, had chosen to withhold information from him rather than share it. Pitiful. Lín Yìchén shifted his gaze away from Li Cheng and turned to Emo Shui beside him. Just as he was about to ask something, the ground around them suddenly began to tremble. Thump, thump, thump. Each tremor seemed to follow a rhythm, growing louder as it approached, until a colossal figure materialized before them. Whoosh! A massive crab claw, accompanied by a piercing whistle, hurtled toward their position. Lín Yìchén reacted first, grabbing Emo Shui and Su Banming and swiftly retreating backward. Sun Xiong and the others weren't so lucky. They only just managed to react when the claw was about to land on their heads. Retreat! Sun Xiong's bellow jolted the other 4 awake. They scattered like startled birds, narrowly evading the sudden assault. Boom! The claw slammed into the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. As the dust gradually settled, a 2-meter deep pit had appeared where they had been standing moments before. Standing within the pit was a colossal crab. Its crimson shell was covered in sharp spines, and its towering form nearly rivaled the city walls in height. Crab General Boss. Level 250. HP 2,350,000. Attack 82,000. Skills? Staring at the information panel of this colossal crab before him, Li Cheng was dumbfounded, glaring angrily at Sun Xiong. Didn't you say this treasure wasn't too dangerous? How did a level 250 monster appear? Chapter 170, Crab General. Crushing superiority in level. I've never been here before. How was I supposed to know something like this was inside? Faced with Li Cheng's accusation, Sun Xiong could only sigh helplessly. Damn it! Li Cheng gritted his teeth, forcing back the curse that nearly slipped out. Though deeply annoyed, he knew now wasn't the time to argue. Squeak! The crab lieutenant, its strike having missed, let out a strange roar. Simultaneously, it raised its massive claw once more, swinging it toward Lín Yìchén, Sun Xiong, and the others. Number 2, raise your shield. Sun Xiong bellowed at Sun Fa. Before the words had even left his mouth, Sun Fa had already stepped in front of the group, thrusting a massive bronze shield forward with both hands. Thud! The claw slammed squarely into the bronze shield, erupting in a thunderous crash. Sun Fa staggered back several steps from the impact, barely regaining his footing. For someone not yet at level 200, blocking a strike from the level 250 crab general was no small feat. Third brother, come with me. Target its legs first. Sun Xiong barked the order, simultaneously turning to Lín Yìchén, and the others. Don't just stand there. Come help. With that, he refocused his attention on the crab general, advancing alongside his brother Sun Yu. Sun Xiong swung his sword at the joint connecting the crab general's legs, clearly aiming to sever them and slow its movement. Sun Yu drew a black obsidian dagger and thrust it toward the joint of the other leg. We're in. Lín Yìchén didn't hesitate either. A pale green glow appeared around his hands as he charged forward at lightning speed. Lín Yìchén, Mo Shui, and Su Banmeng each drew their weapons, preparing to engage. By then, Sun Xiong and Sun Yu, who had initiated the attack, had already reached the crab general's leg joints. Swords and daggers raised simultaneously, they were about to strike down. Hum. In that instant, the crab general's 8 legs erupted with deep blue light, unleashing a terrifying force that slammed toward Sun Xiong and the others. Boom! Sun Xiong and Sun Yu, standing closest, were instantly struck. Their chests thudded with impact as they staggered backward, nearly losing their footing. Lín Yìchén, Bai, and Lín Yìchén, positioned farther away, were luckier and avoided the blast entirely. Big brother. Sun Fa's eyes blazed with fury upon seeing his 2 brothers injured. He swiftly rushed forward, raising his massive shield to shield them. Big brother, third brother, are you both okay? After securing the shield, Sun Fa turned to his brothers, a look of urgency flashing in his eyes. We're fine. Sun Xiong spat a mouthful of congealed blood to the side before shaking his head. At the same time, his gaze drifted toward Lín Yìchén, Bai, and Lín Yìchén standing not far away, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. Damn it, I shouldn't have charged so far forward. I was too careless. With that thought, he exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Fa and Sun Yu. The two immediately understood. Sun Fa immediately turned to the uninjured Lín Yìchén and the others. My brothers are injured. Let them rest for a moment. You all come with me. No problem. Lín Yìchén responded first, and Bai and Lín Yìchén had no objections either. Alright, then let's proceed. Sun Fa nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, a familiar voice cut through the air. Hum. Turning toward the sound, they saw that Crab General Sha was now completely enveloped in the same deep blue aura that had earlier repelled Sun Xiong and the others. Its eyes, once exceptionally clear, had turned a terrifying crimson. Has it entered a berserk state? Even the hot-tempered Lín Yìchén, upon seeing the Crab General in this state, instinctively took a step back. No wonder he hesitated. The Crab General's level dwarfed theirs by a staggering margin. Most of them hovered around level 190, not yet having completed their 4th job advancement. Facing a level 250 Crab General, they were a full 2 job advancements behind. In terms of raw stats alone, the Crab General already crushed them. Not to mention he was a boss-level enemy. Normally, only players who had completed their 4th job advancement were qualified to challenge such a boss. For them to attempt it would be nothing more than a suicide mission. If it weren't for their numbers giving them a sliver of hope, Lín Yìchén would have quit long ago. He admitted he could be reckless at times, but he wasn't stupid. What's there to fear? That buff won't last long. I'll buff your defense, let's stall it. Sun Fa shot Lín Yìchén a glare. Joking aside, with both his brothers injured, there was no way he'd let an outsider like you get away. Before he could finish speaking, Sun Fa clenched his fist over his heart, silently chanting incantations. A golden aura began spreading outward from him. Anyone caught within its glow saw a new buff appear on their status bar. Spirit of the Shield, defense plus 30, damage reduction plus 20, duration, 180 seconds. Then let's fight. Lín Yìchén gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. His muscles bulged as he charged straight at Crab General. Bai didn't hesitate either. He swiftly drew his bow and released a jade-green energy arrow that pierced the air toward Crab General. You too. Sun Fa turned to Lín Yìchén and the others, bellowing. No need to say more. Lín Yìchén's lips curved slightly. While this Crab General might be a formidable foe for others, it posed little threat to him. With the corrupted blade and Crimson Reaper talents boosting him, as long as the Crab General couldn't kill him instantly, he could wear the creature down to death. Before the words had even finished echoing, Lín Yìchén's figure vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside the Crab General. So fast. Sun Fa couldn't help but feel astonished. Clearly, Lín Yìchén wasn't high level, so how could he possess such blinding speed? What was that blade? Before he could ponder further, he noticed a blood-red long blade suddenly materialize in Lín Yìchén's hand. He hadn't seen him draw it at all. Sun Fa was certain this crimson blade had materialized out of thin air in Lín Yìchén's grasp. There was only one possible explanation. This blade must possess some means of concealing its presence. In other words, it could become invisible. A weapon possessing such properties could only be of platinum-grade quality or higher. Observing the blade's surface, which rippled like flowing blood, Sun Fa's conviction only deepened. This blade's grade must be diamond tier or even higher. With that thought, Sun Fa turned to look at his older brother. Sun Xiong was looking at him at that very moment. Their eyes met, and both saw a flicker of fervor in each other's gaze. But that intensity was quickly concealed. Their gazes returned to normal. Yet they failed to notice one thing. In the instant their eyes met, Imo Shui, standing nearby, happened to glance their way. Chapter 171, 18,000 per blade, plan adjusted. Though they concealed it well, Imo Shui still caught the greed lingering in their eyes. It was obvious. Imo Shui's brows furrowed slightly. After giving them a deep look, she paid them no further mind. Instead, she raised her staff and began chanting. As intricate incantations flowed forth, a beam of moonlight suddenly pierced the lake's surface, radiating an eerie tranquility. Yet the moment it touched the shell of the crab general, squeak! The crab general let out a piercing shriek, its health bar instantly dropping by 10%. Moonlight Radiance. An SS tier skill learnable after the Round Moon Mage's second job advancement, dealing 10% of the target's maximum HP as damage. Imo Shui knew her level was far too low. Normal attacks against the level 250 crab general were like tickling. Therefore, he immediately unleashed the skill powerful yet burdened by a 3-minute cooldown to help Lín Yìchén stun the crab general. Perfect timing. Lín Yìchén, blood shadow in hand, saw the crab general retreat in pain and instantly closed the distance with swift steps, unleashing a fierce blade strike. 183,220. Corrupted blade has been applied. 2 notification messages flashed before his eyes. The crab general's health bar dropped by 1 segment, while dark red traces of corruption spread across its shell. What incredible damage! Imo Shui and Lín Yìchén's swift counterattack instantly stunned Li Qing and the others nearby. Keep in mind, the crab general before them was a level 250 boss. Though its defense wasn't displayed on the interface, it was undoubtedly formidable. And yet, under the simultaneous assault of Lín Yìchén and Imo Shui, its health bar plummeted like water flowing down a slope, dropping nearly 1/5 in an instant. How absurd was that? They hadn't forgotten that when sharing their stats, Lín Yìchén had reported a level of only 129. Imo Shui's reported level was even lower than Lín Yìchén's, barely over 100. Among the three, Su Banmeng had the highest level and was widely regarded as the main damage dealer in Lín Yìchén's team. Yet before this main DPS even acted, the 2 others whom everyone considered deadweight had already whittled down Crab General's health this much? Bro, this doesn't add up, right? Sun Fa swallowed hard, turning to glance at Sun Xiong beside him, his tone tinged with unease. Hold on, let's see how this plays out. Sun Xiong shook her head, a hint of gravity flashing in her eyes. The strength displayed by Lín Yìchén and Imo Shui had completely disrupted their original plans. He had always assumed Su Banmeng was undoubtedly the strongest among Lín Yìchén's trio. After all, before recruiting Lín Yìchén's group, they had personally witnessed Su Banmeng unleash an ice attribute area of effect skill that killed the 1,000-legged insect king. They hadn't considered any other possibilities. Later, when they shared their class and level information, they heard that Lín Yìchén and Imo Shui were both just over level 100 and hadn't even completed their 3rd transformation yet. They didn't think much of it. Having Su Banmeng, whose level was comparable to theirs and whose class was an SS-tier powerhouse, was already sufficient. But now, he realized they had all misjudged the situation. They had completely underestimated Imo Shui and Lín Yìchén's true strength. Come here, I have a plan. Sun Xiong narrowed her eyes slightly, pulling the brothers close and whispering something to them. A flash of sharpness then darted through Sun Fa and Sun Yu's eyes as they nodded in silent agreement. Brother Lin, we're here to help. The next moment, the 2 shouted toward Lín Yìchén, who was battling Crab General, and charged forward swiftly. Lín Yìchén didn't turn to look after hearing their shouts, his gaze still fixed on Crab Little General. After taking his slash, the Crab Lieutenant had entered a frenzied state, each attack growing more ferocious than the last. The slightest lapse in focus could leave him exposed to a strike, leaving him no time to concern himself with others. Lín Yìchén knew full well that while his damage output was high, his health pool was paper thin. Even with the boosts from all sorts of gear and talents from the shady merchants, plus the health regeneration from the Crimson Reaper, he couldn't afford to be careless. After all, Crab General's level was undeniably high. He demanded serious attention. That bastard's health bar is dropping fast. The others noticed something peculiar at that moment. Despite landing a strike, Lín Yìchén hadn't swung a second blow. Instead, he'd been dodging the Crab General's attacks the entire time. Yet the Crab General seemed to be taking hits non-stop, his health bar plummeting at an alarming rate. He must be under some kind of persistent damage buff. Third brother, come with me. Sun Fa barked the order. Sun Yu understood instantly. In the blink of an eye, both were before the crab general, one shielding the front, the other thrusting a dagger fiercely at one of its legs. Thud! The dagger struck the crab lieutenant but didn't pierce through, instead being deflected back by its hard shell. Though it caused no visible damage, the action succeeded in enraging the crab general. Squeak! The crab general's bloodshot eyes instantly locked onto Sun Fa and Sun Yu. After battling Lín Yìchén for so long without landing a single hit, it was already seething with pent-up rage. Now, two little rats had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, perfect targets for venting its rage. The crab general swiftly redirected its attack, its massive claws shrouded in a deep blue aura shooting toward the pair's position. Sun Fa and Sun Yu didn't flinch at the sight. Instead, a smile curved their lips simultaneously. In the next instant, Sun Fa thrust his shield forward, shielding Sun Yu entirely behind it. The next instant, the claw slammed down onto the massive bronze shield. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Sun Fa, shield and all, was sent flying backward straight toward the position of Mo Shui and Su Banmeng. Second brother. Sun Yu's eyes widened in fury. With a roar, he sprinted toward the spot where Sun Fa had landed. Squeak! The crab general, thrilled to have finally taught these little rats a lesson, felt utterly exhilarated. He had no intention of letting the two off the hook and immediately charged toward Mo Shui and Su Banmeng. Boom! Boom! The ground trembled violently beneath the crab general's furious charge, its momentum overwhelming. Mo Shui, get behind me! Su Banmeng reacted instantly, pulling Mo Shui behind her before summoning a purple ice shield to block the attack. Squeak! Though massive in stature, the crab general moved with astonishing speed, closing in on the four in mere moments. Gurgle gurgle. It slowly raised its right claw. Rippling sounds echoed through the air. The group looked up to see the source of the noise, the lake water, sealed off from the city. A vast expanse of water broke through the invisible outer layer of the little dragon palace city, forming a massive, powerful water tornado that ultimately engulfed the crab general's right claw. Boom! In an instant, the right claw, now encased within the massive whirlpool, slammed toward the positions of Sun Fa and Sun Yu. But the two of them had already ducked behind Mo Shui and Su Banmeng without anyone noticing. Oh no! Lín Yìchén's heart cried out in alarm as his entire body shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring, hurtling toward Mo Shui and the others. Chapter 172, Two-Blade Slash. Massive experience. Lín Yìchén's reaction wasn't slow by any means. But the crab general, enraged beyond control, unleashed a claw attack wrapped in a massive water tornado far more ferocious than before. Boom! The massive crab claw slammed heavily against the Jian ice shield summoned by Su Banmeng, erupting in an earth-shattering roar. Crackle, crackle. Crackle, crackle. Squeak! Crab General felt an immense surge of satisfaction upon shattering the human's defense before him, immediately launching his next attack. Slowly raising its left claw, the familiar gurgling sound echoed once more. Countless streams of water surged through the sky canopy of Dragon Palace City, converging onto its terrifying giant claw. They coalesced into a water tornado even larger than the previous one. Seeing this, Su Banmeng, who bore the brunt of the attack, turned deathly pale. Yet she didn't freeze in place. Instead, she immediately unleashed her innate skill. Pure ice heart armor. In an instant, Su Banmeng and Mo Shui were enveloped in a layer of purple ice as thin as a cicada's wing. Though it appeared fragile, a keen observer could sense an indescribable resilience within it. After unleashing the Jian ice heart armor, Su Banmeng seemed to have exhausted all her strength, her already pale face growing even more bloodless. Facing the crab general whose might grew ever more formidable, a flicker of fear and despair crossed her eyes. Withstanding the crab general's first strike had nearly depleted her entire reservoir of magical energy. After all, the crab general was a level 250 monster. The fact that she had survived that blow unscathed was largely due to her SS-tier profession. Though she now wielded the Jiangběi Heartguard armor, she knew deep down that the crab general's strike was far more devastating than the previous one. Whether she could withstand it now depended entirely on luck. Gurgle gurgle. The instant the pure ice Heartguard appeared, Crab General had already prepared his assault. His left claw unleashed a massive water tornado, smashing violently toward Su Banmeng. Gritting her teeth, Su Banmeng summoned her last ounce of magical energy to form a Jiangběi shield before her, attempting to absorb the initial wave of damage. This was the final decision she could conceive of at that moment. But at that very moment, a crimson blade flashed from the distance, slicing clean through the joint of the Crab General's left claw. Splash! The Crab General's left claw froze mid-air, and the mighty water tornado dissipated in an instant. Immediately after, everyone witnessed a spray of bright green blood spurting from the Crab General's body. Plop, plop. Green blood fell like raindrops, splattering onto the crowd. Accompanying it was the Crab General's agonized, furious roar. Squeak! Squeak! Got your voice back? Shut it! But before it could roar again, a crimson blade flashed violently. This time, the General Crab's right claw was severed. Familiar green blood spurted forth. This time, the little Crab General did not roar. Instead, it collapsed onto the ground. Its 8 crab legs flailed a few times toward the sky before falling utterly still. Experience gained 9,877,211. Kill count 300. Soul energy 3. Congratulations on leveling up. Level 129,135. 4 core attributes enhanced. Free attribute points gained 6. Blood Shadow is highly satisfied with the blood consumed this time, damage boost +2. Line after line of notifications flashed before his eyes. Lín Yìchén gave them a quick glance before a thought struck him. The blood shadow in his hand dissolved into a pool of blood and vanished. It appeared as though he had absorbed it into his body. Are you both okay? Lín Yìchén turned to look at Su Banmeng and Imo Shui, asking with concern. We're fine. Su Banmeng's little head was still a bit dazed, clearly baffled by everything that had just transpired. She glanced at the crab general, now devoid of life, her eyes filled with questions. This level 250 boss monster just died like that? She knew Lín Yìchén was powerful and had witnessed him instantly defeat He Yangyang during the school-wide competition. But keep in mind, He Yangyang had only just broken through the 200 level mark. The crab general before her was a level 250, 5th transformation tier monster. Lín Yìchén actually took it down in 2 swings? Su Banmeng couldn't comprehend it. Imo Shui was similarly stunned. A rare flicker of shock finally appeared on his usually impassive face. As long as they're unharmed. Lín Yìchén was unaware of their thoughts. As long as neither was injured, nothing else mattered. Though it appeared he'd ended the fight with just 2 strikes, the greatest credit went to his corrupted blade talent. After applying corrupted blade to Crab General during his first strike, the effect remained active throughout. By the time he struck just now, Crab General's health bar was nearly depleted, and his inherent resistance had been significantly reduced. That's why he could so effortlessly sever those 2 claws. Otherwise, he would have had to activate Azura's Wrath just to save Su Banmeng and the others. It was a truly hair-raising close call. As this thought crossed his mind, Lín Yìchén's gaze drifted towards Sun Fa and Sun Yu, who were hiding behind Su Banmeng and Imo Shui. His expression grew icy. After drawing the crab general's attention, those two had immediately sprinted towards Su Banmeng and Imo Shui. Their intent was crystal clear. To claim it was an accident? Lín Yìchén wasn't buying it. As if sensing Lín Yìchén's gaze, the two snapped out of their shock. Holy crap, brother Lín, you're insane. Sun Fa spoke first, clapping enthusiastically as he lavished praise. A level 250 boss, taken down in just a few moves? Your strength is beyond belief. Yeah. If it weren't for you just now, we'd have been done for. There's no way we could have blocked those claws. Sun Yu quickly chimed in with his own flattery. You couldn't block them? Oof, looks like neither of you even tried. Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly. Not at all. We were just too scared, completely terrified. Sun Fa hastily explained, I just reacted in time and was about to help Miss Su and brother Mo shoulder the attack together when you struck first. There really wasn't enough time. Is that so? Lín Yìchén crossed his arms, adopting an expression as if watching a clown perform. As if he were a fool? How could he not see their intentions? They'd clearly planned this, first draw the crab general's attention, then immediately dash toward Su Banmeng. Their target was obviously Su Banmeng and Imo Shui. As for their motives, Lín Yìchén had his suspicions, but couldn't be certain. Chapter 173, 2 more Demon King bosses? We really didn't mean to, brother Lín. You saw it yourself when the crab general appeared, we 3 were the first to charge in. We absolutely didn't intend to set you up. Sun Qiong said with a look of sincerity. Oof. This time, I'll let it slide. But if I catch you pulling this stunt again, the 3 of us won't be joining you next time. Lín Yìchén's face darkened with anger as he snorted coldly. It seemed as though Sun Qiong and his 2 brothers had successfully swayed him. The Sun brothers believed that too. Of course. We promise there won't be a next time. Sun Qiong patted his chest emphatically. Sun Fa and Sun Yu both breathed a sigh of relief, their gazes toward Lín Yìchén now tinged with a hint of mockery. Heh, typical kid fooled by a few words. If this had been a seasoned veteran with more experience, things wouldn't have been so simple. Even if they didn't turn hostile, they'd have to give up a significant chunk of the profits. But what they didn't know was, Lín Yìchén appeared to drop the matter, but in truth, he had already sentenced them to death in his mind. The only reason he hadn't turned on them yet was because they still had some use. After all, this Dragon Palace secret realm had been accessed through their trio. As the initiators, Sun Qiong and the others undoubtedly held crucial information about the realm. To kill them prematurely and risk missing out on the realm's most crucial treasure would be a tremendous waste. Let them live a little longer. Lín Yìchén suppressed the look of resentment on his face, regaining his composure. He turned to look at Su Banmeng and Imo Shui, whispering, Stay close to me. Don't fall behind. After instructing the 2, Lín Yìchén began inspecting his profession panel. Kill count, 46,810,000. Just slaying that crab general added a whopping 300 points to my kill count. No wonder it's a level 250 boss. Glancing at the newly added 300 points on his killing count panel, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but be stunned. From the moment he broke through to the A-rank Blood Sea Azura class until today, his total kill count had only reached 168 points. But this single crab general had just skyrocketed his tally by 300 points, a veritable fortune. If all the monsters in Dragon Palace City were on par with the crab general, wouldn't this expedition be an absolute goldmine? For Lín Yìchén, monsters of the crab general's caliber posed little threat. Currently, the only real threats to him were likely 250-level Demon King tier bosses or 300-level monsters. After all, while his damage output and healing abilities were high, his own health pool was still quite low. In other words, Lín Yìchén wasn't afraid of high HP, he feared high attack power. Sun Xiong, you can speak now. What's the deal with this crab general? You're asking me? Who should I ask? I told you this is a treasure-filled secret realm. We've never been here before. Who knew the gatekeeper of Dragon Palace City would be this kind of monster? Lín Yìchén was still examining his stats panel when Sun Xiong and Li Qing started bickering. Bull! You know something? Li Qing glared at Sun Xiong, his eyes wide as saucers. When that crab general appeared earlier, he'd nearly taken a solid whack from those claws. A single hit from a level 250 boss would have peeled the skin off him, if not killed him outright. Back then, Sun Xiong and the others had assured him repeatedly that the danger level inside this treasure dungeon wasn't high. Seeing that Sun Xiong and the others were all around level 190, similar to his own level, he had agreed to come along. But who could have imagined that the very first enemy they encountered after entering the realm would be this formidable, nearly 60 levels higher than him? This was completely beyond his expectations. If the monsters ahead were all on par with Crab General, he'd seriously consider quitting midway. The clues about divine great equipment were indeed tempting, but not so much that he'd risk his life for them. Just as the two stood locked in a standoff, Su Banmeng's voice suddenly rang out. Li Qing is right. If you truly know something, you'd better speak up now, before something like that happens again. Everyone turned to see Su Banmeng, who had approached unnoticed. She stood nearby, arms crossed, her expression stern as she watched them. If one looked closely, a trace of lingering terror could still be glimpsed in her eyes. No wonder Crab General had genuinely startled her earlier. Had Lín Yìchén not intervened in time, she knew she wouldn't have survived that blow. She had no desire to experience such extreme danger again. Sun Xiong, look, everyone's waiting. Stop beating around the bush and just tell us everything you know. With Su Banmeng joining them, Li Qing felt much more confident. Lín Yìchén and Mo Shui now stood behind Su Banmeng, and even the usually inconspicuous Blank approached Li Qing's side. Seeing this, Sun Xiong's eyes narrowed thoughtfully, while his two brothers' expressions darkened considerably. Lín Yìchén and the others showed no urgency, simply standing their ground as they waited for Sun Xiong's decision. After a long pause, Sun Xiong finally spoke. We did withhold information from you, but let me make this clear first that Crab General completely caught us off guard. And what we know is limited. Who cares how much? Spit it out. Hearing Sun Xiong's admission, Li Qing's eyes widened instantly, his temper flaring up immediately. Still, he forced himself to suppress the urge to punch someone, gritting his teeth to hear what exactly Sun Xiong was hiding. We don't know much either. Sun Xiong shrugged helplessly, just that this little Dragon Palace City has 2 Demon King level bosses. Beyond that, I really don't know anything else. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been ambushed by that Crab General the moment I entered the city. I was the first wave to get ambushed. If I knew the inside scoop, how could I have put myself in such a dangerous situation? You agree, right? Poof. At least you know when to shut up. Seeing Sun Xiong didn't seem to be lying, Li Qing snorted coldly and dropped the questioning. But Kong Bai, standing nearby, wasn't satisfied. Furrowing his brow, he snapped, You say there are 2 Demon King level bosses inside this little Dragon Palace City? So that crab little general was just an appetizer? You've got to be kidding me. The moment these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Li Qing, whose expression had just begun to ease slightly, suddenly stiffened. He hadn't fully considered it before, but now, prompted by Kong Bai's words, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Didn't this mean that 2 creatures far more terrifying than the Crab General were waiting for them further ahead? How could they possibly defeat them? There was an unbridgeable chasm between a boss level and a Demon King level foe. Defeating the Crab Lieutenant didn't mean they could take down a 250 level Demon King tier boss. Wait, defeating Crab General. Li Qing suddenly turned to Lín Yìchén, then strode quickly before him. Brother Lin, tell me honestly, what is your true strength? Chapter 174, Withdrawing Midway? Sun Xiong was furious. After Li Qing's question, Sun Xiong and the others simultaneously turned their gaze toward Lín Yìchén. Indeed, they had nearly forgotten that just moments ago, Lín Yìchén had dispatched the Crab General with a mere 3 strikes. Though none could fathom how a professional of lower rank than theirs could deal such devastating damage. But Lín Yìchén had undeniably demonstrated his prowess. With him on their side, the 2 Demon King tier bosses ahead weren't impossible to handle. Just as these thoughts crossed their minds, Lín Yìchén shook his head, a hint of resignation crossing his face. I only defeated that Crab General by using a secret technique with severe side effects when I saw my teammates in danger. I won't be able to handle the next 2 Demon King level bosses. Is that really the case? Li Qing's face clouded with disappointment upon hearing this. He had suspected as much, for Lín Yìchén's level was far too low to match the power he had displayed. Now it seemed their suspicions were confirmed. Lín Yìchén had indeed resorted to some unconventional methods to slay the crab general. The faint glimmer of hope that had just begun to rise in everyone's hearts dimmed once more. Unlike Li Qing and Kong Bai, whose eyes were filled with disappointment. Though the Sun brothers appeared visibly disheartened, they were inwardly filled with immense relief. Lín Yìchén had only defeated Crab General through unconventional means. This was excellent news for them. Just moments ago, they had been fretting over how to deal with the unpredictable Lín Yìchén. Now, he posed no threat to them anymore. As for the two Demon King level bosses ahead? Sun Xiong sneered inwardly. He had only mentioned two Demon King level bosses. He hadn't said that the Secret Realm's grand prize required defeating the bosses to obtain. With that thought, he cleared his throat and addressed the group. Let's not overthink it. Crab General was among the strongest in Dragon Palace City. His death is nothing short of fantastic news for us, right? Besides, since we've come this far, are any of you willing to turn back now? After hearing Sun Xiong's words, Li Cheng and Kong Bai still wore hesitation on their faces. The two exchanged glances before turning their eyes back to Sun Xiong. I've made my decision. We're out. If you want to throw yourselves to their deaths, go ahead. You're backing out? Sun Xiong's brows furrowed at this, his expression darkening. We've come this far, don't you even want to take a look inside? Are you really content to just turn back? What if those two Demon King bosses at the end are only level 200? Ha! The Gatekeeper boss alone is level 250. Who'd believe the two Demon King bosses behind it are only level 200? Li Qing snorted coldly, already dismissing Sun Xiong's words. Don't waste your breath on them. Let's just leave. Kong Bai acted decisively, pulling Li Qing toward the exit. Halt! Seeing their resolute stance, Sun Xiong grew frantic and barked at them, hoping to make them turn back. But Li Cheng and Kong Bai seemed to have coordinated their actions. Neither of them turned back to acknowledge him, both heading straight for the cave entrance through which the group had entered. Before long, their figures vanished from sight. Damn cowards! Sun Xiong cursed furiously, his eyes filled with regret. Though the true treasures within this little dragon palace didn't require defeating those two demon kings to obtain. But to reach it, they had to defeat a minor gatekeeper boss akin to Crab General. Thus, Li Cheng and Kong Bai's combat strength was absolutely indispensable. Now that they'd left, Sun Xiong's head was spinning. What to do? Her gaze shifted to Lín Yìchén and his two companions standing nearby. Her eyes swept over them once before finally settling on Su Banmeng. What about you? Are you staying or leaving? Sun Xiong asked aloud. A flicker of hope flickered in his eyes. If Lín Yìchén and the others stayed, Su Banmeng would be a significant asset. Prompted by Sun Xiong's question, Su Banmeng and Mo Shui both turned their gaze toward Lín Yìchén. Before leaving the school, the three had already discussed that while traveling, they would follow Lín Yìchén's lead in everything. Neither had any objections to this arrangement. After all, Lín Yìchén's performance at the school-wide competition had been exceptionally brilliant, and crucially, he had the backing of the school board. Either point alone proved Lín Yìchén was far more suited to be the team leader than either of them. We're not leaving. Feeling their gazes upon him, Lín Yìchén's lips curved into a faint smile as he chose to stay. Excellent. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Sun Xiong was overjoyed at this. He'd feared Lín Yìchén and the others might choose to leave as well, which would have spelled trouble for them. But let me make this clear, even though we're staying, the next time danger arises, you three will still be the ones leading the charge. Lín Yìchén said sternly. Of course. I promised, didn't I? Sun Xiong nodded cheerfully, accepting the arrangement readily. After settling the matter, both teams moved on without lingering. After leaving the main gate of Xiaolong Palace City. After walking inward for a while, they arrived at a fork in the road. Which way now? Lín Yìchén looked at Sun Xiong and asked. Left. Sun Xiong pointed to a street resembling an ancient market quarter. The street was mostly lined with low courtyard houses, devoid of any signs of life except for the occasional green-shelled crab scuttling along the pavement. There's nothing on this road. Lín Yìchén took a quick look around. Are you sure it's safe? Crunch. Sun Xiong stepped on a crab scuttling sideways and chuckled. Whether it's the right path or not, we'll find out once we walk through, won't we? Alright, you lead the way. Lín Yìchén gestured for them to proceed. Sun Xiong and the others didn't say much, simply leading the way into the street. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén followed with Su Banmeng and Mo Shui in tow. They walked for a while without encountering anything unusual. The silence felt eerily unsettling. Throughout the journey, Lín Yìchén silently observed the expressions of Sun Xiong and the others. Though he feared them not, he remained ever vigilant. The two groups, one in front and one behind, soon reached the end of the street. A stone statue with the head of a dragon and the body of a human suddenly came into view. What was this? Lín Yìchén's gaze settled on the statue as he studied it closely, sensing an inexplicable aura emanating from it. This must be it. Sun Xiong and the other two, however, suddenly grew excited upon seeing the statue, as if they had known of its existence all along. Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the trio's visibly agitated expressions. He silently kept his guard up. Judging by their intense reactions, this statue must hold significant importance to them. He would have to keep a close eye on them later. Chapter 175, The Dragon King Statue. The true secret? Look, isn't that statue's eyes moving? Just as Lín Yìchén was deep in thought, Su Banmeng's voice abruptly snapped him back to reality. The eyes moved? Lín Yìchén jolted in surprise, immediately retreating several steps to maintain a safe distance from the statue. Once steady on his feet, he fixed his gaze upon the statue's face. Sure enough, he saw the emotionless eyes slowly rotating within their sockets. The instant Lín Yìchén looked at it, the statue looked back at him. Their gaze locked for only a few seconds before the statue's pedestal began rumbling. Before the astonished crowd, the dragon-headed, human-bodied statue slowly stepped down from its pedestal. Simultaneously, a data panel simultaneously appeared before everyone's eyes. Dragon King Statue Elite Grade. Level 200. HP 600,000 ATK 31,500. Skills none. An elite monster. Upon seeing the stone statue come to life, Sun Xiong and the other two reacted swiftly, retreating directly to the front of Lín Yìchén and the others. Their faces wore looks of sheer panic, as if utterly terrified by this stone statue monster. Brother Lin, this monster is only level 200. We should be able to take it down together. What do you think? Sun Xiong turned to Lín Yìchén and asked. Alright, but we'll stick to the plan. You go first. Lín Yìchén nodded without objection. Of course, my word is my bond. The three of us will definitely lead the charge for you. Sun Xiong patted his chest in assurance. No problem. But I'll be upfront, since I used a secret technique earlier, I can't fight right now. My teammates will have to support you instead. Lín Yìchén's tone carried a hint of resignation. No problem. Sun Xiong agreed without hesitation. He hadn't expected much from Lín Yìchén anyway. The key player was Su Banmeng in their team. Alright then, Banmeng, you go assist them. Lín Yìchén stepped aside, allowing Su Banmeng to step forward. Simultaneously, he gave Su Banmeng a subtle nod. Su Banmeng understood Lín Yìchén's meaning. After a slight nod, she gracefully stepped forward to stand before him. Miss Su, we three brothers will cover your front line. Just focus on dealing damage. Sun Xiong grinned widely, tossing out the words before charging forward with Sun Fa and Sun Yu. Whoosh! The very instant the three charged forward, the stone statue swung its fist toward them. Sun Fa had already raised his massive bronze shield, thrusting it forward to meet the blow. The statue's fist slammed squarely into the shield. Boom! A wave of force rippled outward from the shield, sending Sun Fa staggering backward several steps, proof of the sheer power behind that strike. After blocking the statue's strike, Sun Xiong and Sun Yu had already flanked the statue on either side. Fierce Wind Fist. Dragon Ascension Strike. Two fierce attacks slammed directly into the statue's legs. Already slow-moving and still stiff from its previous attack, the statue took the full brunt of both strikes. 23,119. 18,892. Two damage numbers instantly flashed on the screen. The statue's health bar dropped sharply by a small segment. Seeing their attacks land, Sun Xiong and Sun Yu couldn't help but let the corners of their mouths curve upward, clearly satisfied with the damage dealt. Frostbite Blast. Su Banmeng raised her staff and chanted. Instantly, the statue was engulfed by a blizzard formed from purple Jian ice. 5,733. 8,241. 6,690. As the primal ice blizzard took effect, the statue's health bar slowly drained like flowing water. Though each damage number didn't exceed 10,000, the blizzard's duration was exceptionally long. Truly worthy of an SS tier class, choosing her was absolutely the right call. Watching Su Banmeng's terrifying damage output before her eyes, Sun Xiong couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. When they first encountered Lín Yìchén and the others, he had witnessed Su Banmeng unleash this frozen blast once. Even then, he'd sensed the skill's sustained damage was terrifyingly high, and now it was confirmed. With Su Banmeng on their side, taking down this Dragon King statue would be a breeze. This thought fueled Sun Xiong's determination. His fist steadily gathered a bluish-gray glow as he unleashed punch after punch at the Dragon King statue before him. The Dragon King statue attempted to retaliate, but each attack was blocked by Sun Fa's massive bronze shield. The battle raged fiercely until nearly 10 minutes had passed, and finally, the statue's health bar was depleted. Take this final blow. Sun Xiong grinned, his right arm slightly bent as a much denser, bluish-gray glow began to gather slowly on his fist. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, a figure suddenly appeared in his vision. Following closely behind was a silver-white blade of light. Swish! The gray-white stone dragon head rolled to the ground. The statue's body froze rigid in place, then with a thunderous crash, the entire stone figure collapsed to the ground. Experience gained, 1,123,445. Kill count, 50. Soul energy 06. Ha! It actually gives me a kill count? Score. Seeing the pop-up notifications before him, Lín Yìchén's heart leapt with delight. He'd only come to snatch kills on a whim, never expecting this stone statue monster to actually grant him a kill count. Seems like any monster, regardless of type, should give him a kill count. Brother Lin, what are you doing? Seeing the kill snatched away from her grasp, Sun Xiong froze for a moment before her expression darkened. Didn't you say you had no combat power right now? I saw it was nearly dead, so I thought I'd test how much damage I could still deal. Never expected to one-shot it. Lín Yìchén shrugged his shoulders, indicating it was truly an accident. Accident? I think you did it on purpose. Or rather, you did it on purpose by accident. Sun Xiong inwardly grumbled, but he didn't press the issue. The kill was gone, but the experience he was due wouldn't be affected. Aside from the slight loss of face, it wasn't a big deal. Besides, now wasn't the time to be worrying about face. This stone statue was far from a simple monster. The true secret of the little dragon palace lay hidden within it. Alright, now that the statue's dealt with, let's move on. Lín Yìchén casually kicked the dragon head lying on the ground and prepared to leave. Hey, why did you kick it? But Sun Xiong, seeing this, seemed to lose her temper. She rushed forward and shielded the dragon head. Lín Yìchén frowned at the sight, his gaze settling on the seemingly ordinary dragon head. Sun Xiong seemed to realize her overreaction and hurriedly explained, this is an elite-level monster. We can't just kill it without looting it. What if it drops something good? Chapter 176, Dragon Palace City Lord's Hall. Please vote. You have a point. Lín Yìchén nodded, though a nagging doubt stirred within him. Earlier when they killed Crab General, Sun Xiong hadn't mentioned looting at all. Why was she suddenly so eager to loot an elite-level monster now? Something's off, really off. Of course. Brother Lin, let me tell you, when it comes to luck, I'm top-notch. Sun Xiong breathed a silent sigh of relief after pulling off the bluff, then immediately crouched down before the dragon's head. Watch me search it. If I find anything good, we split it 50-50 between our two teams. As he spoke, he began running his hands over the stone dragon head. Lín Yìchén didn't stop him, instead watching silently from the side. He was curious to see what tricks this fellow could pull. One thing was certain, this Dragon King statue was no ordinary artifact. Judging by Sun Xiong and the others' reactions when they first encountered it, and Sun Xiong's sudden proposal after destroying the statue, the thing they were searching for was most likely this very Dragon King statue. And the key to this Dragon King statue most likely lay within its dragon head. Otherwise, why would Sun Xiong have reacted so intensely just from him casually kicking the dragon's head? A short while later. Nothing here. What a pity. After fumbling around the dragon's head for a while without finding any useful loot, Sun Xiong couldn't help but sigh. Brother Lin, let's go. You saw it yourself, this statue has nothing. And to think I actually believed it might drop something worthwhile. Leave? Leave for where? Lín Yìchén merely snorted coldly at the suggestion, showing no intention of leaving. What do you mean? Sun Xiong's expression shifted slightly, while Sun Fa and Sun Yu beside him grew visibly tense. You only searched the head. You haven't searched the body yet. Lín Yìchén pointed at the stone statue's torso. Since we've started searching, why not finish it? Ah, you mean that? My brain's gone blank, I almost forgot. Sun Xiong paused, then gave an awkward chuckle before walking toward the statue's torso. Sun Fa and Sun Yu, standing nearby, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Close call, we almost blew our cover. That's what they thought to themselves. But what they didn't notice was that the moment Sun Xiong turned away, a flicker of confusion crossed Lín Yìchén's eyes. What exactly had Sun Xiong taken from the dragon's head? Lín Yìchén had been watching Sun Xiong the entire time, precisely to prevent him from pulling any sneaky tricks. But that was precisely the strange part. Lín Yìchén was certain Sun Xiong hadn't taken anything from the dragon head, just now it wouldn't have escaped his notice. Yet Sun Xiong's reaction told him that Sun Xiong had undoubtedly accomplished his objective. Why else would he rush to leave after searching the dragon's head? He'd even volunteered to loot the place, yet after all that searching, he only took the dragon head? He didn't even glance at the main body? This was simply too peculiar. Sun Xiong fumbled around the statue's torso for a while longer. Still, he found nothing. Brother Lin, looks like my luck's out today. What a shame. Sun Xiong returned with a chuckle, scratching his head awkwardly as he spoke. But that's not what you said earlier. Your luck's worse than mine. Lín Yìchén looked utterly speechless. If I'd searched it, we might have found something. Next time I'll definitely let Brother Lin go, okay? Sun Xiong laughed it off, then added, we can head out now. The main hall of Xiaolong Palace should be up ahead, the treasure must be inside. As he spoke, he pointed toward the distant, resplendent golden palace. Clearly, that palace complex was the core structure of the entire Little Dragon Palace City. By all logic, the greatest treasure of the Little Dragon Palace City should be hidden within that main hall. But Lín Yìchén didn't buy Sun Xiong's nonsense for a second. He didn't show it, though. He just nodded. Alright, no time to waste. Let's hurry over. No problem. Sun Xiong chuckled, then immediately took the lead once more, marching ahead with his two brothers. Lín Yìchén and his two companions continued to follow behind them. This time, however, Lín Yìchén kept a slightly closer watch than before. Sun Xiong and her two brothers, however, were completely preoccupied. Standing close together, they were now whispering something to each other. "Big brother, did we get the goods?" "Got it. Everything's going according to plan." That kid probably thinks you came up empty-handed." "Big bro, little does he know we only needed the secret access mark engraved inside the dragon head. Retrieving that mark won't make a sound." "Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let them hear us." Sun Xiong shot a fierce glare at Sun Yu, whose grin stretched almost to his ears, and warned him. What's there to fear? We're this far away, how could they possibly hear us?" Sun Yu shrugged it off, glancing over his shoulder after speaking. Seeing that a considerable distance indeed separated them, he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Once the Dragon King statue was dealt with, Lín Yìchén and his two companions would hold no further value to them. Three naive youngsters, indeed. They'd been played and didn't even realize it. Probably still daydreaming about that treasure they'd get later, huh? Sun Yu's mind was filled with cold laughter. The group pressed onward. Soon, they arrived at the gates of the resplendent golden palace. The palace doors stood wide open, as if eagerly awaiting Lín Yìchén and his companions' arrival. "Brother Lin, be extremely cautious once we enter. Those final two Demon King bosses are likely waiting inside." Sun Xiong approached Lín Yìchén and offered a kind warning. "Thanks, we'll be careful." Lín Yìchén responded with sincere gratitude. "Alright, let's head inside then." Sun Xiong said no more, turning to lead the group through the palace gates and into the palace grounds. The first sight to greet them was a vast open space resembling a training ground. A large drum stood at the center of the training ground, flanked by 2 rows of weapon racks. The weapon racks contained swords, spears, halberds, and every type of weapon imaginable, all in impeccable condition, not a speck of dust settled upon them. It looked as though they were regularly used. Just as this question arose in Lín Yìchén's mind, a hunched figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the most gilded and magnificent hall within the palace grounds. The moment he appeared, all eyes were instantly drawn to him. As they recognized the figure's true form, a look of solemnity flashed in their eyes. To describe him as stooped might not be entirely accurate. For the true reason behind his grotesque form was the enormous, pitch-black turtle shell he carried upon his back. Tortoise Junior Chancellor Demon King Tier Boss. Level 250. HP 2,800,000. Attack 93,566. Skills? Intruders into Xiaolong Palace City will be slain without mercy. The little turtle chancellor slowly raised his wrinkled face, his pitch-black pupils brimming with overflowing murderous intent. Gazing at the turtle junior chancellor before him, whose stats were so high, Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes slightly, gesturing for Su Banmeng and Mo Shui to retreat. He could sense that the danger posed by this little turtle chancellor far exceeded that of the little crab general by more than one level. Chapter 177, The Terror of the Turtle Junior Chancellor. Beneath the water curtain, murderous intent flared. The instant the turtle junior chancellor appeared, Lín Yìchén and the others instantly felt an immense wave of pressure wash over them. "Captain Sun, according to our..." Lín Yìchén was about to speak. Sun Xiong cut him off mid-sentence. "Brother Lin, the 3 of us are going first, don't let us down." With that said, Sun Xiong charged ahead, leading his 2 brothers straight toward the position of the little chancellor. This made Lín Yìchén swallow the words he had just been about to speak. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. What was going on? When they encountered the Crab Junior General earlier, none of Sun Xiong's trio had shown such eagerness. Why, upon encountering the even more formidable little Chancellor Turtle, did they suddenly become so chivalrous? Could it be that he had misunderstood them? "You 3 follow behind me and provide long-range support." Since Sun Xiong and the others were so eager, Lín Yìchén saw no reason to linger. He immediately brought Su Banmeng and Mo Shui to the rear of Sun Xiong and the others. Whoosh! A piercing whistle cut through the air. As Sun Xiong and the others charged toward him, the little turtle chancellor waved his right hand. Instantly, a massive spear flew out from the weapon rack standing in the training ground. This fine iron spear stood 2 meters tall, its tip gleaming with a sharp, icy glint. The moment the little turtle chancellor grasped it, his aura surged violently, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent. "Exterminate them all." His jet-black pupils abruptly turned deep crimson, and in the next instant, his entire form vanished. "Second brother, raise your shield." Sun Xiong, leading the charge, bellowed at Sun Fa. But Sun Fa seemed utterly petrified, frozen in place, trembling violently. "Big brother, I..." He turned to look at Sun Xiong beside him, but before he could finish his sentence, "Put." A cold gleam flashed like a silver snake, piercing straight through his throat. Blood spurted out. Sun Xiong's eyes widened in shock, then a flash of fury erupted across his face. "You bastard! How dare you kill my second brother? I'll kill you!" With that, he gathered his strength and launched a punch straight at the Turtle Junior Chancellor. But before his fist could land, the young Chancellor's spear arrived first. Thud! The spear had pierced Sun Xiong's throat like it was unguarded territory, meeting no resistance whatsoever. The next second, The silver serpent flashed again. Sun Yu collapsed to the ground. In less than a minute, all three of Sun Xiong's men had met their end. This scene was utterly terrifying. Lín Yìchén, we should leave now. Su Banmeng watched with her heart pounding, already preparing to flee. What a joke. Sun Xiong and the other two, whose strength was nearly equal to hers, couldn't even last a minute against this little turtle's hands. If she were to face him, she'd meet the same fate. Even Lín Yìchén couldn't withstand such a terrifying boss, right? Something felt off. But Lín Yìchén didn't answer her directly. Instead, his gaze fixed intently on the bodies of Sun Xiong and the other two lying on the ground. Weird. Very weird. Even if this turtle little chancellor was a level 250 demon king boss, it shouldn't have been able to kill them this quickly. The level gap between them was only 50 or 60. In a fight, they'd inevitably be crushed by the turtle little chancellor, but it shouldn't have happened this swiftly. 3 had been slain. 3 remained. Lín Yìchén had no time to ponder further. After pulling his spear from Sun Yu's throat, the turtle little chancellor turned his gaze directly toward Lín Yìchén and his group. He's looking at us. What do we do? Su Banmeng's entire body tensed, her face flushed with panic. Beside her, Mo Shue's eyes were equally heavy with gravity. Don't be afraid. I'm here. He can't hurt you. Lín Yìchén offered a reassuring word. He wasn't boasting. The turtle little chancellor before them might look terrifying, and his feat of taking down the Sun Xiong brothers in a single minute was indeed formidable. But to him, this wasn't a significant threat. As long as he simultaneously activated Azura's Wrath and Blood Sea Domain, he could ensure the little turtle chancellor met his end within the duration of Azura's Wrath's control. Compared to Yin Yang, it would be like cutting a few extra blows. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lín Yìchén's pupils suddenly contracted. Gone. The bodies of Sun Xiong and the other two lying on the ground had vanished. This is bad, it's a trap. Lín Yìchén immediately scanned his surroundings, searching for the vanished trio. Sure enough. As he looked toward the entrance of the training ground, he spotted 3 figures sneaking away. You think you can escape? Lín Yìchén bellowed. Sun Xiong and the other two, already at the doorway, visibly flinched. Then, abandoning all pretense, they broke into a run toward the exit. Faking death to escape? You fooled this old man. The little turtle chancellor witnessed this scene, his pitch-black pupils brimming with murderous intent. Never mind. Once I deal with these 3 before me, I'll come for your lives. As long as you're within the Dragon Palace city, there's nowhere for you to run. The turtle junior chancellor shifted his gaze back to Lín Yìchén nearby. Lín Yìchén withdrew his gaze as well. Both men locked eyes. It seems we must settle this quickly. Quickly finish it? You brat, you're truly audacious. Hearing this, the turtle junior chancellor couldn't help but sneer with contempt. But before his words had fully left his mouth, a blood-red radiance suddenly blossomed around Lín Yìchén. In the next instant, the little turtle chancellor felt as though he'd lost control of his own body. His entire body froze in place, utterly immobilized. Azura's Wrath unleashed. Blood Sea Realm activate. A blood-red long blade appeared in Lín Yìchén's hand. The surrounding ground transformed into a sea of blood. The next moment, Lín Yìchén swept in like a shadow, a streak of crimson light suddenly slicing through the chest of the little chancellor. 167-3699. A staggering damage number erupted above the little turtle chancellor's head. 1,673,000. That single strike instantly slashed over half of the little turtle chancellor's health bar. The little turtle chancellor was utterly dumbfounded. Is this even human? Where's my health bar? The momentum from just a minute ago, when he had slaughtered Sun Xiong and his 2 men, had vanished without a trace. Instead, a look of sheer terror spread across his wrinkled face. Much like the little turtle chancellor. As Lín Yìchén's teammates, Su Banmeng and Mo Shui were both dumbfounded. This can't be right? What happened to the terrifying little turtle chancellor? What happened to the 250 ultimate boss? How come after Lín Yìchén landed a single blow, his health bar plummeted by more than half? But their shot didn't last long. Lín Yìchén's voice rang out, Mo Shui, you two go after Sun Xiong and the others. Stay close behind them. I'll be right there. Got it. Mo Shui quickly agreed, then without waiting for Su Banmeng to react, grabbed her and dashed straight after the direction Sun Xiong and the others had fled. Meanwhile, Lín Yìchén was already poised and ready. Second strike, I understand you. His dark pupils were cold, his eyes blazing with murderous intent as the blood-stained blade in his hand instantly swung out. The crimson blade light slammed into the chest of the little chancellor. 182-2699. A flicker of confusion and hatred passed through the little turtle chancellor's eyes before his entire body collapsed backward. Chapter 178, 1/1 Kill. Su Banmeng's Horror. Xiaolong Palace City. Outside the Grand Hall. Sun Xiong and the other two raced down the street, their expressions frantic. Their eyes were fixed on the location of the Dragon King's stone statue. Brother, that little turtle official is truly terrifying. We weren't even a match for him in a single exchange. Sun Fa said, still trembling with fear. Ha! So what? Didn't we escape thanks to third brother's feigned death? Sun Xiong's mood lifted and he laughed heartily. Their survival owed entirely to third brother Sun Yu's innate skill, Night Clone. This talent grants an ally a buff called substitute absorption. When fatal damage is received, the clone steps in to take the hit. In other words, at the very moment they were pierced by the little Chancellor's spear, what remained behind was actually the decoy left by the Dark Knight clone. This talent has saved the lives of the three brothers countless times. Its only drawback is the ridiculously long cooldown. It takes a whole month to recharge after each use. We were rushing to our deaths just now. We weren't taking it seriously. If we'd actually fought him head-on, we could have lasted at least 10 moves against that guy. Sun Yu chuckled. Sun Fa nodded in agreement. True enough. I didn't even draw my shield. If it came down to it, I'm confident I could withstand a few of his shots. But that little turtle Chancellor is terrifying, truly worthy of being a level 250 Demon King boss. Hearing this, a cold smile spread across Sun Xiong's face. So what? Now it's not us who are anxious, it's those three who should be sweating bullets. Yeah, big brother's right. Sun Yu sneered coldly as well. Right now, that kid Lín Yìchén is probably nothing but a corpse by now, right? Of course. Without the three of us, how could they possibly hold out? Sun Xiong's laughter grew more maniacal. That Lin kid may be cautious, but compared to us old hands who've been in the game for years, he's still too green. Hope he learns his lesson in his next life. Ha! Laughter echoed around them. As they spoke, the three brothers approached the stone statue. Sun Xiong led the other two to the stone platform beneath the statue and pressed both hands directly onto it. The instant his hands touched the platform, a blue light instantly burst forth from the platform, followed by a hidden door appearing before their eyes. Success! After opening the secret passage, Sun Xiong's face lit up with delight. They'd never guessed the most precious treasure in this little dragon palace city was hidden beneath such an inconspicuous stone platform. Of course not. This top secret intel was hard-won by S3 brothers. Sun Fa grinned widely. The key to unlocking the secret passage is hidden within the Dragon King statue's head. Simply touch it, and the key's imprint will be transferred to your hand. What are we waiting for? According to the treasure map, once we open this passageway, descending leads directly to the treasure's location. This is the final gate. Sun Yu rubbed his hands together impatiently. Oh? So that means you guys are no longer needed? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind the trio. The trio froze in shock, whirling around in unison. Lín Yìchén! How the hell are you still alive? Upon recognizing the figure, Sun Xiong was utterly dumbfounded. Standing behind them were none other than the three people they had left behind in the main hall earlier, Lín Yìchén and his companions. What the hell was going on? By all accounts, shouldn't Lín Yìchén and his group have been killed by the little turtle Chancellor by now? How could they possibly be here? What on earth had gone wrong? Lín Yìchén surveyed the stunned trio, a cold gleam flashing in his dark eyes. How we came to stand here is none of your concern. Right now, you only need to know one thing. He stepped forward, a crimson blade materializing in his hand. You three won't live much longer. As he spoke, Lín Yìchén's figure moved like a ghost, already standing before Sun Xiong and the others. Damn it, he must have used the same escape technique as us. Running away would have been one thing, but to actually come looking for trouble? And spouting such arrogance here? Does he really think we leveled up to over 190 for nothing? A fierce glint flashed in Sun Xiong's eyes. Sun Fa and Sun Yu immediately drew their weapons, ready for battle. But in the next instant, a flash of crimson light streaked like lightning across their pupils. Put! A head shot skyward. As the blood splattered across Sun Fa and Sun Yu's faces, they finally recognized the head flying through the air. It was their own eldest brother. Eldest brother. Sun Fa's pupils suddenly contracted violently, and he instinctively raised the shield in his hand. Swish! Another crimson blade flash sliced through the air. The faint whistling sound pierced Sun Fa's eardrums. In the next instant, he realized the massive bronze shield in his hands had been cleaved clean in two. One half remained clenched in his grasp. The other half floated in the air. Strangely, his vision seemed to float along with that half shield in midair. It's over. By the time he realized what was happening, it was already too late. The last vestige of consciousness was the excruciating pain from the impact upon landing. You killed my brother. You're not human, you're a devil. Sun Yu, now utterly terrified and unable to form coherent words, pointed at Lín Yìchén and bellowed. Swish! Another flash of blade light. Sun Yu's head rolled across the ground. The Sun brothers, all three of them, were now completely wiped out. Three vacant, stunned gazes stared fixedly at the sky. That was the last place they looked. Everything was done. Lín Yìchén withdrew the blood seal shadow and approached Mo Shui and Su Banmeng. Alright, let's head down, he said to the two of them. He didn't notice the horror in their eyes. You just killed them like that? Su Banmeng stared at Lín Yìchén's impassive face, her voice tinged with disbelief. Of course. What? You think they didn't deserve it? Lín Yìchén frowned slightly. No, not at all. Su Banmeng shook her head, her gaze toward Lín Yìchén filled with complexity. Her astonishment stemmed from more than just his formidable strength. After all, she had witnessed him slay He Yin-Yang and Crab General Xiao with her own eyes. But just moments ago, Lín Yìchén had emerged unscathed from the Turtle Junior Chancellor's lair and rejoined their group. Although Lín Yìchén claimed he had killed the little Turtle Chancellor, Su Banmeng didn't quite believe it. She assumed he was just bragging, probably using some kind of escape skill. But now it seemed likely that his claim was more than likely true. More crucially, after killing these three, Lín Yìchén showed not a single flicker of emotion on his face. It was as if he hadn't just killed people, but 3 chickens. Her team leader was terrifying beyond belief. So terrifying that even Su Banmeng felt a chill run down her spine. Enough of that for now. Lín Yìchén had no time for idle chatter. He swiftly turned his gaze toward the hidden passageway entrance. What treasures lie hidden within this little dragon palace city? Let's go see for ourselves. Chapter 179, The Treasures of the Little Dragon Palace City. The trio immediately stepped into the secret passage. After traversing a pitch-black corridor, a dimly lit chamber came into view. The chamber was sparsely furnished, looking nothing like a place that might conceal earth-shattering treasures. A desk stood in the center of the chamber, the most conspicuous object within. Resting quietly upon the desk was a dark green jade token. Was this the treasure related to the divine grade equipment? Driven by curiosity, Lín Yìchén stepped forward and picked up the jade token. The first sensation upon contact was a warm, smooth feel. It must be said, the quality of this jade was exceptional, a rare and fine piece indeed. Etched upon the jade plaque was a large character. Su Banmeng and Mo Shui also approached. Upon seeing the jade token, Su Banmeng's small face flashed a look of confusion. South? Could this jade be connected to the Dragon King of the South Sea? Her conjecture wasn't entirely without basis. After all, this ancient city hidden beneath the lake was named Xiaolongding City. Furthermore, before entering Xiaolongding City, they had discovered objects outside that seemed connected to the 4 Sea Dragon Kings. This jade token could very well be the key to unlocking the Dragon King of the South Sea's hidden treasure trove. It was possible. Lín Yìchén nodded slightly, fully agreeing with Su Banmeng's conjecture. He too believed this jade token was most likely connected to the Dragon King of the South Sea. Perfect timing. The dungeon that appeared in the Antarctic Sea this time was highly likely connected to the Dragon King of the South Sea. Speaking of which, it was like a godsend. After another thorough search of the dark chamber to ensure no crucial information was overlooked, the 3 departed the chamber and returned to the surface. Captain, isn't it time we headed out? Su Banmeng turned to Lín Yìchén and said. Not just yet. Lín Yìchén shook his head, showing no immediate intention to leave. We've already retrieved what we needed. Why are we still here? Su Banmeng was puzzled. We got the stuff, but our business isn't done yet. Lín Yìchén's gaze returned to the Grand Hall. Didn't Sun Xiong say there are 2 Demon King level bosses within this little Dragon Palace city? Now that the little Turtle Chancellor is dead, the other one is still alive. You mean we should go find the other Demon King? Su Banmeng's mouth fell slightly open, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Come on, man, who plays like that? Anyone else would have left without hesitation at this point, yet Lín Yìchén actually wanted to hunt down the last Demon King? He's completely lost his mind. Lín Yìchén didn't elaborate much. His purpose was simple. After slaying the Turtle Junior Chancellor just now, he directly gained 500 points to his kill count. Not only that, the massive experience points from the little Turtle Chancellor instantly leveled him up to 141. Wasn't that a reward in itself? Given that, was there any reason left for him to spare the remaining Demon King boss? With his current strength, taking down a level 250 Demon King posed almost no challenge. This is my own business. You can wait here for me. I'll be back soon. With that, he set off alone toward the Grand Hall. Left behind, Su Banmeng and Mo Shui fell silent for a moment before finally deciding to follow. Inside the Grand Hall, a demon creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a human lay sprawled on the floor, a ravine-like gash gouged into its chest. Dark green demon blood pooled on the floor, staining the creature's luxurious robe beyond recognition. Killing count, 500. Soul energy, 3. Level, 141,144. For base attributes enhanced. After glancing at the pop-up interface, Lín Yìchén was thoroughly satisfied and withdrew the blood shadow from his hand. I thought this little Dragon Palace city was hiding a true dragon, but it's just a dragon-like creature? A dragon-like creature that hasn't even fully transformed into a dragon, already acting like a Dragon King. Pretty impressive. I wonder what its connection is to the Dragon King of the South Sea. How else would it possess that jade token? Thoughts raced through Lín Yìchén's mind as he approached the lifeless, thoroughly dead body of the dragon snake on the ground, beginning to search for any treasures it might have dropped. Acquired high-grade loot, golden Jiao horn. In the end, he did manage to get his hands on something worthwhile. High-grade loot, dropped by a 250-level Demon King. This thing wasn't cheap. If he sold it on the market, it would fetch at least 1,000,000 star coins. After finishing all this, Lín Yìchén turned and approached Su Banmeng and Mo Shui. By now, both Su Banmeng and Mo Shui were completely numb. They had originally followed along hoping to see if there was anything they could help with. But what happened? After arriving, Lín Yìchén single-handedly took down the final Demon King in under a minute. The process was incredibly swift, mirroring his previous defeat of the Crab General. Such overwhelming power left both of them utterly stunned. Come on, you two. We've already wasted enough time here. If we don't hurry to Ice City soon, we might not even find a place to stay by then. Lín Yìchén wasted no time, swiftly leading the two of them out of the small dragon palace city. Emerging from the long, pitch-black passageway, the familiar sprawling marshland came back into view. Just as the three were preparing to set off toward Ice City, a piercing whistle cut through the air. Whoosh! A jade-green energy arrow shot straight toward Lín Yìchén's back. Its target was precisely the center of Lín Yìchén's chest. Lín Yìchén reacted with lightning speed. The moment he heard the whistling sound, the blood shadow reappeared in his hand. Immediately after, a flash of crimson light erupted. The emerald-green energy arrow was cleaved clean in two, its momentum instantly sapped. After Lín Yìchén successfully deflected this strike, a rustling sound came from the bushes nearby. Trying to escape? Lín Yìchén roared, charging forward with his blade raised, closing in on the bushes at lightning speed. At that moment, he caught sight of the ambushers' true identities. It was none other than Li Cheng and Kong Bai. They were now sprinting frantically through the bushes, terrified that if they slowed down, Lín Yìchén would catch them. Damn it! What about the promise that this guy was completely drained? This is clearly a lie. Stop talking. Run. We can't beat him. The two cursed furiously as they kept running. Unfortunately, Lín Yìchén's speed surpassed both of them. After all, those attribute points he'd poured into agility weren't wasted. You knew you couldn't beat me, yet you still dared to ambush me? Now you regret it? Too late. Before the words had even finished echoing, a crimson blade slashed through the air. Two heads flew skyward, their bodies crashing to the ground moments later. Poof. You reap what you sow. Lín Yìchén didn't even glance at them. After sheathing his blade, he turned and walked away without a second thought. He had long suspected these two lurked outside, waiting to reap the rewards. That's why he'd been on high alert ever since entering the passageway. But this outcome suited him just fine. With Li Cheng and Kong Bai dead, those who knew they held the precious treasure would vanish completely. This time, the Dragon King's secret treasure was his for the taking. Chapter 180, Entering the Icy City. Please vote. The crawling swamp region was vast. It took Lín Yìchén and his two companions nearly 2 days of trekking before they finally emerged from within. Icy City lay ahead. Gazing at the faint city outline in the distance, Lín Yìchén's spirits soared. He hadn't forgotten that this trip to Icy City wasn't solely for the Antarctic Sea's secret realm. There was another matter of utmost importance to him. That was to find Professor Chen. According to Professor Hao, Professor Chen Xingyu possessed considerable expertise in matters concerning deities. If he could find him, perhaps he could learn something from him. For instance, what exactly was the nature of his own profession? Or why the fire god possessing He Yen-yang harbored such intense hostility toward him? These were all things Lín Yìchén desperately wanted to know right now. Finally, they arrived. The group's destination. Su Banmeng gazed at the approaching icy city and let out a wistful sigh. Not only was the crawling swamp vast, but most of its terrain consisted of muddy sludge. One word to describe it: filthy. So filthy. She was itching to find a place to bathe right now. Mo Shui seemed to have read Su Banmeng's thoughts. He remarked casually, "We've been stuck in the crawling swamp far too long. Plus, with this legendary dungeon event drawing such a massive crowd, every hotel in Icy City is probably booked solid by now." Ha! What are we supposed to do? Su Banmeng felt her whole world crumble at that realization. Are you kidding me? We finally made it out of crawling swamp and now you're telling me all the hotels are booked? How was she supposed to freshen up now? It felt like it happened in an instant. Lín Yìchén could clearly sense that his teammate had plunged into an inexplicable state. Her eyes dimmed, her expression darkened. As if all hope in life had vanished. But don't worry. Mo Shui glanced at Su Banmeng and continued, "I have a place in Icy City. No need to book a hotel." At these words, the young woman, who had felt her life held no hope, suddenly saw her eyes brighten. "Mo Shui, are you serious?" Su Banmeng stared intently at Mo Shui, her words deliberate. "I have no reason to lie to you." Mo Shui's tone remained calm. "Alright, enough chatting. Let's hurry up and go." Lín Yìchén interrupted their conversation. "If we delay any longer, I fear we won't even make it through the gates of Icy City. Then you'll truly have nowhere to bathe, Banmeng. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go already." Su Banmeng bolted like a rabbit with its tail stepped on, practically refusing to walk at a normal pace. She was moving faster than Lín Yìchén. Lín Yìchén couldn't help but find the scene amusing. Ever since leaving Xiaolong Palace City, Su Banmeng seemed like a different person, suddenly chattering non-stop. Gone was the icy demeanor she'd maintained when the trio first teamed up. Though Mo Shui had always been quiet, Lín Yìchén had been her classmate for 3 years and knew that was simply her nature. Outwardly aloof, but deep down, he was actually a decent person. In 4 words, cold on the outside, warm on the inside. After spending these past 2 days together, Lín Yìchén could clearly sense that the dynamic between him, Su Banmeng, and Mo Shui was gradually evolving into that of a genuine team. Icy City. Due to the overwhelming number of participants seeking to tackle the legendary dungeon, the major factions within Icy City, in collaboration with the Professional Practitioners Association, had established a checkpoint at the city gates. The purpose was to control the influx of people, preventing too many from entering and disrupting the lives of the city's residents. Indeed. Though Icy City was famously a lawless city, it actually maintained some order. Moreover, with the Guild Association maintaining a branch within the city, few dared to disregard its authority. 3 more groups will be admitted. Those arriving later will not be permitted entry. The guild member in charge of maintaining order shouted into a megaphone, addressing the crowd. Fortunately, Lín Yìchén and his 2 companions were already near the front of the line. After a brief registration process, the trio was admitted into the city. Thankfully, they made it in time. Seeing the long queues stretching behind them, Su Banmeng felt a lingering dread, a flicker of fear in her eyes. She had genuinely feared they wouldn't make it in, forcing them to spend the night out in the wilderness. Then she really wouldn't be able to handle it. We're pretty lucky to have caught the tail end of it. Lín Yìchén was in a good mood. To meet Professor Chen, he first had to enter Icy City. If he got stopped outside before even entering, that would be a real problem. Mo Shui, you said you know where your home is, hurry up and take me there. Su Banmeng immediately turned to Mo Shui beside her. Alright, follow me. Mo Shui gave a slight nod and led the 2 toward the central district of Icy City. After passing through bustling streets filled with the clamor of voices, the trio finally came to a stop at the entrance of a villa district. The guard at the entrance approached them immediately upon seeing the group. Have you registered? Mo Shui said nothing, merely handing over a card. Oh, you're the owner. Please come in. The guard's expression shifted to one of deference upon seeing the card, parting to allow the trio passage. Mo Shui, how did you come to own a house in Icy City? After entering the villa complex, Lín Yìchén turned to Mo Shui with a puzzled look. Although Jiāngběi City wasn't exactly far from Binghai City, it certainly wasn't close either. He vaguely recalled that Mo Shui had started attending school in Jiāngběi City during junior high and remained there until graduating from high school. So how could she own such an expensive property in a place so far away? It's my sister's house. Mo Shui replied indifferently. You have a sister? Is she home? Su Banmeng perked up at the prospect of finally meeting a girl. Before leaving Jiāngběi University, she hadn't realized it. Not having a single girl to chat with around was truly stifling. After all, some things just weren't appropriate to discuss with Lín Yìchén. She's not home. Mo Shui hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. Oh, that's too bad. Su Banmeng looked a bit disappointed. After walking through the villa district for a while, finally, a European-style villa came into view. This is the place. Mo Shui led the 2 to the door and swiped the card she'd just pulled out. Instantly, the heavy security door swung open outward. The lavishly decorated interior was laid bare before Lín Yìchén and Su Banmeng's eyes. But neither of them was paying attention to the surroundings. Su Banmeng hurried inside, frantically searching for the bathroom. Lín Yìchén's gaze, however, was drawn to a portrait hanging in the center of the hall. It depicted a girl with long hair and a beautiful face. Is this your sister? Lín Yìchén studied the girl's face, then glanced at Mo Shui. He noticed their striking resemblance. They were undeniably siblings. Yes. Mo Shui nodded, then promptly headed toward the kitchen. Would you like something to drink? No, thank you. I need to head out again shortly. Lín Yìchén waved his hand. Now that he was in Icy City, he needed to start searching for Professor Chen's whereabouts immediately. Time was pressing, he couldn't afford to waste a moment. Chapter 181, Rebellious Xiaoyan, Professor's Clue. Just as Lín Yìchén was about to leave, suddenly, he sensed a faint ripple emanating from his beast pet space. Immediately after, a jet-black little head tore open a spatial rift and burst straight out from within. Woof! After emerging from the pet space, Xiaoyan first surveyed his surroundings before flapping his wings and landing on the sofa in the villa's grand hall, accompanied by a satisfied little yelp. Xiaoyan, you finally decided to come out. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén couldn't help but roll his eyes. Before leaving Jiāngběi City, Xiaoyan's intimacy level with him had already reached the threshold required to enter the beast pet space. And that was precisely why. After entering the beast pet space, Xiaoyan spent almost all her time fast asleep. Occasionally, she would wake up, but she rarely came out. But now, look at this. The moment he arrived at Mo Shui's spacious home, he immediately emerged. And damn it, he flew straight for the couch. This little guy really knows how to enjoy himself. Woo! After listening to Lín Yìchén's complaint, Xiao Yan leaned back on the sofa, glancing at Lín Yìchén with its golden-veined pupils. Then, the entire dragon stretched out backward, sinking completely into the plush sofa. Lín Yìchén was at a loss for words. He realized that as his bond with Xiao Yan grew stronger, the little guy became increasingly rebellious. He didn't even show his master any respect. How infuriating. He'd have to find a way to reclaim his authority as master. As for Imo Shui, how about letting Xiao Yan stay here for now? Lín Yìchén turned to look at Imo Shui helplessly. No problem. Imo Shui nodded, stealing a glance at Xiao Yan. Over these past days, he and Su Banmeng had already encountered Xiao Yan several times. Though not often, they had come to understand that Lín Yìchén possessed such a terrifying beast companion. The Dark Knight Yen Dragon. That name alone was the nightmare of countless dragon slayers and the dream companion of countless dragon tamers. Yet now, Lín Yìchén possessed one of these Dark Knight flame dragons, a creature of such exalted status. Their bond had even deepened to the point where he could enter its beast pet space. From the moment they saw Xiao Yan, both he and Su Banmeng felt Lín Yìchén was growing ever more enigmatic. It felt like anything outlandish could happen to him. Alright then, I'll head out now and be back shortly. Seeing no objections, Lín Yìchén said no more. After bidding farewell, he left the villa. The villa district was located near the center of Ice Sea City. After leaving, it took Lín Yìchén less than 10 minutes to reach a street called Ice River Street. This was one of the most bustling main streets in Ice Sea City. Due to the legendary dungeon event, the crowds on Ice River Street had swelled to terrifying proportions. People jostled shoulder to shoulder, and the air was thick with the clamor of voices. Where could he possibly find Professor Chen? Lín Yìchén suddenly felt a bit stumped. Being unfamiliar with the area, trying to find someone in a strange place was incredibly difficult. The only silver lining was that he had a photo of Professor Chen. Before leaving Jiāngběi City, Professor Hao had already sent him the photo. With that thought, Lín Yìchén activated the star network and opened the photo. Only two people were in the picture. One was Professor Hao Shanhe, whom Lín Yìchén recognized. The other was a middle-aged man with long hair and gaunt cheeks. This is Professor Chen. His ruggedly handsome features radiated a palpable testosterone aura, and no wonder Professor Hao remarked he was quite the looker. Especially those slender eyes. His gaze was deep, as if it could see through everything. Even though it was just a photograph, Lín Yìchén couldn't shake the feeling that Professor Chen in the picture was staring right at him. Maybe he should start by inquiring at the professional association? Lín Yìchén suddenly remembered that Ice Sea City had a dedicated branch office of the association. As a senior member of the Jiāngběi City Association, even though the regions differed, he was still part of the association family. Going to them for information shouldn't cause any trouble. With that thought, Lín Yìchén casually entered a shop on the street. After confirming the guild's location, he headed straight for it. Before long, he stood before the main entrance of the association. Unlike the Jiāngběi Association, the Binghai City Association didn't occupy a towering skyscraper. Instead, it was housed in a modest 5-story building. Visually, it appeared far more modest than the Jiāngběi Association. But this was understandable. After all, Ice Sea City was merely a small border town, its scale far smaller than that of Jiāngběi City. After entering the guild's gates, Lín Yìchén immediately approached a staff member in the lobby and identified himself. So you're a friend from Jiāngběi City. If you're looking for someone, I suggest you go to the 3rd floor and ask Old Run. He knows Binghai well. Since you're new here, I'll take you there myself. Thanks. Thus, Lín Yìchén was led to the 3rd floor of the association, to the door of a modest office. 3 large characters hung on the door, Records Office. It seemed this person called Old Run was a staff member of Ice Sea City's Records Office. Knock knock. After knocking on the door of the Records Office, a voice soon called out from inside, "Come in." The staff member opened the door, revealing a square-faced middle-aged man in his early 50s to Lín Yìchén. "Ah, little Chen. What brings you here?" Ren Changqing, seated at his desk, looked up and asked. "Old Run, this is a friend from Jiāngběi City. He's come to Binghai looking for someone. Since you know this area well, I thought I'd bring him to ask for your help." The ever-helpful Xiao Chen began explaining to Old Run. "I see. Have him wait here." After hearing the situation, Ren Changqing waved his hand, and Xiao Chen took his leave. Soon, only Lín Yìchén and Ren Changqing remained in the room. "Mr. Ren, have you ever seen this person before?" Lín Yìchén wasted no time, immediately projecting Professor Chen's photo. Upon seeing the image Lín Yìchén projected, Ren Changqing visibly furrowed his brow. "What business do you have with Chen Xingyu? You know Professor Chen? That's excellent. I have some questions I'd like to ask him, so..." Lín Yìchén's heart leapt with joy. It seemed this trip had indeed been worthwhile. Finding someone who knew Professor Chen so quickly saved him a lot of time. "Questions to ask him?" Ren Changqing stroked his chin, a peculiar look in his eyes. "Well, you're probably going to come back empty-handed. That guy hasn't set foot outside his front door in days. He won't even come out for a drink when I call him. Who knows what he's doing holed up at home all day. If you want to see him, that's going to be a bit tricky." Chapter 182, Locating Professor Chen. Please support with gold tickets. No problem. Just tell me where Professor Chen lives, and I'll figure out a way to get to him. Lín Yìchén smiled. All right. He lives nearby 77 Bingha Street, 3rd floor, Unit 309. Seeing this, Ren Changqing didn't say much more and simply gave Lín Yìchén Professor Chen's address. Thanks a lot. I'll be on my way then. Lín Yìchén thanked him and departed. After leaving the association, he followed the street numbers along Bingha Street, searching house by house until he finally stopped at the entrance of a rather lavishly decorated apartment building. This was 77th Street. Lín Yìchén glanced at the building's doorplate to confirm the correct address before stepping inside. He stepped into the elevator, pressed the button for the 3rd floor, and soon arrived at his destination. As he stepped out of the elevator, Lín Yìchén took out the exquisite pocket watch Professor Hao had slipped into his hands. According to Professor Hao, simply presenting this pocket watch to Professor Chen would make his intentions clear. If that was the case, it meant their relationship was certainly not ordinary. With this token in hand, Professor Chen should agree to meet him, right? With a tentative hope, Lín Yìchén found room 309, as mentioned by Old Run. Knock knock. After knocking on the door, there was no response for quite some time. Lín Yìchén frowned. Could Professor Chen be away from home? That would be a bit troublesome. Knock knock. Lín Yìchén knocked on the door again. At the same time, he called out to the inside, Professor Chen, are you home? I'm a student of Professor Hao Shanhe. He sent me to find you. Only then did movement come from inside. With a click, the door swung open from the inside, revealing a face covered in stubble, weathered and worn. Even so, Lín Yìchén recognized him instantly. This was Professor Chen from the photograph. Professor Hao's student? He sent you? Chen Xingyu stared at Lín Yìchén before asking, his expression unreadable. I have several questions I'd like to ask you. Since my advisor, Professor Hao, is a good friend of yours, he asked me to bring this to you. Lín Yìchén said, handing him the pocket watch. Upon seeing the pocket watch, Chen Xingyu's expression softened slightly. It really is that fellow. Alright, come in. With that, he opened the door for Lín Yìchén. Lín Yìchén didn't hesitate and stepped inside. A strong smell of smoke hit him. The room was in disarray. The hall was strewn with books and ancient texts, most of them open and scattered about. Clearly, Professor Chen, like Professor Hao, was a scholar utterly consumed by his research. No wonder the two of them got along so well. Ask any questions quickly. Something big is about to happen, and I'm swamped. After Lín Yìchén entered the room, Chen Xingyu closed the door, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a long, white snake of smoke. Professor Hao mentioned you have extensive knowledge of ancient deities, so I was hoping to ask you. Lín Yìchén hadn't finished speaking. Chen Xingyu's earlier impatience vanished instantly, his piercing gaze fixing on Lín Yìchén. Is your question related to ancient deities? His gaze fixed intensely on Lín Yìchén. Why are you asking this? Well, it's like this. Lín Yìchén paused briefly before recounting the matter concerning He Yen-Yang. But after he finished, all he got in return was a long, drawn-out silence. Chen Xingyu narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lín Yìchén from head to toe. His gaze flickered, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. Lín Yìchén, equally intense, fixed his gaze on Chen Xingyu, waiting for his next words. After a long while, Chen Xingyu exhaled the last long white snake of smoke and stubbed out the cigarette butt. Who would have thought that the person those lofty deities were searching for would be right before my eyes? And it's an old friend's student, how interesting. Chen Xingyu suddenly burst into laughter. Professor Chen, what do you mean by that? Lín Yìchén's brow furrowed slightly. Why would those deities be looking for me? That's a good question. Chen Xingyu's smile faded. I don't know why they're seeking you out either, but I do know one thing. What is it? You are important to them. Extremely important. Chen Xingyu fixed his gaze intently on Lín Yìchén. Do you know what happened recently? The miracle compass I crafted suddenly reacted violently. As he spoke, a small compass had appeared in his hand. Its needle was spinning wildly, moving at an astonishing speed with no sign of stopping. This compass is something I've spent years researching and specifically crafted to track the traces left by deities. Wherever the needle points, divine relics exist. With this, I've discovered quite a few. But just 1 month ago, the compass needle began spinning non-stop, as if it had malfunctioned. But I alone knew the compass couldn't malfunction. This phenomenon could only mean one thing. Chen Xingyu's expression suddenly turned grave. This world is about to undergo a cataclysmic shift. Divine beings are descending upon every corner of the world. And the fire god Hephaestus you encountered is one of them. Chen Xingyu's tone was heavy with gravity. Lín Yìchén listened, his brow furrowing deeply. Professor Chen, why would these deities suddenly appear? I have calculated this matter myself. Chen Xingyu turned his gaze back to Lín Yìchén. There's only one reason they're collectively manifesting in the mortal realm. They're searching for something. Or rather, they are searching for someone. If what you just told me is true, then the person they seek is you. Chen Xingyu slowly approached Lín Yìchén. His curious gaze roamed over Lín Yìchén's body. As if the Lín Yìchén before him wasn't a person. but rather a world-shaking treasure. What makes you so special that so many deities would appear in the mortal realm at once? Chen Xingyu narrowed his eyes, his mind brimming with curiosity. Lín Yìchén's mood was complex. He might know the reason. Most likely, it was because of his profession. Otherwise, none of this would make sense. Why did his butcher profession diverge so completely from the paths of other evolvable professions? And why, when Hephaestus fought him, did he call him the Star Killer? What's that look on your face? Seems like you know something? The thirst for knowledge in Chen Xingyu's eyes was nearly overflowing. Can you tell me about it? Rest assured, your old house man. I won't do anything like killing you for the treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent you to find me. I just want to know what exactly are those gods searching for? What could possibly compel them to break their 1,000-year cycle and descend a century early? Chapter 183, Shattering Worldly Perceptions. Of course, no problem. Lín Yìchén didn't refuse. He had already informed Professor Hao about the unique nature of his profession long ago, so it wasn't exactly a secret. Moreover, Professor Chen was someone Professor Hao had personally recommended to him. Trust was never an issue. Professor Chen, the situation is this. Lín Yìchén briefly outlined the key differences between his own profession and other evolving occupations. Interesting. After listening, Chen Xingyu's face took on a thoughtful expression. He seemed to be pondering the connection between Lín Yìchén's profession and the deities. I never imagined they would come solely for a profession. It seems yours holds profound significance for them. Chen Xingyu turned his gaze to Lín Yìchén. What is the name of your profession? I mean the name for the first stage. Butcher. The butcher? Very well, I'll remember that. The listless Chen Xingyu Lín Yìchén had first encountered was now replaced by a flicker of fervor in his eyes. It was a fervor for knowledge. I'll continue investigating your profession. If I find anything, I'll contact you immediately. Before that, I must warn you. Chen Xingyu's tone grew solemn. Hephaestus, the fire god, isn't among the most powerful deities. That's why you escaped his grasp unscathed. But the number of gods you'll encounter afterward is beyond count. You might even cross paths with those legendary supreme deities. You must be extremely cautious. Whatever their collective purpose in seeking you out, you must prevent them from succeeding. At this point, Lín Yìchén suddenly detected a flicker of fear in Professor Chen's eyes. Do you know something? Lín Yìchén asked, his curiosity piqued. 2 years ago, using this divine compass in my hand, I discovered an ancient text filled with divine script. Chen Xingyu didn't answer Lín Yìchén directly, instead continuing on his own. For the past 2 years, I've been working day and night to decipher the divine script in that ancient text, trying to figure out what it actually says. Now, after 2 years, I've made some progress, deciphering nearly a third of the script. Though incomplete, the knowledge I've uncovered is enough to shatter the worldview of everyone on this planet. Ahem, I may have said too much. Chen Xingyu snapped back from his excitement, showing no intention of continuing. Lín Yìchén couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who just stops mid-sentence like that? He immediately protested, Professor Chen, don't keep me in suspense. Could you please elaborate? Want to hear more? Chen Xingyu seemed to have anticipated Lín Yìchén's reaction, a smug smile of triumph spreading across his face. Seeing that smile, Lín Yìchén felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no. I've fallen for it. Just as expected. The next second, Chen Xingyu revealed his true colors. I can tell you what happens next, but you have to do me a favor first. What is it? Lín Yìchén felt utterly speechless inside, but he still agreed. What choice did he have? This guy was a master at building suspense. No wonder he could come up with such a headline. It's simple. Chen Xingyu shoved the divine compass into Lín Yìchén's hands. Didn't you come to Icy City for that legendary dungeon too? All you need to do is enter that legendary dungeon with my divine compass. Follow its guidance and help me find one thing. Lín Yìchén took the compass, staring at the needle spinning endlessly at its center like some perpetual motion machine. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you sure this thing actually works? Ahem, rest assured. If it were useless, would I even give it to you? Chen Xingyu cleared his throat twice. The dungeon is a completely different world from reality. Once inside, the compass won't be interfered with by other deities. Alright, I'll agree to it. Seeing this, Lín Yìchén said no more and tucked the compass into his backpack. But since you want me to find something for you, you should at least tell me what it is, right? He turned to Chen Xingyu again. No problem. Just wait a moment. Chen Xingyu turned and walked into the room. After rummaging around inside for a moment, he finally emerged holding a smooth, golden sphere in his hand. This is the thing. He handed the golden sphere to Lín Yìchén. Lín Yìchén took it and examined it closely for a moment. The sphere's surface was exceptionally smooth, entirely golden in color. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate patterns carved into its surface. See those patterns? When you find it, they should all glow with golden light. It'll be easy to spot. Chen Xingyu added. Got it. Once we're inside the instance, I'll look for it. Lín Yìchén said, about to slip the orb into his backpack. Hey, don't take it. I still need this thing. Just take a quick look, okay? Chen Xingyu swiftly snatched the ball back. Haha, old habit. Sorry about that. Lín Yìchén felt a bit awkward. Alright, I've explained everything. You can go now. I'm busy. Come back when you've got the stuff. Chen Xingyu didn't say much more, just waved his hand to signal Lín Yìchén to leave. After leaving Chen Xingyu's apartment building, Lín Yìchén headed straight back to Imo Shue's place. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw Xiaoyan reclining on the sofa, her little dragon legs crossed, snoring softly. Su Banmeng and Imo Shui sat on the opposite side of the sofa, while the virtual TV in the center of the living room played the news. Imo Shui watched intently, but Su Banmeng's mind wandered elsewhere. Her gaze kept drifting toward Xiaoyan, and the pair of small hands resting between her white stocking thighs seemed restless. Judging by her expression, she seemed to be itching to touch Xiaoyan. Yet for some reason, she hesitated, unable to bring herself to approach. You're back. Upon seeing Lín Yìchén walk through the door, both Imo Shui and Su Banmeng lifted their heads to look. Lín Yìchén nodded in acknowledgement before asking, how much longer until the legendary dungeon opens? Any news? None. Word is this legendary dungeon is extremely unstable. The guild hasn't detected a specific opening time. Imo Shui shook her head. Is that so? Lín Yìchén furrowed his brow slightly. This wasn't good news. Without a specific opening time, all sorts of theories are flying around. It could open in a few hours, or perhaps days from now. But if it drags on, making them wait 10 days or even half a month isn't impossible. Naturally, Lín Yìchén hoped to enter as soon as possible. Chapter 184, Legendary Dungeon opens. Please vote. Just as this thought crossed Lín Yìchén's mind. On the virtual TV. This is the Antarctic Sea News Center. Breaking news, just 1 hour ago, the professional association monitoring the Antarctic Sea Legendary Dungeon made a new discovery. According to the association's director, the legendary dungeon appearing in the Antarctic Sea will open in 4 hours. Professionals wishing to participate must arrive in the Antarctic Sea region within the next 4 hours. Repeating, adventurers wishing to participate. News broadcast concluded. In the lobby, Imo Shui and Su Banmeng simultaneously rose from the sofa, their gazes locking onto Lín Yìchén. It's time. Let's go. Lín Yìchén didn't hesitate. With a sweeping gesture, he turned and walked out of the villa. As he walked, he called out, Xiaoyan, if you keep sleeping in there, you won't be joining us for the legendary dungeon this time. Woof. Before his words had even faded, little Yen, who had been snoring moments ago, had somehow woken up and fluttered straight onto Lín Yìchén's shoulder. Immediately after, his little claws tore at the air, ripping open a spatial fissure. The instant the spatial fissure appeared, Xiaoyan darted straight through it, vanishing from everyone's sight. Lín Yìchén knew this meant Xiaoyan had entered his pet space. Strangely enough, this little guy's method of entering the beast pet space seemed somewhat different from other beast pets. As far as he knew, other beast pets required their masters to actively open the beast pet space before they could enter. But this kid? He enters and exits at will. With a simple tear of his little paw, the entrance to the beast pet space is torn open. Truly one of a kind. After Xiaoyan entered the pet space, Lín Yìchén and the other two swiftly departed the villa district, heading toward the gates of Ice Sea City. Similarly, other practitioners in Ice Sea City had also received the news. Those leaving the city alongside the trio nearly filled the streets to capacity. Fortunately, Binhai City had the foresight to limit the number of people entering the city, preventing it from becoming completely gridlocked. Following the flow of people, the trio moved forward slowly. It took nearly an hour before they finally exited Binhai City. Squeezed to death. The first thing Su Banmeng did upon exiting was take a deep breath of fresh air, then promptly brushed her clothes off with obvious disgust. She had no desire to endure that kind of human crush again. Let's hurry. It's still quite a distance to the legendary dungeon area. If we don't move fast, we might not even get in. That'd be ridiculous. Lín Yìchén shook his head helplessly. The number of people drawn to this legendary dungeon was simply overwhelming. But it was understandable. Legendary dungeons appeared so rarely, maybe once every few years, or even decades. What's more, this one was only level 250. Unlike previous legendary dungeons, which were all above level 400, making them accessible to only a handful of qualified adventurers. This legendary instance was bustling with activity. The trio swiftly made their way toward the instance area. Along the way, Lín Yìchén overheard plenty of gossip from fellow adventurers. This legendary dungeon is going to be interesting. I heard both Kanglin University and Dongcheng University sent people. Of course. Top universities wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. And I heard the ones coming from Kanglin and Dongcheng are their top geniuses, seed level contenders for this year's university tournament. Heh, I couldn't care less about their seed rankings. I just hope that after they've had their fill, they'll let us have a few scraps so we don't go in and come out empty-handed. Spot on. That's exactly how I feel. Listening to the chatter echoing around him. A flicker of curiosity stirred within Lín Yìchén. He hadn't forgotten that one of the main reasons Principal Mu was grooming him so intensely was the upcoming university tournament. And his biggest rivals in that tournament? None other than the teams from Kanglin University and Dongcheng University. He never imagined that coming to the Antarctic Sea would allow him to see his rivals ahead of time. How interesting. He wondered what caliber of geniuses Kanglin and Dongcheng would send to compete in the tournament. Driven by curiosity, Lín Yìchén quickened his pace. Mo Shui and the others hurried to keep up. Antarctic Sea. Frozen coast. True to its name, the frozen coast was blanketed in a vast expanse of white. As far as the eye could see, only icebergs and glaciers radiated a bone-chilling cold. Lín Yìchén and his two companions traversed the snow-covered ice field, advancing step by step toward the center of the crowd. The professional guild responsible for monitoring the legendary dungeon stood directly before the crowd. Beside them floated an object shaped like a magic cube. Lín Yìchén recognized it instantly. This was the dungeon core. So it seemed the legendary dungeon had its own core after all. There was roughly 1 hour left. Glancing at the time, only the final hour remained of the 4 hours the guild had mentioned. The faces of the present professionals glowed with excitement. Countless eyes fixed intently on the instance core, waiting for the moment the instance would open. See those two teams up front? They're from Tsangda and Dongda. Beside Lín Yìchén, a man with a crew cut pointed in a direction and whispered to his companion. That tall guy in blue? He's the top-tier genius recruited by Dongcheng University this year. Rumor has it he's an SSS-tier professional. The buzzcut man's tone clearly betrayed a hint of envy. An SSS-tier profession, something countless people dream of. It's safe to say that once someone awakens an SSS-tier profession, even if they were once at the very bottom of the social ladder, they'll instantly become part of the elite at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Countless resources would converge upon them, and major factions would fight tooth and nail to secure their allegiance. What about Kanglin University? Did they send an SSS-tier profession too? Let me see. Huh, that's strange. Why didn't Kanglin's SSS-class genius come along? The man with the crew cut glanced at Kanglin University's team, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. You mean, the person Kanglin sent isn't an SSS-tier genius? His companion asked curiously. Yeah, I saw that genius's photo on the StarNet forum. He's definitely not here. The buzzcut guy scratched his head. Everyone else sent their SSS-tier geniuses to train here. What's Kanglin University up to? What could be more important than the legendary dungeon? After overhearing their conversation, Lín Yìchén also turned his gaze toward the two distant teams. The leader of one team was precisely the SSS-tier genius from Dongcheng University mentioned by the man with the crew cut. Dressed in a deep blue robe, he stood with an incredibly upright posture, his slightly tousled hair framing a pair of narrow, slanted eyes. So this is my future opponent? Lín Yìchén silently assessed the man's strength. But just then, the man seemed to sense Lín Yichén's gaze and turned his head to look back. His eyes flickered slightly, and he began walking toward Lín Yìchén. Chapter 185. This place feels familiar. Oh no, why is he coming this way? Could he have overheard me talking about him earlier? The man with the crew cut visibly tensed up when he saw the genius from Dongcheng University approaching. But as the man passed by the buzzcut guy, he completely ignored him. Instead, he walked straight up to Lín Yìchén. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Lín Yìchén from Jiāngběi University? My name is Chili, a student at Dongcheng University. As he spoke, Chili extended his hand toward Lín Yìchén. Nice to meet you. Lín Yìchén politely shook his hand in return. At the same time, he asked with some confusion, how do you know me? I've heard Professor Jiang mention you. Chili smiled. I see. Lín Yìchén gave a slight nod. He knew exactly who Teacher Jiang was, the one who had come to Jiāngběi City to handle admissions for Dongcheng University back then. I heard it all from Teacher Jiang. If not for his misjudgment, you would have had a high chance of coming to Dongcheng University. So in that sense, we do share a bit of a classmate connection. Chili grinned widely. Since that's the case, why don't we team up? We're both here to gain experience anyway. Wouldn't it be good to have each other's backs? Hearing this, Lín Yìchén didn't immediately agree. With the precedent of the Little Dragon Palace incident, he had no desire to team up with others now. His strength was sufficient as long as he didn't encounter any 300-level bosses, he could handle anything. Just as Lín Yìchén was about to refuse, a cold, indifferent voice came from behind Chili. Chili, I never said our team could take in others. Hearing this, Chili turned his head and frowned slightly. Zhou Yang, we're all students from the top 10 universities. What's wrong with forming a team and helping each other out in this situation? Top 10? I beg to differ. The man called Zhou Yang sneered coldly, shooting a dismissive glance at Lín Yìchén before adding, Jiāngběi University just keeps getting worse every year. Not long ago, even their strongest fighter, Yen Yang, dropped out. Whether they can even make the top 10 in this year's university tournament is still up in the air. Why would we team up with students from such a weak school? Do we want him dragging us down? Brother Chi, don't forget you and I represent Dongda and Sungda, the only two prestigious universities in Kanglin. We'd be wise not to get too cozy with just any Tom, Dick, or Harry. The moment these words left his mouth, the atmosphere on the field turned tense. Chi Li's brow furrowed deeply, clearly displeased with Zhou Yang's remarks. Bystanders watching the scene exchanged knowing glances, their expressions hinting at a desire for drama. Many turned their mocking gazes toward Lín Yìchén's side. After all, while Zhou Yang's words hadn't been particularly pleasant, they were undeniably true. Jiāngběi University had never produced any top-tier geniuses over the years. At every university competition, they ended with dismal results. While it had managed to scrape by in the top 10, anyone with eyes could see that if Jiāngběi University didn't produce an extraordinary genius soon, falling out of the top 10 was only a matter of time. Facing the sea of mocking gazes, Lín Yìchén's expression remained largely unchanged. He simply said to Chi Li in a calm tone, "I won't be teaming up with you guys. Our squad prefers to operate independently." "Alright then. Respect your choice." Chi Li gave a helpless chuckle. His reason for inviting Lín Yìchén was simple: he wanted to look out for him during the dungeon run. His father had once been a student at Jiāngběi University, so unlike Zhou Yang, he harbored a special affection for the school. Good to see you know your place." Seeing Lín Yìchén decline Chi Li's invitation, Zhou Yang chuckled lightly before turning to leave. "Brother Chi, no need to waste words on him. The instance is about to open. We should discuss how we'll meet up inside first. I'll be heading out then. If fate permits, we'll meet again inside the instance." After bidding farewell to Lín Yìchén, Chi Li also departed. As they departed, the numerous gazes that had been fixed on Lín Yìchén instantly followed them in droves. How arrogant is this Zhou Yang? Anyone watching would think he's the SSS tier genius. After they were gone, Su Banmeng couldn't help but roll her eyes and mutter under her breath. Lín Yìchén, however, showed little emotional reaction. He merely found it amusing. Did everyone from Kanglin University act like this? Zhou Yang's attitude was all too familiar to him. Hadn't the admissions officer sent by Kanglin University to recruit in Jiāngběi City acted exactly the same way? Time slowly passed. After waiting another half hour or so, the dungeon core floating midair finally stirred. "Everyone, the legendary instance is about to open. Please prepare yourselves." The guild member monitoring the core immediately shouted to the crowd. Every adventurer present perked up, their eyes fixed intently on the dungeon core, ready to enter at a moment's notice. At that moment, in a corner beyond the crowd, a man dressed in plain gray robes suddenly pulled a jet-black rhombus-shaped crystal from his backpack upon hearing the dungeon was about to open. Who would have thought so many would come for this legendary dungeon? What a pleasant surprise! Today, I shall bestow upon you all a grand gift. The gray-clad man murmured fervently, his head bowed. The instant his words faded, a dazzling purple light erupted from the dungeon's core, engulfing everyone present. As the darkness gradually faded from Lín Yìchén's vision, he realized he had arrived in a place both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. He glanced back and saw Su Banmeng and Imo Shui standing behind him, both staring ahead with expressions of utter disbelief. This place looked familiar? Su Banmeng's eyes widened as she darted her gaze between the sky and the ground, her face etched with utter bewilderment. "Dragon Palace City," Lín Yìchén answered. He turned his gaze forward. Jade towers and crystal halls shimmered in golden splendor. Above the most imposing of the massive gates, three bold characters stood out prominently. Dragon Palace City. The entire Dragon Palace City mirrored the layout of the small Dragon Palace City Lín Yìchén and his companions had visited. The only difference was the sheer scale. Dragon Palace City spanned several times the area of the smaller one. As far as the eye could see, it resembled a celestial palace hidden within the vast ocean. Who would have thought that the small Dragon Palace City we just left was actually a replica of this legendary dungeon? Su Banmeng's voice trembled with suppressed excitement. If that's the case, this legendary dungeon holds a massive advantage for their team. The city's layout and every path within it were utterly familiar to them. In other words, it was practically like having full map vision. Chapter 186, The True Crab General. Please vote. Don't get too excited just yet. Lín Yìchén was also thrilled. But he cautiously reminded them, even though we've been to the little Dragon Palace City before, the real Dragon Palace City definitely isn't static. We still need to be careful. Ahem, I might have gotten a little too excited. Su Banmeng cleared her throat twice, her fair cheeks still flushed with lingering excitement. Come on, let's go check out the city gates. Glancing around, Lín Yìchén noticed nearly all the practitioners had been teleported outside the Dragon Palace City. They were now marching in formation toward the main gate. The trio immediately set off. Before long, the city gates loomed larger and larger before their eyes. The gathering professionals grew ever more numerous. Among them, Lín Yìchén spotted Chi Li and Zhou Yang. So this legendary instance was actually called Dragon Palace City. Just as everyone on the Star Network had speculated, this instance was undoubtedly connected to the 4-Sea Dragon Kings. Since it appeared in the Antarctic Ocean, that meant it was the Dragon Palace of the South Sea Dragon King, right? Speculation rippled through the surrounding adventurers. Damn it, I never expected this instance to actually be connected to the 4C Dragon Kings. Amidst the crowd, Zhou Yang's expression darkened. Although some had floated this theory on the Star Network forums earlier, few had taken it seriously, most just treated it as idle speculation. Speculation about legendary dungeons ran rampant, and no one had the energy to sort through the truth from the rumors. If it were any other legendary dungeon, it wouldn't matter. But this was the 4C Dragon King's legendary dungeon. Legend held that within each of the 4C Dragon King's dungeons lay a hidden treasure trove. This Dragon King's secret treasure is the most precious treasure within the 4C's Dragon King dungeon. If only he'd known, he would have brought more people. Zhou Yang cursed inwardly. For a treasure of this caliber, he was determined to secure it for his alma mater, Sanda University. That way, Sanda's position as the premier university in Kanglan Kingdom would become utterly unshakable. Alas, man proposes, but heaven disposes. It could only be called bad luck. Unlike Zhou Yang, Shili's face was already brimming with excitement. Kanglan University had sent only Zhou Yang, an SS-tier professional, to this event. But Dongcheng University was different. Representing Dongcheng University was none other than himself, an SSS-tier professional. Barring any surprises, the Dragon King's secret treasure would be his to claim. Beneath the city gates, every professional's eyes burned with fervor. The very words Dragon King's secret treasure were utterly enticing. No one could resist the urge to claim it. Yet none could have anticipated this. At this very moment, the person holding the key to unlock the Dragon King's secret treasure was mingling among them. Lín Yìchén glanced at the Dragon King's secret key resting quietly in his backpack. Though his heart raced with excitement, his expression remained utterly calm. Banmeng, Mashu, be careful when we enter the city gates later. He turned to instruct Su Banmeng and Mo Shui. Got it. Su Banmeng and Mo Shui both nodded in agreement. If others didn't know, they certainly did. Last time at Xiaolong Palace City, they nearly got caught right at the entrance. That sudden appearance of the Crab General had given them quite the scare. But who knew if the real Dragon Palace City would have a similar surprise waiting? Come on, let this big shot go take a good look at what's really inside this Dragon Palace City. A sudden shout from somewhere ignited the crowd's fervor. Countless adventurer squads jostled their way toward the palace entrance, as if whoever charged in first would claim the Dragon King's hidden treasure. Everyone was utterly consumed by the words Dragon King's secret treasure. Amidst the deafening clamor, no one noticed that 100 meters outside the Dragon Palace City, a man in gray robes tossed a black crystal into the air. The instant the crystal left his hand, a black light erupted from within the crystal, instantly shattering it into fragments. The black light instantly spread outward in all directions. Within mere seconds, it had swept across the entire vast Dragon Palace City. Haha, I hope you enjoy this grand gift. After completing this act, the gray-clad man's lips curled into a sickly grin. He promptly turned and departed, silently vanishing into the coral reefs. At that very moment, Dragon Palace City, main gate. Professional adventurers surged through the gates in near madness. Ha! I'm the first one in. The Dragon King's treasure is mine. A burly man was the first to step inside the city walls, immediately placing his hands on his hips and laughing loudly. You! I was here first, you phony. You two idiots, I was here first. Who the hell are you talking to? Whoever gets mad, I'll curse them. Soon, others nearby began to protest, each claiming they'd arrived first. Some even started arguing over it, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Gurgle gurgle. What's that sound? Someone frowned, suddenly hearing strange gurgling sounds in their ears. It sounded as if something was churning the seawater. No! Retreat! Lín Yìchén, standing at the rear of the crowd, also heard the sound. His eyes instantly sharpened with alertness. Without a word, he grabbed Su Banmeng and Mo Shui by the arms and pulled them swiftly backward. Hey, what's with all the pushing? Are you crazy or something? The professionals around Lín Yìchén, unaware of what was happening, immediately started complaining. Others, naturally wary, pulled their companions along to retreat with Lín Yìchén. Among them was Qili. Back up quickly. Qili grabbed Zhou Yang's arm and tried to pull him back. But Zhou Yang frowned, clearly displeased. Brother Qi, let's not make such a big deal out of this, okay? Then you stay here. Qili didn't want to waste words. Since Zhou Yang refused to leave, he just stepped back himself. Damn it, if even an SSS tier pro was such a coward, they might as well give me their talent. Zhou Yang cursed inwardly. He couldn't understand why Qili was so fixated on this kid from Jiāngběi University, mimicking everything he did. But the instant that thought crossed his mind, a thunderous crash erupted behind him. Boom! A massive figure crashed from the sky onto the ground, followed immediately by a terrifying, colossal water tornado. The waterspout descended from above, piercing through the sky barrier that held back the sea. It carried countless fish and shrimp swept up in its path, hurtling straight toward the very center of the crowd. Those who had first crowded into Dragon Palace City were now lifeless corpses beneath the crab claws. Red and white fragments littered the ground, countless bodies crushed to pieces by the colossal creature that had descended from the heavens. It was indeed it. Lín Yìchén now clearly saw the form of that colossal creature. Golden armor glinted in the sunlight, iron claws swept across the waves. Who else could it be but the legendary crab general guarding the Dragon Palace City? Chapter 187, A Crushing Battle. What kind of monster is this? When the group saw the true face of the monster attacking them, they were all instantly struck dumb with fear. Those with slightly stronger nerves managed to keep their composure, but upon seeing the Crab General's terrifying stats panel, their hearts sank with dread. Crab General Demon King Class Boss. Level 280. HP 3,300,000. Attack 10,874. Skills? Status Berserk. A staggering 3,300,000 HP, coupled with over 10,000 attack power. These numbers sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. How could a demon king of this caliber appear at the Gatekeeper Pass? Was this the true terror of the Dragon King's dungeon? All the surviving adventurers instinctively took several steps back. Crab General's earlier strike had nearly wiped out the adventurers charging at the front of the group. This scene instantly sobered up the other adventurers who had coveted the Dragon King's treasures. Yes. They had nearly forgotten one crucial thing. The richer the treasure, the greater the danger it represents. Cough. Zhou Yang, who had survived only by reacting in the nick of time and deploying every last survival tactic, now regretted it bitterly. Glancing at Lín Yìchén, and the others who had already retreated to safety, resentment welled up inside him. Damn it, he should have run with Qili. Zhou Yang, you're still alive? As the dust settled, Qili spotted Zhou Yang still clinging to life, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Huff. At that moment, Crab General swung its massive claws once more. Its two copper bell eyes blazed with murderous intent, poised to eliminate any surviving professionals nearby. Zhou Yang was among them. Brother Qi, save me. Zhou Yang reached out his right hand toward Qili. He knew clearly that if he wanted to survive, he could only rely on Qili. Blocking the Crab General's attack had already exhausted all his life-saving measures. Wait for me. Qili didn't abandon him to his fate. After all, they had journeyed together from Kanglan City. If he simply watched Zhou Yang get killed by Crab General, he'd have a hard time explaining himself back at Kanglan University. Though their universities appeared to be bitter rivals, unity was essential in moments like this. Wind riding three forms. A sudden greenish-blue aura erupted from Qili's body, unleashing a fierce gale across the battlefield. The gale, like a giant hand, swept past Zhou Yang, snatched him up entirely, and carried him straight back to Qili's side. The entire sequence took less than 2 seconds. General Crab, enraged at losing one of his prey, lashed out with his massive claw, which had been gathering power. Wherever the claw passed, nothing remained standing. Every professional still standing before the Crab General was utterly crushed by this single strike. Not even a shred of opportunity to fight back remained. This guy is ruthless. Lín Yìchén watched the scene unfold, a strange feeling rising within him. The crab lieutenant he encountered in Xiaolong Palace City was also a level 250 Demon King tier boss. Logically, it shouldn't be much weaker than this level 280 Demon King Crab General before him. Yet this Crab General clearly possessed strength far surpassing that of the Crab Junior General. And there was one peculiar detail. The Crab General's status bar displayed the term Berserk. This was quite intriguing. Beasts rarely fall into any particular state. As a Demon King tier boss, the Crab General's resistances are maxed out. Ordinary buffs simply won't stick to it. Yet here it is, still caught in this so-called Berserk state. This means something within Dragon Palace City is affecting it. It's either an artificial entity or some kind of treasure. Just like encountering Xiaoyan in the Yellow Sand Desert before. Weren't those demon beasts affected by Xiaoyan also plunged into that peculiar dark flame state? Boom! A deafening explosion shattered Lín Yìchén's train of thought. After clearing away the nearest group of adventurers, Crab General charged toward the crowd outside the Dragon Palace City gates. Each step of its 8 crab legs sent tremors through the earth. Its overwhelming might truly awe-inspiring. Oh no, it's coming. Run. Amid the crowd, someone nearly wet themselves in terror. With a shriek, they turned tail and sprinted backward without looking back. His cry set off a chain reaction. The others snapped to attention and followed him in a stampede. Bunch of cowards. Qili, seeing this, was filled with rage. He shouted angrily, "What good will running do? If we don't kill this monster, none of us will ever enter the Dragon Palace City. Or did you all come all this way just to sightsee? Are you just going to abandon all the treasures inside? Weren't you all drooling over them just a moment ago?" His roar instantly roused some of the group. They halted their retreat, though none turned back to fight. One of them addressed Qili, "Among us, you guys from Sangda and Dongda are the strongest. If you're willing to lead the charge, I'll follow you. Yeah, if you geniuses dare to be the first to charge, I'll follow. I'll follow too." These words echoed, instantly winning the crowd's agreement. "Fine, let's go." Qili snorted coldly. Though his level was lower than that crab general's, he was still an SSS tier professional. He wasn't afraid at all. If it weren't for the crab general's overwhelmingly brutal display earlier, which had shaken his confidence in taking it on alone, he wouldn't have bothered with whether this rabble stayed or fled. Wind control 4 forms, wine sealing spear. As he raised his right hand, several whirlwinds suddenly appeared around him, coalescing into 2 emerald green spears that shot straight toward the crab general's eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! The spears whistled through the air, tearing through the atmosphere, poised to pierce clean through the crab general's eyes. But mid-flight, Crab General suddenly raised his left claw, intercepting the 2 emerald spears in midair. 77,329. The spear tip was instantly deflected several meters upon striking the iron-hard crab claw, ultimately dissipating mid-air. Simultaneously, the Crab General's health bar dipped by a mere sliver. This damage truly befits an SSS tier professional prodigy. If we all attack together, we can absolutely take down this beast. Brothers, slay this beast and we'll march into Dragon Palace City together. Shi Li's strike instantly bolstered the confidence of everyone present, and one by one, they began to pick up their weapons. Watching this unfold, Shi Li's lips curled into a faint smile. This was precisely the effect he wanted. Holding nothing back, give it your all. Join me in slaughtering this beast. He bellowed, conjuring several wind spears before him that shot straight toward Crab General. Chapter 188, The Divine King's Hall. The Dead Domain Crystal. This scene was, of course, fully witnessed by Lín Yìchén. It seemed Shi Li's awakened profession was Lord of the Shifting Winds. As he watched the emerald green wind spears, the name of a T1 SSS tier class flashed through Lín Yìchén's mind. The Windlord's defining feature was its signature talent, the 9 wind riding techniques. Each of the 9 wind control techniques possessed countless variations, making them impossible to guard against. Its speed was also incredibly swift, demanding lightning-fast reflexes to counter. In other words, the Frostwind Lord represents the pinnacle of all agility-based offensive classes. Shi Li was clever enough to recognize his class's weakness ill-suited for direct confrontation, so he rallied others to join the fray, significantly easing his own burden. Truly worthy of Dongcheng University. Lín Yìchén formed a preliminary assessment of Shi Li's strength in his mind. Just as he pondered this, Zhou Yang's voice suddenly rang out. Lín Yìchén, what are you standing there watching for? Haven't you seen everyone else charging in? As a student of Jiāngběi, ranked among the top 10 universities alongside Art Sunda, are you planning to be a deserter? He glanced over to find Zhou Yang glaring at their side, resentment practically solidifying in his eyes. If you can't speak properly, keep your mouth shut. Lín Yìchén's eyes flashed coldly, a sliver of murderous intent instantly shooting toward Zhou Yang. Already weakened, Zhou Yang shuddered violently, feeling as though his throat had been seized in an iron grip. It felt as though another word would earn him a choked death. When he finally regained his senses, a wave of profound shame and resentment flooded his heart. Yet in the end, he merely opened his mouth and said nothing more. Lín Yìchén withdrew his gaze at that moment, no longer paying him any mind, instead turning his attention to the battlefield ahead. Emo Shui, cast Moonlight Blessing on me first. Ban Mang, keep a close eye on me later. If Crab General attacks me, immediately activate the Jiangběi Heartguard on me. You just watch my rear. Leave the rest to me. Got it? Lín Yìchén commanded, eyes fixed ahead. The next moment, a beam of moonlight as serene as water struck Lín Yìchén's body. A moon-shaped buff icon appeared prominently above his status bar. Don't worry, I'll watch your back. Su Banmang's resolute voice echoed in his ears. Alright, then I'm going in. A faint smile touched Lín Yìchén's lips as a crimson blade materialized in his hand. He charged straight toward Crab General. At that moment, on the main battlefield ahead, wave after wave of attacks slammed into Crab General's hardened carapace. Yet Crab General remained utterly unfazed, not even flinching. His health bar was downright absurd, showing no sign of decreasing, and in fact, it was even rising slightly. Witnessing this scene, the professionals who had charged forward with such fierce momentum moments ago instantly turned ashen-faced. Tough. Way too tough. The Crab General's shell was practically on par with Supreme Great Armor. Their attacks bounced off it without so much as a flinch. Only the attacks of a handful of players above level 250 with their rank professions made any dent, slowly chipping away at the Crab General's health bar. For everyone else, their attacks felt like nothing more than tickling the Crab General. This won't do. At this rate, we'll be worn down to nothing. Some were already considering retreat, ready to abandon the battlefield at any moment. Raging sea surge. But it was already too late. The Crab General, having endured for so long, now spoke in human speech, 2 crimson beams blazing from its eyes. In the next instant, he raised his claws, and 2 massive waterspouts poured down from the sky, completely enveloping those colossal pincers. Empowered by the whirlpools, each swing of the Crab General's claws sent 4 or 5 professionals flying through the air. Those with sturdier builds managed to cling to life, but fragile assassins and mages were instantly killed with a single blow. This damage was completely uncharacteristic of a Demon King boss of this level. I'm done fighting. I'm done. I'm out too. Who the hell can beat this thing? panic instantly swept through the adventurers. Some had already turned to flee, no matter how hard Lín Yìchén shouted to stop them. Damn it, how can this thing be this strong? Is it really just a level 280 Demon King boss? Lín cursed inwardly. He'd seen demon lords at this level before, but none were half as ferocious as this crab general. He suspected this crab general had been enhanced by something. Otherwise, with just over 10,000 attack points on its stats, it couldn't possibly deal such devastating damage. His hunch proved correct. As the crab general casually swept through a large group of adventurers with a single strike, atop a small coral hill just outside Dragon Palace City, a grey-robed man's smirk never left his face. Heh, do you like this gift from our Divine King's Hall? The effects of this dead domain crystal are truly astonishing. Who would have thought it could elevate the power of these demonic creatures so dramatically? Truly a gift worthy of the dark god's bestowal. The grey-clad man murmured softly, a distinct look of fervor appearing on his face when he uttered the words Lord of the Underworld. Blame yourselves for being blind enough to seek out the Dragon King's secret treasure. Let me savor the fear etched upon your faces. The grey-clad man licked his lips, his eyes fixed intently on the distant battlefield. But suddenly, as if witnessing something utterly unbelievable, his eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? Don't run! Don't you want to enter the Dragon Palace City anymore? Don't you want the Dragon King's secret treasure anymore? Why are you all running? Watching the dwindling number of adventurers around him, Lín finally couldn't hold back any longer. He bellowed, trying to stop their flight. But what he hadn't anticipated was that his shout only made things worse. Instead of stopping, the fleeing adventurers only sped up. Come on, nobody's stupid. That crab general clearly wasn't right, it didn't look anything like a 280-level Demon King boss. If we don't run now, we're dead. The Dragon King's secret treasure might be tempting, but it wasn't tempting enough to risk their lives. After all, it was merely a legendary treasure, no one had ever actually laid hands on it. Who knows if it's real or not? Bunch of cowards. Lín was furious. Suddenly, he spotted a figure not fleeing but sprinting toward him. His eyes lit up instantly. Lín brother. You're just in time. Let's take this guy down together and head into Dragon Palace City. Lín shouted at Lín Yìchén, but before his words had even faded, he realized Lín Yìchén wasn't heading his way at all. Instead, he was heading straight for Crab General. What was he up to? Lín's heart sank as he fixed his gaze on Lín Yìchén's retreating figure. Chapter 189, A Massacre, Please Vote. In the blink of an eye, Lín Yìchén had already arrived directly in front of Crab General. Lín then watched as he raised the eerie blood-red long blade high in his hand and swung it down at Crab General. Swish! A blade flash of extreme ferocity, one that radiated a bone-chilling aura of murderous intent even from a distance, slashed down upon the Crab General's thick, hardened carapace. What followed was a scene Lín would never forget for the rest of his life. After Lín Yìchén's strike landed on the Crab General, its health bar began plummeting at an alarming rate, dropping by a full tenth in an instant. What kind of injury is this? Lín was utterly dumbfounded. The other professionals who witnessed this scene also halted their flight, their faces frozen in disbelief. One strike, 1/10. What kind of concept was that? The crowd was horrified. After all, the Crab General's total health pool was a staggering 3,300,000. Meaning that Lín Yìchén's single strike had dealt at least 330,000 points of damage. Is this even human? As the sole SSS tier professional present, Lín's strike had only managed to chip away a small portion of the Crab General's health bar. What the hell is this kid's deal? Look! The monster's health bar is still dropping. Suddenly, someone with keen eyes shouted, and countless gazes refocused on Crab General's health bar. The thick health bar was visibly melting away at a rapid pace, as if an invisible flame were scorching the flesh beneath the carapace. Is this a sustained damage talent? Could such devastating sustained damage truly exist? Lín's pupils contracted sharply as the emerald wind spear coalesced in his palm, poised but not yet unleashed. As one of Kanglin University's top geniuses, he was well versed in such matters and could easily deduce that Lín Yìchén had applied a persistent damage buff to Crab General. Yet he couldn't fathom what kind of persistent damage could cause the Crab General's health bar to plummet so rapidly. That beast is nearly drained of health. Everyone, charge together and take it down now. But there was no time for further thought. With a loud shout, he led the charge, hurling his wind spear directly at Crab General. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind spear sliced through the air like a giant green serpent, leaving a visible gash on the Crab General's hardened carapace. Simultaneously, the Crab General's health bar dropped by a small segment. Throughout this, the corrupted blade effect Lín Yìchén had cast on the Crab General remained active. In mere moments, the Crab General's health bar was nearing the halfway mark. Witnessing this, hope reignited in the eyes of everyone present. There was a chance. At this rate, the Crab General might just be defeated. Furious slash. Fiery blast. 12-fold wind blades. Countless attacks converged upon the Crab General simultaneously, nearly drowning him in a sea of assaults. Trivial tricks. General Crab's two bell-like eyes blazed crimson. With a low growl, its carapace suddenly shimmered with a silver-gray aura. The attacks from the professionals struck the silver-gray aura-covered shell, yet not even a ripple stirred. At the same moment, the Crab General's steadily declining health bar abruptly halted. Had it purged my corrupted blade? Lín Yìchén narrowed his eyes slightly. Clearly, this technique the Crab General used also possessed a self-purifying effect. Otherwise, the duration of his corrupted blade wouldn't have been so brief. A bunch of nobodies, daring to covet the Dragon King's secret treasure. Today, this general will make you regret it. General Crab roared again, raising both claws high. Under everyone's gaze, he slammed them down onto the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The earth trembled for hundreds of meters around, as if an earthquake had struck. The professionals standing near Crab General at the epicenter nearly lost their footing. Yet not a trace of panic flashed across their faces. Instead, visible delight spread across their faces. It spoke of the Dragon King's secret treasure. Here it truly was. The legend of the Dragon King's secret treasure is real after all. Ha! This trip wasn't for nothing. A flicker of joy also crossed Qili and Zhou Yang's eyes. The Dragon King's secret treasure had been mere legend before, but now that those 4 words had come from Crab General's mouth, they had become reality. The Dragon King's secret treasure, it wasn't just a rumor. Before the group could bask in their joy for long, the ground trembled for a moment, and suddenly, 8 gleaming golden chains burst forth from the earth. Upon closer inspection, the tips of these chains were razor-sharp, their mere appearance sending a chill down one's spine. PSSSH. The moment the golden chains appeared, they locked onto the 8 practitioners closest to them. Before the 8 could react, the chains pierced them clean through. Blooms of crimson lotus blossomed among the crowd. Simultaneously, a wave of panic, even more intense than before, began to sweep through the crowd. Run! Run! Someone shouted, lunging to flee, but before their feet could carry them far, the golden chains followed close behind, piercing them clean through. Whoosh! The whistling sound of chains cutting through the air echoed repeatedly. Each time, at least one practitioner met their end beneath the golden chains. Even those who fought with every ounce of strength, deploying their most precious survival tools, couldn't last 3 rounds against the golden chains. A massacre had begun. The number of practitioners on the field rapidly dwindled, while corpses piled up on the ground, one after another. Despair. Utter despair. The final expressions on the faces of those slain by the golden chains were pure despair and regret. Damn it! This is supposed to be a level 250 dungeon, how could it be this dangerous? Qili, currently battling one of the chains, cursed furiously in his heart. This isn't some level 250 legendary dungeon, it's danger level rivals that of a level 300 legendary dungeon. What the hell is the association thinking? Qili could still vent his frustration inwardly. But Zhou Yang's situation was entirely different. Already wounded, he was now targeted by one of the golden chains. He wouldn't last more than a few rounds. Brother Qi, save me. He urgently called out to Qili for help. Wind control, 3rd form. Seeing this, Qili's expression hardened. He summoned another fierce gust of wind, instantly pulling Zhou Yang right beside him. Get behind me. Without turning his head, he barked the order before summoning 2 more whirlwinds to engage the golden chains ahead. Same as them. Lín Yìchén's situation wasn't looking good either. Captain, don't worry about us. You must leave first. Su Banmeng gritted her teeth, continuously summoning layers of Jin ice shields. Yet these shields capable of withstanding at least 250 boss hits proved as fragile as paper against the golden chains. Mo Shui, being too low level, could only conjure moonlight barriers that proved utterly useless against the golden chains. If not for Lín Yìchén constantly blocking in front of them, his blood shadow blade flipping relentlessly to deflect each strike of the golden chains, they would have met the same fate as the others long ago. This couldn't go on. Lín Yìchén's hands never stopped moving, cold sweat beading on his forehead. This was the first time he'd encountered such a troublesome thing. These golden chains were utterly bizarre, their power matching that of the Crab General's own strikes. Crucially, they were lightning fast and attacked with ferocious ferocity. He must devise a countermeasure. Chapter 190, The Fall of the Divine King. Grand Finale. After Lín Yìchén broke the Crab General's golden chains, he led Mo Shui and Su Banmeng to discover the legendary Dragon King's secret treasure within the Dragon Palace City. This Dragon King's secret treasure was a divine great helmet. Through his interface, Lín Yìchén learned the helmet also possessed set properties. After leaving the Dragon Palace City, after some investigation, Lín Yìchén learned that the other 3 matching pieces of equipment were stored in the Dragon King's treasures of the other 3 Dragon King dungeons. After obtaining the divine great helmet, he led his teammates back to Jiāngběi City, arriving just in time for the Kanglan Kingdom's intercollegiate tournament. Thus, under the expectant gazes of Mu Xiao and the others, Lín Yìchén set off for Kanglan City with his 2 teammates to participate in the tournament. At the tournament, Lín Yìchén, Mo Shui, and Su Banmeng fought their way through the competition, defeating numerous elite universities without a single loss, stunning the entire arena. It wasn't until the semifinals, when they faced Dongqing University's team, that Lín Yìchén discovered He Yin-yang had joined Dongqing University at some point. He was now teamed up with Qili, whom Lín Yìchén had encountered earlier in the Dragon King's secret chamber. Qili had changed beyond recognition. After clashing with him, Lín Yìchén realized Qili had also been possessed by a deity none other than the legendary storm god. Finally, bolstered by Su Banmeng's Jinbing Heartguard and Mo Shui's Moonlight Blessing, Lín Yìchén effortlessly defeated the East City University team, securing his spot in the university tournament finals. In the finals, Lín Yìchén's team faced off against Wang Feng, the SSS tier genius representing Kanglin University. Having already surpassed level 250 and completed his 5th class advancement, Wang Feng possessed formidable strength. Mu Xingyun, Cheng Simon, and the others who had accompanied them couldn't help but hold their breath in anxiety for Lín Yìchén. Fortunately, during the 7-day preparation period before the finals, Lín Yìchén had leveled up to 200, completed his 4th job advancement, and evolved his class to Zanpakuto Lord. Upon awakening Zanpakuto Lord, Lín Yìchén gained the new talent, Zanpakuto Unification. Simultaneously, Blood Shadow's damage multiplier also reached 100. Bolstered by these enhancements, Lín Yìchén unleashed both Azura's Wrath and Blood Sea Domain in the finals. Combined with the damage boost from Zanpakuto Unification, a single strike instantly annihilated all 3 members of Wang Feng's team. As the high school tournament was broadcast nationwide, this scene sent shockwaves across the country. Lín Yìchén's name reverberated throughout the entire Kanglin kingdom that day. But the glory was short-lived. After Lín Yìchén claimed the championship, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The traitorous human organization, the God King's Hall, appeared. Several 8th transformation experts attempted to kill Lín Yìchén in broad daylight. Fortunately, the universities weren't pushovers. Mu Xingyun led a group of 8 transformation powerhouses from various universities to resist the attack, shielding Lín Yìchén while driving away the Divine King's Temple's 8 transformation fighters. This incident instilled a sense of urgency in Lín Yìchén. After the tournament concluded, he ventured alone into the Great Wasteland Mountains in northern Kanglin Kingdom to train. After reaching level 400 in the Great Wasteland Mountains, Lín Yìchén returned to Jiāngběi City. He completed 8 consecutive class advancements in one go, becoming a genuine 8th-tier powerhouse. His profession also reached the SS rank, Azura Blood God. Upon his return to the city, extraordinary phenomena occurred consecutively. The remaining 3 Dragon King dungeons opened one after another. Bolstered by his ultimate strength, Lín Yìchén effortlessly obtained the 3 Dragon King treasures, gathering all 4 divine-grade equipment pieces. Upon gathering all 4 divine-grade equipment pieces, Lín Yìchén learned the truth about the world and the secret of his profession from the final Dragon King's secret treasure, the East Sea Dragon King. It turned out his profession originated from the previous cycle, from a deity known as the God of Slaughter. Unlike other gods, the God of Slaughter had attained divinity through human form, proving his path through slaughter, possessing terrifying power. After ascending to godhood, the God of Slaughter discovered that all civilizations on the Azure Star were but playthings in the hands of the gods. Every 1,000 years, the gods would open the gates of the divine realm, personally descending to destroy all life and reset the world. Their purpose? To harvest life energy for the divine treasure, the divine light orb. Upon discovering this truth, the God of Slaughter rose in defiance without hesitation. He tore away the divine essence bestowed upon him by Zeus, the God King, and reverted to human form. Together with his companion, Blood Shadow, he stood against the myriad gods. Yet precisely because the Godslayer renounced his divine essence, the soul poison embedded within it by Zeus erupted instantly, severely crippling his combat prowess. Ultimately, he could not withstand the combined might of the gods. Yet his will remained unbroken. At the final moment, Blood Shadow carried the remnants of the Godslayer's power back to the mortal realm. It was not until Lín Yìchén's emergence that the Godslayer's power was acquired by him. After learning everything about his destiny, Lín Yìchén resolved to complete the Godslayer's unfinished mission, to storm the divine realm. He immediately immersed himself in rigorous training. Once his character level reached 500, he completed his final class advancement and evolved his profession to SSS tier Godslayer. Lín Yìchén cleaved open the gates of the divine realm with a single stroke, returning to the heavens with Blood Shadow in tow. With every swing of his blade, a god fell. Empowered by his innate soul-devouring talent, the gods who fell beneath his blade had no chance of revival, striking terror into the hearts of the divine assembly. Finally, he advanced with his blade into the palace of Zeus, the God King. After a fierce battle, he slew the god. That day, rivers of blood flowed through the divine realm. That day, the realm echoed with unceasing wails of grief. After that day, no gods remained in existence. Having accomplished all this, Lín Yìchén returned to the mortal world. As the strongest being in existence, he lived a life of utter freedom and ease. The end.